Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where there are two kinds of people. Those with delusions of grandeur, and those born to be legends. Our protagonist, Singu, has always been absolutely certain he belongs to that second group, born to be the star of his own epic story. It is all built on ego. The truth is painful, so he hides in his own delusions, losing himself in social media girls all day long. He should have been a top-tier player by now, but instead, he is just another shut-in wasting away at home. His only responsibility is taking out the trash. Yet the biggest pile of garbage in the house is still lying in the middle of the room. His mom catches him still in bed and looks like she is about to rip the door right off its hinges. She storms in with a steaming metal spoon, asking why her 26-year-old unemployed son thinks he is too busy for basic chores. Singu panics, grabs the trash bags, and bolts out the door in every direction at once to escape her wrath. One more minute, and he would have been the one getting tossed out. He knows his mom is tough, but she loves him most. Boom! Suddenly, fireworks explode in the middle of the day, making Singu jump out of his skin. He quickly checks the news and gasps. He knew this was coming, the signs were all there. Pay attention here, this is where the world changed forever 10 years ago when a mysterious sky castle appeared out of nowhere. Since then, the sky castle has been the top trending topic. It has two bizarre traits first, it just floats there without any support. And the second catch? Absolutely nobody has been able to find a way inside. The world went into a frenzy, trying to unlock its secrets. But for a long time, every single attempt ended in total failure. That is until the castle finally chose its players. They were reborn with wings, finally granted permission to enter the floating fortress. These chosen ones were sent on missions to explore the mysterious ground levels of the massive castle. It was filled with monsters, traps, and hidden energy. A special army was formed to conquer it. But here is the thing. Singu is definitely not one of those lucky heroes. It has been 10 whole years and he does not even have a single wing feather yet. It is driving him absolutely insane. He is convinced the system made a mistake. If it is looking for someone special, why the hell is he still stuck down here? Even so, his faith is rock solid. He believes that one day he will get his wings, no matter how much his mom yells. But reality hurts, and Singu knows he needs a job. He cannot just starve to death while waiting for his destiny to call. An empty can rolls toward him, dropped by some rich kids bragging about a new drink that supposedly helps people grow wings. They are talking about some player hitting level 32, totally oblivious to the frustrated young man seething right behind them. Singu drops the can and then kicks it with everything he has got. It launches into the air like a literal rocket. He watches it fly, hoping that at least this piece of trash can get close to the sky castle he dreams of. Now, I know what you are thinking, but watch this. Something insane is about to drop from the sky. He realizes the falling figure is a retired player being discarded by the castle, and he refuses to let her hit the ground. He quickly calculates her trajectory, figuring she will land near a specific building, and starts sprinting toward it like a madman. He ignores the elevator and flies up the stairs, bursting onto the rooftop just as the girl is falling headfirst toward him. Singu grits his teeth and leaps. The sheer power in his legs shatters the floor as he lunges for the falling girl. You see, Singu has always been unnaturally strong. Even as a baby in diapers, he could lift a whole washing machine. Back in his school days, he would accidentally rip doors off their frames because he just could not control his raw strength. His parents tried martial arts to help him, but he never lasted a month. He accidentally knocked his taekwondo teacher unconscious. In kendo class, he was so powerful that he literally shattered every single weapon they gave him to use. During judo, he picked up his master and spun him around until the poor old guy had to retire for good. His mom told him he did not need to learn skills. Singu always believed he was special and that his time would finally come. 10 years later, he still has no wings. But right now, he is certain this is the moment of his ultimate destiny. No player survives being cast out from the castle. For a normal person, trying to save her is basically a suicide mission. But Singu is anything but normal. The girl opens her eyes and feels someone catching her in a strong, firm embrace. She is cradled in Singu's arms and tries to speak, but he tells her to stay quiet as they hit the ground. The impact is massive. Gravity and momentum force Singu to grit his teeth as he realizes they just landed in a sinkhole. 3 seconds later, the ground collapses and they both plummet into the darkness with no end in sight. So, you and I just saw a legend in the making. Trust me, the real chaos is just beginning. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where a total underdog saves a girl from a certain death. She wonders where they are, making Singu realize that even players don't have all the answers in this world. He has no intention of being buried alive here, so he starts hunting for an exit. Just as Singu prepares to throw a massive punch, a strange sound echoes from the dark void. The Anzen open world is activated. You've been chosen for the Underground Player Challenge. Clear the Cemetery of Whispers to finally earn your title as an underground player. To a girl just abandoned by the Sky Castle, this feels like a miraculous second chance. But when they call out, the cave remains as silent as a grave. Singu scratches his head. Maybe they should talk later. First, let's exchange names and get acquainted. Singu confidently reveals he's 26 and currently unemployed, despite having a college degree. Talk about a rough start. Usually calm, the girl is absolutely stunned to learn that Singu is just a regular guy. No normal person would ever jump off a massive skyscraper just to catch a falling girl, then stay trapped in a hole so deep that neither of them can see the bottom. Seeing her shock, Singu flexes his arm and winks. He's strong, born with the raw power needed to be a player. She shakes her head. Sure, some people are born for greatness, but it's not that simple. Players need wings or mana from the Sky Castle. Pay attention, because you and I are about to see those rules get shattered. Mana? Singu is clueless. He always thought that was just some sci-fi nonsense people made up for movies and books. He can't believe player abilities actually come from magic. It's a top-secret truth. She signals Singu to stay still, then activates her mysterious god eyes. Her vision is perfect, and she confirms it. Singu doesn't have a single drop of mana in his entire body. Singu ponders. She's shocked he's 100% human with such monstrous strength. But who says you need mana to be a beast? She nods in agreement. Players appearing just changed everyone's definition of what real strength actually looks like. Basically, she found her personal Superman. He saved her fall, and now they're both stuck in an unknown abyss, facing a strange challenge to become underground players. She sighs deeply. Hidden or not, she's certain of one thing. This place and the Sky Castle definitely have some sort of secret connection. That voice sounded exactly like the system players here in the dungeons. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Singu's head. You and I can guess his plan. Since he can't be a regular player, he'll take the back door and use his God-given strength to conquer this mysterious place. Amidst the chaos, she realizes she never properly introduced herself. She's a level 219 fighter from Korea's top guild. Her name is Su Arin, 22, making her much younger than him. Singu's mouth twitches. How can that innocent face say something so hurtful to a guy who's almost 30? Despite her age, Arin reached the 32nd dungeon before a boss's explosion sent her flying off the castle walls. She thought it was game over, but then Singu caught her in those powerful, steady arms. Arin realizes she's been given a second chance thanks to him, yet she still feels like she actually died. She lost all her power in the fall, but she thinks Singu saving her triggered a very special hidden condition. Singu is now an underground player, while Arin has been reborn as his dedicated support unit. Arin starts tearing up. She still can't believe she's alive. She really thought her life was finished this time. With eyes shining like spotlights, she vows to dedicate her life to Singu. He's a bit overwhelmed by it. She's not just talking. She's literally been reassigned as his supporter if they manage to clear this dangerous hidden dungeon. Singu shrugs and agrees. Arin is more than happy to accept this new arrangement. Seeing her optimism, Singu shudders. If he lost all his strength like she did, he'd be absolutely devastated. They agree to work together, and the tension between them finally starts to melt. Singu expected dungeons to be instant death, but they've been chatting for an hour without a single monster in sight. Arin explains that the first room is usually a safe zone. This is where players check their gear and prepare for the grind. Welcome to Arin's Dungeon Masterclass. Keep in mind, not every dungeon follows the same set of rules. This is a hidden world, so everything she knows might be completely wrong. It's all uncharted territory from here. As Arin rambles on, Singu spots something. His animal instincts flare up, sensing a presence in the dark. Actually, she's right about one thing. Up ahead, low growls echo as glowing red eyes peer out from the endless shadows. 5 monsters are waiting for a meal. Trust me, you and I are about to see some serious action. Alright, stick with me here. We're diving into a dungeon where the monsters are actually waiting for us. Arin is shocked Singu can see in this pitch-black cave, wondering if he has some sixth sense for monsters. Singu is even more confused. Is seeing in the dark really that weird? Arin's face says it definitely is. Usually only top-tier thief classes have the skills to see in the dark like this. Given her experience as a pro player, Arin knows she needs to watch Singu very carefully. As his designated support, she needs to figure out Singu's true potential to help him grow as a player. After a quick moment of deep thought, Arin finally snaps back to reality. She laughs it off, saying she's just surprised by how quickly he's adapting to the dungeon environment. Singu just chuckles after all. He's been training 10 long years for this exact moment. So what's the plan? Can I just charge straight at them? Arin lets Singu do whatever he wants this time, since this dungeon is likely just a power evaluation test, similar to university entrance exams. Before becoming a player of the Sky Castle, even Arin had to pass a test just like this. Singu nods along, feeling even more hyped now that he knows this is an official evaluation. Still, Arin worries if the monsters in Anzen are allowed to kill players, so she gives him a fair warning. She explains that sensing monsters from a distance is great, but there are many different types of creatures to watch out for. No matter how much talent he has, Singu could get overwhelmed if he's not careful during the fight. Meanwhile, Singu is already scouting the pack, ripping a piece of his sleeve to wrap around his hand for battle. Arin keeps nagging him to be cautious as they move deeper in. Since her healing powers are gone, Singu needs to avoid taking damage while he cracks his knuckles, looking like he's ready to tear through all 5 monsters out there. Arin finally stops her lecture and gives him the green light to start the show. She only looks away for 5 seconds, but Singu has already vanished like a bullet. He teleports right in front of the 5 monsters, leaving them speechless, especially the lead werewolf who starts talking. Now, pay attention here, this werewolf thinks Singu looks like a tasty snack, but Arin senses a dangerous energy and tells him to stop. These are level 50 werewolves. Why on earth are they showing up in a beginner's entrance exam? The pack lunges at Singu, and Arin can't do anything but scream for him to run for his life. She blames herself for the mistake and closes her eyes, terrified of the bloody mess she is about to see. But when she looks, it's the werewolves who are being turned into paste while Singu absolutely loves every second of it. Arin stands there completely frozen, watching Singu put on a masterclass of pure violence. He rips the head off one werewolf with his bare hands before crushing the face of another with a single punch. Another beast tries to use its claws, but Singu just sends it flying into a wall with a massive kick. With the last monster down, Singu calmly brushes the dust off his hands like it was nothing. He asks why she wanted him to stop, and Arin is just too stunned to give him a straight answer. She clears her throat to explain the most important part of monster hunting, the loot they leave behind. Now, you and I both know how this works usually. The player who contributes the most to the kill gets the right to loot first. Singu just gives a little flex, pointing out that he was the only one doing any of the killing. Arin nods, explaining that monsters usually drop 2 things: cash or mana stones. These stones, or monster seeds, can grant special magical abilities to whoever finds them. Singu only cares about the cash, wondering if the exchange rate is calculated in United States dollars. Arin confirms it is, and Singu finally understands why players live such luxury lives. She explains that in a world with superheroes and wings, monsters carrying cash shouldn't be that surprising. They even drop pure gold rings sometimes, though finding those is incredibly rare in these caves. Singu starts overthinking it. Will this cause inflation? Do the bills even have serial numbers? It's enough to give him a massive headache just thinking about the economics. Arin tells him to ignore the money and focus on the seeds, because those are actually priceless. If a player offers a seed at the altar after clearing a dungeon, they get a high-value reward. Think of it like a trade-in system for epic gear, like weapons, shields, or special items. And that's where we leave it. Singu is truly impressed by Arin's clear explanation, which makes her feel like a human guidebook for players. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to see how this system really works. Singu can exchange multiple seeds at once, but don't expect a fair deal, since rewards are strictly based on the total value he tosses in. Even after that explanation, Singu does not really care about those seeds yet. His eyes are on the boss that appears after clearing this dungeon. Is the system seriously trying to keep people from getting stronger while they are inside? Arin nods. Even if she hates it, she has to admit this brutal reality. The more she hangs around Singu, the more she thinks he is perfect, handsome, insanely strong, and surprisingly sharp. Getting back to the basics, they are currently stuck in a trial dungeon. That means no rewards, no levels, and 0 stat boosts. No matter how many monsters Singu slaughters, he is not gaining any new skills here. He can only level up in a real dungeon after clearing the floor and taking down the boss. Singu starts doing the math. Back in the day, Arin was level 219, with massive mana and strength stats. Without a high level, players cannot even enter top-tier dungeons, and Arin assumes he already knows the drill for leveling up. Now pay attention here, because this is where most players get it totally wrong. To get stronger, you have to prove your worth, but many treated this Sky Castle like a late-night internet cafe game. These dungeons are basically exams, and you do not get a passing grade just by answering a few easy questions. Naturally, players who treat this like a game do not survive long in this castle. Singu finds it easier to think of monsters as just part of the test. At this point, he turns the questions back on Arin. So, what is the best way to loot items? Arin keeps the tutorial going, explaining that picking up money is the easy part. Singu just needs to land a finisher. Think of it as stealing cash. He rolls his shoulders and boom, one punch turns a werewolf skull into dust. Just like that, he finishes the beast, and a stack of bills flies out. Singu catches the money, noting they are all $100 bills. It is weird seeing this kind of cash in a trial dungeon when it is worth as much as the currency in the Sky Castle. Singu quickly stuffs the money into his pockets and moves on to gathering those seeds. Arin just sighs. She decides it is better to stop overthinking and just deal with him directly. Once the money is gone, monsters without seeds just turn to dust and get absorbed by the dungeon. But since most have seeds, Singu does not have to worry. However, the method for grabbing seeds is totally different from looting money. Singu has to land his finishing blow directly on the monster's body. He is shocked even looting requires this much physical labor. Wait, does that mean I get nothing if I do not wreck their bodies? Or worse, will someone else just snatch them? You and I both know a smart protagonist is a dangerous one, right? Arin nods, glad she does not have to explain everything twice to him. Things are getting interesting. He cannot waste all his energy on looting if he wants to clear the stage. Who designed such an arrogant system anyway? Fine then, just watch this. Singu suddenly grabs the werewolf by its legs with a wicked smirk. If this dungeon wants to challenge me, then bring it on. He piles the werewolf corpses into a massive mountain, then launches himself high into the air. He lets his body fall freely. The sheer impact of his landing creates a gust of wind so strong that Arin has to hold her skirt down. She rubs the dust out of her eyes, worried he destroyed the seeds. But nope, a massive pile of seeds just popped out from that single impact. Turns out, he stacked them all up just to finish the job in one go and save energy. Arin has seen players use magic to loot, but never someone who just stomped them flat. Singu looks pretty proud of his own genius. He thinks he is finally ready for the real deal, but there is more. There are specific rules Singu must follow after clearing a stage. First, check for injuries, then scan the room, and finally check your mana levels. Singu just scratches his head. Other than his shirt which he tore up to make hand wraps, he does not have a single scratch on him. Arin sighs and keeps walking with him. Since they do not know where this dungeon ends, she constantly warns him to be careful. But honestly, the monsters should be the ones worried about him. He is a walking disaster zone, even inventing brand new moves specifically for hunting werewolves. To no one's surprise, every single one drops a high-quality seed. Arin just gives a forced smile. He just butchered 140 werewolves in 3 hours. She asks if he has ever actually studied martial arts before. He tells her he just knows the basics: taekwondo, hapkido, judo, and kendo. Those 4 deadly styles are just the basics to him? Arin is speechless. He did not even learn them to get stronger, but to learn how to hold back. Moving at high speed, they finally reach the boss room of the E-Wing graveyard. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss what is waiting behind that door. Arin takes a deep breath and tells him to check his stats one last time. Stick with me, you are about to see how a guy with 0 mana handles a level 100 boss. Usually, players have a tiny window where the boss hasn't noticed them yet. 3 seconds of being ignored? To Singu, that is basically an invitation to end this fight instantly. Arin is sweating because bosses do not just sit around waiting, but Singu is not listening at all. This boss belongs to the same monster race they fought earlier in the dungeon. Since this was a werewolf floor, the boss is the absolute strongest wolf of the pack. Arin is terrified it might be over level 100. How did this dungeon get so out of hand? But Singu does not care. He is fully confident he can drop this beast with one single punch. Alright, let's open the door. Arin sighs, wondering how he can stay so optimistic while facing certain death. She pushes the door open, feeling that familiar, suffocating dread of entering a boss room. You cannot die in this trial, but the pressure is real. If they fail here, Arin has no idea if they can ever return to normal life. Even if Singu fails, she just hopes they can both make it out of this dungeon alive. But what if they cannot? What if she fails her duty as his guardian? The weight of her responsibility is crushing, especially since everything has been suspiciously smooth until now. It is here, thanks for the help. Singu's sudden words freeze her. The doors are wide open, and a massive fanged mouth is charging right at them. Arin falls back, her legs shaking. It is a level 100 giant dark werewolf. The beast is foaming at the mouth like it is rabid, but Singu is already charging forward. Pay attention now, Singu looks like a tiny speck compared to this monster. But his 3-second window just started. He leaps high into the air, screaming that he can fly. Then, boom, he punches the wolf and lands while casually tossing its eyeball like a toy. Do not let your guard down. The monster is not dead until its health bar hits 0. Arin screams a warning as the blinded werewolf lunges. Singu just winds up like a pro baseball player. He hurls the eye right back into the wolf's face. The beast howls in agony, while Singu brags about his aim. Singu's total lack of seriousness is seriously starting to get on Arin's nerves. Its eyes are gone, but that nose is the real problem. A level 100 monster can track any scent. The 3 seconds are up. Now the real fight begins, as the wolf locks onto Singu's position. Singu just sighs, saying this feels like his mom chasing him with a slipper. Arin tells him to move. She flutters her wings in a panic, while Singu hops around like a frog to dodge the wolf's claws. Meanwhile, he is already cooking up a plan to deal with that sensitive werewolf nose. Now watch this. Singu gets a wild idea and starts stripping off his shirt to reveal his muscles. Arin is totally confused and looks away. What on earth are you doing? Focus on the attack. Relax and watch. He bundles his shirt into a ball and hurls it across the room. It is a total gamble. But the werewolf's instincts kick in, and it chases the scent of the shirt immediately. Man, I am a genius. What am I even supposed to do with all this brain power? Arin just scoffs. Since he has no mana, the monster cannot sense his presence, only his smelly clothes. Singu seizes the moment and delivers a devastating double kick right to the wolf's knee. Snap! The sound of shattering bone echoes through the room. Singu is disappointed the boss's bones are so fragile. He even jokes that he would have taken off his pants too if that had not worked. Now that the werewolf cannot give chase, it is just a playground for Singu. Arin actually starts feeling bad for the monster. Finally, the massive giant dark werewolf collapses, completely defeated. Singu loots $1,500 and a mysterious black seed from the corpse. Arin is speechless. A regular human with 0 skills just soloed a level 101 boss easily when suddenly ping. The trial is cleared. A golden window appears, showing Singu cleared the dungeon in over 3 hours with 150 kills. Trust me, you and I are looking at the most broken starter interface in the history of this world. Alright, you and I are about to dive in and see how Singu uses this new interface to track every player in the Sky Castle without ever losing sight of Arin. Singu stops singing. Wait, so does this mean I finally cleared the challenge? Exactly, now he is a real player. Hearing this, Singu celebrates wildly since he has been chasing this dream for 10 whole years. Arin is not so sure though. This is Anzen, not the Sky Castle, and everything has been different since the very start. Ding! A notification pops up from the interface. Bonus reward. The ignorant but brave skill has been unlocked. Singu makes a totally blank face. His first skill name feels like a slap in the face. He asks if magic crystals are special rewards for clearing stages or killing monsters. Arin explains that they can support specific actions or open new senses, all of which are useful for conquering this dungeon. Singu nods and asks if there really is a skill called ignorant but brave. Arin is confused since she has never heard of it, but she stays hyped up just to encourage him. Could it be a unique skill? Maybe you are the only one in the world with it. Singu's ears twitch because he cannot keep up with her talking. The screen lights up once again. Singu has officially become an underground player, gaining the exclusive Chaos Tail skill along with an inventory expansion and a massive level boost. Now watch this. A sudden surge of electricity flows through both of them, making their bodies twitch and shake uncontrollably. Arin cannot believe she also got a reward just for giving Singu a few tips and directions. Meanwhile, Singu grinds his teeth against the first real pain of his life. It feels even worse than his mother's punches. That is because the mana and dungeon energy are entering his body to change it. Even while being shocked, Arin tries to explain everything. Simply put, mana seeds are being planted in his cells to grow muscles and flush out every impurity from his body. Mana also grants Singu a power boost, so obvious that even an outsider could see the massive difference in his physique. His stats are finally updated. Singu is now at level 10. He feels like his body is falling, but when Singu hits the ground, he realizes his legs are fine, though something else has grown. Singu has grown a super long tail. He wiggles it around. Damn it, why a lizard tail instead of cool wings like the others? The interface reveals this is the Chaos Tail exclusive to underground players. This tail helps Singu dig through Anzen, and can be used for both offense and defense like a part of his body. The higher the level, the stronger it gets. Singu nervously grabs his strange new body part. Digging? Why bother when a shovel is faster? Singu suddenly falls silent and thinks, if players use wings for the Sky Castle, maybe this tail serves a similar purpose. He already caught a player falling from above. Completing the challenge gave him a special key to enter and exit this place easily. He does not know who built this crazy cave, but they must be smart. If he ever meets them, he will make them grow a tail too. While getting used to the tail, Singu uses the interface to ask about his second skill. Ignorant but brave makes Singu much more courageous against unknown threats, and it even reduces damage from any ambush by half. He will never take fatal damage from traps or skills that he does not know about. Singu nods. The name is lame, but the effect is great. Arin, what do you think? You and I saw that coming, right? Singu looks around, but Arin is gone, only to find her shrunken down into a tiny person near his feet. Arin smiles through the pain. Apparently, this is the price for being a supporter. She is just glad to be alive. Arin holds back her tears while she speaks, and Singu totally feels for her. While he is moving up in the world, someone like Arin has fallen into an abyss. Once level 219, she is now level 3 with no mana. She looks like a tiny fairy from a book. Singu scratches his head and looks away. It is dark here, so I won't see if you cry. Arin cries loudly to release her sadness before returning to normal. She is grateful to Singu but too embarrassed to mention it. Regardless, I will still try to help you as much as possible. Maybe that way I can get my original body back. Singu nods. At least she has a goal. They move on to Singu's current situation. Arin leads him to the one place they are curious about. The altar. Both of them stop before a golden altar shrouded in a blinding, radiant light, and that is where you and I leave them. Arin mentions that more than 10 seeds can net him powerful weapons and armor. Ready for the next pull? Alright, You and I are about to watch one of the biggest gambles in Manhwa history as Singu bets everything on a single drop. High-tier items do not usually drop in starter dungeons, but Singu is already planning his next move. Supplies and maps are essential, but Singu has one question: is there a limit to these seeds? Arin shakes her head. She never even considered that possibility. Singu gets a dark look in his eyes. No limit? Arin realizes she just made a massive mistake and tries to stop him, but she is far too late. Singu dumps every single one of his seeds into the altar as Arin watches in absolute horror. Arin screams at the top of her lungs. What on earth do you think you are doing? He just became a player and cannot even get basic supplies from the Sky Castle yet. Wasting all those seeds is pure madness. Singu just looks at her innocently. Can you not just get more for me? Now watch closely, the altar has already accepted the seeds, and the light is starting to glow with intense power. Singu does not get why she is so worried. It is just a game, right? He thinks he can just buy armor before entering the dungeon. Arin knows better, that is why she is losing her mind. She has to remind him that modern tech is useless in here. From wireless devices to high-tech weapons, none of it works against these monsters. Singu realizes things are getting complicated, but hey, this is just a trial dungeon. He is convinced that seeds from a starter zone will not be worth much later on anyway. If that is the case, he would rather trade them all for one powerful item right now. Arin admits that makes sense for the Sky Castle, but this is Anzen. Anything could happen here. She knows Singu has been living without a plan ever since he caught her falling from the sky. He is completely unpredictable. His main skill is basically being stupid but brave, isn't it? Singu is offended. He definitely remembers the name of that unique skill. Arin points out that trial monsters are stronger than those in the Sky Castle, so a few seeds should yield good loot. Singu has a different take. If the trial is this hard, how insane will the level 1 dungeons be? Arin is stunned because he is right. If werewolves are in the trial, the next floor will be a nightmare. She never considered the scaling would be this fast. She is impressed by his reasoning. Did he actually plan all this before throwing the seeds in? Of course not. I just wanted the best item possible. I know what you are thinking, is he a genius or just reckless? Arin realizes her job is to balance out his wild energy. Arin realizes why she has to be his supporter. She needs to keep his reckless impulses under control. If she does her job right, Singu might actually become one of the top players in the world. With his natural strength and mana, he could even become the absolute best player ever. She keeps these thoughts to herself, though. If she told him, he would never let it go. Suddenly, Singu hears a deep sound. Something massive is about to appear. When she turns around, the altar has grown to an incredible double XL size. Singu watches with anticipation. He is expecting something absolutely legendary to come out of there. Finally, the moment arrives. A giant sledgehammer appears, known as the Dark Wolf Claw. It is grade D++. It holds the power of the Shadow Wolf but is incredibly heavy and hard to use. Singu picks it up like it is made of wood, spinning it around like a martial arts staff. Grade D weapons are meant for players from level 100 to 150. The plus signs mean it is rare. Singu can use this until he hits level 150. With enough luck, it is even better than a standard C-grade weapon. Wait, move a bit closer. Arin is just worried he will accidentally crush her like a fly with that massive thing. There are large yellow question marks on the hammer representing hidden stats. He will have to use it in battle to unlock its full potential, or he could just use the system search function. Arin wonders if she should introduce him to a player with appraisal skills. Singu shakes his head. After 10 years of stories, he knows revealing his power now only brings trouble. So what do you and I make of this? Singu is playing a dangerous game, and it is just getting started. Alright, you and I are back with Singu. He is powerful, sure, but way behind the world's top veterans in actual experience, which is exactly why Singu tells Arin to keep his status a total secret, and she agrees, thrilled at the thought of training the ultimate secret weapon. Fine then, Singu. If staying hidden is what you want, I will be your shadow. Arin vows to be his top-tier supporter and begins the first lesson teaching him how to hide those massive wings. Wait, wings? You mean your tail, right? Arin clears her throat, trying to stay professional while correcting herself. Wings or tail, the mechanic is identical. Just wrap it in mana and pull it back into your body core. Singu recalls that strange energy surge from when he first turned into a player. Now, it is time to put it to use. Now, pay attention here, because this gets awkward. Arin points to her chest for wings, but for Singu's tail? Well, you can guess where he has to focus. Whoosh! The tail vanishes, but 3 seconds later, it pops right back out of his pants like a spring. He tries over and over, desperately focusing on his backside, but the moment he lets go, the tail just flops right back out. Arin buries her face in her hands. Clearly, turning this guy into the server's top player is going to be a long, embarrassing journey. She can only offer guidance from here. It is no shocker that Singu is struggling to master the basics on his very first try. Despite the rough start, she is genuinely excited to see how much this guy will evolve as he keeps pushing forward. After several attempts, Singu finally tucks the tail away safely. Next up, Kodo, the essential inventory cube every player carries. Kodo? Suddenly, a glowing cube appears in his hand, expanding so fast that Singu almost loses his grip on it. Luckily, these storage cubes are standard issue, even for those operating in the underground player scene. He can store anything inside phones, food, you name it. Of course, even this pocket dimension has its limits. Now this feels like a real game. Singu tosses his 1,000-kilogram hammer inside, and the cube swallows it in one gulp. The hammer now appears as a simple icon. It is way easier than he expected, and he is picking it up remarkably fast. Arin has 2 final rules for him. If he follows them, he can blend into any crowd without being noticed. As long as he avoids players who are highly sensitive to mana signatures, everything should go off without a single hitch. Suddenly, the altar flares to life with a glowing portal. You and I can see it calling him, it is time to go. See? Told you it was user-friendly. Arin confirms it is a dungeon exit from the Sky Castle, their ticket out of this place. Before stepping through, Singu just prays he still has clothes on when they land. Back on the surface world, night has fallen. Singu sprints toward cover, letting out a massive sigh of relief that the streets are completely empty. Hey Arin, aren't you going to call your parents to let them know you are okay? Arin gives a soft smile. Since her parents passed away, she has been living all alone with nowhere else to go. Singu is impressed. Owning a house at her age? Being a player really does put you on a whole different financial level. He tells Arin to hide in his pocket until they reach his room. The front door creaks open, and Singu creeps inside. He almost makes it to his room when a terrifyingly familiar voice rings out. My dear son is finally home, is he? Singu shrieks. He can never escape his mother's radar. Thwack! She slams his back so hard it leaves a handprint on his shirt. She is furious that he vanished without a trace, especially with all those kidnappers roaming the streets these days. What is wrong with you? Do you want me to wake up and see your face on the front page of the news? Her yelling nearly bursts his eardrums until she finally sighs. Go shower. Are you hungry? Singu escapes to his room while she starts dinner. Arin immediately pops out to gossip, totally confused how Singu survived his mother after being gone for so many days. Haven't you heard? With great power comes great responsibility. Arin just smirks. So, you've been causing quite a bit of trouble then? Singu, you are 26 years old. That comment hits like a freight train. If he hadn't become a player, he would be totally lost. Before heading into the shower, Singu gives Arin a strict warning to stay absolutely quiet and not make a sound. Wait, what about your dinner? Singu opens his secret stash and hands her a standard protein bar to snack on. Whoa, it is way too big. Arin immediately rejects it. A bar that size could literally crush her to death. Singu skillfully chops it in half for her. Watching her munch on the snack is surprisingly cute, and she finishes with a full belly. Singu walks back in after his shower to see her passed out from the food. He's honestly not sure how to feel about this. Feeding Arin 3 full meals a day only costs him 3 energy bars. Talk about a budget-friendly companion. Arin is fully recharged and already mapping out a brutal training plan. Trust me, you and I are about to see Singu suffer. Alright, stick with me. Arin is impatient because the stronger Singu gets, the faster she gets her body back. So, Mr. Singu, focus for a second. Becoming a player is your lifelong dream, right? So, are you truly willing to dedicate all your time to conquering these dungeons? Obviously. When it comes to dungeons, Singu is all in. Nothing matters more than conquering them, mostly because he is totally unemployed right now. Even if Singu has no wings and his underground victories go unrecognized, Arin is happy as long as his raw power keeps climbing. Arin's turn now. She can't physically pull items, but she feels the fire burning inside him. Before tackling a rank 1 dungeon, she needs him to do a few things. A player who only cleared the trials is missing everything. And I mean every single little thing. Not only are they lacking gear and mana flow, but they're missing the most vital part: wings. Wings are a massive advantage in any situation. In most dungeons, monsters can't fly, so they lack the mobility of a player who is equipped with a pair of wings. That's why beginners usually pick easy dungeons first to master mana control while keeping the risk of injury as low as possible. Singu thinks this makes sense, except for one thing: he's got arms, not wings. She tells him to relax. She's getting to that part. Arin signals that rank 1 is a whole different beast. Now, watch this. These monsters are smarter, and they actually start using their mana. Wait, hold on. Didn't those wolves in the trials use mana too? Singu's constant interruptions are starting to drive Arin crazy. She was talking based on Sky Castle logic, forgetting things are way different here in Anzen. Basically, the monsters in rank 1 are on another level. That's why new players spend months just learning mana, figuring out how to sync their energy with their weapons effectively. Even so, clearing a rank 1 dungeon usually requires a team of 10 highly trained players working together. They'd normally form parties or pair up. Singu just pouts. How's an underground player like him supposed to find any teammates? Well, anyway, Arin just sighs. Just because Singu is an official player doesn't mean he can solo rank 1 yet. First, they need to develop his skills and mana control. Even as she says it, Arin knows Singu's raw physical power was enough to dominate the trials without using any mana at all. He might not even need mana to win since his raw power crushed the trials. But because she isn't sure about the monsters in Anzen, she won't risk his life. Singu needs to be in his absolute best condition. With that, she starts planning a schedule for Singu to learn the basics of mana. Starting from 0 is an incredibly difficult task, but once his mana control improves, he'll finally be able to unlock his very first skill, the Mana Strike. Mastering this strike is Singu's first major goal. He's already imagining it blasting mana like a giant robot cannon. He jumps up, totally hyped and ready for the grind. Fine then, I'll train until I master it. Singu is ready to work his tail off under Arin's expert guidance. He truly believes she's the key that will allow him to conquer that rank 1 dungeon. He's being very cooperative, but Arin is still worried about the sheer effort it's going to take to whip him into shape, especially since a muscle brain like him might struggle to control his strength. One tiny slip-up in a real dungeon could lead to a total failure. Looking at his potential, he's more special than any player she's ever met. She realizes that her old Sky Castle methods won't work on a unique guy like him. You and I both know it, if she passes on her experience, he'll become insanely strong. To her, this is just like a fun, character-raising game. It's absolutely thrilling. But training means resting. Arin tells him to go to sleep. Singu looks at his single bed, wondering where she'll even fit. With her tiny body, he can't even imagine where she's supposed to find a place to take a bath. So they hit the supermarket and buy a fancy dollhouse. Singu freezes at the price, while the cashier gives him a seriously judging look. Your daughter, or maybe your granddaughter, is really going to love this house. With her new home set up, Singu heads downstairs to watch television so Arin can bathe in total peace. She can't believe she's actually bathing in a toy bathtub. Surprisingly, it's pretty comfy just soaking here in the silence of her brand new home. Who cares about the noise outside? Wait, noise? Suddenly, Singu kicks the door open and rushes in while holding his phone. Arin, we're in big trouble. Arin just stares at him, her eyes wide with shock. The news is reporting Arin's death, showing crowds of people crying at her funeral. She's sitting there, literally watching a live stream of her own funeral. Singu sighs. Her passing is a massive blow to the player community, and the Wings Guild specifically. The guild might even have to shut down for a while now that she's gone. Through the news, Singu finally realizes Arin was a legendary idol. It wasn't just her looks, she was a pillar for the entire community. Arin just sighs. Healers are just rare. You and I definitely can't miss what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a hero who breaks every rule. If Singu conquers a level 10 dungeon, he earns those legendary halo layers as his reward. Singu is totally surprised by this. It turns out Arin had to clear dungeons herself just to earn that special healing talent. Arin keeps it real. In this world, a player's level is not the thing that actually defines who they are. The real question is, can they actually conquer the dungeon? Healing abilities usually stem from 2 paths, the player's level or successfully clearing a dungeon. It is simple logic. If a player cannot clear a level 2 dungeon, they are never going to reach level 3. In reality, some players just stay in low-level zones forever because they are absolutely terrified of the higher floors. So even if their level looks high, without the right skills, they will never have the chance to reach their next tier. Singu nods along. He understands that fear since Arin almost died in the real world before he stepped in to save her. Up until now, Singu just smashed everything in his way. He never used a single skill or even thought before jumping into action. That worked because his strength was off the charts. Nothing really felt like a threat to Singu's life back then. Think about it, what happens when he finally hits a wall he cannot smash? Will he just give up like the others after facing a little trouble? Or worse, would he end up dead like Arin? Singu just laughs. He will figure out how to crush that wall when it finally appears. Enough about that. He looks at her. Is she really okay with how things are standing right now? Arin freezes up for a second the moment Singu mentions the crowd that showed up for her funeral. She always claimed nobody cared, but the people at her funeral were all old classmates and long-term teammates. Most of them were men, and they all looked completely broken and devastated. It is clear they actually cared for Arin, not just as a powerful player, but for the person she was deep down. Arin sighs and plays it off. She claims they were probably just losers looking for some extra cash from her. She says it is better if they do not meet. Arin clearly wants to avoid her own drama, so she goes back to training Singu hard. A few minutes later, Singu is huffing and puffing. Thanks to Arin's strict rules, it is midnight, and he is lifting 12-kilogram dumbbells. It looks easy, but he is actually performing 7 sets to push mana through his body, a technique called internal organ strengthening. The idea of Singu not being able to lift a simple weight is honestly the funniest thing he has ever heard in his life. Every weapon needs mana to reach its full potential. Even the simplest tools need that energy flowing inside of them. That is because mana has the incredible power to supercharge and strengthen absolutely anything it flows through. And believe it or not, Singu has already experienced this feeling before. Remember that extreme shock Singu felt? That was mana flowing into every cell. You and I can only imagine feeling that godlike he could lift the entire world. Singu realizes that was not just a dream. While the mana kick is their current goal, there is a specific reason for this training. Arin needs him to focus on mana strengthening because it is the vital next step to releasing that massive power. So, he asks, does this mean he can fire off a massive energy explosion like a Kamehameha once he learns how to use the mana correctly? Arin sighs. It is not exactly right, but it is an easy enough way for Singu to visualize the whole process. Since Singu uses a sledgehammer, the mana inside it activates at a specific speed the moment he swings it at an enemy. The internal mana boosts his speed and acceleration for maximum damage. Singu starts thinking about that momentum and speed. He wonders if he should just focus on his own strength instead of worrying about mana that is already inside the weapon. In his head, if he swings that hammer fast enough, he will land a perfect home run every time he hits an enemy. Looking at Singu's smug face, Arin can basically read every single thought crossing his mind right now. She warns him that most rookies only care about the mana kick and totally forget about amplifying their mana flow. That is why she wants him to master the mana increase first. Most players get this entirely backwards and fail. If he wants to know why that is, Singu needs to look at things from a different perspective. Instead of just swinging the weapon blindly with its built-in mana, it is much easier if Singu adds his own to speed up the process. But there is a catch. If he focuses too much on his own mana while swinging, he might lose his striking accuracy. That is why high-level players are so much faster at controlling the flow of that internal mana. This only comes with hard work and patience. Hearing this, everything finally starts to click inside Singu's head. Wait, so he cannot use it immediately? Singu wags his tail, bragging that he already knows how to move mana around his body. Arin gets annoyed with his childish attitude. If he wants to take risks without studying carefully, she honestly does not care anymore. It is a headache for her, but they can finally start mastering the 3 conditions for the mana kick. I believe you can do it, Singu. Stick with me, let's watch what happens next. Let's dive back in. Singu just got completely convinced by Arin, in a single sentence. Back to weapons, Singu wonders if objects lack internal mana, and if adding his own turns them into gear. It would boost power slightly, but it's not enough, and drains his mana way too fast. What if I just channel mana into my limbs and use my own body as the weapon? Arin is speechless, it boosts physical strikes, but the backlash would put his body in serious pain. After a moment, Arin realizes that for someone like Singu, his fists might actually be enough. Plenty of high-tier players use this pro strategy in the late game, meticulously calculating mana across their entire bodies. Singu doesn't really get the math, so he just starts doing it anyway. He just needs to generate mana and distribute it across his body. Easy enough, right? If Singu pours 1 billion mana into a simple weight and throws it with all his might, the resulting explosion would be massive enough to put on one hell of a show. Now pay attention, Arin actually loves the idea. Since long-range players like spear and bow users often use the exact same strategy Singu just thought of. But he has to be careful, especially during the moment he actually lets the weapon fly. The mana coating the weapon will slowly start to peel away once it leaves his hands. If the distance is too great, the mana will simply vanish, leaving the weapon with only a weak, lingering effect instead of the massive explosion he needs after it finally hits the target. Singu's brain is officially fried, so he just follows Arin's training plan one step at a time. The progress is slow, but he's loving it. He waited 10 years for this and won't quit now. Singu is ready to show the entire world who the real protagonist is, because after falling this far, he's already at rock bottom. The only path left for him is straight up. The current training intensity doesn't bother Singu at all, but his control is still pretty shaky. Control isn't smooth yet. Every time he tries channeling mana into a specific spot on the dumbbell, his aim always ends up being off by 1 or 2 centimeters. But Singu is determined to make it work, because after everything, this is exactly what he wanted. Well, everything, except for that strange tail he now has wagging behind him. Arin wants to help him manage the tail, but she's never encountered a player with one before. She has an idea after 5 seconds: wag your tail whenever you see me. Singu just laughs. He jokes that she treats him like a dog instead of giving useful advice, which makes Arin furious enough to pinch his cheek for being so disrespectful. Suddenly, a phone notification pops up from a guy claiming to be Arin's supposed future husband. Kim Haryang, leader of the World of Spice Guild, announces that Arin might still be alive. You and I saw that coming, right? They're both completely stunned not by her being alive, but by the shocking news of her secret engagement while the live broadcast plays on screen. Arin sees her own name in the massive headlines and turns bright red, completely losing her words. They're both freaking out as the interview continues, with Kim Haryang sounding incredibly confident about his claims. According to Kim Haryang, the Guardian Stone inside Celestial City doesn't actually have Arin's name on it. He vows to mobilize his entire guild's resources to find her, no matter what it takes. They listen intently to every word as other players confirm her name is missing from the stone, making this whole situation way more serious than they ever expected. Since Singu is still new to all this, he asks Arin to explain the Guardian Stone's purpose. It's essentially a memorial stone that automatically records the names of fallen players, but nobody has pictures of it because technology is strictly forbidden inside Celestial City. Arin's focus shifts as she frantically claims he's not her fiancé and is just making things up, even though Singu didn't say a word. She insists she never had time for love because she was way too busy conquering dungeons, begging him not to get the wrong idea about her, okay? Singu just scratches his cheek awkwardly to him. The missing name on the stone is the real mystery. His expression suddenly turns serious as he senses that the peaceful days they've been enjoying lately are about to come to a very sudden end. He's got a bad feeling about the trouble coming. Eventually, the buzz dies down as time passes. Singu is walking along looking quite happy as he talks to Arin, noting how these last 2 weeks have flown by like a blur before she asks him how his training is going. Arin wants to see what he's got, and Singu excitedly shows off the gains he's made. He gained 2 passive skills from the secret dungeon, including Chaos Tail, proof he's an unauthorized player. Arin can't help but tease him about it, then asks what his other new skill is. It's a courage-based skill called Fearless, but Singu looks pretty disappointed after hearing the name. He turns the question back on her, asking about the skills she gained as a support player, and Arin is more than happy to share her 2 new active skills. She spins around gracefully, explaining that her first skill uses mana to return to her original body. Trust me, you'll want to see Savior form. It boosts her power immensely, but drains her mana completely. Wild, right? Alright, you and I are diving back into a world where a single stealth skill can change the whole game. But even with her new hiding powers, Singu can see right through her. Arin is fuming, thinking he is just teasing her since she is his support. How could anyone else see her? She is incredibly proud of this skill. To her, being invisible is way better than some boring hero title. It really is worth every penny. In this state, she can stay hidden for up to 3 whole hours. She won't stop bragging about it, reminding him that on their first day, she was too overwhelmed and out of mana to even try it. Now, she is convinced no other player will ever spot her. Singu just laughs at how excited she is getting. Okay, we get it. As they stop, he playfully ends the conversation by telling her to just speak up when she is low on mana so he can hide her. Then, he pulls back a white sheet to reveal a red motorbike that looks absolutely legendary. He jingles the keys, ready to go exploring. Training at home is getting stale, so it is time to hunt for some brand new dungeons. Arin is hyped. She has allowed herself to go and conquer the top-tier dungeons in the ant cave, feeling braver than she ever has before. Suddenly, she starts giggling. She can't help it, and she finally has to ask, "Why is your bike a delivery scooter?" Singu snaps out of his thoughts while she bursts out laughing at his choice. Now pay attention, because there is a genius reason behind this dorky look. He just gives her a mysterious smirk. He claims it is for protection, but Arin isn't buying it. To her, the whole thing just looks super weird and out of place. She complains that he spent over $10,000 on it just to look like a food delivery guy. Who does that? Singu sighs, telling her not to look down on delivery workers. He has actually put a lot of thought into this tactical choice. He starts explaining his logic to reassure her. In this country, nobody ever looks twice at a delivery bike. It is the ultimate camouflage. He is getting more excited as he explains the genius of it. He finally reveals his true, secret desire. He tosses on his helmet and tells her to get on the bike. Meanwhile, Arin is over there jokingly crying her eyes out over her fate. She laments her situation, never imagining her first big bike ride would be on the back of a delivery scooter with this guy. Still, she obediently tucks into his chest pocket while grumbling. He just tells her to hang on tight and guns the engine. The heavy-duty bike roars to life and blasts forward, the engine sounding way more powerful than it looks. Scenery blurs as Singu weaves through traffic. Arin eventually peeks her head out, starting to actually enjoy the rush of the wind. To keep things lively, they start chatting while they search. Now, they just need to track down a dungeon entrance. She asks a question that catches him off guard. Does he remember how they found that first ant cave entrance? She recalls their first chaotic adventure together. She was falling from the sky, and he caught her just in time. Then they both tumbled underground. It is still wild to think there was a hidden trial dungeon right there all along. Arin shares a theory she has been working on after thinking about it for a long time. She thinks that trial dungeon only unlocked because of her. Singu wonders if her falling in was the actual trigger. It is all just a guess for now. She thinks maybe the dungeon was moved there, but it is just a theory. He starts to see where she is going with this. Okay, to find the next dungeon. You see what is happening here, right? They have concluded they need to find spots where players have fallen to their deaths. But how do they find those exact spots? Arin quickly jumps in to take the credit for all the research. She didn't just sit around while he was busy training. She studied every report of falling players, cross-referencing her own memories with what the community was saying online. He was too focused on his power to think of this. He asks if she actually found any solid locations they can use. Her excitement drops as she gets a bit bashful. Not exactly. He realizes it wasn't going to be that easy after all. Arin had calculated so many different possibilities for where these hidden entrances might pop up. But even with her data, pinpointing a location based on wind speed and direction is almost impossible to get right. Singu realizes there are still too many mysteries. He decides they will just have to search the whole country manually. He shouts over the wind, telling her that he will handle the driving while she searches for any mana signatures. With her abilities, she is confident. If the next one is like that first trial dungeon, she is sure she can find it. Suddenly, she senses something strange nearby. This is exactly why she is the best support for this job. And trust me, you and I are not ready for what's waiting inside this dungeon they just found after only 30 minutes. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild ride where Arin is practically vibrating with excitement because she finally found it. Turn left, keep going. Singu is just as eager to get there, but that red light feels like it is taking forever until they reach a desolate warehouse. It is a quiet spot, hidden behind piles of construction debris. Singu pulls over and finally takes off his helmet. He scans the area, moving carefully. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts out of nowhere, hitting them with a brilliance that is almost too much to handle. Without hesitating, he ditches his helmet and sends the bike flying, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Arin is completely lost. Why would he do that? What if someone sees them? He calms her down, asking how she even sensed this place. Nobody is around, so they are safe, but suddenly, Singu's sharp instincts sense something creeping up behind them. Now pay attention here, because this is where the mystery deepens as a tiny, glowing pyramid starts calling out to them. The pyramid floats before them, radiating a divine aura so intense it is like a light from the heavens. The system identifies it as a normal difficulty dungeon. Singu, who wanted a real test, is visibly annoyed, glaring at a flustered Arin. She cannot even look him in the eye, awkwardly trying to dodge his stare. She is speechless, leaving Singu to just sigh in defeat. He did not expect to start with a rank 1 dungeon, let alone leapfrog through levels this fast. Maybe finding this place right now is some kind of omen or signal. If they do not have to follow a set order, that explains why they stumbled onto this so quickly. He is no coward, and he is clearly itching to dive in. Everything here is glowing gold, even if the danger level is just normal. That shimmering light is a total siren call. Based on his years of gaming experience, this is the classic secret area vibe. The difficulty here is just enough to get Singu fired up. He is ready for action. Alright, let us get to work, Arin. Meanwhile, Arin is beside him, literally praying to every god she knows that this is not some nightmare-tier dungeon. He makes his move, slowly approaching the light. The tiny pyramid seems to sense his presence and begins to shift and transform. Singu watches closely. Is that a barrier? Arin explains it is a feature that keeps players hidden while entering. Singu is impressed, the service in this game is top-notch, but she is still nervous. Arin does not know all the rules, and she is not sure how long this barrier will actually hold. Singu is just getting more hyped. He warms up, tells her to leave it to him, and slams a massive punch straight into the earth. The sheer force kicks up a massive cloud of dust and wind. But strangely, the ground does not have a single scratch on it. You saw that impact too, right? Yet the ground is totally fine. Singu is baffled, but then, he suddenly remembers something. He summons his chaos tail and lashes out with a heavy strike. Arin finally realizes how his skills work and cheers him on. Turns out, that tail is the key to the dungeon, even if Singu hates how bulky and complicated it is. Time passes under the clear blue sky. Singu wipes sweat from his brow, looking at the small hole he managed to dig, wondering how much longer this will take. Right on cue, massive cracks start spiderwebbing out from that tiny hole. The ground finally gives way, collapsing into a massive pit that swallows Singu and Arin before they can even react. Seeing light at the bottom of the abyss fills him with hope. It is just like the trial dungeon, they have finally met the entry conditions. But back on the surface, a terrifying centipede emerges, slowly slithering its long, twisted body toward the edge. The massive hole catches its eye, and the curious monster crawls closer until it eventually tumbles right in after them. Strange things start happening at the entrance. The earth shakes violently as the mouth of the pit slowly begins to close up. In a flash, the cracks vanish. Singu regains his footing and takes a good look around. This has to be the place. Next to them is a mysterious, pitch-black gate. A sign reads, Ant Nest, number 184, centipede type. 5-hour time limit. Seeing the timer, he turns to Arin and asks if dungeons usually have a limit on how long you can stay. She is unsure. The rules of the Celestial City do not always apply to these ant nests. She is biting her lip, clearly torn. There is one terrifying question: what exactly happens to them if they fail to finish before the time runs out? Singu starts imagining all sorts of gruesome possibilities waiting for them. Will the whole dungeon collapse on their heads? Or will they lose all their mana, just like falling from the celestial city? But since nothing has happened yet, she can only sigh and try to keep herself calm. I do not think we will die, but we definitely need to be careful from here on out. The countdown begins, and Arin urges him to move fast. Singu, however, is feeling incredibly confident, telling her he does not even need help. He summons his chaos talons while Arin's dread grows, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this ends. Stick with me, you and I are about to see if Singu can survive a dungeon filled with deadly debuffs. He is not worried at all, claiming he can handle anything this place throws at him. But this is no beginner zone. It is a completely different beast. Arin keeps warning him about the deadly risks ahead, insisting these creatures are toxic and he has zero resistance. Singu, however, remains dangerously arrogant, claiming a centipede is just a bug. Arin sighs and asks him to imagine a centipede 100 meters long and a meter tall. He avoids her gaze, awkwardly scratching his cheek while wondering if they really get that big. As his supporter, she is feeling the pressure. She is terrified she cannot protect him, even though her support skills have leveled up recently. She has no mana or potions, so she will have to use her skills to heal him. But using poisonous thread to fight off actual toxins? That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Crunching the numbers only makes her realize just how many risks they are taking. She can only use it twice, and in a worst-case scenario, it might not be strong enough to stop the Z centipede poison. Singu is not even listening, though. He charges into the cave, telling her that overthinking won't get them anywhere. Arin follows him with a sigh, knowing exactly what he was going to say. She hides in Singu's pocket as they start exploring. He tells her to stay put as they move forward, even though he has not sensed any monsters yet. Now pay attention, because as Arin asks how he is sensing things, she suddenly feels a terrifying chill down her spine. A bizarre, dark figure appears right in front of them, sending Arin into a total panic. She screams her head off, but Singu stays calm, telling her it is just a ghost. She covers her face, sobbing that she hates undead monsters. Singu did not expect such a strong reaction to a simple ghost. The shadowy ghost slowly speaks, asking if they are actually real, living people. Singu realizes the ghost seems happy to see them. Arin tries to hide her fear, asking him to please speak a little faster. The ghost responds at a snail's pace, apologizing because it has been a long time since he last spoke. As the shadow moves into the light, Singu bluntly asks if he is really a ghost. With his face now visible, the man explains that he logged out, yet he is still standing there. Singu is confused and annoyed by the vague answer. Logged out? Was he a player too? Arin stares in shock, realizing the man only has a torso. She finally starts to understand what logging out meant. The ghost follows her voice and notices the tiny girl in Singu's pocket, which offends Arin because of his rude attitude. Singu stays silent for a moment before tightening his grip on his weapon with a determined look. After thinking it through, he gives off a murderous aura and prepares to attack the ghost just to test him. Arin panics and tries to stop him, but Singu explains his cold logic. He figures anything in a dungeon is a monster. The ghost, Dangan, realizes he is about to be deleted. He begs Singu to stop, but Singu just sighs, pointing out that the guy is already dead. Dangan insists he deserves a more grand and cinematic ending than just being randomly whacked. You and I both know where this is going. Singu asks if the guy is an enemy. Dangan yells in frustration, saying he has been waiting for someone to show up since he woke up here. He needs someone to avenge him and finish his mission. Singu's ears perk up at the word mission. Suddenly, the system triggers a new dungeon quest. The Soul in the Centipede Cave. Singu reads the notification. A vengeful spirit of a player trapped beneath the earth wants him to hunt down the Z centipede swarm and wipe them out in the most brutal fashion imaginable. Finally, the system updates the progress counter for the new quest. He has to kill 0 out of 150 centipedes. Singu realizes he has to clear the whole cave. Then the choice pops up. Accept the quest, or face a penalty for refusing. Singu feels like he is being forced into this, concluding that this soul is just here to hand out quests. Arin agrees, noting that it is a standard quest with clear rewards. One player can pass a quest to another, but Singu realizes he forgot the most important part. According to her experience, the rewards could be huge. We are talking anything from rare artifacts and abstract concepts to actual wealth in the real world. Of course, there are some rare exceptions to the usual loot drops. In rare cases, they can even bet data files or mana. Trust me, you and I are about to see Singu hit the jackpot. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character can handle a quest given by a literal ghost, and Arin thinks the reward is worth the risk. Singu asks once more to confirm Dangan's goal, questioning if completing the task is the only way for the spirit to move on. The answer remains vague as Dangan clenches his fists in pure rage, his emotions boiling over as he screams that he wants those killers to suffer far more agony than anything he ever had to endure himself. Singu watches this intense display with a frown, silently observing the ghost's deep-seated resentment. The guy looks completely consumed by darkness. Singu senses trouble ahead, knowing these types of characters always cause a mess in stories like this. He wonders if he should just take him out now to avoid any future trouble. But killing someone based solely on a gut feeling seems wrong so early in his journey. Since it is his first real quest, he turns to Arin and asks for her opinion on what to do. Arin takes the lead and seriously considers the situation before finally giving him a cheerful response. She suggests taking the quest since they need to clear the dungeon anyway, even if the kill requirement sounds a bit dangerous. Now pay attention, because the system's overkill requirement means Singu cannot just kill them, he has to absolutely crush them. She explains it clearly. He needs to land a blow that deals far more damage than the enemy's remaining health. It is a tough first mission, but Arin knows it will drastically increase the chance of getting elite loot. Singu is conflicted because the stakes are high, knowing he cannot just simply take these monsters out. He has to weaken them first and then finish them with one massive, concentrated strike. Arin interrupts his thoughts with a warning, mentioning there is a penalty if he fails the quest. According to the system, refusing the quest is just as bad as failing, so he might as well go for it. She advises him to accept the task first and test his strength on a few centipedes. Feeling encouraged and full of fighting spirit, Singu finally decides to go for it and officially accepts the mission. The system confirms his choice, while Dangan is so moved by the help that he starts crying tears of joy. Singu can only sigh at the ghost's reaction, feeling a bit trapped by the system's forced choice and the threat of punishment if he fails. He will not let another second go to waste. As Singu heads out to hunt the centipedes, Dangan follows along like a shadow, warning him about their deadly venom while promising to provide whatever support he can. He bitterly recalls the exact moment those creatures defeated him when he let his guard down, which is precisely why he got bitten in the first place. You saw that coming, right? Singu is not exactly thrilled about having a ghost follow him around. Arin reacts even more strongly, reminding everyone that she is the only support Singu needs. But Dangan refuses to leave, trailing behind them persistently. He keeps rambling about how these centipedes from the Thousand Azure sect are the most terrifying things he has ever seen. Suddenly, Singu stops and asks Dangan if he has even explored the rest of this dungeon. The ghost freezes in embarrassment, stammering that he has been stuck in that one room the entire time. He admits he was stuck there until they appeared, then curiously asks how they got in, suspecting that these two are definitely not your average players. Arin is clearly annoyed by his presence, growing more impatient as he treats this dangerous dungeon like a casual walk in the park. They reach the third room, but everything still feels too quiet. Suddenly, Singa's footsteps stop as he feels something under his feet. He warns of a trap just as a massive centipede lunges from a hole in the ceiling. The giant monster crawls out, slowly closing in on its prey. It screams with a piercing screech before diving straight at them with razor-sharp claws. With one devastating blow, Singu shatters the giant monster's head, instantly causing rare reward items to drop to the floor as the centipede's body vanishes. They pick up a talisman and a piece of red quartz, leaving Dangan completely speechless. He stands there in total shock, unable to process what just happened in those few seconds. The system updates his progress. 1 out of 150 centipedes eliminated. Arin confirms that was a perfect overkill, and Singu responds with a bright, confident smile. And that's just the start. You and I are going to watch him clear this whole place in record time, confident that new gear will make mana a thing of the past. Both Arin and Dangan are still reeling from how easily he obliterated such a terrifying creature. Dangan starts rambling again about his past defeat, warning that the rest of these centipedes are incredibly sneaky, lightning fast, and packed with deadly venom. Stick with me, we are looking at creatures with insane, destructive power, built for one thing: assassination. Arin warns him to stay alert, reminding Singu that their outer shells are rock hard and should not be underestimated for even a second. Just as she finishes, 2 massive centipedes burst out from nowhere, letting out ear-splitting screeches that echo through the cave. His sharp instincts kick in immediately. With one clean, powerful swing of his hammer, he splits both monsters in half instantly. The system keeps pinging notifications. Mission update: kill 78 out of 150 centipedes. Even though he has seen this power before, Dangun's jaw literally drops in pure shock at the carnage. Remember, this kid was turned to gold by these things, so seeing them get one-shotted like this is mind-blowing for him. These worker centipedes are at least level 80, they should not be this easy to kill. Shaking, he asks Singu what his actual level is. He just gives a cold, calm look and replies with one simple number: 10. Dangun is frozen in disbelief, completely speechless. Even Arin, who follows him everywhere, did not see this coming. She realizes Singu has evolved way beyond her expectations, especially with that lethal D+ rank weapon in his hands. All her initial worries feel pointless now. It is crazy how he finds their nests and strikes before they can even react. She never imagined he would be able to wipe out entire swarms with just a single, effortless swing. Now pay attention, because Singu is actually enjoying this, finding the perfect impact point to let the weapon do the work. Because he is fighting so effortlessly, Arin does not even need to use her support skills. She just stands back and watches. It is hard to tell how dungeon difficulty is even calculated in a place like this. But judging by these centipedes, normal difficulty seems like a perfect playground for Singu right now. His strange sixth sense and natural combat instincts have turned this dangerous crawl into an easy walk in the park. He is basically dancing among the monsters. Even when surrounded, his fighting spirit does not flicker for a second. His eyes lock onto his targets with pure bloodlust as he mutters that there is one thing he really hates here. He slams his hammer into one that just emerged, sending it flying back into another one crawling out of a hole. It is a beautiful mess as they collide, shattering into pieces and heading straight to the afterlife together. Dangun is cheering like a superfan on the sidelines. 2 kills with 1 hit? That was absolute perfection. Singu grins, riding the momentum as his energy surges. 2 more centipedes crawl out from behind the rocks, looking for trouble. In a flash, his black wolf claw swings out, effortlessly slicing through both of them like butter. Dangun still is not used to this level of slaughter. His face is pale white from the sheer intensity. That last throw got the hammer stuck in the wall. As Singu retrieves it, he realizes he barely needs mana anymore. Arin sighs, trying to calm her nerves. Singu notices her worry and offers a quick, reassuring word. He is feeling hyped after crushing those bugs. Being prepared for a dungeon really makes a difference. Let us pause for a second. The dungeon is too easy. And now Dangun is jumping in with a weird suggestion. He proposes something crazy, making more noise to lure them out. Singu immediately sees right through his plan. You want me to summon them? Dangun flinches under his gaze, stammering that more monsters means more chances to test his mana. Arin's expression goes cold. This makes her even more suspicious of the ghost's true intentions. She wants out. Singu, I think we should just abandon this mission right now. She sees right through Dangun's scheme. He is trying to provoke Singu into a forbidden move, aggroing the entire dungeon zone. Arin is convinced he is only here to sabotage them. That soul is clearly out for blood. He holds a grudge against you, not the monsters. Dangun panics, terrified of getting erased for good this time. He swears it is a misunderstanding. Arin is not buying it, but Singu finally speaks up to break the tension. Surprisingly, Singu tells the ghost he trusts him. I have never doubted you for a second, he says. Arin is annoyed he is taking the ghost's side. Dangun immediately starts sucking up again. He claims he just wants to finish the quest, but Singu's expression shifts. He has his own plans. The truth? He never doubted for a second that the ghost was lying to him. He has been watching this strange soul from the start. There is no way this guy is an ally. You cannot trust words alone. Some people are worse than monsters. Since Dangun cannot fight, he is just a tool for info. So what do you and I take from this? Singu is just using him as long as there is no threat. He will play the game. Alright, you and I are about to see Singu flip this dungeon on its head. He's got one goal, and this spirit shouldn't be an issue. He doesn't care what this ghost wants. But to keep Dangun from catching on, he'll play along for now. He's already committed to this path, so there's no turning back. Alright, let's do this. Arin has no idea what he's planning. She can only sigh and call him incredibly stubborn. Singu has stopped caring about what she says. He takes a massive, deep breath and tenses his entire body, screaming out as loud as he possibly can. The sound is so powerful, it creates a massive storm like a level 5 hurricane, leaving Dangun so terrified that he starts bleeding from his eyes. Next, Singu pours all his strength into his hands, gripping his weapon tight. He swings the hammer down with everything he has, making the long handle extend as it strikes forward. It slams into the cave wall, causing massive cracks to spread. Singu grits his teeth and charges forward. Gripping his weapon tight, he runs while smashing a giant hole straight through the dungeon walls. Dangun is stunned, shaking as he stammers in shock. Arin is nearly fainting from the shock. This is way beyond crazy, even for her. Is it even possible for dungeon walls to be destroyed? Singu doesn't care about common sense and just keeps on his path, wrecking every single corner of the place. Arin is terrified by the growing swarm, worried that they might not be able to escape this place alive. As more of the insects crawl in, they realize there is nowhere left to hide. Dangun was the one who started this, but now his confidence has dropped to 0. He can't believe how reckless and strong Singu is. He shouts a warning that the Z are coming. Now pay attention, this is about to get bloody. Singu just gives an enigmatic smirk, finding this whole situation incredibly thrilling. Even as the Z swarm surrounds him from every side, he stands his ground, ready for a decisive battle. He uses his claws to crush another Z. Singu is actually enjoying this, like a game of whack-a-mole. He keeps swinging, taking out more of them. Arin is worried and tells him to be careful not to get bitten. He tells her not to worry, They won't be able to lay a single tooth on him. She steps aside and sees the insects piling up, trembling in pure fear of this man. He breaks through walls and wipes out every swarm. Dang Gun is sweating just watching this unfold. It's not normal for one person to handle this many enemies so easily. He whispers to Arin that he can barely sense any mana coming from Singu, wondering how he can be this strong. She sighs and slowly explains that she once believed mana was the only absolute factor in becoming powerful. Meanwhile, Singu is having the time of his life. Do other players get to have this much fun? He thinks back to his past. Being naturally strong since childhood meant he never had to try in physical sports. In fact, he had to hold back. If he used full power, others would get seriously hurt. He spent his life restraining himself, only letting out a fraction during training. But that was never enough. You saw that too, right? He's been dying to cut loose, and in this very moment, Singu is absolutely thrilled that he finally has the chance to do exactly that. He can finally go all out without anyone stopping him. He's happy he won't be hurting anyone innocent here. Arin suddenly calls out, her voice shaking. Singu, look! 3 insects, much larger than the others, are approaching. He turns to see 3 giant monsters staring him down. Dang Gun lets out a cold, dark smile. The Z creatures let out a horrific screech. Usually, a player would only have to fight these one by one. But since he destroyed the walls, he has to face them all at once. That's karma for you. Dang Gun starts laughing at the situation, making Arin absolutely furious at him. Singu just murmurs to himself before dropping low. In an instant, he launches himself into the air. He slams his weapon directly into their heads. Dang Gun is frozen solid, completely speechless at the sight. Singu looks at the shattered fragments falling everywhere and lets out a small smile. With a look of pure satisfaction, he decides it might be better to save his mana for the final boss fight. A second later, the notification pops up. Quest clear condition met 300% completion. Singu stares at the results in total shock. He was so caught up in the fun that he didn't even notice he had killed 3 times the amount of monsters required for the mission. The extra points were for those 3 giant ones at the end. He asks Arin if this is good. The system notification says he completely exceeded the mission goal. He asks if that's actually a good thing, and she confirms it definitely is. She explains the mechanics carefully, noting that the rewards will only get more attractive as he goes. This is an absolute rule guaranteed by the laws of the Heavenly City itself. Arin stops mid-sentence and glares at Dang Gun, her mind racing with suspicion. She realizes they can't trust the player who handed out this quest in the first place. She immediately grows suspicious now that his true face has been exposed, doubting he will give up the reward so easily. She silently analyzes the situation he has to reward Singu for completing the quest, but he is a crafty spirit. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see if this spirit actually pays up. Alright, you and I are about to see this tense standoff take a very strange turn. Singu and Arin are stunned as Dangan offers a reward to the man he just tried to kill. Dangan admits the truth, he really did want Singu dead just a few moments ago. He explains that his hatred made him lose his mind, but Arin listens closely as he tries to justify his actions. Wraiths are born when pure souls are consumed by toxic emotions and mana, evolving into something far beyond a simple ghost. He looks at the remains of the centipedes, realizing they have been completely wiped out, leaving not a single one alive. Seeing them gone finally soothes his soul, and at last, his mind is clear and rational again. Dangan's face softens with relief as he realizes the mission was a total success. However, Arin still finds it hard to believe everything she just heard from this former enemy. Singu doesn't hold back, bluntly stating that he would have killed Dangan instantly if the ghost had actually decided to attack him. Dangan isn't angry, instead wishing he had a teammate like that in the past, though those days are long gone. He offers the reward again, but Singu simply waves him off, refusing to take the easy way out. Watch this. Because Singu is about to drop a bombshell, he plans to far exceed the required quota today. Dangan is completely shocked, unable to believe the words he is hearing. Singu intends to kill the boss too. He gives a sharp wink and a grin, clearly impressed with his own bold and dangerous plan. While Singu is hyped, Arin can't help but feel terrified of this reckless move. Dangan stands there in a total daze, not knowing how to react to this madness. Ignoring them, Singu starts picking up loot while preparing for the next round. He knows he fought wildly without saving any stamina, but he prefers this messy style. Just look at the drops, the loot is looking absolutely incredible right now. With eyes full of fire, he claims he still has plenty of energy left. Singu flexes his powerful physique, feeling his body heat up as the battle adrenaline kicks in. Muscles he never used to their limit are now surging with power, giving him a deep sense of excitement that cuts right through his heavy exhaustion. Dangan calls his muscles freaky, but Singu just barks back at him to shut his mouth. Arin stays quiet, thinking about how nearly impossible it will be to take down the final boss alone. But somehow, seeing Singu in action makes that impossible goal feel like a real possibility. Dangan starts explaining that this entire dungeon is actually built from his own memories of his death. He warns that the boss might use a different attack pattern. Singu grips his claws, curious about what's coming his way. Dangan highlights the main danger: toxic mist. Let's pause. Singu realizes he's been lucky, but luck won't help against a boss that sprays mist and fires laser-like venom from its tail. It's basically a nightmare like Godzilla. Singu realizes he cleared the floor by not letting anything bite him, but he can't dodge gas as easily as he dodged those centipede fangs. What if the air itself is poisonous? If he had walked in blind, he'd be in serious trouble. Luckily, Dangan mentions there's a tell before the attack, meaning Singu can see it coming and react. Things might be different from Dangan's experience, so he tells him to stay sharp. Singu listens intently, soaking up every bit of advice. He memorizes the warning and thanks the ghost, who quickly tells him it's no big deal. With a grin, Dangan admits he's excited to see how Singu absolutely destroys the monsters ahead. Singu smiles, feeling glad he didn't just kill this spirit out of suspicion when they first crossed paths earlier. He would have missed all this intel and likely ended up fighting the entire swarm at once. That would have been a total disaster for his survival chances. Without helping Dangan regain his sanity, there's no way he would have received such a valuable reward. Dangan mentions how dungeons and Sky City feel like a video game, making the whole world seem unreal and artificial to those living inside it. It's a dangerous mindset. This is a game where only those who enter can play, but the price of losing is your actual life. Hearing that makes Singu stop in his tracks. Arin adds that people who treat this like a game become careless with their lives. Those are the ones who usually die first. Singu thinks about those who respawn versus those who just give up. Enjoying the challenge is one thing, but looking down on it as a simple game is different. If someone isn't serious, they might as well just get it over with and die quickly. Then, he suggests, if it is a game, the goal should be to clear it in one shot. Aaron looks at him, totally baffled by his logic. He checks the time and realizes 2 hours and 34 minutes have passed. He wants to finish before the 3-hour mark. Arin sighs, wondering how anyone could clear a massive dungeon like this that fast. Dangan asks if they even know where the boss room is located in this mess. And that's where we leave it. Everything is already in ruins. Singu says they don't need to look. It's all just rubble now. Taking a few steps, he points toward the door. Stick with me, because Arin never imagined finding the boss room like this. Without hesitation, Singu charges ahead. Arin panics and tries to stop him, yelling that they need to prepare first. But he ignores her completely and kicks the door wide open. Arin screams, begging him to wait, but it is too late. He dives deep into the room alone, with the other two following close behind his trail. Dangan points a trembling finger at the massive centipede ahead. That is the monster that killed me in a rank 10 dungeon. Arin freezes in shock. Rank 10? That is where the real pressure starts, and she is visibly shaking now. She quickly scans the room. Rank 10 dungeons are the proving grounds where a player's true tier is finally decided. The traps and monsters here are brutal, usually requiring a large team since these bosses are harder than level 15 ones. She cannot believe Singu is actually planning to take this nightmare on all by himself. Now watch closely, because here is where Singu shows us why he is built different as he lunges at the centipede. He knows the boss is stunned for 3 seconds after the door opens. Time to make every single moment count. He leaps high into the air and brings his weapon down like a thunderbolt, spraying monster blood across the floor. Not wasting a second, he immediately flows into the next stage of his calculated combat plan. He funnels mana into the hammer, preparing to trigger a massive explosion right at the point of impact. As the weapon slams home, Dangan watches in total disbelief, wondering what kind of power he is witnessing. Arin realizes he has insane experience. Singu leaps back to safety, his eyes locked onto the boss's severed tail. He cheers, celebrating the first blow. Turns out that tail really was loaded with lethal poison glands. His weapon is now covered in toxic sludge. Arin makes a face and refuses to even go near it. He refocuses on the fight. If I can crush its tail, I can definitely turn its head into dust too. He eyes the thick orange armor. The head is a weak point, but it is way tougher than the tail was. He lets out a long, heavy breath to steady his nerves for the next round. Singu regrets not finishing it sooner. Dangan shouts from behind the door, warning him about the incoming poison gas. Standing tall before the boss, he tells himself the real battle starts now. He thought this would be a cakewalk. But things just got complicated. This thing is not just huge, it is smart enough to use deadly venomous breath. Singu dances around the attacks. The real issue is that gas, if it spreads, he is in deep trouble. He hugs the wall. No matter how wide this hallway is, that poison will eventually leave him with nowhere to run. Gripping his weapon tight, he decides he needs to end this fight right now before things get worse. Even with the tail gone, a simple headshot might not work, and he cannot waste his mana on a big move yet. The monster lets out a deafening screech and charges at him with terrifying, top-tier speed. He narrowly dodges the collision. Dealing with physical tail swipes and poison gas at the same time is a pain. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he notices a flaw in the monster's movement pattern. I know what you are thinking. Is he actually going to pull this off? He laughs, calling himself a genius. Aaron asks if he found a way to win. He just smiles confidently while moving with incredible speed and precision. His strange movement confuses the beast. Its massive body is just too slow to keep up with his pace. Right then, he surges his energy forward, perfectly distributing his mana into his weapon for one final strike. He hurls the black wolf claw into the air as a distraction and charges in with a powered-up fist. At the bottom of the arena, Aaron is speechless. Combining two high-level techniques into one single blow? That is supposed to be impossible for his rank. While the boss is distracted by the flying claw, Singu delivers a brutal uppercut right into its softest weak spot. Singu lands firmly on the ground, gasping for air as the adrenaline finally starts to fade away. He watches the massive body collapse. One more second of force and his own hammer would have shattered into pieces. System windows flood his vision. The quest to clear the nest is finally complete with a massive kill count. 500% quest completion achieved. Every single monster in this sector has been officially wiped out. Arin is standing there with her mouth wide open. You and I just witnessed him solo a boss like a god. Singu stays silent, watching the final notification pop up. Dungeon clear. Now it is time for the real rewards. Stick with me, because our boy just cleared this floor in 2 minutes 46 seconds, shredding 503 monsters and 1 giant. A special reward? Can I eat it? Nope, it is a rank X clear, granting him the poison resistance passive skill. He also nabs the rest area key, leaving Dangan and Aaron completely speechless at the result. Moments later, the system pings with massive experience gains. He just jumped 5 whole levels. Singu stares in shock at the raw power and energy burning around his body. He is confused by this new sensation. It is nothing like learning mana. Arin flies over to explain what is happening. This time, it is just a boost to the power he already has, so it won't hurt as bad. His stats appear: Singu, level 15, Strength 112, Agility 111, Stamina 125, and Magic 15. Next up, Skills. His passive list now includes Chaos Soul, level 1, Courage level 2, and Poison Resistance, while his active skills, Split and Punishment, are leveling up fast. Reading through the list, he suddenly clenches his fist tight. A quiet sigh escapes his lips. He is exhausted but starts calculating his growth. Strength, Agility, and Stamina gain 2 points per level, while his magic only gets 1. Singu mumbles to himself that he is still not used to seeing his strength as a bunch of numbers. Arin chirps in, saying that seeing yourself get this much stronger can't be a bad thing, right? Now pay attention, because Singu is checking his new poison resistance skill. He hasn't been poisoned yet, but he knows he'll need this soon. This skill will let him tank toxic attacks from the deadlier monsters he is bound to face later on. It is an absolute must-have. Then, he looks down. He pulls out another item, the rest area key. The description says it is for high-potential players and to just stick it in the ground. He frowns at the vague description. A rest area? And he just stabs it into the dirt? Aaron cautiously suggests just testing it out, but Singu is over it and just tosses it into his dimensional storage. He spins his weapon, looking through the fog. Dangan's eyes go wide, completely stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, a massive, booming sound makes him jump. Singu swings his wolfclaw weapon with total mastery, shattering everything in his path in the blink of an eye. He turns to Dangan and reminds him about the reward. I have gathered all the essence, so hand over my quest reward. The poor guy looks totally flustered. Dangan clenches his teeth, realizing this guy has better reflexes and uses the punishment skill more effectively than any player he has ever seen. He is way too good for this place. You and I can see what Dangan is thinking if he supports this monster of a player. Maybe his own existence will actually matter. He is lost in thought while Singu waits. Finally, he speaks up with shaky determination. Since he hit 500%, it might be possible. He places a hand on his chest, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I will give you the essence of my memories. Singu and Arin both shout in disbelief. His memory essence? Aaron's eyes sparkle with excitement. Is it a skill? Dangan smiles and confirms it is. As he speaks, his body begins to dissolve into beautiful, shimmering light. This is the only thing I have left after being trapped here, so I am giving it to you. After hearing Dangan's words, Singu's jaw drops in pure surprise. Unique potential? What kind of skill is that? Dangan has decided to let go of everything, glowing with light as Singu looks to Arin for answers. Her face goes pale as she hesitates. Wait, no, I thought he was going to give us a skill he actually used himself. Looking at Dangan now, she realizes the truth. He is literally transferring his own soul to them. Singu jumps back in total shock. Suddenly, a massive hammer appears in his hand, otherwise known as the wolf claw. Where Singu touches the weapon, a strange light erupts. Once it fades, a mysterious mark is etched onto his hand with a very weird pattern. Singu stares at the mark in disbelief. A strange symbol has appeared on his hand. He can feel a bizarre, overwhelming power radiating from it. While he is staring, The mechanical system pings start ringing in his ears again. Quest complete. You have obtained the soul collection skill. 1 soul collected, though you still have no idea how to use it yet. Singu is totally lost. Soul collection? Aaron explains that Dengen was so impressed he literally offered up his soul as a gift, but the guy totally forgot to explain the instructions. Singu just stands there helplessly. He smashed the 500% target just to end up with a weird tattoo, but he quickly shakes it off. At least he gave it his all, so he will just have to be happy with the results. Arin zips over to Singu, showering him with praise for finishing the entire fight without taking a single hit. After that intense battle, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does with that soul. Not every dungeon is going to be this easy. You and I are starting this journey with a win. Turns out normal dungeons aren't that tough to conquer. As Singu quickly turns back to offer his monster beads to the altar, he suddenly stops in his tracks, completely stunned by a new discovery. 2 glowing altars stand right before him. Singu points toward the mysterious red glow next to the white one, asking Arin what this strange light actually means. Looking at her intense brother, Arin can only offer a nervous smile. She really doesn't want to explain, but deep down, she knows that red altar only shows up when you clear a dungeon with a perfect score. It's an enhancement altar. You can upgrade your gear by offering up monster essences as a sacrifice. She keeps explaining happily, missing the look on Singu's face, noting the results depend on the essence's unique properties. Quality and quantity matter most. Without waiting a second, Singu marches toward the altar, with Arin chasing right behind him. Aaron suggests he tries for armor first, but Singu immediately fires back that even all their essences might not guarantee a drop. He holds the monster essences he gathered with a grin. Besides, who knows when they'll ever stumble across another enhancement altar again. He needs to upgrade his weapon first. After all, isn't a strong offense always the best defense? Arin gives in, and as Singu sets the items down, pay attention, this blinding light means the real show is starting. Suddenly, 2 monster essences get spat out and tumble onto the floor. Singu is absolutely horrified, thinking the altar just spat everything out. But then, a mechanical voice rings out. Max level reached. This treasure cannot be upgraded any further. Arin sighs in relief, while Singu just stands there, gritting his teeth in frustration. Aaron quickly explains his confusion. The Dark Wolf Claw already had a very high level from the beginning. It only needed the boss essence and 1 high-tier core to hit its limit. But look, the enhancement process is still glowing with light. The process ends, and his weapon evolves into the D+ rank Great Dark Wolf Claw, with attack power jumping from 450 to 570. It now inflicts poison on hit. The description says this warhammer holds the true power of a great dark wolf, granting lethal toxicity. Singu happily tests his new weapon with a few swings, while Aaron stands nearby, shyly trying to get his attention. Holding his new D+ rank weapon, Singu gives Aaron a confident smirk. It even gained a new trait, though he's still figuring it out. Aaron suddenly remembers something, and tells Singu it likely shares the traits of the original Great Dark Wolf. Just keep raising your weapon proficiency and you'll unlock it soon. Singu looks at her, sounding a little skeptical. Really? Arin's face turns slightly pink. She suggests they look for armor next, even though there's no guarantee the altar will show it. Singu looks at his remaining items and falls into deep thought. Without hesitation, he just dumps every last essence onto the altar. Aaron gets a bad feeling about this. He's really using everything all at once again, isn't he? The magical light erupts once more. Singu stands there perfectly still, watching closely, while Arin starts praying like her life depends on it. Suddenly, she starts laughing so hard she's tearing up. You and I both know that something ridiculous just happened. Behold the D+ rank Toxic Fangs of Chaos. Singu's eyes light up the second he sees this new piece of gear. Look at these, Arin. Arin is totally speechless. The info panel pops up, showing a pair of gauntlets crafted from the essence of extremely toxic insects. They are incredibly hard and offer great protection, with small spikes designed to tear through enemies. As Singu slides them on, Aaron can't help but feel a little disappointed. She points out they look more like weapons than actual armor, even if she knows rewards change based on how you clear a dungeon. Before she can even finish her sentence, Singu quickly jumps in to defend his choice. He says he can wear these all the time without anyone noticing. Besides, it's way better than fighting with his bare hands. Aaron flies back over, suggesting they look for easier dungeons from now on. Singu gives her a sincere thanks for looking out for him. Suddenly, the sound of crashing water echoes through the room, making Arin jump in shock. She panics, screaming that the dungeon is collapsing around them. But Singu stays perfectly calm, pointing out that the exit is right in front of them. Aaron's mind is racing as she remembers something strange. Normally, dungeons in the azure sky last forever unless there's a special mission. But these ant nest dungeons vanish the moment they're cleared. Could it be because they were created by players who are already gone? Both Singu and Aaron rush toward the light, but she's still feeling pretty uneasy about everything. This means Singu can't just farm experience by rerunning these dungeons. Singu is also deep in thought. Why is this place even more confusing than the azure sky? The ceiling is falling apart fast now. Let's get out and check the rest area together. Arin looks up, wondering exactly what he has in mind. Alright, you and I are back as our duo finally escapes that dark cave into safety. But suddenly, Shingu's got a strange thought. He frowns, his face turning dead serious as he senses a change. Arin looks confused, asking him what he actually means. They look up at the quiet, peaceful sky together. Shingu whispers, "This atmosphere, don't you think it's a bit too silent?" Arin doesn't really get it. It's just a normal village on a normal day. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Shingu just sighs at her innocence while rubbing his temples. His head is starting to ache. This definitely isn't that simple. Arin suddenly floats up with sparkling, curious eyes. "Hey, what exactly is this rest area thing you're talking about?" Shingu shows off his prize with a grin. "It's this key. Players back in Celestial City don't even have access to this." Shingu looks at her and starts laughing. Is she seriously imagining some kind of fancy 5-star hotel right now? Those players already have a whole castle. This rest area is likely a personal base, though Arin still seems pretty unsure. She rests her chin on her hand, thinking it over. Celestial City is a dungeon, but it's also a global player hub. She's a bit worried about others being there. Are there really other illegal players hiding out in this rest area? She doubts anyone else could reach the ant cave like he did. But Shingu hopes for info if anyone else is there. He points toward the path ahead, filled with pure determination. "Let's move, right now." Arin quickly stops him, telling him to slow down. Then, she suddenly realizes something absolutely mind-blowing. "Oh, I get it now." Shingu just stands there looking completely lost. "What do you get?" She explains that holding the key makes them invisible. It's useless in a fight, but incredibly handy for daily life. Arin is amazed by the feature, but wonders why he's shaking. She calls out to him, trying to get his attention. He stabs the key into the ground, feeling totally defeated. Painting his bike was a total waste of time. Arin just sighs. Now, pay attention to this. A massive hole suddenly opens up beneath them, catching both of them completely off guard. As they plummet, they start screaming at the top of their lungs. "We're falling again?" Suddenly, a blinding light appears before them. When he looks inside, Shingu is hit with massive shock. Wait, what even is this place? Level 1 rest area info. Level 1 doors, forest, and boxes. The system says if you don't use essence in dungeons, it gets stored in this piggy bank. You can use those savings to expand and upgrade your entire rest area. Shingu smirks, thinking this is just a game. You think these little child's play tricks count as a real challenge? He gets it now. This feels very familiar. It's a common support-based feature found in almost every single video game. Arin is on the same page. She realizes this space is designed for only one single person to use. Shingu just collapses onto the ground in total defeat. Celestial City is for the crowds, but the ant cave is for the loners. Arin just grumbles. "I told you so." Even if there's no room for two, she doesn't mind. He's the only illegal player here, after all. You saw that coming, right? Poor Shingu is crying because having this rest area means he's officially a total loner. He calms down and calculates his moves. He's exhausted after 3 punishments and has 0 essence left. Let's just skip the hard stuff. Easy things first. Let's just sleep and deal with the rest later. Arin agrees he needs to rest and shuts up. Noticing she's still standing there, he asks if she's sleeping. She's not tired at all, mostly thanks to him. She shyly scratches her cheek. She only cheered him on and handled that ghost. Plus, she's not sure about the bed. Shingu promises to buy her a dollhouse to sleep in later. She seems really happy about being pampered like that. Arin cheers up instantly. Within minutes, Shingu is fast asleep. His ability to pass out that quickly is honestly quite impressive. He's snoring away while Arin watches. Maybe the system was right about sleep, increasing a player's overall efficiency. She looks at him sadly. It's not just Shingu who needs to train his mana. She has to step up too. Her face shows a mix of regret and acceptance. She was basically forced out because she was too weak. She boosts her own spirit. Since she's now a support after losing her power, she needs to maximize her mana and skills. She's completely determined now. She needs to make sure Shingu can focus entirely on the heat of the battle. Remembering her old ultimate moves, she gets fired up. She's going to take back every single skill she once had. Shingu can overpower almost anything with raw strength, but it never hurts to be perfectly prepared for the worst. She doesn't want her teammate doing everything alone. She was once the best healer in Korea, maybe even the entire world. Her eyes burn. Trust me, you and I are about to see her reborn. Stick with me. Arin is determined to surprise him by finally reclaiming her skills. Absolute power is overwhelming, and seeing him get stronger just by standing there is heartbreaking. She tells herself she must work harder because there is no time to rest. She knows exactly what to do, train while the main character is asleep to finally close that massive gap between them. Young Singu finally wakes up and sees her sleeping peacefully. She looks so adorable that he just does not have the heart to wake her. He is a bit stumped by this energetic girl. Seriously, she is even more stressed out than he was when he first started. Singu stands up and stretches, preparing for skill practice. Since she is still out, he decides to focus on mana training until she wakes. No wake-up call needed. She hears a noise and stirs as light starts pouring into the room. Singu heads out after a 5-hour rest. Arin is confused. Is he going back in, or are they finally going home? He shakes his head. Singu's voice is firm as he steps forward. He has had more than enough rest. Besides, he already told his mom he might be gone for days. His eyes are literally sparkling. It is time to find another dungeon. She sighs, thinking it will not be that easy. But 10 minutes later, he is shouting that he actually found one. Item info: Centipede Cave, low difficulty. They both just stand there, completely frozen in disbelief. Now watch this. Singu is annoyed it is the same place, but Arin finally realizes how this world works. If one player fails, the whole team weakens, making others more likely to fall in that same dungeon over and over. She quickly pieces it together. That is exactly why so many dungeons start popping up in the same area. From now on, they need to double-check every single dungeon they find. Singu is shocked by the terrifying logic of it all. He transforms and orders a quick finish, leaving a terrified Arin behind as she scrambles to keep up with him. Centipede Cave, 184. 5-hour limit. Singu notices the area looks exactly the same as before. Entering with his hammer, he realizes the number isn't a count, it is a type. That means there are at least 183 others. Suddenly, a ghost appears. Terrified, she clings to him, pointing out the spirit standing right there. Inji steps forward, reaching out a hand as if to touch them. Is this actually a person? Singu skips the small talk and gets straight to the point. Just give me the quest. He shifts into threat mode, and it works. She starts shaking and stammers that she will give him the quest right away. Over the next 3 days, Singu goes on an absolute tear, conquering 6 different centipede dungeons. He charges into the monster horde with a shout. Suddenly, the door is kicked open from the outside. Singu and Arin finally emerge after finishing the massive grind. She is totally exhausted and crying for a bath, but he is not having it right now. He tells her they will head home soon, but they should definitely rest here for a bit first. Arin finally feels like a real player with that arrangement. Meanwhile, Singu is still thinking about all those centipedes he just wiped out. He wonders if there are more left, but she is already fed up, saying she never wants to see another centipede again. Feeling a bit drained himself, he finally collapses onto the soft bed. After a moment, Singu focuses his mind to summon his status window. Time to check his progress. The data pops up: Jung Singu, level 25. Strength is at 132, and agility is 131. Reading the stats right in front of him, Singu cannot help but let out a satisfied smile. You see that? He wants more poison resistance, even though Arin is crying because he intentionally lets himself get hurt just to level it up. Honestly, Singu does not think it is a big deal at all. If he has the skill, he might as well take some damage to train it, though he admits he would not do it without her healing. Even after his logic, Arin still hates seeing it. Singu just remembers how useful that poison resistance is during a fight. At level 4, he can move freely inside toxic mist or even after being poisoned. He keeps bragging, saying at level 5, the centipede venom would just tickle his skin, but Arin immediately shuts that wild dream down. Training would make him stronger, sure, but there are no centipede dungeons left to practice in. Taking her advice, he shifts his focus to other abilities, specifically his mana bullet and array skills. He starts breaking down exactly how to level up those specific powers. It is not through basic training, but through the various souls he meets in dungeons. Their quests and rewards are all completely unique to each spirit. Despite knowing all this, he admits these skills do not feel like they truly belong to him yet. Arin agrees he has not inherited their senses. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens when he finally does. Alright, you and I are about to see if our MC can handle some serious power-ups. It takes time to imprint memories, but these skills are top tier. This will help Singu realize that mastery isn't instant. You can't just pick this up overnight, no matter how talented you are. Not one to sit idle, he immediately starts digging into the details to understand how these new powers actually work. Battle Rush is a unique skill that doesn't just stand alone, it actually changes the properties of other abilities when combined. But since that's its most powerful effect, mastering it is a massive challenge that even he recognizes. To use other skills while in the middle of a Battle Rush state, I need to master controlling mana flow during combat. If I stay at this level, things are going to get really difficult. Seeing Singu struggle with his level up, Arin suggests a different path. How about the mana bullet? It's the upgraded version of his punishment throw skill. She continues explaining the mechanics of the skill she just recommended to her teammate. Instead of throwing a weapon, you just fire raw mana forward. The destructive power is lower than punishment, but the speed is way faster. To master it, you have to separate mana from objects. Pro players often use support artifacts to turn this into a sniper-style attack. This skill is incredibly rare, so it's a mystery how they even got it. As she recalls legendary players, Arin suddenly wonders about the dungeon souls. Maybe when they were alive, they tried to shake off those dark thoughts and just stay positive for him. If he actually masters these skills, they'd probably feel grateful, but Singu acts like he doesn't care. Does he really not mind if they're thankful or not? To stop Arin from rambling any further, Singu decides to change the subject and distract her. By the way, the treasure he got from the dungeon after offering the centipede essence was the armor and gauntlet set, right? Turns out Singu is already wearing it, the mid-tier D+ rank venomous chaos armor. Defense is 850, but the traits are still unknown. Those are just the basic stats. There's more to learn about this armor's unique traits and hidden abilities. Crafted from the essence of a toxic centipede, it's incredibly tough and still carries the lethal poison from when the creature was alive. After testing its capabilities, Singu is impressed. It's good gear, though he's not totally sure since he hasn't been hit by poison yet. Because this armor is so useful for dungeon crawling, most players would try their absolute best to complete the full set. Pay attention here, we have no idea how many centipede dungeons are left, but Singu is already forgetting about the gear to focus on something else. Since the Z-rank dungeon is cleared, he needs to check what he can do with the remaining seeds in the rest area. Seeing his excitement, she's a bit concerned and gives a dry response. You really are something else. Unlike Arin, he notices his body has changed. He was always healthy, but lately he hasn't slept and still feels full of energy. It's probably because of this bed. Singu touches the bed that's been with him this whole time, and makes a bold declaration about the future. But luck isn't on his side. A notification pops up to upgrade furniture. You have to upgrade the rest area first. He thought it wouldn't cost much, but reality hits him hard. You can spend 80% of your savings to reach level 2. Do you accept? After reading that notification, he feels like his soul just left his body. He stares blankly into the distance. Finally, Singu screams 80% of my essence just to upgrade the rest area? Despite the shock, he has to face the facts. There's no way he can upgrade the bed with only 20% left. With total disappointment, Singu complains it took 5 different dungeons to collect all that essence and now it's almost gone. Not knowing how to comfort him, she just says maybe that's why the rest area is so valuable and expensive. Seeing it's the only option, he has no choice but to accept. Alright, let's do it. You feel that, right? The golden piggy bank starts glowing with a blinding light right in front of them. Right then, the room shakes violently, making Singu and Arin lose their balance and nearly crash to the floor. Once the shaking stops, a notification appears. The rest area is now level 2, and the size has increased. New facilities have been unlocked with the upgrade. Room 8-1 has been added. It's not just a room, it's a bathroom. The system is even kind enough to include special soaps and shampoos with unique effects for the player. He can't hide the joy on his face after seeing the new bathroom. I could honestly live in here forever. And she feels the same way about the upgrade. It was definitely worth every penny they spent. Completely satisfied, Singu scratches his head. He was so tired of commuting between home and the dungeon, so this is perfect. Arin totally agrees. I can't keep living like a doll in a dollhouse forever. I'm going to shower first. Seeing her excitement, he doesn't want to ruin the mood, but he thinks to himself this area is sized for humans, so Arin might struggle. How long are you staying? She kicks him out. And trust me, you've got to see what's next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an absolute wild ride today, starting with some steamy tension in the bathroom. Arin is in the shower, surrounded by thin layers of steam and letting out a sigh of pure, satisfied relief. Singu realizes he can't really help her in there, so he just gives up and lets her handle it alone. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his screen, making him freeze for a second. Wait, what is this? The system explains that the detector helps find nearby dungeons by using his saved essence, giving him a massive strategic advantage while the world falls apart. But it isn't free. Crafting the detector will cost 50% of his remaining essence, and the system asks if he really wants to spend that much now. He hasn't seen the item yet, but he's already imagining this tech being even better than the bathroom in his house. Singu immediately starts mapping out a plan for his future with this powerful new tool in his possession. In no time at all, the compact little detector appears and sits perfectly right in the palm of his hand. As he holds the item, an information window pops up to guide the player through the basics of how to use it. Activating it for 3 minutes only costs 10 essence, making Singu surprised by how incredibly cheap it is. The system shows the color codes: blue for easy, yellow for normal, and red for hard, helping him gauge the danger levels. Now pay attention, because this one sudden phone call is about to change his life forever, and the shock almost makes him drop his new device. Even Arin hears the ringing from the bath and wonders who could possibly be calling him at a time like this. In the other room, Singu is completely stunned and dizzy by the name he sees flashing on his phone screen. He breaks into a cold sweat before answering with a shaky, nervous voice. Mom? Is that really you? Her familiar voice rings out from the other end. You're at the sauna intersection right now, aren't you, son? She has pinpoint GPS accuracy, which is why he calls her his mom radar for a reason. She wants him to rescue a friend whose shop is nearby, so she sends the address and tells him to go find her and save her. She saw the news and got terrified for her friend, so she called her son immediately to handle the situation. Mom thinks the monsters on TV look weak. Is he not strong enough to fight those weird mutant creatures? All the other players are currently stuck at Celestial City, so there is literally nobody else available to help out. Singu is still totally frozen in shock, unable to process the massive amount of pressure his mom just put on him. She tells him to check the internet, so he quickly starts searching for the latest news to see what is happening. Just then, the bathroom door swings open and Arin walks out feeling refreshed and happy after her bath. She thanks him for the clothes, but notices he's already geared up and ready for an emergency mission. Monsters are invading the entire world. Arin stands there in shock. What did he just say to her? Right on cue, the detector starts screaming. It just discovered a brand new dungeon in the area. Singu tosses the device aside and guns his delivery scooter, flying down the road like a total madman through the empty streets. Arin yells that the light is still red, but he just gives her a bossy response to hang on tight. He's breaking every speed limit and traffic sign. She warns him that they're going to get a huge fine. You and I both know this guy is officially a certified rebel badass right now. Arin can't believe he's being so crazy and reckless. This isn't how a model citizen should act at all. He ignores her, noticing the streets are empty as people have already started evacuating the entire area. Finally, the reality of the situation hits her. Are these actually real monsters coming into our world? Monsters shouldn't be able to leave the city. He suspects they're actually coming from the anthole. In 10 years, no monster has ever escaped Celestial City. This shouldn't be possible at all. She tries to wrap her head around it. Could the anthole really be the cause of all this? Singu thinks it through very carefully, trying to find the most logical explanation for this sudden chaos. He doesn't want to believe it, but the evidence he's analyzed points to one unavoidable truth. A dungeon appearing in Sanha at the same time as the monsters? No way that is just a random coincidence. He isn't sure if it's his fault, but the anthole is definitely involved in this mess. That leaves one big question. Where are all the other powerful players who should be here? Suddenly, Arin remembers something. Today is the massive auction day happening inside the Celestial City, and trust me, you and I are about to see what happens when every high-level hero is trapped while the world burns. Singu is quick to catch on to the situation. He starts connecting every piece of the puzzle together. Trust me, you and I are about to see a hero who does not play by the rules. It is clear someone caused this on purpose. Anxiety rises as he wonders if this is happening everywhere. Suddenly, Arin screams, "Look over there!" The road ahead is blocked off by police tape. Officers are shouting for them to stop because monsters are here. Singu makes a split-second choice. Full throttle, mana surging. The officer stares in shock, wondering what on earth he is doing. What? Like a soaring eagle, Singu launches the bike right over their heads. Arin feels her heart stop for a second. Singu, do you actually know how to drive this thing? He is totally unfazed. Of course, any man can drive as long as he is not hurt. Even more impressive, he leaps off and sends the bike straight into his inventory storage midair. The crowd is stunned as the bike just vanishes. That is a player for you. Finally, Singu lands coolly inside the zone. The police finally snap out of it and aim their guns, hands up, but in a heartbeat, he rips his helmet off and bolts. He is moving so fast, he is just a blur. His senses are screaming. Monsters are above ground. He can hear people crying for help everywhere. Arin points it out too. Singu, look, there really are monsters. Now pay attention, because this is where we see just how brutal this world is. Bodies are scattered everywhere. One goblin is even brutally torturing a survivor right in front of them. Stop right there. The creature turns slowly, revealing a twisted face and a gaze full of murder. Arin locks eyes with it and shivers uncontrollably. She gasps as she realizes exactly what they are. Goblins. The most terrifying nightmare for any normal person. Singu is fuming. He was wondering when he would finally find these guys. The goblin lets out a threatening roar. He stays perfectly calm. He grabs a rock from the ground. His throw is like a bullet, taking the monster's head off instantly. Arin is totally shocked. Were you a baseball player or something? Back in the military, he used this to hunt wild boars. Feels like yesterday. Dinner is served, everyone. He gathers a pile of stones. Ready, guys? Time to lock and load. Watch this. You saw that coming, right? He takes a deep breath and unleashes a deafening roar. It is loud enough to shatter the eardrums of anyone nearby. It works perfectly. Every goblin stops to look for the sound. Arin is dizzy. You could have given me a warning first. A system alert pops up. Battlecry skill unlocked at level 1. A war shout that taunts enemies by using mana. The bigger the gap in intelligence and magic, the better it works. Singu is ready for war. Come and get it, you monsters. He thinks to himself, if this was a rescue mission, I would fail for sure. Hostage dead. Game over. He never was the stealthy, assassin type anyway, but his wild school days definitely left an impression on his teachers. Breaking windows was kind of his specialty. Making trouble is what he does best. Singu is totally fired up now. Killing them all solves the problem. The goblins heard the challenge and swarm out of nearby buildings in huge numbers. One leaps forward with a sword, laughing with pure contempt. Haha, you are just a weak human. Arin is panicking. What are you doing? They are coming. Singu is pure confidence as he replies that everything is according to plan. Arin still has no clue. Instantly, 3 stones fly out like bullets. 2 heads pop easily. He notices a metal needle stuck in his jacket. It is coated in a strange liquid. That green liquid. What is it? Arin shouts that it is poison. The goblins cackle, thinking they have won. Singu does the unthinkable. He stabs his own finger with the needle, and that is how you flex on a bunch of goblins. Trust me, he is just getting started. System alert, paralyzing poison detected. Level 5, poison resistance cleanses the effect. Alright, you and I are about to see that he is completely unharmed. Arin feels 10% helpless. Did he really need to test it like that? With the test results confirmed, Singu's strategy hardens. If his armor covers the gaps and the poison resistance holds, he can finally change his whole combat style to dominate. He picks up a stone, shouting with excitement. He does not have to worry anymore. Arin beats herself up for not being able to help him, but Singu just casually punches a hole through an enemy while comforting her, telling her she can still assist him. Seeing their allies getting slaughtered like flies, the monsters finally start feeling true terror. His mana is off the charts. He is killing us all. Desperate, they fire poisoned arrows together, screaming for the human to just die already. Singu shifts his body slightly. A second later, the iron needles are caught in his palm. Is that all? Without even a second to beg for their lives, they are sent straight to hell. With a murderous look and a mountain of stones, he prepares for a massacre. You cowards only know how to sneak attack. Singu shouts a challenge, telling them even fantasy novels skip trash like them to get to the real bosses. That taunt successfully triggers the demons. They are furious and refuse to back down. We are strong. We will defeat you. Singu was just waiting for that. Singu fires stones like a machine gun. Any enemy that dares to show its face is dead. Now, it is just target practice. The goblin corpses pile up before dissolving and fading away into the wind. He scans the area and sighs in relief. It is finally safe, and Arin can finally breathe easy. Lucky they were smart enough to use tools, but dumb enough to fall for a taunt. Suddenly, a chilling cry for help echoes out. Watch closely, because Singu's guard goes up immediately as he tracks the voice. They find Soman lying on the ground, badly injured. Singu checks her over and sees poisoned darts, but something else is much worse. A bleeding wound on her arm catches his eye. Bite marks? Were they actually planning to eat her? She calmly explains what happened. They just kept attacking her like she was a piece of meat. Singu grinds his teeth in rage. This is not normal goblin behavior. But Arin's sharp question snaps him back to reality. Wait, the goblins? Arin sees right through him, accusing him of thinking about something totally inappropriate. Like those stories where they kidnap women just to breed more? Singu turns red with a nosebleed. He ignores her and tells Soman he cannot fight while protecting her. Since the buildings are safe, he tells her to find a place to hide and just relax. His cold, sharp gaze terrifies her into agreeing immediately. She then points toward the others. Over there. There are still so many monsters, and lots of people are still trapped. With the intel gathered, Singu thanks her and prepares to move out. But as he turns, he sees a massive horde of goblins swarming toward them. Arin panics instantly. Look at all of them. What now? We are out of stones. He calmly clenches his fist, focusing all his strength. Out of stones? He smashes the ground, shattering the concrete into perfect new ammunition. You saw that coming, right? His speed is faster than an X-mood swing. The stones fly one after another, wiping out the goblins. But maintaining this pace is not going to work forever. He needs more firepower to finish them quickly. Arin realizes this is not effective in such a wide space and offers a suggestion. Singu admits he had not thought of that yet. He immediately takes his combat stance and fires a beam of pure energy from his fingertip. He unleashes a bright attack directly at a goblin. Surprisingly, it barely does any damage, only leaving the monster with a massive bump on its head. Singu's hope turns into pure disappointment. This is even weaker than throwing stones, he complains. Arin tries to explain, but her words are cut off as a roar erupts, making the ground tremble. Singu freezes as a chill runs down his spine. That roar sounds completely different. Up on the rooftop, a figure called Saba leaps down toward them. His massive body slams into the ground, shattering the earth with pure force. The system flashes a warning. A high-level veteran goblin has appeared. Looking at his new opponent, Singu finally starts to look worried. Just as he thought. Saba is on a totally different level. Huge, powerful, and staring at them both with a gaze that says he is ready to eat them alive. Arin stares at the creature's strange form. It looks way stronger than any of the other goblins they have faced. But that is not even the main problem here. Arin looks confused. What? A system warning flashes on the screen. If the veteran survives the time limit, the dungeon explodes, and the final boss will be unleashed. Singu calculates his moves. He has to defeat it before time runs out. Trust me, you and I are about to witness a total massacre. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this. Saba watches his kin die, killed by a man throwing rocks. Saba snaps, vowing to make him pay for the fallen goblins, but Singu just tosses a stone, like it is a toy. He agrees with Saba, saying he never planned on finishing off a monster boss with just a couple of simple pebbles. Infuriated, Saba asks if he is a player. Singu just draws his weapon and dares him to step up. He lunges forward with incredible speed, unleashing a powerful charge skill that catches Saba completely off guard. It is raw, violent power that screams professional veteran warrior. With no time to block, Saba takes a devastating hit from the Black Wolf Claw, completely shattering his own weapon instantly. Singu smirks, mocking the boss by telling him he is way too weak. Arin just watches the brutality, realizing this is light work for a man who slaughtered high-level centipedes with 0 mana. Suddenly, Arin points in terror, shouting for Singu to look up. He turns around, totally confused. Now pay attention here, a massive black hole appears, vacuuming up the goblins as they scream in total despair. The gravitational pull gets even more intense, dragging every last monster into the void. Then, silence. The hole vanishes. System alerts blare through the air, the monsters are sealed. But now Singu has a 4-hour countdown to activate the dungeon or else everything resets. He is left staring at the screen in total shock. He stares at the holographic timer, completely lost for words. Unbelievable. He checks his gear. Everything is moving like a perfectly timed game. But it feels wrong. He feels like a pawn in a game where lives are being threatened. He hates being toyed with like this, though he admits the whole situation is actually kind of fun. Arin clutches her hands, her face pale with worry. She has never heard of monsters appearing outside the heavenly city. Singu gives her a cold, sharp look, sensing her fear. Memories flood back to when the heavenly city and the first dungeons appeared. Back then, fear was what drove the players forward. Arin worries that over the last 10 years, everyone has simply forgotten the danger posed by the ancient tribes. But now, these dungeons and the monsters within them have turned into nothing more than tools for wealth and power for the supernatural elite. She panics, trying to rationalize why this is happening now. Is it because Singu became an unregistered player? Who would even pull a stunt like that? Singu sighs at her spiraling thoughts and gently places a hand on her head to calm her. Then he gives her a playful flick. Thinking too much will give you a headache, he says. Stop looking for answers that are not there yet. Arin is heartbroken, picturing the casualties. People are already hurt, and she knows it is only going to get worse as more people suffer. He waves it off, saying that worrying changes nothing. We just have to do what we can right now. I know what you are thinking. He makes it look way too easy, right? She puts her hands on her hips, annoyed by his calmness. Singu just shrugs. It is the truth, regardless. He stores his weapon in a subspace rift. If he clears the dungeon in time, the goblins will stay gone for good. That is all that matters. Focus on the job, rest later. Singu gets pumped to start the harvest, but first, he needs to collect some essence. Arin follows behind, totally exhausted by his one-track mind. She checks Saba's corpse and sounds disappointed. There is no essence to be found on any of them. Singu freezes, staring at the body. Usually, monsters radiate energy until they are fully looted by a player. But this corpse is empty, even though he clearly felt a strange type of mana flowing through their veins earlier. He starts punching different parts of Saba's body, frantically searching for the core. Is it here? Or maybe over here? Arin watches the awkward scene, convinced that they are not getting anything from this. Suddenly, he feels something strange near the heart. It is glowing. He pulls it out and shows the mystery item to her. Is this some kind of essence? It is glowing bright blue. Arin flies closer, her eyes widening. It is a blue mana crystal. She can feel the pure, concentrated energy vibrating inside of it right now. This is a type of crystal she has never seen before. She checks the other goblins but finds nothing. It seems these crystals only drop from the highest-ranking monsters in the area. Singu loses patience. He is done with these corpses. They have 0 time to linger if they want to survive. Arin suddenly tenses up, hearing a strange noise echoing from the distance. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what comes next. While some cheer, others scream in pain, the real chaos has just begun. Alright, you and I are diving back into Singu's journey. And trust me, things are about to get intense. Arin asks for a plan, but he's already decided help will come for the others eventually. Singu calmly pulls a helmet from his inventory. He's confident the police or military will show up soon to handle the mess. Ambulances are on the way too, but he has no interest in dealing with the government or other players. He puts on his helmet and signals her to move. More importantly, they need to clear that dungeon before the timer runs out. Singu strikes a pose and summons his ride. Suddenly, a swarm of hungry reporters ambushes them, desperate for a scoop from the top Delhi news outlet. These pointless questions won't stop Singu from his mission to save the world. Even with all that fire in his eyes, he still needs the location. Arin confirms she's got the dungeon coordinates ready. He guns the engine and blasts off, leaving everyone behind wondering if they just saw a motorcycle hero. The system updates. Goblin Camp, easy difficulty. Time remaining is 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 3 seconds. Singu quickly finds the pyramid entrance, but the sight is gruesome. Bodies are scattered everywhere across the grounds. Arin looks around nervously, guessing they were local workers. Singu just stays quiet, coldly assessing the situation. Monsters definitely broke out here. Against that many goblins, these people didn't stand a single chance at survival. Seeing the total devastation before her eyes leaves Arin feeling completely heartbroken. Singu hears her sorrow but remains focused on the cold reality of the hunt ahead. He knows that in this world, sentimentality won't bring anyone back or finish the job. Every second wasted is another life potentially lost elsewhere. The system pings. Entering the anthill area. Goblin Camp number 201. Time limit. 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 14 seconds. A long, deep corridor stretches out before them. The waiting room looks exactly like the others, making him wonder if a boss is lurking. Suddenly, Arin's voice echoes from behind. She calls out Singu's name, sounding completely terrified. Now, pay attention here, this is where things take a supernatural turn. She points into the pitch-black gate as a white figure drifts closer. She's seeing a soul. As the figure emerges, Bochun's face becomes clear. He sneers, asking if they are just more players. Singu stares at the source of the voice, realizing something is very wrong. Bochun is leading a literal army of armed goblins. Suddenly, his attitude flips. He screams in a blind rage, accusing them of being the players who abandoned him. Arin recoils in fear, but Singu doesn't flinch. He just grips his black wolf claws, ready for blood. He's in a full combat stance. It's clear this guy has sided with the monsters now. Bochun's voice rises into a manic shout. He claims he was meant for greatness, yet he died for nothing. Singu watches the killing intent flare up and mocks him, saying he looks about to explode with power. Arin begs him to stop talking. If he keeps provoking this guy, things are going to get ugly fast. The ghost continues his bitter rant, screaming that everyone else should have died in his place. Singu just gets a headache from all the whining. Arin watches the spirit floating around them in confusion. I know what you're thinking, another arrogant villain rant, but this one hits different. Bochun's words cut deep, aiming right for Singu's heart. Most players feel entitled, but some truly believe they are the only special ones. Singu realizes the vital difference between them. While Singu believes anyone can be special, this guy thinks he's the only one. He feeds his ego by looking down on others. He screams that he hates all players and will murder them all. Without another word, he turns and orders his goblin horde to kill the intruders. The monsters have been waiting for this. They swarm out like a disturbed nest. They're ready to tear this place apart and escape into the world. Singu notices the goblins are just shouting from the sidelines. They can't enter the waiting room. They're just trying to corner them. He turns to Arin, curious why players who log out end up as souls in the anthill. She doesn't have an answer. Singu realizes that if they stop players from entering and dying, the anthill might actually vanish. He's convinced that this is the key to stopping the monster outbreaks for good. But Arin immediately shuts him down. She says that plan is absolutely impossible. As long as dungeons offer massive wealth, people will keep coming. It's a cycle of greed. And that's where we leave it. Human greed is a monster even Singu can't control. You and I both know this won't end well. Alright, you and I are about to see just how far this main character goes for a good fight. Staring at the hungry goblins, she feels heavy-hearted and wants to keep this secret until we find a way to convince everyone. Dealing with him alone is our only choice. And while the room could open any time, Singu immediately speaks up in protest. He smiles like he just had a brilliant idea. No, just leave him there. Arin's eyes widen, shocked by Singu's unusual decision. He calmly asks her back. Incidents like this are going to keep happening, right? Looking suspicious and hesitant, she softly replies, yes, that's why. He points straight at the goblins and explains that he doesn't care if they evolve or merge. He needs to test every single possibility while he's still able to easily clear dungeons like this one. Then he flashes a charming, handsome smile to win her trust, making sure they can deal with bigger threats later on. She's stunned by his perfect logic, or maybe she's just been completely won over by his good looks. After thinking for a moment, she agrees, though his reckless behavior worries her. She looks at him with eyes that see everything. She directly exposes the truth. You're only saying all of this because you find this dungeon way too boring, right? Caught red-handed, Singu awkwardly tries to avoid her gaze and asks if she has mind-reading skills. Arin just snaps at him, saying he's just way too easy for anyone to read. Boshun can only stand there listening to their conversation, grinding his teeth as he mutters that these people are truly something else. Suddenly, he lets out a roar filled with pure grief and rage as his eyes slowly begin to glow a deep, blood-red color. Then he turns and grabs the two closest goblins, making the poor monsters scream out in pure terror. Without a single second of hesitation, Bochun shows his sharp teeth, preparing to eat them alive. Singu is stunned by the action, while Arin is horrified by the brutal scene, covering her mouth to keep from throwing up. Now watch this system warning carefully. If you don't stop the soul before it absorbs the energy of all those other monsters and awakens, you're going to be facing an enemy that is way too powerful for anyone to handle. Singu is happier than a new father, jumping up and down with pure excitement. This is great. Arin, on the other hand, is completely annoyed and asks why he looks so happy. He uses the warning as his excuse since everything is going exactly as planned. Arin points toward the monster and yells at him. Mixed with the agonizing screams is the constant sound of Bochun chewing. With every goblin he devours, his body just keeps growing bigger and more terrifying. But our dense main character still doesn't get the problem. Hey, eating just makes you gain weight, right? Arin face palms. Singu dives back into his own thoughts. I'm more interested in why he's eating these goblins instead of hating them. Most spirits hate monsters, so seeing him go on a feeding frenzy is confusing. Then, another warning pops up on the system screen. The soul has awakened for the first time and has officially become an evil spirit. If it awakens again, it'll break out of the dungeon's range. Singu just shouts a loud challenge. All right, bring it on. At that moment, a massive surge of incredibly powerful energy starts radiating from Bochun's entire body. When he turns around, he's fully powered up, surrounded by a glowing red aura. Singu takes a serious look at him. Looks like a hybrid between a goblin and a soul, I guess. Even with this new power, Bochun isn't satisfied. No, it's not enough. Not even close to being enough. Since the game feels too easy, Singu adds fuel to the fire. I agree, you're still seriously lacking. His habit of taunting enemies is really part of his nature. Come on, is that all you've got? It works perfectly. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yes, Singu is actually telling the enemy to go ahead and eat more so the fight is harder. Arin's face is completely distorted in shock. She can't understand if this guy has a death wish or what. Sharp teeth close around the remaining goblins. Singu just yawns and sighs, checking the time on his phone with a bored look. He can't stop commenting that the whole thing is just an appetizer. Only 5 minutes in and he's eaten hundreds of them. Watching this, Arin is literally shaking with rage right beside him. She screams at the top of her lungs right into Shingu's ear. He's eaten thousands of goblins. What if he eats them all and becomes unstoppable? He just casually picks his ear and brushes her off. But he's still lacking, he replies nonchalantly, leaving her completely speechless and beyond shocked. His attitude shifts to total seriousness as the massive figure of Saba looms behind him. Whether it was the first awakening or something else, he's only at the level of a high-tier goblin right now, so he definitely needs to get a lot stronger if this fight is going to be any fun at all. He adds that the monster is actually clearing the dungeon for him. Arin just holds her head in pain. This is too much. Suddenly, a new notification appears. The soul has evolved into a great evil spirit. Shingu's eyes light up. The sound of bones cracking fills the air as Bochun screams. His shapeless legs are finally starting to move forward. Trust me, you and I are about to witness an absolute slaughter, and I can't wait to see what's next. Let's dive in as this small fry tries to act like a god. He looks down at our hero, conjuring a massive fireball while acting like a total big shot. Seeing this, Singu is actually surprised that a weakling like Bochun could pull off something like that. Arin guesses it is magic. He probably gained these powers by devouring those low-level goblins earlier. On the other side, Bochun licks his lips and lets it fly. The fireball screams through the air toward our lead, radiating an incredibly intense heat. But Singu isn't flinching. He stands his ground, staring back with eyes so sharp they could cut through steel. He grips his weapon, sounding almost disappointed that his opponent is still this pathetic. You are still way too weak. He swings, hitting the fireball head-on and sending it flying right back. Talk about a taste of your own medicine. Bochun takes the full force of his own explosive attack. Singu can't believe it. After eating all those goblins, is he really still this trash? He turns to Arin, feeling a bit confused about the situation. Now, pay attention, because Singu realizes that if he imbues his own weapon with mana, he can use magic too. Arin just feels helpless. Does he really not realize how strong he is? Meanwhile, Bochun is stunned by how easily he was crushed. Snapping out of it, the villain pats himself down, trying to extinguish the remaining embers on his body. He turns tail and sprints toward the exit, shouting a generic threat to save face. I will be back once I am stronger. Singu just sighs in disappointment. Arin watches him run, thinking he must be devastated after being embarrassed like that. His heart is probably in pieces after being treated like garbage despite his big transformation. But she knows better than to pity the enemy. She tells herself to stay sharp and urges Singu to finish him off immediately. What if he evolves again? Singu just laughs, hoping for some high-level loot or essence. Arin is losing her patience with his arrogance. Singu confidently explains his plan. Since that guy ate all the small fry, the next target is. Arin gasps as she looks over. There is no way that just happened. A terrifying voice echoes from the gate. Gosang has waited 5 years for this, and he can't believe Bochun dared to eat his subordinates. How dare you feast upon my own kind? His eyes turn bloodshot as he declares that he, the Goblin General, will end them right here. Singu listens closely, realizing the big boss has finally arrived. You and I can see the chaos as Bochun tries to counter the axe with fire, shattering the ground around them. The sheer scale of the impact outside makes Arin realize just how intense this fight is. A boss is still a boss, even in an easy dungeon. Singu doesn't just sit around, he starts calculating his next move. If he wins, he will likely transform again. Hearing this, Arin panics and tells Singu they need to move now. Bochun bares his jagged teeth, fully believing he can take down the monster in front of him. I will kill you, Gosang mocks him, refusing to lose to a lowly spirit. I won't be defeated by a piece of trash like you. Suddenly, the clashing sounds are replaced by the sickening noise of chewing. Singu pauses, imagining that the spirit might have actually started eating the general. A thunderous roar erupts, followed by Bochun's severed head rolling across the cold, hard floor. Gosang radiates a massive aura of power, boasting that he will be the one to kill the player. Singu isn't scared at all. He just smirks and says, "Oh look, another transformation." Arin tries to stay cool despite her blushing face. Singu watches her, wondering if this boss is truly stronger than the last one. Suddenly, fireballs rain down from every direction, shattering the earth. Singu moves like a blur, easily dodging the lethal heat. He drops low, narrowly avoiding another blast. His face remains perfectly calm, he is not worried about this at all. An attack hits the ground, splitting the earth into tiny fragments. Magic starts pouring out from the cracks like a geyser. Singu notices footsteps approaching. It is Gosang, and his entire body is now glowing blood red. He is twice his original size, staring down our hero with murderous intent. Arin is shocked to see another transformation, but the boss is overflowing with confidence. But instead of the terror he expected, there is absolutely none. Singu is actually getting excited. Wow, you have really grown. Gosang roars, swinging his massive axe downward with brutal force. Singu drops into a combat stance, staring his massive opponent down without blinking an eye. The two forces collide. The sound of metal on metal is deafening, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the entire area. Arin can't believe her eyes. Is this monster actually strong enough to match Singu's power blow for blow? Concerned for her safety, he tells Arin to get back before she gets caught in the crossfire. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Gosang is now completely engulfed in flames, brandishing his axe with terrifying power. Alright, you and I are diving into the final moments of a brutal dungeon clash. Arin stands stunned as flames erupt from Gosang's body. Did Gosang just use magic to do that? Singu looks him over, completely unimpressed by the weak and pathetic flames dancing before him. Without missing a beat, Singu launches another attack, thrusting his heavy weapon straight at the beast with lethal intent. Realizing it is finally time to get serious, mana begins to glow on Singu's shoulders as he leaps high into the air. He aims a heavy strike right at Gosang's chest, landing a clean hit that sends the monster stumbling backward and losing its balance. Arin cheers in relief, but before she can say a word, Singu turns his head as if he already knows what she is thinking. He tells her he is fine, but she panics he is definitely not okay, with flames still roaring and burning on his shoulder. Terrified that the injury will get even worse, Arin quickly begins her healing magic to save her brother from the fire. Gosang refuses to lose, screaming threats at them, but Singu just jumps on him, joking that this might even help him level up. Now watch closely, because here is where Singu stops playing around and shows his true power. Divine energy radiates from his hand. A massive strike descends, severing Gosang's arm instantly. Refusing to accept defeat by such a low-level player, the monster screams out, asking how this is possible. Blood vessels bulge in Gosang's eyes as he struggles to understand the sheer power of the man standing before him right now. He asks why Singu is not burned to a crisp, but Singu just coldly replies that he has long been used to the pain. He decides not to give the monster another single second to ask questions or try to recover from the devastating blow. One final, powerful hammer strike descends, and Gosang's entire body simply vanishes. Singu floats there in the silence, feeling no need to explain himself to anyone. He has pushed himself so hard to be special that he now has to fight just to keep his own strength from consuming him. Suddenly, the system screen appears, the dungeon mission is finally complete, and the original evil soul has been successfully purged from this world. You and I both know the rewards are the best part, so let's see what he earned. He receives a unique fire resistance level 1 skill. He looks down at Gosang's corpse, realizing that while the reward seems small, it was actually quite perfect for the situation he just faced. Singu wonders if the reward was tied to the specific battle, but then brushes it off as nothing more than a lucky coincidence. Another alert rings out. The mission is ranked as Rank B completion, granting him a rare return orb as an extra bonus reward. The system explains that the return orb is a magic item used to instantly escape from any dungeon and return to safety. Singu lets out a heavy sigh as the realization of his lower rank sinks in, feeling a bit disappointed by the final result. He assumes the rank was low because he was alone, but Arin just yells at him to look at his charred and blackened shoulder. He acts like it is no big deal, promising her that he will heal up soon and telling her to stop worrying about him. Arin watches him walk away with a heavy heart, frustrated that her brother always brushes off such serious and painful injuries so easily. Just then, the level up notification rings, and his entire body begins to glow with a soft, surging power that fills every single cell. He watches the light flow through his veins, feeling the massive surge of energy and the strength of his new level within him. Usually, he is never hurt during a fight, but this time he can actually feel the magic healing his burns as he levels up. Opening his eyes, Singu checks his updated status. He has reached level 26, a new peak for a lone player like himself in this world. He shows off his strength to Arin to prove he is fine, but she is still not convinced by his tough guy act. She insists he is not okay, but he changes the subject, asking if she has ever been in a level 32 dungeon before. He assumes she must be used to seeing these kinds of dangerous and bloody situations by now after all her previous raids. Arin admits she has seen worse, but she hesitates, clearly disagreeing with the reckless way Singu handled himself during the entire fight. She has never seen anyone purposely make things harder by taunting the enemy, especially when they were already burned and injured so badly. Singu smiles confidently, explaining that he had already analyzed all of Gosang's skills and weaknesses before the fight even began to unfold. He brags that he knew he would not die, trusting that the dungeon completion would heal all of his injuries anyway once it ended. He looks genuinely happy and satisfied, even if killing weak goblins does not help him grow much stronger at this stage of his journey. Arin watches him closely, realizing that this is the very first time she has ever seen her brother look this excited and alive. Her own eyes show a hint of sadness as she notices the intense, burning glow in his gaze that she had never seen. Memories of him saving her flash by, and she realizes she has never seen his true self because he was always so powerful. In the past, Singu never showed any mercy to his enemies, but he also never liked just overwhelming them without a real challenge. She realizes he was not just born with supernatural power, it was something much deeper and more dangerous that he carried inside him. Staring at his back, she sees a man who constantly waits for danger, just so he can push his limits and become truly unstoppable. And that is where we leave it with Singu, ready to dive into even darker battles. Arin can only watch and hope he survives the next one. Stick with me, we're starting with Arin lost in thought, her brow furrowed in deep worry. Singu is brave, sure, but he's also incredibly reckless. After a long silence, she finally sighs in defeat, saying as long as he stays alive, it's fine. We see a tiny figure falling through the sky, with the massive, looming celestial city hanging right above her. She realizes just how different they are. Maybe she was kicked out of the city because she isn't like him. Fearing the worst might happen, her voice turns heavy with sadness. She begs him never to trade his life away, because if he dies, she'll be completely lost. Her words hit Singu hard. Feeling the weight of her genuine affection, a soft smile plays on his lips. To put her mind at ease, he puts on a determined face. He'll be careful, because nothing is more pointless than dying while trying to get stronger. The monster's corpse lies still on the dirt. From a distance, Singu's voice rings out time to loot this beast. Arin doesn't hesitate. Let's go. A massive explosion echoes as Singu finally finishes off the boss. He grabs his rewards immediately, a massive stack of cash totaling $200,000. Along with that, he finds a mysterious red stone and some red monster essence. Singu just sighs, looking totally bored. Seriously, he can't believe how easy it is to make bank in this world. But then Arin rushes over to stop him. Wait a second, Singu. She leans in to inspect the stone in his hand. After a moment, she beams with excitement. It's a unique essence. Singu is just confused, asking her what that even means. She patiently explains that it's a rare essence with special abilities that can store information. High-rank monsters or rare low-rank bosses almost never drop these. Then, Arin makes a suggestion. Now pay attention, because she tells him to offer it at the altar. Singu agrees immediately, placing the unique essence inside as a blinding light erupts. Singu stares at what he got back, looking a bit surprised by the result. It's not a treasure or a consumable item. It turns out Singu received a flame enhancement scroll, ranked at D+. He lets out a dry laugh. So that's how it works. The reward wasn't random. It was predetermined all along. Still, Singu can't help feeling a bit regretful. If he'd known, he would have let that ghost devour all those small fry first. Arin tries to calm him down, saying she knows he's used to D double plus gear, but magic and charms are a whole different story. Having a D plus rank flame enhancement is still a huge win for them. Singu is still curious. What if he fights a fire-type enemy? Arin explains his damage would drop significantly, or even do 0 damage. She warns him not to make any impulsive decisions. But before she can finish, she sees Singu tinkering with something and asks what he's up to. In no time, he crafts a brand new weapon called the Black Wolf Bone Hammer. It's D+ rank, with power between 500 and 1100. It even has a chance to inflict poison on hit. This hammer's stats are no joke, carrying the raw power of the Black Wolf itself. It's insanely powerful, but the weight makes it a nightmare to wield. Now, with poison added, Singu laughs while swinging it around. His attack power is through the roof. These enchanted items are amazing. Arin just watches him, sighing in total helplessness. She knew he'd do exactly that. Singu tries to comfort her, telling her not to worry so much. He's determined. If the fire enhancement doesn't work, he'll just use his fists. Arin still isn't buying it though. I know what you're thinking, but Arin knows they'll just end up covered in flames like that ghost. Singu smiles calmly, mentioning he learned fire resistance for that exact reason. Arin just rolls her eyes. She starts planning to get her healing and holy magic back soon. Arin thinks to herself that if she could just use her shields, Singu wouldn't have been swallowed by those flames. Who knows how much time passes, but Singu eventually teleports to a brand new location. Arin is still worried, wondering if people will recognize him because of that bike. He's changed his hat and is heading to a rest area, so he thinks he'll be fine. But Arin is still hesitant. What if some players have skills that can see right through his effects? There are bound to be tons of players gathering around this area. Singu starts to second-guess himself after hearing that. She starts breaking it down for him. It's not just the bike his face might be covered, but not many people have a physique like his. Finally, he listens to her. Fine, let's just head straight back to the main zone. Arin agrees immediately. Things didn't go exactly as Singu expected. In fact, everything is turning out much worse than he imagined. The situation spirals fast. Hours after the world was shocked by the events in Sanha town, monsters begin swarming into other countries. For now, they're barely holding the line. Luckily, not many high-level monsters have shown up yet. Some nations are using the military, police, and even special forces to contain them. Others were caught off guard or crushed by monsters that are completely bulletproof. Tragedy spreads rapidly across the globe. Everyone is desperately waiting for players from the Celestial City, as millions are already injured or dead. And trust me, you and I just realized things are much worse than we thought. The monsters are getting faster. Alright. You and I are diving into a world where beasts are smarter and stronger than anything we have ever faced before. Because of this, public opinion has completely shifted. The masses turned their backs on Heavenly Blue, convinced these monsters were actually coming from within the organization itself. Heavenly Blue holds a press conference to deny everything. But honestly, the players are just as clueless about the origin as everyone else. Humanity is powerless against these beasts. Protests are everywhere, but they are useless since Heavenly Blue and its dungeons remain far beyond the reach of normal civilians. Even nuclear bombs can't leave a single scratch on Heavenly Blue. The only choice left is to accept the monsters, and by doing that, they have to accept Heavenly Blue's existence too. The disaster is far from over. Things get even worse as monsters crawl out from every corner, overwhelming even the world's strongest militaries. Cities everywhere are being reduced to rubble. And that's not all. Now here's where it gets wild. Watch this. These monsters have evolved past modern technology, becoming completely immune to our most powerful weapons. Tensions rise. But eventually, humanity realizes they have no choice but to start cooperating with Heavenly Blue. Individual countries begin negotiating for special protection, effectively giving these players total authority within their borders. Just like that, the entire world is forced to bow down to Heavenly Blue. Governments treat players like royalty now, but in exchange, they finally have a way to keep the monster threat under control. All eyes turn to South Korea. It was the first place hit, but while the rest of the world burns, something strange is happening there. The town of Sanha remains eerily peaceful, never once under attack. This bizarre difference has the whole world watching South Korea very closely. People start investigating South Korea immediately. They need to know what makes this place different. And soon, they find an answer. Every single clue points back to one person. It is a miracle. Despite being hit first, the damage in Korea was kept to an absolute minimum. You see that guy on the red motorcycle? We just watched him take down a high-level monster at lightning speed. No one knows his identity yet, but it is clear we're looking at a player with god-tier skills. Back home, Singu sees his own face on the news. He freezes in total shock, realizing he's been caught. Arin just laughs and teases him, saying he looks like a real superhero on TV. Suddenly, his mother, Hajim, walks up behind him. She casually mentions he finally made the news, much later than she expected. She always knew he was strong, but now he is showing off some pretty strange new abilities. Arin tries to hide using her invisibility skill, but Hajim stares right at her and asks if she is a player too. Realizing the secret is out, he admits it. Instead of being angry, she looks proud. She wonders why he didn't tell her sooner since he finally achieved his goal. Singu is speechless, sensing a bit of tension. As the sun shines through the window, time seems to stand still for a moment. Eventually, Singu and his mother sit down to talk. He explains that he is different from other players and needs to stay hidden. Hajim feels a bit guilty, wondering if she is the one causing him trouble since he had to save her friend. Singu just smiles it off. After all, he ended up saving the entire town of Sanha. Hajim realizes the truth. The reason monsters stopped appearing in Sanha is because her son was hunting them all. Singu nods without hesitation. His mother falls silent, lost in her own thoughts for a while. Then she warns him not to go rushing off to other countries to kill monsters. They can handle themselves. He jokes about her being cold-hearted, but Hajim just says she cares about him the most. She explains he isn't the only superhuman out there. Then, she cuts a piece of apple and holds it out on a chopstick. She tells him to give the little guest some apple. Singu and Arin are stunned. Arin is panicking, thinking she was perfectly hidden while invisible. When he asks how she knew, Hajim just scoffs. He bought a dollhouse and spent all night talking to it. Of course she knew. Singu tries to avoid her gaze, but she just snaps at him to shut up and let the girl eat. Arin happily steps forward and thanks her for the snack. Hajim talks to Arin gently, asking if she is helping her son. Singu quickly pipes in that they help each other, but then she drops a bombshell, asking why he is always making friends with girls. Arin is totally confused by that, and that's where we leave it. Hajim finally makes her move, holding out her hand and demanding some cash. Hearing this, one thought immediately hits his mind: is this a robbery? Hajim stays firm and keeps going. Trust me, you and I have heard this mom lecture before. Ba claims he has got too much cash and no clue how to spend it. She responsibly promises to handle everything for him. She will set up his accounts and a bank card herself. Just keep earning and deposit it all there, she says. Arin turns to Singu, asking how his mother actually makes a living. He helplessly explains she was his father's business partner. Finally, Singu just gives in. He really has no choice. Seeing the massive stacks of cash on the table, Hajim cannot hide the pure shock on her face. Oh my god, how did you earn this much? Are all players like this? Arin gently explains that Singu is a bit special, while Hajim suddenly starts to hesitate. Singu is already used to his mother's personality. Is it too much? Is that why you cannot hide your surprise, Mom? Hajim calmly fires back. No, it is not for you to worry about. I was just a little surprised. Seeing her like that, he suggests she take some, but she ignores him. I do not need your money yet. Singu realizes that now he can actually use his funds. Many of his problems will basically solve themselves. Now pay attention here because Hajim suddenly suggests he should move out. It happens so fast he cannot even react. She looks at him calmly. I do not need your money because you will be busy. No need to come home every night. Singu is stunned by his mother's sudden request. But before he can even finish a sentence, Hajim cuts him off. Do not worry about me, she says. You will not even have enough time for yourself. Singu realizes she is right, feeling a bit embarrassed to the point where his face turns red. Arin is totally confused by how fast these two flip-flop. Fine, I will leave. Do you want me to find a house for you? No, I can find one myself. Hajim happily heads to the kitchen to cook him one last big meal before he departs. Singu politely tells his mother he will go pack his bags and fix the bike once he finishes eating. Arin witnesses the whole thing and is deeply impressed. Your mother is very sharp, she says, though he acts indifferent. Mothers learn to let go when they have a son like me. Time begins to pass by very quickly. Singu finishes packing everything, ready to leave at any moment. Before he goes, Hajim hands him a small book. This is your savings, and no one will question how you use it. Singu hesitates. Wait, is this fake, Mom? The frustration is written all over her face. Do you really think you can do that stuff legally? She gives one final warning. Many people are searching for you. Remember to wear a helmet if you go anywhere. Singu nods. She still feels uneasy and turns to Arin. My son is a bit slow, so stay close to him. She agrees without a second thought. Hajim is relieved to hear it. Good. I trust you. Singu is thrilled. He hops on his bike and zooms away as his mother waves goodbye. Tucked in his pocket, Arin is curious. Are we just going to keep riding until we find a dungeon? Singu is full of confidence. I have a scanner that works within 10 kilometers, so we will be fine. Even though he does not have many essences, his bike speeds down the highway alongside the massive trucks. Let's pause here. Singu finally understands that the rest area is priority number 1, so he cannot just gamble everything. Instead, he will only use essences in 2 specific scenarios, when he is in an easy dungeon or one at his own level. He seems very confident in the goals he has set for himself. If the reward is not good enough, even with essences, he will ignore the process and invest everything back into the rest area instead. Arin is surprised by his logic. Even if he thinks there is a great treasure, he still will not risk it all. He keeps a specific amount saved for essential moments, like red altars, or when he finds unique essences. She immediately asks about the dungeons that are too hard. Singu quickly tries to reassure her. I am not going in there. I told you, I like a challenge, but I am not going to commit suicide. He confidently claims he will eventually conquer them, but only after he manages to get quite a bit stronger first. Arin feels much better hearing that. But suddenly, Singu slams on the brakes with a loud screech. Arin is tossed around inside his pocket. She calls his name, but he is frozen. I cannot believe I am seeing this scene a second time. Something is very wrong up in the deep blue sky. A winged person is floating there, completely motionless. They are unconscious and in a terrifying freefall. Singu reacts instantly and rushes toward the landing point. Arin screams in panic, telling him to stop. You and I know he has to help. If he does not catch them, they are dead. But she warns, if you catch them, you will die too. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a rescue mission that defies every law of the system. Seha was in Arin's old guild, a low ranker who once tried to conquer a level 25 dungeon all alone. Singu wonders if he can force his way into that dungeon by catching Seha before he fully logs out of the game. Suddenly, a crazy idea strikes him. He finally gets it. These anthole dungeons recreate the logout state, meaning a zone far beyond their current level is about to open up for them right now. Arin desperately tries to argue back, reminding him that the level 32 dungeon was just an experiment. This is the real thing, Singu, so please listen to me and stop. But before he can finish, something totally unexpected happens. Singu promises he will be fine with the regression jade. If things get too hard, he will just escape the dungeon. Arin finally remembers the jade. After a quick thought, she decides his reckless plan might actually work for them after all. Now watch closely. Singu is already on the ledge, ready to make a crazy leap that defies all logic just to save a total stranger. He pours every ounce of strength into his legs, shattering the concrete as he launches into the open air. Everything goes black. Seha slowly opens his eyes and lets out a faint groan. Seha panics when he realizes Singu is carrying him, but Singu is just thrilled about how interesting this new dungeon is going to be. Arin keeps nagging him about the insane risk, but our main character just smiles and stays incredibly patient with her. Seha hears her voice and freezes. He knows that voice. Singu lands safely, but the ground collapses, sending them all screaming into the dark as they suddenly fall deeper into the mysterious abyss below them. A system notification pops up. Welcome to Anthole Area 84, the Advanced Demon District. They pull themselves out of the wreckage, staring at a mysterious zone with no clear time limit in sight. Arin realizes the dungeon shifted because Singu caught a player right at the moment of their supposed death. Seha is completely lost, so Singu takes a second to explain the wild and dangerous situation they have stumbled into right now. With total confidence, he tells Seha that he was about to die, but he caught him just in time. So now, both of you have a new chance. Seha stands there in shocked silence before finally exploding with emotion. He is just so incredibly glad that he did not end up dying today. Singu watches him curiously. What is this guy mumbling about? Arin thinks his incarnation is showing him a vision. Suddenly, Seha bows deeply to the main character to express how grateful he is for the rescue. Singu just waves it off. No need for thanks, I will still run if things get too messy. Seha turns to Arin and insists that the rescue is real, telling her he is genuinely happy to see that she is still alive and well after everything. Arin steps forward, her voice trembling slightly as she replies. Seha gives her a soft smile. He has finally grasped the situation and knows they are in a quest dungeon. He recognizes this as a quest dungeon, which catches Singu completely off guard. Could it really be true? Arin confirms it. It is a hidden quest, the kind of mission that only exists in total secrecy. This whole dungeon is a quest. Think, Singu, I was supposed to be dead. Instead, she became a supporter, while Singu became a shadow player, a reward that only comes from quests. You and I can see the gears turning. Singu realizes Seha is just like Arin, but as a shadow player, he is in a league of his own. He flashes a sly grin. If they clear this together, he knows the rewards are going to be absolutely massive for him. Arin stands tall and speaks up with a sudden, commanding authority. She calls for Seha, and he immediately snaps to attention. We need to see what kind of monster we are facing first before deciding to push forward or retreat for now. Seha listens quietly before admitting that he has already prepared himself for the absolute worst possible outcome that could possibly happen to them today. Singu looks at Seha and thinks. Singu knows Arin and Seha are strong, but he is truly surprised by how calm they stay while facing such a dangerous and terrifying situation in this dark dungeon. Not many people can accept their own death so easily, even after logging out. Perhaps their time in high-level dungeons gave them a different way of thinking. Singu concludes that maybe it is just a trait shared by the high of them. Singu tells them not to give up hope yet. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the cavern, catching his immediate attention. Trust me, you and I are about to see Singu go all out as he draws his blade. Alright, You and I are about to see Arin lose her cool over a massive threat. She had never seen him this stressed, so she asked Siha which dungeon was bothering him so much. He rubbed his chin and replied, I have been stuck in the level 29 dungeon called the 9 Layers of Minions. Back then, I had to face a high-tier monster known as the Great Iron Demon General. Arin froze in total shock, her face turning pale the moment she heard that name. The 9 Layers? She looked completely lost until Singu snapped her back to reality, asking her if she actually knew that dungeon. Just mentioning that name, and Arin could not stop herself from shivering. In her 15 years as a player, some dungeons were just built different. She retired at level 32, and level 26 was the hardest she had ever seen. Anger began to flare up in her eyes as she realized the situation they were in. Arin started grilling Seha. Why would you even go in there? There is a normal level 26 dungeon in Korea, so he had no idea how to answer her and just stood there confused. Singu stayed silent, watching the two of them argue back and forth. The rewards for clearing the 9 layers are massive, but Arin snapped back that nobody should care about rewards when lives are on the line. To be fair, Seha was in a really tough spot. The guild is rushing progress and treating low-level members like garbage. Arin was confused and asked them why they would do that, but the answer she got was a total sucker punch. It was to fill the gap she left behind. Silence filled the entire room. Arin felt like her world was ending, blaming herself for everything that happened to the group. Singu had to listen to a detailed breakdown to finally grasp the situation. Arin explained that the 9 Layers is a unique battlefield where players must defeat the boss to decide the fate of the entire world it belongs to. Obviously, the difficulty level is absolutely insane, packed with endless varieties of monsters, mostly high-tier ones that are famous for being nightmares. Now pay attention, because experienced players say there is something even worse than the boss lurking there. The Great Iron Demon General. He is known as the commander of the demons and is a total nightmare. He is basically the boss of the bosses, a great demon empowered by dark mechanical magic. And this general can control that massive power perfectly, thanks to decades of combat experience under his belt. Arin strictly warned Singu not to take this enemy lightly. Sure, he could beat the boss by watching for patterns and heavy attacks, but you cannot defeat the general with just knowledge alone. His invincible power is something Arin knows all too well, because she is one of the few players who has actually faced them in battle before. Even my main team used to avoid those iron demons whenever possible. Seha scratched his head in awkward agreement. We did the same thing. Then, he turned and bowed deeply to apologize to her. But he got caught, saying he was sorry for letting everyone down. Singu felt a bit awkward watching this display and boldly deduced that the Whirlwind Guild must be obsessed with ranking and status. At this point, she gave him some serious advice. Singu, I really think we should back out. I feel bad for Seha, but this is the worst-case scenario for us. Arin knew her teammate was stubborn, so she tried using logic. Even the Iron Demon soldiers are over level 150, and the general is likely level 180. If you go in too confident, you are going to get killed. I know you have fought some strong monsters before, but the Great Wolf and the Worm were only around level 100, and that evil soldier was maybe 120. She emphasized their terrifying power. These demons could easily wipe out every monster you have ever faced. On the other hand, it felt like Singu was not listening to a single word. Arin just sighed and held her head in frustration. You are unbelievable. I know what you are thinking, but check out Singu's reaction. He just shrugs it off. So the soldiers are around level 150? He is completely downplaying the whole situation. He was totally casual, only 30 levels higher than the ghost. Plus, they have armor, and mechanical armor is basically just fuel for my fire. She was officially speechless. Technically, he was right about the attributes. Seha stood there, watching her slowly lose her mind. He interrupted the conversation with a quick question. Sorry, but can I ask what your level is? Singu answered coolly. 26. Arin knew how unbelievable that sounded, so she jumped in to say he is not a normal level 26 player. Then, she immediately changed the subject to distract him. Anyway, your enemies are much harder than you think. I cannot take the stress anymore. Give me the regression orb. Singu did not get it. The regression orb? Why? She explained the reason with a very serious face. That is a rare item you got for a B rank completion. It is a powerful tool that can save the entire team if used correctly. Drawing on her years of experience, she said that at Blue Sky, player safety is always the top priority. It is not easy to finish missions above D rank there, so getting a B rank every time is actually very strange. Singu started connecting the dots. In your case, just maintaining a B rank is impressive enough. Arin agreed. Plus, a regression orb is an incredibly rare find. Finally, he understood her plan. So you want to use it if I get into trouble so we can all escape together? She gave a firm nod. Exactly. Trust me. You and I are about to see just how reckless he can be. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see Singu get a serious reality check about his reckless habits. Singu just scratches his cheek, playing the innocent fool. Arin does not hold back though, hitting him right where it hurts. You are only happy because you finally found an enemy stronger than anyone you have ever faced before, she snaps. Even though he is caught red-handed, he still tries to play the victim and make up some excuses. He claims he knows how to stay alive and will use the recovery pearl if things get desperate. Arin is just tired of these constant heart-stopping scares. At this point, she simply cannot believe a single word coming out of his mouth. Fine, but if you use that pearl while I am safe, prepare to get chewed out. She stops him, but gives a final warning. Singu just grits his teeth and takes it. He cannot resist the temptation of that massive gate standing right in front of him. Arin steps up as the supporter. Seha, you have lost your abilities, so stay back. You cannot even pull off a surprise attack anymore. Deep inside, the boss Garak senses something. It seems he has already caught the scent of an intruder. At the same time, Singu feels it too. As the giant door opens, he is hyped and ready to dive straight into the action. A blinding light slowly begins to spread, completely swallowing the entire space around them. Garak was already waiting for them. It has been a long time since I met a human this sharp and skilled in martial arts. He does not rush in. Instead, he starts with a question. I am curious, you know how strong I am, so why come here? Singu just gives his signature smirk. He lets out a calm reply, and suddenly his eyes glow with a fierce, newfound determination. Ignoring the enemy's calm attitude, he grips his hammer tight and starts pouring all of his mana into it. Pay attention now, because this showdown is about to get absolutely explosive. You and I are in for one hell of a fight. I have never met anyone stronger than me. I have always been curious what would happen, and I will never know if I just run. Garak hears this and laughs like he is watching a comedy. The corners of his mouth stretch all the way to his ears. He enjoys this, swinging his axe to prepare for a counterattack. I like you. Now that is what I call a true warrior spirit. Watching this, Seha starts to feel a bit uneasy. It looks like Singu does not actually have that much mana left. He is level 26, but his mana is way too low. Arin, what do you think about this? She noticed it too. Shingu's mana grows very slowly, and with his careless attitude, he probably does not even realize how bad it is. Arin believes his progression is just fundamentally different from any normal player she has ever seen before. I think it is related to his insane physical strength. But that does not mean he does not know how to use what he has. Despite his reckless nature, she is proud of her teammate. You will be shocked by what he can do, even with such little mana. Seha is left even more confused after hearing that. Immense physical strength? What does that even mean? The battle officially begins. Singu challenges him to come closer, while Garak roars back, telling the human to bring it on. He leaps forward with incredible momentum, moving as fast as the wind across the battlefield. The boss is ready. He swings his axe, aiming for a lethal blow. As Singu gets close, Garak delivers a sharp, deadly strike. Singu reacts instantly, blocking with his black wolf claws. The collision sends sparks flying, the massive force making them both tremble. Singu grits his teeth and takes a deep breath, focusing every ounce of his strength into his next move. They separate to gain some distance. Garak's pride is wounded, and he responds with a roar that shakes the entire room. You and I are probably wondering the same thing as Seha and Arin at this point. Who is the real monster here? A memory of being bullied as a kid flashes through Shingu's mind. Since the day I was born, I have never lost in strength. Back then, he sent that bully flying through a wall with a snap of his fingers. He never actually had to try. He thinks back to a shattered rock. Returning to the present, he realizes things are finally different now. He puts everything into his black wolf claws. He thought he would finally face someone his own size, but this is even better. Garak laughs and raises his weapon to strike back. Singu refuses to back down and gets into his finishing stance. Their weapons collide with a violent force, creating a flash of light that blinds everyone watching. I finally met someone where my insane strength is not enough. He thinks about his status as a hidden player. An image of his glowing body appears. Suddenly, he starts radiating light, feeling stronger than he ever has in his life. His eyes turn white with power. Despite this, he still cannot seem to take down the Iron Demon in front of him. The boss mocks him, calling him weak but admitting that his skills are actually quite impressive. Singu just grins. Finally, you and I get to see him prove his skill instead of just relying on raw power. Ready? Stick with me, we're about to see Singu transform into a technical master. No one has ever called him weak. Garak's cold gaze doesn't move him one bit. With every enemy strike, he's internally calculating his own growth. He studied martial arts since he was young just to control his power. He's learned so much, but no one ever saw the work he put in. Confidence surges within him. He thinks that maybe a single finger is all it takes to settle this. He remembers entering the Heavenly City, a drive that remained the same when he became a dungeon-clearing player. He recalls the fodder he crushed wolves in the trial dungeon, gnolls, and even those lowly goblins. One punch was enough back then. But watch closely, Singu realizes these massive beasts require much more than just simple tricks to take down. Singu's thoughts shift towards something more positive. Actually, there's a real upside to this struggle. His reputation is tied to his strength. After his long monologue, he decides humans must evolve. He returns to the fight with a refined, dignified stance. It's time for real technique. This battle is dragging out the darkness buried in his soul. It's forcing him to remember every ounce of effort from his past. He mastered combat techniques because he knew he wasn't the smartest. We see him flash between intense study and refined arts. He wants to prove he's more than just raw power and improve himself by embracing new challenges. Suddenly, he's slammed backward, crashing violently into the jagged rocks. He charges back at Garrick, reckless and death-defying. The reasoning might sound cliché or even harsh, but he knows that trying to save others without real talent is just a waste of time. He grips his weapon with a death-defying resolve. What he values isn't the effort he puts in, but what he actually achieves. Plus, his eyes sharpen with fire. You see it too, right? He's finally proving to the world that he has hidden talents. In an instant, a flood of internal conflict rushes through Singu's mind. He's smart, he's strong, and finally, all that suppressed emotion within him explodes as he shouts his vow to prove to everyone that he is special. From a distance, Seha and Arin watch in total awe. He's amazing, she thinks, surprised by her own reaction. Her cheeks turn bright red with pride. Singu is undergoing a transformation far more important than just clearing a dungeon or leveling up. Meanwhile, Garak keeps taunting Singu. Is that all you've got? You think those moves can stop me? But as soon as those words leave his mouth, he falls completely silent. Garak roars in fury, venting his rage because Singu's weak attacks are actually starting to hurt him. The overwhelming pressure makes him cautious. A bead of sweat falls. This is the first time he's ever dodged out of fear. Training memories flood back. Though he practiced dodging for years, he's never actually had to use those skills until right now. He mutters to himself in disbelief. He didn't even know he was this good at evading attacks. It feels like the first time it's real. Singu pivots for an attack. Practice is nothing compared to a life-or-death moment. His veins bulge. Every sense is awakening as he feels his muscles finally sinking with every movement. Singu launches a direct strike into Garak's chest, pressing his advantage with everything he's got. He grins as the blow connects. From the start, he knew coming to this dungeon was a great idea. Arin reads his expression perfectly from a distance. His face says it all, leaving Seha totally speechless and confused. Singu seizes his chance, delivering a crushing blow to Garak's leg that sends the beast crashing down. The monster groans in agonizing pain. Seha watches with doubt, wondering how a commoner could ever learn to fight like that. Arin explains it simply. He's applying martial arts to his weapons to overcome every impossible obstacle. She looks at him with the most affectionate eyes you can imagine. He has a childish dream of becoming the strongest in the world, and it's fueling his incredible progress. Garak swings his axe in a rage, but Singu manages to dodge the strike perfectly. He shouts in excitement, "I knew you'd try that." Then, he slams his weapon straight into Garak's face. The impact is devastating, obliterating Garak until he completely vanishes into thin air. The massive hammer falls to the ground in defeat. Seha and Arin watch, wide-eyed and cheering for his victory. Singu smirks, pointing triumphantly at himself. Turns out, you're still weaker than me. The giant Garak lies defeated before him. Singu lets out a massive sigh of relief. And that's where we leave it. You and I just watched Singu achieve the impossible against a great demon. Arin just smiles and agrees. Great demons are incredibly hard to kill. Seha protests like a frustrated kid, saying it's not just about their magic. Stick with me, we're about to see why these demons are a total nightmare. And it's not because of some weird magic or curses. 7 levels of pain. Look at Gajak over there bleeding out just from the impact, because these things have insane power and off-the-charts defense. They use their massive bodies and weapons in ways that most players can't even begin to imagine. Seha's literally shaking, unable to believe his eyes. This is why you never face an Iron Greater demon without high-level skills and heavy artillery. Very few people can survive a fight with one of these monsters using nothing but pure combat technique. Suddenly, he's in full fanboy mode. Blush and all, he's staring at Singu's back, realizing he completely underestimated what this guy is capable of. He thought he was the main hitter, but compared to Singu, not even close. Seha's voice drops, fists clench tight, even though he's an elite wind whirlwind warrior. Then, he turns toward Arin, calming down a bit. He realizes that if he'd focused on technique instead of just grinding levels, maybe things would be different. Back to Gajak. He's been out cold, but suddenly his eyes snap open. He struggles to his feet while Singu just stands there, unbothered. Gajak's recovery kills the mood instantly. Both of them are starting to sweat, feeling the heavy pressure in the air. Singu just looks at him with pure disgust. You idiot. Gajak finally finds his voice, screaming about being used as a test subject. Singu doesn't miss a beat if you don't like it. Then try harder next time. The demon snorts in rage, spraying blood everywhere. He grabs his weapon and unleashes a barrage of strikes. Singu pulls out his black wolf claws, his expression turning terrifyingly dark. Now watch closely, Singu is about to prove he's on a different level. Why did he stop moving? Wait, is that boom? Singu drives his weapon straight into Gajak's gut. Punishment delivered. The sheer force leaves the demon in agony, so much fire. Now the plan is clear, and the mood shifts to pure excitement. Exactly. Iron Greater demons are weak to artillery and fire. That's why they wear that heavy armor, but here's the catch. Arin steps in to finish the thought. They can't stand up to weapons imbued with magic. Still, Gajak refuses to back down, yelling that he won't lose just because his armor's melting. But Singu doesn't care. He spins around, prepping another blow. Backing up was just the beginning. A direct hit. He sends the demon's weapon flying with an ear-piercing clang. Singu retracts his claws and gives a cold warning. With one final burst of strength, Singu strikes straight for Gajak's neck. Damn it. Everything goes silent. He collapses at Singu's feet, glaring up at his opponent. Infuriating. Gajak's face is a bloody mess, but that arrogant attitude hasn't changed. He's still alive. Singu stands tall, refusing to let the demon have the last word. He might have won this round, but it's not enough. This dungeon is far from being cleared. Now, you and I can see the real problem. This single demon pushed him to the limit. So how is he supposed to survive the entire mountain of monsters waiting deeper inside? He pauses to calculate his next move. He's lacking power, skills, and most importantly, experience. It's been a long time since he felt this helplessness. He needs to recover. Singu points at Gajak, declaring that next time, he'll be completely destroyed. His words actually surprise the demon. Suddenly, a strange smile creeps across Gajak's face. Gajak bows his head and whispers for Singu to finish him. The sudden shift catches everyone off guard. Seha and Arin are just as confused. Without waiting for an answer, the demon explains that he can feel it. This place. He stops for a second, catching his breath to say that this dungeon is expanding to the surface. His face tightens with tension. There's too much mana building up here, far more than these underground walls can possibly hold. That's when they'll invade the world above. He's talking about the total destruction of Sanha town. Singu imagines the chaos these demons would cause to innocent people. So what? Gajak weakly raises his hand, and 3 small orbs appear. If he dies now, that mana vanishes, and their invasion gets delayed just a little bit. He looks Singu in the eye. The mana here will eventually recreate his body and memories, so the boy better be ready for their next encounter. Gajak laughs creepily, but you can tell he actually respects Singu's overwhelming strength. He'll fight with a brand new body next time, a win-win for both of them. Even Singu is stunned by the offer. Seha and Arin look more panicked than shocked. Singu finally cracks a smile. Is that so? Gajak looks at him with a strange kindness, unlike his earlier contempt. I'm looking forward to your progress, young warrior. Gripping his black wolf claws, Singu responds boldly. It won't take long. With one final strike, Singu obliterates him. As the demon fades into black smoke, the secret mechanics of this dungeon finally start to click. And that's where we leave it, trust me. This is just the beginning. Back home, Seha is standing among piles of boxes, looking completely speechless. Stick with me, we are diving right back into a story where every single power-up is a matter of life or death. If you just introduce those boxes, I will hand over every scrap of food I have in my inventory. The girl explains with a silly face that even if you die in the process, you will still exist as a spirit. Though he is speechless, he gives her a forced smile and tells her to try and return while he is still alive. Back in the city, a blinding golden gate suddenly appears, absolutely terrifying a driver sitting right in the middle of the road. Without hesitation, the driver turns the car around and flees, while Singu and Arin step out from the gate completely oblivious. He breaks into a cold sweat. Realizing they return to the exact street where he caught the car, the exit worked perfectly. Suddenly, Singu holds his head and sighs deeply, looking totally exhausted, which prompts Arin to kindly ask if he is all right. She offers to heal him, but he immediately refuses, telling her they should just head back to the rest area instead. With those words, he walks off looking cool, while she flies behind him as he sinks deep into his own thoughts. Singu's silence makes Arin quite worried, and soon they find themselves alone in a room back at the rest area. After changing clothes, he sits on the bed and confesses that he did not expect to be so completely overwhelmed in battle. Arin tries to encourage him, saying it did not look like a loss, but Singu just looks frustrated and lacks confidence. He recalls the fight, analyzing every move, knowing that if he had not used fire, the enemy would have finished him. Now, pay attention here. This dark realization is exactly what is going to push our main character to the next level. Singu turns to Arin with a determined look, telling her he needs to start training himself much harder than ever before. It is not just about that great demon, but everything coming next. like those hammer-wielding monsters in the level 26 dungeons. He cannot even imagine what kind of terrifying monsters are waiting in the actual dungeons of the Heavenly Blue Sect. Singu sinks further into the memory of the battle, ignoring everything around him as he finally admits the harsh truth. The power of that Iron Great Demon was far beyond anything he could have ever imagined or prepared for in advance. He feels ashamed for being satisfied with just gaining a few levels and defeating small monsters back in Sana Town. His attention shifts to Arin as he realizes there are hundreds of people out there who are even stronger than her. Thinking to himself, he knows he has a very long road ahead because the world is full of incredibly powerful warriors. Suddenly, Singu starts laughing in a very strange way, which actually startles the girl standing right in front of him. There must be dungeons higher than level 32, and he refuses to stay still while feeling like a speck of dust. Singu stands up and stretches his arms, quickly regaining his fighting spirit and shaking off the gloom from earlier. First, he must surpass the great demons, then the general, while Arin asks why he suddenly looks so happy and excited. Singu looks her in the eye and answers with total confidence, proving his mindset has shifted to something much stronger. Being compared to others does not lower his value, and just because stronger people exist does not mean he should change. His optimism earns Arin's respect, as the most important thing is that he now realizes he has the potential to improve. Not only does he realize it, but he also possesses the specific methods and the willpower to actually make it happen. Singu closes his eyes thoughtfully, saying he is truly happy to be a player because he can constantly better himself. You feel that too, right? That infectious confidence makes it impossible not to root for him as he moves forward. Taking the opportunity, Arin starts teasing him, pointing out that he's talking about getting stronger right after a loss. She covers her mouth and giggles, calling him as cute as a child, which makes his entire face turn bright red. Soon after, Singu takes a shower and tells Arin that his top priority now is focusing on leveling up his character. The emotions in his heart begin to pour out as he realizes that real progress starts by facing your own weaknesses. She agrees with his point of view and explains that his combat techniques improved massively during the fight with the Etha. Singu is not that happy though, staring at his flaming hand and realizing that just getting stronger is still not enough. He needs more experience and training right now, clenching his fist as he thinks about what the final results will be. Arin smiles gently and finishes his sentence, mentioning that he needs to focus on both skills and passive abilities too. She crosses her arms and starts giving him advice with a serious yet cute face, explaining the core mechanics of power. Active and passive skills might seem similar, but they are different because active skills require mana to be used repeatedly. That is why they are not easily shown, but the vibration of mana when using them is incredibly strong and intense. And that is the breakdown, trust me. You and I are going to want to see how he masters these new abilities. Mana is essentially energy that transforms into a specific shape before stabilizing inside a player's body. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see how Arin uses Singu's own body to show how his chaos and soul-collecting skills are actually manifesting. Singu imagines his chest glowing, though it is hard to feel since he only just unlocked these abilities. But his other passive skills have already crystallized into Falamana, sparkling on his skin like stars. Even as he listens intently, he cannot hide his pure excitement. If he can sense them more naturally and master their use, his growth will be off the charts. Then, Singu clenches his fist with total determination. He can finally create passive skills just like he did with his active ones. Arin does not stop there and patiently continues her detailed explanation. She knows he likely understands, but this is incredibly difficult. Most players only get passive skills from dungeon clears or massive achievements. She gives him a serious look, mirroring the intensity he has shown until now. Arin breaks down the power levels, focusing on those lucky enough to gain passive skills in combat, especially weapon-based ones. Now pay attention here, because these skilled fighters become legendary guild leaders by mastering these traits. She explains that while mana initially creates the skill, it does not limit the user once it is actually born. After that, the skills work regardless of how much mana you have left. You can trust them as much as your own two hands. Hearing this, Singu curiously interrupts her, asking if she is basically saying he can create a 10-star right hand. He looks Arin right in the eye and argues back. If he just compresses mana and shapes it for a specific purpose, isn't that just a passive skill? He makes it sound way too easy. She glares back at him. Her expression hardens. She warns him it will be brutally difficult since he has never touched Monica. But Singu does not care about warnings and just charges straight ahead. He decides to start with weapon and physical passives first. He has already stopped listening and is ready to jump into action. Helpless against her friend, Arin sighs to herself, thinking that creating passives requires more than just mana control. You need a deep understanding of the ability itself. It is not easy, but for Singu, she decides to speak up again. Singu, before we start, let me tell you one more vital thing. What is it? Suddenly, Arin points right at him and drops a truth bomb. Your mana is still way too low to even try creating a passive skill. Singu is frozen in shock. Arin goes on a long, angry rant, leaving Singu spinning. On top of that, every time you try to create a passive, you permanently lose a portion of your mana. Since his pool is already tiny, he might not have enough left to even use his active skills afterward. He cannot even argue. He just scratches his head and sighs. I know what you are thinking, low mana is always the issue. Singu realizes there is only one answer. He has to play it slow and steady. He needs to conquer the dungeons. He will level up by fully utilizing his raw strength, training his weapons and body against monsters, then using mana to forge those passives. Of course, Singu has not forgotten the most important rule. He has to do all of this before Seha dies. Memories of Seha's smile flood his mind. He leans against the wall, looking like a troubled CEO. Now that he has his answer, it is time for him to take action. They need to find as many dungeons as possible before the essence runs out. This mission involves more than just them, so he is dead serious about saving his teammates. Not wanting to waste another second, he quickly heads toward his beloved vehicle. Time to hit the road. Arin is already tucked in his pocket, praying they find some easier dungeons this time around. Just as Singu is about to put on his helmet, a sound rings out, followed by a news update for players. A nearby building's screen shows the latest report. Players escaping dungeons with escape items are all reporting the same thing. The difficulty levels are spiking everywhere. The Whirlwind Guild, Korea's most famous team, also announced that even they were not fully prepared for this change. News of Seha's passing is mentioned. They lost many members, including John Seha. They report that the difficulty spike matches the exact moment monsters began rioting globally. It does not stop there. Related topics are being updated every single minute. Breaking news. The number of player candidates is surging again. This is something the world has not seen in a very long time. Estimates show 1,000 new cases in Korea alone. Other countries are seeing even more terrifying numbers, with hundreds of thousands of new players worldwide. This sparks hope for those suffering from monster attacks. However, there is still a heated debate. Is this actually good news, or is something much darker happening? Singu pauses and listens closely before he heads out. Players can earn millions of dollars in dungeons, but where does that money come from? Why no inflation? Trust me, you and I need to see where this leads. Enough waiting for today. Alright. You and I are diving into a world where new players are emerging across the globe to balance the rising monster wave. It is a never-ending cycle that keeps the entire world in a state of constant tension. We are witnessing a massive purge, but at the same time, something even more dangerous is happening. Sky dungeons have upgraded, forcing players with 15 years of experience to retire, while some new candidates can't even survive the initial trial dungeons. After several shocking events, life has shifted as the Sky City, once hated by humanity, starts changing everything. Its influence over the world is growing fast, inevitably leading to a surge of people putting their faith in players. Singu concludes that as players retire, dungeons multiply. A great catastrophe is coming. Right now, he senses something unusual, but in a way that only a seasoned hunter could truly understand and anticipate. His sixth sense is razor sharp. Suddenly, he spots a glowing dungeon entrance right on the side of the road, but it doesn't stop there. Another one is in the playground, and another right by the park fountain. One even appears right where Singu stops his car. He's stunned, staring at the sheer number of portals. He doesn't even need a detector anymore. Arin looks at the situation, feeling completely overwhelmed by it all. She agrees. Singu checks his phone and estimates at least 20 in Seoul alone, but there are likely hundreds more scattered across the nation. This sudden explosion leaves her uneasy. She's so scared she doesn't even want to count the global numbers. With her long experience, she recognizes that the number of new players is small, and most of these weak candidates aren't even surviving their initial trial dungeons anymore. This weighs heavily on Arin. Veteran players advise taking basic courses, but some people just never listen. Since the trial difficulty spiked, many candidates are failing. Now pay attention, because Singu's reaction is the exact opposite. He's worryingly positive, seeing this as a personal all-you-can-eat dungeon buffet served just for him. Instead of fear, he's actually enjoying this. He shouts that the world is finally full of dungeons. His curiosity is piqued and he can't wait. Where should we start? Arin tries to suggest the easiest one. Singu pretends not to hear her. He wants to train his combat skills, so he's skipping the easy stuff. She gets angry, pointing out those are obviously trial dungeons, but he just keeps up his solo comedy act. He insists they pick at least a normal level. Arin finally snaps, screaming that they are going with the easiest. Singu isn't happy. He really wanted a high-level dungeon, maybe something like a fight with a great iron devil. He knows you can't be sure until you enter the dungeon, but seeing the murderous glare in her eyes, he decides it is better to just compromise. Finally, he gives in. Damn it. He has no choice but to listen to her. Arin cools down, but still tells him she hates him. Singu starts planning how to adapt to this new situation. Now here's where we see his logic. He figures he can still train his combat skills even in the lowest level dungeons. If he can't get high-quality experience, he will make up for it with massive quantity. The system pings. Location is Ant Cave 231. Target is slimes. Time limit is 3 hours. He marches in, but the peaceful silence of this place starts to annoy him. He complains about picking a zone that isn't dangerous, feeling disappointed because there isn't a single other player's soul to be found inside this entire dungeon area today. Suddenly, something on the ground catches his eye. A pack of slimes is slowly crawling toward him. He's never been afraid of powerful monsters, but looking at these squishy things, he internally screams. How gross. Panic-stricken, Singu asks his teammate if these are the same slimes he's heard about. Arin observes seriously and confirms it. Back when she started, she had to clear many dungeons like this. She explains that slimes are classic weak monsters found in every fantasy story, but their origin is actually unique. These creatures have a special structure and surprising power. They are immune to physical attacks. They are highly corrosive and always appear in massive swarms. On paper they are dangerous, but Arin knows they won't stand a chance. A light poke or a stomp is enough to finish them. Singu catches on quickly. Got it. Suddenly, the whole pack of slimes lunges at him. He enters combat mode, his feet glowing with energy. With his black wolf blade in hand, he charges straight into the middle of the enemy swarm. Let's go. The slimes can't even scratch him. As soon as they touch him, they pop like water balloons. Is clearing a dungeon really as simple as running through it? This feels like a mobile game for toddlers. To end it fast, he uses his ultimate skill, the battlefield war cry. The sound echoes, successfully drawing the entire swarm of slimes toward him. Singu charges forward as they melt against his mana. Trust me, you and I just witnessed him realize that some skills are actually more effective against weaklings. Alright, you and I are watching a hero so broken, he's actually getting bored. One war cry, one charge, and the entire room is cleared in a second. This run is basically a walk in the park. Who knew the charge skill could kill things just by running past them? But Arin knows exactly why this is happening. She tries to tell him it is not that simple. She is used to his overwhelming power by now. His body is basically a human weapon. Naturally, Singu loves the praise. After sprinting non-stop, he finally spots the end of the path. There it is, the entrance to the boss room. As the lesser ghouls swarm him, his hands itch for action. Time to clear this dungeon out for good. Arin chases after him, shouting for him to wait. Just then, a massive greater ghoul blocks his path. Singu doesn't rush. He realizes this beast won't go down with one punch. He grips his black wolf claws, aiming for a lethal strike. Time to combine, charge and punishment. Singu lunges forward with everything he has got. He prepares to strike, but Arin suddenly flies in with a warning. He only has 2 seconds. The boss is hardening its body with mana. The monster quickly weaves a reinforced mana net to defend itself. Watch this closely. Despite the barrier, he slams down one devastating strike. The monster literally explodes into a puddle. Arin just stands there, frozen in shock. Singu kneels over the remains, letting out a long, disappointed sigh. Damn, I failed. Swapping skills mid-mana flow is tough. He turns to Arin and asks about its special ability. She just looks at him with utter confusion. Wait, did she not just warn him? The system pings. Dungeon clear. 17 minutes, 5 seconds. 340. 1 ghouls slain. Special achievement unlocked. Speedrunner. Reward, +5 agility. This result makes Singu pretty happy. He actually unlocked a secret achievement. Seems like clearing it fast is the key. 5 points of agility instead of the usual 2? He starts wondering if his muscles are already changing. He did not realize stats could jump like that. As his agility rises, he can feel his body becoming more lean and powerful. Arin interrupts his thoughts, telling him he looks like a creep. He just shrugs, strength is strength, right? While celebrating, he spots something else on the screen. Another notification pops up. You have received the Peace Activist Secret Achievement. You almost became an activist for world peace. I know what you're thinking, big reward, right? But looking at his stats, Singu feels more like a total fool than a legend. It's basically a joke. The title is so basic even a monkey could get it. It feels like the system is mocking him. Singu shakes his head in disbelief. Arin gets worried watching his weird behavior. Is everything okay? Yeah, nothing. His face turns unusually serious. If every dungeon has a boss like this, he won't finish anytime soon. Even though this world is harsh, the system messages are strangely positive. If there is something new to see, he has to check it out. The system presents the final rewards. Rank FB clear. Bonus reward. Greater Ghoul Essence. A concentrated orb containing the power of the dungeon boss. You can absorb its power by consuming it. Doing so will also grant you the memories of the Greater Ghoul along with a massive experience boost. The remains of the ghouls slowly vanish beneath his feet. This is too easy for an unranked dungeon. Forget leveling up. Getting this kind of reward for a rank FB clear is totally broken. 2 conflicting thoughts clash in his mind, but Arin cuts in again. She cannot believe he actually got the essence drop. He holds 3 beautiful, glowing crystals. They are just shards, but they hold the memories and mana of a boss monster. Even for a boss, getting a drop like this in a low-level dungeon is rare. She winks at him, sounding like an expert. You cannot expect to get everything in one run, Singu. Besides, how many more ghouls are left? He ignores her question entirely. All he cares about is her calling him greedy. Singu turns to leave, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Fine, since you are the expert, I will just store these in my inventory. Do not just think about eating them. Fine, I get it. He flips the 3 essence stones as he walks. Offering them up probably won't do much, so he decides to stash them at the rest area. Suddenly, a new idea strikes. If he keeps farming low-level dungeons, he will save so much time. Then, a glowing yellow triangle appears a new unknown dungeon. Arin jumps back in shock when she sees it. What? A brand new dungeon just spawned in 20 minutes while we were still inside. Singu jokes that maybe this is the Earth's plan to control the population. Arin is terrified that the story just changed genres. He thinks of Jia, Chun, and Borgun, feeling a pang of sadness. So many of these experimental hives are appearing now. So here's where we leave it with a hero ready to farm every dungeon in sight. If he wants to reach the top, he's going to need all that essence. Trust me, it's about to get wild. Stick with me, we are diving into a dungeon crawl that is about to get incredibly weird. Sounds good. Let's head somewhere safe. We cut to an apartment in Vendor where a giant anthill hole sits. Suddenly, the system alerts them. The level 237 Heaven Pit dungeon must be finished in 4 hours. They descend into the pit. After a few steps, Singu sighs. A rustling sound makes Arin freeze mice. She grabs her head in terror. For newbies, mouse dungeons are the worst. She always tried to avoid them. Singu catches on immediately. Are you afraid of mice? Arin slumps her shoulders and just admits it. She explains sadly. At least other monsters look the part. Even beasts or dogs are scary in a normal way. A terrifying image of a shadow mouse flashes in her mind. But in these specific mouse dungeons, these vermin are different. Players usually get careless here, even though they really should not. Singu is still confused. So, they use massive numbers to beat high quality? Arin patiently explains. One slip and a whole swarm surrounds you. You will not even get a second chance. Fear makes her shake. Swarms of mice will eat everything, your weapons, armor, even your entire body. Arin mutters to herself. Getting eaten alive is one of the most tragic ends to a dungeon raid. Singu looks skeptical. What about the boss? Her fear spikes. The boss is even worse, a giant monster mouse. This news makes Singu start to question everything about how this dungeon actually works. Now pay attention, because Singu is about to do something absolutely reckless. Excitement is written all over Shingu's face. That is the most important thing to him right now. They reach a damp tunnel. The filth is so bad he covers his nose. This place is disgusting, like Europe during the Black Death. The darkness terrifies Arin, so she clings to Shingu's coat for dear life. She looks like a pocket doll. She is so tiny now, she probably hates facing these mice even more. She still guides him. See those glowing eyes in the dark? They are waiting for you to step out of this room. They are weak and easy to kill. Suddenly, he summons a wolf howl to echo through the tunnel, along with poisonous fangs. Wait, what are you doing? Singu smiles confidently. No turning back now. He puts his hammer and gloves into his inventory. He is defenseless and cannot attack. A man of peace. Singu takes a stance. He will run as fast as possible to the boss room using his mana. Let's see if this insane plan actually works. Singu tells Arin to hang on tight before he charges. Gray mice swarm them immediately, letting out ear-piercing shrieks that fill the dark tunnel. The lead mouse hits his leg and instantly explodes like a water balloon. Every mouse that touches him blows up. Singu sighs, feeling like the game is insulting his skills. They just keep jumping at me. This is even easier than fighting the first great demon. Every dead mouse drops loot. Arin screams to remind him essence. Singu, pick up the essence. But he does not slow down. We will gather it all after we clear the boss room. She is confused. The boss room? Singu calmly explains his theory while he keeps moving. His theory is that they cleared dungeons too fast before, only using one weapon on the boss. To prove this, he wants to try something different. The system already gave him a hint. It felt like the system pitied him. What if he never used a weapon from start to finish? He is curious what happens if he clears a dungeon by just running around without ever attacking. Arin is completely speechless at his logic. She snaps at him, making Singu grit his teeth in frustration. He argues that if he kills them without hitting them, he might get a peace action reward. He has run quite far now. Gray mice keep suicide bombing him. He thinks his movement skill is just utility. Arin is done listening. She covers her ears and yells that his plan is ridiculous. How is any of this non-violent? She realizes he can kill everything without even trying to attack. It fits Singu perfectly because his entire body has already become a deadly weapon. And trust me, You and I are about to find out if this crazy run pays off. Alright. You and I are diving into a story where monsters are nothing more than mindless pests. Seeing these rats reminds her of a twisted fairy tale. Just because they are monsters doesn't mean they are actually smart. Over 100 rats have already exploded, leaving blue blood splattered all over Singu. Gross, right? Can we please do something about this mess? Aaron absolutely hates the filth and refuses to leave his pocket. Don't even ask. I'm staying right here. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the hall, followed by a bone-chilling screech. A massive rat emerges, dwarfing every single monster they have faced so far. Aaron immediately recognizes the green glow. This thing is a high-level mutant. Her voice trembles with worry. It's a plague-spreading mutant. But before she can even finish, Singu crushes it with a single step. The system pings with a notification. Charge has reached level 7. Power surges through him as he shouts in excitement. This is great, his levels are skyrocketing. Arin just cries silently in his pocket. Singu doesn't even notice. He's too busy enjoying the rush of leveling up his skills just by running in circles. His powerful footsteps shake the very ground beneath him with every stride. Plus, as his level goes up, he runs faster while using way less mana. To him, this dungeon is basically a treadmill. He decides to keep charge active, ignoring Aaron's screams about how reckless he's being. Singu has always been a bit of a rebel. He doesn't listen, he just masters skills his own way. Arin tries to compromise. Fine, have it your way, but please don't use punishment every single day, okay? Now pay attention here. He suddenly realizes this dungeon is massive, way bigger than the last one. The path splits in two. Arin panics, shouting about the fork in the road ahead. He stops to think for a second. Why not just pull a U-turn? Arin is completely lost by his logic. He doesn't wait. He guns it into the right path like a kid looking for a gold star. How was that turn? But Arin isn't having any fun at all. She's literally ready to vomit. Meanwhile, Singu gains a new skill. By running so much, he learned how to shift his momentum. The key is controlling the direction of the force during the dash. He's acting like a literal professor of movement now. If he understands how mana moves his muscles, changing direction becomes second nature. He's truly gifted. He uses that raw force to absolutely steamroll through the endless wave of rats. He pauses for a moment. That battle-hungry look in his eyes shifts into a strange, unreadable confusion. He falls into thought, remembering his life before he ever became a player. He lived 24 years without a drop of mana, and honestly, he liked that simple life. Doubt starts to creep in. Should he still act the same way now that his body is overflowing with power? Even while running, his mind is racing. Active skills, passive skills. Should he treat them as separate from his own body? You and I both see it looks like a game, but he knows this reality is very real. A carefree guy like him isn't meant for deep thinking. He decides to worry about it later. He looks at his tiny partner hiding from the slime. This is too complicated for now, even Arin wouldn't get it. Just as he's overthinking, Aaron snaps him out of it with a happy shout. She found the boss room, but Singu still has one concern. What about the leftovers? Aaron guesses there are still a few rats trailing behind them. That's all he needed to hear. He pulls a high-speed pivot. Is that it? He U-turns right back. The gray rats are terrified to see him return. Singu loves the reaction. Did you think I'd let you live? He wipes them out, finally ready for the final showdown. All right, back to the boss room we go, but Aaron realizes something and panics. Are you just going to charge straight in? He confirms it, he's at full throttle. Being covered in rat slime is driving him crazy. He just wants to finish this and take a long shower. Arin is sobbing from exhaustion. Finally, the massive dungeon doors creak open. A literal army of mutant rats is waiting for them. Arin can't stand the smell or the sight of them. There are hundreds of them, and they are way bigger than cats. Singu locks in. Come and get some. The swarm reacts instantly, rushing at him like a cloud of angry hornets. And that's where we leave it. Within a minute, his power wipes out the nest and hits charge level 8. Alright, you and I are back with Aaron as she finally bolts out, swearing never to return to this dungeon again. Singu lets out a heavy sigh. His goal is still clear, but it is time to see if his wild hypothesis actually holds water. He bursts into the storage room, grabs a water bottle, and dumps the whole thing over his head without a second thought. Then he shakes his hair like a wet puppy, making Aaron think he looks strangely cute in his own weird way. He wipes the droplets from his eyes. It is finally time to check the results. The system notification pops up. Dungeon cleared. Total time, 15 minutes and 36 seconds. Success. Pay attention here, he just unlocked the special achievement, Peace Activist, along with a bonus player skill, Murderous Intent Level 1. It is a passive skill that fuses spirit, body, and mana into one lethal force. The description is chilling. It deals mental and physical damage while completely crushing the enemy's will to fight. At high levels, it can even kill targets outright. Plus, the higher the level, the more control he has over the pressure. Singu analyzes everything carefully. The huge gap between his achievement level and the bonus reward is eating him alive. Arin sees her chance to nag. See? I told you that achievement was anything but peaceful. But Singu only cares about the power. Murderous intent is incredible. He can weaken foes without even laying a finger on them. She just sighs in frustration. The real problem is he's a total amateur who cannot even control this aura yet. She realized this is why they haven't seen anyone. Singu was basically a walking hazard while running around like that. His pride is legendary, so he immediately tries to dodge the topic even though her complaints are totally on point. He insists it is just a passive skill, and it is absolutely fantastic. Probably the best one he has ever seen. Just like that, he forgets her lecture and starts smirking to himself like a total smug jerk. It is the ultimate passive because it combines physical power with mana and a mysterious spiritual force. Singu sees a massive future ahead of him if he can just master every part of this skill, a natural skill granted by his achievements. This could be the perfect support factor for controlling and evolving his growing powers. Arin admits it must be top tier because she has never heard of it in all her time as a player. His eyes light up like high-beam headlights. Arin gives him a look that is 3 parts pity and 7 parts affection. The system sends a new alert. Rank FB clear. Rewards: 2 regression stones and total experience points calculated. Something is off. He did not even gain a single level from this run. He starts deducing like a disciple of Sherlock Holmes. Even with a rank FB clear, all he got was 2 regression stones. His voice starts to trail off. He did not even get any extra stat points to distribute. Arin watches him freeze up for a few seconds before he suddenly flashes a grin that says he is better than everyone. Now, you and I both know what's coming. He realizes this means he has 2 more chances to get it right. Arin shouts to interrupt him. Singu, are we really going again right after you level up? Singu just winks at her, looking smooth as hell. Of course. You trust me, right? Arin stays silent in total defeat. He turns back to look at the remains of the gray rats, leaving nothing behind but glowing stones. Time to loot everything. While Singu is hyped, Arin is just holding her head, unable to believe her luck. Time flies like a bullet. Just like that, a whole week has passed by. Singu's desperate screams echo across the mountains after clearing over 40 dungeons. Why on earth hasn't he unlocked a single special achievement yet? The system displays his stats. User: Singu. Player rank: level 35. They finally stop their endless grinding. He sits on the bed, looking completely drained and depressed. Arin tries to comfort her teammate. Singu, you have been sitting in this rest area for 3 hours already. She tells him to get some sleep, but he just keeps beating himself up over his skills. He is beyond frustrated. He conquered Archdevil dungeons and absorbed their essence, but something is still missing. He even unlocked the Iron Body skill, which is a total lifesaver, but he is still getting more and more frustrated. Why can't he unlock any more of those legendary achievements? Arin tries to talk him down before he blows a fuse. You cannot just force these things to happen, Singu. His dramatic reaction makes her laugh. Honestly, in her eyes, he has already turned into a total monster. So let's see where this takes him. You and I know that getting double stats every level makes him a total monster. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a world of bonus points and secret achievements that every player dreams of. Shinhu stops his tinkering to listen closely, hanging on to every single detail she shares about his growth. Normally, mana stats only go up by 1.5 per level for better control. But there is a catch. Arin points out that the way he levels up is completely unique. While others get massive mana boosts, he only gets 1 point. However, the consequence of that minor change is actually the entire key to his hidden power. His physical stats jump by 2 points instead, making him far stronger than anyone else at his current level. Shingu nods, listening quietly. It turns out the total amount of mana matters less than how he actually uses it. Arin wonders if it is because he is an unauthorized player or just naturally gifted. She turns very serious. Shingu, listen. You. Now watch this. Arin flips her mood 360 degrees, cheering because he is becoming stronger than every other player. Seeing his stunned face, Arin reassures him. It is normal to feel a bit anxious about these changes right now. She insists it is a good thing while analyzing his growth. His level-ups are the ultimate proof of that. With 15 years of experience, she truly understands every hidden mechanic of this complex game world. Mana distribution is the peak of all skills. She smiles, watching him while explaining how it scales with his growth. I know you have already mastered the art of controlling your mana flow with high precision. Shingu stays quiet and thoughtful, but his growth rate has officially surpassed her wildest imagination. Arin keeps her passionate lecture going. He is doing perfect, so she tells him he can finally relax. Finally, he speaks up with a cold tone. Fine, you might actually be right about that. But it goes in one ear and out the other. He wants to hit the Great Demon Dungeon immediately. You saw that reaction, right? Arin freezes like time stopped, and her scream echoes down the street. In a flash, Shingu pulls his signature red motorcycle out of his inventory, ready to hit the road. Arin is still in total shock, asking over and over if they really have to go back there. He snaps his helmet on, eager to leave. He needs to do this now before it is too late. He hits her where it hurts, saying her colleagues might starve if they do not leave right this second. Arin hesitates. She cleared the soul dungeons, but they are nothing compared to what is out there across the country. She thinks they should not rush this difficult choice, but Singu has already made up his mind. That is exactly why we must go, he says, leaving her feeling even more confused than before. He wants to clear it before leaving Seoul. Those monsters will be a nightmare if they ever escape. Arin is frozen again. She knows those great demons are not just monsters, but highly trained warriors who live for battle. Once unleashed, they will slaughter everyone. He hesitates while sharing his concerns, wondering if the great demons are truly the most terrifying enemies in the country. Arin thinks he is worrying way too much about the situation. She tries to convince him that he will be stronger than them in just 10 more days. Working together has shown her a lot. His growth is anything but normal. He was born ready to fight. A flood of questions and doubts starts racing through her mind all at once. Is it pure talent? Or maybe he just prepared better than everyone else? It could be all of those things. Singu speaks up, pulling her back to reality. That is the reason I have to go. He stares at his hands and clenches his fist. He cannot overpower them yet, but he has to try. He still has a chance to fight. Once he makes a decision, nothing can change his mind. This is the perfect moment. The only time he can truly push his body and skills to the next level. He admits he has not faced a real challenge lately, and refuses to waste his growth in boring dungeons. He emphasizes his point one last time. This is the perfect chance he has been waiting for to test his limits. Arin is not the type to stay stubborn, so she decides to follow his lead instead. Fine, you win, she mutters to herself, knowing he wants to level up the hard way. So what do you and I take from this? Even a pro guide can't stop a legendary player. Alright, you and I are about to see if Singu can survive his most insane training session yet against high-ranked demons. He confirms it without hesitating. Arin finally gives up on trying to convince this stubborn man, and offers some final words of advice instead. He has a habit of saying terrifying things casually, but as he speeds down the main road on his bike, weaving through traffic, she warns him. This actually puts him in a great mood, watching people scramble out of his way like he is driving a high-speed ambulance. Arin is already tucked safely inside his jacket pocket, all thanks to one of his unique and convenient passive skills. It is his bloodlust. She warned him to be careful, and he awkwardly admits he tried his best to suppress the terrifying aura. His mind begins to race with complex thoughts regarding the perfect balance between his physical body and his mana and body. Singu had this all planned out, but a few issues still need to be settled for things to run smoothly. He could study this skill in the rest area, but time is the one thing he lacks when he needs it most. Suddenly, Arin spots something. Glowing eyes by the lake. It looks like we have finally arrived at the hidden destination. He hops off the bike and heads for the storage gate. They successfully located the entrance to the dungeon, just as she suspected. Watch this. The system just flagged this dungeon as a high-rank demon area with extreme danger. Singu looks at the massive cracks in the road. The entrance looks flimsy, like it is barely holding together after his last visit. He skips the pleasantries and smashes the entrance open with his powerful chaos tail, which clearly has more uses than just breaking things. A massive tremor shakes the ground, sending debris flying everywhere as he prepares to head inside. Let's move in. Just like before, they easily make it into the waiting hall, right inside the dangerous territory of the ant cave. This is high-rank demon area number 84. Singu notices a time limit for the first time. Arin quickly realizes what this might actually mean for their current situation. They will not get special treatment twice, or perhaps another player has already entered the cave and slowed things down. This makes him feel a bit guilty, wondering if his own presence is what caused this strange shift in the dungeon. A dungeon should be unbreakable, yet it became more dangerous simply because of his intrusion into this world. Singu ignores the uneasy thought and walks deeper. If it restarts while they are inside, they cannot stop midway. Arin feels the risk is too high. She suggests sending an anonymous report to the Hurricane Guild to handle it. He agrees with her, but priorities first. They need to find Seha before they worry about anything else. Using her sharp sixth sense, she feels her teammate nearby. A woman's intuition is never wrong, and she points the way. Seha finally appears, looking absolutely exhausted and pale, like a man who has reached his absolute limit. Trust me. Singu can't resist a roast, asking the poor guy if he is dead yet. Seha flinches and awkwardly replies that he is not quite dead, at least not yet anyway. He turns to Arin, sounding like he is leaving his final words as he tries to get used to his disappearing body. Seha's eyes grow dim as his voice turns heavy, his physical form slowly vanishing without a trace into the darkness. Arin feels her heart sink hearing these heavy words. He looks haggard as he confesses his deepest feelings of shock, fear, and jealousy. Singu might act cold on the outside, but seeing his teammate in this pathetic state actually hurts him deeply. He looks like a dying man, and Singu hates seeing people die, especially when it is someone he actually knows. Aaron notices his inner turmoil and explains that most players eventually have to experience losing their teammates at some point. Seiha weakly joins the conversation, sounding like he has given up. He says he will wait here while they go ahead, feeling like he will lose himself completely if he leaves this spot. Singu looks surprised but strictly orders Arin to stay behind and look after the guy while he handles business. He puts on his usual arrogant act to reassure her, saying he cannot fight high demons while protecting her. She cannot win an argument against him, so she asks for the return stones as a condition to stay. Seeing her expression soften, he hands them over, feeling a bit more at ease with the situation. He agrees, but she quickly adds that she probably will not even need to use them anyway. Her cheeks turn red as she shyly admits that she actually loves his confidence in these dangerous situations. Arin clutches the stone tightly, trying to convince herself that Singu simply cannot lose a duel to a demon. He has beaten them before at a lower level, but the anxiety about clearing the dungeon just won't go away. So, will he still be this relaxed when 3 high demons jump him at once? Let's find out. Alright, you and I are about to see Shingu's arrogance as he claims he can beat them one by one. He is more confident than anyone in his own power, so fighting 3 or 30 enemies makes no difference. Then, the heavy dungeon gates begin to grind open very slowly. Light spills into the dark room as Hookjan snorts, seeing Singu walk in casually. He lets out a cold laugh and sneers, "Ah, look at that, it is just a human." This weird reaction makes Singu frown so hard his eyebrows are practically touching. Why is he acting like this? Singu expected a reunion, but the demon's strange attitude is totally confusing. Why the cold shoulder? Is this really the very first time this guy has laid eyes on me? The demon just sits there, staring at Singu with nothing but pure, unadulterated contempt. It makes our cocky hero hesitate. Singu watches him closely. Is this another high-ranking great demon? Hookjan narrows his eyes, scanning Singu from head to toe. The pressure is insane, leaving Singu frozen in place like a statue, unable to tell what is coming next. Finally, the demon speaks up. "You are quite the impressive warrior, human. You are completely different from those weak mutants who have such unstable mana levels." Hookjan is actually praising him, admiring his solid build and refined combat skills. Now pay attention, the demon roars with joy, showing his sharp teeth because he finally found a worthy human opponent. Being praised like this makes Singu feel a bit awkward. Well, those words help Singu read the situation. At least the demon's personality is still the same. Thinking fast, he grips his weapon and charges at Hookjan like a guided missile. Battle start. His war cry echoes through the entire room. "You better take this." Hookjan laughs, thrilled to finally have a real fight as he stands up and prepares to counter. Singu ignites his mana, covering his entire body in raging flames and screaming for judgment. In a blink, a direct strike sends the demon's heavy helmet flying across the room. The metallic clang is deafening. Hookjan is stunned, and now, the beast is officially awake. "I never expected to lose my gear on the very first exchange." Singu smirks, feeling more powerful than ever. He doesn't hold back the trash talk. "Hey, are you even awake over there?" Hookjan is struggling but won't back down, warning Singu that he isn't the only one with powerful skills. Singu realizes the demon is still holding back and taunts him. "I know, so go ahead and prove it." The demon snaps, his eyes glowing a menacing red. "Fine, I will show you the true power of a great demon." Right then, he remembers what Arin told him. Great demons can use all their mana for mechanical armor, but that does not mean they are unable to use any other skills. But that doesn't mean they lose their skills. An innate ability will trigger once you have felt enough fear. Trust me, you saw that too, right? This transformation is the key Arin mentioned. Power levels jump 200% as he lets out a roar and vanishes like a gust of wind. Singu barely dodges the deadly axe, which slams into the ground and shatters the floor completely. The speed is unreal. The great demon has suddenly become much lighter and faster than before. Even though he knew this guy was a monster, he might have underestimated him just a little. Singu tries to stay calm, talking to himself as he analyzes the terrifying situation. "I see it now, so that is your true innate skill." He smiles confidently, even under that crushing pressure. Singu begins calculating his next move with surgical precision. Back when he was weak, he couldn't even tell if the demon was using a skill or not, but all those past battles paid off. The knowledge gained from combat has become his greatest weapon. Hookjan hates that calm attitude. "That is just luck, human. You will never defeat me." Singu doesn't back down. The two warriors collide again, and he narrowly dodges a horizontal swing. He swings his weapon back in a counterattack, but the demon ducks low and evades it easily. Singu spins his hammer like a whirlwind, building up a massive circle of mana energy. Hookjan dodges again, and as the hammer gets stuck in the ground, Singu simply lets it go. Using mana distribution, he focuses all his energy into his shoulder and slams directly into the demon's chest. And that is where we leave it. You and I just saw Singu land the most devastating blow yet. Alright, You and I are about to see just how terrifying Singu's growth has really become. He's thrilled with the damage his strike caused, having used charge to build speed before unleashing punishment upon impact. A split second later, Hookjian is sent flying back, crashing hard into the stone wall behind him. Singu wipes the sweat from his brow, noticing the demon still refuses to let go of his weapon even while downed. He taunts him again, asking if he's really going to stay down while still holding that axe. Singu provokes him, telling him to get back up and teach him something new while he still can. Standing before him, Singu listens as Hookjian rants about them being equal in strength but vastly different in mana and skill. Suddenly, the demon erupts into a chilling, maniacal laugh and points directly at himself with a twisted expression. With the fury of a spoiled child, he screams that fighting to the death is their only natural instinct. Singu just offers a strangely calm smile, while Arin watches from a distance, paralyzed with worry for her friend. She bites her lip, unable to even imagine a world where Singu actually loses this fight. Hookjian glares at him with pure malice, mocking Singu for being too weak to finish the job. Singu swings the Thaklang and replies that he is keeping him alive for a reason. "Go again," he says. They clash once more, and the demon shouts that Singu seems to be actually enjoying this slaughter. Singu just offers a cold grin, reminding the demon that no enemy who faces him head-on is ever allowed to walk away alive. Now, pay attention here, because this is where Singu realizes he finally has the technique to control the distance. He used to lack the strength for this, but everything is different now. He swings the Thaklang like he's performing a deadly dance, connecting with every single move he makes. Every time he dodges an attack, he feels himself syncing perfectly with his own inner power and growth. You can see the bloodlust on his face as he feels his energy recharging. This feels absolutely incredible for him. He glares at the angry demon, wondering what will happen once he moves past these iron demon types. Singu lands gracefully, his arrogant smirk still firmly in place as he dreams of becoming even stronger. He imagines the thrill of overcoming even more powerful foes, shouting that it will be absolutely glorious for him. Without hesitation, he lunges forward again, finally able to burn through his massive mana pool without any worries. Facing off against these powerful monsters is exactly what he needs to test his absolute physical limits. His weapon glows with intense energy as he prepares to unleash an improved version of his punishment skill on the enemy. With zero hesitation, Singu swings down and completely overwhelms Hookjian in a single, massive strike. His fighting spirit is peaking, making him feel more invigorated than he ever has before. That final strike makes the demon cough up blood as his armor shatters into pieces. With Hookjian defeated on the ground, Singu realizes he has won. You and I just witnessed a total victory. He managed to take down his opponent using only mana and physical skills, without even touching his fire magic. The demon eventually looks up and weakly admits that he has been completely defeated by the human. Looking at Singu's imposing figure, he confesses that the warrior's techniques have already reached a level of perfection. He struggles to sit up, preparing to say his final words as Singu looks on with cold, calculating eyes. Singu glances at the demon's broken hammer, agreeing that this outcome was exactly what he was looking for. He fought these iron demons for clues, knowing they rely on raw power rather than fixed martial arts techniques. He looks at the pathetic state of his enemy, who can barely even stand after their brutal exchange. Singu chuckles to himself, knowing he has a natural talent for this exact kind of brutal, physical combat. As the demon recovers slightly, he mentions a special skill that allows one to sync with their heart. He explains that it is a power reserved only for great demons who have proved themselves through countless battles. For a human warrior, Singu will have to find a way to grasp that chance on his own. He narrows his eyes mysteriously, claiming he can already see the beginning of that power within Singu. Singu is momentarily stunned before a look of realization washes over his face. He might already know it. Even if it was an accidental gain, he's confident he'll find something similar at the end of his journey. He breaks into a joyful, childlike grin, thinking there's nothing better than fighting these iron demons. Singu thanks him for the advice, sincerely admitting that he had a lot of fun during their fight. The demon smiles back but warns the human warrior to stay on his guard from now on. He warns there are hundreds more like him out there, including warriors even stronger than they are. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a captain who doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. Hookjian points a stern finger, warning him he needs to get much stronger to win. Singu just flashes a confident smirk, don't even worry about that. The hammer slams down with a sickening thud, sending black blood flying everywhere. Hookjian vanishes into a pile of ash as Singu rests the black wolf on his shoulder. Dueling and conquering dungeons? Those are two completely different things. The ash slowly drifts away, revealing a precious red gem glowing brightly on the ground. You could only use basic combat skills, but you never touched your true energy reserves, right? Singu turns and walks away coldly. I held back my killing intent and didn't even use the hammer's full power. Arin runs over as Singu looks back at the spot where his enemy vanished. He smiles. It was because I wanted to win using only my raw physical strength, my mana, and my own skills. Meanwhile, she clutches the stone to her chest and flies towards Singu to listen to him explain. But pay attention, that wasn't the only reason he dragged out this entire fight. His thoughts race. I have enough information now. I have perfectly analyzed the Great Demon's power and exactly how I need to move to counter them. He briefly imagines standing before a dark cave before snapping his focus back to reality. Singu checks his palm. I have half my mana left. Time to start saving it. He calculates his next move while Arin watches with blushing cheeks. Should I wait until I am fully recovered? No. I have to conquer this place. Singu grips the Black Wolf hammer with both hands, determined. I can always use the return gem to heal and get out. I mean, I could have saved so much energy right now if I just killed one monster. Looking incredibly excited, he starts plotting his next move. Each room in this dungeon is set far apart. Singu rests his chin on his hand, his expression completely unreadable. He caused quite a scene in the first room, yet no other monsters appeared. Arin agrees he should be happy about that. Singu ignores her, thinking maybe they didn't interfere because they saw it as a sacred one-on-one duel. His childish theory makes her laugh. Not quite. Arin switches into teacher mode to explain how this actually works. Usually, dungeon rooms are designed to stay isolated. She patiently guides him through the unwritten rules of this place. Unless a player tries to move between rooms or tries to destroy the whole dungeon, the monsters won't attack first. The monsters won't attack first. He nods, finally starting to get the picture. Singu looks at Arin, his voice turning serious. You see that? Even she is stepping up her game now. She promises to stay close enough for her healing spells to work. Arin puffs out her chest, insisting she is strong enough now to stay conscious while casting magic. She looks at him with serious eyes, doing everything she can to prove her worth. You are not the only one who has gotten stronger. I have regained my powers by clearing all these dangerous dungeons right by your side. Suddenly, Siha joins in. A support's growth rate is directly tied to the player they follow. He explains that if the player levels up, the support does too. If Singu trains his mana, Arin will naturally be able to heal herself. With blushing cheeks, Arin tells Singu to go conquer this dungeon. Deep down, Arin isn't actually that happy. She's feeling a little insecure about her role. He has won every battle so easily that she hasn't had a single chance to help him yet, even with full power. But she quickly recovers. Now is her chance to prove she isn't just someone living off his hard work. Arin flies over to Seha and tells him to wait right here. Seha smiles warmly, but his eyes look a bit sad. You seem very motivated, but please be careful. Those great demons are incredibly powerful. Singu nods in agreement. He steps forward, whispering to himself. Is it just me, or is he looking smaller? Arin puts a finger to her lips. Shh. That is exactly why we need to hurry. They walk for a while before noticing something strange. A bright light? Curiosity pulls them closer until they freeze. Whoa. Right in front of them is a massive, lush forest. It is hard to believe this exists underground. Singu is blown away. I don't even feel like I am in a cave anymore. He looks up at the ceiling to confirm. Well, since there is a roof, it is definitely a cave. Arin looks even more excited. This great demon zone simulates a difficulty level of 26. She flies around, taking in every single detail. It is great because we don't have to deal with trash mobs, but it is a nightmare for anyone just looking for an easy win. Singu goes quiet. Their presence has already attracted 2 great demons. A human? A human has actually managed to break in? And trust me, that smirk, it means these demons are in for a very, very bad day. Alright, you and I are about to watch one monster of a human take on the underworld. Look at Singu standing at that cave entrance. These 2 iron great demons can't believe their eyes as a mere mortal actually invading their turf. Seeing them, he just gives a cold smirk. Hornpower and Hunchback are fuming. They lunge at Singu with pure rage, screaming for him to die as they prepare to tear him apart. Arin is panicking. 2 great demons at once? But Singu is calm, mocking them with a sharp tongue. You guys are way too slow, like snails. Pure madness explodes in their eyes. Snails? How dare this human? They want to show him the true power of a great demon. Singu just chuckles at their stupidity. Honestly, he loves how shallow and predictable these monsters are. He grips his black wolf claw, eyes locked forward with total determination. Taking on 2 is nothing when you've already read their every move. Then, a sharp cracking sound shatters the silence of the cave. Watch this. Singu delivers a decisive strike that rips Hornpower's arm clean off, sending the beast flying back. Arin watches in awe as pieces of the demon's armor shatter. These iron demons use their joints like jet engines to boost their speed. By timing his hits perfectly, Singu triggers an explosion of compressed air inside them. Hunchback loses it and charges in, screaming in fury. Singu stares him down without a hint of fear. He mocks the demon's mechanical parts. The beast doesn't believe him, shouting that his raw power can overcome any supposed weakness. Singu pivots to build momentum, Fine by me, let's see whose strength is superior. His leap is so powerful the ground literally trembles. In a flash, Singu is right in Hunchback's face. That terrifying cracking sound echoes again, filling the demon with pure dread. It takes less than 2 moves to drop the Iron Great Demon. Arin is breathless, watching every second with absolute admiration. Singu's battle instincts are insane. After being hidden for so long, they're finally on display. Arin realizes she might be witnessing the awakening of a player everyone will one day fear. With the battle over, they head deeper into the ant cave. This place is dripping with mystery and ancient secrets. They scan the area. It really is a massive nest. Like a piece of the miniature world's battlefield was transplanted right into this cave. Singu looks confident. For him, this layout is an advantage. He's already calculating. No matter how big this place is, he's ready. You and I know he's onto something. Only 2 demons per room. Suddenly, Singu stops dead in his tracks. 2 more Iron Great Demons are guarding the gate, but he's not scared. His mind is already 10 steps ahead, formulating a plan. He could lure them into traps in the narrow ruins, or kite them around the larger areas to control the flow of the fight. The demons share a confused look. Why hasn't any warning signal been sent about this human intruder? Something is very wrong. Singu swings his black wolf claw with a friendly smile. Are you guys the scouts? Well, the scouting mission ends here. Like a real army. Massive, sturdy trunks suddenly lunge at the guard, catching him off guard. Singu knows they'll be careless since he's alone, but the demon reacts fast, shattering the wood with a single swipe. He scoffs, thinking this pathetic attack is absolutely nothing. Then Singu appears, wearing a smile so sinister it's almost demonic. The guard can only let out a shocked gasp. Panic erupts as voices scream out from the shadows. He's here! He's coming for us! Is he behind the trees? No, he's moving with the forest itself. Arin can only smirk. Singu, are you a warrior or a predator? 3 Iron Great Demons block his path, eyes wide with caution. This guy is dangerous. We have to be careful. He's too strong, let's jump him together. Singu smiles. Smart choice, but you demons are way too used to fighting alone to pull this off. He calmly watches them charge. He doesn't even blink as they close in. Forcing yourselves to cooperate against your instincts just creates more openings for me. You've already lost the fight. 1 swift move, and a demon's head rolls. Witnessing the carnage, Kamsat screams out in agony for his fallen comrade, Simon. He lunges forward, screaming, "How dare you kill Simon?" Singu's face goes dark, wearing a terrifying grin. Don't worry, you'll join him soon. Arin chuckles to herself. You honestly look like a total villain right now, Singu. Suddenly, from high above, Kamsat dives down like a lethal arrow, shouting that Singu has finally gone too far. With lightning speed, he spins and counters. The black wolf claw slams into Kamsat's face. Only one left now, Matt Long. He sees Singu toss aside his black wolf claw, and can't help but laugh out loud. Idiot! You just threw away your only weapon. But before he can move, Singu lunges and delivers a brutal bare-handed punch. He looks down with pure contempt. Weapons are just tools. Matt Long starts foaming at the mouth, his face turning a sickly pale green. Singu is a bit surprised by the reaction. So, he just follows up with another crushing punch. The demon writhes in pain. How? How can you use poison? Singu is genuinely shocked. Poison? What is he talking about? Arin rushes over to explain. Singu, look at your gloves. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch our hero realize these gloves are perfect for both offense and defense. He has used them countless times, but this is the very first time a hidden option has actually triggered. Suddenly, a stream of notifications about the chaotic poison fangs begins to flood his vision. Below the main stats, a new description appears: a pair of gloves forged from the concentrated essence of a deadly toxic cricket. Singu looks at his chaotic poison fangs and wonders if his mastery being over 50% is the reason this finally happened. Arin explains that whether these traits appear early or late entirely depends on the user's hidden strength. He looks over at his black wolf claw, recalling that its first trait still has not appeared. Based on past info, he deduces the claw should actually have 2 distinct features. It should be able to poison enemies just like the gloves, but perhaps the current success rate is just too low. It has never triggered before, and the first trait remains locked. He looks at Arin, wondering what happens once his mastery reaches the limit. She softly continues her explanation. Once mastery is full, the weapon's base stats will jump, and he can use it at one of the many altars of fusion. Singu clenches his fist, realizing he still has a long way to go. He decides to ask her more about the altar once he actually reaches it. A surge of excitement bubbles up inside him. Growing stronger like this? It is always a good thing. First fire, now poison. It is fun having so many options. He turns to Arin and asks how long they have been inside this dungeon. She happily replies that it has been a little over a day. He has already cleared half the path and defeated 5 great demons. You are moving too fast, she says. Singu feels a bit dazed, realizing he completely lost track of time while focused on the thrill of battle and growth. After a moment, he tells Arin they should rest for about 1 hour. She looks at him in utter shock. Are you some kind of machine? Singu's excitement vanishes instantly. You should get some rest too, he tells her. She gently flies into his pocket, muttering that she is not like him and might need more than just 1 hour of sleep. Arin drifts off immediately, leaving Singu feeling a bit helpless at her cuteness. He leans against a tree to rest, wondering when the stalker will finally show up. Now pay attention here from the shadows. A massive silhouette is lurking, its glowing red eyes locked onto his every move. He narrows his eyes, lost in thought. I know you have been waiting for the perfect opening ever since my last battle ended. This is not about mana or skills. I was simply born with these sharp instincts. The great demon remains patient, watching closely, while Singu acts completely indifferent. The enemy definitely does not know he has been spotted. Otherwise, the demon would not approach with such a sloppy, careless guard. Or maybe he is just that confident in his own raw power. While Arin sleeps peacefully, Singu stays fully alert. If you are going to attack me, now is the perfect time. The great demon creeps closer. Thanks to his razor-sharp senses, Singu notices something off. It is suspicious. I think he is trying to analyze the rhythm of my breathing. He smiles inwardly, evaluating the foe. This one is sharp. His aura is far more powerful than any great demon we have seen before, especially with that stealth. Finally, the great demon reveals himself. His name is Hui Fu. I know what you are thinking. Singu is in trouble. This is definitely a high-rank monster we are dealing with. Even with his eyes closed, Singu stays perfectly still. His calm exterior hides a calculated plan he needs to bait the beast into coming closer. He glances at Arin sleeping in his pocket. Sorry, Arin, but I am going to have to cut your well-deserved nap short. He sinks back into his thoughts. Only more hardship awaits us after this dungeon, so please, just bear with it for now. Huifu suddenly accelerates his charge. Singu focuses, feeling every vibration. He is fast 20 meters, 17 meters. At 10 meters, his eyes snap open. Huifu does not even have time to react before he is slammed to the ground by a strange, brilliant light. Singu stares at the scene, genuinely confused. Wait, what just happened? He grips his black wolf claw tightly. Whatever, I am not about to let an opportunity like this slide. Huifu glares up at him, furious. You set a trap that even I could not detect? You must have known I was coming. Singu lets out a small laugh, raising his wolf claw with total confidence. Of course I knew. I saw everything coming. He launches a lightning-fast strike. The demon looks at his bruised, scorched hands, stunned that he walked right into a trap. Singu is going to use everything to provoke him. Suddenly, the demon lets out a deafening roar that shatters the silence of the forest. Another blow lands heavily on Huifu's chest, followed by a massive explosion. The force of the impact sends both of them sliding backward. Singu charges forward without a second of hesitation. He clenches his fist, secretly admiring his opponent's sheer will. That kind of obsession is impressive. Huifu looks at the incoming fist with pure contempt. A weak human punch could never hurt him. And trust me, you and I just saw a human fist humble a demon in the most satisfying way possible. I have never seen anything like it. All right, you and I are jumping right into the heat of battle as Singu unleashes a brutal flurry of strikes, leaving his enemy with zero time to react. Singu finally stops, just as Blood Sigil is about to collapse. But even on the brink of death, the villain's eyes are burning with pure resentment. Arin is finally awake to see Blood Sigil beaten to a pulp. The demon weakly gasps out a question, asking if Singu was the one behind that massive explosion. Singu's face is cold as he raises his weapon once more. He asks the demon if he's happy now that he's finally discovered the terrifying truth. Singu. He looks at Arin floating nearby and asks if she's finally awake. She just pouts, reminding him that she already told him she was coming around. But she quickly switches back to her cheerful self, claiming she's completely transformed. Singu just gives a small, quiet laugh at her weirdly high confidence. He turns to continue the journey, thanking her before pointing toward the woods. He tells her to help out by dealing with those 20 iron great demons hiding right over there. Both the demons and Arin are absolutely floored by what he just said. Arin screams in shock. He only took 16 hours, 39 minutes, and 11 seconds to finish the trial. She stares at the corpses scattered across the ground. She can't believe he actually killed 20 elite demons and survived without a single scratch. Singu sighs, explaining that he only gets the experience points once the dungeon is cleared. He's honestly not even sure if he can pull it off. Arin snaps at him, telling him to stop complaining when he's already made it this far into the dungeon. Now watch closely, because just as she says he needs to reach the boss room, 3 elite demon veterans suddenly block their path. Seeing them, Arin's confidence instantly vanishes and turns into pure worry. Meanwhile, the Iron Great Demons start making a massive scene, screaming and causing total chaos. They brag about wiping out Toddy's entire army. mocking the humans for being foolish enough to send a single warrior to face them. All that noise just makes Singu angry. Without saying a word, he lunges forward and delivers a crushing blow that sends the first demon to its grave. The other demon screams in agony, calling out the name Simong. Singu pauses, wondering if every single one of these guys has the same name. The remaining monsters roar in fury, swearing to kill Singu and get revenge for their fallen comrade, Simong. They ask how he could be so cruel. Singu just smirks coldly, saying death is final, there's no such thing as cruelty or glory in battle. Arin lets out a small laugh. She knows deep down that even though he talks tough, he's actually quite the softy. Singu grips his black wolf claws with both hands. He feels like he's on the verge of creating a brand new passive skill if he keeps fighting. He glares at the remaining enemies with total determination. Taking on all three at once doesn't scare him anymore, he's ready to end this. Then, Singu suddenly drops two words that freeze the demons in their tracks. He asks about their general. The demon roars back that he'll never meet the general. But before he can even finish his sentence, Singu delivers a casual strike that puts him down for good. 2 down. Singu turns his terrifying gaze toward the last standing demon, Fa Quan. He tells the monster there's only one left, and he'll be joining his friends soon. The demon trembles in fear, calling Singu a total monster. Suddenly, a strange projectile comes flying at them. Singu barely manages to dodge it thanks to his quick reflexes, while Fa Quan looks on in total shock. Let's see what happens next, as Fa Quan turns tail and runs, leaving Singu standing there completely confused. The demon yells that the other generals will handle him. Singu just watches him run, muttering about whether the coward is really trying to suppress his rage. Arin isn't laughing anymore. She worriedly tells Singu that the demon is trying to force open the doors to the final boss room. Sure enough, he's charging toward the massive gates that have been sealed shut this whole time. Arin screams for Singu to stop him now. Singu just smiles. He winds up to throw his black wolf claw, casually thanking her for stating the obvious before letting it fly. It's a perfect shot. The weapon flies true and smashes right into the back of Fa Quan's head. Singu doesn't stop there. He executes a perfect leap and closes the gap instantly, preparing to unleash his full charge punishment skill to finish the job. But before Singu can even land the follow-up blow, Fa Quan's entire body shatters into a million pieces. Arin's eyes widen in total disbelief. Honestly, Singu is just as surprised as she is. As the remains vanish, Singu lets out a relieved sigh. But Arin is freaking out. She says he didn't just kill him. He literally made the guy explode. Singu looks down at his hands, trying to process what just happened before giving her an honest answer. He explains that he wanted to use charge, punishment, and bronze skin separately, but somehow his body used all three at once. His instincts told him that demon had to die. Arin is completely stunned. He combined 3 different skills just by instinct? She can't believe it's even possible. But suddenly, something changes. Singu's entire body begins to glow as a burning heat surges through his veins. A system window pops up. He's officially acquired a new active skill. Frenzied Charge. Singu is confused, but the system immediately displays the details. Frenzied Charge Level 1 is a powerful composite skill with some insane effects. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he uses this terrifying shockwave power to crush whatever is waiting behind that door. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character unlock a skill that breaks all the rules. He is shocked and hyped because this is officially the second unique skill he has ever created. Arin is impressed by how fast he adapts, so he quickly decides to name his brand new move C2 for short. She immediately scoffs, making fun of his absolutely terrible sense of style. In a weird way, the name actually fits, but please do not ever call it that. Worried his partner is drained, Maluko asks if he has any mana left. Singu just gives a strained, sweaty smile, looking like he is desperately trying to act cool while totally exhausted. Yeah, this is definitely useful. He frowns slightly, calculating exactly how much energy he just burned through. He used a ton of mana to unleash those 3 strikes, but the energy cost should definitely decrease now that it has become a finished skill. Hearing that, Arin gently warns him. He needs to rest up before the final boss fight, since the boss room should be safe. There should not be any monsters here, but Singu stops because he has a much better idea. He grabs his hammer with a smirk and decides it is time to destroy every single trap in this place. Watch closely how he handles these dungeon traps is actually quite genius. These things are lethal to both players and monsters alike. Ever since Singu encountered his very first trap, he has lived by a simple, brutal motto: it is better to destroy them all than to miss even one. The more she thinks, the more confused she gets. He has never been wrong, but she still cannot understand how he manages to find every single hidden trap. It feels wrong, even if it looks like he is just smashing things at random. Singu has already broken several. He keeps smashing them one after another with perfect accuracy, never missing a single beat. Suddenly, a tiny blue spirit appears out of nowhere, and Arin is immediately captivated by how incredibly cute she looks. Singu, on the other hand, looks annoyed. The little creature slowly opens her eyes. She politely welcomes them, asking if they would like to have a cold, refreshing drink before they head into the final battle against the dungeon boss. Both of them are stunned. Once he snaps out of it, Singu raises his heavy hammer again. He glares, ready to end her. He thinks it is a trap. Arin quickly jumps in to stop him. Wait, do not do it. After a moment, the creature shares some shocking info that leaves Arin completely stunned. His reaction is identical. The fairy, Ruta, happily introduces herself as a traveling merchant who goes anywhere. Singu narrows his eyes, inspecting every detail. He does not think she is a retired player like Seha. He suspiciously asks if she is just a monster disguised in a human form. She calmly explains that he can call her a monster, an artificial player, or even conclude that she is just another part of the dungeon system. Ruta simply shrugs. Now, you might think she is a trap, and honestly, you and I are definitely on the same page about this mysterious little girl. She hesitantly says, unexpected events happen here that do not exist back in heaven, like the sudden appearance of someone who is neither a monster nor a player. Arin looks at him with determination, trying to convince him that a mysterious third party like this is suspicious. Ruta stays quiet while they talk. Singu suddenly remembers something. He realizes she might be an NPC. These are the characters you usually see in role-playing games. They are artificial intelligences designed to help players progress. He quickly realizes that the identity of this girl matches the concept of a support character perfectly, making her a crucial ally for their journey. Seeing their doubt, Ruta tries to comfort them. She knows she looks suspicious, but they should stay calm. She has no intention of harming them or even getting into a fight. She is just there to help. Even so, Singu is careful. That is exactly why she is so dangerous. He pretends to be friendly. All right, Ruta, if you are a merchant, what are you selling to us? Excited that they are listening, she explains she wants to trade goods. All she wants are essences. She shows off her stock potions, return stones, gear, and everything else you could possibly need in a dungeon. She will give them anything, as long as the price is right. Singu is slowly convinced, since she wants essence instead of money. He decides to trust her a little bit. He starts mumbling about scammers, which makes Arin feel bad for him. Apparently, it is basically the same thing as having no friends at all. Hearing that comparison makes her freeze up. That is just too sad. Seeing the two of them interact makes Ruta laugh out loud. She quickly finds a unique way to start her business in this dungeon. Since they do not trust her, she offers a free gift, and trust me, you and I need to see this. Singu stares in total disbelief. This health potion looks incredibly real, from the size of the cap to the labels. Ruta hands it over to him. She is completely confident in the quality of the products she is selling to them. The system interface looks official, so it is likely legit. Check it out. The system info shows a health potion that is easy to mix with drinks and helps restore stamina. Wait, stick with me here. Singu senses something fishy. Have you been watching us this whole time? Ruta just gives a sly smile without answering him directly. She expertly analyzes him like a real doctor, saying he looks like he needs rest. Without any hesitation, he downs the whole thing. Arin tries to stop him, calling out his name in worry. He smiles to reassure her. The system interface cannot be faked. Feeling she overreacted, she stops arguing with him. It works. The system confirms his vitality and stamina have been fully restored. A bright light surrounds Singu. He can feel something healing his body from the inside out. Oh, wow. After the potion kicks in, he looks like a lone wolf again. Arin notices he is suddenly way more energetic than usual. Singu feels the change in every single muscle. Amazing. He has been running through this dungeon for days without any real rest. Trust me. You're going to want to see how this recovery changes everything, because he felt exhausted just a few seconds ago. Seeing the perfect timing, Ruta offers more. Want to buy a mana potion too? She offers a special first-time discount, sweet-talking him into buying now rather than waiting to recover naturally before the final fight. It is better than waiting, right? Singu flatly refuses, saying he just does not like her vibe. Even with the cold rejection, Ruta stays cheerful and plays it off smoothly. Oh, stop it. I am starting to like you. Singu acts tough, but he still reaches out to make the trade. Fine, give me the mana potion. Like a true capitalist, Ruta quickly takes 5 Great Devil Essences as payment. After counting her payment, she places 5 health potions on the ground for him. Singu drinks them all and feels the effects immediately. Alright, looks like my mana is back. Ruta is satisfied seeing her customer refreshed. Need anything else? I am guessing not. She bows politely to say goodbye. See you next time. Be kind to Ruta, the goblin merchant. She vanishes in an instant. Arin pouts, hoping they never have to cross paths with her ever again. Singu tries to calm her down. At least we found a living being we can actually talk to for a change. He wonders if she knows the secrets of the heavenly city. Arin just looks at him, totally confused. She snaps him back to reality. Someone like her will not give up info that easily. You and I both know she is right, but there is a much bigger problem waiting for him in the next room. Singu brushes the conversation aside and looks toward the final boss. The Great Devil General is what matters. He scans the area. The boss room looks like it was built on top of a mountain peak, and it is far too vast to cross quickly. Before them sits Iron Great Devil General Timo, perched on a throne surrounded by piles of corpses. With a terrifying face, he growls out a question. "Are you the one who locked me in here?" Singu just smirks without a word. That silent, mocking look makes the tension in the room skyrocket. He looks calm, but Singu is internally praying for strength. Just looking at this guy is suffocating. His aura is on a completely different level than other devils. Finally, he answers, "It was not me. But whatever, let us just say it was." Arin is trembling, but Tamo finds Singu's boldness amusing and lets out a dark laugh. He is excited. "You recognize my wrath and your own weakness, yet you still dare to speak like that?" Singu smirks. "I think fighting you will be easier if you completely lose your mind." Arin's eyes go wide in shock. He is provoking the boss even though he is not sure he can win. Timo roars. Singu wonders about his own limits. "What will I do when I finally hit a wall?" He is determined to win. "I think I have found my answer right here in this room." He confidently challenges his opponent. "Yeah, I have never been the type to back down." He jumps into the attack. "I have never done anything halfway in my life, so I am not used to quitting. I do not care how high this wall is. His only goal is to break his limits. He will keep running until that wall finally crumbles down. And that's where we leave it. You and I are about to see if he can break his limits and tear that wall down. You and I are about to watch a fight where the stakes couldn't be higher." Temo isn't backing down, he's coming for Shingu's head. Shingu looks on with pure anticipation, while Aaron tries to talk sense into him before things get out of hand. "Shingu, please. I really don't think this is an opponent you should be reckless with." He dismisses her fears. "This great demon is powerful, sure, but his reliance on machinery is a fatal flaw. Shingu just needs to watch for an opening. Every machine has a glitch. These great demons have been imperfect from the moment they were born. His experience doesn't lie. Mixing steel with flesh to gain power is a bold move, but Shingu knows it comes with a heavy price. The body and the machine can never truly be one." He grit his teeth, eyes locked onto the mechanical beast. He's seen it fail 1,000 times in the dungeons. No matter how special you think you are, physics always wins. Before the clash, Timo growls. "Was it you? Did you kill my comrades?" "I didn't leave a single one alive," Shingu boasts. Enraged, Temo lunges forward with murderous intent. He narrowly avoids the strike, spotting a gap in the armor. The perfect chance to counter is right there. Now pay attention, because Timo just ignited his back engines. Shingu can't react in time as the demon slams into him. Retreating to gain distance, Shingu realizes he was baited. The demon used his own favorite strategy against him. Timo scoffs, looking at him like he's nothing more than a pathetic brat. "You'll never win if all you do is run and watch," Timo sneers. But Shingu has a biting comeback ready. "I doubt you can swing that heavy junk forever, right?" That comment sends Timo into an absolute frenzy. In a flash, he's in Shingu's face, ready to split him in two. Yet, our hero doesn't move an inch. He knows the demon won't tire for minutes, and he'll be the one out of breath first if he's not careful. Dodge, then counter. He needs to find that one weak spot to shut this monster down for good while Aaron watches, terrified. "Don't push it, Shingu. You can still run away." He just gives her a calm look. Don't worry, he's waiting for the perfect moment. One more step and he'll finally awaken that passive skill he's been chasing. Every move is being calculated with deadly precision. No mana needed. His body is already evolved beyond recognition. He just needs to tap into that raw, transformed strength. The opponent is slowing down. Shingu locks his gaze onto the armor's weak point, ready to strike where it hurts. Timo screams in frustration while Shingu just gives him a cold, mocking smile. Then, a massive flaming arc cuts through the air, heading straight for its target. Aaron loses sight of him and screams his name in pure panic. "You and I saw that coming, right?" Out of the smoke, Shingu reappears, taunting the demon to give him more. Timo swings his axe and curses. "You're just a stray dog. Talk all you want. You're running out of time." One wrong move, and his armor shatters. A direct hit to a vital spot means instant death. He knows the stakes. Being level 10 or higher doesn't matter if you're dead in one shot. But even so, he can't look away. Timo's movements are unlike any other great demon he's ever faced. The soul, the body, and the weapon move as one perfect, terrifying unit. He scans the demon's techniques, feeling a surge of pure, adrenaline-fueled excitement. He'd fight him 1,000 times just to learn. Forget active skills, he's taking his passive abilities to the absolute peak. A master-level martial art unfolds. From afar, Aaron can finally see what he's doing. He's using the bare minimum mana just to evade. She finally realizes exactly what his goal is. The abnormality of the situation finally clicks for her. Risking his life like this is insane. The demon is losing his mind. Damn you, just die already. A compliment for my dodging? How kind. But suddenly, something impossible happens right before Teimo's eyes. Singu shows zero fear, stepping up with a challenge that defies all logic. I've never been one to run, and besides, I'm pretty good at this. We're just built different. His eyes flare with determination. Shaking, Teimo screams to hide his own growing fear. You're just all talk. Wait, are you actually using me as a training dummy for your dodging skills? And that's where we leave it. Singu just smiles. Come on then, show me everything else you've got. Singu is on the move, but you and I have to wonder, can he actually pull off that high-speed stomp dash? His claws are ready as he calculates the perfect timing. But Teimo strikes first, a brutal swing to the body, followed by another aimed at his head. The monster has moved so fast that even Singu can barely believe what he is seeing. When your life is on the line, you do the impossible. Suddenly, his stomp skill level doubles in a heartbeat. Teimo senses his exhaustion. He mocks him for having no mana left, scurrying away like a pathetic little rat. Singu just sneers in response. These attacks are starting to look like slow-motion music. Keep laughing while you still can, monster. His mimicry skill kicks in, allowing him to copy the techniques of his enemies. He finds the blind spot. He learned from the Iron Giant, but fighting a general-class warrior is a completely different game. Singu continues to analyze every move. He watches the subtle muscle twitches right before that massive axe begins to swing. The rhythm of his breath, every step, and the way those eyes hunt for a single weakness. All of it maps out the perfect trajectory for the incoming strike. Now pay attention, because this is where Singu truly sees through the technique as mana and light merge with the blade. Thoughts are racing through his mind at 1,000,000 miles per hour. The power was always there, hidden and silent, just waiting for the perfect moment to explode into reality. It is the perfect harmony between body and mana. Singu swings his own weapon and Teimo's heavy armor shatters into pieces. Teimo drops to his knees, clutching his shoulder in pure shock. How could a human do this? Singu is not surprised at all. You cannot feel even a drop of mana coming from me, can you? Teimo is fuming with rage. Did you seriously learn my own technique in that short time? Singu just keeps mocking him. I told you already, I am good for more than just dodging. He charges forward, and Teimo can only scream in desperation. A clean slash follows. That instinctual axe swing from the general? It is easier to read than a book now. He mastered the monster's internal skill to create a power entirely of his own. He turns back to Teimo with a taunt. Sometimes, even I am surprised by how talented I am. The humiliation is too much. Teimo tries to crush him, calling him an arrogant rookie warrior. Singu has no time for talk. Are you really sure that is all you have got left to show me? He slams a heavy blow directly into the monster's vitals, followed by another punch to a lethal spot. You and I are witnessing the true essence of a passive skill, dragging every last drop of hidden potential out of the body. To create a passive ability like this, Teimo was physically strong, but he never learned how to adapt his movements after absorbing all that mana. But through this brutal battle, Singu finally understands the deep connection between a warrior's body and his weapon. Teimo is broken, his arm gone, kneeling before Singu's overwhelming weight and new passive power. So, is there anything else you want to show me before the end? Luck and ancestors saved your life once, but Singu has lost his patience. It is time to end this. He triggers his charge and punishment combo, slamming directly into Teimo with earth-shattering force. A system notification appears: Heavy Weapon Combat Level 1, a massive support buff for every battle using heavy weapons. Singu and Arin stand before the final door. He sacrificed 5 mana points for a skill that seems incredibly simple. Arin agrees with him. It would take more than a single day to explain every aspect of a skill like that. Singu looks worried. Since he created it himself, he is not sure if it is actually the best he can do. But Arin is still amazed by the power. It supports every single fight involving a heavy weapon. It is strange. It does not just increase damage, it supports the entire combat flow. What kind of monster skill did he create? This was only possible because of his deep understanding of the body, the weapon, and the soul of battle. Arin continues to praise the broad application of his new power with sweet words. Did I really do well? Arin smiles. He is performing better than any player she has ever known. That is all Singu needed to hear to regain his spirit. Time to clear the rest of this dungeon. Arin wonders why he did not just kill the demon general immediately. Singu just smiles. Because killing him now will level up my new skill instantly, and trust me, you are going to want to see that. Bridge 1. You and I are about to see just how cold-blooded this main character can really be. Her words only fuel Singu's arrogance. A monster lets out one final, agonized scream before the end. Arin performs a final rite to let the soul rest. Dungeon clear. Total time 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 35 seconds. Kill count 455 demons and their general. Grade B. You've leveled up 15 times. Arin is stunned by the notification. Singu just conquered a dungeon way beyond his current level. Since he did the heavy lifting, that massive mountain of experience is all his. Arin can already imagine Singu's stats exploding with raw, untapped potential. Singu feels the difference immediately. A violent surge of mana is reshaping his body from the inside out. He can feel the power flowing like wind, but this sensation, it's still hard to get used to. His status screen flickers to life. Player Singu. Level 50. Passives Chaos Tail Level 1, Bravery Level 2, and Poison Resistance Level 6. Active skills Augment, Punish, and Charge are all upgraded. Bridge 2. Now watch closely, this is where his power starts turning into something dark as he glares at Arin. His body hums with new strength. Heavy Weapon Mastery reached Level 2 already, and he literally just unlocked the skill moments ago. Singu clenches his fist. Losing that much mana was risky, but the payoff was worth every drop. This new passive will be a lifesaver later on. That's when he finally notices little Arin. She's evolving too. Did she get taller? Arin looks away, embarrassed by his sudden gaze. She snaps at him, frustrated. It's not just her size, her role as a supporter has completely leveled up. Her mana is fully restored, and her skills are finally back online. No more limits. She's ready for the hardest dungeons now that she's back at full strength. But Singu wants to play it safe for a while. Arin is furious, she just got her motivation back. Singu. He laughs, he loves a good fight, but he's not exactly looking to die today. Bridge 3, trust me, you're going to want to see what catches his attention next. He spins around just as Seha appears with a wide, relieved smile on his face. They're both shocked. Seha is nearly jumping for joy that they actually took down the demon general. Singu gives him a quick look before Seha starts explaining his role. He was the vanguard, clearing traps and monsters to pave the way for the group. Arin feels ignored and pouts. Seha quickly realizes his mistake and starts apologizing profusely. Oh, Arin, I am so sorry. Seha grips his hands, overwhelmed with pure gratitude. He can't stop thanking them over and over, his voice filled with genuine emotion. His eyes literally sparkle as he vows to follow Singu to the ends of the earth. He promises to clear every obstacle in Singu's path. After all, that is what a vanguard does. Arin likes his fire and invites him in. Just don't screw up, she warns. Singu tells them to relax. They sound like they're threatening each other instead of teaming up. He looks at his two mini-supporters. Because of their levels, they have to stick close to him. He smirks. If they can return to their original size using mana, they're his new secret weapons. Singu interrupts them to ask about their gear. Arin explains it's the same stuff they had before. Their equipment shrunk right along with them when they changed forms. Singu realizes he won't have to farm new gear for them yet. That's one less headache. He slams his hammer down. Blood splatters against the wall as Singu pulls out a rare red essence. Time for the rewards. Arin knows him too well. She can tell he's planning to spend everything in one go. He pulls out a golden plate, overflowing with rare essences that practically blind them with their glow. Bridge 4, trust me, you and I are about to watch him break the game with that massive haul. Singu lowers his hand, staring at the item before him. The system congratulates him, he has reached the maximum reward tier possible. Stick with me, we are about to see if this massive grind actually paid off. Singu watches the light fade, feeling totally let down. Arin quietly reassesses the situation. First, it was the enhancement altar, and now they are dealing with this reward altar. Then it hits her. Even if this place is crawling with high-ranked demons, there is always a hard cap on rewards per dungeon. Singu looks over while she is plotting. Man, that is one seriously terrifying smile. Arin starts lecturing him, saying he cannot get Dragon Sea Essence in a demon dungeon. But Singu just shrugs, happy with the essence he already grabbed. Arin keeps going, pointing out that he sucked up all the essence by soloing this entire dungeon by himself. He was strangely lucky with the drops, especially considering the total number of attacks he actually pulled off. Her words hit the bullseye. She knew this day was coming soon. Singu just scratches his head, not really caring as long as the reward helps him out. Time to check the loot. Suddenly, a helmet floats up from the pile of essence he just collected. Singu checks out his new gear. He is not sure what it does yet, but it looks tough enough to take a hammer blow. The system window pops up. Grade C, Unyielding Will. A helmet forged from a warrior's sheer determination, infused into every metal plate. That is when he realizes this thing actually has higher defense than his main armor. Arin sighs in relief. A grade C item? Okay, maybe we can actually relax for a minute. Singu thinks back to his old, tacky helmet. This is not bad. Now he will not look like a random biker on the road. He snaps the helmet on and orders Arin. Alright, let us get out of here. Now watch this. Because the way they use resources is next level. Arin asks if he is using the extra essence for the rest area. He has hoarded a massive amount of essence. His eyes light up now that the update limit has finally been lifted. They finally have enough to upgrade it. Seha is just confused, wondering what the heck a rest area even is. Singu just says, "You will see soon. This is where you are living now." He pulls out a shimmering golden key. He opens a secret rest area, and the light is absolutely blinding. Seiha stands there stunned, thinking he just walked into heaven. He wonders if Singu was blessed by the gods of earth. Arin hears his rambling, and just does not get the heaven talk. I have not paid much attention lately, but the rumors going around are actually getting pretty interesting. Humans chosen as players, and dungeons that modern technology cannot even touch? It really makes you wonder about a higher power. You and I both know how this goes. Everyone starts thinking players are some chosen elite group handpicked by gods. But honestly, it is just pure ego. Seiha listens patiently as Arin says she would just laugh if that were the whole story. But as humans pushed into higher dungeons, the monsters they found there shattered any proof that gods were not real. Those monsters were literally screaming the names of specific gods. He just keeps rambling on with his wild theories. So, is it not the same for humans? Believing in a specific god and inheriting their insane powers? Maybe someone actually pulled it off. Maybe they even have power that surpasses those who rely on the gods. Conversations like this are spreading through all the elite guilds. Everyone is talking about attributes and ancient myths now. Arin listens to it all. She mentions their guild leader can control massive flames, likely blessed by a fire god. Seiha asks why she looks so annoyed. Then, she finally explains the real reason behind her frustration. I know he is the leader of my old guild, but honestly, I cannot stand the guy. He is strong enough to lead a top guild in Korea, sure. But he is also incredibly aggressive and a total megalomaniac. Arin did everything to avoid him, but the guy just would not stop hitting on her. He even rushed a level 32 dungeon just to flex on other international guilds. But luckily, meeting Singu changed everything, so I am not worried about that jerk anymore at all. But that does not mean I have forgiven him. Thinking about it makes Arin want to change the subject fast. Either way, I am not believing in any gods until I see one with my own 2 eyes. She does a total 180. If he is blessed by a god, then I do not want anything to do with them. Seiha mentions some rumors about her being his fiancé. Arin immediately snaps that is total nonsense. Do not ever mention it again. Seiha was smiling before, but now he feels Arin's terrifying pressure. In his head, he can feel her pure rage. Arin is just exhausted from her terrible past. Nobody dared to come near her because he was so obvious about it. That annoying, hateful face just keeps popping up in her mind over and over again. You and I can clearly see why she hates him. It is his fault she could not even hold a man's hand before retiring. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character get completely roasted by his own teammate. Arin is still fuming about getting tricked in the past, and she is taking it all out on Singu and Seiha. Seiha is getting scolded like a disobedient puppy, just nodding along to Arin's shouting. Finally, Singu hears the commotion and steps in to tell them to pipe down. He asks if they are actually dating, and tells them to stop whispering and get over here. Arin immediately denies it, insisting there is absolutely nothing going on between them. The secret room unlocked by that final key is finally finished, and it is a total luxury lounge. Seiha looks around in pure shock, realizing the place is way bigger than he imagined. He stands before Singu in total awe. It is honestly pretty mind-blowing that such a massive, expansive space is actually just a single man-made artifact. Singu is beaming with pride because his new recruit clearly has great taste. He turns his attention to the bed, giving his 2 assistants a look of pure, 100% confidence. But then, the system notification pops up with a reality check. It turns out he needs to fully upgrade the entire rest area before he can even touch the bed. The system asks if he wants to spend 30% of his total essence just to upgrade the lounge. It is a massive investment, but does he really have a choice? Singu's cool guy act crumbles instantly. He is beyond confused because he thought he already upgraded this place for this exact reason. The system just completely played him, and he is starting to lose his mind. He is convinced he is being scammed. He starts screaming for the game master to show their face and explain this nonsense right now. Arin starts panicking right along with him. She tells Singu to stay calm so they can actually figure out a logical way to fix this mess. She asks him if the system ever mentioned needing to reach level 2 for the lounge before the bed could be upgraded. It is a fair question, but the answer is not good. Silence fills the room as Singu tries to process everything. He realizes that the system never actually provided those kinds of specific details during the previous upgrade. Now, pay attention here. This is where the system really starts messing with him. Singu realizes he assumed the furniture would scale with the room, and he feels totally cheated. Arin explains that he might not even be able to upgrade the bed until the lounge hits level 3. Seiha just sighs, commenting that living on your own is apparently a total nightmare. He tells Singu to hang in there, but gets a sharp smack on the head for his trouble. Singu finally gives in and orders the full lounge upgrade from the system. The process begins, and the rest area is successfully pushed to level 3. The entire space begins to expand and shift right before their eyes. A level 1 refrigerator is suddenly added to the room. Singu stares at it, completely caught off guard by the random addition of a kitchen appliance. This level 1 fridge can store food, and better yet, It generates a random drink after a set amount of time. Talk about a solid perk for a base. He is actually pretty happy with the new addition, thinking the system is trying to apologize with these extra items. The strange furniture just keeps piling up, but honestly, it is exactly what he needs. Still, he cannot help but feel like someone is pulling his strings. He mutters to himself that one day, he is going to find whoever is responsible and punch them in the face. Singu is basically having a mental breakdown, screaming at the air while his two assistants watch in total silence. It is not exactly his most heroic moment. He accuses the system of trying to distract him from the bed by throwing random items his way. He yells that he sees through the entire scheme. Arin just looks exhausted and tells him to calm down. Suddenly, new upgrade options appear for the furniture, the bed for 20%, and a mysterious door for 50%. Singu just freezes in place like he has been hit by a stun spell. He cannot believe the price tags he is looking at. He stares toward the entrance of the lounge. He likes the specific notifications, and he can finally upgrade the bed. But where the heck did this door come from? The room slowly starts to look like a proper home as the decorations fall into place. It is finally starting to feel like a high-level sanctuary. Now at level 3, the level 1 bed can actually recover stamina and mana while the user sleeps. Plus, the overall effects have been boosted by 10%. Even the storage drawers get a nice level 1 upgrade. Now he actually has a designated spot to keep all his various items and loot. A level 1 bathroom is added too, allowing the player to wash away toxins, curses, and other debuffs. Looking at it, Singu starts to remember something important from his past. Let's pause for a second. You and I both know this isn't just any ordinary door. If he uses it correctly, he might actually be able to reach the surface. He is hurting inside after spending so much essence. He complains loudly about why a simple door upgrade costs way more than the actual bed. Arin just stands there, judging him, saying he was going to upgrade it anyway. She tells him to stop complaining and just accept his reality. Getting hit with that cold truth leaves Singu feeling totally depressed. He tells her she is becoming way too heartless lately and asks if she even cares. Arin does not care at all and decides to drop some harsh wisdom instead. She mentions that his passive skill for mindless courage is basically a death trap. She tells him he just does whatever he wants, touches everything he sees, and opens every door he finds. He just charges at every monster, does he not? Every single word she says stabs Singu right in the heart. Seha, on the other hand, is totally impressed and calls his boss a total badass. The bed in the lounge finally levels up, and the change is massive. It is now a king-sized bed with premium pillows and blankets, and Singu just collapses onto it. They can all feel the difference immediately. The mattress is incredibly soft and comfortable, making all that spent essence feel almost worth it. Well, everyone except Seha, who is busy trying to kick the other two off the bed so he can have a turn. He is not playing around. The system confirms the level 2 bed is ready. Sleeping on it now boosts stamina and mana recovery by 20%, and it even slowly levels up skills over time. Singu is shocked by that last part. Increased recovery is great, but Arin is also blown away by the hidden potential of this new perk. She asks if he can really sharpen his skills just by taking a nap. Seha imagines it is more like Singu is getting some hardcore mental training while he sleeps. Singu is exhausted and wants nothing more than to pass out on that bed. But unfortunately, the grind never stops, and he still has tons of projects to finish. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see exactly where that door leads. Does it really go anywhere he wants? Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where Arin is already dreaming of a vacation. Singu, I want to visit Greece. He gives in and hands over the essence for the level 2 door. You can use essence for the nearest dungeon, or just trade in your rest area key instead. The upgraded door looks normal, but it's actually a direct gateway leading straight to the dungeons. Singu worries about what's across that door, like a father sending his daughter to medieval times. Arin's tiny size is a problem, and Singu doesn't even have a daughter yet. At least he won't have to dig holes with his tail anymore. That's good news, right? Singu finally gives in. Arin cheers everyone up, saying Soul's dungeons are nearly all empty now. If an outbreak happens like before, he's ready, but Arin knows his head is hard as stone. He isn't easily swayed, and begins to slowly list out the various limitations and disadvantages he sees when using that door. Now watch this, what if it leads to the Demon King's castle? He'd have to run immediately. Arin is tired of his overthinking. She suggests using it only when they have enough devil items. These changes don't make Singu feel any better about the situation. He's stressed, wondering what to do after conquering the Great Demon's territory. He's completely stuck. Whatever, let's just shower and sleep. Arin calls dibs on going second. Seha has something to say, but Singu's face darkens when Arin takes charge of him. They head to a store for a dollhouse. The clerk thinks it's for his granddaughter as the day turns to night. Singu and Arin wake up, ready for whatever comes next. Time to find a new dungeon, but Arin stops him, insisting he needs way more rest. Acting like a worried wife, she tells him a simple night's sleep isn't enough this time. It's level sickness. Singu turns pale, repeating those words in total shock. Seha chimes in, saying this would never happen to a normal person like him. But Arin, who was a high-level player from the start, has likely experienced this before. She explains to the stubborn Singu that he's been overworking himself far too much. Constantly clearing dungeons and trying to master skills in zones above his level is insane. But the biggest problem is his speed. He's leveling up way too fast. Arin keeps lecturing him about the dangers of such a sudden power spike. His mind won't have time to synchronize with his body's rapid growth, making him prone to illness. If he keeps fighting like this, things could get much worse. That's why he needs time to adjust. It's all about finding that professional balance. Singu finally takes her words to heart, realizing she actually has a great point. He always prioritized body control, but he's jumped 15 levels in no time. Using skills now would cause immediate problems. Arin insists that rest is essential for growth. Singu can't win an argument against her, so he gives up and agrees to rest. He looks at his state and realizes lying around staring at the ceiling is a waste of time. He really should be training his body and sharpening his senses. Now pay attention, Arin reads him perfectly, and it's giving Singu total goosebumps. She teases him hard, saying she really thought he'd end up dying all alone. Singu is stunned. Amidst the chaotic bickering, she suggests they should all go shopping together. They have new roommates now, and a dollhouse isn't enough. They need a bathroom and a bed. Just because they're small doesn't mean they don't get hungry. Singu realizes he totally overlooked that. It's not like they can just order food here. If only he were back home. Singu proudly shows off the new fridge in the rest area. Arin just isn't impressed. She scolds him like a young wife, pointing out he could buy 100 fridges. Besides, shouldn't he just buy a mansion with all that cash? He's earned a fortune killing monsters over level 100 in those trial dungeons. Singu shuts her down. They'd be caught too easily if they had a base outside. Arin is fed up. Singu grabs his helmet and tells them it's time to go shopping. And that's where we leave them, trust me. Their next shopping trip will be wild. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where being a hero makes you a target. Arin is scolding him because the motorcycle bag is totally full. Hey, sorry about that. He leans on Shingu's shoulder, thinking his body feels nice and warm. Shingu's skin crawls immediately. That's honestly just super creepy. Stop talking like that. The two bicker back and forth on the scooter. Hey, make sure you follow the traffic laws, okay? Yeah, I got it. At a red light, Singu stops and follows the rules. He takes a moment to look around at his surroundings. A bunch of bikers on the exact same motorcycle as Singu pull up next to him. He starts wondering why so many people are suddenly riding this model. They're all rocking his look with that familiar white and red color scheme. Man, I'm getting really hungry over here. Seha only has food on the brain. Apparently, plenty of Chinese spots are opening nearby. Arin notices the real situation. They're definitely all copying you. Singu has no clue why they'd copy him, so she keeps explaining the situation. He was unlucky enough to have his face leaked on the news once. Arin sighs. He really doesn't understand how powerful media influence is. He grabbed the entire world's attention as the hero who stopped a massive disaster before it could even begin. Trust me, you and I can see why. If someone recorded his fight clearly and leaked it, viewers would be absolutely captivated. Singu listens like he's heard a fairy tale. Are you serious? But aren't there other players out there who are way better than me? As he questions her, Arin sounds like a wise old soul. Sure, there are people with more mana and raw power than you, but the real deal is totally different from those just acting tough. Take Kim Haryong. Seha is still stunned by how much everyone hates that guy. Arin's analysis replays in Shingu's head. He remembers when he showed up and toyed with that great goblin. He took out a veteran goblin with a single hammer strike, leaving everyone watching in absolute shock. The trio stops their bikes near a group of girls buzzing about the viral video. Have you seen it? The phone shows Singu. You mean that Sanha district incident? Yeah, the one who wrecked those little devils. I heard he's actually the top-ranked hunter in the entire world. The girls' gossip reaches his ears. They're totally jealous and even talking about a fan club for him. Seriously? Count me in. Me too. Seha feels the reflected glory of being with a celebrity. That's why capturing the market early is so important. Singu is lost. Did you study economics or something? What are you even talking about? Seha breaks it down. There are always players up in the sky blue area, but you're the one handling the monsters down here first. Arin wonders what the others are doing. He recalls a massive auction he saw. Everyone was focused on the sky blue auction that day. You and I both know he hates the spotlight. Damn it, I really shouldn't be attracting any more attention. Arin agrees with his timing. Then he realizes as long as there are plenty of copycats, people won't know which one is him. Singu is used to monsters, so he stays on guard. Too many people. Seha excitedly watches everyone buying simple items. They usually buy long-lasting food, just in case they're forced to stay indoors for a long time. Other supplies too, including melee weapons like axes and bats, to use against any monsters that show up. He teaches him how to shop like a normal person, which is hurting the local thug's business. Singu wanders into the kitchenware section. Arin points out that the rest area doesn't have a kitchen. Should we buy? He shuts her down immediately. He can't cook. Plus, they don't plan on staying at the shelter long. Seha notices something's off. How does the fridge even work? Don't we still have water? Singu likes the question honestly. I have no idea. While shopping, a news report about Singu pops up on the TV. Oh, look. There he is again. The news even puts out an offer. If anyone has info on this player, contact us immediately. He wishes he hadn't seen that. His face darkens as he feels like a wanted criminal. They really want people to call in? Singu is so focused on the screen that he completely forgets what he was even trying to do. A new threat appears on the TV. Curious eyes watch as a fierce-looking goblin shows its face on the screen. Next, a massive centipede is seen hunting for food. Singu wonders if that's actually a dungeon. TV recreates the dungeon monsters. Arin is stunned. It's way too big to be just a simple dungeon. It looks like a movie scene. Before he can finish, Seha jumps in. Isn't that Seoraksan Mountain in Sokcho, boss? When I was a kid, my parents took me to see all the famous landmarks around there. The TV report continues. Monsters appearing near Biryong Falls at Seoraksan were quickly handled by the summoned players. The brave reporter notes that even more monsters are appearing in a very short time. They've spread so fast that we can't track them all. With many civilians trapped on the mountain, the government can't act. You and I are about to see if our hero steps up. Alright, you and I are looking at a world on the brink, starting right here in Korea. Early hunters handled the first incidents and cleared dungeons fast, but other nations couldn't even dent them. Failing to kill the boss leads to a total world outbreak. If this keeps up, monsters will repopulate the earth. People won't just stand by as they are pushed out of their own lands. The notice ends by searching for Singu. If you have any info on the player who can handle this mess, please report his location to us immediately. The crowd starts buzzing. Everyone is asking the same thing. Wait, isn't he the guy they are talking about? But there are so many copycats now. Is he even a real player? He doesn't even have wings. Singu realizes what is happening. So, that is why they are hunting me. Aaron looks worried. What is the plan? He is deep in thought. Dealing with the remaining dungeon parts is one thing, but if the boss is loose, what can I even do there? If they think I am some divine cleaner, I need to set the record straight. Singu sees the problem. Stronger players should already be on the system and ready to fight. That means they can handle the monsters. Me being there alone won't save anyone else. Aaron isn't buying it. She doesn't think anyone out there is actually stronger than him. Seha jumps in too. If other players heard that, they would wonder what they did for 10 years. She is proud of his raw power. Singu was moving like a level 100 before he even started. Now he is level 50 and triggering innate skills solo. Singu stops her. Whatever. Let us just move. He points to himself. I need to normalize this body with some rest first. Then, if Seoraksan is still a war zone, now pay attention, because this is where Singu decides to finally make his move. His eyes turn dead serious. There might be another solution to the problem even after a dungeon break. But secretly, he is thinking about loot. He is way more interested in high-level Falamana than real-world essences. He hops on the motorcycle with his supporter. Time to head back. Back at the base, Singu starts meditating. He feels stars glowing deep within something more than just vision. Something is rushing through his senses. It is abstract, but he is certain it is there. The unique nature of these stars, how they link to his body and skills, each one shining to prove its own existence. 5 stars in total. That is 2 less than his actual number of innate skills. The smallest star is a fusion of fire and poison resistance. They flare up when those elements attack. It is his weakest power, but with hard work, he can erase his own weaknesses. He closes his eyes tight. Man, I wish I had more immunity types. These only work when I am hit, so they are not great for farming. Next star? Heavy weapon combat. It is not just for hammers. Axes, heavy swords, any massive weapon gets a massive boost. Singu realizes this will be a game changer when using a weapon's weight against enemies. You and I both know what is coming: pure destruction. He is already calculating the physics of his next fight. Move fast, hit hard, and maximize damage. That is the goal. Singu just smirks to himself. This skill is the result of him trying to kill the delay in his heavy swings. Still, the star is fluctuating. He grips his weapon. Since I created this, it reacts to me the most. The synchronization with his body is perfect. Its utility in actual combat? Absolutely top tier. He watches the sun dip. The power scales with how many times he uses that hammer in battle. Having a skill that relies on both body and weapon is a huge edge. He brags to Arin about his progress. Aaron just looks exhausted. So, you rested just to test out your heavy weapon skills? Singu clenches his fist with pure determination. His body has undergone a massive transformation. But now? He is ready to exploit every single bit of it. He wants to go out and swing that hammer right now. but Arin reminds him to check his other skills. Singu gives a sly wink. He is ahead of her. Next up, the two brightest and most distant stars. One is pure, killing intent, and the other? Trust me, you're going to want to see what courage looks like. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character's vibe shift into something truly terrifying. This technique, bloodlust, isn't just a look, it's a deep fusion of his body, soul, and mana. It projects his entire being outward, sharpening his presence until it strikes like a physical blow. It's a passive skill that crushes souls. Singu focuses, trying to link all his powers together in his mind. He's learning to bridge different skills and energies, though he's not quite ready to pull it off yet. With his energy running low, he has to set that aside for now and focus on courage. Courage was his very first passive, a mysterious skill that reduces damage from attacks he doesn't even see. Strangely, this power has nothing to do with his physical stats or his current mana levels. Even though it's inside him, the skill relies entirely on how he perceives the world around him. Singu stares at the skill's essence, realizing he's developed something that defies logic in his current state. This evolution only happened because of the dungeon's unique mana and his god-tier control over it. Pay attention here, Singu has 5 passives now, meaning there is basically nothing left for him to learn. Then there are his external passives, starting with that mysterious tattoo engraved on the back of his hand. That lizard tail on his backside is a mystery. He still doesn't know how to tap into soul power. The souls he's collected are just sitting there, since most people don't give up their essence that easily. Thinking back on the spirits he's encountered, Singu realizes it's been a long time since he's seen a ghost. A bad feeling washes over him as he compares his skills. His chaos tail hasn't progressed at all lately. He treated it like a simple key for dungeons, but now that he has other ways in, it's useless. He stares at his own twitching tail, wondering if there's any other way to actually make use of it. Suddenly, Singu grips his fist. Not a single part of his body is going to be useless anymore. Watch this. He wraps the tail around a cup and grins. He can move it as easily as an arm. It's not just for digging holes anymore. All that early clumsiness from his training has completely vanished. His new goal is to master the tail for combat, especially when his hands are already occupied. Seha watches the tail swaying and admits he's actually pretty jealous of Singu having a third hand. Singu casually offers to trade it for Seha's wings, wondering why he didn't think of this tail sooner. Other players use wings for high mobility, so it's only logical that he uses this tail for battle. He realizes that this extra limb gives him a massive advantage in any close-quarters fight. Thinking back to when he used it to dig, he realizes the tail is much stronger than he thought. It's large and powerful enough to even apply his heavy weapon combat techniques to its movements. The tail isn't long enough to strike enemies in front of him, but Singu has a better plan. Once he masters it, he'll be able to crush any enemy trying to sneak up from behind. He turns to Arin, suddenly curious about what would happen if his tail actually got injured in battle. She explains that his tail is likely just like their wings. They don't just disappear, no matter what happens. Arin describes the recovery process, explaining that wings don't vanish from damage, but rather transfer the injury. Small wounds can be healed with potions, but if the damage is too extreme, nothing will work. Singu realizes the danger. He could die, even if he isn't using his tail to block the attack. Arin looks worried, explaining that once her mana hits 0, she can't fly anymore, and in that moment, she'd be forced to log out before crashing into the hard ground. Relieved that his tail won't just get chopped off, Singu jumps up, ready for more action. Seha is hyped, thinking it's finally his turn to help, but Singu just shuts him down immediately. He warns Seha that getting caught on camera would be a huge disaster, so he needs to stay hidden. Singu smirks, knowing the Wind Mist Guild is in total chaos since Arin and Seha both quit. He thinks it'll be hilarious to show up with both of them, then starts lecturing the group. I know you want to repay your savior, but there's a dungeon nearby. I'm expecting great things there. Seha obeys instantly. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this unfolds next. Alright, let's dive into this wild mission where Singu warns his team to stay sharp and always watch their backs. If you get caught, I will have to fight Harian or someone even worse. Arin immediately pictures the man she hates most. Seha stays quiet, perfectly understanding the sharp irony and hidden meaning dripping from Singu's voice right now. Who knows what that freak would do if he caught us? Arin shivers at the thought, so Singu quickly changes the subject. Seriously, I really do not like being around people who only ever think with their lower half. She snaps that he sounds like a guy who knows exactly how to handle a girl's attitude, as if he has done this before. Singu bluntly replies that you do not need experience to understand something so obvious. He cuts her off. Alright, enough. Let's head to Sororok Mountain. The three of them set off with shared determination. Their voices fade down the trail as they chat about buying extra potatoes and corn once they finally arrive there. Do not leave out potato rice cakes. I guess we already know exactly what we are going to have for lunch today. But pay attention here, because things at Mount Siorak are far from innocent. Militia are already hiding in the tall grass. Black smoke rises as a helicopter crashes. They have realized we have been tracking their every movement from the sky. Static crackles through the communication devices as messages link together. What is the status? Report in. No suspicious activity until yesterday. The team stays on high alert, knowing the enemy could launch a sudden ambush at any moment. Their elite forces are still gathering in massive numbers. Even if we can shoot small goblins, we are not safe yet. Cameras captured even stronger monsters nearby. Driven into a corner, these creatures are getting desperate and ready to snap. Damn it, my vacation just ended last week. Even in this life or death moment, the two soldiers keep bickering and talking. If you just got back out here, tell me, what do those players actually look like? It is not looking good. Word is, their numbers are absolutely massive and impossible to count. They raise their rifles. Aim true. Shoot anything shorter than a human. I doubt they can get very far. If the players die, we are next. Stay alert. Suddenly, Singu appears, complaining he cannot use his motorcycle here. The terrified soldiers aim at him. Who is there? Hey you idiots, do not go pointing guns so recklessly. The two soldiers pin Singu down and check his bag. Inside? Just a few random stones rolling around. Singu jumps back. Our enemies are monsters. How can you aim at a person just for making a sound? Arin suddenly turns shy. This was one of my mother's favorite snacks before she passed away. Seeing her casual attitude, Singu cannot help but scold her. Cannot you be serious when talking about such sad memories? Seha chimes in from the side, suggesting they should have just snuck in quietly instead of causing a scene. Singu ignores him, joking that since he is the one saving their lives, he has earned the right to tease these rookie soldiers. Arin just sighs, unable to understand why Korean men love messing with new recruits so much. Arin closes her eyes, focusing her spirit to harmonize with the frequencies of the world around her. Her eyes snap open in pure disbelief. She cannot sense a single player anywhere near this location. Now, you and I both know this is weird. She says she cannot feel any monsters either. Arin turns into a walking encyclopedia, explaining that there were very few players in Korea at the start. Most were way too busy training up in the celestial heavens, and those terrifying demon faces from the footage still haunt her mind. Low-level goblins are one thing, but those massive high demons caught on video are a whole different nightmare. This makes Singu pause and think. I bet this is not just coming from a few simple dungeons. It is impossible for players from different dungeons to all drop into the exact same locations like this. Singu tilts his head, wondering if they are dealing with some kind of complex, overlapping dungeon system. The innocent question makes Arin laugh as she tries to explain the situation in the simplest way possible. Instances are rare. This would only happen if the whole world collapsed, which is highly unlikely to occur. Looking at the trees, Arin suggests the final boss might have escaped. We will find answers if we interrogate the monsters. Singu agrees with her plan immediately. He turns and points. This way. I think they will come out once we have moved a bit further away. Seha is amazed by his boss's power. It is incredible that you can sense them from this far away. Singu stays silent, hiding the truth. He would be so mad if I told him this was just a hunch. He suddenly breaks into a sprint, deep into the forest. I will find something if I just run this way. The wind rushes past as a sudden scream echoes. Singu recoils, face pale. Someone, please help me. Arin freezes. There is a monster here, and trust me, you and I are about to see something truly terrifying. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character can save a group trapped deep in this mountain. He changes direction and sprints toward the sound of shouting, though the tall grass keeps snagging his feet and slowing him down. Finally, he comes face to face with the source of that horrific and eerie symphony. It is a total slaughter between the players and those monsters as the bloodthirsty goblins start cornering the last few survivors. The creatures make skin-crawling noises while 3 dead players are just tossed aside like trash, forgotten by everyone. Nari tries to stop Dugun's bleeding while he leans against a tree, as their strongest warrior, Bekho, stands trembling between the lines. Even though he is shaking, his sense of honor pushes him to raise his sword to protect his teammates, while Singu watches from above as hundreds of armed goblins surround them. But that is not all, because these monsters brought some massive backup. Dozens of great goblins have arrived, so Arin acts as the tactical advisor to analyze the situation and keep Singu from acting reckless. She warns him that this many monsters could fill an entire medium-sized dungeon, but there is one thing that feels very strange. A veteran like her has never seen a mixed army of different monster races working together so perfectly as if they were all on one team. Compared to his teammate's serious face, Singu sounds totally calm, saying that in fictional stories, this kind of thing happens all the time. Maybe a demon king or some ancient dragon appeared to start ruling over them. Realizing she got distracted by his complete nonsense, she loses her temper and starts screaming at him in total frustration. Forget that, we need to save them now, and Singu is already breaking into a cold sweat. Watch closely. He gets it, so he takes a leap of faith off the cliff while activating his immortal will. When he hits the ground, he is fully armored and gripping the black wolf fang. The goblins nearby spot him immediately and start shrieking about finding a brand new sacrifice for their ritual. They use their crude handmade guns to fire a barrage at him, but Singu just stands there and tanks those weak attacks. The monsters start screaming in panic and backing away, realizing he is not human. He ignores the pests and prepares to launch a massive counterattack. Readying the Black Wolf Fang to clear his path, Singu quietly triggers his charging skill to begin the hunt. A massive explosion erupts from behind him, instantly drawing the eyes of every goblin in the front row. They did not expect that in a single heartbeat, they would be sent flying into the sky without any wings. Singu charges forward and mows down everyone in his way. Before hitting the goblin leader, he pulls off a stylish flip that nearly stops the monster's heart. He sticks the landing perfectly, just like a hero from a movie, right in front of the terrified players. Singu barks an order at Baekho to protect his friends, making the warrior flinch before agreeing. Suddenly, the goblins start shooting darts at our hero. Seeing holes in his expensive clothes makes Singu erupt with pure rage. This is about to get very ugly for those monsters. With a murderous glare, he catches a handful of darts and hurls them back. Those tiny projectiles fly at insane speeds, instantly sending several goblins to the afterlife. Seeing this kind of power, some of the goblins actually start to hesitate and lose their nerve. One yells that he is too strong, but the others shout him down, insisting they must kill him as a sacrifice. Singu raises the Black Wolf Fang as a terrifying aura explodes. He slams his weapon down, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. Despite his handsome face, he spits out chilling words. Seeing them frozen in fear, he tells them to stay exactly where they are. He swings the Black Wolf Fang. You and I are about to witness a total massacre, as Singu sweeps those goblins away like autumn leaves, leaving Baekho completely stunned by his godlike power. Nari watches the battle unfold. Her eyes sparkle as she praises him, convinced he must be a high-level player. But when Baekho looks at that cool weapon, he has doubts. He starts to get suspicious, wondering if anyone in South Korea actually uses a weapon like that in real combat. Searching his memory, he realizes the man's build looks identical to the mysterious person everyone was talking about recently. He is the guy from Sanha. Meanwhile, the goblins stop acting calm and decide to rush in, screaming about making a sacrifice for their new world. Watching his prey literally offer themselves up to him, Singu silently celebrates his good luck. They charge in like moths to a flame, so he drops his center of gravity to execute them all. They do not even see him before their weapons snap in half. He swings his arms like he is farming for combo points, landing every single strike with perfect and deadly accuracy. Seha watches from the shadows and sighs while Aaron nods in agreement, because the guy really is just playing whack-a-mole now. As pure terror spreads, the goblins keep whispering about a sacrifice, but Singu shuts them up as easily as blowing out a small match. Trust me, you and I just saw a legend in action. Do these monsters even count as a real challenge anymore? Alright, you and I are about to see how an innocent face can deliver the most soul-crushing insults. He wonders if killing them all will just birth a new monster, maybe a real devil, and Aaron knows better than to stop him now, only warning him to run if things get too dangerous. Singu grips his black wolf claws like a harbinger of death, promising himself to be more careful from now on to avoid a permanent end. The demons standing closest suddenly feel their hair stand up in absolute, bone-chilling terror as the pressure mounts. A simple question, what? Before the word can even leave its mouth, a demon screams as its friend's head literally explodes right in front of its eyes. Now watch this. The most legendary bonk in history just shattered the ritual like a glitched live stream, cutting off the mana entirely. In the middle of the chaos, one brave soul points at Singu, calling him a strange and terrifying human who does not belong. Aaron observes the scene, realizing that whatever is happening, they are definitely standing in the way of the demon's plans. It might be because Singu is a hidden player, but he just listens closely with a cold, glowing gaze, deciding it's not his problem anyway. Time to focus on the slaughter. His bloodlust fills the air, forcing the cowardly little demons to start retreating in fear. Run all you want. He leaps high into the air, his voice dripping with pure, bloodthirsty excitement as he tells them they can't hide. His spectral birds tear through the small demons, turning them into floating dust just like that famous Thanos snap moment. As the battle ends, the hero's silhouette stands against the horizon with a strange and heavy sense of authority. Duquan, finally recovering, can only stare in total shock at Singu's overwhelming power. He actually killed every single one of them. Baekho can't hide his admiration, his voice trembling as he asks how one man could do all this in such a short time. The familiar notification pops up, pushing Singu to level 51, though his other stats don't see a massive jump compared to before. He's surprised by the good news. Leveling up is where the real fun begins, as he watches the last demon slowly crumble into ash. Just killing monsters grants levels? This is nothing like his past experiences. Seha checks her stats and realizes even the supporters leveled up. This new knowledge leaves Arin completely baffled. Leveling up in the real world through dungeon outbreaks shouldn't be possible for everyone. Singu has his own questions about this new system. Does this apply to every player out there? I know what you're thinking. Is he the only one with this broken power? Arin seems to think so as she speaks up. She shares her theory, noting that this place feels more like a crowded ant nest than the legendary Sky City. Memories of the demon's panic flash through her mind, like a black and white film. There has to be a reason they were so desperate. Her words immediately ignite Singu's curiosity. It's time to put these theories to the test and find some answers. Before moving out, he turns to the three players and asks if they also gained levels after the slaughter. Beko steps up to explain, sharing the standard knowledge that every player usually follows regarding their progression. We've killed countless monsters before, and nothing happened. You only level up after fully clearing a Sky City dungeon. Hearing this confirmation, Singu goes quiet for a moment before asking if the wounded player is doing all right. Duquan shyly answers their savior, saying they'll be fine once they get proper treatment back in Sky City. Nari bows deeply, her gratitude clear as she speaks to the man who saved their lives. She can't help but ask the question, burning in her mind, is he actually a legendary player from the Sanha region? Singu shuts the conversation down with a sharp, cold look, telling them this place is getting dangerous, and they need to leave now. The simple threat works perfectly. Not only does Nari nod in fear, but Duquan turns pale as a ghost. Still, she looks back with a heavy heart at their fallen comrades, cold bodies now lying under white sheets. Silence fills the air as they mourn. Singu watches Nari's trembling back, feeling the weight of her grief. He looks away, unable to watch, knowing they probably aren't used to seeing death so up close and personal. He notices Arin and Seha are also mourning. They likely lost people in Sky City before retiring to the surface world. He muses to himself that real-world death leaves nothing but a corpse until Beko interrupts, saying they can't just leave them behind. Nari is heartbroken but helpless. How can they possibly carry everyone back in their current condition? Singu calmly suggests using their inventory storage, and the three of them shout for joy. Of course, that's it. Seha and Arin share a look, both thinking the exact same thing. Isn't that a little bit inhumane to suggest? Well, it's better than letting them rot or be eaten by wild beasts. Suddenly, the bodies under the white cloth begin to glow. The light intensifies for no reason. Beko, standing the closest, sees the unthinkable. The bodies are actually starting to vanish. And trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next, as those three glowing orbs drift into the sky. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the chaos as three soul orbs fly right at Singu. A blinding light erupts the second those things make contact with his body. Purple smoke rises from his hands as a notification pops up. Soul collection reached level 2, with 4 souls total. Everything is happening so fast that his mind is in a total state of chaos. He does not fully get it, but he feels all right. Looking at Beko crying, he realizes no one else saw those orbs. Singu breaks the heavy silence, reminding them that player bodies usually just vanish like this. Stop crying, Nari sniffs, still full of regret. But without another word, Singu turns and walks away. Keep crying and you will just attract every monster nearby. See if I care. Nari tries to stop him, but he just puts his undying will blade back into storage. As he walks, new thoughts emerge. Normal players cannot level up on the surface, but he is built different. New concepts are popping up everywhere after the demon fight. They must have escaped from the Antmine dungeon. Now, here's the big realization. He does not even need to clear dungeons for experience and mana anymore. The glowing mark on his hand grabs his attention. More importantly, the souls of every dead player have forced their way into his body. He looks up at the birds, face darkened by worry. These souls came to him because of his skill. This is not normal. Without saying a word, he charges into the darkness to find some answers. A wild laugh escapes him as he looks at the sky. Honestly, it is not a bad deal. Let us get back to the rescue mission. Arin and Seha fly right behind him, confused. Wait, did you say we are going on a rescue mission? Singu dives into a horde of goblins. The young players he saves can barely find the words to thank him. His massive weapon slices through the air, barely grazing the cheeks of giant beasts. He gets more hyped with every strike, fueling his growth. A thick cloud of blood and dust trails behind him as he tears through them. Finally catching his breath, Singu sighs. He really needs a solid long-range weapon. Arin watches him sit on the loot. She cannot help but laugh. The reality is that one demon was already killed by a tiny stone he used on a whim. So, what kind of long-range weapon would actually be best? Arin has no clue, so she just blurts out the first thing that comes to mind. A slingshot? Singu immediately says no, too clunky. He does not want to spend his whole life picking up stones. He imagines a massive machine gun. He wants a skill that shreds enemies from a distance, just like that. Arin thinks that is totally overkill since he already kills demons with pebbles. She tells him to practice his magic bullet skill instead. Seha freezes. Wait, you actually have that skill? Seha is losing it because that is a rare skill, but Singu just gives a cheeky, annoying shrug. Who cares if it is rare? To prove he is not lying, he blasts a beam through a nearby tree. A perfect round hole appears in the trunk. He does not feel a shred of pity for the tree. You saw that too, right? Classic manga logic: if a move is weak, you just have to make it spin. Aaron listens to the idea and starts picturing how insane that could actually look. A spinning bullet would stabilize its flight and jack up the damage. Singu actually starts considering it. He tried before and failed every time. He looks at the sky, remembering those useless training sessions. Then a wild idea hits him. What if he mixes it with a different skill entirely? He goes full mad scientist on Arin. Magic bullet comes from retribution, so what if he adds charge? Aaron looks at him like he has lost his mind. How would you even pull that off? She tries to explain the mechanics. Charge transfers destructive energy and speed directly into mana. Then it locks it in place. These technical details make Singu go into deep thought, but it seems simple enough. Shingu's blood boils as he realizes he can already control charge mana like breathing. He has mastered it instantly. Aaron wants to flip a table. That is how he made frenzied charge, so this might be even easier. Professor Singu is now in session, explaining how his unique skill works to power up the frenzied charge. Trust me, you and I are about to see him break the game's logic. Siha's head is already exploding. Alright, stick with me as we see how a simple trick turns Singu into an absolute monster. She cheerfully hypes him up like a world-class celebrity. Singu might have low mana, but he uses it better than anyone else on the planet. Singu watches the duo go back and forth with their praise and wonders why she is more proud of this than he is. But during his downtime, he decides to practice the technique once again. The key is concentrating mana right at the fingertip. Singu breathes deeply, knowing if he holds it too long, his fingers will literally snap under the pressure. Energy swirls around him, funneling toward his thumb. Once the mana is fully formed, he has to fire it immediately or face the consequences. Now pay attention to this. He unleashes the mana bullet, creating a shockwave so powerful, it leaves his support team standing there in total shock. The bullet slams into a nearby boulder in the blink of an eye. The impact triggers a massive, ear-splitting explosion that blinds everyone. Rocks tumble at his feet as the dust clears. A deep trench has been carved into the earth, stretching out over 100 meters. Staring at the absolute destruction, Singu is completely frozen by the power he just unleashed. Aaron's brain completely short-circuits. She looks like she just saw a ghost after witnessing that terrifying display of raw force. Singu snaps back to reality and tries to play it cool. Wait, has nobody really thought of this simple trick before? Arin immediately snaps back, telling him it is not simple at all. Combining skills is way harder than he thinks. She barely has her soul back before scolding the reckless guy. I told you, using charge in the middle of a battle is not something a beginner can handle. Seha is curious about Singu's hidden potential. Hey, can you use that to fire rapid shots? Singu gives a confident nod. Actually, that is even easier. He rubs his head awkwardly while looking at the mess he made, but declines for now. He has to consider the environment too. Seha praises him without hesitation, calling it a very wise decision. Still, Singu falls back into a deep state of thought to research this new theory. Combining mana bullet with charge burns more energy than usual. Singu stretches and exercises under his teammates' judging eyes, but his body seems to handle the pressure just fine. His mood shifts from intense focus to pure satisfaction. It started as a simple experiment, but he just found an incredibly powerful new weapon. But suddenly, a wave of pain hits him. You see that confusion in his eyes? This is exactly how he felt when he first gained his charging skill. His body slowly begins adapting to this rare phenomenon. The difference is this is not a new memory, but an old one being rewritten. A notification pops up. Mana Bullet has officially evolved into Level 1 Enhanced Bullet. There is even an explanation for why this transformation happened. The skill evolved through synthesis, creating a bullet specifically enhanced for destruction. After reading the details, his expression turns serious. The skill has completely changed. Aaron comments that it is basically an entirely new power at this point. She floats up to Singu's eye level and suggests it will be much easier to use now that it is official. Seha counts the skills Singu has gained in such a short time. 2 active skills and 1 passive ability already. The kid thinks Singu must be blessed by the gods. Aaron gets annoyed at the dreamy talk and tells him to shut up. Meanwhile, Singu is back to strategizing. He thinks finding a treasure to buff his mana bullets might not be a bad idea. He visualizes targets, realizing the enhanced bullet is strong enough to take down demons, or maybe even an archdemon. Aaron feels a secret sense of worry. Singu was already strong, but now he has insane long-range capabilities too. Seeing his proud stance, she sighs. Who can even stop him now? Later on the mountain, a tired Aaron asks Seha a question. How long has it been now? She sounds exhausted because Singu has been in non-stop monster hunting mode. He just reached level 53. He gazes across the distant peaks. This mountain is massive. Even while tracking monster trails, it is taking forever to get anywhere. Arin whispers to herself, unable to imagine how many dungeons have already been broken open. She spots areas that look like former dungeons. Looking at the piles of defeated monsters, her head spins with worry, even though Singu is just taking a breath. Anything new on the internet? Arin checks her phone while Seha supports her. Nothing. There is no accurate info when even helicopters are being shot down by monsters. Her eyes suddenly catch a headline and she gasps out loud. Oh! Singu notices her strange reaction and asks what is wrong. That is when Harryon and his team appear. The Wind Whirlpool Guild has cleared the dungeon and they are heading this way. Singu cheers with joy. Finally, he points ahead. This place is too big for him alone, and with civilian casualties found, you and I know these reinforcements are absolutely vital. Arin is not happy at all. Honestly, you and I can see why she hates these players hunting monsters. Thinking about Harryon makes her explode. Why did it have to be Whirlwind? She tells Seha they need to vanish. He breaks into a nervous sweat and immediately agrees to the plan. While he is making a grand solo speech, Singu and Arin have already bolted. I smell a fight nearby. Singu, wait for me. Meanwhile, Baekho and his squad are struggling against a massive horde of demons. Singu watches from the shadows. Seha notes that the other team seems to be winning for now. Arin points out that some players have even more mana than him. Singu is clearly embarrassed by that. Fine, I will leave them to it. He walks away coldly as Seha praises his stealth skills. Arin is not having it and tells Seha to stop acting so arrogant. Suddenly, Singu's expression darkens. He's seen many battlefields, but these monsters seem obsessed with player corpses. Look at that. The demons actually drop their weapons in pure terror when the bodies start disappearing. Even while the players are distracted fighting, the monsters are the ones panicking about the missing remains. Now watch this closely. The demons are whispering about a lost sacrifice as the bodies vanish without a trace. Nutritional sacrifices. Singu draws the souls directly into the palm of his hand. A sigil glows on the back of his hand. Notification. Soul collection reached level 3. 13 souls collected. Seha gets serious. He suspects the monsters are targeting mana. Arin adds that it could be souls. Even back when she was a player, mana was always linked to the concept of the soul. Arin points to Singu's arm. That soul collection skill of his? It is beyond special. Seha holds his head. Too much information. Can we please stop talking about this complicated stuff? Suddenly, Singu hears something in the distance. He signals everyone to be quiet. Arin enters her combat stance immediately. Seha focuses all his senses on the surrounding area. Singu stares ahead and closes his eyes to listen. Whoever is fighting up there sounds incredibly powerful. Arin is worried. The monster numbers are overwhelming. She asks Singu what their move is. He weighs his options. We should help them, even if it is the leader of the Whirlwind Guild. Singu sprints toward the noise. Arin yells for him to hide his face, and he confirms. He puts on his mask of indomitable will and halts at the edge of a cliff. You and I are seeing this, right? Marina is down there with a gun, taking on demons solo. The demons spot Singu and scream. He looks different. He is nothing like the other players. Singu scans the area. Dead monsters and broken weapons everywhere. Marina completely annihilated them. He is stunned. There are so many monsters, and some of them are high rankers. He stares at her power. Marina looks up at Singu and asks if he is actually human. High-level monsters at Siorak Mountain, and some are over level 100. Their bodies are scattered across the ground like discarded toys. These powerful beasts were slaughtered without even getting a chance to fight back. Singu is deep in thought while Marina waves her arms, shouting to see if he is friendly. He lets out a long sigh before leaping off the cliff, catching the demons by surprise. They scramble to form a defense. Stop him. Don't let that monster get any closer. He bursts forward with explosive energy, blowing the entire demon line back in an instant. Marina stands there speechless. Singu lands perfectly among the piles of defeated enemies. She demands to know what that skill was. Singu just readies his weapon and asks why she is stopping. Marina stays silent, observing him. The remaining demons are trembling as she slowly prepares to move. Fine, we will talk after they are dead. The two of them charge forward like twin gods of destruction. Singu lets out a massive roar, swinging his hammer with everything he has. The impact craters the earth. The demons can only stare in horror at the raw power. And trust me, you and I just saw why he is the ultimate monster. He literally cleaves them in two. Alright, you and I are about to see a total beast in action. Look at Marina. She is absolutely stunned by how he swings that massive hammer like it is a lightweight sword. Singu has no clue how much he just freaked Marina out with that display. He grips the hammer, thinking to himself that his sword techniques do not feel quite right with this weapon. Now she is finally seeing his true potential. It is not just raw power, those movements are on another level. Marina watches the demons fall like grass before Singu's back, guessing he must be at least a level 270 player. Watching him carve through demons like paper, she wonders how she has never heard of this guy before. Marina shakes her head, trying to clear out all these unnecessary thoughts from her mind. She tells herself now is not the time for questions. Biting her lip, she decides she cannot just stand there doing nothing. Without wasting another second, Marina takes her stance. dual-wielding her pistols with a look that says she is ready to join the hunt. She is officially starting to see Singu as a real partner in this fight. While she does not mind the front lines, she knows she is deadliest with a reliable teammate blocking for her. Two demons sense the threat and scream out, desperate to stop that woman before she opens fire on them. They know a bomb is about to go off. Panicking as they charge, they feel something terrifying approaching. Marina just whispers, "Too late. Now watch this." As the goblins close in, her eyes turn into glowing red rings, locking onto her targets with lethal precision. She smirks and unleashes a rain of glowing mana bullets. Singu breaks into a cold sweat. Is she actually firing pure magic? Every single shot tears a new hole right through the demons' bodies. These monsters do not fear death, charging into the hail of lead like moths to a flame. Singu watches, speechless at this one-sided slaughter. He can only gasp. What? Recalling Marina's shocked expression, he wonders why she was surprised by him when she is this dangerous herself. If he does not keep his distance, he might get shredded into pieces. Suddenly, a goblin sneaks up behind him with an axe. Of course, that cheap trick fails. Singu delivers a devastating kick that sends the monster's head flying. No way. The other two are paralyzed with fear. They realize they are not just facing Singu, but the legendary Arin as well. Singu is like an unbreakable shield that crushes everything in his path by simply moving forward. And you and I both know that with Marina raining death from behind, these two together are just unfair. At this point, the goblins realize they are outmatched and decide to bolt for their lives. Run. We cannot handle these sacrifices. They are way too powerful. Singu, still fired up, prepares to hunt them down. Where are you going? But Marina decides to let them go. Looking at the piles of limbs on the ground, she warns him not to overdo it. She is thinking one step ahead. If they follow the survivors, the demons will lead them straight to their boss. Singu seems to agree, admitting it is actually a pretty solid plan. He grips his hammer, but then boom. He hurls it like a boomerang, wiping out several fleeing goblins in one swing. Singu catches the returning hammer and calmly explains they do not need to let that many of them escape. Suddenly, Marina is right in his face, looking intense enough to actually scare him. She is dying to know what kind of mana bullets were those. They were not normal, right? Singu looks at her serious face and starts recalling her history. Her name is Marina Bissett, 22 years old, hailing from a place famous for its wild nature and dangerous beasts. She was one of the very first players to awaken when the Great Blue appeared 10 years ago. Everyone calls her a genius. She has massive mana reserves, a steel will, and incredible combat instincts. She crushed her trial dungeon, taking the top spot among all her peers. She became the first player to develop the skill to fire pure mana as projectiles. The mana bullets. Just the mention of her name makes monsters tremble. Rumor says she cleared entire dungeons using nothing but those bullets. With her god-tier skills, she did not choose to play solo just because of her style. It was simply because no other players could keep up with her insane growth speed. But even geniuses hit a wall at difficulty level 30 dungeons. Trust me, you and I are about to see why she became a mercenary. Since she could not wait for others to catch up, she started taking contracts on her own. Alright, you and I are diving into the legend of Marina, a top-tier player whose fame skyrocketed during that rank 32 dungeon raid. Everyone was busy celebrating South Korea as the world leader in gaming. But looking back, I realized none of that glory would have been possible without her. Marina gives Shinhu a judging look for his weird gear, muttering under her breath about what he could possibly be doing. Shinhu is so lost in his own world that he does not even hear her question. He recalls Aaron praising Marina as a top-tier player who is also stunning. Even Seha had to admit her skills and looks were legendary back then. This is the first time I have ever seen her up this close. Marina is impressive, but Shinhu still prefers his crush after all. Arin is also a top player and beautiful too, so he looks back at the girl in front of him. He has to admit, Arin was right about her beauty, and since she trains so hard, she is actually quite tall too. His eyes accidentally drift down to her chest, thinking her large bust might actually get in the way during a serious fight. Glancing further down at her slim waist and long legs, he realizes her entire physique is basically flawless. Shinhu starts feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking she could have easily been a model or actress if she had not become a pro gamer so young. After his long inner monologue, he finally focuses back, but Marina is already bowing her head, asking to become his apprentice. Now pay attention to this, even a top-tier beauty like her gets a cold rejection from Shinhu, though she just begs him even louder. Seeing her so energetic makes him feel a bit nostalgic. Seeing her throw a tantrum like this just makes her look like a curious little girl. But he stands his ground, a no is a no, and being repeatedly rejected like this is starting to drive Marina crazy. Even so, she persists, telling him she has never seen anyone else use magic bullets in such a strange way before. Marina even tries a desperate excuse, claiming that as the primary magic bullet user, she has a duty and right to know everything about this skill. Shinhu refuses to budge and decides to teach her a lesson. The world is huge, and you cannot get everything you want just by acting spoiled. Congratulations. Shinhu looks back at the piles of corpses and sighs. This battlefield is the largest one since entering the mountain, filled with high-level monsters. He slowly approaches to crush their bodies, hoping high-level mobs might drop a Philea mana stone, just like that time with the veteran demon. Just as he expected, a glowing stone appears as the body vanishes, and Shinhu picks it up, feeling incredibly lucky. I found it, but Marina notices from behind and asks if he knows about Philea too, suddenly remembering her original goal. She stops acting tough and shifts back into a playful, mischievous girl, pouting and begging Shinhu for information. What exactly are those magic bullets? Come on, just tell me, please. Shinhu just stares at her, completely speechless at this sudden change in personality. After a moment, he sighs and says even a stray cat could act better than that, making Marina turn bright red from embarrassment. She never thought her charm would be shot down so fast. She starts wondering if he is just immune to her cuteness. Shinhu watches her clumsy acting and smiles helplessly, realizing she is not actually a bad kid at heart. I know what you were thinking, is he being too mean? But he is acting cold to see if she relies on her fame or her character. Even though she is far more powerful than he is in terms of raw stats and achievements, the fact that she does not use her power to force her way is something worth praising. Doing the right thing is always hard. He gets frustrated thinking about it, gritting his teeth because she is still so young and inexperienced. If you have realized that demanding things does not work, then you need to find a better way to solve your problems. Finally, Shinhu decides to set a condition, asking what she will give him in exchange for the lessons while giving off a menacing vibe. This is the conclusion he reached after thinking it through. A real deal does not start with a threat, but with understanding, and to keep his own value high, he repeats his demand. I said I would consider it if you can offer a fair price for information this valuable. Should you not give me something of equal value in return? Marina is clearly not used to being challenged like this, and it makes her fume. Shinhu does not change his mind because this is a simple matter of give and take. Eventually, she gives in to his stubbornness and agrees to the deal, muttering that she would never show this to anyone else. She claims the skill is truly worth it, making Shinhu's eyes light up with anticipation as she starts digging through her storage. Then, she heavily pulls out a massive, legendary thunderbolt cannon. The weapon is so incredibly bulky that the small girl actually loses her balance and stumbles while holding it. It is way too heavy, so she tells him to grab it, and trust me, you and I can see she is totally blown away. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how insane he really is after he swings that giant weapon so easily, even if he did not mean to show off. She admits she cannot even lift the thing. Even though she is giving it to him voluntarily, it still feels incredibly frustrating because that gun is much better than her own sniper rifle, despite having a few limitations. Singu tries to offer her a few words of comfort. He tells her not to feel bad since he cannot use it either, but Marina feels like he is just mocking her since the weapon is such a masterpiece. Without hesitation, she pulls out her shotgun and threatens him. If you do not treat this weapon with respect, she says, I will actually shoot you. He is a bit worried about her explosive personality and just laughs it off to move past the moment. Looking at the size and shape, a famous weapon name suddenly pops into Singu's head. Is this the Peerless Thunder Cannon? The quality is incredible. Marina loses her cool even more and starts shouting at him. No, it is not. She explains seriously that it is a rifle, though she cannot understand why a lightning god gun would be classified as a rifle either. But Singu's imagination is currently stuck on those three words, the Thunderbolt gun. Now pay attention, because the system just confirmed it. The Thunderbolt gun, B+ rank, is currently sealed. It is a legendary weapon created by the Thunder God himself. In the event that the user possesses specific magic bullet skills, those techniques can be unleashed in a much more powerful and devastating way through this gun. However, the true destructive power of this artifact is still locked away behind a seal. Once his mastery hits the limit and a special condition is met, the first seal will finally break. Singu did not realize this weapon would be so complicated. Oh, holding something this precious actually makes him feel the pressure. He really stumbled onto something big here. The energy is on a completely different level. It is his first time seeing a treasure named after a god. The damage it deals is insane, even if it is still sealed. This makes Singu start overthinking things, tilting his head back and forth as he considers the situation. Finally, he tells Marina he cannot accept it. She is shocked. She never expected him to change his mind, especially since this gun is worth way more than his information. But Marina does not really care about the trade value. No. Improving her magic bullet skill is worth everything to her. Nothing matters more to her than that. So she begs him to take it. Singu is surprised by how stubborn she is. Why is she so obsessed with this? He smirks, finding her interesting. Maybe that obsession is exactly what pushed her to become this strong in the first place. He asks one more time to be sure, even if the info is only useful if she has the required high-level skills. Marina does not hesitate. She will just go find those skills. He realizes this is the brave mercenary, Gan Li, who wanders the world. He cannot really say no to that. After a moment of silence, He decides to keep the Thunderbolt gun. Fine, he will stick to their deal. Time passes as they finally exchange their information. You and I can see the pure shock on her face. A shock jump? She looks like she just saw a ghost. She looks terrified, as if she just met a demon. Can that skill really upgrade the pure power of magic bullets? And wait, why on earth would you try to combine melee combat with magic bullets? Seeing her reaction makes Singu feel a little bit guilty. It looks like her mood took a serious nosedive after hearing the truth. Meanwhile, Marina keeps screaming in total frustration. How could I ever pull that off? Even with all this information, the technique seems completely impossible to master. He offers to give the rifle back to her, but she snaps at him with a loud no. Her stubbornness reminds him of himself. She will master that strong bullet no matter what. He understands her perfectly. Her massive ego will not let her regret a choice. The strong always have a reason for their power. Suddenly, Marina gets curious about something and turns back to ask him. She has never seen anyone stronger than him. Where has he been living all this time? Singu cannot really answer that, so he just tells her he does not know either. This makes her realize she forgot something important. She reaches out her hand to greet him and introduces herself as Marina Bissett. She shyly mentions she once entered a dungeon with the Korean Gale Guild, but she left because it was too difficult, so they sent her here to help out instead. Singu stays on guard, watching her closely. After a few seconds of silence, he finally speaks up. Yeah, but he is not revealing his personal identity. Marina is visibly disappointed. Oh, since he will not talk, she starts guessing. She assumes he must have leveled up a lot while hiding his identity, which is why he is so reluctant to reveal who he really is. She mumbles to herself, feeling like an idiot. Damn it, she usually is not this easy to trick. He coldly replies that it is her most believable comment all day. And that is where we leave them. You and I both know she is not letting him walk away that easily. Alright, stick with me, as Marina suggests they keep traveling together in this next chapter. He hadn't even had time to celebrate escaping that noisy woman before Singu let out a long, weary sigh as she spoke. Thinking she might be rejected, she continues to persuade him, asking if they are not both chasing after those same monsters anyway. Marina promises she won't get in his way, claiming she is actually a very experienced hunter. Singu hesitates, knowing he will be in danger if she catches a glimpse of his hidden wings. Suddenly, he remembers his teammates, Arin and Seha, who are still hiding and desperate to get out. That is when Marina tries to provoke him, saying he just wants to retreat. She knows he hates losing, so she mocks him by saying she will kill them all first if he decides to retreat. Arin tells him not to worry about them, as it is better to fight with Marina's help. Seha feels the same way and agrees with the plan. She wants to watch Marina closely, but will follow Singu's decision, leaving him feeling completely confused by all the conflicting opinions. He finally takes the lead, signaling his acceptance, which makes Marina jump for joy in total excitement. The group begins their journey, sprinting at high speeds through the dense, dark forest. Now pay attention, because Marina suddenly notices something and turns to him with a question. She finds it strange that he only uses mana for speed instead of using his wings. Just as he predicted, she noticed the difference. Though she is impressed he can keep up. Player wings allow them to fly and provide massive buffs to speed and defense once they grow large enough to be used. Trying to stay calm, he gently tells her that he does not have any. Marina is shocked and asks if he is even a player at all. He asks what he looks like to her, and she calls him a monster. Her assessment is based on his overwhelming power and the fact that he enters the battlefield combining his attacks with magic bullets. He just gives her a lazy response, telling her she can think whatever she wants as they move on. Singu ignores her and begins calculating his plan, thinking he should return to wipe out the ant dens after clearing this mountain. If he becomes stronger than her, he will not have to worry about hiding his identity. You and I know he needs more power, so no one can ever mess with him again. Even as an unregistered player, he needs enough strength to ensure that everyone in this world acts exactly according to his will. This works because Marina is naive, unlike the other high-level players. He thinks of people like Harian, who would definitely be a massive headache and would cause him a lot of trouble. To break the awkward silence, Singu asks if she is sure about the direction. Marina is confident, claiming she can already see the silhouettes of their targets. Scanning the distance, she spots a group of goblins frantically trying to escape. The monsters are panicking, shouting that they cannot survive without their great leader. Singu's group watches from the shadows as the goblins dance and pray for the future. He finds them cool, noting they are revealing just enough info about the enemy to keep them guessing. Marina finds it annoying and cannot understand why he is so excited about this. Singu cuts her off and points toward the destination he has identified, realizing he has found a key piece of information. It is the helicopter crash site at the peak of Mount Sai, known as Great Citadel Peak. Seha whispers softly, remembering how much her father wanted to go there. Singu follows the goblin trail, moving deeper into the dark, overgrown forest. His eyes fill with shock as he discovers a massive army of goblins waiting below. The monsters are chanting about finishing their work and killing even more humans, while greater demons stand ready with their weapons. Marina is completely stunned by the sight before her eyes. She quickly covers her mouth, her face turning pale with pure terror. And trust me, seeing this many monsters in reality, it is a complete nightmare for everyone involved. She had seen huge numbers in dungeons before by avoiding them, but seeing an army like this in the real world is overwhelming. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a scene that feels like the calm before a massive storm. Singu suspects they've taken over the whole area, even the ground beneath them feels suspicious. Marina hears this and her anxiety starts peaking. We need to report this to the Korean government immediately. If it's just Korean players, there's no way we can stop this threat alone. Looking at that massive monster army, they're a legitimate danger to the country. We should gather every single player in South Korea right now. Either that, or we blow up the entire mountain. Just imagine those things escaping and swarming across the entire nation. Thinking of the consequences, Marina grabs her phone to call for help. We have to alert the government before the unthinkable happens. But just as she's about to dial, Singu reaches out and stops her. He looks at her with total conviction. There's something better worth trying than that, just look at those monsters. Turns out he's been busy analyzing every detail. Most of them are small fry below level 100, so we only need to focus on the heavy hitters in the middle. Following the first step of the plan, we need to locate their leader. Singu starts scanning them one by one. A wolf-like creature looks pretty menacing, but no, that's not the guy. But his eyes quickly lock onto a specific spot, and a smug smirk spreads across his face. Watch this closely. This is the moment we see who's really pulling the strings. Down below, Ungor is standing on a high platform barking orders. We need more blood, mana, and souls, brothers. Singu can't hide his shock at this unique leader. That's some insane, violent energy. He looks even more powerful than an Iron Great Demon General. His gaze remains fixed on Ungor, his voice dripping with pure bloodlust. That's the one we have to kill. Marina looks hesitant, a clear doubt showing on her face. Will anything good actually happen if we take him down? She's worried about them moving too fast. If they're being controlled by a leader, killing him might just turn the whole horde into a mindless, aggressive swarm. Arin has been listening from the outside and finally feels a sense of relief. She'd be terrified if Singu was facing this all by himself. They're becoming a perfect team, and she's thinking the same thing. Singu takes a very deep breath, then lets out a heavy sigh. He starts sharing his experience from clearing dungeons across Korea. Based on what he knows, the monsters in Sanha town vanished as soon as the final boss was killed. Her eyes widen as the realization hits her. Ah, I see. I just thought you had a big build. Marina points right at his face and makes a bold declaration. You must be the first hunter. She covers her mouth and giggles mischievously while Singu just bows his head, stuttering in total embarrassment. That information sparks a new idea in her head. This is absolutely perfect. Marina looks incredibly smug, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm the only person in the world who knows the first hunter's true identity. But then she pauses to think. More questions pop up. But I've killed plenty of bosses in other areas before, and nothing like that happened. Nothing changed at all. Maybe you just got lucky? Or maybe that first strike was just that important. Singu starts doing some calculations of his own. It actually makes sense. If countless dungeons, Marina suddenly screams out in a panic. Wait, Hunter! She's paralyzed with fear as she realizes what's happening. Those things? What are they doing? Singu still has no idea what's going on. Wait, you and I are seeing the same thing, right? Down below, the goblins are all grabbing their weapons and stabbing themselves. Arin pokes her head out and is instantly horrified. Even the others want to see the commotion, but they recoil in shock. Only Shingu's expression is darkening, his serious eyes filled with a grim realization. Sacrifices. Ungor starts rallying his troops. The time has come. We can't hesitate any longer. Who is your god? A few monsters open their mouths to answer, but he immediately cuts them off. You've all lost your way. He screams even louder than before. Your origins have been stolen. So tell me, who is your god? The entire monster army roars together, their voices echoing through the forest. Our goddess Singu watches this circus and feels like he's watching a bad comedy. They're just babbling nonsense. But their mana and memories are already starting to spread across the entire area. Marina, on the other hand, is gritting her teeth in pure rage. These damn fanatics. That word catches his attention. Fanatics? She explains that all monsters believe in a god, and those gods are incredibly annoying and troublesome. It seems that weird self-destruction was intentional. It must be a ritual to summon something. Singu, however, is still processing it like he's on a slow 2G connection. He's not grasping the god concept. She just smiles and repeats herself. I'm sure you already know everything about this. Arin listens in and thinks Marina is overestimating Singu a bit too much. Does she think he understands everything she knows? Marina steps up as the teacher, just like she always does. Their gods are always trying to expand their influence. They did it in the heavens, And now they're trying to do the same thing down here. For some reason, this gets Singu hyped up. You actually believe in gods too? And trust me, that's where we leave it for now. Gods are real. Even that gun she gave him came from the thunder god himself. Things are about to get wild. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see a single sentence freeze our main character in his tracks. Marina is absolutely right. How could he forget such a basic fact? That artifact literally holds the raw power of the lightning god. Deep down, Singu feels a surge of unease. If this thing is so powerful even while sealed, it wouldn't be strange if a god handed it over directly. Marina's voice snaps him out of his spiraling thoughts. Accepting they exist is one thing, but trusting them? That is different. She is blunt, she hates gods and wants nothing to do with them. It seems like their previous deal was all because of this. But since she took the holy rifle, she is passing it to him. Seeing his shock, she drops a truth bomb. He has been totally played. People do insane things in the names of their gods. To her, that is the worst part of all. Her eyes are filled with pure disgust as she spits out every painful word. It is like a small-scale holy war broke out here, Singu notes as he responds. He has never seen anything like this. Marina adds that they fought just like this back at Azure Sky. History is full of these events, one religion swallowing another. That is what she means. She slams a fresh magazine into her signature sidearm. Time to take down the final boss. Fuming with rage, she is ready to charge in. There is no way they can sit around waiting for the government. Now pay attention, because Marina is ready to move. She asks Singu if they should kill the lion mask first. He is still a bit dazed, but his battle spirit is back in an instant. He is ready to tear everything apart. The duo moves into formation, and Marina is visibly hyped for this clash. Siha watches the two of them, calling them the strongest pair on the entire planet. Arin is clearly jealous, insisting this is just a temporary team-up. Marina hesitates before charging, asking if he is okay with the massive horde. Singu just keeps it cool. Enemy numbers have never been a problem for him. His power is totally off the charts, so whether it is 1 or 1,000, he has got this. Singu begins laying out the calculated path forward. The plan is simple. One person distracts, the other strikes. He will take the distraction role. Marina's eyes go wide. She thinks she misheard him. He quickly tries to calm his teammate down. They all look weaker than him, but that does not stop her from panicking. You and I both know there are thousands of them, though. Suddenly, she remembers their last fight together. Marina softens her voice and asks for his stamina stat. He sticks to his rule, just guess it. She is frustrated but starts thinking it through. Meanwhile, he carefully moves forward, leaving her with one final reminder. Stay sharp, Marina huffs, telling him he had better create a perfect opening for her. He grips the wolf claw and bolts forward, holding his breath as he charges. A massive roar rips through the air. The sound wave explodes like thunder, making the entire area tremble. That scream immediately grabs the attention of every goblin hiding nearby. Even the high-level demons are startled. Ungor stands frozen like a statue for 5 seconds, totally confused. Sensing a threat, he screams at his minions. A sacrifice, a powerful sacrifice has arrived. Catch him and make him the final offering. Singu swings his claw, sick of hearing about sacrifices all day. Arin has the high ground and shouts a warning to Singu. He looks where she points just as an energy blast slams into his previous spot. Tesserin's eyes glow with a fiery light. Ungor grabs 2 goblins and summons floating fireballs. The flames from his hands burn their heads. It is the first time Singu has seen this move. Singu hit the brakes for a second. If that monster is actually creating those fireballs, he cannot take it lightly, not while they are showing off. Arin Wuva reminds him that there is no time for a calm analysis right now. Feeling insulted, Singu snaps back. Did she really think he would get hit by such an obvious attack? Under Ungor's command, the fireballs begin to spin and launch straight at him. His eyes glint with mischief, as if he is about to reveal a surprise. Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs a demon. Its throat is crushed in his grip, leaving it choking. And that is where we leave it wild, right? Alright, you and I are about to watch Singu use demons as human shields. The collision triggers a massive explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. The surviving demons howl in pure rage, looking for a powerful sacrifice. They want to tear him apart and make him the final piece of their ritual. Singu thinks to himself that even if he takes a direct hit, it probably won't hurt. Still, he doesn't want to waste a single drop of energy. Arin smells something burning on him and narrows her eyes. She actually asks if he should take a few hits just to level up his fire resistance. He is not seriously considering that, right? Singu ducks low, cutting through the wind resistance to boost his forward speed to the absolute limit. He will dodge what needs dodging and block what needs blocking. If he can't do either, he will just stop the attacks mid-air before they reach him. Anyone who is focused enough and looks closely can pull this off, he claims. Arin hears his ridiculous logic and wants to strike him while staring wide-eyed at everything. It is so convincing that even I have to nod. Honestly, I feel the same way too. Singu enters a state of total focus and keeps pushing. His footsteps blur through the flames, with the heavy wind behind him blowing the fire away. Marina is hiding behind a tree, her mouth hanging open in total shock as she watches his insane performance. Now, watch this carefully. Singu is about to dodge hundreds of fireballs like it is a simple walk in the park. The demons, enhanced by Ungo, give a mechanical order. Our master wants him dead right now. The Gushi subordinates immediately obey the command. They scream about the sacrifice and the ritual. Singu swings his hammer with master-level skill, clearing the reckless crowd at a godlike speed. Arin sits in his pocket, her eyes filled with worry. She begs Singu to start saving his mana for the real fight, but he just gives her a calm look. Mana? He hasn't even touched his mana pool yet. With a sudden surge, he spins his long hammer in a circle, crushing everything with a strength that no one can rival. In an instant, the remaining demons are scattered, opening a massive path for him. Even with all her experience, Arin is stunned by his bold actions. He's not using any mana at all? Is this purely physical strength? This goes way beyond just having a high level. It doesn't even seem to depend on his status screen anymore. This raw power is basically on the level of a god. You feel that hype too, right? Our main character is reaching a peak of excitement that's honestly terrifying. Every swing is getting heavier and faster. He can feel himself evolving. His explosive energy turns every single arm swing into a one-shot, one-kill strike that is impossible to block. The lingering power from the Black Wolf Claw creates a small explosion right in front of his face. Singu smirks, activating his unique sound frequency skill. He only uses mana for his battle cry, the rest is all pure muscle. He doesn't need mana for these weaklings. During a brief distraction, Ungo strikes from behind. Arin realizes the villain is firing even while his own troops are nearby. It is like he is obsessed with winning, even if it means murdering every single one of his own loyal followers. The villain's deep voice echoes through the cavern. The altar is being filled with blood, he screams in a crazed tone. Everything will be perfect once he is sacrificed too. Singu catches the main point and falls into thought. An altar, huh? Is it different from the one I know? I guess this guy isn't in the mood to answer questions. Marina stands frozen, unsure of her next move. Ungo is now surrounded by a smoldering fire. Singu senses that something is very wrong. The fireballs have finally stopped falling. Arin immediately warns him that this isn't over. He's pulling mana from himself and the high-level monsters nearby. He will attack the second you drop your guard, likely using an acceleration and invisibility spell to finish you off. The pressure in the air begins to rise. Singu instinctively grips the Black Wolf Claw tighter. He tells her he will dodge as soon as he sees it, so there is no need to worry. Arin's tiny voice is drowned out by his massive war cry. His calm attitude actually makes her even more anxious. Here he goes again. Marina watches the fierce charge and calls him a total monster. Every movement he makes is like a high-speed lesson for her brain. His movements are violent and reckless like a wild beast, but also incredibly delicate. He doesn't waste a single drop of strength. He is on a completely different level than me. I only focused on mana because my physical body was just average. Marina closes her eyes for a moment, reflecting on everything she has experienced during this journey. She thought he was just a mana control expert, but she was wrong. She can't afford to make that kind of mistake again. He is reliable, but she needs to focus on the boss's movements. She watches Ungo with caution as the danger grows with every breath. He is secretly channeling mana to cast a forbidden spell that requires the sacrifice of high-level monsters. This is nothing like a simple fireball. This mana feels chilling and heavy. He is about to be in big trouble. While Marina is busy worrying her head off, Singu is still purely focused on enjoying the chaos. She holds her breath, focusing all her senses on the battlefield. She can't signal him because staying hidden is the core of their strategy. And that's where we leave it with a mana-loaded gun and a boss ready to explode. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Hiding this long was a total miracle, but after I fire this shot, there won't be a second chance. If I miss, we run. Marina is spiraling, her silent nerve ability feeling more like a curse than a gift right now. Stick with me, we are about to see if one shot can change everything. She has to save him. South Korea failing this mission is nothing compared to the world losing a talent like Singu. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as she stares down at the nightmare unfolding below. With a jagged chant, Ungor shatters the earth, calling forth ghastly demonic hands from the depths. This sudden move leaves Marina paralyzed. No, the boss was already one step ahead of her. It is terrifying. He is manipulating both earth mana and dark energy at the same time. Massive, shadowy hands coil around Singu's body, locking him in a demonic cage with zero escape. Now, pay attention, because this high-tier dark magic is a truly terrifying spell designed to drag your soul straight down to hell in an instant. Marina has no counter for this. It is a targeted death sentence. Is she really just going to watch him die? He is suspended in mid-air, a helpless puppet caught in a ritual of pure darkness. The hands tighten like hungry vipers, but suddenly, even Ungor freezes in his tracks. Marina watches from above, breathless. Despite being swallowed by shadows, Singu looks completely calm. With one effortless surge, he shatters the shackles into dust. Ungor is speechless, and honestly, so is Marina. Even though she's seen him do the impossible before, this moment feels totally unreal. How? Did he really just break a high-tier dark curse with nothing but a single stomp? But this is the perfect opening. Two streams of energy fuse into one, screaming through the air toward Ungor's face. The blast tears through him in a heartbeat. He collapses silently, like a discarded puppet after a failed performance. His minions scatter in a blind panic, like ants after their nest has been crushed. The humans killed our leader. We are doomed. The higher-ups will punish us for this failure. Singu just shrugs, exhaling as if he is bored. Meanwhile, his system interface starts flashing with new updates. Corruption halted. Monsters weakened. You have jumped 6 levels, and your courage skill is now level 7. Heavy weapon mastery reached level 3. Shock resistance is now at level 18. I know what you are thinking, he is safe, but Singu is already wondering why he even bothered dodging that attack. Arin stands right beside him, her gaze steady and honest as she delivers her cold evaluation. What do you mean? You were incredibly brave. You saw that dark magic and chose not to run from it. Those spells are usually used for lethal ambushes. If they work, they create a fatal blow. However, your passive skill, courage, halves ambush damage and prevents critical hits from techniques you don't recognize. She looks down at Ungor's motionless body, biting her lips slightly. The boss used a spell you couldn't dodge, but because of your build, it was basically useless against you. Arin continues softly, her voice carrying a strange hint of pity for the fallen demon. If he knew his ultimate move was useless, he would have died of frustration. But he was doomed either way. Singu starts feeling pretty good about himself, basking in the glow of his own ego. I knew it all along, just instinct. Arin fires back, since when did your intuition become so accurate? A sudden noise from the side makes him shift his gaze instantly. Wait, those minions didn't die with the boss or get sucked into the portal. Something is still wrong. You are right. This isn't some manga where every problem solves itself once the leader falls. Shingu's genius brain quickly pieces it together. That means I don't need to visit the previous outbreak sites. There are plenty of other strong players out there. If this isn't a job only I can do, I would rather focus on getting stronger in the hidden dungeons. But Arin points out the sacrifice link. Her sharp logic hits home. He simply cannot argue with that point. Fair enough. We will look into it later. But he is still thinking about how Marina obliterated that boss. I am not powerful enough to pull off a shot like that right now. That bullet was denser than anything he can produce, and trust me, you and I will see him top it. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where power isn't just a number, it is absolute destruction beyond human comprehension. Even the Whirlwind Guild leader is famous for being blessed by the gods, so I can't afford to show my face to them just yet. Singu pushes his messy thoughts aside to focus on the reality in front of him. His cold, rhythmic footsteps echo across the battlefield. He spouts those fake words of justice without even a hint of embarrassment. Now, pay attention to this part, because his real goal isn't just cleaning up this place before others arrive. Arin sees right through him. Suddenly, Marina drops down from a cliff, cutting the whole show short. How did you block that dark magic? He just shakes his head. You really think I'm going to tell you that? Marina starts complaining immediately. You could have told me from the start instead of making me worry like that. He swings his weapon to remind her. If you have time to talk nonsense, then use it for something useful. Singu keeps slaying monsters while telling her to focus on taking down the high-rank ones. The demons fall into a panic, screaming that the gods have abandoned them and they've lost their way. Marina takes the advice and starts kicking them ruthlessly while trash-talking. Singu watches her cool combat style and decides to copy it. He fires an energy blast straight through a demon's shoulder. Marina just winks and says, "Nice one." Singu turns to her to confirm. Is that most of them dealt with? She doesn't hide the truth. It'll take at least a week to hunt down all the ones that escaped. Marina holds up 2 fingers. Since we killed them together, let's go ahead and split the loot. She explains that monsters outside the dungeon don't drop essence, but they do leave behind everything else they had. She points at him and suggests they finish this up before that guy decides to interfere. Marina sounds sarcastic, as she mentions those whirlwind bastards didn't even show up while the fighting was actually happening. She's sure they'll just pop up once everything is finished and start acting all friendly. So why don't we split the goods and leave? Singu nods, completely convinced by her logic. You and I both know the face behind the mask is the ultimate reveal, but since his head was blown off, his identity is lost forever. Marina picks up the mask to investigate. I'm pretty sure this is a treasure. Right then, the system reveals the info. The Tikaran mask, grade B++. The manual explains it in detail, showing it was crafted using the head of a high-rank Tikaran and a guardian from the ancient temple. Defense isn't high, but it boosts the wearer's charisma to strike fear into enemies and leave a lasting impression on allies. Plus, there's a hidden mystery waiting to be found. Marina stares at it in disbelief. A temple guardian? Don't tell me this is linked to that specific temple. She thinks for a moment before holding the Tikaran mask out to Singu. Well, do you want it? He turns away and refuses instantly. You keep it. I already have a helmet anyway. Marina points to another item on the corpse. Fine then, you should take these leg guards. Leg guards? The system pops up with the name, Teriota Glory. The detailed description is just as long as the previous one. These are made from the skin and tendons of a high-jumping Teriota. They're incredibly tough and boost your jump height. He smirks, realizing he got a great deal. I've been wanting lower body armor, especially at grade B+. Singu stomps his foot to test the gear. This feels amazing, almost like gaining a brand new passive skill. Marina is satisfied since they both got something, but then she starts to say something else. Suddenly, the system displays the final item of the bunch. It's the Loyal Bell, grade B++. It can summon anything that's capable of being called forth or whatever is needed in the moment. Marina leans in for a closer look. Doesn't this thing seem a bit suspicious? Singu agrees. Suspicious or not, this is the real jackpot of the whole loot pile. They both fall silent, staring at each other. Marina tries to claim it first, but Singu refuses to budge an inch. You couldn't have done this without me. Let's just say we both contributed 50-50. She stands her ground. But I'm the one who finished him off. Don't I get first pick? He laughs at her logic. If all the rewards are equal, then go ahead and use your first pick on something else. Trust me, Arin senses danger and tells Singu they need to move before time runs out. All right, you and I are about to see a deal go down that changes everything. Marina senses other players approaching and starts scratching her head, deep in thought. Then, she suddenly hands a high-tier relic over to Singu, catching him completely off guard as she offers it as a gift. But Marina quickly adds her conditions. She wants the Falamana and the crystals. Singu finally realizes her real goal was this from the very beginning. She sassily asks what he is going to do about it. Not wanting any more drama, he decides to close the deal right then and there. Fine, I agree. Marina lets out a heavy sigh, still looking a bit regretful about letting that specific item go. Singu just cannot wrap his head around her logic. Why is she sending so many mixed signals? His face is full of pure judgment. She is acting like someone is forcing her to do this when she is the one making the rules. Suddenly, Marina asks about his next move. She will pretend nothing happened and join the Whirlwind Guild, while he plans to just vanish into the wind. Since they are splitting up, he decides to be blunt. Based on her wanting those crystals, he realizes something important. He guesses the Falamana isn't the only valuable prize here. Singu drops a truth bomb, telling her she can have it since it is useless to him anyway. Marina's eyes instantly light up like high-beam headlights. See? She knew they could eventually reach a solid agreement. She offers a kind reminder, asking if he can actually sneak out of here. Singu just turns on his heel and waves goodbye. Don't worry about me, I'm out of here. But as he walks away, Marina calls out to him one last time to wait. Arin is panicking inside, worried they will run into other players. She wonders if Marina is actually going to tell everyone about him. Singu turns back, his patience wearing thin. Why does she keep stopping him? Now watch this, even the coldest warriors have a soft spot. Marina blushes deeply and tells him that if they meet again, he can call her by her name. Singu is stunned by this unexpected turn of events, feeling his own cheeks start to heat up as the silence gets awkward. Marina quickly pulls her mask back on to hide her face. Singu just waves coldly, saying there won't be a next time, leaving her confused and shocked. Without another word, he takes out his rest area key and stabs it into the ground, triggering a blinding explosion of white light. Singu vanishes instantly into the glow. Moments later, members of the Whirlwind Guild fly in from a distance, asking if she is all right. Arian watches her closely, waiting for a response. Marina lets out a long, relieved breath. She turns around with a bright, radiant smile and says she is doing better than ever. Arian just scratches his head, looking totally confused. Haha, of course. We ran into a massive monster on our way here, so I was worried about you. Arian starts a long-winded speech thanking the guild members, but Marina's mind is already miles away, thinking about Singu. That guy. I just knew he would say there wouldn't be a next time. And just like that, we're back to reality, or at least, Singu's reality. While Marina is caught in her feelings, Singu is passed out in bed, drooling everywhere. After that brutal battle, Singu just wants to lie there like a piece of salted fish. A bit later, he complains to Arin that while he was fine during the fight, his muscles have completely locked up now that it's over. She explains the science behind it. His body was under extreme tension for so long that his muscles are finally reacting to the sudden relaxation. He doesn't respond, instead staring at the 100% Falamana crystal floating above him. Seha is fascinated by the giant, glowing treasure. Singu reveals its origin. It came from the high-rank monster guarding that ancient mask. Aside from being impressed, she notices something strange. This crystal is completely different from a standard monster essence. He agrees. Essence feels like dead mana, but this crystal feels alive and vibrant. It is a much more positive power source. Suddenly, he bolts upright in bed. A wild idea has just flashed through his mind. Singu blurs out his thought without even hesitating. He wants to use the mana inside that crystal. Should he just eat it? Arin immediately shuts down that crazy idea. No way. She warns him that his mana cannot merge with foreign mana sources like that. If he tries to force them together, he might literally explode. Seha finally understands why people turn these into treasures instead of consuming them. Even with the warning, Singu is still hesitating, clearly tempted by the potential power. He quickly changes the subject to distract them. If he thinks about it, his level-up process is pretty unique. Clearing a dungeon converts all his achievements into mana, which is then fed directly back into him. Based on his experience, Singu makes a logical guess. Dungeons might exist specifically to make the mana transfer from monsters to players more efficient. Both spirits stand there in stunned silence, shocked by how much sense his theory actually makes. Arin is the first to snap out of it. It is a fascinating theory, but he knows there is still a major hole in his logic. Why did he still level up while hunting monsters out in the Su Arin mountains? She tentatively offers her own perspective on the matter. So what do you and I think? Seha suggests that maybe Singu has learned to process mana on his own, even outside of the dungeon system. Alright, you and I are about to see Singu make a move that would normally kill anyone else. With no reason to hesitate, he grabs the crystal and gulps it down before anyone can react, just like a starving beast protecting its meal. Arin tries to stop him, but it is too late. Singu has already swallowed it, and there is no turning back now. Intense flames erupt inside his body. He immediately enters a deep meditative state to convert and control this strange new power. It feels like an inferno is consuming him from the inside. Yet on the surface, his body looks completely normal to the naked eye. Soon after, his eyes snap open as he exits the state. Arin immediately rushes over, asking if he is feeling okay. Now pay attention to this notification. It is the start of something huge. Your mana has increased by 1. Even though he expected a result, the actual success still caught him off guard. It actually worked. Arin is still worried, but Singu assures her he is fine despite expecting a much rougher transition than what actually happened. This conversion feels very special to Singu. It is almost as if the mana he absorbed was meant for him from the very beginning. Since the first test was a total success, he decides it is time to really go big and check his limits. He devours the remaining crystals. A new alert pops up soon after your mana has increased by 7. Power surges through him like an unquenchable fire. All the energy he spent on heavy weapons in battle has finally returned. Trust me, Arin is completely won over. She decided not to question him after he caught her falling from the sky, but he is just too cool. Seha is just as stunned by this. Players usually get 2 big advantages from clearing dungeons. Refined Phalamana. Usually, refined mana is based on achievements you earn inside the dungeon, but Singu is somehow gaining mana through these 2 methods even while outside. He does not let the praise go to his head since he knows his own power. He is a player not bound by rules, and research organizations would be in chaos if they ever discovered this. But right now, he has a much bigger problem to deal with. His goal is clear. If he reaches level 100, he can finally take down Marina Bizet without much trouble. The roadmap is simple: hit level 100 first, then hoard as much Fale mana as he can find. Arin knows how difficult this will be, but her trust in him remains absolute. You want to beat the world's strongest player at level 100? She thinks he can do it as Singu slowly sits down on his bed to rest. He ends the discussion there. Tonight is for resting, and they will start the trip once they are used to their new levels and mana. She seems a bit curious since this is his first time recovering away from the dungeon environment. He explains he needs to test his upgraded skills and adjust to his new tale properly. Deep down, he is worried. The peace at Su Arin Mountain feels like it is about to end very soon. Arin sighs at his stubbornness. She reminds him that he can't carry the whole world's burden alone. There are other capable players out there who can help. Singu pauses, thinking about those other players. She reads his mind instantly. You're thinking about Marina Bizet, aren't you? He doesn't even deny it. He admits she is an incredible woman, which makes Arin defensive about Marina being a foreigner. Arin catches herself, realizing she sounded a bit too traditional. It is like she's some kind of conservative historian. Those experts who write the history books would probably love that kind of traditional attitude though. In the old days, officials just gave orders, but coincidentally, Singu actually shares the exact same perspective as her. That's exactly why he isn't a fan of her. Arin realizes she might have misjudged his feelings. He's never seen a player like that in Korea. Arin is frozen, realizing she totally misunderstood his point. She quickly tries to recover. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you are totally right about that. Singu is completely lost and confused by her strange reaction. He doesn't press it and shifts the focus back to that guild leader. He can't wrap his head around how a guy like that even became a guild leader. The man is a villain, plain and simple. Arin agrees, everyone knows his true nature. Han avoids the battlefields on purpose. He ignores the monsters because he doesn't want his guild to become weaker. One thing confuses, Shingu-han didn't get his hands dirty. He must be talented with a high level, which Seiha confirms. Yeah, you are right about that. So what do you and I take from this? When the government fails, a true legend has to step up alone. There are way too many problems to deal with tonight, so his brain is officially going offline. It is fine time to sleep. He suddenly gives a sharp military salute, wishing him a good night. The boss has to reply, telling him not to overdo it since he is no soldier. Shingu falls onto the bed to finish one last task and drifts into sleep within seconds. Seiha is absolutely stunned by this talent for sleeping, a skill that could rival a lazy pig. Alright, you and I are about to see how much a stressful battle takes out of someone. Arin totally understands why he is this exhausted. Only when Shingu is fast asleep does she show a gentle, caring face. He really did a great job out there today. A late goodnight wish that is as sweet as the girl saying it. Have some beautiful dreams, Shingu. Sharp eyes radiate an oppressive power along with a majestic, heavy voice. I am the one and only Almighty One. Surrounded by thick fog and lightning, Sichun boldly declares his dominance. I am the law, and this entire world belongs to me. His massive wings spread wide as he lets out a violent roar, a sound powerful enough to scatter the dark gray clouds above. Now pay attention, because behind that fierce look, he is actually drowning in confusion. I do not understand this, and I will not carry such a burden. Sichun charges ahead like an arrow with one obsession: everything will be perfect as long as I can just find a way to survive. He understands the current situation clearly, but there is one undeniable truth he cannot ignore. He simply cannot afford to stop here. In that moment, he tears through the sky at sonic speed, leaving a brilliant trail of light behind. Amidst the thunder, a giant shadow spreads its wings, creating a ring of fire that signals the ruler's arrival. His voice suddenly carries an incomprehensible sorrow that no one could possibly understand. I cannot move forward, yet I cannot stop. Determination remains firm as he makes his choice. I choose to retreat instead. Sikun clenches his fists tightly, every muscle tensing as if screaming from deep inside his chest. In the silent night, a blinding light explodes like a falling meteor, illuminating the entire world below. Once the mysterious energy fades, the world finally feels the morning sun after being buried in darkness for ages. He stands alone, floating in the vast sky, turning to face the light that brings new hope. Amidst nature's fury, he quietly vows, I will kill every one of those petty gods when my journey finally ends. This dramatic fantasy suddenly ends as Shingu snaps awake. Before him is just the same ordinary daily life he sees every day. You and I both saw that coming, right? Now a flood of notifications forces him to wake up. All your stats have increased. Mana is up by 10 points, and the Chaos Tail reaches level 2. Your tail will now become much harder. It is sharper, thicker, and more dangerous. His killing intent transforms into God Dragon Fear, a passive skill that has reached level 3. As a fragment of the Almighty, it pressures enemies by radiating an aura that imprints deep into their souls. Notifications block his entire vision. Arin finally wakes up on her pillow. Shingu! Upon opening her eyes, she is met with a shock. Good heavens, what happened to you? After the surprise fades, she gets annoyed, suspecting he might have done something else while she was out. Did you sneak out to hunt without me? Shingu is just as confused. No. All I did was go to sleep. Suddenly, his hand touches a string, making it ring. As soon as Arin sees the item, she is stunned. Even with the item in his palm, he is unsure. Is this not the god bell? Arin sighs. It is broken. He can only think of one reason for its pitiful state. Perhaps he accidentally pulled it from his inventory while asleep and crushed it with his own body? Hearing that description, she is left speechless. I have never heard of someone having such violent sleeping habits before. After looking closer, she concludes there is no mana left inside. This is no longer a treasure at all. But then she has a bright idea to clear the gloom. Oh, I bet the god bell increases stats permanently. These kinds of permanent rewards do occasionally show up inside the dungeons. This makes him even more interested. So I had that dream because of this bell? Arin is curious about his dream. He immediately denies it, not wanting to reveal too much. It is nothing, just a nightmare. Suddenly, a tail with a sharp tip appears nearby. Shingu is shocked, but Arin notices the change. It is harder now. A dragon tail is much more meaningful than a cockroach tail. She gives a meaningful smile. A dragon. I guess that really does suit you. He does not mind the comparison and is actually quite confident about it. After handling the news, he gets out of bed. I have slept enough. I should go get some exercise. Her wish is the opposite. I am going to sleep a bit more. A peaceful morning passes under the bright sun. Shingu's status screen has been updated again. Acceleration has reached level 5, punishment hit level 20, and charge reached level 25. When the three finally gather, Seiha is amazed. Boss, you became much stronger after just one night. Trust me, you and I are just as shocked as Arin. How can anyone get this strong so quickly? Stick with me, you and I are about to see Shingu's vibe change completely. He's totally relaxed, like he's just finished a morning stretch, now that he's mastered his skills. Aaron starts teasing him, asking if he's actually some kind of monster, but he just takes it as a compliment, honestly. He's heard that one way too many times now. Siha is the only one left in the dark, since he's a bit slow on the uptake, so Singu begins to break it all down in the simplest way possible. Well, his idea of a simple explanation ends up taking several long minutes. Seha's eyes sparkle with wonder once he finally gets it, claiming Singu must be blessed by the gods. But our hero only fixates on one word: gods. In his recent vivid dream, fate itself made a bold declaration: I will slay every single one of those petty gods once my journey finally ends. Lost in thought, he accidentally mutters his desire to kill gods out loud, leaving poor Aaron completely baffled by whatever he's whispering about under his breath. But Singu quickly snaps out of it and shifts his focus elsewhere. Speaking of gods, now watch this. He pulls out a massive, terrifying weapon. It's the Thunderbolt gun, and trust me, he's got some wild plans for this beast. He traded crucial info about enhanced ammo just to get his hands on this from Marina. Though he suspects she's already snitching on him to the Trade Commission, he's got a much bigger question on his mind: how exactly do I use this thing? Just looking at the interface and the sheer power of the gun gets Aaron fired up. If you know how to use magic bullets and own a treasure like this, you'd be a legendary sniper, but Singu isn't your average fighter. Our hero always takes the road less traveled. He wonders if swinging it like a heavy club would deal more damage than his dragon claws. But Aaron quickly shuts down his bizarre idea, insisting it's absolutely not a melee weapon. Since he's still unsure how to actually fire it, Singu just sighs and puts the weapon away. He's reached a small conclusion after feeling its weight: it's way too long and heavy for daily use, so he'll just keep it stored for absolute emergencies. Arin adds a bit more info to encourage him, calling the process an exchange. Once he's used to it, it'll be a massive help, but for now, he decides to leave the training for later. Then Singu throws on a basic shirt and equips the venomous insect fang accessory for good measure. Once he's all geared up, he's ready for his next move, returning to the arena to finally test that gun. Even though he hasn't fired it yet, he's already picturing it, feeling just like he did during target practice back in the military. Siha awkwardly tries to kill that vibe. Singu doesn't want to linger in the room any longer and quickly steps through the portal. Alright, it's time for us to go. Immediately, a new notification pops up. Area 126, Syrian Cemetery. Time limit 12 hours. The scenery makes Singu a bit curious. Is this a dungeon filled with the living dead? Seha confirms the intel. Yep, it's definitely an undead-type dungeon. Arin, however, looks absolutely terrified. The moment she hears the name, she dives straight into his pocket because this specific mission is her worst nightmare come true. She screams about how much she hates undead monsters. But Singu isn't even surprised. She's already complained to him about this before. Her mood flips instantly when she realizes he actually listened. You remembered that, Singu? Thankfully, Siha tells her to calm down, since now isn't the best time for her to get all emotional. Singu gets serious. You and I both know those numbers after the area name means something big. Siha is paying the price for his blunt attitude, wondering why his friend hates him so much. Despite his teammates' complaints, Singu explains the system clearly: the lower the dungeon number, the harder the difficulty, meaning the monsters will be significantly more powerful. Singu starts sizing up the graveyard. Alright, let's see what we're dealing with. He compares it to previous zones, like the Devil's Area 84. This one is number 231. This place seems much weaker than his last raid, but Arin warns him not to let his guard down. Undead dungeons are on a whole different level. He feels like he's heard this lecture before. Didn't you say the exact same thing last time? She immediately snaps back at his indifferent attitude, claiming that this time is completely different. She's desperate to explain the danger, telling him he should know this from watching zombie movies. She explains how hard it is to kill the undead. Plus, they're all poisonous and always move in massive swarms. Just imagining it makes her pale. They smell like rotting onions and stare at you with decaying eyes, which gives her total goosebumps just thinking about it. Since he can't stop her emotional outburst, he decides to tag in his second helper. Seha, you handle the explanation. He obeys immediately, leaving Aaron in shock at how quickly she got demoted, going from lead guide to 0 in a heartbeat. He quickly filters out the most important details. With Shingu's poison resistance skill, he won't be affected by basic zombie toxins, but with a dungeon this difficult, elite monsters like skeleton mages or ghouls could definitely appear. Wraiths. So stay sharp. You and I are about to see if our hero can crush this cemetery or get buried in it. Alright, you and I are about to see if our hero can punch ghosts just like in those fantasy novels. Seha confirms that awakened players have mana flowing through their bodies, which is exactly what we need for this ghost hunting mission. That mana allows them to physically touch souls, and his attacks become even deadlier when he charges them with divine power. With his team's power, he's not sweating this trip. Arin used to be a high-ranking priestess, so clearing out a horde of walking corpses shouldn't take them much time at all. She's hyped to help out, especially since her own powers have grown significantly as the main character keeps leveling up. Suddenly, Alenia appears out of nowhere like a phantom. She's thrilled, saying it's been far too long since a living person visited her. Singu jumps out of his skin, barely holding back his combat reflexes. He tells her it's been long for him too, and he almost attacked. Arin immediately drops into a defensive stance. To her, this woman looks exactly like a living corpse. Our main character hates wasting time. He cuts to the chase, demanding to know the quest details, while Elenia tries to keep up her dramatic storytelling act. She claims he's there to save her soul, believing that regardless of his motives, his kind heart will ultimately lead to her salvation. Finally, she gets to the point. The quest is titled A Free Soul, a name that immediately piques his curiosity. He's not sure what she means by being curious, but her focus shifts elsewhere. Wait, did she just speak in English? Right on cue, the system notification pops up confirming that a hidden dungeon quest has been discovered. Elenia, a nun from the Syrian cemetery, lost her entire squad while they were trying to conquer this dangerous dungeon. Help her and find the identity of the spirit sealed in the cemetery. It's a quest for freedom, but a penalty will be issued if you refuse. Singu asks Seha how this is any different from just killing the boss. Seha takes a moment to explain the game mechanics. Now pay attention, because not every dungeon is cleared the same way. The ghost thereafter isn't even the final boss. It's a special monster that only appears when very specific conditions are met. Seha casually confirms that his hunch is dead on. It's only now that Singu realizes how much loot and experience he probably missed out on before. If I had only known about this earlier, I would have searched for all those hidden details buried in the other dungeons too. Arin gently reassures him not to feel too bad. After all, not every dungeon actually has these hidden layers. She knows exactly how to boost his confidence, telling him that clearing dungeons fast is still a massive win. Singu agrees that speedrunning is still a great strategy. Seha backs her up, saying her point makes total sense. Warriors as strong as him shouldn't have to waste all their energy searching every nook and cranny for secrets. He finally stops being so salty and focuses on the task at hand. Are the dungeons in the Sky City and the Ant Cave really exactly the same? Elenia places a hand on her chest with total sincerity. The mana structure and layout are exactly the same. Since she's just a quest giver spirit, he doesn't need more proof. Singu makes his choice. Alright, I'll accept this mission. She looks relieved, as if a weight was lifted. With a soft smile, she thanks him. The system confirms the quest is active. If they fail, a penalty follows. The team begins following her deeper into the shadows. They start moving, and Singu has a question for Arin. But before he can even ask, she admits she doesn't recognize this dungeon type. She never expected a place like this to exist in Korea. Seha guesses that this soul must have fallen from somewhere far away. Let's talk about those English skills for a second. Arin is shocked. Singu, you're actually amazing at English. Is there anything you can't do? He just flashes a confident grin. To him, this whole language thing is as easy as playing a game. He explains he just paid attention in class and studied his textbooks. Arin realizes she's been traveling with a genius all along, and her jaw nearly hits the floor. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. The sight ahead is unbelievable. Elenia acts like it's nothing special. She doesn't keep him in suspense for long. Welcome, she says, to the Syrian cemetery. Even though lights are glowing everywhere, there isn't a single soul around. This isn't just a graveyard, it looks more like a massive city of the dead. Arin is not a fan of the decor. She thinks whoever built this place had zero taste. To her, it looks like a fake night sky. Seha notices something even crazier. He thinks there's some high-level space manipulation magic at work here. That's likely the only way they managed to cram an entire giant city into an underground cave system. Singu finally snaps out of his shock. Did they really just enter this whole city through a narrow alleyway that looks like it came straight out of medieval Europe? It seems the noise from these new visitors has finally woken up the zombies. They start crawling out from every single corner. Every single one of them has the same target, the only living beings left in this graveyard. He asks Arin for her opinion. The city is crawling with the undead. Does he have to kill them all? To her, that's just a normal Tuesday. But trust me, Elenia just said. No. Alright, you and I are diving into a dungeon crawling with endless undead, mist monsters, and even ghosts that devour other creatures. But these dead souls have already turned into vengeful spirits. A single party usually stands no chance against a massive horde like this. Obviously, these terrifying descriptions do not faze Singu at all. Elenia feels like he doesn't quite get the danger yet, so she explains further. The spirits are hidden deep within, and we have to find and smash the magic seals guarded by the monsters that haunt this place. That is the hardest part. Once the spirit is exposed and you take it down, every other living corpse in the area will suddenly wake up. Elenia quickly tries to calm the situation to reduce his stress, telling him not to worry. She mentions she researched this city with her guild back when she was alive. Singu quickly concludes the long explanation he gets it. Based on what she said, he just needs to destroy everything. She is completely baffled by his strange logic and the way his mind works. Now pay attention here, because while others are busy planning, He has already found a clever shortcut to break the magic seals and force those spirits out. Am I wrong? Elenia tries to hide her impatience and anxiety while listening to him. Sure, that would work, but every other living corpse will go into a total state of frenzy. Singu ignores the warnings and pulls his weapon from the inventory. He likes the feel of it, no need to practice something this simple. The next step requires help from his assistant. Arin, hit me with some of that holy power. She flies closer and starts focusing with her eyes closed, chanting an incantation as a soft, divine light begins to radiate. When her eyes open, a strange symbol appears in her pupils, and she immediately transfers the energy to him. The notification pops up again. You have been empowered by a divine holy strike. Damage against the undead is increased by 30%, and you are now immune to their poison and curses. The miracle of her buff makes Singu grin. This is too good. He could clear undead dungeons all day with a priest by his side. Arin snaps back, telling him he would have to step over her dead body first. Their chemistry makes Elenia feel like a total outsider. So you really are a priest. Sorry for. He happens to catch a glimpse of the deep sadness and heavy thoughts hidden on her face. He quickly shows off his skills, so she stops overthinking. No need for comfort, I will handle this cleanly, so do not worry. Immediately after, Singu uses his black wolf claws to deliver a massive, powerful blow to a nearby structure. Now watch this. The massive shockwave from his black wolf claws hits like a violent earthquake, sweeping through the surrounding houses. Arin is absolutely terrified by his reckless power and screams out, asking what he is doing. You just destroyed our only exit. She tries to stop him, but explosions keep erupting everywhere, wiping out everything in sight. Once the tremors stop, the scene is nothing but a mountain of broken ruins and scattered debris. Seha immediately turns into a total fanboy. That was amazing, boss. You just hit one wall, but the rest collapsed like dominoes. Elenia is wide-eyed in shock. You destroyed 7 entire buildings with just one single blow? These terrifying results do not satisfy him at all. Not enough. There are 30,000 buildings here. I would have to swing 4,000 times. He considers it for a moment. That is still doable. Hearing that, she can only feel embarrassed for him. Right then, a notification appears. You have sensed hidden magic in the city. You must find more clues to learn about this magic. Collecting these pieces one by one quickly sparks his interest. Oh, so this is how they lead me to the next part. It is like a detective novel. Arin has to snap him out of it. They are coming. The unique look of the zombies makes her want to turn away immediately. I knew they were coming, but they look so gross. Seha did not expect this many people lived here. How many actually died? Elenia did not expect them to show up so fast. A whole wave of zombies? Singu is the only one with no reaction. Wait, what even are these? I thought real-life monsters would look a bit different from the movies. His attitude is the complete opposite of Arin, who is trembling all over. How can you stay so calm? They will rip off their own arms and throw them at you. His focus is elsewhere. Wouldn't that really hurt them? Singu finally gets serious. Alright, I hate dirty things. Let us do a quick warm-up. The zombies start charging at him like a crazed infinite horde. He is not stupid enough to charge into the middle of them. Instead, he kicks a massive boulder toward the crowd. That ordinary rock hits them like a bomb. She did not even have time to stop him before she froze in shock. Because of him, their expressions are suddenly very vivid. Some cry, some scream. Sadly, this does not trigger any mercy in Singu. Alright, time for this. The rock he is holding is suddenly covered in a layer of glowing golden energy. And trust me, we are just getting started. He charges this rock with the divine power she gave him, but she still does not really get it. How did he even do that? He stops abruptly as a thought hits him. Wait, you probably should not have done this. Arin can only sigh at his wild imagination. Alright, you and I are about to see if this crazy plan actually works. Singu gets back to business and summons his black wolf claws. Right after that, he treats a massive boulder like a baseball and sends it flying with a single swing. It hits the zombies like a falling meteor. This single move has the impact of a mini atomic bomb, blasting away a massive wave of enemies instantly. The others do not even have time to charge. They just stand there, mouths agape, watching their front line get vaporized. For the first time since they arrived, they are feeling what a hard counter is like. They are panicking. That thing is not human. If he were normal, he would be dead by now. His skin must be made of iron. Our teeth cannot even scratch him. To Seha, this whole situation feels completely obvious. They are like foxes, and he is the tiger. Arin is still in total shock. The zombies are retreating? She has never seen monsters like this run away before. Singu looks a bit disappointed. Well, I guess I finally caught their attention. Pay attention here. For these monsters, his arrival is like the Grim Reaper coming to visit. Their apocalypse has officially started, and we are watching it. Only the weak ones trying to run will suffer. I do not want to die again. He charges forward, eyes glowing with excitement. He cannot miss out on this new toy. Wait, do not go alone. She frantically warns him to be more careful. Before they can even finish retreating, he slams a devastating blow right into the heart of the zombie horde. Seha and Arin can only watch as their leader turns the enemies into essence, scattering them like dust in the wind. He cannot believe the drop rate. The sheer number of monsters was one thing, but how did they all become essence? Singu stays calm as if this is nothing. This always happens to me. He has no choice but to accept this insane luck. I see. So this is normal for you? The system notifies him. Time limit for completion, 11 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds. Seha is getting used to the fact that he can pass the stage just by standing around. It has not even been an hour, yet he has leveled half the city. Suddenly, a nearby monster gets crushed by a falling building. Everything is happening so fast that his brain cannot even process the situation. Was that monster that just died not supposed to be a powerful elite undead? Even she feels a chill. No way to check since it died instantly. A message appears. You have located the seal. To weaken the sealed beast, you need to destroy the magic circles used to empower the living corpses. Singu is surprised by the news. Oh, there is a way to weaken the ghost? Even Elena has no idea. This is the first time I have heard of this. He tries to understand the logic. I guess I cannot just break everything. Did you really just realize that basic fact? But he still sticks to his old plan. If I weaken the ghost by accidentally destroying these buildings, I know what you are thinking. Arin is losing it because their goals are the exact opposite. Less essence means less profit for us. After seeing Shingu's power, her attitude becomes much more reserved. Should I show you around the city then? He realizes he missed a unique opportunity. If we had let this spirit lead the way from the start, we would have seen so much more. We would have had a much more interesting trip. To make up for it, he quickly accepts the invitation. Fine, you lead the way. Elena is almost moved to tears because he is finally acting like a normal person. Good. I guess we will find the magic circles faster since most of the city is already destroyed. She leads the group. This way, and please be quiet. Seha feels like she is worrying for nothing. The monsters are the ones running from us. Arin agrees that there is no need to sneak around. Singu is definitely not going to let this chance slip away. Maybe we should collect some essence along the way. I choose you, Seha. He charges out without a single wasted movement. Wait a second. She tries to get some justice for both of them. What do you think a supporter is for? He just stares at Arin as if asking why she is still standing there. She gives up and follows his lead. Fine. I am going too. A while later, Elena continues her role as the guide. There are many sealing circles here. She explains the details on how to handle them. They are scattered, so we must find and destroy every single one. But there is a catch. If we are unlucky, destroying the circles might actually make the ghost even stronger. Singu listens for a while before reaching a conclusion. I see. So this whole city is just one big mini-game. So what do you and I think? Should he buff the boss before the kill? Let's see what he decides to do next. Stick with me because you are about to see a main character with some very strange priorities. While his teammates are busy looting, Shinhu is only focused on killing monsters to level up. Elenia cannot understand why he is so obsessed with grinding. Finally, they reach the target location for this leg of the journey. A stone tablet etched with a magic seal stands before them. Shinhu is curious if this is his first encounter with seal magic, but Arin senses immediate danger. Having learned from before, she warns him early. These magic seals are always guarded by a powerful high-level demon. Luckily, he catches the most important part of her warning. A powerful living corpse? Shinhu is itching for a fight. He demands to know where the enemy is hiding. Arin spots the monster immediately. The new enemy barely appears before Shinhu sends a devastating blow right through the connection. A system notification pops up. You have learned that this magic seal was holding a living corpse at Zhongdan. This banshee can manifest walls of fire through attack magic. Since the seal is partially broken, her mana is rapidly surging. He starts to wonder how many seals are left. Arin is confused. Did he just celebrate the monster getting stronger? Elenia is the only one still stressed out. Hearing the news just makes him feel even more energized. Time to head to the next building. As soon as they arrive, Shinhu wastes no time destroying another seal. The notification updates with new lore. You have discovered the past of the Banshee, who was once a prophetess of death. After being corrupted by dark magic, she became an evil spirit spreading death to humanity. Now, another layer of her power seal is gone. The girls feel deep sympathy for her tragic past. Meanwhile, our guy only cares about the very last sentence of the report. Now pay attention here. Shinhu wants to break one more seal just for the thrill of it. Another notification reveals the Banshee is a shape-shifting living corpse. With the seal gone, her mana increases. After finishing his mission at Kunlun, he turns to tease Elenia about her bad predictions. She is left feeling both guilty and completely flustered. Arin and Seha are too worried to care about the jokes. Shinhu, the Banshee power is covering the whole city and feels stronger than a demon general. But obviously, her warnings are falling on deaf ears. Fear is not in his dictionary. I have never seen anything this strong, so this is the perfect opportunity. Alenia continues to lead the way to the next one. The magic characters on this stone tablet are much denser than the others. She urges him to hurry as they are almost there. Singu excitedly raises his weapon. He delivers another earth-shattering strike with incredible force. The final notification appears immediately. The seal is completely destroyed, and the Banshee has recovered her full power. For hundreds of years, she has lured many adventurers to their deaths. You and I knew the final boss was coming. Suddenly, a bizarre and terrifying sound echoes as she finally reveals herself. Velsa begins to let out a piercing cry to summon her minions. Fog monsters swarm in from every single direction like a flood. Even the hungry ghosts are drawn to the center by the scent of fresh prey. Alright, you and I are about to see just how arrogant humans can be when they don't know what's coming. Arin and Seha shout out warnings, but Singu remains completely unbothered. Yeah, I get it. He is actually honored that she made herself such an easy target. I already know everything, so let us skip the long introduction. Velsa freezes in shock. She has never seen a human react this strangely before. Before she can even process it, Singu fires his lightning gun. The energy blast instantly vaporizes half of her body. The single shot acts like a massive cannon, obliterating hundreds of walls behind her. The system updates his status to power shot level 5. Velsa is humiliated and furious at being overwhelmed so quickly. I will not believe in your spirit. Whether they were priests in a past life or just have a friendly smile that can deceive anyone. Even though he is a bit confused, he corrects her without hesitation. My only teammates are my supporters. Arin looks like a flower in spring while Seha is literally crying tears of joy. Boss, I am so moved. Singu even points out the enemy weakness in the middle of the fight. Arin does not understand why let her power up first. Did he plan to fatten her up? He simply tells her that the monster was far too weak. He would not get any good essence or skills unless he buffed her current form first. Velsa is turning purple with rage at being looked down upon. She immediately looks up and lets out a massive high-frequency scream. Her power rushes toward Singu like a tidal wave. But he already predicted this and activates his battle charge skill. An intense light suddenly erupts from his body. It is strong enough to shatter the ground within his range. And that is where we leave it for now. Arin immediately knows what he is planning. He is going for a full curse-breaking strike. Arin starts chanting her incantations. You and I are about to watch Singu get a massive Red Bull-style power-up that makes him feel absolutely unstoppable. Every step he takes shatters the ground into rubble. He summons his signature weapon to his side, the legendary Black Wolf Claw. In an instant, the massive gap between him and Velsa completely disappears as he closes in. He is wielding the Tier D 3+ sledgehammer. It is a bit weak against spirits, but it will definitely get the job done. This is his golden chance to finish her off. Losing half her body must have weakened her at least a little bit. Velsa is absolutely furious, but only a fool or someone fearless would stay still while facing this kind of pressure. She lets out a desperate roar as he approaches. The powerful shockwave hits him, but its impact has been cut in half. It still slows Singu down. That curse is nasty. Arin's buff protected him a bit, but she is clearly reaching her limit. But with total confidence, he pushes forward. He is already committed, and there is no turning back now. He refuses to stop his counterattack for even a single second as he continues his assault. After narrowly escaping death from that first strike, Singu wastes no time. He quickly recalibrates and catches up to his opponent's movements. He pulls off a lightning-fast 180-degree spin with his massive hammer and hurls the weapon in a straight line. That hammer connects directly. You and I can see there is no escape for Velsa. She falls through the air. Singu seizes the moment, sprinting like a marathon runner toward where she is about to land. She turns back, helpless. As soon as she hits the perfect spot, Singu is already there waiting for her. Singu spins and delivers a powerful kick that strikes right through his opponent. This single move is enough to turn her insides completely upside down. Even as she tries to resist, the impact is heavy enough to shatter the ground beneath them. Velsa goes tumbling away while Singu stays fired up. The Black Wolf Claw falls back into his hand. It is a perfect, familiar fit as he catches it. He stands tall, ready to grind her into dust. Then, a new system notification pops up in front of him. Your heat of battle has reached level 3. Now, whenever you make contact with an enemy, a shockwave will trigger and damage any nearby foes. Singu shoulders his weapon and walks forward. Suddenly, the Wraith glares at him with a look of pure, concentrated hatred. She leaps and spins away beautifully. Arin watches her and shouts a desperate warning. Velsa is trying to escape from us once again. Singu just watches his prey struggle in her final moments. She really is persistent, isn't she? Velsa calls upon the mist monsters. A voice echoes in their minds, telling them that their queen is calling for them. She manipulates their minds to target him. Move out and tear this living sacrifice into tiny pieces. Arin sees the horde approaching. We should probably deal with all these monsters that are closing in on us first. Singu grips his weapon. You and I know it is about to get even more intense as Zeha hears a sound. Ziha immediately turns to warn everyone. Zip that sound. There is no way it could be him. The final boss room is opening. That massive door looks like an entrance to hell itself, and something bizarre is coming out. Singu stares at the monsters. He knew Velsa was a hidden boss, but is the dungeon boss actually her subordinate? He immediately turns dismissive. A dungeon boss that leaves its own room just because it was called? What kind of pathetic nonsense is that? Velsa, arrogant as ever, thinks she has already won this battle and secured her victory. She plans to eat his soul and conquer the surface world. Singu just scoffs big dreams for a ghost, but go ahead. With a wave of Velsa's hand, the monsters charge all at once. Go and attack him. Singu raises his weapon. The hammer swings, cracking the ground and blowing away every single monster that gets too close. The mist monsters are no match for him. Seeing things go south, Velsa quickly tries to fly away and escape. Singu is not letting her go that easily, and immediately chases her down through the air. Velsa roars again, her body exploding with powerful energy as consecutive shockwaves radiate outward in every direction. Singu cannot get close and has to wait for an opening. Unlike before, he realizes Arin's power has vanished, meaning no more curse breaking. Arin cheers from behind, calling out to him with all her might. Fire another magic bullet, Singu. One more should finish her. He hesitates, he is almost completely out of mana. Before they can decide, a massive shadow steps out from the darkness in the distance. Zeha screams in fear. The boss, the real boss of all these monsters, is finally arriving. A terrifying roar shreds the night. Jaros, the giant hungry ghost with razor-sharp claws, has finally arrived on the battlefield. Velsa can't hide her excitement. You and I both know he just made a fatal mistake. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when human arrogance meets a real monster. Those chains act like endless vipers lunging at their target while Singu holds his ground, ready for the strike. Suddenly, the chains lunge for his arms, binding him tight. Arin panics, her heart sinking for Singu. She flies in, casting her holy blessing to break the hold, but she can't hide her growing dread. No, this isn't nearly enough to stop the curse of a vengeful spirit. With chains locking his limbs, he calculates his moves. Endure the curse, clear the field, then take the ghost. But that takes too long. The best play is to kill the spirit right now. Pay attention here. Shingu's brain is overclocking as a holy aura begins to radiate from him like never before. Even if I can't create it myself, I can work with what I have. I can definitely upgrade what's already here. If I apply energy transfer principles, I can do it. Seha suddenly appears in heavy armor, back to his full size. Arin jumps, shocked by his transformation. Seha adapts instantly, roaring with confidence. Yes, I'm joining the fight too. He leaps into the air, spear ready to pierce. Heroic charge! Arin is speechless at his dramatic naming. Are you seriously praising yourself? Seha insists that it's just the name of the skill. He carves a path through the monsters, skewering every single one of them in his way. Mission complete. Seha collapses, mana totally drained. Arin looks at the carnage, barely believing it. Seha looks up, face grim. Singu is still chained, and Jaros is closing in fast. The boss is here! Arin screams Shingu's name, while Seha yells for him to look out. Singu is lost in thought. I get it now. If I do this, a massive explosion of light shatters his bindings, radiating an incredible power from within. You saw that, right? He just hit level 27 in an instant. Absolutely insane. Arin gazes at the glowing figure before her. Singu, what exactly did you just do? Now Velsa finally feels true terror. Impossible. No human should break my soul chains that easily. Refusing to accept reality, Velsa launches the chains again. Die, human. But Singu is untouchable now. He catches a chain, smiles, and pulls. Your nap time starts now. Velsa is yanked forward, defenseless. He tries to counter, but he's already too late. Shingu's fist connects with divine force. Smite, a punch loaded with pure holy power, slams home. The move was so fast he practically vanished. Only a cloud of smoke remains where Velsa stood. But Jaros isn't scared. He's excited. He clenches his fists and lets out a deafening roar. Singu just smiles back confidently. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your master soon. Jaros begins devouring the monsters around him. Arin and Seha watch in horror. He's a cannibal. Power surges through Jaros as he glows with a massive, terrifying energy. That hungry ghost just ate everything to get stronger. Singu readies his final blow against the red barrier. Jaros's presence begins to fade away under the pressure. Singu isn't impressed. It's still too weak. Arin agrees. This boss felt off. Singu closes his eyes. Usually, when a boss powers up, it means the hero forced their hand. A real boss should crush whole parties without needing cheap tricks like that. Arin laughs it off. You just debunked every basic rule of role-playing games, you know. Her expression darkens as she mentions the source of it all, Sirion Cemetery. The system confirms the victory. Dungeon cleared in 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. 327 undead, 915 mist monsters, 164 hungry ghosts, 59 phantoms, 1 vengeful spirit, and 1 giant hungry ghost. Title acquired, Dungeon Destroyer. New passive skill gained, Resistance. You've jumped 6 levels, Singu. Singu is now level 66. Arin stares at the stats. This growth rate is completely abnormal. And Singu? He just brushes it off. Stick with me, because his journey is just getting started. Singu argues that he's been clearing plenty of small dungeons to keep his averages looking normal. Alright, you and I are about to see how broken his level up speed really is compared to normal players. Arin explains that for a regular person, a level 32 dungeon would take a full year to conquer. Singu quickly changes the subject. A new item appears, the secret radar. It's grade B and detects hidden secrets hidden within the dungeons. It vibrates when a secret is near and reveals it when used, but it only has 3 total charges. Singu holds the item, already figuring out a way to exploit the rules despite the limited uses. If he manually searches key it vibrates, he can find the secrets without wasting any charges at all. Now pay attention, because while Seha is impressed, Arin senses that things aren't going to be this simple. It's crazy that he gets such high-tier items just for finishing a single dungeon like this. Singu grips his new reward, ready for the next phase. Time to head to the altar. He thinks they should trade the essence of giant hungry ghosts and wandering souls for better treasures. Arin follows closely, asking how he mastered augmentation. Singu just keeps walking, explaining that he's simply using the power in a completely different way than most people ever bother to try. Arin gets excited. If everyone could use augmentation like him, nobody would fear the living dead anymore. Singu remains indifferent. It's not that it's impossible, it's just that nobody has ever bothered to try it before. Arin is so agitated she starts waving her arms around. Priests wouldn't be treated like royalty just for using holy power if this were common. Suddenly, the altar begins to glow with a brilliant golden light. Singu makes a joke, wondering if the essence will pop out like popcorn if he pours it all in at once. Arin ignores the joke, focusing intensely on the altar, hoping they finally get a pair of boots. Singu tosses the high-level monster essence into the altar, without a single moment of hesitation. Let's pause here. You're going to want to see what kind of weapon emerges from this pillar of light. It's a hammer. Singu looks on calmly, knowing he still needs to upgrade his weapons further. The stats pop up. Giant's Howl, grade C++. It has attack power of 1350 to 1950, and mastery starts at 0 out of 400. This hammer holds the power of a mid-tier undead, and most of its true strength is still hidden. It's incredibly heavy. He notes it weighs way more than his thunder gun. Arin watches closely and predicts that the hammer's true grade is actually being concealed. Singu is shocked. Is that even possible? Arin explains that some weapons change grades once their mastery is maxed, and hidden traits are revealed. These are known as hidden pieces, rare treasures that evolve as the user grows stronger over time. Seha is full of regret, remembering how they used to split loot based only on initial grades. Singu puts the hammer away. He wants to max out his black wolf claws first. Arin checks the altar's progress. Singu confirms the current level is at 229. She's stunned by the progress. Singu just stares off into the distance. Max mastery is 240. He suspects there's one last secret trait left. A portal opens. Arin suddenly gets a really bad feeling about their destination. She prays they don't end up at Mount Siurak. Singu admits her worrying is starting to make him nervous too. Fully equipped, he confidently steps forward. He's got his special hat, so everything should be fine, right? Wrong. The portal dumps them directly onto the dark floor of the deep ocean. They start sinking fast, air running out as bubbles cloud their vision in the freezing water. Suddenly, a golden key appears in Singu's hand as he hits the very bottom. He slams the key into the seabed, and a massive magic circle erupts beneath them. Right before they vanish, a giant, bloodshot red eye watches them through a crack in the dark. Singu tries to get a better look, but the water makes it difficult to see clearly. Finally back in their room, Singu complains loudly about whoever designed an underwater dungeon. And that's where we leave them. Trust me, you and I definitely need to see what's next. Alright, you and I are about to see why dropping into this world is a nightmare since most players fall into the ocean instead of solid land. Singu slowly shrugs off his heavy coat, mentioning he should have killed that creature we saw before returning. Arin was trapped earlier and could not see anything. But apparently, there is an underwater monster lurking down there. Wondering if it was just a fish, Singu bluntly makes a suggestion, asking if she wants to go outside and investigate for herself. But for a small person like Arin who absolutely hates the water, there is only one possible answer to that question. No. Singu picks up his phone to check the notifications. Slightly disappointed, there is no new news about them. Arin leans in to gently comfort him, saying it is only natural. Images of mutated creatures flash in her mind, as it has not been long since monsters first appeared on the surface. But it takes much more complex conditions for them to appear underwater. Seha finally manages to stand up. If a dungeon breaks out underwater, can you imagine how many monsters would just drown the moment they emerge? Singu seriously analyzes the situation, noting the ocean must be filthy. Arin wonders if countries are harvesting monster corpses from the deep. Singu half-jokes, asking if she thinks the fish have already started eating them. Now Seha is speechless, totally unsure how to even explain that one. Haha, imagine if fish ate them and became monsters themselves. Pay attention, because both Singu and Arin are absolutely shocked by this wild thought. Seha, you really said that? Seha did not expect such a strong reaction and quickly defends himself, saying that only happens in comic books. Singu, on the same wavelength, suddenly claims that maybe that monster is busy devouring other monsters instead. The one that escaped the dungeon seems like a real predator. His genius brain works overtime, imagining the gruesome scene. Fish eating raw meat. Arin is speechless at these two. Singu temporarily lets the issue go. Lifting his shirt to reveal toned abs, he suggests taking a shower since he is soaked. Seha is clearly excited. Yes, boss. Both undress without hesitation, while Arin, the only girl there, tries to act shy but is secretly peeking. Hey, wait, do not splash water everywhere like that. Waves of warm water wash over Arin's body. She steps out feeling refreshed and finds Singu in simple clothes. He asks why her face looks so strange. Are you still mad about us showering? Arin quickly denies it, but something is clearly bothering her. She looks sad thinking about the dark future where monsters overrun the ocean, meaning humans can't use it anymore. Singu imagines heroes fighting mutants, or even players being hired to guard ships just like in the movies. Okay, let's pause. We need to stop worrying about the ocean and focus on the real mission here. We need to conquer more dungeons. They stand before a door. Arin, still obsessed with the water thing, asks if the next dungeon might be underwater too. Singu confidently takes the lead, teasing her instead of offering any comfort. Suddenly, the system displays a start notification for Ant Area number 127, the Sarian Graveyard. They have a 12-hour time limit to complete this mission. This time, they are teleported to a cave. Singu folds his arms, lazily scanning the surroundings. Ah, I knew it. Arin looks totally drained and asks if this is for real. Seha points at the figure appearing before them. Boss, this time, the ghost is an old man. The old man with a gaunt face and missing teeth groans that they have finally arrived to avenge him. Singu notices the stranger's odd appearance and whispers that the soul might be disguised as someone else. Arin watches the figure intently but cannot quite tell for sure, doubting the entity even knows that they have already successfully cleared dungeons while the mission is still ongoing. Singu focuses on the best path, since this is actually his second time in this specific dungeon. One option is to increase the soul's power as much as possible. The other is to ignore the zombies and hungry ghosts, which will make the final boss even stronger. They quickly move through the gates with ease. Singu destroys every magical barrier exactly as the soul instructs until they finally emerge outside. He points indifferently at the swarm of monsters currently creeping toward them, looking completely unfazed as he identifies the zombies and hungry ghosts blocking their path forward. Expecting a fight, the old man watches them closely. Showing a sinister look, he secretly assumes the boy is just avoiding everything. Even against small groups of monsters, he seems weak. White shadows appear nearby, and Singu points them out. Oh, a ghost. A dark claw swings out, and before it can even react, the ghost vanishes instantly. The old man breaks into a cold sweat. Hey, why did you only kill the ghost and the skeleton? Singu has no intention of hiding it. His words leave the old man completely confused about his true strength. So, is he strong or weak? You and I will find out soon. Alright, you and I are about to watch as the old man decides a war with Han isn't worth his time just yet. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the sky. Velsa reappears, looking more arrogant and powerful than ever before. Singu doesn't hesitate for a second, aiming his lightning rifle directly at the enemy with perfect precision. Before Velsa can even react to the energy surge, Singu's iron grip is already locked tightly around her neck. He looks her in the eye with total confidence. Call your master before you die. Velsa just screams, her voice echoing through the ruins. Keeping his grip tight, Singu glances sideways to check the status. So, is the final boss room open yet? Seha quickly responds while covering his ears. It is now, boss. Velsa realizes the truth. They knew she was just a ghost minion all along. Of course they did. The great Singu had this entire operation planned out from the very beginning. Arin can't help but roll her eyes at his ego. You're getting pretty cocky for someone who's only cleared one dungeon. Even pinned down. Velsa sneers. You trash. You think a little humiliation is enough to kill me? Singu just smiles and clenches his fist. Fine then, see you in the next dungeon. He follows up with a devastating punch to her face. As Velsa vanishes, a massive shadow looms. Singu just looks at his red essences, completely unfazed by the threat. Pay attention here, because this is where the scale of his power really starts to show. Arin watches him work, genuinely stunned. Your level of dedication to this, it's actually kind of terrifying. Without their commander, the remaining wraiths are like headless chickens. Singu hurls 3 dragon stones with incredible force. The stones explode into a hail of mana bullets, shredding through the ranks of the skeleton army with ease. In the distance, Jared stands tall, literally consuming his fallen allies to gain more power for the fight. Singu pulls a massive hammer from his inventory. There's a bonus reward for flattening this whole city, right? He slams the wolf hatred hammer down, shattering the earth. He's absolutely loving the feeling of total destruction. Arin doesn't even try to stop him. To her, he looks exactly like a hero from an old video game. You know, the kind that breaks every single pot just for a few coins? Siha totally agrees with that metaphor. Gerard lets out a bone-chilling roar as he's enveloped in a sinister, dark purple energy. You and I both know the hero is supposed to be scared when the boss levels up, right? Well, not this guy. Singu steps back, kicks a massive boulder, and then hammers it like a missile straight at the boss. But Gerard isn't that easy to take down. He deflects the flying rock with a single, casual swipe of his hand. Singu smirks, liking the challenge. Suddenly, the giant's massive frame begins to shrink down into a smaller form. Seha senses the danger immediately. It's getting smaller, but its mana levels are absolutely skyrocketing. Singu just shoulders his hammer, completely calm. Most people would call this a secret phase, right? He stares at the monster with unwavering focus. All that hard work? He's not letting it go to waste now. A system notification pops up with the news everyone was waiting for. The giant ghost has evolved into a hungry ghoul. The towering beast stands there, eyes glowing a murderous red, radiating pure bloodlust and hunger. Seha warns that these level 30 monsters are massive, fast, and carry a deadly toxin that can kill with a single breath. Singu doesn't care. He just asks if they should fight it. Arin, get your spells ready for me. She sighs, knowing exactly what he's up to. He's just going to tank hits to build up his resistance again. Singu steps forward, gripping his weapon with a confident grin. You know me way too well, Gerard growls, his voice filled with hatred. Even the dead have hearts, but you betrayed yours. Singu just scoffs at him. He's not here for a lecture. He's here for the experience points. Now, just die already. Jared doesn't back down, baring his teeth in rage. Those are my words, human. Both of them charge at the same time, neither one willing to give an inch in this final showdown. Singu swings his hammer, while Gerard claws at the earth, sending debris flying everywhere in a cloud of dust. Lethal claws extend from the monster's hands as a toxic purple mist begins to fill the air. Singu analyzes the field. A poison cloud? Then, the system alert confirms his suspicion. System alert. Your body has been hit by the hungry ghoul's poison. You can't resist this, and further exposure means certain death. Singu doesn't flinch. He just tightens his grip and narrows his eyes. Okay. Not too bad. Jared screams he'll melt him with poison, but Singu just charges in to practice his moves. Trust me, you've got to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me as we watch Singu dodge this punch like a pro. He slips behind Zeroth instantly, landing a kick that sends the beast crashing hard into the nearby cliffside. Singu seizes the opening and slams his weapon right into Zaroth's face while the monster is still down. But it's not over yet. Zaroth swings a sharp claw back, forcing Singu to jump and reset his stance. The sheer impact of the clash pushes Singu back several meters across the dirt. He looks at his black wolf claw. It's cracking. He can't keep using this thing as a hammer much longer. Arin is worried and begs him to switch weapons, but Singu just grins with total confidence as if everything is going according to plan. His smile gets even wider. He's clearly enjoying the thrill of beating this monster into the ground. Arin is terrified the hammer will shatter, but Singu isn't listening. He charges back in for another strike. Zaroth is ready this time, unleashing a thick cloud of toxic mist to hide his next move from Singu. Something is lurking in that smoke. Singu's eyes widen as he senses a hidden danger coming his way. Zaroth calls him a monster, but Singu just laughs. He's heard that same old insult 1,000 times before. Zaroth gathers all his energy into one muscular arm, preparing to launch a blindingly fast and powerful strike. Now watch this. Singu sidesteps it effortlessly and kicks off the ground to launch himself straight at the enemy. He moves with insane speed, flickering like a ghost until he's suddenly standing right behind his foe. One more massive hammer smash. The ground shatters as Zaroth is crushed deep into the broken earth. Singu ignores the screams of pain and keeps his weapon pinned down with all his strength. Suddenly, a notification rings out. Mastery is at 100%. The hammer starts cracking apart as the true weapon reveals itself. The old shell falls away, revealing a much sleeker and deadlier weapon that shines in his hands. Level C++ Great Wolf Claws. Attack power is up to 1750 with a fire attribute. It drains more mana, but it adds a nasty poison effect to every hit. It's like having the power of a giant wolf's legs in his grip. Heavy, but absolutely brutal. Dungeon clear. The rewards start rolling in, including a brand new skill called Master Wisdom for Singu. His natural instincts merge into the skill, jumping it straight to level 8 instantly. Along with a new pendant and 9 level-ups, Singu is finally checking out his loot. You and I can see it on his face. He's more excited about this gear than the actual levels. But then, Singu gets serious. He's actually scrapping his original plan. Arin is totally confused. What do you mean you're changing it? He was going to combine weapons, but now he's got 2 high-rank claws that are way more powerful than expected. He's going to dual-wield them. Imagine having a massive wolf claw for each hand. Arin can't believe it. He's a total freak. Singu just wants to test the power. He gives the great wolf claw a massive swing. The energy is unreal. A multicolored tornado erupts, leveling every building in the area into a pile of rubble. Singu walks out with a huge grin. It's a bit heavy, but he'll get used to it. Arin just rolls her eyes. She tells him to check his rewards before he breaks anything else. Singu is excited to see the stats. Let's do this. His status screen pops up. Level 75. Strength and stamina are both over 200 now. Arin is absolutely floored. She just met him, and he's already at level 75? She can't stop praising how fast he's growing. He's stronger at level 75 than most level 200s. He's a total beast in combat. Most of his skills reached rank A, but one stands out. Master Wisdom level 8, a 6th sense that lets him perceive things that are invisible. It's at a high level already because Singu has always had that natural talent since he was born. Arin realizes that's how he always knew exactly where the monsters and traps were hidden without even checking. And that's where we leave it with our main character becoming a literal human cheat code. Stick with me here. Singu is trying to break the game. He wants to turn an active skill into a passive one to make combat effortless. Arin is stunned by his wild logic. She admits it would make him stronger, but only if he has enough mana to burn through it. Singu takes the long lecture without saying a single word back. Suddenly, another notification appears. He just scored a B+ rank stalactite pendulum that can find hidden treasures if his proficiency is over 500. Once it is fueled by mana, it will lead the owner straight to the loot. Singu holds the pendulum, trying to confirm its power. Arin explains with a look of shock that this is the dungeon's rarest treasure. She never expected him to find a B+ rank item here. Needless to say, Singu is beyond satisfied with this massive haul. He turns around, telling Arin it is time to head to the altar. Seha follows behind, looking confused about what rewards are even left to take. Most hunters struggle to find decent dungeon rewards, often resorting to auctions or repeated raids. But Singu? He is just incredibly lucky. Arin explains the harsh reality. Singu cannot use auctions or re-enter dungeons, so he absolutely depends on this kind of luck to survive. Seha gets a literal earful before receiving a painful punch to the head from his own friend. Talk about adding insult to injury. Now, watch this. A golden podium suddenly rises from the ground, glowing with a light that seems to lead somewhere completely new. Singu and his 2 companions approach to investigate. Arin looks at the massive structure with hesitation, wondering if it is some kind of symbiosis altar. Based on how the game mechanics usually work, Singu quickly makes his own judgment. He thinks it might be a special reward altar for clearing the dungeon. Arin immediately disagrees, saying this kind of thing never happens at the top of Heaven Castle. That is when the system clears things up. This is a job advancement altar. The altar promises to lead you to a new path based on your achievements. Singu is overwhelmed by the benefits, wondering what kind of class change this is. Arin catches on much faster. She remembers that players usually unlock their own specific classes after conquering a level 10 dungeon. But she is curious. Since Singu is a hidden player, how could he have possibly known about this mechanic beforehand? Suddenly, she notices a strange ring of light appearing on the golden podium. There is a portal attached to the altar. Singu looks at the scene, confused if he needs to spend essence to change his class. Behind him, Seha is too excited to wait and starts rushing him. Just go in already, boss. Singu still hesitates. He is worried about the leftover monster essences and souls. Arin goes into deep thought, trying to find an answer. Singu feels like his energy is being drained away. He is depressed at the thought of leaving all those rewards behind since there is no extra chest here. I know what you're thinking, is the dungeon over? Well, as they step through the portal, they find themselves under a bright, clear sky. Before them lies a massive forest where every single leaf is a strange, deep shade of purple. The altar must have done something to his head because Singu is looking completely dazed. He is actually questioning where he is and who he is. Arin carefully examines their surroundings. She is pretty sure they are no longer on planet Earth. Seha looks at the strange colors and feels a sense of dread. This is not an ant cave, it looks exactly like the high-level dungeons in Heaven Castle. Singu's genius brain is already firing off scenarios. He realizes that this is exactly how all the famous fantasy games usually begin. He jokes about needing an elf archer to provide cover from the trees, but then he notices the user interface is not displaying anything. Arin thinks it is strange, but Singu suddenly shouts out that this must be some kind of test. But in the very next breath, he starts doubting himself, wondering if it could be something else entirely. Even after everything they have been through, Seha cannot make sense of this. Everything is just too unclear. Worried about their safety, Seha suggests staying put until something happens. But Singu is already fired up and announces that his mind is made up. He starts imagining a grand scenario. If he leaves the forest now, he will be an outsider to the locals. He thinks the people of this world will be suspicious, so he decides he needs to complete a quest to earn their trust. Who knows where he is getting this information, but he is already picturing himself being praised as a hero. He asks his friends to help him act as mercenaries. Arin closes her eyes, completely done with his nonsense. She tells him he has read way too many novels for his own good, but then, her face turns pale as a terrifying thought hits her. If Heaven Castle and the ant caves are real, then other worlds must exist too. Her fear turns into pure shock. She realizes that all the monsters they have been fighting might actually be invaders from these other worlds. Now it is Jingu's turn to be speechless. He tells Arin that she is the one who has clearly been reading too many fantasy novels. Together, they begin to walk across the strange but beautiful field of purple grass. Their path is eventually blocked by a massive, high wall that looks incredibly sturdy. So, what do you and I think? Is this really another world? Arin looks at the massive wall and confirms their journey has only just begun. No, those must be high-tier monsters nesting in the ruins. Seha takes the mission and circles back to be sure. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see something truly eerie. Both of them watch him accelerate toward the highest point of the fortress wall. Less than 2 seconds later, Seha sees something and rushes back. Boss, we have a problem. Singu looks at his grave face and asks if there are many monsters. Seha waves his hands frantically. There is nothing at all. The city is just empty. Arin is genuinely shocked by what she hears. Now, even Singu begins to realize the gravity of the situation they are facing. What do you mean by empty? Is it completely deserted? Seha explains everything he just witnessed from above. Yes, there are signs of destruction, but no traces of the dead, residents, or even any blood. Singu points to the road ahead and decides to move in. They walk to the very end of the path until they find a wooden door, locked tight. Arin cheers as Singu steps up. That door is no match for his great wolf claw as he tears it apart easily. All three step inside, greeted by a wasteland of crumbling ruins. Not a single sound of a living creature can be heard, making Seha uneasy. It is too quiet. Arin flies ahead, noticing the houses are caked in dust and long abandoned. Suddenly, she spots something that makes her eyes widen. A cold sweat drops as her slender hand points toward something in the distance. I thought all medieval cities looked the same, but this is nothing like Sirius. Singu does not seem to notice the abnormality, making Seha wonder if he missed something. Arin quickly regains her composure and gives them a warning. This place is a dungeon. I do not know what is here, but we should finish up and leave fast. Singu is surprised by her sudden optimistic outlook. His senses are working at full capacity, and he realizes that this place truly is a massive dungeon. It is incredibly vast and overflowing with mana. It actually feels quite comfortable to be here. Singu thinks deeper and finds no answer. If the dungeons in the capital were just copies of this place, then the original must be from the past. He stops before a partially open door and points inside, suggesting they search these buildings. Before they can move, the surrounding walls suddenly crack and collapse. Heavy stones crash onto Singu, but he feels nothing. Watch closely, because his power is on another level. It is unclear how old this place is. Little Arin holds her hands up to shield herself and suggests they just go home. Singu is not one to give up so easily and marches firmly into the building. The old structures groan loudly and then come crashing down. The other buildings fare no better, looking like a total purge of this ancient town. Arin looks at the wreckage they have caused, feeling exhausted. Are we searching or just destroying things? Suddenly, Seha shouts to get their attention. He is flying back with a notebook in his hands. It is a diary, and Singu cannot hide his joy as he praises him for finally doing something useful. He flips through the pages to study them seriously. Seha takes a quick look and suddenly screams in sheer terror. He covers his mouth in disbelief. I cannot understand any of this. What kind of writing is this? Arin is startled by his reaction and tries to calm him down. Stop making everyone so nervous. Singu's low, deep voice rings out, silencing them both. The expedition is coming soon. Singu focuses on the diary and reads aloud, we will fight to the death. Our allies await in the new world, in the name of the great Luyos. The others wonder how he can read it. Singu looks up with an excited grin. Yeah, I have never seen this script before, but somehow I can read it perfectly. A vision of a central figure, translating this strange, alien language, appears as he explains the situation. Typically, every fantasy genre work provides a basic reading and comprehension skill for the main character. Singu looks satisfied as he radiates main character energy. We both knew he was special, right? It is great that I feel like a protagonist. Arin looks at his arrogant display and wonders who is actually being positive now. After their brief, silly conversation, Singu focuses on the diary once more to continue reading. After studying it, he finds family records and personal decisions, but the middle sections are chaotic and the final page is dark. Finally, he finds a passage to focus on the disciples of Setnak have been revived, and our hope is gone. The seals will soon be broken and everything will go according to his will. Arin sighs, noting it sounds like a sad ending to a game. Seha notices something else and begins to analyze the details further. The final pen stroke drags out into a smear, and the bloodstains here tell the whole story. It looks like an ambush, something attacked them from behind. After hearing their thoughts, Singu reaches his final conclusion. In short, those who fought for Luyos were slaughtered by a follower of Setnak. Arin looks serious, mentioning she has heard that name before. She found traces of this connection in a level 31 dungeon that is the name of the light god the monsters worship. Singu ponders the conclusion he guesses that humans once believed in that god, too. Trust me, we need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see Arin finally piece together the main theme of these cases. We have to investigate the massive war between two gods happening right here in this world. Just as she says those words, an unnatural darkness suddenly sweeps across the city without any warning. Singu isn't feeling optimistic at all, telling Arin we might be wrong before suddenly leaping high into the air. He lands firmly nearby, surveying the entire scene and asking the group if they can see what is happening. An endless tide of monstrous undead and bizarre creatures is surging forward with no end in sight. Singu is 100% sure this is an annihilation mission, which makes sense given his history of hunting monsters. However, he gets no response from Arin, making him feel suspicious as he calls out her name. Her state actually scares Singu, as she nearly faints while standing before suddenly snapping back to reality. She finally realizes the danger, telling Singu they need to get ready for a serious battle immediately. He simply nods and decisively jumps down from the heights while drawing his signature Great Wolf Claw weapon. Pure excitement flashes across his face as he starts smashing nearby stone pillars like a man possessed. He even begins destroying the houses, leaving Arin confused and wondering what on earth he is doing. Watch closely as he turns simple rocks into deadly weapons. Siha rushes over to report more monsters coming from the buildings, telling Singu now is not the time to be distracted. After struggling for a bit, he grows impatient because he has a thunder gun but has to fight like this. Arin immediately points out the obvious problem: he simply does not have enough mana to use it. Seha suggests finding mana stones to reduce consumption, then starts helping him smash the heavy rocks. He offers the stones like rare treasures, asking if it is enough, while Singu encourages him. That compliment makes Seha beam with joy, surprising Singu with how everyone here is so incredibly positive. While they talk, the undead army closes in, chanting their slogan about someone named Setnat over and over. Singu grips his weapon tightly, wondering if these living corpses are really worshipping Setnat. Arin deduces that the villagers became undead after their failed expedition, and now a ghost rules over them. They are now serving as loyal disciples of Setnat, who might be the god of the undead. The monsters scream to kill the heretics, and punish those who dare to oppose their holy war. Singu catches a new keyword. Did they say holy war? He completely disagrees with that term, claiming that war is just a legal excuse for murder. Seha wonders if they are talking about the followers of Luos being the cowards mentioned by the undead. Singu stops caring about the details, deciding it is better to just wipe them all out first. He leaps onto a towering wall, finally seeing the different types of zombies and mutants in the crowd. They are surging forward like a massive tsunami of death, wanting to swallow everything in their path. With all his experience, Singu remains calm, until his sharp eyes finally spot something very different. Behind that massive army is a figure that stands out. And here is the part you've been waiting for: the terrifying Dullahan finally makes its appearance. Singu breaks into a cold sweat, looking terrified as he realizes the knight is holding its own head. Arin panics instantly, recognizing the headless knight that they have never even encountered in a dungeon before. Seha is equally confused, noting that the Dullahan is a legendary boss mentioned only in high-level undead dungeons. It is definitely over level 200, yet Singu just lets out a very excited and hungry smile. He thinks that defeating such a powerful monster will surely land him a top ranking. While being incredibly positive, he orders Seha to keep a close eye on the Dullahan for him. Seha watches Singu's serious expression as the hero prepares to make his move. He tells Arin to gather her holy energy, and she quickly agrees to support him. He plans to save his mana for the Dullahan while using raw physical strength to deal with the rest. With a powerful throw, he sends a rock flying that blows the undead into tiny pieces. Trust me, you and I need to see this throw. Let's jump back in as another massive swing shatters a rock into pieces, causing an explosion even more devastating than the last. Arin is completely shocked by Singu's precision. He is actually calculating the blast radius by timing the stone's detonation perfectly. Is anyone else even capable of pulling off something like that? This display reminds Seha of Kim Ha-Rion, the Hurricane Guild leader, though even he would struggle without mana. High above, the boss of this sector, Dullahan, is watching the battle unfold. His gaze is locked on the source of the blasts. A whisper echoes from the headless knight's armor. He calls out to the artilleryman. Surprisingly, the sound reaches Singu. What was that noise? Arin explains that Dullahan's voice is being amplified and carried across the field by mana. The headless knight speaks with excitement, claiming that his master absolutely loves the scent of death. Trading an entire army for just one human life is a fun deal. Let's see how long you can actually last. Now watch closely. Singu knows Lahan won't move until he is finished. Great. He stops throwing stones one by one and summons them all. Time for rapid-fire mode. Shot after shot tears through the air, slamming into the undead horde. He is not giving them a single chance to rest. Suddenly, Seha flies over in a panic. Boss, they are cannibalizing each other. Singu stops. The hungry ghosts are devouring any creature nearby, regardless of species. Their bodies are now erupting in powerful, violent flames. By then, the transformation is already complete. High-level evolved monsters. Singu realizes they are concentrating all their strength into a few select units. He is not sure of their plan yet, but he fires a stone like a lethal arrow straight at the target. With a single strike, he obliterates the newly evolved hungry ghost. A mana crystal drops where it stood. Singu smiles, knowing his theory is 100% correct. This next move is a total lock. This is definitely not a dungeon. This world is real. Of course, the other starving ghosts won't let that crystal go. Seha screams that another high-level monster is eating the crystal, but Singu remains completely unbothered by it. Stick with me, do you know the biggest difference between dungeons and the real world? Arin turns to him with a frown, and Singu drops the answer. It is leveling up. Singu charges his stones with mana, turning them into a hail of bullets waiting for his command. He excitedly explains that his mana and power restore upon leveling up, so there is no need to hold back. Seha realizes he has not used mana until now. Arin feels bad for Dullahan. Without a single word of response, Singu launches a stone that is absolutely overflowing with pure mana energy. The resulting explosion is terrifying. Dullahan is stunned, realizing Singu is finally using mana. What incredible, shocking strength for a human to possess. Singu calmly analyzes his stats. Each stone throw costs 2% mana. That means 48 more shots unless he can level up soon. Then, he begins a relentless, non-stop wave of attacks. Explosion after explosion wipes out waves of the undead. They grow even more aggressive and start using mana. Meanwhile, the hungry ghosts continue to evolve rapidly by devouring their own kind. Arin watches the battlefield with total dread. They are undergoing a second evolution. If those giant ghosts reach the city walls, it is over. The massive army makes Singu snap, and he decides to wipe every last one out. He vows to kill every single monster here. Arin says that is overkill. Singu's frustration amuses Dullahan. You seem worried. I wonder why you came here. His voice echoes across the field, declaring that Singu is just the beginning. This holy war has finally started for real. The words make Singu pause for a moment, but he doesn't dwell on them. Suddenly, Dullahan realizes the truth. Singu is growing stronger by absorbing mana right now. Despite the massive losses, the skeleton army finally reaches the walls. Arin is in a state of total shock. They are climbing the wall. Singu doesn't care at all. He prepares yet another attack. Eat this, you cosmic monsters. Arin is over his weird catchphrases, but trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see Singu dump all his mana into a crazy stone bomb barrage. Explosions rip through the area, leaving behind craters hot as lava. Suddenly, Seha spots something that makes him panic. Boss, a horrific scene is unfolding right before our eyes, and I do not even know how to describe it. He is terrified by the sight of those monsters merging. A hungry ghost and a bone creature are combining together. Singu is actually curious why they love combining so much. Those rib bones and arm segments are fusing tightly onto the hungry ghost until they are inseparable. Finally, a complete death knight with an overwhelming suffocating aura is born right there. This sight leaves both Seha and Singu completely speechless, but instead of worrying about the powerful opponent, they are actually impressed. They are obsessed with how cool this death knight looks. Seha even admires it, wondering how an undead monster can look this stylish, while Arin just finds their reaction totally bizarre. Eventually, she has to shout a reminder that a high-rank monster, strong as a Dullahan, was just created. Does that mean Singu is losing his sense of excitement? Not at all. His sharp eyes notice that Marak is actually weaker than a Dullahan after inspecting every little detail. Listen to that armor creak. The fusion might look complete from the outside, but it is still unstable. Suddenly, Singu shifts his tone and starts focusing his energy with deadly seriousness. First, he needs to thin out their numbers before that thing actually reaches their position. As soon as he speaks, dozens of stone bombs are released, giving the enemy zero time to breathe. Continuous explosions echo out, and he finally gets the notification he wanted. You have leveled up. As the Death Knight Morok starts moving, Seha instantly panics. shouting that the boss is already climbing the walls. Morak is literally in his face now. Instead of fear, Singu just feels pure excitement. Honestly, the timing could not be more perfect. Morak's movements have become incredibly fluid, flexible, and dangerously powerful. With a single leap, the monster becomes the first to scale the fortress wall. Before anyone can react, Morak exhales a thick cloud of black smoke. Singu realizes it is poison immediately and shouts for Arin and Seha to get back. He charges in, but a system warning pops up. The Death Knight's poison has entered his body, and his resistance skills are not enough to stop it. Singu does not back down. He summons the Great Wolf's Claw, successfully boosting his poison resistance all the way to level 8. He lets out a roar that shakes the clouds. His sudden, aggressive move catches Morak completely off guard. The monster has no time to react and takes a massive Great Wolf Claw strike right to the head. It is a fatal blow that crushes him instantly. Morak's entire body shatters into pieces, followed by a flood of messages. Punishment has reached level 26 and you have leveled up. Singu lands back on the wall safely without a single scratch on him. This showdown left him feeling refreshed in both body and soul. All done here. He tells Arin about his double level up. After taking that beast down, it was definitely a high-tier enemy. But then she starts stammering, pointing at something that catches Shingu's attention. It turns out to be the soulless death spear from the night. Arin looks absolutely terrified of it. Singu just gives her a reassuring smile and tells her not to be afraid. It is just a spear made of bone. He steps toward it, making her worry that he might be planning to transform himself as well. He jokingly admits he would love to, but tells her this bone material actually looks pretty decent. As soon as he stops talking, the description appears. This is the Soulless Death Spear, grade C3+, with attack power between 1500 and 1950. The spear transforms when a hungry ghost becomes a Death Knight, gaining massive weight and durability. Arin is just standing there in total shock. Is this a treasure? These things never appear in dungeons like this one. Singu disagrees, reminding her they found something similar back at Siorak Mountain. He starts wondering if this spear is better than his hammer, while Seha suggests it is a great chance to learn charge skills. Unexpectedly, Singu hands the Soulless Death Spear over to Seha. He tells him to take it, leaving Seha stunned. The warrior quickly refuses, saying it is stronger than anything he ever used, and he needs to level up first. Singu does not really mind and just tosses the spear into his inventory for later. Suddenly, his voice drops. His gaze sharpens as he stares directly into the distance. He spots the Dullahan standing all alone. The boss realizes Singu is watching, and slowly remarks that he cannot believe a human can use corpse mana. The Dullahan's calm voice starts to sound more urgent and aggressive. He realizes Singu will only grow stronger if he wipes out the army, so he will not let that happen. His horse neighs loudly. With a perfect, powerful leap, the horse carries the Dullahan right toward Shingu's position. A razor-sharp iron axe is aimed right at him, accompanied by a bold declaration of war. Dullahan is coming for blood, and our hero has a target on his back. You and I are going to want to see how this showdown ends. Alright, you and I are diving into a clash for the ages as Dullahan's demon steed gallops through the air while Singu stands his ground, refusing to back down. The sound of galloping hooves echoes, striking fear into the hearts of everyone watching. The two of them engage in a high-speed chase along the castle walls. In just a split second, Dullahan manages to catch up, forcing Singu to furrow his brow. This guy is way faster than he expected. He is using his movement skill, yet the Dullahan is still outrunning him. Singu cannot help but yell out in jealousy, "I want a demon horse too." Dullahan simply replies that it is not for humans before charging up his sharp axe with heavy, dark energy. Calculations flash through Singu's mind. There is a lot of mana here, but it is only being used to power up the weapon. He stops running and decides to face it head-on, summoning the Grand Wolf Claw without even bothering to gather his energy. Sharpness meets sharpness as their blades clash, sending brilliant sparks flying across the area. But Singu is not finished, and decides to summon another weapon. This catches even Dullahan off guard as he gasps in shock. What? A violent strike follows a loud howl, and the decisive move successfully knocks Dullahan off his demon horse. However, the knight lands firmly on his feet without a struggle. Of course, Singu is not letting up his assault just yet. He has got to balance the scales. The Grand Wolf King blade swings and successfully harvests the horse's head. The horse vanishes, leaving behind a demon steed mana core. Singu does not plan on letting it go to waste and quickly grabs it. This move absolutely infuriates the headless knight Dullahan. He screams, "You human, how dare you do that to my companion?" In response to his burning hatred, Singu just gives a completely nonchalant answer. The flames on Dullahan's neck flare up, showing his absolute rage as he shouts, "You bastard!" He swings a powerful, decisive blow towards Singu that is on a whole different level. Witnessing this scene makes Singu visibly tense. He admits he has only ever seen moves like that in video games. Seha is just as panicked, agreeing that it is her first time seeing it too. She heard the guild leader was trying to master it, but this guy is just on another level. Their bickering finally makes Arin lose it as she screams at them to stop talking and just dodge. Now pay attention here because as she speaks, the Dullahan's head takes the chance to launch a surprise attack, landing a heavy, painful blow on Singu. This was not just a simple headbutt, it felt like being slammed by a massive iron weight. Dullahan's body is still in a throwing pose as he tells Singu to face his wrath. Despite being injured, Singu calmly puts his weapon away. He does not forget to grab the head to pay it back for earlier. Too bad the head is not something normal that Singu can just bully. In an instant, the iron head returns to its owner. Dullahan lets out another growl, declaring that it is time for Singu to die. Right after he finishes, Singu finds himself in trouble because of that earlier headbutt. Damn it, I think my ribs are broken. Fortunately, Arin is quick on her feet and uses her healing skill just in time. The effect is incredibly fast, which we can see from the bright look on Singu's face. He thanks her just as Dullahan's heavy axe comes crashing down. Thanks to the heal, he is able to escape quickly using his newfound agility. Seha screams out in a panic that the boss is breaking the wall. Singu can only stare at the destruction and curse under his breath. The violent shaking of the ground is making it hard for him to stay balanced. He decides it is time to bring out the great giant's howl. This time he is not holding anything back, pouring every drop of his energy into the weapon to boost his mana. Just as Singu finishes his move, Dullahan is already closing in with another fierce axe swing, but he dodges it at the speed of light, shifting into a perfect counterattack stance. Finally, Singu finds the opening to use his punishment artillery skill. You saw that too, right? Even Dullahan's armor and head get sent flying into the distance like a common toy ball. Even now, the knight does not seem to realize what is happening as he admits that the human is actually strong. Singu ignores the praise and mocks him, saying his head is quite hard too. Dullahan turns around in shock, but Singu is not about to let this chance slip by. However, before the shot can land, a massive earthquake suddenly erupts. The wall shatters without warning. It turns out all the tremors were coming from Dullahan, who says he has had fun, but it is over now. Observing Singu's fearless face, the knight admits he is clever enough to surprise him and strong enough to hurt him, but mana rules this world. The axe in his hand is still overflowing with energy, after all those clashes. He warns that if you have less mana than your enemy, you cannot win. He swings another massive blow that would blow anything away. But besides some rocks, it does not actually hit a thing. This leaves Dullahan in total disbelief, as he wonders where the human went. It turns out Seha was fast enough to move Singu out of the way. She tells him to go for it, and he is more than ready. He grips the Grand Wolf Claw tightly, declaring that this is the perfect moment to use the hammer's special trait. He shouts out, "Geontization!" Suddenly, the Grand Wolf Claw transforms and begins to glow brilliantly. It is so bright it illuminates everything, making Dullahan wonder if it is the sun. But he quickly realizes the truth. No, it is that guy's devastating attack. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this ends. Alright, you and I are about to see a battle that completely breaks the scale. Seha is struggling under the weight, but Singu orders him to throw him toward the enemy immediately. Confidence radiates from Singu's eyes as he prepares for the impact. However, Dullahan remains arrogant, looking down on him and claiming that a simple attack like that would never be enough to take him down. But the knight isn't just going to stand there and take a hit without a fight. Intense energy, like a lightning storm, erupts from their hands. Despite the gap in power, both combatants pour every ounce of strength into one final, decisive strike. Singu's massive club slams down with earth-shattering force. The resulting shockwave is so violent that it actually sends the person who delivered the blow flying backward. Thick black smoke blankets the battlefield, hiding everything from view. When it finally clears, we see him lying flat on the ground. Wait, is he actually still trying to move? It doesn't take long for him to pull out his secret weapon, the Thunder God gun. This should definitely be enough to finish the job. To his surprise, Dullahan recognizes the weapon's origin. It belongs to Rina. Singu is practically buzzing with pure excitement and joy as he prepares to fire. Goodbye, my sweet little baby. Massive mana surges forward, transforming into a terrifying blast that heads straight for the target, with deadly precision. The flames erupting from Singu's specialized gun are so intense that they completely swallow the headless knight, Dullahan, in a sea of fire. Now pay attention to this guy's face. He can't believe what's happening. How can a mere human wield such overwhelming power? Even the solid rock beneath his feet is pulverized by the sheer force. Once Singu's ultimate attack finally stops, all that remains is a massive, gaping crater. Arin watches with a serious expression, judging the finale as quite undramatic. Meanwhile, Singu just casually brushes the thick dust off his clothes. All these villains are the same. They talk a big game and act tough, but in the end, they can't even handle a single storm. System notifications flood in, showing he has leveled up 4 times. Looking at the total destruction after the battle, he can only feel regret. If the enemy was blown to bits, there might not be any loot left for him to scavenge. But then Seha finds something good. Boss, look, He left a Falamana stone behind. This news immediately gets Singu's heart racing with pure excitement. His mind and body feel incredibly refreshed. With at least 5 mana now, he starts thinking that this world might actually be pretty cool after all. Oh, he also has the Death Knight's Falamana. Arin cuts in with a serious tone, reminding him that while looting is the next step, they literally have 0 time to waste right now. Even though the leaders are gone, the remaining minions are still swarming around. They keep chanting the same creepy phrase over and over, shred him, let that human taste true regret. This starts to get a bit annoying for Singu. They still move even without a leader? Seha urges him to hurry up and wipe them all out first. Once again, he summons his familiar and powerful giant wolf claws. Seeing the endless waves of monsters approaching gives Singu a strange vibe. It honestly feels like he's caught in the middle of a zombie movie. In just a split second, those annoying skeleton monsters are reduced to nothing but clouds of dust. Suddenly, his eyes catch sight of something interesting. The most special item yet appears as Singu shouts out in triumph. Here it is, the Death Knight's precious Falmana stone, but beside it lies the very thing that earlier smashed into his ribs. Huh? What exactly is this weird object sitting on the ground? You and I are about to see some crazy loot. When Singu picks it up, he realizes it's Dunlahan's head. Arin is worried, but Singu freezes. The stats for Malice Kena rank B+, show attack power from 1800 to 2200. It's the helmet of Knight Kena, who eventually transformed into Dunlahan. The accumulated hatred and mana were so intense that the item remained even after its master was completely destroyed. Since it retains Dunlahan's combat memories, it can be utilized as a powerful long-range artillery weapon, fueled entirely by the user's own mana supply. The system news leaves Singu completely stunned. It turns out to be a legendary treasure, and those attack stats are just straight up ridiculous. He observes it closely and notes its sinister aura. It even seems to be absorbing the air from the surrounding area. When Arin sees the true state of the item, her face goes pale. It looks like a helmet, but there's a decaying face inside. Are you really going to use that, Singu? After some careful consideration, he makes his decision. His gun consumes way too much mana, so this head might actually be a much more convenient weapon. He starts testing the weight of Malice Kena. Let's see here. It should probably work something like this, right? Without any hesitation, he hurls it as hard as he can. Malice Kena flies through the air and instantly claims the head of a hungry ghost. Even better, it finds its way back to him like a boomerang. It lands perfectly in Singu's hand with the added info property 1, automatically returns after being thrown. This ability has him completely hooked. Wow, it's like high-tech fetch. Hit the target and it comes right back to me. Arin's face still looks a bit uneasy, but she plays along. Great. I guess you can just throw Dunlahan's head around whenever you feel like it. A wicked smile spreads across Singu's face. If it always comes back to my hand after I throw it, then I can play with it like this. He calls upon the giant wolf claws for the countless time. With a perfect headshot, he bats the head away, sending it flying in a beautiful, high arc. Just like that, he destroys everything. Poor Malice Kena just flies back only to get smacked again and again. This allows Singu to easily harvest over a dozen heads in seconds. The skeletons are now terrified and scatter in all directions, shouting that he is a true reaper. You and I have to give him credit. Kena would probably be satisfied seeing how well his head is being used now. Siha stands nearby, trembling in fear. He realizes that Singu is actually way more terrifying than Dunlahan ever was. However, Singu's expression sours. The mana cost to throw this head is about the same as a power shot. He won't be able to use it for rapid fire after all. After sealing the malice of Kainati, it's finally over. But all that's left is a ruined landscape under a pitch-black sky. Alright, you and I are seeing the aftermath of a total wipeout. Even Singu admits Arin was completely helpless here. It seemed like the undead horde had finally fled. But out of nowhere, a few stragglers started crawling out. Singu doesn't hesitate and enters his combat stance. The undead are still here, so let's finish this. His weapon glows with energy as he promises them a swift end. Soon, the threat vanishes along with the maiden. Seha looks at the wreckage and can't believe it. The entire city has basically been wiped off the map. Singu just sighs in relief. It's a good thing they focused down the boss right from the start. He finally finishes gathering all the loot, including this last Fali Mana stone. Arin credits the dungeon's pendulum for the find. Seha adds that not every dungeon drops items like Dulahan did. Singu is satisfied, wanting even more missions like this. Arin frowns slightly, thinking the difficulty isn't the main issue here. But she decides to let it go for now. With the chaos over, they finally have some downtime. Singu suggests they all look through these mysterious books together. Since the city is gone, they're forced to sit in the dirt and ruins to continue their research. Seha is clearly caught off guard. This first diary starts off simple enough, but it gets confusing really fast. Arin panics a bit, explaining this one is just a prayer to Luias. Suddenly, a system notification pops up for her. Singu is stunned and has to double-check. That quest was meant for her, not for him. Arin doesn't feel right about it and chooses to decline for now. That's when Seha walks over with an old scroll. He asks if this old thing is important. Singu gets excited, knowing that the biggest clues are usually hidden in the oldest items. He reads the text aloud in a low, steady voice. It says we have the potential to become absolutely anything. The scroll mentions a holy war. Seha wonders if this is about the legendary clash between Setnak and Louis Os, but Singu shakes his head. He doesn't think this is just about some local history or this world alone. He mentions what Doulahan said earlier. Earth itself is currently resisting the arrival of this holy war. Arin stays calm, thinking they'll need the celestial city to prove him wrong. Suddenly, something catches Singu's eye. Now pay attention, because this system update is a total game changer. It reveals disciples from other gods are invading Earth. The celestial city has been holding them back, but it's reached its limit. Their mana and memories are now leaking onto Earth. Singu is 100% certain now. These beings are definitely planning a full-scale invasion of his home world. This means the celestial city is actually... Then, the system asks him to choose his path as a guardian, pursuer, or breaker. The words flashing before his eyes leave Singu completely speechless. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Arin looks over the notification. Most players find their class around level 85 after clearing a rank 10 dungeon. Finding his class at level 83 is actually pretty impressive. Seha is already full of confidence for his friend. He's convinced Singu will become the world's strongest player. Arin just sighs, wondering why he's the one acting so proud. After some light bickering, Arin gives him a sweet, genuine smile. Regardless of everything else, she's happy for him. Meanwhile, Singu is busy comparing the 3 suggested classes: Guardian, Pursuer, and Breaker. You and I knew he wouldn't hesitate. He picks Breaker instantly, making Arin yell at him to think it through first. Seha just laughs and gives him a huge compliment. He knows that specific class fits Singu's style perfectly. The final notification appears. Singu has officially become a Breaker, and his true latent power is finally awakening. His entire body begins to tremble violently. The pain is so intense he nearly collapses, making Arin scream his name in terror. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. Then, his muscles literally explode with new power as the transformation completes. Standing there now, Singu looks like a completely different person. He's evolved into something far beyond human. He groans, asking if class changes are always this painful. Arin immediately snaps back that it's definitely not supposed to be. Suddenly, a massive vibration catches Arin's attention. The entire land is shaking violently, but there isn't a boss in sight. She realizes the terrifying truth. It's not just the dungeon. The entire world is starting to fracture. Seha points toward the sky and shouts in panic. A massive, glowing eye is appearing, literally warping space and time. A bone-chilling voice echoes through the area. Finally, I've found Earth. Pure fear paralyzes both Seha and Arin instantly. At that same moment, Singu's system updates again. He's jumped up 2 levels, and his courage skill is now level 8. And trust me, you and I are about to see a whole new Singu. He stands up, perfectly calm, and takes a deep breath. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a man pushed to his absolute limit. Arin stammers his name while Seha screams in terror. Boss, look out, that monster is still there. A creature hidden in the shadows speaks, admitting it cannot finish Singu yet. Finally, he takes notice. Was that a woman's voice? Suddenly, the world shakes violently before a blinding light engulfs all 3 of them. In an instant, they are transported to a mysterious room. Arin looks around, realizing this is a rest area. Singu does not care about the room. His muscles are warping and burning, forcing a guttural scream from his throat. Arin recoils in pure horror. Singu. But Seha quickly steps in to try and calm her down. Relax, Arin. He is just undergoing a class change. He is not going to die on us just yet. Their bodies are shifting too. Red blood cells are racing through their veins at an impossible speed. Singu's muscles tighten into a new form as strange. Ancient scripts begin to crawl across his entire skin. Now pay attention, because the system is about to drop a message that changes everything. The past no longer matters, and only a glorious, yet incredibly difficult, path of destruction remains. The update is final. You have officially become a demolisher, a force of pure power. His stats explode as he gains the great Herculean skill. Slowly, Singu opens his eyes to the sound of Arin calling. He gazes at her in a daze. Wait, who is this beautiful woman standing in front of me? Her face is filled with intense worry. Finally, the fog clears, and Singu realizes exactly what is happening. It is just Arin? How did you become human-sized? She sighs in relief, just glad that he is okay. She tells him to get dressed immediately and promises to explain later. He can only nod and obey. Singu suddenly remembers his other ally. Where is Seha? Right on cue, the man steps forward. The sudden transformation did not just affect Arin. Siha has also undergone a massive change. Singu is speechless. Why do you two look like this? He quickly realizes the rest area expanded because his new class increased its overall size. The system appears to answer his questions. Rest area level 4. Here, your mana and health will never deplete, even if you use your skills. Arin, looking like a literal pop idol, confirms they can stay in their true forms here indefinitely. This place evolved alongside you, Singu. It is clearly meant for much more than just taking a nap. Seha explains that while they changed, it was much more significant than when they first received their classes. Singu feels incredibly light. Arin smiles, telling him it is because he is much stronger now. She believes he can take on any enemy. However, Singu is not quite as optimistic about their situation. A heavy thought weighs on his mind. We might not be on Earth anymore. He remembers that woman's voice in his head. He smirks, realizing he could never have been a pursuer. You and I both know what happens when someone chooses the path of total destruction. He looks at the horde of monsters waiting for him and vows to slaughter them all, growing stronger to kill those he cannot defeat yet. First, he decides to check his status. Level 85 Demolisher. His detailed stats appear, showing everything from his new passives to his active skills. Arin is stunned by what she sees. Singu feels like he has become a completely different person. The narration confirms his class shift from underground player to demolisher. Arin notes that every stat has skyrocketed. Even his passive skills have been boosted. Singu simply nods in agreement. He summons his Chaos Tail, noting with excitement that it has grown much longer and thicker than before. Seha is impressed by the battle-ready look. Singu then examines his new active skill, Great Herculean Level 1. It uses mana to massively grow a body part for infinite strength, but the consequences are severe. Singu is surprised by how simple yet dangerous the skill actually is. Suddenly, Arin points something out. Singu, look at the strange tattoo on your hand. Seha is suspicious, noting that active skills usually do not manifest like that. Singu agrees. He analyzes the system data. Great Herculean is an active skill that behaves more like a passive. The more he uses it, the stronger his body becomes. But the side effects will only get worse. As we leave them here, remember one thing in this world. Pain is the only price for power. Let's dive back into the story, as Singu tries to figure out how to handle the agony, thinking that staying focused through the pain is a sign of courage, but Arin firmly shuts him down. Singu, do not overdo it. You have already done more than enough for today. You need to rest. Faced with her terrifying gaze, he has no choice but to retreat, silently lamenting that while she was so adorable as a little girl, she has become quite fierce now. Watching him act like this makes Arin sigh in pure frustration. She wants him to rest for a whole week, but knowing his insane work ethic, even one day feels like a struggle for him. Singu stands firm, refusing to ignore the path opening right in front of him. He even drops a heavy line to truly rise. One must first learn to kneel. Arin is at a total loss. That does not sound great at all. But as long as he rests, she is fine. Then Singu shifts gears, mentioning they need separate beds if they both want to stay at full size. Yeah, that makes sense. Arin starts overthinking if the bed is big enough for two, and before she can stop herself, she actually says out loud that she will just sleep right beside him. Blushing hard, she quickly pivots, saying they can just shrink their size while sleeping. Singu barely notices her panic and just agrees. Unlike Arin, Siha is way more direct about it, casually suggesting that she could just sleep next to him instead. But Arin's murderous glare shuts her down. Now pay attention here, because Arin suddenly spots something totally unexpected. Turns out Singu already passed out. She is happier about him sleeping than a level up he must have been absolutely exhausted. Arin looks at his worn-out body with such gentle care. She cannot help but smile, while Seha watches the whole scene with a knowing, mischievous smirk. Siha softly remarks that Arin has finally made it, as the girl's eyes remain glued to Singu's face. There is enough tenderness in her eyes to fill a waterfall, admitting that while nothing is resolved, she is just happy right now. Suddenly, Siha transforms and says goodnight, leaving Arin completely stunned and incredibly embarrassed. She tries to comfort herself and just watches Singu sleep peacefully as the night slowly fades away. In the quiet air, random thoughts start flowing like how he has somehow gotten way more handsome lately. Then she remembers why mana is the energy of evolution, so the higher your level, the better you look. Her expression shifts slightly, thinking she liked his old face better. Suddenly, a ringing phone breaks her trance. It is Singu's phone. She hesitates, unsure of what to do. He is finally asleep. She cannot bring herself to wake him up. Arin finally makes her choice and speaks softly into the phone, only for the caller to ask if she is Singu's new girlfriend. This leaves Arin completely speechless for a few seconds before she decides to just go along with it and says yes. The caller just goes, "Oh, I see." Arin wants to end this quickly and asks what is going on. The person continues, saying Singu needs to know something since he always wanted to be a player. Arin gets annoyed, asking what that has to do with this call, but offers to pass on the message if it is important. Stick with me here. The caller reveals she found a real way to turn someone into a player, and Singu is definitely going to love hearing this news. This news leaves Arin completely stunned. She insists that she is telling the truth. As time passes in a blur, Singu finally enjoys a refreshing sleep and wakes up feeling great as he stretches into the morning air. Then he sees Arin looking like a total wreck and asks if she stayed up all night. She sighs, admitting she barely slept at all. So he might as well assume she was awake the whole time. Her eyes turn serious as she mentions the phone call she took for him while he was out. Singu does not mind, but gets curious when she mentions the name Lee Si-hee. What did she want? Arin is shocked by how calm he is, but she tells him exactly what the woman said. She claims there is a way to become a player. Immediately, Singu starts thinking of every shady method he knows. Arin's tone gets heavy as she adds that Lee Si-hee wants to meet him in person to discuss it. Singu just smirks, commenting that she is still the same as ever. Arin's mood drops to 0 as she asks if the girl is his ex. Singu's instant yes leaves her speechless. His voice drops as he explains they broke up a long time ago, right after she became a player. Arin gets fired up, assuming the girl dumped him the moment she got some power or found someone better. Trust me, you and I are seeing a new side of him. Singu admits he felt too inferior to even look at her, so he was the one who walked away. Alright. You and I are jumping back in as Arin lowers her weapon and apologizes to Singu. She giggles, saying he is just too human, then asks if he thought he was some kind of monster. Suddenly, Arin's tone turns serious as she gets to the point. Are you really going to meet her? Singu checks his phone, already guessing the outcome. There probably won't be anything about this online, right? Just as he thought. It's empty. He has to go. Seeing his frustration, Arin just nods along timidly. Inside, she is overthinking. Singu dumped CE, but she is still obsessed. Why did he even break up? Arin's face goes pale just thinking about it. This whole situation is getting way too dangerous now. Suddenly, a system window pops up. You can now upgrade the rest area using essence. The message changes quickly. Use 30% of your essence to reach level 5? Do you want to? Singu rubs his chin. This is way cheaper than the requirements he had to deal with before. Zeha reminds him they must save essence from ghosts. Singu finally snaps back to reality and agrees. Trust me, you're going to love this. Singu hits the button and the entire room begins to warp. Brand new furniture and wardrobes appear. Even the bathroom gets a high-end, modern makeover. The kitchen is fully renovated too, complete with a sleek new table and chairs. Arin's eyes sparkle. It looks like a real house. The system confirms the level 5 upgrade is complete. New features unlock. A level 1 kitchen for mana stones and the ability to upgrade storage units. There is a fridge, a scanner, and a level 1 gym to train without losing control of power. Singu wonders if he can build the gym immediately. The system says it costs 97% essence. That gets him excited. He can definitely make that work. Zeha whispers another reminder about the essence. Soon, a fully equipped gym appears. Level 5 is official. The level 2 bed now restores stamina and mana 10% faster during rest. Storage repairs items, while the level 3 door lets you enter nearby dungeons or travel to 3 set points. His door can even set 3 fast travel points for easy coming and going. There is a new shower and a level 2 fridge that spawns 2 random potions every 10 hours. The level 2 scanner can find dungeons within 50 kilometers and track incoming invaders. Don't forget the level 1 kitchen that can process monster mana stones into food. Finally, the gym equipment is indestructible. Arin and Singu are both incredibly impressed with the new setup. Only Zeha stands by the wardrobe, looking curious about one specific thing. Can this hold treasures? Singu calmly explains that anything with durability can be stored inside. He moves to the fridge next. He has never used potions before, and Arin watches closely. You and I both know what's coming. Inside, rows of colorful potions are neatly lined up. Singu wonders if red is for health and blue for mana. Arin confirms it's the classic setup. Zeha pulls out a gross purple bottle, noting it's not just for recovery. Singu recoils at the color. The info panel appears. It's an odorless, tasteless, weak poison that paralyzes anyone without resistance. Singu feels a chill down his spine. Is the system trying to turn him into a killer? Zeha pulls out 2 more strange bottles. One looks like fire, the other like mud. They are weak, freezing, and explosive potions. One freezes an area, the other blows up on impact. Singu grins, immediately tucking the red explosive potion into his storage. His eyes light up with a devious look. Explosives? Those are going to be perfect for combat. Arin shudders nearby. If he gets his hands on those, he might actually become a human bomber. Singu doesn't care. He won't use them himself. Zeha points toward the other new facilities. They need to check the scanner and door. Singu decides the gym can wait for later. They focus on the level 2 scanner, which tracks dungeons and invasion routes within 50 kilometers. Singu ponders the term invasion routes. Images of specific monsters flash through his mind. Stick with me. because those monsters and their gods are about to make things very complicated. Let's dive in as Singu deals with a massive headache. He has no clue where the exit is. Arin adds to the worry, pointing out they haven't seen a single job change altar on their way either. Singu ignores the frustration to keep exploring, finally realizing that a level 3 door leads straight to the outside world. He approaches the control panel, and the exit data immediately pops up for him. He can access nearby dungeons using essence or keys for the rest areas, allowing him to set 3 familiar locations for easy travel. Now he doesn't have to wander aimlessly anymore. Singu sums it up quickly. This gate is a shortcut that takes them exactly where they need to go. Seha is buzzing with excitement behind him since they won't have to grind through endless random dungeons just to find the surface. Singu pouts because he actually wanted to hunt sea monsters, but Arin shuts him down, telling him to swim for resistance instead. Singu starts working the controls, deciding to set the exit point right near his own home. Suddenly he stops. Arin insists he needs to shower before they leave since he has been in the water all day. After showering and getting changed, the trio finally steps through the portal and emerges into the real world. They all take a deep breath of fresh air. Arin is relieved, thinking they would be stuck for months, and loves their new outfits. Now pay attention here, because the street in front of them is a total ghost town. Singu is baffled because this neighborhood is usually full of life. Arin guesses that the recent Siorak mountain event changed how people live in many countries. Seha thinks otherwise, believing the streets will stay empty until more players clear the gates and prove they can be useful. Singu pulls out his phone to text his friend, and he gets a reply from her almost as soon as he hits send. He turns to the others and tells them she's waiting at a cafe, which makes Arin react with pure shock. Arin is secretly annoyed, wondering why this woman knows him so well and why she's acting like they're so close. Singu misreads her mood, asking if she's just worried about being seen by the woman he is meeting. Arin tells him she is well hidden, but her tone is definitely a little bit sulky as she replies. He decides to head over, curious to see how people are being turned into players in this strange new era. There are very few people on the main road, and they all look exhausted. Singu wonders if this is normal now, or if they have lost all hope. But Arin tells him not to be so negative. They finally reach the cafe they agreed on. People inside are gossiping about the stunning girl sitting alone by the window. That girl is Seihai, and she immediately senses Shingu's arrival as she turns her head to look right at him. Singu walks up to her table, and her face instantly brightens into a huge smile when she sees him. The guys at the next table lose all hope, realizing right away that this guy must be her boyfriend. She asks if he came all alone, and Singu just looks at her with a very confused expression. She gives him a mysterious smile and says she understands, leaving Singu feeling completely lost by her smug attitude. You and I can see Arin is absolutely fuming in his pocket. She's practically vibrating with jealousy. A moment later, they are both sitting down to talk. Singu asks when they last met, and she knows exactly how long it's been. He is shocked that she remembers the exact time so clearly. She teases him about being a stalker, but then admits she's just joking as she pushes a drink toward him. She says she doesn't actually follow him around as much as people think. Singu quietly takes the drink, offering a small and slightly hesitant thanks to her. Peeking from the pocket, Arin notices the drink and wonders if Singu still likes buying tea. She quickly scolds herself, telling her heart to calm down and stay focused. She glares at Seihai, calling her a textbook girlfriend for acting so close after saying she's not clingy. Seihi ignores her and mentions that Singu looks like he has grown taller. He says it's just a little bit, but notes that she actually looks much younger. She laughs and calls it a player perk, reminding him that he's forgotten how this world works now. Players don't age like regular people. In fact, they tend to look younger every time they level up. Their bodies stay locked in a healthy state, which explains why Singu thought his reflection looked a bit strange recently. While he is lost in thought, Seihai flashes a cute smile that makes his heart skip a beat. Inside his other pocket, Seiha is also clutching his chest, wondering why he's feeling such a strange and tingling sensation. He regrets coming along for this, while Singu realizes Seihi is just back to her usual teasing ways. Seihai notes that he used to be much more impulsive, charging into everything without a single second thought. Singu just shrugs it off, telling her that people eventually change as time goes by in this world. So, what do you and I think? Can people ever really change who they are? Alright, let's dive back in as Singu watches Seihai casually tap the table, manifesting a glowing circle of energy that surrounds them both. Singu observes the field and realizes it is a high-level soundproof barrier. Pretty impressive stuff. Seihai's voice turns dead serious as she mentions a rumor spreading among players that the monsters in Celestial City worship different gods. Singu pauses as she continues, knowing he hates drama and getting straight to the point of her conclusion. She recalls the chaos that happened in the city recently, realizing how much has changed. Monsters are appearing on Earth now, bringing evidence of these gods and their terrifying influence with them. She shares a personal story. Her guild actually found a trace of a god, and she even heard its voice. Singu cuts to the chase, asking if this deity really claimed it could turn normal humans into players. Seihai immediately confirms it, nodding with absolute certainty. She truly believes this god exists and that the message she received was real. But Singu is thinking one thing: she is being lied to. This is where it gets dangerous. So pay attention. She leans in close, telling Singu he is special and would become incredibly powerful as a player. She reaches out to touch his hand, looking worried, while telling him he is finally going where he belongs, exactly what he always wanted. She looks deep into his eyes with blushing cheeks, and Singu doesn't look away. She squeezes his hand, explaining that only her guild knows the location if he wants to join them. With a desperate look, she asks if he will go with her and trust her word without proof. Singu coldly pulls his hand back, questioning if she should even be sharing guild secrets like this. Seihai insists she can since she is the guild leader, but Singu still worries about the consequences. She stays incredibly determined, telling him he is the first and last person she will ever share this with. Does he really need to know why? Singu stays unmoved, so she tries to play it cool and change the subject for now. She promises to explain more once he becomes a player. Singu starts to speak, then stops himself. Inside, he knows the truth: becoming a player won't bring back the emotions he's already lost. If it were that easy, he would have called her when he became a hidden player long ago. He decides to investigate this god and the traces she mentioned, planning to clear up her misunderstanding later. Finally, he tells Seihai he believes her and thanks her, earning a bright, happy smile in return. They leave the cafe and begin walking down a quiet, empty street together. Singu is surprised to hear the site isn't in Korea. Seihai mentions Korea recovered fast thanks to a hidden player. That name makes Singu freeze. You and I know he is that player, but he is wondering when he got that title. He notices Seihai looking down with a strange expression and asks her what's wrong. She just brushes it off, saying it's nothing at all. He knows she suspects he is that hidden player, but since his mana is fully suppressed, he figures she will stop doubting him soon. Seihai continues, explaining that because of that hero, Korea has no more giant monster territories left. But other nations aren't so lucky, so her guild has been traveling abroad to provide support. 5 days ago, her strongman guild went to Otaru, Hokkaido, to hunt the ogres of Mount Tengu. She describes how the monsters were all over the mountain, forcing several guilds to team up. Then she gets to the core of the trip: she was actually the first one to discover the god's trace. She wouldn't have bothered going abroad otherwise. The memory floods back: a small shrine hidden deep within a thick forest discovered by her team. They stepped inside and encountered a massive demon warrior wielding a giant axe. The memory of that guardian's brutal strikes is still burned into her mind today. It was a fierce battle against that armored beast, but they eventually managed to take it down. Once the fight ended, a strange light appeared, and they all heard the voice of a god. With absolute conviction, she recalls the god promising them power to kill all monsters if they worship him. Singu is caught off guard, wondering if this is exactly how Arthas felt when he first heard voices after picking up Frostmourne. Seihai ignores his reference and insists he'll see the truth of that power once they arrive. Her guild was ready to kneel before that statue, but Singu is still skeptical. Stick around, because this is about to get even more suspicious. Alright, you and I are about to see Singu acting like a total jerk, making Seihai sigh in frustration as he sarcastically asks if she has joined some weird pyramid scheme. He is completely ignoring her annoyed attitude for now. Seihai pushes forward with unwavering faith, asking him if it is actually possible to turn a normal human into a player. She reached out the very second that mysterious lord told her it could be done. Singu just shrugs it off, questioning why it even matters if she found this secret first. Other players won't just let this slide, but Seihai is absolute in her confidence about it. She is incredibly proud, explaining that while she wasn't the first player, she became a guild leader through her unique skills. Pointing to herself with total pride, she claims to be the best in the world at what she does, and she isn't even bragging. Aaron is fuming inside his pocket, while Singu realizes Seihai has been hiding the entire shrine behind a massive shield. Seihai gives a playful wink, mentioning even Marina Bizet. That hypersensitive player won't notice a thing, especially since she is too busy with other missions to even bother checking this area. Singu thinks to himself that Marina must be more than just a famous mercenary if her mana sensitivity is actually that legendary in their world. One thing still bugs him though. Japan is way too far away. Seihai just laughs off his concerns, saying they'll just fly there. Singu sighs, reminding her that crossing international borders without a permit is still illegal, even for players. Now watch this. She basically says it is not a crime if you don't get caught. Her skills are perfect for hiding, making a two-person flight look easy. Singu is left completely speechless by her plan. He can't believe this is the same bookworm girl he used to know. She was such a good student back then. Does everyone change this much? Suddenly, she reaches out her hand towards Singu with a look that gives him chills. She tells him to grab on, and he realizes she actually plans to fly to Otaru. Seihai confirms it, and Singu realizes he can't exactly book a flight right now just to avoid holding her hand. He reluctantly reaches out and takes it. Seihai suddenly starts examining his hand closely. She notes his hands are as big as ever, but he just brushes her off. Suddenly, beautiful crystal wings sprout from her back. Arin is mesmerized by the beauty, while Seiha notes that these are an extremely rare type of wings. Oblivious to the praise, Seiha just smiles and says it is time to go. She pulls Singu into a sudden hug, making him blush hard from the unexpected physical contact. Her face is bright red as she explains this is the safest way to travel, while Singu acts tough. A second later, she grips him tight and leaps into the air, spreading her wings toward the horizon. She warns him to hold on tight, and Singu decides to play it safe by gripping her arm. Inside his pocket, Arin is absolutely livid, convinced this girl is trying to flirt with her man. Seiha tells her to calm down before she's heard. Singu starts thinking about the long journey ahead. You saw that too, right? He's stuck flying 1,400 kilometers in the arms of his own ex-girlfriend. Seiha asks why his body is so muscular now, and he simply says he has been working out. Her face flushes red again at his answer, while Aaron's expression turns dark with jealousy. Seiha is internally praying for this suffocating atmosphere to end, just hoping they arrive at their destination as fast as possible. They blast through the sky for a while longer until they finally touch down. Seiha pulls back her wings. They made it in under 2 hours, but Singu is so motion sick he never wants to do that again. Seiha jokes that he'll probably be flying himself back home by the time they are done. She signals for him to follow her as they both disappear into the thick forest. Singu asks where her guild members are, and she explains she left them at the hotel. If they were seen near the shield, people would get suspicious. Singu gives a skeptical look, not entirely buying her story. Are they really waiting? She mentioned they were practically worshipping a statue, so they might not just be sitting around at a hotel. He tells her it is nothing, but in his mind, he's worried. In stories like this, those bad feelings almost always turn into reality. Suddenly, Seihai notices something strange up ahead. As they get closer, Singu hesitates. Seihai can't believe her own senses, since she was so sure they had already cleared out every single monster near the shield. Singu interrupts her, sensing that there are definitely monsters nearby. Trust me, you and I are about to see if that shield is failing. She can't believe it, but they both start racing toward the shrine at full speed. Alright, you and I are about to see a main character who actually enjoys a bit of chaos. Singu laughs while running, even though Aaron is totally lost. Why are you still smiling like that? Even with trouble brewing, he just shrugs. He says the unknown is annoying, but once things happen, you just fix them. That attitude just annoys Arin more, though she apologizes for not getting it. Singu pulls out a new item, a secret detector. Seihai sees it vibrating like crazy. Singu narrows his eyes, guessing that something massive is hidden at that shrine. Once they arrive, Seihai stares at the scene ahead with a mix of shock and confusion. Look at this mess. You and I are seeing pure chaos as monsters scream and claw at the final barrier. Seihai can't hold back anymore. She curses under her breath because there are just too many monsters. Her voice draws their attention. Every single one of those monsters turns towards Seihai at once. Their heavy steps echo, moving slow and creepy like a real-life Squid Game. She stammers that the enemy is closing in on the shrine. Seihai's face turns deadly serious. Sweat rolls down her cheek as she realizes she made a massive mistake. Singu, wait! She closes her eyes to focus her mana into an energy ball, telling him to hide while she clears them out. A small smirk plays on his lips as he tosses a playful tease her way. Hide? That is hilarious. He struts forward like he is on a runway, leaving her completely baffled by what he is doing. Then, a monster strikes. It lunges at him like a bolt of lightning. But a physical attack like that is nothing. Singu just crushes its head. Seihai's jaw literally hits the floor seeing how easily he handled it. She hesitates, wanting to call him back and demand an explanation. Singu, wait, you? Before she can finish, he turns around as if reading her mind. You must have forgotten, Seihai. He looks back, clenching his fists with pure fire in his eyes. He might not have wings, but he has never lacked power. Singu walks toward the horde, rolling his shoulders with a voice full of pure excitement. Time to start the most boring massacre in history. The monsters just scream human, 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 as if they cannot even understand him. Without a second of hesitation, he slams a fist into the face of the first idiot to step up. It is my turn now. Then comes a rapid-fire boxing combo, moving so fast it is just a blur. In seconds, he knocks them all out. By the time they reach hell, they will still be wondering where their lives went wrong. The pure force from Singu's strikes sends them flying back, slamming into the dirt with a bone-chilling thud. Now, pay attention to this part. You and I can see the souls slowly drifting out of the monsters' bodies. Every single soul glows bright before flying straight into Singu. He absorbs them into the mark on his hand, making it glow. Notification update. Soul collection has reached level 4. Total souls collected, 18. He starts to piece it together. It looks like killing these divine monsters is what triggers the soul collection skill. He does not waste the chance and keeps attacking while shielding Seihai. She looks at him with watery eyes, wondering how he is doing this. After the battle settles, he finally looks exhausted and lets out a long, heavy breath. She rushes over to check on him. He says he is fine, and she finally relaxes, glad he is not hurt. Inside, she starts replaying everything. She always knew Singu was skilled. But this? She never expected him to fight monsters this well. Singu really is the perfect candidate to become a player. She rubs her chin in thought. Is it actually a good idea to turn someone this dangerous into a player? If he is this monstrously strong now, how high will he go later? Singu just yawns, completely ignoring her silence. No. She pushes the doubt away. She will not let him be disappointed in himself again. She will worry about the rest later. Seihai goes back to her cold, arrogant self and starts explaining how the loot works. These monster remains are actually valuable materials. She breaks it down part by part. The stronger ones drop mana crystals. She stops for a moment, checking to see if Singu is listening before continuing. It is a secret, but we actually got one after taking down the temple guardian. She waves her hand to gather the loot. The priority now is officially turning Singu into a player. She puts everything into storage to deal with later, then signals Singu and Arin to follow her inside. They approach the barrier from before, but suddenly, a shout rings out from behind them. Guild leader! Trust me, things are about to get messy because 5 members of the Strongmen Guild just arrived. Alright, you and I are diving into a betrayal that starts right here with these cold, unfriendly stares. She frowns in confusion, asking what they're doing here. Zhang Yue rests a heavy blade on his shoulder, casually claiming he couldn't sleep because he was worried about intruders in the temple. His face darkens, and his gaze becomes sharp as a knife. His voice is heavy, and Seihai can't even process the tension yet, feeling completely caught off guard. On the other hand, he seems to have realized something, looking quite proud of his own intuition. This is exactly what I feared. If my predictions keep coming true like this, I'll start seeing the future. Sensing trouble, she cautiously asks them why they didn't stay put. Zhang Yue ignores her and shifts the topic, pointing his blade directly at them. So what are you doing here? And who is this guy? Seihai bristles like a porcupine, snapping back and asking if she really needs to report every single thing she does. He just narrows his eyes. He lets out a bored, sarcastic remark. We don't care what you usually do, but this temple is different. He gives her a piercing look, questioning if she told other guilds about this place, even though she was the one who said to keep it secret. Bosioke immediately starts shouting and cutting her off. Are you planning to sell this place? I knew something was fishy when you made us wait. Seihai isn't about to take this false accusation lying down. I'm not selling anything, and I'm not stopping you from using it. I'm just exercising my rights over this temple as the leader. Her voice drops as she argues back, asking why they're questioning her. That fat guy Minjin doesn't hold back, immediately snapping that she's a liar and nothing but a liar. Insak adds fuel to the fire, his eyes bulging. Now watch closely, because we can see something is clearly wrong. He demands to know if she's hoarding the temple. Seihai never imagined she would ever be on the receiving end of such harsh words. What's wrong with you guys? Just listen for a second. Singu has had enough, pointing out the obvious truth. These people have completely lost their minds and gone insane. She's startled by his bluntness and unconsciously calls his name. Singu takes a deep breath, preparing to explain the situation. Seihai, I know you think this is just a misunderstanding that you can talk your way out of. His face turns stone cold, and his voice loses all warmth. Reason and logic don't mean a thing to these people anymore. He realizes what's happening as he looks into their eyes. They've all turned blood red. The power of that god has driven every single one of them completely insane. The mob keeps resisting, pointing their blades at Seihai without showing even a hint of hesitation. With blood-red eyes and raspy voices, they growl that the temple belongs to them. It's ridiculous that she claims the biggest share just because she's the guild leader. Their sheer stupidity leaves her speechless. If it wasn't for my barrier, none of you would have even reached this temple. Bosioke immediately screams at her to shut up. Even with their aggressive behavior, the innocent Seihai still believes there must be some sort of logical explanation for this. Do you think there's a curse in here I didn't know about? Is that why my own guild members are acting like this? Singu cuts her off and gets straight to the point. We don't have time for a calm analysis anymore. Look at them, they're literally about to attack you. She hesitates, choosing to trust the people she's bled with. Don't be ridiculous, Singu. Why would they ever attack a member of their own guild? Before she can even finish her sentence, a weapon whistles through the air, stopping just 3 millimeters from Seihai's eye. Luckily, he reacts instantly, catching the blade with his bare hands. The attacker is none other than that idiot Bosioke, who loses his balance after his knife is caught. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Singu is just on another level. He points out the obvious: she brought you here, so why kill her? His calm expression is enough to drive anyone crazy as he slowly starts to provoke them. Don't tell me you stabbed with all your might knowing I'd block it? Refusing to accept defeat, he pulls another knife to aim for the chest, calling him a bastard. But before he can even make a move, Singu shuts him down with a thunderous kick. Minjun sees his teammate fail and immediately activates his magic, yelling that he doesn't care what guild this bastard belongs to. Before he gets a chance to show off, Singu hurls Boseok right into that fat belly. They look like two rag dolls just being tossed around effortlessly. That was absolutely epic, 10 out of 10. He fires back with perfect logic, saying, "Since I don't know you either, let's just consider ourselves even." Insak can't stand the disrespect, stomping his feet as his tattered, ragged wings unfurl behind him. He rushes in, attacking from every angle, but he can't even land a single scratch. Instead, Singu throws a knife that pins his skinny leg straight to the ground. Seeing the situation go south, Dongju decides he can't stay on the sidelines and joins in with his axe. Within seconds, Singu is completely surrounded by the entire group. Seihai has no choice but to accept the betrayal, and she quickly activates her powers. Beams of purple light shoot toward Zhang Yue and Dongju. She doesn't forget Bo Seok struggling to get up, or that fat guy Minjun either. Since they're a squad of 5, Insak obviously isn't getting away that easily. She grips all 5 light strands tightly, shouting her question. "So you all conspired together?" The rage burning inside her is stronger than ever before. "You and I just witnessed a total breakdown. Trust me, these guys are going to regret double-crossing her for this temple. Alright, you and I are jumping into a world where Aaron is silently judging the battlefield, watching this girl balance mana for both attack and defense. If she really became a player 4 years ago, she was destined to be a dungeon pioneer. Sehi is desperately trying to calm everyone down. Acting so saintly, she is basically one robe away from being Buddha himself. She apologizes for bringing people unannounced, telling everyone they can use their powers later, but only once they have stabilized their minds. Suddenly, Dongju just freefalls right in front of a shocked Jianggu, not even putting up a fight as his body slams into the hard ground. Sehi screams his name as she watches a bizarre mutation take hold, his body swelling up like rising dough. She is completely lost and begging for answers, shouting that Singu needs to look because Dongju is acting very strange. Singu just scratches his chin and tells her to look elsewhere. It is not just him. The wings of the crowd are vanishing, revealing scaly lizard skin underneath. Right then, the white barrier behind them starts cracking and shattering. Even the vine-like tentacles are being ripped apart. Sehi panics as she realizes everything is spiraling out of control, watching her own shield start to fail. Now pay attention here, because Singu is running through every possible scenario as that massive Tengu mountain god statue looms over them. The majesty of that statue is impossible to ignore as the crowd transforms into lizards, while Bruno's haunting voice echoes and light from the peak begins to shine down on everyone. The light covers everything, promising that their faith will lead to a much greater reward. While he rants about victory, Singu watches closely and reaches a cold conclusion: it is all just a hollow shell. Sehi looks for a lifeline in the middle of the mental chaos, asking her lord why her teammates are looking so deformed. He explains that appearance is irrelevant, claiming their bodies were too weak for his power, so they simply discarded their humanity and everything they once had to receive him. Bruno keeps up the flowery speech, promising that if they belong to him, they will find a brand new identity within his grace. But Singu sees right through the lies and points a finger straight at him. He calls him out for turning humans into monsters, making Sehi snap her head around to confirm if he is telling the truth. All her bottled-up anger finally explodes as she screams, asking how he could do something so horrible to them. Even if they get stronger, they are not themselves anymore, as the lizard men behind him let out insane, blood-curdling screams. "You and I can see the truth now. He did not give them wings, he stole them." After lying about making them players, Sehi quickly waves her hand, summoning transparent prisons to trap the monsters. In this form, they seem pretty brainless, just standing there for a moment before they start thrashing around. They are screaming to get out, and Sehi asks a question while struggling to hold the barrier. She asks if he plans to turn Singu into a monster too, her voice cracking as she finally tells him that everything she ever wished for will eventually become reality. He acts like his decision is absolute, mocking the idea of being a player. He tells them not to be obsessed with that shell, because their current power level means nothing to him. Then comes the tempting offer, promising to give Singu real wings that far surpass those winged puppets if he truly desires it. Every word is part of a massive scheme, telling them they can do anything with that power and claiming he never lied. Sehi freezes up, covered in sweat, as pure terror washes over her entire body. Bruno continues to whisper sweet lies, saying they do not need to worry about becoming like the others since they have already proven their value. He emphasizes it again with pure arrogance. He claims they are different because he chose them over those insects, but Singu is already busy analyzing every word. Wait, they proven themselves? He thinks of the monsters he killed and feels a wave of pity for these lizard men who were once human beings. He invites them to become his soldiers, asking if she was not planning to follow him anyway, but Sehi shuts him down instantly. She refuses, making Bruno flinch in surprise as she declares she never believed in a god who destroys people's dreams. This sudden rejection catches Bruno completely off guard, and he hisses out in a fit of rage, calling her a madwoman. She feels a bit of regret for dragging Singu into this mess and quickly apologizes for the trouble. But he just gives a calm smile, acting like it is no big deal because he never believed the guy from the start. She spins around to look at him, her pride taking a bit of a hit from his blunt honesty. Singu realizes he misspoke, and quickly clarifies that he did not mean he did not trust her, before immediately summoning the Great Wolf Claw. Seihi is stunned, and even Bruno is left completely speechless by the sudden shift in energy. Without a second of hesitation, he swings the weapon high, shouting that he never believed in this fake god. And trust me, you and I are about to see something epic as that glowing blade smashes the statue with a devastating blow. You and I are about to witness the moment a legend shatters. The statue explodes into shards, drifting like ash after a storm, as Bruno's soul breaks free and floats hauntingly in the air. His eyes burn a deep, murderous crimson, and his face twists in pure rage. How dare you defy him? In that chaotic moment, Seihi finally realizes the truth about the man standing before her. Singu is the mysterious rider. He scowls, clearly not a fan of the nickname. No more wasting time, the real fight starts right now. Singu raises the Great Wolf Claw as a savage, overwhelming aura erupts from his body, shaking the very atmosphere. Suddenly, his weapon glows with a blinding light, releasing terrifying energy as the claw transforms and expands with divine pressure. Sensing that raw power, Rundo fumes with anger since Singu refuses to back down. Stop this madness immediately, you fool. But our hero does not flinch. He actually lets out a defiant laugh. Going all out without holding back, that is exactly how he likes it. Now watch closely, because Singu is ending this. He draws his claw back, putting every ounce of strength into one strike. The impact makes the earth tremble. Rocks fly everywhere as jagged bolts of magical lightning weave through the air like a deadly web. Rundo struggles to grasp reality, stuttering in shock. But Singu cuts him off with a chilling mockery. Why are villains like you always so chatty? Bruno's soul begins to fade, sucked into the swirling vortex of energy created by that massive slash. Singu casually rests his weapon on his shoulder. He offers a cold farewell. If you want to complain and make me feel guilty, tell it to the afterlife. Goodbye. He turns away, just as a massive explosion rips through the ruins, tearing the lingering soul into nothingness. His footsteps are steady as he heads towards Seihi, who is currently drowning in a sea of her own conflicted thoughts. She remembers hearing the divine voice and using her shield to hide it. Back then, she felt helpless. But now there is Singu. He ignores her strange expression. Man, that feels better. He glances toward the lizard-men creatures that no longer hold a trace of humanity. Their divine power is gone, so they will never be human again. Arin flies over, her voice trembling with confusion. They are just monsters now, and she has no idea how this even happened. Trust me, this is the part where the tragedy really hits home. Seiha interjects with a heavy realization, pointing out that the gods themselves turned these once innocent people into monsters. Singu nods, his analysis sharp and serious. It is a good thing they found out early, even if they cannot change the outcome. Without another word, he grips his weapon and walks straight toward the remaining creatures. Sensing his intent, Seihi rushes forward to stop him, her voice shaking with desperate worry. Wait, Singu, stop. Her eyes are full of pain. She cannot stand the thought of hurting her own people, no matter what they have become. I cannot let you do this. Singu pauses for a split second, but his gaze only grows colder, like a layer of frost over his emotions. He tells her plainly she is not responsible for what others do, and neither is he. His resolve is unshakable as he moves forward. They are the ones who must pay. With a clean, decisive strike, he cuts them down. In an instant, the threat is wiped out. Seihi stands frozen, covering her mouth to stifle a sob of pure shock. The mark on Singu's hand glows once more, and 5 souls are silently drawn into the seal, unable to resist the pull. She collapses, overwhelmed by a wave of regret. She feels like she should have never gone looking for it. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. He has heard this way too many times. I told you, stop blaming yourself. He surveys the desolate, empty land. His tracker starts beeping like crazy. It seems this was their main power source all along. Singu looks into the distance, his eyes narrowing as he calculates his next move. We might need to investigate this place properly later. He turns back to her with a softer suggestion. Seihi, get some rest. I will explain everything soon. She manages to calm her emotions and nods. But as she tries to move, she loses her balance and starts to fall. It turns out her body had been running on fumes this whole time, and now she cannot stop shaking. Since they cannot afford to stop here, Singu does the natural thing. He hoists her up onto his back and keeps walking. Seihi turns bright red, stuttering out a shy thank you. Singu just shrugs it off like it is no big deal. Arin looks like she just swallowed vinegar, fuming as she watches Singu get close to another girl. Seiha tries to calm her down. Arin, watch your teeth. You are biting that handkerchief too hard. Seihai finally notices the two companions and asks who they are. He gives a short, blunt answer. I will tell you later. With that, the group quietly disappears into the thick forest. They reach a resting area with a wide hallway and a receptionist. Seihai stands before a room and slowly opens the door. As she steps inside, she reminds him that she is closing the door if he stays. Singu simply agrees. The door slams shut, and you and I are left wondering what happens next. Only Singu, Seihai, and the two spirits remain inside. Stick with me, you are about to watch Seihai realize her old friend isn't even human anymore. It is crazy. She admits she can't feel his presence at all, despite her talent. Singu explains everything while holding the badge on his chest, calling it a special item. Even he didn't expect the stealth mode of that resort key to be this ridiculously powerful. Talk about broken items. Suddenly, her gaze shifts to the ceiling. Zeha, Jian, and Arin are hovering there. Who are these little ones? Zeha Jion introduces himself with a polite smile, while the girl beside him looks a bit more cautious and wary. Arin quickly fixes her hair and clothes before shyly introducing herself. Arin Shu? Sei-He freezes. Isn't she the legendary retired member of the Hurricane Guild everyone was talking about? Suddenly, she gasps out loud, realization hitting her like a bolt of lightning. That is the voice from the call. Sei-He glares at Arin with judging eyes. Don't you have a fiancé? Why are you with Singu? Arin snaps back immediately. No way. That guy was just making a stupid joke. Singu cuts in before things get heated. Arin and Seha are not ghosts. Look at them. They are clearly alive. He can't give details, but he is not lying. This information leaves Seihai questioning everything about him. Is this related to how you became a player? Singu admits it without a single second of hesitation. Yes, it is. Now pay attention here, because this massive secret changes everything you and I thought we knew about our main character. This moment is absolutely insane. He is not a normal player. He can't even enter the Celestial City. He is a demi-human. He can only act on Earth. Seihai just nods, her eyes wide with total shock. Singu quickly pivots, wanting to clarify the situation and talk about what happened. Seihai is still completely stunned. All she can do is stutter out a reply. She sits down on the single bed, listening intently as he explains the whole situation. When the story finally ends, Seihai reaches a heavy conclusion. Images of Singu fighting monsters alone flash through her mind. He appeared as the chaos started, finding traces of gods while the world was burning in raw fear. She imagines the dark forces he faced. She realizes that every monster appearing on Earth is somehow connected to the gods themselves. Singu confirms her theory immediately. You hit the nail on the head. But even he didn't know gods could turn people into monsters. He stayed hidden just to uncover their true, dark, and twisted purpose. Truth is, he just wanted to make sure Seihai wasn't being manipulated. Seeing his kindness, she begins to feel terrible. I see. You suspected them from the start. You and I can see the guilt on her face. It only shows how powerful the enemy really is. Like I said, don't blame yourself for any of this. He tells her it is the god's fault for tempting people with power. He is just happy he stopped her from going down the wrong path. Tears start streaming down Seihai's face as the emotions take over. She is so overwhelmed she can't even speak, just sobbing quietly with her head down. No one says a word. The room falls into a heavy and suffocating silence. Finally, Seihai looks up, her face a little brighter. Thank you, Singu. He just scratches his chin, feeling a bit awkward. Suddenly, she whispers to him, I still like you. I have liked you this whole time. He just gives a cool, calm reply. I figured as much. She blushes hard, admitting she might like him even more now. But Singu just looks helpless. He was not exactly expecting that level of total honesty. She pours her heart out. When she called him, all she wanted was for him to become a player so they could finally start over. They could conquer dungeons together. But then, Seihai stands up, her expression changing completely. She looks Singu right in the eyes, full of determination. I need to walk this path on my own. He stares back at her seriously. That might be a very difficult journey. She just gives a sad smile. I can't drag you into my own mess anymore. She looks over at Arin with a bittersweet smile, realizing things have changed forever. She points to the next room. My guild members used to stay there. You can have it for the night. I will take you home tomorrow, she says. But Singu politely declines, saying he will be fine. He stands up, voice firm. I might not have wings, but I have my own ways of traveling. He walks past her, his heart heavy with guilt. I am really sorry for leaving her alone like this right now, but if I stay, I will only make things worse. Especially now that she wants to stand on her own 2 feet. He says his goodbyes, but Seihai suddenly calls out his name. Singu! He stops and turns around. She looks shy, almost embarrassed. I know I said I would not lean on you, but maybe just a little bit is okay. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a moment that will change everything. Singu plays hard to get, agreeing to stay only if she reveals her dungeon details. This answer clearly makes her day. Alright, You and I are about to see if he is actually leaving. He just waves and heads for the door. Seha waves goodbye to their friend as the three of them start walking down the long hallway together. Arin breaks the silence, asking Singu how he met that girl. He stops in his tracks to explain the story. He claims they met at a freshman mixer in college. Arin looks stunned. The story sounds way too normal for him. Seha cuts in with a devious grin, saying it was anything but normal. Apparently, those two were incredibly close. His mood shifts from excited to annoyed. Arin immediately snaps at him to keep his mouth shut about those couples. Seha gets scolded and quickly falls in line, promising to stay quiet. Singu is fired up for a fight. A hovering companion warns him if the gods hear him, they might actually show up. He just brushes it off. To him, gods and demon kings are all just a bunch of idiots anyway. He thinks they are lazy, sending weak lackeys to deal with the main character instead of handling business themselves. Singu smirks. Even if a god appears, he is ready to kill the boss early. Arin watches as they reach Mount Tengu. The three of them walk along the deserted mountain path. Singu looks bored out of his mind. He complains about not seeing any of those crow people anymore. Arin corrects him immediately. Those creatures are actually called Tengu, not just crow people. She notes they have variants, though she has never seen this color before. Singu jumps in to clear up her confusion. He points out there is no guarantee that only Tengu worship this specific deity. Now pay attention, because they just reached a massive crater that looks like it was hit by a meteorite. He asks Seha if anyone else is around while preparing to summon something with his magic. Seha floats in midair, confirming the coast is clear. A tracking device appears, pointing toward the cardinal directions. A guide map pops up. Destination, the world of Iriha. Danger level, extremely high. Singu just gives a confident, competitive smirk. Perfect. Suddenly, his tail sprouts and digs deep into the ground. The system announces that 100 people are entering Iriha. They are pulled into a vortex and transported instantly. Singu is the first one to hit the ground. They find themselves inside a ruined building. Arin huddles up, clearly creeped out by the heavy, gloomy atmosphere. The class change quest brought them to another dimension. Only Singu stays calm, casually checking out their new surroundings. The air feels different, but at least he can breathe. This is the stage for his final advancement. Seha is worried. There must be countless worlds out there, and the divine power here is stronger than on Earth. Singu looks at his friends and explains how massive this power truly is. He stares into the terrifying darkness ahead. The danger here is very real. Despite the risk, he is determined. He senses powerful presences everywhere, and they are all heading straight for them. Arin senses the mana around them. It was peaceful until they arrived, but now the whole area is in chaos. Let us pause here. Seha nervously asks for the plan, and Singu's answer is just classic him. He laughs confidently. They aren't here to explore. The plan? Just destroy everything they see. The system confirms it. They have entered the sub-shrine of the thunder god, Ra, in the world of EH. If they destroy the entire source, Ra's influence on Earth will drop by 3.69%. Singu stops to think. The thunder god? That name sounds awfully familiar. Arin reminds him that Ra is the one who created his rifle. He snaps his fingers as it hits him. Well, as a thank you, he should wreck this place in style. The system warns that being loud buffs the guards. He needs to smash everything before the portal closes. But Singu has his own ideas. They do not have enough time to be careful. Destroying something this big in 5 hours? Stealth and destruction just do not belong in the same sentence. He smirks and starts summoning something. It is time to live up to his class name. Arin is shocked but not surprised. Seha just laughs helplessly. He knew this was the ultimate weapon for the job. And that weapon? The malice of Kina. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get explosive. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character go ham on this divine temple with his weapon, Kena. Seha is totally speechless because Singu actually named his weapon. He clearly loves it. Arin, however, looks disgusted with the evil Kena while Singu pulls out his great wolf claw. He swings at Kena with the claw like he is hitting a baseball. The weapon flies straight into a pillar, shattering it before returning to Singu. He readies his weapon for another strike, his face glowing with excitement. He wants to smash everything. Singu bats Kena away again. Without hesitation, he slams the great wolf claw into the floor, sending debris flying everywhere. Everywhere the weapon flies, the stone pillars crumble. Nothing can escape its terrifying power. After the destruction, he reaches out his hand to catch Kena as it returns. The system pops up with an update. The temple destruction is currently sitting at 7%. Singu looks completely bored and says it is way too easy, which makes Arin absolutely furious. She turns and sees a lizardman army approaching. All the monsters are swarming toward them now. Each one looks hungry for blood. They scream about killing the intruder who dared to destroy their sacred temple. Now pay attention, Singu just drops Kena and uses the great wolf claw to launch it at them. Kena arcs toward the ceiling, catching the enemies off guard. Suddenly, Massive rocks start raining down on them. Some are crushed instantly, while others barely dodge. Singu sees the chaos and looks completely thrilled. Great. While Arin worries, Singu ignores her and charges forward. He slams his great wolf claw into the floor right where the lizardmen stand. A shockwave blasts them back several meters. They fly toward the ceiling, turning the already ruined temple into a total disaster zone. Singu emerges from the chaos and shouts at the top of his lungs. He says he has nothing left to learn from them. He lands gracefully as the remaining lizardmen rush him again. They yell to kill the intruder, but accidentally reveal a secret about an underground treasury. You heard that too, right? An underground treasury? Now things are getting interesting for our hero. Singu closes his eyes to cast a spell, seeing shadows of lizardmen on the wall. He watches the images and tries to guess where they are moving. Singu rubs his chin, thinking about leaving the fight behind. He regrets not turning Namra into a passive skill earlier. Behind him, the lizardmen have already caught up. He swings his hammer, knocking the enemies down like dominoes, and uses the chance to make a break for it. They will not give up. Seeing him head toward the secret passage, they scream that he has found it. Suddenly, a blue light flashes. Singu is hit by an unexpected bolt of electricity. He stumbles back. Arin is worried, but Singu forces a smile to hide the pain. He used petrification just in time. He wonders if there is a mage among them because he feels numb. A strange idea pops into his head. What if he just keeps getting hit? He wonders if he can develop lightning resistance. Arin shuts him down instantly, telling him to focus on destroying. Singu gets back into the fight, promising to destroy every single thing in his way. The system updates again. Temple destruction is now at 13.5%. He grips his weapon with a bright smile. Destruction is all about how you hit the target. Singu runs forward with his claw while the lizardmen chase him. Seha is busy evaluating the situation. Arin thinks the monster levels are too low, but she admits they are similar to great ogres. She watches Singu with wide eyes as he continues his rampage. She brags that he even took down a great ogre general before he even got his character class. Suddenly, the lizardmen change direction. Singu is surprised for a second. He realizes they are heading for the underground warehouse. Time to follow them. He changes direction immediately, unable to hide his excitement for what comes next. Arin stops him, sensing a mana trap ahead. Singu pulls his weapon back. He has a plan. He grabs a massive pillar nearby. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what he does with that massive pillar. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character bulldoze his way through this dungeon, using pure force. Smoke and debris explode into the air as the traps he triggers are absolutely obliterated into tiny fragments. A system notification pops up. 16% of the shrine is destroyed. Not wasting a single second, Singu charges forward. Arin can only watch in total disbelief. She has never seen anyone clear traps with such reckless, brutal efficiency before. Suddenly, the walls crumble. A swarm of lizardmen erupt from the holes, charging at him without any regard for their lives. They scream about the Thunder God's wrath, but Singu doesn't hesitate. He immediately spins around and starts sprinting the other way. More enemies block the front. He realizes it is a pincer attack meant to trap him, and stopping means getting stabbed. A bold idea sparks in his mind. If he is going to survive this, he has to charge straight through them. Singu rockets through the lizardmen like a flaming arrow. He is moving so fast he literally has to skid to a stop. Daggers are buried in his body, and he admits it hurts. But Arin? She is not even worried about him anymore. The surviving lizardmen are paralyzed with pure terror. They scream that this guy is not human, he is a monster. Singu just laughs, pulling the blades out of his own flesh. He asks them who they think the real monster is here. He checks his palms and sighs in relief. His heart and head are safe, and his bones and muscles seem fine too. Arin is already using her healing powers on him. She keeps her voice steady, trying to encourage him to keep going. Go for it, Singu. Singu tells her he does not need healing, as he does not want to trouble her. Arin looks a bit flustered, but suddenly, he hurls the spears he just pulled out of his own body back at the lizardmen. With one decisive, powerful motion, Singu sends the spears flying back with lethal, pinpoint accuracy toward the enemy ranks. They hit like lightning bolts, pinning the lizardmen down. Singu looks at the fallen bodies and lets out a surprised sound. He is confused. He knows they are scared, but why did they just stand there and let themselves be killed like that? Seha thinks it might be the terror of his dragon blood aura that is paralyzing their very souls. He thinks back to when he defeated the previous boss. Causing fear seems to increase his skill effectiveness, and he knows it is a great strategy. Arin warns him not to take reckless risks just to buff his skills. Singu just shrugs, wanting to see how it goes. Now pay attention to his eyes here. They turn sharp and cold, as if he is about to unleash ice. Right in front of him, a massive electric eel is twisting its body in the air like a nightmare. Instead of being afraid, he is actually excited. He jokes that this whole place is just a warehouse with some extra guards standing around. The lizardmen are still overconfident. They roar that they will take down this puny human who dared to challenge their master. A system notice pops up. Thunder God Cetria is now aware of your presence. Mana levels in the shrine increase, and all the guards are getting much stronger. Notifications keep flooding in one after another. The shrine is partially destroyed, so the blessing is incomplete. The more he breaks the shrine, the weaker the blessing becomes. Singu is so shocked, he actually shouts out loud. He turns to Arin with a look of pure, utter confusion. I know what you are thinking, he thought. Breaking things made monsters stronger. Arin just sighs, knowing he feels disappointed. Singu looks at the giant creature and asks if it is just a massive snake. Arin stares ahead, analyzing it. She says it is no ordinary snake, it has no scales and looks very slippery. She starts to realize something, but before she can finish her sentence, the creature erupts with bright, blinding flashes of electricity. Singu is momentarily stunned. A bolt of lightning strikes toward him, forcing him to snap out of it and dodge quickly. Looking at the aggressive beast, he realizes his mistake. It is not a snake at all, it is an electric eel. His serious face doesn't last long. Singu wonders if he can eat it, leaving Arin feeling completely and utterly helpless. At the same time, electrical currents surge from the creature into the lizardmen below. Buffed with new power, they roar with confidence that he will not escape, and this intruder will meet his death. Singu does not flinch. He pulls his great wolf claw from the storage inventory. Singu aims his weapon forward and unleashes its power. In an instant, the great wolf claw rockets out with massive force, blowing away every single lizardman standing in his path. One strike is all it takes to turn them into piles of dust. Seha is impressed it is already over, but Singu just smirks. Then, the giant eel opens its mouth for another attack. Arin screams a warning about more lightning. Singu gets into a stance and tells the other two to get back. He pulls Kaina's malice from his storage. He says he is going to use this specific weapon to finish it. Singu stands his ground, looking totally fearless against the giant enemy. The electric eel immediately fires a massive bolt at him. He throws Kaina's malice to block it. You and I must see what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to watch it charge straight ahead, clashing head-on with incoming bolts. After taking a massive hit, the Malice Kaina armor shatters, exposing the skull beneath. Looking at the blackened remains, smoke continues to pour off it. Singu sighs and returns it to storage. He was only testing its strength, and yet it is already broken. He pictures his storage cabinet at home, hoping it might recover there. If not, he will have to hunt for a brand new one. Suddenly, Arin screams in terror. Singu, it is attacking again. Reacting instantly, he leaps aside, barely dodging a blow that carries world-shaking power. Seeing the scorched earth, Singu begins to analyze the situation. It is slowing down. Maybe in exchange for that insane power, its movements become more sluggish. Based on this theory, he quickly finds an opening to counter. I can get close. Wasting no time, Singu calls upon the great wolf claw once more. He charges forward, skillfully dodging the constant barrage of attacks. In seconds, he has closed the distance with the lightning beast. Singu launches his first strike. Take this. Immediately, the great wolf claw sinks deep into the monster's thick skin. With the weapon acting as a conductor, electricity surges into him, leaving Singu's body paralyzed. Seeing this, Arin's heart sinks with worry. Singu. Just as he recovers, his eyes widen in pure shock. Watch this part closely. The monster's massive tail is already swinging directly for his head. Losing his balance from the impact, Singu quickly retreats and lands on the ground. Clutching his stomach in pain, he groans. Damn it, that actually hurt. He realizes this is just a gatekeeper, but it is definitely capable of killing him. Scanning the beast's massive form, Singu hesitates. Where to strike? His gaze locks onto the bleeding wound on its head. Taking a defensive stance, he makes a final decision. I have to kill it before it kills me. He turns confidently toward his teammate. Arin, heal me. She responds without hesitation. On it. Surging with new power, his body burns with resolve. Flames erupt around Singu as he faces the incoming lightning beast once again. In a flash, he dodges an attack and steps closer to his enemy. Singu gains momentum and lunges at the massive lightning monster. A powerful strike lands, burying itself into its flesh. Just like before, Singu is shocked until he is numb. Arin watches helplessly. Is that all he can think of? He is completely covered in sparks. He tries explaining, if I want range, I only have the mace or the gun. But the mace is broken and the lightning gun might just make it stronger. Arin realizes the gravity of the situation and keeps healing. Arin's green healing energy clashes directly against the blue lightning bolts. I know what you're thinking, she's out of mana and they're in trouble. I have to heal and buff him simultaneously. His endurance can only take a few more hits before I am empty. Singu senses her distress and pulls the mercy axe from his inventory. He grips the weapon with both hands and swings down with everything. With every strike, Singu shouts, Die, die, die. The lightning monster screams in agony as it is beaten back. Pushed to its limit, The beast writhes and begins discharging sparks in every direction. Seha watches excitedly. Amazing, boss. Arin cheers for his bravery while healing, but suddenly her face turns pale as she feels her mana. Immediately, she shouts to Singu. Singu, I am almost out of mana. He doesn't flinch. Don't worry, I am almost done here. He watches the sparks closely, realizing they're getting weaker. Maybe the monster is out of mana too. A notification pops up. You spent 2 mana to create the passive skill Lightning Resistance. The alerts keep ringing. Singu is absolutely stunned by the news. A resistance skill? Arin explains that his strategy of tanking damage while being healed has actually paid off in a big way. Seha joins in excitedly. That skill didn't come from a quest or a dungeon reward. It's the result of surviving pure pain. Before he can finish, the monster's tail strikes again. It slams into Singu's arm, catching him off guard for a second, but his confidence quickly returns. This is nothing compared to real thunder. With a massive roar, he puts all his strength into a final attack. Consecutive strikes rain down, turning the monster's head into a bloody mess. The fatal blow finally lands. The great wolf claw pierces deep inside. Singu lands coldly as the massive beast staggers behind him. The moment his feet touch the ground, the monster collapses with a thud. The system rings out. You leveled up 3 times. Lightning resistance reached level 4. Singu puts his weapon away, shouting in excitement. Oh yeah, Arin is just speechless. You're the only one happy. I almost died over here. He turns back to comfort her. People don't die that easily. Trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are back with Singu, and he is making the impossible look easy. He is literally bragging now. He could tank a Dullahan strike, but that eel required more strategy. Arin takes in every word her brother says, her mind racing to keep up with his logic. To him, no battle is too hard if he can calculate the risk. Suddenly, a potion appears. He offers mana to Arin, but she just sighs. He forgot she already leveled up. Classic big brother. Singu realizes his mistake and quickly stores that massive electric eel into his dimensional inventory. The thought of a delicious eel feast has him hyped. Even Seha is begging for a taste. Singu is totally down for a feast, but Arin cuts the bromance short. Time to check the warehouse. Not needing a second reminder, Singu marches toward the massive doors ahead. He is ready. Now watch this part carefully. Here is where the real mystery begins. Open sesame. The doors open. Inside, they find a strange, glowing altar. It looks hauntingly familiar to Singu, stirring up old memories. He saw this during a previous dungeon raid. Arin is just as confused. Why is it here? He guesses the Heaven Citadel moves these divine altars across different dungeon locations to seal the monsters. Singu stares at the altar, wondering if an offering here could grant him something legendary. Arin asks the big question. Does this altar belong to the Thunder God himself? The two of them stand there for a moment, completely lost in their own thoughts and theories. Seha spots something on the side. Scribbles in a language from another world. Singu starts to translate. He is shocked as he reads it aloud. When the time is ripe, only those I bless may use this once. The cryptic message leaves Arin wanting more answers. Is that it? Singu thinks the Thunder God's followers probably have a secret way to activate it. A smirk returns to his face. He has already decoded enough information to make his move. Seha is stunned. Singu explains that ripe time means specific conditions must be met first. Being blessed means using an item imbued with the Thunder God's own raw power. He keeps talking, eyes fixed on the shrine. The final catch? It is a one-time only deal. Based on the clues, Singu begins forming a plan that could change everything for them. Arin finally gets it. This explains why the warehouse was guarded by such high-level monsters. He touches the stone, explaining that this is just a minor altar with limited power left. Suddenly, his expression turns serious. To him, this power feels absolutely massive. Arin is confused, but Singu ignores her. He closes his eyes as his heart starts pounding. Instantly, a surge of energy erupts from the altar, swallowing him whole. This power is terrifyingly strong. Seha mumbles, doubting if such a powerful being could even exist in their world. You and I can feel the tension rising here. Singu can sense it too, the presence is real. Facing a superior power usually leads to despair. But Singu? He is just getting started. He pulls his hand back, fueled by a new, burning determination to surpass this godlike strength. Arin asks how he will do it. Singu is cautious, knowing he cannot rush into this. He is bored of fighting weaklings. If this is his ultimate goal, he will give it everything. Arin is convinced by his passion, but points to the altar. What is the plan for this? Singu is ready. He summons the massive Thunder God's gun from his inventory with everything he has. The sheer scale of the weapon leaves Arin speechless, while Seha looks on in pure awe. The gun radiates an overwhelming aura. Rumor says it is forged from the Thunder God's own body. If it is truly a divine relic, this altar should be able to boost its power significantly. Arin is hesitant, asking if he is actually scared of what might happen next. He admits he is. He almost kept it stashed away, but this power is just too tempting. The moment the gun touches the altar, a blinding light consumes the entire room. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I need to see what this weapon becomes. Alright, you and I are about to see a regular gun become a divine weapon. The divine power in the air is being vacuumed into the gun, like a massive drop of water absorbing every smaller drop around it. Singu ponders. Even sealed, this gun outranks the temple. Suddenly, something catches Arin's eye. It is the lizard men. An endless swarm of them is crawling toward their position. Their massive numbers are terrifying, but Singu? He is surprisingly calm. He thinks the reaction is stronger than expected. Time to get ready for the show. Not wanting to waste a single second, he snaps into a lethal combat stance. Nearby, the Thunder God's gun vibrates violently, making Arin tremble as the resonance intensifies. Cracks spiderweb across the pillars and floor. Soon, the entire temple starts turning into rubble. Notifications flood in. Temple destruction at 31%, 33%, and 39%. Singu is thrilled, but Arin watches helplessly. Seriously, is he enjoying this too much? More alerts pop up. The Temple of Rhea has been fully activated. The gun is absorbing everything, even the temple's core energy. Time remaining? 20 minutes. Now pay attention, because a mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the entire chamber. How do you have that? I will never forgive you. The Thunder God is descending. He will possess a random living monster, and his power depends on the chosen host. Mission: kill all monsters or flee to Earth. Time before the descent? 18 minutes. This is not according to plan. Singu stares at the gun, calculating the remaining time. He needs 2 more minutes after the god arrives. Running away is not an option. His face turns serious. 18 minutes to clear the room before the lizardmen swarm him. The monsters scream, wanting their god's power. Kill him. End his life right now. Yet, Singu does not budge. He stands there, completely lost in his own thoughts. After a moment, he mutters to himself that he cannot do that just yet. You and I both know Singu is thinking the unthinkable, fighting a literal god. He denies it quickly, catching Arin off guard. No, she does not need to worry. He starts talking a mile a minute, trying to look wise while explaining his plan. If the god's power depends on the host, he just needs to pick the monster. He eyes the high-level lizardman. He wants the god to possess the strongest one here, but then he pauses. He realizes he might not be strong enough to win that. Change of plans. He decides to slaughter every high-level monster in the room right now. He calls for Ziha to help. The warrior confidently prepares himself for the slaughter. I was a warrior who conquered dungeons, Ziha shouts as he spreads his wings. He takes off first, annoying Singu. Is he seriously showing off those wings right now? Singu tells Arin to keep an eye on him. She agrees, trusting her companion completely. With everyone ready, Singu charges forward with massive killing intent. Let's go. Singu and Ziha strike together, diving straight into the sea of monsters ahead of them. The flying monsters rule the sky, letting out wild, piercing cries that fill the air. Seeing this, Ziha refuses to be outdone. I have wings too, you know? He surges with power, accelerating through the air and slicing through 2 enemies instantly. He does not stop, driving his massive spear deep into the heart of a bird. He still cannot use that bone spear properly, but he has grown strong enough to handle these ordinary monsters on his own. As he pulls the weapon out, thick black liquid erupts from the monster's chest. The other monsters swarm him, firing deadly bolts of lightning from all directions at once. Ziha is in trouble. He does not have lightning resistance like Singu does. Stick with me, because he is charging straight into the storm, ignoring the attacks falling like meteors. Alright, you and I are about to watch a warrior go absolutely berserk on these monsters. He tears through the orange sect's defenses, slicing their bodies clean in 2. Even so, Ziha's mind is a mess, feeling way different than his past battles. Flashbacks of facing terrifying demons start racing through his head. He used to be terrified of dying despite his armor, always saving a bit of strength to run. But remembering Singu's incredible bravery and confidence, it leaves Ziha in total awe. Singu charges in without a second thought, his instincts handling every sudden threat perfectly. Now, Ziha forces himself to be more decisive. He has to strike with killing intent. Holding back just gives enemies an opening. When he feels weak, he calls out his own flaws. He even has wings for extra speed, making even his own boss jealous of his power. His mind finally clears. With no fear left, he lets out a massive roar. Ah! Moving like a blur, Ziha zigzags with speed faster than light, wiping out everything in his path. Watching that impressive display, Singu shouts his praise while his own mind stays sharp and focused. No time for these weaklings. He needs to take down the high-level monsters first. Singu begins picturing himself in a life-or-death clash against massive enemies. Stick with me here. If the Thunder God descends on a high-level monster, we're in real trouble. He clicks his tongue in frustration. This terrain is a nightmare for his side. The monster brags about its lord calling out to it, showing off its sharp claws and tongue. Before it can finish its speech, Singu slams into it with a brutal, point-blank strike. As the main character, he makes it clear. Side characters don't get to finish their lines. He won't spare anyone. While collecting bodies, a system notification suddenly pops up. Time remaining until the god descends. 15 minutes and 18 seconds. He reads the text carefully, calculating his next move in his head. 3 minutes gone with only 2 kills. 10 high-level monsters left. Resistance is level 4. He grabs an unknown potion from his inventory as the system screen glows and then vanishes. A bluebird swoops in. Perfect. Time to test this out on an elite target. Singu puts every ounce of strength into his arm and hurls the potion perfectly. It happens so fast, the monster only just noticed something flying toward it. It opens its mouth to blast fire, shattering the bottle into 1,000 tiny pieces. But that blue bird has no idea it just walked into a trap. A massive explosion erupts right in front of Singu, blinding everything in a flash of light. Notifications flood in. Potions created in the fridge are boosted by the owner's base stats. The explosive power scales based on the force and type of impact upon breaking. You and I can both see why he's so excited to try more of these potions now. But then, the lizardmen spot his suspicious movements, but Singu just grins. Time for a poison and explosion combo. He throws it with all his might into the crowd. The monsters can't dodge the devastating blast. Poisonous smoke fills the air instantly. They can only tremble in total despair as they inhale it. Singu tries to pull back, but more of those weird blue birds block his way. They breathe fire together, but Singu has one more ace. He smashes a freezing potion on the ground. A massive wall of solid ice shoots up, protecting him from the flames. Not stopping there, Singu summons a glowing weapon and swings, launching razor-sharp ice spears forward. The flying monsters can't move fast enough. Their bodies are riddled with freezing, toxic wounds. He's actually starting to enjoy this, pulling out one unique potion after another. And trust me, without Aaron here to stop him, you and I are about to see him go wild. The lucky few who manage to survive are desperately trying to find a way to retreat. Singu doesn't let up, relentlessly driving them into a corner without a shred of hesitation. He emerges majestically through chaotic explosions of purple and orange as the system warns him only 9 minutes and 28 seconds left. Stick with me, because this countdown is about to change everything. He checks his empty pockets one last time, realizing he has used every last potion. Despite wiping out the high rankers, he still has plenty of mana. Suddenly, his eyes shift to the side. Sensing something completely out of the ordinary, Singu lets out a smug smile. Talk about perfect timing. A massive lightning snake emerges, looking absolutely terrifying and ready to tear everything apart. This beast has a massive dinosaur-like head, razor-sharp teeth, and piercing green eyes that contrast against its rough, deep purple scales. Singu calmly assesses the monster, thinking it looks like an upgraded version of that eel guarding the underground warehouse. Without wasting a single thought, he instantly summons his weapon from the system interface. The enraged monster bares its fangs and lunges forward with a vicious roar. It unleashes a barrage of deadly lightning bolts, but Singu dodges everything with incredible agility and approaches the pillar. He puts all his strength into a massive swing, using flying debris to shield himself from the closing web of lightning. New notifications keep popping up. Shrine destruction is now at 72%. The lightning god starts draining mana faster as the structure weakens. Time remaining, 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Singu stares at the shrinking countdown, feeling the pressure. Now pay attention here, the lightning snake isn't backing off, firing yet another deadly blast. This time, luck isn't on his side as he takes the monster's lightning strike head-on. He's forced back, his feet skidding across the ground for a long distance before finally stopping. Singu keeps his head down, muttering as if he just realized something. So, I was right after all. He finally makes his move while the lightning snake roars, its entire body erupting with intense blue energy. Singu quickly sidesteps, causing the beast to slam its head directly into the back wall. A satisfied smirk crosses his face. Helping me destroy this place? Thanks a lot. Suddenly, a swarm of orange bees and bluebirds arrive, interrupting the fight with a massive barrage of light. The lightning snake refuses to back down. The system alerts him again. The mana drain is intensifying as the shrine's structure continues to crumble. Only 5 minutes and 13 seconds left. The time until the god's descent is 7 minutes and 36 seconds. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The gun will be ready before the god even arrives. He grips his weapon and sprints in the opposite direction, preparing for the worst-case scenario. His plan is to use their massive power to trigger a large-scale destruction of the entire area. Singu's face suddenly tenses up. You and I can tell he has spotted something strange. He freezes to examine the massive pillar. Yes, this is definitely the structure that is keeping this entire shrine standing. He grins and swings his weapon. What if I just break this? A second later, he slams his weapon into the massive pillar. The god's army swarms Singu while the orange bees and bluebirds dive in from the distance. They successfully surround him, leaving absolutely no room for escape. Faced with these overwhelming numbers, Singu just smiles and swings his weapon. But the monsters fight back hard. Instead of a direct clash, he smashes the floor beneath his feet. He skillfully avoids every single light beam from his enemies, and cleverly borrows their strength to fully destroy the giant pillar that he had hit before. Now, he makes a bold escape by letting himself fall freely into the abyss. Notification: Shrine destruction at 95%. He lands safely amidst a hail of falling rocks. He even has time to sit back and watch the show. In an instant, the massive fortress collapses into clouds of dust as if it never existed. Suddenly, a familiar, panicked scream echoes from the distance. "Boss!" Seha flies over with tears streaming down his face, having returned to his original tiny size after running completely out of mana during this intense battle. Singu praises him. "Great job, Seha. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next." Let's dive back in as Seha hops into the pocket, while Singu quickly leaves those monsters behind to struggle under a mountain of falling rocks. But this lizardman army is stubborn as hell and won't give up. They clearly won't stop until they're literally staring at their own graves. There's only one ending for these creeps. No matter how hard they struggle to survive, it's totally useless in the end. The more he kills, the more his points rack up. He's already leveled up twice, and Seha is watching it all from a front row seat. Monsters are being flattened everywhere. Singu realizes he's getting credit for the kills as mana floods toward him from every direction. He makes a mental note to learn more moves. Meanwhile, the temple destruction progress has already reached 98% during their escape. Suddenly, they run into a familiar face. Erin's eyes go wide as she shouts out the name of the man in front of her, Singu. He's just as shocked to see her. But Singu's attention immediately shifts to a glowing item near her. Wait, is he back at the warehouse? Before he can even process what's happening, another massive problem decides to come knocking on his door uninvited. Now pay attention, look at those glowing eyes in the deep darkness. Things just got a whole lot deadlier in this silent, suffocating night. Singu immediately barks an order for Seha to protect Arin. The little guy is surprisingly obedient and stands guard right away. He grips his weapon tightly as cold sweat runs down his face. Damn it, he should have finished off the most dangerous one right from the start. Singu never imagined in his wildest dreams that this insane thunder snake would have the guts to track him all the way here. He quickly identifies the beast as the familiar system screen pops up, scanning the new target while the tension reaches a breaking point. The countdown to God's descent is ticking. The thunder snake looks up as a deafening roar echoes through the entire space. It starts blasting out massive amounts of electricity, and in an instant, the lightning shatters the ground and rock surfaces all around them. Singu watches for the perfect opening to strike. The beast is clearly frustrated, which makes sense since he just wrecked its entire holy temple. He's the one who tore this place apart. The notification flashes again, time remaining until God's descent is 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Inside his head, he's already calculating every single move and step he needs to take for what's coming next. Surrounded by magic, Singu stands tall. That monster was hit by falling debris too, so it's exhausted. There's no way he can lose this. Suddenly, the rate of destruction starts accelerating even faster, catching him off guard for a split second as the ground shakes. Furious lightning strikes tear through tons of rock as the system screams out temple destruction is now at 99%. The temple is about to be completely destroyed, and the thunder snake is absorbing every last drop of mana left in the ruins. Only 35 seconds left. Every other monster remaining in the temple is suddenly losing their strength and becoming weakened. The thunder snake is sacrificing its own power just to speed up the descent. The timer is ticking down, only 17 seconds remaining. Singu's face lights up with a grin. 17 seconds? You and I both know that's plenty of time for him to finish this. The lizardmen crawl out from under the broken rocks, looking at their bodies in total confusion, shocked to find that they're still breathing. But their moment of peace doesn't last long. Their mana suddenly starts getting ripped straight out of their bodies one by one. All that power flows into the giant snake. Its wounds glow for a second before vanishing completely. It's fully healed in an instant. Seha realizes the monster's dirty trick immediately. It's healing itself by sucking the mana out of its own loyal minions. Singu grits his teeth in annoyance at this outcome. This whole thing was a setup for that beast to descend. What a dirty cheater. With its health restored, the thunder snake lets its power explode, sending massive lightning bolts crashing across the entire area. Singu thinks back to those old sci-fi movie principles. This is definitely that dangerous moment right before the final boss phase. Attacking now is way too risky. There's a reason villains in movies just stand there and watch the hero transform, after all. Suddenly, a voice from his subconscious echoes out. Singu is stunned. Did that thing just talk? Has the thunder god arrived already? The massive serpent slithers across the crumbling floor, heading straight for the glowing divine artifact floating in the distance. Seeing the situation get worse, Singu can't help but snap. Damn it, that belongs to me. Pure adrenaline hits him as he puts every ounce of his strength into throwing the great wolf claw, successfully slamming it right into the monster's head. But he's not done yet. Singu launches himself forward, closing the gap and jumping right in front of the giant beast. He reaches out his hand as his weapon spins back like a boomerang, catching the dark blade perfectly with a satisfied look. Singu stands his ground like a guardian, baring his fangs at the enemy. He won't let it take another single step forward. He declares it clearly, "I told you it's mine." The snake is furious that a lowly human would dare to stand in its way. The beast begins to channel lightning through every single layer of its scales, its power surging to terrifying new heights. Its outer armor thickens and reinforces itself, turning the monster into a literal living fortress of pure electricity. The thunder snake has evolved into a terrifying new form, and trust me, you and I are about to witness an absolute bloodbath. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos as the thunder snake monster finally unleashes its true lightning form. This thing is a high-level threat. It opens its massive maw to charge a sphere of pure energy before blasting it forward without hesitation. To protect the sacred artifact, Singu has no choice but to coat his entire body in defensive energy, turning his skin into literal iron to face the enemy's attack head-on. The system rings out a warning. He has been struck by a powerful lightning bolt. His resistance isn't high enough to nullify it completely, and he is left partially paralyzed. His body shakes as he grinds his teeth, enduring the electric shock through sheer willpower. Suddenly, Singu breaks free and charges forward, raising his weapon to deflect the incoming damage. His feet skid across the jagged ground for a long distance right as he lands. He twirls his weapon in a blur of motion, confusing the beast's vision so it can't land a single hit regardless of its terrifying power. But even when the sharp tip of his weapon manages to strike the monster's head, its steel-like scales protect it from any minor damage. Seeing this, Singu can't help but admit that this thing is built like a tank. A smirk plays on his lips as he pours energy into the tip of the great Wolf King's staff. The vibration travels deep into the thunder snake's internal organs. Now the beast realizes the terrible truth, its pupils dilating in pure, unadulterated terror. Singu even mocks the monster, asking if it hurts before promising to crush it into absolute dust. Now, watch closely. This is where the beast's rage hits its limit as it prepares a desperate final stand. The great Wolf King weapon continues to do its job, sending purple sound waves rippling through the air. He carefully observes every movement. If the beast lunges and he dodges, it will destroy the altar behind him. So, he has to stand his ground. After a split second of calculation, he raises his weapon high to chest level. He has to stop this monster right here, right now. He stomps the ground so hard the surface shatters. A brilliant flash of light appears like a lunar prism, and a massive wave of energy is unleashed. In an instant, the entire area is filled with nothing but blinding light and the sound of crumbling stone. Man and beast are locked in a desperate struggle, neither one willing to give an inch of ground. The thunder snake screams with its wild, primal mind, demanding that the human insect just die. Singu isn't backing down either, yelling back that the overgrown eel is the one who is finished. In this heated moment, he activates his trump card, Great Strongman. Suddenly, his muscles begin to bulge and expand with raw power. Singu's entire weight and the force of his push becomes so heavy that the very ground beneath his feet starts to crack and split. Despite its massive size, the thunder snake can't find an opening. Singu mocks its weak attempts to overpower him. He lets out a roar with every bit of strength he has left in his body. A terrifying pressure radiates in all directions, forcing Seha and Arin to shield their eyes in the distance. Veins pop across Singu's arms, but it is still not enough. He is using his peak strength, yet his arms feel like they are about to snap. His face contorts with effort as he pours every last ounce of power into one final push. You and I can see the fear in that snake's eyes now it knows it messed with the wrong human. Singu finally senses the shift too. It is getting weaker. This is the chance. He channels his energy into the weapon and prepares a massive thrust. Trapped in a corner, the monster can only curse in disbelief, wondering how this human is so strong. Its massive body trembles against the overwhelming power of a supposedly tiny human. This should not be possible. Right then, light from the altar behind him erupts outward. The snake's bloodshot eyes widen in pure shock. A new notification pops up. The Thunder God gun has fully awakened, and the first seal is broken. A weapon crackling with high-voltage electricity suddenly appears from the void. Singu grabs it and quickly dashes out of the danger zone. Seha shouts that the weapon is ready, while Arin worriedly asks if Singu is okay. But the battle between man and beast only gets more intense from here. The system screen flashes continuous warnings as the environment changes. The temple is 100% destroyed, and the Thunder God's power has weakened. The snake feels a sudden chill, sensing something is very wrong. Singu kicks off the ground to lunge forward as the beast spits out a barrage of eerie blue flames. He courageously dives straight through the high-damage attacks. Surprisingly, his stats start climbing rapidly. His lightning resistance hits level 7. Now, Weaker lightning attacks won't even scratch him. Singu focuses all his strength into his arms one more time. Stick with me, because this final blow right to the snake's nose is exactly how you finish a legend. Alright, you and I are about to watch Singu pull off the ultimate level up. Blood sprays like a fountain as he grins with total confidence. He knows he can finally win this. On the other side, the beast is in total shock and pain. It can't believe it. This isn't my real body, it thinks bitterly. But it still carries all of my divine power. Without a single moment of hesitation, Singu makes a bold declaration. Just wait for the day I finally wound your true self. He sounds tough, but he knows his great strength buff is fading fast. Arin screams out in a sudden panic. Singu, the gun has a new skill. Seha quickly guesses that it must be something that can weaken the snake. With that information, Singu is suddenly certain of his victory. Do it. Use the skill now. The lightning snake charges forward with godlike speed. Its rage is off the charts as it screams at the insects standing in its way. He completely ignores the monster's threats and lunges forward. The snake isn't targeting him anymore, it's heading straight for Seha and Arin instead. Now watch closely, this is where the tide finally turns. Singu pushes his speed to the limit and pulls off a massive jump right in the beast's face. In the blink of an eye, Wolf's fang slices through the air and stabs directly into the enemy's forehead. Seha doesn't waste a second and activates the divine gun. Instantly, the snake's massive mana starts pooling together. To be more precise, its energy is being forcibly sucked out of its body. Singu watches the process with intense focus. The gun is literally siphoning the mana right out of the lightning snake. The beast's blood-red eyes bulge in shock as it opens its mouth, trying to strike one last time. Suddenly, fierce flames erupt from the tip of the wolf's fang. Flame magic. Singu rains down lethal blows directly onto the monster's head. It struggles and hisses in pure agony, but there's no way to stop the overwhelming heat pouring into its skull. The lightning snake's mind goes completely blank. Only one name echoes in its thoughts, Marina. Singu imagines Marina's clueless face. He makes a mental note to warn her about lightning gods the next time they meet. A moment later, the brutal fire consumes the entire upper half of the snake's head, but Singu doesn't let up for even a second. His glowing red eyes shine with a cold, ruthless light. Truly, humans are the most terrifying species in the world. Farewell, lightning snake. The beast manages one final gasp before the Reaper's blade sends it straight to the afterlife. A massive, earth-shaking explosion erupts at the point of impact. Suddenly, a system notification pops up on the screen. Divine power defeated. The fire on the Black Wolf hammer has permanently leveled up, and great strength is now level 2. You saw that explosion, right? Absolutely insane. Singu stands there, stunned by the destruction he unleashed. Numerous purple energy orbs fly out from the flames. They merge together and begin flowing directly into his body. Arin flies over with a huge smile on her face, and Seha is just as thrilled. They actually succeeded. He stores his weapon back into his inventory. Thanks, you two. I couldn't have done this without your help. Then, his stats begin to update. The small shrine has been destroyed, and the influence of the lightning god Cetria on Earth has dropped by 3.6%. Cetria's influence drops another 7% because the god's avatar was slain. You have leveled up 7 times. Lightning resistance is now level 9, and god fear is level 7. You have also acquired the passive skill, clairvoyance. Singu finishes reading and freezes in confusion. What are all these question marks doing here? He stares at the bottom of the screen, doubting his own eyes. This isn't a game, so it can't be a system glitch. Why the mystery? Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open as if he's just realized something huge. Without a word, he tenses up and lets out a wild roar that leaves Arin completely baffled. He clutches his chest tightly. He looks like he's in absolute agony. The great strength buff has worn off, and his body is breaking under the massive level jump. He collapses onto the ground, screaming and rolling in pain. His 2 friends freak out and start calling for him. A while later, when Singu finally opens his eyes, he sees his teammates looking down at him with pure worry. Boss, Singu, are you all right? He just rubs his head and mumbles back in a daze. Arin looks a bit flustered, but as he looks at her closely, he realizes she looks unusually stunning. Wait, has Arin always been this beautiful? Then it hits him, it's the clairvoyance skill. His 5 senses have evolved into a power. Arin asks him a question. Did you create that skill during the middle of the fight? Singu denies it immediately. No, it just appeared on its own. He stands up and brushes the dust off his clothes. Where the Grand Temple once stood, there's now nothing but a desolate wasteland under the vast, open sky. Everything is gone. Arin looks around at the wreckage. I'm glad the temple is gone, but now we're totally exposed out here. They need to move before more monsters arrive. And Singu agrees. Stick around, because our hero is just getting started. He grabs the loot. All right, you and I are diving back in as Singu grabs his storage, reminding Seha about that legendary Thunder God gun. Wait, he almost forgot the most important part. Singu just realized he still has that specific item in his inventory. The stats flash on screen instantly, the sealed thunder god's wrath. Grade A double plus, with attack power between 3100 to 4200. It has a mastery of 219, allowing for a massive charge shot by draining mana from the surroundings. He can even absorb lightning mana to supercharge the blast. Plus, the weapon is made from the actual body of the thunder god. The original owner obtained the weapon long ago, turning it into a rifle that keeps its form to this day. Its base power surged after absorbing the god's energy and breaking the first seal. Singu can barely hide his sheer excitement after hearing all the details about its true potential. Grade A, double plus. He swings that massive, heavy-duty weapon around as if it weighs absolutely nothing at all. Seha mentions a familiar name, wondering what Marina Beset would think of this. Singu answers with total confidence. With a sly grin, he says she would just find it heavy. Next, he needs to move the divine weapon into his storage. That new skill literally saved his life, though Arin chirps in that he probably would have won the fight regardless. Images of the explosive battle against the lightning eel flash through her mind, making her heart skip a beat. Now, watch this part closely. She never thought he could actually overpower that monster. It looked like a myth coming to life. She is certain he is not even human anymore, but Singu still feels like his current strength just is not enough. He wants more power. The eel proved that his own arm is not actually the thunder god's true limb yet. Plus, the eel's mana was already damaged. He only barely won, so he is not letting this victory go to his head. He squeezes his fist tight, his spirit instantly reignited. He has to get stronger. Arin watches his burning passion, totally speechless. Finally, he pulls out the key to the rest area to get them out of there. Time to head back, she says happily. Singu nods and plants the key firmly into the ground. A sudden light explodes from the impact point. In seconds, it transforms into a massive gate, big enough for everyone to walk through. Seha excitedly asks for some unagidon. Singu gives him a look that is 80% confidence and 20% indulgence. He promises to show off some real man cooking, but Arin just sighs and tells them both to go rest while she handles it. The group slowly vanishes as they step inside the portal one by one. Peace finally returns to the ruins. Now, let's take a look at his updated status screen. He is now a level 97 destroyer. Strength and dexterity are both at 366. Health is 346, with 142 mana. His immunities and skills, both passive and active, now range from level 1 all the way up to level 36. They watch the stats with bated breath. You feel that hype too, right? This growth is insane. Singu leans back casually, noting he was only level 85 when he first entered that gate. Arin looks deep in thought. Gaining 12 levels in a single day is nuts, even if he did take down countless high-tier monsters and a god's avatar. Singu stares at his palm, realizing his stats have been jumping way higher per level since he unlocked his character class. She analyzes it seriously with her arms crossed, explaining that other players experience this too. His body is physically changing to fit the new class, meaning every future level up will provide even greater stat boosts. He just smirks arrogantly. He does not care about the logic behind it, as long as he keeps getting stronger. Besides, his theory about turning insights into passive skills was right. His vision skills are evolving. It feels like he is hitting the jackpot every time. Arin just sighs at his weird way of explaining things. He thinks back to his trip to Japan. He did not see Seihai before leaving, but he is sure they will meet again. She skillfully changes the subject, asking Singu if he is still craving that unagaiden bowl. He asks if she even knows how to cook it, and she fires back that she is definitely better than him. He stretches his body after the long, exhausting day. Food first, then sleep. But then, a brilliant idea strikes him. Since the rest area hit level 5 and got much bigger, he can now bring out even the most massive monster corpses. Singu starts pulling out his loot. After inspecting everything, he decides he needs to gather the mana crystals first. Soon, the cube-shaped stones and other strange materials are lined up in perfect order. Memories of his class change quest flood back. He still has those special crystals he received. He touches the armor. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. He begins questioning the logic of games, where monsters are usually just fuel for crafting rare items. Arin suggests the Thundersnake's armor is tough enough to be processed into something legendary, a truly fresh idea. She wonders if global corporations will jump in soon, especially if this new status quo actually lasts. Singu highlights the issue Earth's monsters are too weak for the high-tier players in the Heavenly City. Modern military tech can already match the attack and defense of these low-level creatures, making them useless. Ziha finally realizes the obvious truth that's exactly why no one has entered this market yet. But they have bigger priorities now, so Singu stops the talk and focuses on butchering this giant eel. Singu quickly pulls out his professional tools, including pitch-black gloves and a razor-sharp kitchen knife. Now pay attention, because this reveal? It's about to change everything. This creature isn't even an eel. Ziha stands there completely stunned, shouting out in absolute disbelief. Arin slowly visualizes its true form, realizing this electric eel is actually closer to a giant koi fish. Their dreams of crispy unagi and grilled eel vanish into thin air. Arin calmly suggests eating out instead. However, Singu refuses to give up that easily, insisting he can still filter out the usable meat. Before long, he transforms the monster into a delicious, nutrient-rich feast that leaves Arin wide-eyed with shock. This food could sustain them for 3 years, but Singu still worries about how to make unagi now. She confidently offers to show off her skills and asks him to let her give it a shot. She takes the juicy meat away to surprise him later. Meanwhile, Singu is so starving he starts going crazy, deciding to snack on these crystals while waiting for the food to be ready. He actually starts popping those mana crystals straight into his mouth as if they were nothing. He chews them down as if they were gourmet delicacies, leaving Zeha curious about the taste. Suddenly, a system alert pings his total mana has increased by exactly 1 point. 7 crystals just for 1 mana point? It seems he's reaching his limit for this shortcut. He realizes he can't gain infinite mana this way. Meanwhile, Arin prepares to cook the massive slab of meat. With seasonings spread out everywhere, she confidently declares that it's finally time to get cooking. Singu stands before Ziha after gaining 5 mana points, listening to him. These small crystals won't increase his stats anymore, they're just basic fuel for his energy reserves now. He holds out a specific item, hesitating as he shows Ziha the mysterious gem in his hand. I know what you're thinking, eating a cursed stone? Yeah, it's as wild as it looks. The Death Knight's crystal. The stone activates instantly, bathing Singu in light as the strange energy of the undead flows through him. It feels like his internal energy is being reversed, but he forces it to become his own mana. The system confirms a 4-point mana increase. Satisfied, he pats his stomach, feeling like he is finally fully charged and ready for whatever comes next. He turns his attention to the cubes on the ground, intermediate-tier demon crystals. These mana crystals contain the very essence of a demon's origin. Singu stares at them for a long time, wondering what kind of special processing they might need. Arin suddenly calls him over, looking quite hesitant as she asks him to come and follow her for a moment. Singu stuffs the remaining crystals into his mouth and casually walks over with Ziha to check it out. Sensing something unusual in the air, he seriously asks her what she just did. Suddenly, the room explodes with a massive burst of light energy. But Arin just acts completely innocent. She claims she was just cooking when this strange cutting board suddenly manifested out of nowhere. Singu leans in close to the glowing center, feeling the mana within the crystal becoming even more abundant. New data appears this mana crystal is now perfectly suited for crafting legendary mount treasures. The average size is confirmed, and he can now process it by adding specific rare materials. The system provides the recipe 1 mount requires 500 kilograms of raw materials. The process begins now, and the final product's quality will increase based on the ingredients provided. You and I just saw a masterpiece in the making. But what happens next? Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Singu's grin is pure mischief. Looking at this pile of rare ingredients, he knows she expects him to cook everything. Alright, you and I are about to see how a legendary kitchen turns a regular bike into a beast. By fusing rare materials with a specific mana crystal, he unlocks a hidden feature of his upgraded kitchen. Seha is buzzing with excitement, wondering how they'll check the other materials. Singu stays focused and says, I've got a plan. He makes some bold choices, scales and skin from an armored eel. These pre-processed materials drop straight into the pot. Now for the next step. Instead of a standard dungeon mount, they need something built with modern-day technology. Singu turns around and shouts at the top of his lungs. Hey, that's my motorcycle. A rugged bike appears out of nowhere. Leaning against it, he asks the group, check this out and tell me what you think. Seha starts fanboying, saying it looks absolutely legendary. Arin just closes her eyes and whispers, I think. Arin gathers her courage, saying they have nothing to lose. Singu doesn't hesitate, he puts the bike right on the counter next to the junk. The heat starts fusing the materials together. Arin clenches her fists in disbelief, it's actually starting to synthesize. Singu whips out a golden card, ready to seal the deal with this final play. Now, pay attention, this massive burst of energy is about to change everything. She squints at the blinding light. Singu watches closely as the bike breaks down into its individual components. Arin reaches out like a frustrated kid, annoyed she has to close her eyes during the most important part. I feel like a background character, she grumbles. Singu just gives her a look, asking why she's obsessed with the weird stuff. He studies the essence within the flames. A fusion of modern tech and mana, this is definitely a treasure. Actually, it's raw magic that's absorbed technology. He smiles, realizing it's no longer just a machine, it's pure magic. The stats confirm it, and a double plus rank magic motorcycle with mastery over 2500. This mount was forged from dungeon materials and mana. It runs on pure energy and can even fly. Singu stands there speechless. Seha approaches the bike, eyes wide. He raises his hands and yells, This is incredible. Singu tells him if he behaves, he'll let him take it for a spin. Seha immediately snaps into a salute. You're the best, boss. Loyalty for life. Arin rolls her eyes and pushes Singu toward the door, leaving him totally confused. She puts her hands on her hips and declares she needs to get some cooking done. So either get out, or go take that new bike of yours for a test drive. He throws on his jacket and waves. Seha already has his helmet on. See you later, Arin. We'll be back soon. They're cruising down the road smoothly. Singu can feel the mana being drawn from the fuel tank, so that's how it works. He realizes he can use his own mana or just refill the tank with crystals. Then, he shouts out a command. Now here's where it gets wild. You and I are going stealth. Here's the catch. Stealth mode automatically turns off after a set time, or if you bump into anything. Singu is loving this. Seha adds that being invisible makes them the ultimate ambush team. Flushed with excitement, Seha shouts, "Boss, let's take off." Singu remembers it flies too and switches the bike's mode. The front wheel lifts off the ground, and suddenly, the bike shoots straight up into the open sky. Seha yells in excitement as the ground shrinks away. Singu sighs and reminds him, "Seha, you have wings, why are you so shocked?" They leave the busy streets far below them. Even Singu has to admit it, this thing is undeniably cool. But then his mind starts racing. What if he used this bike to fly all the way up to Sky City? A warning pops up, 30 seconds of stealth remaining. Singu curses under his breath, while a terrified Seha begs him to land. He grits his teeth, knowing it's too much for today. But one day, he's going to make it happen. The stealth effect starts fading as they approach the castle near the Sky City. Then, the scene shifts. The table is covered in incredible-looking food. Singu takes a bite and his eyes go wide. It's delicious. Arin just watches him with a smirk. She puts her hands on her hips and brags that she's been cooking for herself for a long time now. He looks down at his meal, amazed that she managed to turn that bizarre monster meat into something this tasty. Avoiding her gaze, he admits he thought she was only good for complaining and flapping her wings around. He's shocked by her hidden talent, which just makes Arin snap at him. "I'm a healer too, remember? I saved your life." He pretends it's just coming back to him. Oh right, the healing. Arin looks like she's about to lose it. And that's where we leave them with full bellies and a flying bike. Trust me, it only gets crazier from here. Stick with me, you and I are diving back into Singu's life, where a simple meal involves eating 1.5 tons of food. She asks casually while serving him, "So where is the motorcycle?" Both guys suddenly choke on their food. Arin demands the truth, asking what he did with it. He tries to look cool and says it is just a little bit. Seha steps in to calm the tension. He suggests they might have pushed every nation into a technological arms race. Arin slams the table, asking if they actually got caught. Singu waves his hands to reassure her, saying he wore a helmet so they could not see his face. Now watch this, things go viral fast. Screams erupt because Singu's photo is currently trending all over the internet. She snaps at Seha, asking if he was in human form then, forcing him to nervously explain he just wanted to feel the bike better. Tabloids fill Arin's mind as she realizes the web is full of analytical articles. She starts seriously filtering the data. Other governments are already badgering South Korea about the mystery rider and the technology behind his legendary treasure. Singu gives a strained smile, admitting he actually feels kind of bad for the government. She glares, asking how he can laugh at a time like this while letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Switching back to her bossy mode, she reminds him he is on dish duty. He does not dare refuse and just mumbles, "I know." Singu gets to work, diligently scrubbing every single plate. After finishing, he stretches and declares it is done. Arin brings over fruit and tells him to eat some while she peels apples. The three of them laugh and eat together. Singu finally collapses onto the bed with a tired groan. He rolls over, mentioning that this rest area really feels like home now. You and I know he cannot stay still for long. He suddenly sits up and shouts it is time to head back to the dungeon. It has not even been a full day. He seriously replies that one day of rest is enough. Singu laughs while changing clothes, preparing for a different world and the Thunder God's trial. He says he was tense but is relaxed now, and resting any longer would just lead to mistakes. She argues that most players rest for a month after a dungeon because they are completely exhausted. Singu interrupts her while changing, explaining he fully recovers every single time he levels up, meaning there is absolutely no fatigue left. Even so, she and Seha spread their wings to follow him. She whispers to Seha that they can probably maintain human forms once they hit level 200. Singu promises to work hard for them. Someone kills the mood, telling Singu to please take it easy on them. He checks their resources, noting the essence seeds in the rest area are running low. He suggests keeping the dungeon seeds for a while, but Arin shrinks down and tells him they need better armor. She is clearly annoyed. He is getting stronger daily, but his armor is pathetic. He is only okay because of his weirdly high luck. Singu mulls over the words weapons and armor as a sudden realization flashes through his mind. He remembers his Kina helmet. Without another word, He opens a spatial portal. He planned to put it away after the Unagisan meal but forgot. Singu accidentally touches something strange inside the drawer. It is Kana's head in his palm. A long silence follows before he admits he honestly did not know Kana was a girl. Seha facepalms at his denseness, saying the name already sounds feminine. Singu quickly changes the subject. He decides to wash the helmet first, joking that it makes him look like some kind of stylish villain. He gently places the helmet in the bottom drawer, his face filled with sudden doubt. He suddenly screams, followed by Arin. Even while terrified, Seha tries to see what is happening. Is that head moving again? A new item notification appears, the essence of Hankanako++. The helmet is absorbing the shattered armor due to divine power. If he can find power from an even stronger god, things will change. A new body and soul will be created. Singu grumbles about the strange situation. He complains he cannot use it as a projectile weapon anymore, leaving her completely speechless at his priorities. The mark on his hand glows. He realizes the soul collection tattoo is the key, but he will definitely need many more souls. Arin checks their loot, noting they have eel scales and bones, but it is nowhere near enough for the job. Singu puts the helmet away, realizing Kina will be sitting in his inventory for a long time. Trust me, you and I are about to see some serious carnage now that his berserk gun has finally awakened. Alright, stick with me, you are about to see our main character evolve past the point of being exhausted after just one shot. He is no longer drained after a single attack, but he still prefers throwing Kina around. She playfully warns that Marina Bazette will be very upset. Unable to win the argument, he quickly changes the subject toward the next dungeon, hoping to finally find a monster that is actually strong. The party steps through the shimmering gate, arriving at haunted dungeon number 298. He wonders if players actually retire from a place like this. Kana spirit form shouts out in excitement. Singu looks on, quite surprised to realize that spirits can actually manifest like this. Now, pay attention, her eyes are shining like stars because she sees a human here who is incredibly powerful. Striking a pose, he demands a quest. Just like that, Singu becomes a whirlwind of destruction, wiping out a whole crowd of minor mobs. The spirit is moved to tears, claiming his performance was beyond perfect and offering herself as his reward. He is not interested and just wants a skill. She keeps trying to sell herself, but luckily, he already has the soul control skill. She laments her miserable state, but Singu is not having it and barks a sharp command at her. He tells her straight up that he does not need her, yet she keeps insisting. He patiently listens to the rest of the demands. Completing every task the spirits give him is effortless. His skills are clearly far beyond normal, and every single soul in the dungeon starts offering themselves to him as if they had all pre-planned it. The system pings he currently owns 84 souls. New souls keep flocking to him, begging to serve, but his response is always the same cold rejection. He ignores the flaming seal on his hand while complaining about how he ended up collecting every single wandering soul around. Tiny Seha cheers in excitement, calling him a true soul collector now, boss. Entering the next dungeon, the team praises his progress. With so many souls following him, he looks like a literal god of the underworld, but he just humbly brushes it off. He gives a wicked smile, challenging the dungeon. It is filled with deadly traps, but he casually offers to wipe them all out. Singu immediately begins tearing through the monster nest with his overwhelming power. You and I both know the grind never stops, and check out those stats. He has finally hit level 99. Arin looks on with a mix of concern and awe. She knows he leveled up, but the fact that he has not rested once is just insane. Singu does not even blink at the horde of monkey devils charging him. This much effort? It is barely a warm-up. She points out that in some dungeons, even the common mobs are level 100, which helped him squeeze out 2 more levels. With one swing, he cleaves the lead devil in half before launching the remains into the air. He is bored of fighting these weaklings. Seeing his savage strength, the remaining monsters fall into a feral frenzy. The whole pack uses their numbers to surround him. Arin warns they are level 140 monsters that players hate as much as greater demons. Each one charges up its own unique ultimate move at once. A massive explosion of energy rocks the ground, and the devils cackle, thinking they have finally finished him off. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts from the center of the smoke. A golden light, the call of the Reaper, cuts through the entire pack. Singu poses while waiting for his rewards. Level 10 poison resistance, Level 9 lightning resistance, Level 6 fire and curse resistance, Level 4 wind, Level 3 ice and earth. He checks his weapon while observing the update. He wanted ice and earth at level 4, but getting hit on purpose still did not work. Determined, he realizes he needs much stronger opponents to level these up. The only way is to find a boss variant. Radiating pure killing intent, he turns back toward the remaining monkey devils. He is officially done with them. Those closest to him are erased by a few basic strikes. The survivors freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. They try one last desperate swarm, but Singu puts all his weight into a massive swing of his death scythe. A 360-degree golden arc slices them all in two. The sound of system rewards rings out even as the dust settles. He quickly snatches up a random soul stone from the loot scattered across the floor. As he examines the stone, Arin mentions the clues they have found. They still do not know where these nest monsters, which first appeared in the Celestial City, actually come from. While Siha works hard gathering materials, Singu keeps up the casual chatter. He suggests that the mana and monsters in these nests must be coming from other worlds entirely. Confused and deep in thought, she tries to analyze the situation. She wonders if invaders from other worlds are using the data of deleted players just to manifest these dungeons into existence. He makes a bold declaration. He has decided to stop overthinking all the mystery. He gives a mischievous smirk. It does not matter if they are gods or monsters. He is just going to crush them all. And that is why we love this guy. No complicated plans, just pure, unadulterated destruction. Stick around to see who he smashes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Singu push his limits to open this room. He stands brave against a massive monster. The beast raises a human-like hand and summons a vortex of purple flames. It fires a massive blast at the young man, but Singu is ready. He activates his power, grinning as he tests exactly how much force he can unleash. His resistance is skyrocketing. Arin flies beside him, complaining that this outcome was obvious from the start. Suddenly, Goma creeps toward a blind spot with insane speed. He plays a game of hit and run, forcing Singu to block with his Earthwolf claws while he carefully plans his next move. He just needs to take the hits until the boss runs out of mana. The pressure mounts as the attacks get faster. 3 hours later, Goma is exhausted. His arms are heavy, and he's completely out of moves. Pathetic. Despite his efforts, the flames are now weak. Singu mocks him, asking if he is finally out of mana. Seeing his chance, Singu delivers a lethal blow to Goma's head. Goodbye. The impact is so hard his head sinks into his chest. The body vanishes into a pile of top-tier loot. Dungeon Area 121 is officially cleared, and it's time to calculate the final results. He puts his weapons away and mentions he's almost reached level 100. Arin suggests they go celebrate. This sounds perfect to Singu, who quickly agrees with a nod. But the system suddenly glitches. Experience gains are cancelled. Earth is changing, and they are being kicked out for their own safety. Frozen in shock, he looks around and asks what on earth is happening. Singu is furious. How can they have server maintenance right when he's about to get his reward? The server teleports all three of them out without another word. The screen flickers. Earth is transitioning into a new era. He sighs at the corny name, but Saiha spots something far more terrifying happening right in front of them. Pay attention, this isn't just a simple system update. It's a total collapse of everything they once knew. The city is unrecognizable, buried under fire and piles of rubble. Singu can't believe it. What happened? The ground is literally torn apart into jagged fragments scattered everywhere. He watches the entire process as the world changes. It looks like the earth is cracking open, its crust being torn apart while a strange new reality fills in the gaps. He analyzes the situation while Arin falls into deep thought. She's glad he's finally a true mana user, even if the current situation is a total nightmare. Standing amidst the flames, Singu realizes this mana doesn't belong to players or gods. He looks at the ground and concludes it's the Earth's own energy. You saw that too, right? Seiha suddenly wonders if the invaders are the ones behind this disaster. Singu shakes his head. This is way too massive for them to pull off. It makes more sense that the Earth itself is reacting. Singu remembers that monster in the rain back then. The world was filled with dense mana. Arin calls his name from behind. Singu walks calmly, trying to reassure both of them. He doesn't have time to dwell on vague memories right now. He stares at his phone, lips pressed tight. If the world is ending, his mother could be in grave danger. He calls repeatedly, but there is absolutely no answer. The signal is dead. The entire network has crashed. She points out that the towers were probably destroyed. Singu won't give up. He'll keep moving until he finds a signal. He opens a spatial portal to summon his demonic motorcycle. He snaps his helmet on, ready for anything. A group of survivors spots him and stares in total disbelief. They realize he's the mysterious pro player, but Singu ignores the gossip and tears off down the road. Suddenly, the motorcycle starts hovering high in the air. He tells them his bike is too small and they aren't in immediate danger yet. Terrified groups of people start chasing the motorcycle, begging for any kind of help. Wait for me. Singu looks down at the chaos. Let's pause here. This looks like a war zone. Arin is terrified by the scale of this suffering. Will they all die? He reminds her that while many won't make it, they simply can't save everyone right now. Suddenly, he stops talking. His eyes widen in pure shock. An ogre has appeared and is leveling the city. Did a dungeon break nearby? Seiha breaks into a cold sweat. If monsters are loose, the city is doomed. The monster screams and shreds a car apart in a blind rage. It lowers its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour the crying civilians. Singu grits his teeth, unable to stand by. Damn it, He kicks the bike into high gear battle mode. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens when he charges that beast. You and I are about to watch this hero go all out. Light streaks down to the front lines while he pulls two civilians away from danger. They lean on each other, desperately trying to show their gratitude, but he coldly urges them to go. Gripping his weapon, he knows there is no time. He has to make sure his mother is safe. He grits his teeth, telling himself he won't let these man-eaters kill anyone right in front of him. Finally, he confronts the beast. Arin hesitates, noticing its mana is over level 200, a monster like she's never seen before. It lets out a painful roar as it suffers, but its wounds close instantly. Singu mutters impatiently as Seha realizes it's an ogre, a race known for high regeneration. He tightens his grip, confirming the grim reality. Only ogres regenerate like that, though I've only seen one in the Heavenly City database. Arin asks if players hadn't already conquered them. Pay attention here. I thought these only appeared after clearing level 35 dungeons. He immediately defends his theory. The blue skin, giant body, and healing factor all match the descriptions perfectly. Singu stays out of the talk, gripping a bus handle to use as a weapon. His face is more serious than ever. The beast lunges and throws a bus at him, but Singu doesn't even flinch. He kicks it away with a powerful strike. Before the vehicle even hits the ground, he builds up momentum and leaps high into the air for a finishing blow. The ogre fights back, swinging its massive arms through the concrete. But our hero is already one step ahead. Singu stabs with a scythe fueled by energy hot enough to burn the world. The ogre tries to block the blinding golden light. His voice rings out like a final judgment. One strike is all it takes. A massive tower of mana slams into the center. He lands softly next to the burning corpse. Sihan notes that it can't regenerate while it's still on fire. Real-world system alerts pop up. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. Singu stands tall, releasing a blast of energy before pulling the massive monster into his storage space. From a distance, a young man calls for help with their flipped car. He just lets out a long, tired sigh. You and I both know he's not their servant. He tells them to handle it themselves because doing everything is just too much. Without another word, Singu hops back onto his combat vehicle. Suddenly, Zoga blasts into the air, leaving them in awe. He touches his helmet to pulse a sonar scan, but feels nothing. If a dungeon opened nearby, there should be more ogres, or at least some traces left behind. He smiles at the realization. That means only one thing: the ogre must have formed naturally right there. Seha looks on with curiosity, wondering what is happening to the world. Checking his phone, he says Earth is likely changing to deal with all these invaders. Suddenly, he shouts in surprise. His phone is finally working again. Arin immediately urges him to call his mother right now. Singu presses the phone to his ear, looking worried. She listens nervously to every sound from the call. "Mother, are you safe?" he asks while moving through the air. "What? A massive bunker? Where did she get that?" Ha Zim explains that he had already prepared a perfect shelter just like that. She asks if he wants to come over. He warns her to stay put because things are too unpredictable right now. But she's firm, telling him she's safe and there is no need for him to come. Suddenly, the system announces the start of a brand new era. Transformations are complete, and both resting areas and dungeons are now open. Seeing the data, he finally relaxes. Hazim's gentle voice returns, saying she told him it would be fine. Without saying anything else, he ends the call abruptly and looks over the smoke and ruins of the chaotic city below. Arin softly calls his name as he signals for her to wait. He's thinking about something. Then, he clenches his fists with a determined smile on his face. His mother is safe. So now he can focus on doing what he does best. He's going to wipe out every monster that appeared. Seha raises her hand in agreement. Visions of strange lands and monsters flash through his mind. Heavenly City, ant nests, and other worlds. On Earth, the invasion has officially begun. Singu is excited. This is the start of Earth's new era. This is where we leave it for now. Earth just became a battlefield. Even the news can't explain what's coming next. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where monsters are evolving in ways nobody expected. The government is scrambling to control players while rushing production of specialized cannons. The Ministry of Defense is even teaming up with high-tech corporations to build brand new anti-monster weapons. Singu sits back, watching the news report and muttering about how chaotic everything has become. He closes his eyes for a moment. This is just human nature. Monsters won't suddenly make people act moral. We should be cooperating to save humanity, but they are focused on power. Beside him, Arin nods, agreeing that everything the government is trying to do feels like a total waste of time. Singu stands up, hands on hips. It is time to get back to work. Earth is a mess, but at least finding Falamana is easier now. He grins. Let us go monster hunting. Now pay attention, because here is where the action starts. A scream rips through the ruins as survivors flee from demons, only for Singu to suddenly appear and crush them with one strike. You and I saw that coming, right? The young survivor looks around, shocked. The monsters are gone. The survivor bows repeatedly in gratitude. but Singu just rests his massive weapon on his shoulder. Save the thanks and pay me later. Then he points at a guy pretending to be dead. You there, I know you can stand up, so get moving already. Once they are gone, Singu pulls out a secret probe to scan the entire area. But after a while, he sighs. I guess there is nothing special here either. He starts analyzing the situation. If these aren't coming from the invader's path, then these monsters are being created right here on Earth. Flying beside him, Seha adds that at least they aren't seeing powerhouses like the first archdevils they fought. Arin checks her phone, eyes glued to the screen. Singu, you are actually starting to go viral online. He shrugs it off. It is just a government tactic turning someone into a hero to make everyone else feel obligated. Wait. He stops in his tracks. Wait, me? Trending? The screen shows a perfect shot of him smashing those monsters. Singu covers his mouth, staring at the screen in pure disbelief. Oh, Sanaga. Arin crosses her arms, mocking him. So that is where your faith lies? He didn't miss the chance. Singu strikes a pose. Honestly, he looks pretty cool. Arin just groans, waving her hand in total annoyance. You are getting so irritating. Seha reads some comments and laughs. Your face is hidden, but you have got a brand new nickname. Singu winces. Do not read them, but Seha emphasizes the name anyway. Nuclear Hammer. Singu repeats it, annoyed. I told you not to read that. Arin can't help but burst out laughing. Singu looks over. Are you laughing too? She shakes her head. No, I am just glad you are finally getting recognized. Seha clenches his fists. I hated how you did everything in secret when you deserved all the attention from the start. Let's pause here, because this is where we see Shingu's true burden. He has no wings like other players and no access to celestial dungeons, yet he carries a secret that could change the world. You and I need to watch this closely. I can open paths to other worlds. That is my real power. If that gets out, I will be seen as an invader. His hand tightens with determination. But you know what? I really do not care anymore. I am strong enough to win. Seha cheers him on. You don't have to be careful anymore. Singu nods. Fine, but the helmet stays. Wasting no time, he summons his bike from subspace. I cannot hunt every single one of them, but I can definitely take out the ones bothering people. The engine roars as he tears through the air, leaving a trail of fire. Below, two winged players spot him streaking across the sky. Whoa, look at that. It is him. Looking down, Singu notes that the other players are finally starting to step up their game. One player wonders what that treasure is. The other frowns, unable to guess which dungeon it came from since nobody has cleared rank 33 yet. Arin follows close behind. The Whirlwind Guild is making moves too. She worries they might leave the country. Singu assumes the government gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. He remembers Harry Ang's arrogant face and speeds up. That guy is definitely going to come looking for trouble. Arin is surprised. Do you have a foresight skill? Singu explains that since he is a viral star now, he is outshining Whirlwind. They will hate that. Seha flies alongside him and nods in agreement. It makes sense. Singu closes his eyes. If they leave me alone, great. But if they don't, a wicked smile spreads across his face as he vows to make them pay. Seha is speechless, telling him he looks like a total villain. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing that. Contrary to Singu's predictions, they didn't even run into the guild after 3 full days passed. But a chance encounter is about to change everything as golden hair flutters in the wind. A strange girl with twin tails crosses her arms and speaks, found you at last. Once she spots him, Marina waves excitedly and says it's great to see him again after so long. The air suddenly goes still as the two of them just stare into each other's eyes. Seeing that he doesn't react at all, she just keeps chatting away without a care. Since he was traveling all over the place, it took her quite a while to finally track him down. She asks how he's been, mentioning that she's doing just fine herself, but Singu plays dumb and tries to avoid her, saying she has the wrong person. Marina is disappointed, reminding him they fought a whole battle together, but he still acts totally confused. This cold and distant attitude leaves her standing there completely stunned and speechless. That won't stop Marina though. She starts firing off questions about what he's been doing lately. She asks if he's still using the infinite time room, noting he looks like a different person. Singu finally gives in, admitting she's gotten a lot stronger too. While he's lost in thought for a moment, Marina's eyes are already sparkling with pure anticipation. Now watch this. Singu finally calls her name, and her face lights up because he actually remembered her. Marina takes the opportunity to make a request, asking him to finally tell her his name too. He doesn't rush to answer, suggesting they go somewhere else since this is going to be a long talk. She points to the city below, happy he's willing to talk, and tells him to follow her. They both speed off toward a place she's already picked out. Arin teases him, saying he's being much better behaved than she expected. Singu just gives a cold response. He explains he simply has something important to tell her. Arin looks shocked for a second until he clarifies the situation. Marina was the one who gave him the gun belonging to the god of lightning. But since he destroyed that god's avatar, Marina might be seen as a traitor. He scratches his head, feeling guilty, knowing he won't sleep well unless he warns her about offending the god of lightning. After hearing the whole story, Arin suddenly raises her voice and asks if that's really all there is. She wonders if he has any other plans, which only makes Singu feel more confused about her meaning. You and I can see where her head is at. Arin asks if he's planning to do anything. Suspicious. But Singu's mind is much purer than that. He wouldn't pick a fight with someone so talented and kind, since he's not the type to look for trouble. His blunt answer makes her blush. Oh, of course not, she says, quickly trying to play it off. She giggles to herself afterward, leaving him puzzled. Right then, Marina excitedly announces that they've finally arrived. She introduces the building right in front of them, the Korean branch of the BVI company. That name shocks Seha. It's a world-famous IT company from Silicon Valley. Before long, they land safely on the rooftop. After walking a few steps, Singu starts to ask her if she was actually hired by this huge company. The answer is a total shocker. Her brother is the owner. Singu's smile freezes on his face. She repeats it more clearly. BVI belongs to her brother, so they can use everything in the building however they want. Singu starts to guess what the B stands for, but Marina cuts him off before he can finish. It's short for BZ. She tells him they have much more important things to discuss right now. Arin can't hide her jealousy. Marina is beautiful, a top-tier player, and comes from an incredibly wealthy family. She wonders if the world is just unfair. Singu looks at her awkwardly, saying she has those things too. After heading downstairs, an elevator opens. But strangely, she starts hitting a bunch of different floor buttons as soon as they step inside. This weird behavior makes Singu extremely curious about what she's actually trying to do. Is there some secret trick to the buttons? They stand there in a heavy, suffocating silence. Marina finally breaks the awkward atmosphere, saying she'll explain why she was looking for him first. She makes a sudden request, asking him to go to Arizona with her. Singu hesitates, wondering what's out there. She doesn't hold back any information, explaining her reasons for the trip in great detail. She assumes he'll fight alongside her against these gods. Singu just gives her a judging look and repeats her words. Marina tries to persuade him, explaining the earth is changing and mana levels are becoming very concerning. She can feel the energy coming from the center of these changes, and it's unlike anything before. Her eyes turn serious. She warns him that this will be the worst battle he's ever experienced. And trust me, you and I can see the hype. Singu isn't scared at all. He's actually smiling with pure excitement. Trust me, you and I need to see if Marina can actually handle what is coming next. She emphasizes that this Arizona incident is a massive deal, the biggest case in the entire United States. She sighs over her fate. She was put in charge because she saw its importance, but she has nobody to trust. Marina recalls spotting Singu earlier. Suddenly, the powerful player gets right in his face, looking intense and reliable. Her eyes are full of desperate hope. She realizes this is the perfect time to team up again. She tries every trick to recruit him, promising she is not just using him for her own gain. She offers a fair price, but when Singu asks what that is, Marina stammers, realizing she might have overpromised. She offers a date as a reward, making Arin jump in and shout that she is the only one for Singu. Marina freezes at the sight of the tiny girl. Arin feels a sudden chill and tries to hide behind Singu. She ducks away the moment Marina calls her name. Arin immediately denies it, claiming she is the wrong person. Before she can escape, Marina grabs her. Up close, she is certain it is Arin, but somehow tiny and adorable. It turns out she is still alive. Arin struggles to break free, shouting for Marina to just let her go. Seha can only laugh at the awkward scene. Even Singu has to admit that the small Arin is quite cute. His quiet comment makes Marina delusional. She asks if he is talking about her, and if he finally likes her. Singu is actually impressed by her imagination. He tells her she should be a novelist instead of a player. Singu notices their surroundings. They are somewhere incredibly high up, and she is pressing weird buttons. Marina keeps it mysterious, telling him he has no idea what he is about to witness. Now pay attention, because what they find behind this door is going to change the game. The elevator bell dings and the metal doors slide open, revealing the curious and expectant faces of our trio. In front of them sits a strange spatial gateway. Its emerald blue film spins in a mesmerizing, hypnotic circle. Singu cannot hide the shock written all over his face. He stammers out a question, asking what this thing is. He guesses it might be a connection point, but Marina corrects him. It is a full-blown instant teleportation gate. He clenches his fists in shock. He never imagined that Earth civilization could have advanced this much without him. Marina brags that this is all thanks to the Pale Manazabe research and the efforts of the association. Since the tech was built in the other world, they only had to copy the blueprints here on Earth. She explains the plan. They built one before, but it consumed way too much mana to be practical. However, recent events have changed everything. The atmosphere on Earth is now overflowing with raw mana. Singu connects the dots. She is using that abundant atmospheric mana to finally power up the gate. She signals with her finger, confirming he is exactly right. It is currently only for headquarters. Singu wonders why they chose Korea over so many other locations. You and I both know she is just flirting. But watch Singu's hilarious reaction to her charms. Singu just gives her a look of pure disgust. Marina flushes with embarrassment, telling him not to be mean. She crosses her arms poutily. She was coming here anyway, so using the gate first just made sense. Korea was always a top candidate for this tech, especially since it is where the monsters first appeared. Marina stresses how serious things are. Right now, the eyes of the entire world are fixed on South Korea. Recalling the brutal battles in Sanha and Seorakwo, Singu has to admit that she is telling the truth. Setting that aside, she points at Aaron. She demands to know why the girl is traveling with him. Aaron snaps back with some serious attitude. She is not about to give up her secrets that easily. They were dragged here just to see a gate. She asks if Marina really thinks they would just talk. Marina guesses that Singu saved Arin right before she was about to be erased, though that comes later. Singu warns her that while he succeeded, she should never try it herself. But Marina will not stop. She asks if Aaron's tiny size is some kind of punishment. Aaron dodges her hand like she is avoiding a plague. So, what do you and I make of this secret? We are about to get the real answer. Alright, let's dive back in. She looks completely fascinated by Seonggu's story, and honestly, you and I would be too. Marina finally lets her guard down and reveals her secret wish. What is your name again? Is it still a mystery? Alright, you and I are about to see the mask come off. Singu stops hiding, and his handsome face leaves her completely frozen for a few seconds. Finally, Marina gets exactly what she wanted. His real name is Dung Singu. She can't help but ask why he would ever hide such a face. Singu just keeps it simple. He has personal reasons for staying incognito. Marina just snaps her fingers and teases him. So he's a shady guy? Well, she doesn't really care about that. Singu puts his items away and gets serious. He asks about the price for helping her out today. Then he drops the bombshell, it is free. That one word leaves her totally stunned. Singu explains awkwardly that he actually owes her a favor, so they are just calling it even this time. Marina blushes, surprised he feels indebted. They start looking back at their previous battle together to figure things out. Her voice goes high with disbelief. He actually fought an avatar of the Thunder God? That is seriously cool. She gets even more excited hearing how he used the Thunder God power to supercharge his own assault rifle. He definitely taught that god a lesson, but Singu warns her that the deity probably holds a grudge now. Instead of being scared, she just shrugs it off with total confidence. It is fine. She was going to take him down anyway, so she considers Singu's actions as doing her a favor. Marina asks one more time just to be sure. He really does not want anything in return for this? Singu just shrugs. If she is that desperate to pay him back, she can just help him out once when he asks later. With the deal done, she heads for the portal. So, he is coming along, right? Singu hesitates, asking about the failure rate. She claims 0%, saying it always works even though they have only used it once. She jumps in first to prove it. Singu just scratches his head, hoping the portal does not actually end him. Finally, he steps into the gate. All four of them float through an endless void, getting pulled toward a bright light. Everyone except Singu collapses on the floor the second they come out the other side. Seha groans, feeling like he just went on 100 roller coaster rides. Arin can only let out a weak, exhausted cry. She looks at him, totally dazed, asking how he is so fine. Singu just flexes, saying he is good at everything physical. Aaron gets a bit annoyed. He is so frustrating, but she is honestly pretty jealous of him. Marina manages to stand up despite the dizziness. They need to move before they run into any unwanted trouble here. Just as she says that, an elevator dings. Someone is coming, pay attention here because things are about to change. Marina stares at the door, on high alert. Seha and Arin immediately activate their camouflage barriers to hide themselves. The person stepping out of the elevator catches everyone off guard with a bright, sunny smile. Marie, he asks if she really brought him here. Marina just looks exhausted seeing him. Oh, it is Ethan. Singu quietly sizes him up, thinking things just got complicated. He used a nickname, so you and I can bet that is her brother. Aaron is impressed by Ethan's polished look, admitting that he is actually quite cool. Even Seha has to agree. The guy looks like a total model in that suit. Ethan explains the situation. He was worried because they took so long. The government is sniffing around, keeping him busy. Hearing that, Marina immediately guesses it might be the work of the Imperial Guild. He warns them that they might run into those guys outside, so they need to be extremely careful from here on. Ethan politely steps forward to introduce himself, thanking everyone for their cooperation with his sister. He is Ethan, secretary of B&I. He jokes that his sister has probably been a total handful. Marina jumps in, insisting she is not trouble and that they are officially partners now. Singu shakes his hand, introducing himself as Dung Singu. He clarifies he is only helping Marina temporarily, which clearly annoys her. Ethan just laughs at her reaction. She is always like this, especially when she actually likes someone. He gives Singu a cryptic warning. He is sure Marina is going to bother him even more from now on. He asks for Singu's patience, saying she means well, but Marina just screams at him to stop talking nonsense. Ethan plays the part of the long-suffering older brother. She has been violent since long before she became a player. He honestly does not think any man on this entire planet could ever put up with her temper. He bows thankfully. You and I can see he is relieved. Singu is here to take her off his hands. All right, you and I are about to see Marina hit her limit. She is absolutely fuming right now. Ethan? Yeah, the guy can be a bit much. If I do not back off, he might actually drill me. Back to the elevator. I already warned Marie, but there are definitely people out there trying to block us. Ethan looks like he is itching for action. He tells me to do my thing while he handles everything. As soon as those elevator doors shut, Marina lets out a huge sigh. Finally, that guy is gone. She warns Singu to stay away from those types. He is confused and asks if she hates him. She dodges the question and pivots. All right, let's move. Time to head to the Grand Canyon. Soon, a trail of white smoke cuts through the volcanic cliffs. Singu and Marina are flying on their bike. Even so, Singu is not exactly thrilled. He never imagined his first trip here would look like this. But Marina is loving it. She thought it would take forever, but this bike gets them there instantly. Singu introduces his bike with total pride. Aaron peeks out from his pocket, curious. Wait, you actually gave this thing a name? He explains it stands for Sleipnir, but Marina has heard enough. She tells him not to explain. Marina is curious though. She asks if he will ever share the secrets behind how he built it. Singu plays it cool. If the big companies can invent teleportation, they can probably figure this bike out too. She is annoyed he is hiding his secrets. Copying magic is one thing, but merging it with Earth tech? She starts guessing. Is this the power of a god? Like, some divine energy? Did he get this power from Rhea? Singu shuts it down. No, the bike changed while hunting monsters. Suddenly, he spots something up ahead and tenses up. Wait, now pay attention, because a dark vortex just appeared in their path. Singu has felt this energy before. Even Marina gets dead serious. This is bad. It belongs to the god of monsters. A reaper stands in the light, trying to intimidate them. Marina does not hesitate. She pulls her gun and sends that reaper straight back to where it came from. Singu watches as the bullet tears through the air. It is a direct shot, aimed perfectly. The reaper falls, crumbling into nothing before it can even land a single hit. Singu is genuinely impressed by the quick takedown. Now that was a lethal shot. Marina holsters her weapon with a smirk. It is her unique skill, combining lethal bullets with other abilities. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, she admits she only realized it because of him. Singu feels like a retired master. He tells her he has nothing left to teach her anymore. Marina pushes back, telling him he needs to keep up. She is sure he will find a better way. He brushes it off. Maybe if he has time. She catches his vibe. Wait, did you lose a match? Singu just gives a bored. Yeah. Marina hates his attitude. He decides to land the bike and continue the journey on the ground. He guns the engine and blasts off, leaving smoke behind to lose the two pursuing reapers. But up above, 4 more are already waiting with weapons drawn, looking for a chance to strike. Surrounded? No problem. Marina pulls both guns, her gaze cold and focused as she locks onto them. The air fills with gunfire and the monsters start vanishing. The duo easily blasts their way forward, but the sheer numbers are starting to worry Singu. Just how many monsters are out here? Marina explains they are likely expanding their territory. We just need to aim for the core. That is exactly what he was thinking. So, where is this core? But her answer is useless. She has no clue. Singu mutters about how reliable she is. Then, something else catches his eye. They have stumbled right into a massive nest. The monsters are fully armed and laughing like maniacs. Singu freezes for a second. Oh boy, here they go again. He flashes back to an old fight. That name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, he clutches his head. He screams out the name Kina. Trust me, you and I need to know if he just lost everything. Stick with me, Singu's answer has Marina stunned. To be fair, he just lost his best living corpse to those guys. Marina keeps pushing, asking about his lover. Singu refuses to let anything slip, insisting there's no such thing going on. While they're talking, the Death Reapers finish their preparations and attack. She doesn't hesitate for a second, firing back instantly. They're taken out before they can even process it. It's way too easy, leaving Singu feeling bored. He just wants higher-tier monsters. She actually agrees with him on that point. She's sure high-level monsters have something good, like that bell from before. Now she's curious, what did he do with it? Singu plays it off naturally, saying it broke so he doesn't really remember. She clearly doesn't buy his story for a second. There he goes again. Marina shoots him a sharp, suspicious look as they move forward. She continues to coolly take down every Death Reaper that tries to close the distance. Having proved her strength, she makes a proposal. If another artifact appears, will he give it to her? She's working hard after all. When it comes to treasure, Singu doesn't play favorites. She'll have to work hard if she wants to keep an artifact for herself. Marina isn't backing down, claiming she'll beat him fairly for it. He actually likes the sound of that challenge. That's exactly what he wants to hear. Arin chimes in, reminding them they're supposed to be fighting the undead right now. Now pay attention, something massive is crashing the party. A herd of Naima is gathering on the cliffs, and their numbers are terrifying. Marina can't hide her shock when she sees them. They're Naima, but they look exactly like the living dead. Singu figures it out fast. The undead killed them and turned them into their own kind. He pulls a stone from his inventory. He hurls it at the Naima to test their strength. One unlucky monster takes a direct hit and screams out in pain. It collapses instantly, leaving the others confused. Marina starts analyzing the situation right away. His strike didn't break its armor, it just knocked it out from shock. Singu notes they'd make some pretty great armor themselves. He reveals his plan to find Kana a new body. Hopefully, he can track down their leader while he's at it. Marina suddenly freezes as if she just remembered something critical. She speaks up, her voice laced with genuine worry. Wait, Singu, she thinks they're about to run into the people the death gods warned her about. She remembers their banners vividly. The Emperor Guild. Her face turns pale knowing they're nearby. These guys are dangerous. Her reaction makes Singu take things seriously. He asks if those guys are actually players. Marina is surprised by the question. He doesn't answer, sensing their mana is totally different from the undead. You and I know Singu doesn't do caution. He hits the gas, saying they'll know the truth once they get there. She wasn't ready for the sudden acceleration and nearly falls off. She yells at him to wait as they speed away. The vehicle tears across the barren land, drifting sharply to avoid obstacles. Thick white smoke billows out from the tires. Standing right in front of them are the members of the Emperor Guild. Seeing Saria standing tall and frowning, Singu asks if she's the leader. He notices her hair looks different than he remembered. One minute it's pigtails, the next it's a ponytail. He doesn't wait for them to speak, warning them to leave since he arrived first. His blunt warning actually makes Saria laugh out loud. She asks if arriving first even matters when it comes to hunting monsters. To be honest, she has a point there. Singu turns to Marina and asks if timing really doesn't matter, leaving her completely speechless. She decides to handle it since they've had bad run-ins before. Marina hops down and faces them. She waves a hand in a friendly way, calling out to Saria Wilson like they're old friends. Saria isn't feeling friendly at all. She gnashes her teeth, immediately recognizing Marina Basset. Marina keeps it polite, asking why she isn't at the UTA since she heard her guild was having trouble there. Saria crosses her arms and snaps back. Where they go is her choice, and this location is more important than Suntech City. Then she starts mocking her, saying Marina is just a tag-along for B&I. She asks if Marina thinks she can still give them orders. Singu suddenly cuts in with his own opinion. He admits what she said actually makes sense. Marina is furious, asking him whose side he's even on. That's when Saria finally notices him, asking who he is. Marina puts a hand on his shoulder and calls him her partner. This revelation genuinely shocks Saria, making her eyes go wide. Saria still mocks her. She thought Marina spent all her time in dungeons. You and I need to see what happens next. All right. You and I are diving into a scene where Singu is secretly reading the situation while the others are too busy bickering to notice. Not far off, an army of Reapers makes him cautious. The living dead are closing in fast and they look dangerous. Without wasting a single second, Singu reaches into his inventory and pulls out the legendary Thunder and Fury gun. He aims forward decisively, giving Saria a total shock. She can't believe he was actually given a weapon that powerful. Marina lets out a mocking laugh, which clearly annoys Singu. He gives her a quiet but firm warning. Hey there, Lady Leader. Watch closely, because Singu is about to prove to the arrogant Saria that even a single bullet can be devastating. Get ready for the charge shot. The moment Singu pulls the trigger, bolts of lightning begin leaking out from the weapon with intense energy. Saria's eyes widen in shock as she feels the overwhelming power, quickly signaling for her subordinates to get out of the way. A massive beam of light is fired directly into the sky, hitting a nearby cliff and triggering a world-shaking explosion that leaves everyone in total shock. Singu and the others watch the chaos from a distance, while Marina starts complaining because she doesn't grasp the danger. She claims it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but he just snaps back that he doesn't care about that at all. He's actually proud of his research on how to cause more destruction, but Arin immediately busts him for never researching anything. Seeing Marina still standing there dazed, Singu snaps her back to reality by asking if she's finally done with them. He stores the Thunder and Fury gun before hopping onto his high-speed bike, leaving Marina completely confused about his next move. What? Are you really not going to use the Thunder gun anymore? Singu admits that after that last massive blast, he's completely out of mana, so they both speed off like a bullet. Saria and her Empire Guild lackeys can only stand there and watch them leave without making a single move. It turns out she's still in shock, realizing that even Marina couldn't cause that much damage with just one shot. Saria's face is frozen in pure terror as she wonders who this guy really is. Meanwhile, the Reapers start leaping from the cliffs. Before they can even land, one is wiped out instantly, and the second one meets the exact same fate. Marina is the one behind the trigger, and she quickly spots even more targets closing in from the left. This time, a Reaper tries to throw a sharp weapon, but Marina shoots it into pieces before it can even get close. Her hands are a blur as she keeps firing, eyes locked onto her targets with absolute deadly precision. You and I both know one monster is never enough in these stories, just look at that massive horde coming for them. The sheer number of them actually makes Marina panic for a moment as they swarm the area. Realizing they're trapped, Singu quickly stores the bike and they both leap into the air as it vanishes into his inventory. He pulls out a different weapon and slams it into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through the entire area. With Marina supporting him from above, Singu grips his great claw and declares that it's time to start the real battle. On his command, the great claw grows to a massive size, and Singu glares at the Reapers with ice-cold eyes. He brings the weapon down in one decisive strike, completely shattering the ground beneath their feet. The impact creates a terrifying shockwave that kills the Reapers instantly, sending dust and debris flying in every single direction. Taking advantage of the chaos, Marina and Singu push forward until he successfully lands on the other side. The system immediately displays a notification that he has leveled up, boosting Shingu's confidence even further. He wonders if this will get him to level 100,010, assuming the low-tier trash is all gone. Marina looks at him with a suspicious gaze, wondering if there are still more powerful enemies waiting for them. Suddenly, Saria and the Empire Guild catch up and start opening fire on the monsters surrounding them. We won't lose here. Everyone keep attacking. She's convinced he's out of mana and can't kill high-level mobs, making her think this situation is actually in her favor. But Singu just masterfully spins his great claw, taking out a huge crowd of Reapers with a single sweeping strike. This is a total slap in the face for Saria, who can only watch in speechless shock as Singu admires his work. He looks back at her with a sharp, mocking gaze that says everything. Saria is absolutely fuming from the mockery, but before she can even speak, something else catches Shingu's attention. Another massive crowd of Reapers arrives to block their path, including an armored one that lunges forward with a scream. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what crazy weapon he pulls out next. See you in the next one. Alright, stick with me because Singu is about to show everyone why he is in a league of his own. Marina can barely believe her eyes, but she has her own problems to deal with, as a swarm of monsters closes in with deafening shrieks. Marina shakes off the shock and steels her resolve, refusing to let Singu have all the fun by himself. True to her word, she begins a deadly dance between the monsters with two guns in hand. Every single shot she fires sends another enemy straight to the dirt. Saria watches from the sidelines, her teeth clenched in pure jealousy. How did Marina get this strong so fast? Marina looks back with a proud smile, calling Singu her partner. This leaves Saria totally confused, wondering if this insane strength is just the power of love. Marina turns the tables with a look of mock pity, teasing Saria for being a fool who does not understand romance. Singu cuts them off immediately. If they have time to joke, they should be hunting monsters. Finally, the Imperial Guild joins the fray. He watches them closely from the side, noticing a brilliant golden aura radiating from every member of the Imperial Guild. That is when it clicks for Singu. He finally understands why they claim to be the rulers of the West Coast. The members of the SEH Guild are no match for them. These guys have mastered the art of controlling divine power. Right at that moment, 4 ghost deer spot his position and lock onto him. Now pay attention here, because Singu is about to uncover a dark truth about their power. They think they own it, but the gods are the ones truly pulling the strings. He carves through the ghost deer in seconds before making a cold calculation. If things go south, he will kill the guild before they transform. Suddenly, Marina calls out to him with total urgency. Singu! Gakko shares his concerns, warning that they must stop the Imperial Guild from reaching the fragments of Setnak at any cost. This makes Singu smile as he silently praises her for her insight. She is a master of mana control, so she obviously understands just how dangerous divine power can truly be. He doesn't hesitate to reveal the secret. It is already too late. They have already embraced the power of another god and received a blessing. Marina is absolutely stunned by this. She quickly pieces it all together. So that is why they are hunting the power of Setnak. Nearby, Saria grips her gun and drops into a low stance. She gives the order to activate her skill, shouting with every bit of spirit she has left. Her gun roars to life, firing a relentless barrage of bullets that trigger massive explosions in the distance. The thunderous noise draws in a group of demons. They rally each other, screaming about their sworn enemy, the light power. They vow to destroy everyone, claiming humans can never join their ranks. They must prove their loyalty through blood. Saria only gets more hyped. That is right, she is the eternal enemy they should be afraid of. But then Arin's face suddenly pales. She looks completely terrified by what she is seeing. She shouts to Singu that this is the light of the god Luhos. Marina recognizes the name immediately too. Singu is curious about how she knows this, and she explains the connection right away. She felt that same mana during her job advancement notification. It is the exact same energy. Singu is still confused. Lujos and Setnak? Aren't those two supposed to be at war? After seeing Syria fight the demons, a realization starts to dawn on him. This whole situation is incredibly strange. Why would the Imperial Guild come here while monsters are trashing other states? Just because they hate PEV? He realizes they might be here on a god's orders and demands they stop them. But Marina warns him first. There is no point in talking to them. They will just twist our words and misunderstand everything we say. Singu expected as much. He was already one step ahead of her warning. They just need to wrap this up before the guild does. But as they talk, a massive creature approaches. And just when you think it's over, the real threat finally shows its face. Singu isn't scared, he's excited for the armored boss. A massive armored ghost bear stands before them, clad in silver steel. It lets out a roar that shakes the earth. It swings a colossal paw to crush them, moving so fast that a normal person wouldn't even see it coming. A loud metallic clash rings out. Shingu's great wolf claw slices through the bear's talons like they were made of paper. Singu mocks the beast for being all bark and no bite. Without waiting for a response, he winds up a perfect golf swing. The giant bear is sent flying into the sky. Syria watches from below, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She grits her teeth in terror. That isn't a player standing there, it's a monster in human skin. Singu looks terrifyingly calm. Even the smaller monsters below can sense that their end is finally here. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a perfect, legendary swing. Alright, you and I are about to witness some absolute destruction as this demon bear lunges forward at light speed. Singu watches the massive explosion he helped ignite. The shockwave is so violent it nearly sweeps Marina away. Below, the weakest monsters huddle together like students waiting for exam results. Singu just smirks with pure arrogance. Brilliant. The monsters are finally retreating now that their leader is dead. This is how it should be. With a cool gesture, he orders everyone to collect the loot. Arin and Seha immediately fly out to obey. Singu turns around, and his sharp gaze locks onto Saria, making her heart skip a beat in fear. His voice drops low, carrying a heavy warning. I have my eyes on you. Your divine power clashes with this energy. His eyes turn ice cold. I am saying this for your own sake. Leave while I am still being nice. Saria points back in anger. We came for the Guardian's trace and we are not letting you just take it. This delusional plan makes Singu laugh. Luisos and Setnak are fighting. You cannot hope to control both their powers. Saria freezes in shock. How do you even know those names? He ignores her question and emphasizes every word. I will say it again. Leave while you are still human. She stubbornly grips her gun. Nonsense. We decide our own path. Go preach your warnings somewhere else. Realizing they will not listen, he just shrugs and turns away. Fine, have it your way. Watch this. His response is peak petty. He whispers to his allies that he did his part, and now he can just say I told you so when they turn into monsters. Arin is speechless at his childishness. You know, saying that actually makes you look like the villain here. Singu does not care. He summons his demon motorcycle. Let's go, Marina. She grabs her dual guns and runs over excitedly. After they mount up, Zoga prepares to blast off. Saria watches in disbelief. What? You are really just giving up and leaving that easily? Only the sound of the wind, and Shingu's voice answers her. Good luck. Try not to die too soon. His casual attitude makes Saria furious. A confused soldier asks, What should we do now, master? She composes herself. I do not care what they say. Our objective remains exactly the same. She remembers the city ruined by demons. Earth is in chaos, but there must be light at the end. Saria vows to reach the top. We need more power. Setnak's strength will belong to us. On the road, Singu hits a roadblock. Reapers swarm in, charging up multicolored energy spheres in their hands. Marina reacts instantly, firing a brilliant energy blast that illuminates the entire area. She successfully sends the Reapers back to the afterlife. They explode in the air like vibrant fireworks. She looks back with a scowl. These undead magic users are the biggest headache of them all. Singu knows she can handle it. Just keep doing what you are doing. Arin suddenly speaks up from his pocket. Those weak undead spells cannot hurt you. If anything happens, trust me, I will be the one protecting you. Singu sees right through her. Just save your mana for now. You and I both know Arin has it bad for him, right? He says he will need her for Setnak's gem. Arin looks down, flustered, letting the wind blow through her long black hair. Seha feels for her and suggests that happiness is close if she would just be honest with herself. Arin glares back. Maybe your own misfortune is closer than you think. Seha shudders and stays quiet. They continue charging ahead, ignoring the wall of monsters trying to block their path. Marina gets worried seeing the massive crowd. Singu, look at what is right in front of us. The demon motorcycle unleashes a brutal attack, tearing through the pack and leaving only shredded remains behind. Suddenly, the system notification appears. You have leveled up. Marina senses the sudden change in his aura. She asks him seriously, Singu, did you just level up again? He admits he hates how sharp she is. Marina is stunned, but how is that even possible? Can you really level up outside of dungeons? Did you actually absorb the mana and memories of those monsters? Singu goes quiet for a moment. I think I might be a special case. Marina still cannot grasp it. That is basically like absorbing the power of a god. If you become corrupted, you will never be able to grow or do anything again. Singu suddenly slams the brakes, making the tires screech against the ground. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see if this main character is truly as clean as he claims. Marina blushes slightly while touching his hand, thinking to herself about how surprisingly large and warm his palm feels. She begins to seriously probe his energy. You were right, she says. I can feel a massive source of pure mana inside you. How is this possible? You are truly a mystery. Singu suddenly pulls his hand back, leaving Marina feeling a little bit disappointed and empty. She quickly composes herself and realizes something new. I used to think players could only grow stronger by fighting inside dungeons. Closing her eyes as if listening to the earth itself, she realizes that mana no longer belongs only to the monsters. As she speaks, a strange aura rises around her body. The process finishes quickly, and she opens her eyes with a heavy exhale. She takes a moment to seriously feel the new power awakening deep within her soul. Her emerald eyes are no longer filled with doubt, but with firm determination. I can grow stronger using the pure mana born from the earth. These changes are not just a disaster. At this moment, Marina discovers a whole new path. It is not just for players anymore. Anyone can now find their own true source of power. These words seem to enlighten Singu as he takes a slow, deep, and meaningful breath. He reaches out to absorb the world's natural energy. The power swirling around him boosts his confidence. I get it now, so this is how you do it. Thanks to you, I can finally pull this off. Even with the compliment, Marina feels a bit strange. I never expected you to actually try it right away like that. Suddenly, I feel like I am the one losing here. Singu focuses his mind, sensing that he is absorbing the energy of Setnak alongside the local mana. Now watch this. He clenches his fist as he finally tracks down the location of that hidden gem. Marina looks up in total shock, unable to hide her surprise. He does not explain much, simply smiling and saying they should head there now. The Akma motorcycle roars to life and blasts forward. They leave behind a thick cloud of dust and sparks of shimmering, pure energy in their wake. Even after traveling a great distance, that persistent group is still chasing them. Master, look over there. A soldier points toward the duo and reports that he senses a massive fluctuation of power coming from that exact direction. Singu notices them too. Damn, it is the Monarch Guild. They have actually managed to catch up to us. Let them come. His eyes show zero fear. We will treat them as temporary allies if we finish this before they turn into monsters. If not, I will just take them all out at once. This ruthless plan shocks Arin. Singu, this is definitely not how a main character should act. He speaks as if preaching a sermon, his face completely expressionless. Do you not know that heartless main characters are the big trend these days? This strange remark leaves Marina confused as she sits behind him. What on earth are you two talking about? They soon arrive at a mountain pass. The nauseating sight below makes them both freeze in shock. What exactly is that thing down there? Right in the center is a high altar holding a massive gem that emits waves of toxic energy. Those mist monsters below are not blind. They clearly see the flying motorcycle hovering above. One of them shouts that the intruders have found their main base. Kill them! Rip them apart! The others howl in a frenzy, screaming to tear their lives away and offer them as a sacrifice. Just then, the Monarch Guild catches up. We found it. The power of the living corpse god is right here. As they get closer, the soldiers grow uneasy. Master, there is a strange ringing in my ears, but Syria has no time for such complaints. Just ignore it. She rushes forward, shouting urgently that they must seize the gem before anyone else does. Hurry up! Watching their reckless behavior, Singu can only sigh. Shouldn't they stop for a second and ask themselves what exactly they are hearing right now? I know what you are thinking. Diving in like suicidal moths? Yeah, it is honestly pretty hard to watch. Stupidity, whether from an enemy or an ally, will always end up destroying everything. This harsh judgment leaves Arin speechless. Why do you always have to come to the same cold conclusion? Suddenly, Singu speaks up. Marina, handle those guild members. She draws her weapon like a pro. Fine by me. He would never let her go alone. He orders Zeha to protect her. The boy quickly dons his magical armor and shouts back, Yes, sir. I am on it. Both of them charge into the fray, heading straight for the mist monsters that are howling in anticipation. With his team in position, the leader cannot stay idle. Singu narrows his eyes at the center. So, that is my opponent over there. Amidst the gray chaos, a strange set of glowing jade armor stands out. The knight grips his sword tightly, standing firm like a mountain. Arin watches the enemy warily. That is a demon knight, the one definitely guarding the precious gem of Setnak. Finally, it is her time to shine. Singu, let me bless your weapon. He tilts his head and says, "Thank you." A gentle golden light radiates from Arin. Her ancient chant sounds soft yet firm, calling for the power to turn all wicked beings into nothingness. Her eyes snap open, deep as the universe itself, as the holy incantation takes hold. Trust me, you and I are about to see this godlike power cleanse even the deepest shadows. At the bottom of the pass, the knight looks up, and the battle begins. All right, you and I are jumping right into a death match. Murderous intent flares in his eyes as his voice rasps like wind. You dare come straight to me? Thoen raises his massive evil spirit sword, and blue flames immediately erupt from the blade to show respect for Singu's incredible bravery. I will send you straight to hell. His roar echoes across the entire blood-soaked battlefield. The mist monsters around them begin to howl in a crazed frenzy, making Singu growl in annoyance. Kneel down. Those two short words hit the monsters' souls like a thunderbolt, freezing them in place as their glowing eyes tremble. In an instant, every single one of them bows, unable to look up at Singu radiating light in the sky. Some monsters shake in pure terror as realization hits them hard. A dragon. There is no way. Marina can barely hide her excitement. I do not know how you did it, but the undead stopped. So cool. Without wasting a second, she dives in, circling the air and raining down bullets on the confused mist monsters below. Amidst the fire and chaos, Singu stands still, quickly analyzing his limits instead of just rushing his next attack. The recoil from great strength is too much for random use, but his lips curl into a smug smile. I do not even need it for you. Thoen ignores him, repeating coldly, I will kill and revive you for my god. A sharp claw made of pure killing intent suddenly slashes through the air toward him with terrifying speed. Singu just swings his sword, parrying it aside with a cold metallic clang that rings through the battlefield. Now pay attention to this disrespect. Such a weak attack, Thoen spits. At least make this fun for me. Without warning, the demon bike slams hard into his ribs, catching the villain completely off guard. Sitting firmly on his bike, Singu points right at his face. I have wanted to say this for a long time. His words sting more than the crash. You talk way too much for a weakling. Then he leaps into the air. He strikes Thoen, whose body dissolves into black smoke, leaving only empty armor to crash onto the ground. The dark mist is quickly sucked into a bottle, swirling into a flickering blue flame of soul energy. Singu smirks and catches it, landing silently before reaching up to grab the evil spirit sword falling from the sky. It is as if the blade itself accepts its new master, landing perfectly right into his waiting palm. Holding his trophy, Singu scoffs. Taking down their leader was way easier than I expected. First, let's put this away. He waves his hand, eyeing the purple gem floating high on the altar. As he approaches, the gemstone begins to whisper in a voice that would make your skin crawl. Come to a peaceful death. You will find eternal rest here. Singu just laughs. You think I am falling for that? Exposed, the stone goes silent, letting him tap on its surface while he calculates how to break it. Marina, you handle the others while I take care of this, Singu calls out to the sky. His sentence is suddenly cut short by the sharp sound of clashing metal nearby. Seha barely manages to get his shield in front of Marina, blocking a sudden and lethal surprise attack. Marina scowls at the soldiers. Do you really want to fight me just because your god gave you more power? Saria screams in panic, asking why the soldiers are attacking Marina when they should be protecting the gem. You saw that coming, right? Their minds are rotting away, and the soldiers scream that they must kill Setna. Facing their murderous gaze, Marina shouts at the top of her lungs, I am not Setna, you idiots. Singu realizes there is no saving them, giving a cold order. Marina, go easy, but finish them before they turn. The soldiers have lost all control, swinging weapons at her. Marina struggles to dodge the relentless wave of strikes. She grits her teeth and aims her gun, but her finger freezes on the trigger, unable to shoot. Mercy stops her from killing her own kind. They are still human. I cannot pull the trigger. Her hesitation lets another soldier swing a sword at her back, but she manages to land a kick instead. Luckily, Seha lunges forward to block the blow, standing firmly in front of the girl he secretly protects. Marina, I will protect you. His eyes burn with determination. I made a promise to Singu. Watching the messy dogfight in the air, Singu just scratches his head in total frustration. It is finally happening. They are becoming unstable as they get deeper into the territory of Setnak. He realized the battle between gods is corrupting them. Maybe breaking that gem will free their minds. Trust me, you and I are about to see if his plan works. If things do not get better, I will just move to the next plan. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a main character finally stops holding back. While Seha and Marina handle the small fry, It is time for him to shatter this massive purple crystal once and for all. He might have spoken a bit too loudly, because the fog monsters below are waking up, screaming for his blood. The screeching is annoying. Why do they always scream their god's name? But man, that is a whole lot of monsters. Singu realizes he cannot break the stone if they swarm him, so he looks to his team for backup. Before he can even finish his sentence, Arin is already moving. Her body begins to glow with an intense, blinding light. In an instant, she transforms into a divine priestess, clutching an elegant staff that radiates waves of pure energy. Her deep blue eyes open, filled with an authority that cannot be resisted. Arin is now a supreme mage. It seems even fog monsters have some professional standards, as they actually wait for her to finish. But Arin does not give them an opening. She shouts for a divine shield to protect them. A circle of light instantly surrounds her and Singu, creating a barrier that the monsters slam into head first. Gripping her staff, she warns him that the shield won't last long, especially with that cursed stone nearby. Singu just smiles, giving her a quick bit of encouragement. Good job, Arin. That short, trusting compliment makes her blush. She plays it off, saying this is just the basics for her. He keeps the praise coming, calling her the best priestess he has ever met, even if her skill is incomplete. The back and forth makes Arin snap at him to just focus. Singu chuckles, teasing her is half the fun of battle. Switching back to serious mode, he leaves the Imperial soldiers to Marina and Seha while he focuses here. Now pay attention, even with monsters pounding on the shield, Singu is completely locked in. He summons his two legendary weapons, Wolf's Maw and Giant's Howl, crossing them in a silent declaration of war. The Sundering Stone pulses with a dark light, mocking him. It calls him a foolish insect for refusing its power. Singu does not even bother replying. He swings his weapon toward the crystal, letting out a massive grunt of effort. Without stopping, he spins his body to deliver a second crushing blow. He lands a strike like a falling star, but the result is a total shock. Not even a scratch on the stone. Singu clicks his tongue in annoyance. This thing is much tougher than it looks. The stone laughs, boasting that its power far exceeds even a minor deity like the thunder god Rhea. As painful as it is to hear, it is true. Singu can't seem to leave even a tiny dent in the surface. He grits his teeth, realizing things did not even feel this hopeless when he fought Rhea himself. Everything seems to be going wrong at once. Marina screams from the air that things are getting weird. Nearby, Seha is struggling just to dodge the brutal, overwhelming attacks coming from every side. Even Arin is starting to stumble, her hands shaking as she tells him the shield is about to break. You see that dark energy creeping in, right? A voice starts whispering in his mind, offering him easy power. His eyes go dark for a second as he remembers his past weakness, but he refuses a handout. He declares he will earn his own strength. He activates his great strength skill, and his muscles instantly explode in size. System updates. The Wolf's Maw weapon attack power jumps from 850 to 1750. Mana can now be used to enlarge it. Next is the Giant's Howl weapon. Attack power climbs from 1350 to 1950. Other options remain hidden. A second later, the power explodes. He slams the 1,000-pound hammer directly into the purple sundering stone. A crack finally appears on that purple surface. He smirks, but he is not satisfied with just a small dent. That tiny crack is not enough to stop the stone. Singu realizes he has to use his ultimate move. The system triggers again, upgrading great strength to level 3 and extending its duration. He hesitates for a split second, knowing there will be a massive price to pay once the skill wears off. But he has no choice. Veins popping, he lifts the Giant's Howl high and slams it down with everything he has. The strike is devastating, successfully smashing right through the center of the crystal. Singu laughs with pure confidence. Being able to enlarge both weapons at once is the perfect combo. He hammers both sides of the stone repeatedly. Every blow widens the cracks. You and I just saw a legend in the making. Alright. You and I are about to see if a tired human can actually kill a god. Singu is exhausted, but his movements never falter. He tells the deity that he won't be needing any more borrowed power. Even while crumbling, Sinach still speaks with an authoritative chill. My power might surprise you, but breaking that altar won't solve a single thing. That warning makes him freeze. Even though the stone is crumbling into dust, Senach's voice still echoes through the void. He laughs, claiming that once the altar breaks, his power will be unleashed across the entire dimension. It will revitalize my minions and flip the script on the battlefield. Singu rushes toward the fight in the sky, where the Emperor Guild soldiers are nearing their limit. A second later, they transform all at once. Their silver armor shatters to reveal hideous, monstrous forms. This horrifying sight leaves Syria standing there in utter shock. Then she roars in fury, realizing Luisos has completely betrayed them. Senach continues to gloat, mockingly reminding Singu that no matter how strong he is still just a human. Singu is sick of hearing it. His rage boils over into a thunderous growl. Refusing to be shaken, he swings his weapon with everything he has left. He blocks out the threats and focuses on the kill. This final strike successfully shatters Sinok's gem into 1,000 tiny pieces. The crystal shards rain down like a storm. Immediately, a black, toxic energy rises from the remains. It swirls around Singu as Sinok mocks him for being as stubborn as a crying child. He is beyond finished with this disgusting, whispering voice. You talk too much for someone who is too afraid to show their face. Suddenly, the divine shield in the distance begins to crack. The monsters realize it and erupt into a mad frenzy. This is the blessing of Sinok. Sinok has granted them power, and while Irene is trying to hold the line, she can't stop the inevitable. She knows they can't keep this up forever. She urgently calls out to Singu. The living corpses are fueled by their god's energy, and her barrier won't last much longer. The intensity spreads to the soldiers in the air. They coldly announce that they must execute the living corpses on Lord Luisos's orders. Syria is caught in a panic, trying to make sense of the madness. Luisos doesn't own us, wake up! But it is far too late for reason. They believe she is the one who has lost her mind. They dive into the fray, obsessed with following their lord's commands. They don't care who is friend or foe as they charge into the monsters. You and I both saw this coming, right? Total chaos erupts as the two factions clash. This brutal reality finally convinces Syria that the young man was right all along. The gun in her hand slips and clatters to the ground. Syria gasps as she feels herself losing control. Her eyes go wide with terror, wondering if she is turning into a monster just like them. Suddenly, a strange voice whispers in her ear. It tells her to destroy his power and stop it from covering the world. My slave, the time for our pact has arrived. The voice freezes her soul. She hears the voice of a god and realizes she cannot say no. No matter how she struggles, the magic binds her like an invisible chain. She regrets everything, realizing her jealousy over him being Marina's partner caused this. She ignored the warnings. Now, her soldiers have completely lost their sanity. Because of her greed, she has turned her own guild members into literal monsters. She bites her tongue, bitterness rising in her throat. But then, a sharp, cold voice cuts through her despair. Stop looking so pathetic, Syria Weasel. She looks up to find Marina Bisset pointing two guns directly at her. Marina warns her that absorbing someone else's power is only going to make her sick. Throw that trash away and face me instead. You might be weaker than me, but don't you dare give up. These words pierce right through Syria. She clenches her fists, trembling with a mix of rage and realization. She is still sane enough to know right from wrong. She bows her head as tears start to fall down her face. Marina is caught off guard by the reaction. Syria sobs, admitting that she just can't do it. Every word feels like a blade. Marina, I hate how smug you are. I want to take you down right here and now. Even as the hate consumes her, she realizes her hostility is shifting toward the living corpses. Marina is a bit confused by the sudden outburst of emotion, but she stays calm and agrees. She tells Syria to hold her ground while her partner handles the rest. Those words don't comfort Syria at all. Why are you always like this? Memories flash through her mind of Marina Bisset, the legendary first and only bullet user who always overshadowed everyone else. That feeling of being inferior is what pushed Syria to build her own guild from the ground up. She wanted the Emperor Guild to be the best in the world just so she could finally defeat Marina. But it all fell apart. The partner Marina brought handled the valley monster alone, and Syria lost everything because of her own hunger for power. Her mind is screaming. She should be angry at the god manipulating her and hateful toward the power taking over her soul. But her heart whispers something else, something that makes her angrier than anything. Syria looks up with pain and fire in her eyes. I will not lose. Trust me, you and I need to see her next move. All right, you and I are diving back in as that annoying voice returns my slave. This constant pestering makes her furious. Shut up. Syria's mind is a whirlwind of desperate, spinning thoughts. No matter how hard she fights for control, Louis Oz's power is staining her soul. She's reaching her limit and feels like she'll lose it soon. But Syria takes a deep breath and stands tall with iron resolve. Her eyes burn with a new light. I won't lose my mind in front of her. Down below, Singu suddenly lets out a massive roar. Here we go. Arin spins around in shock. Suddenly, the system goes wild. Level up. Mana increased by 2. Mana increased by 5. Arin watches with her heart in her throat. Singu, what are you doing? She thought he'd never touch a god's power. He grits his teeth. This isn't divine energy anymore. The energy slowly melts into his body. Singu stands firm, clenching his fist. This power is mine now. I can do anything with it. Flashback to just moments ago. Watch closely, because Singu previously only absorbed a tiny bit of Sethnak's mana to track him. Nobody thought he could handle this massive amount of divine power. His intense tone makes Arin jump a little. He asks if she's into this stuff. She blushes, claiming she only does it to blow off some steam. Suddenly, that deep voice echoes again. Impossible. That dragon power I felt earlier, it couldn't be. Singu loses his patience. Stop talking in riddles and give me the full explanation right now. The enemy goes silent, leaving Singu annoyed. Why does this thing always go quiet the second I ask a question that actually matters? Is it the silent treatment? Fine. Singu starts to piece it together himself. He remembers that lizard tail he got when he became a commander, the dragon from his dream and the insane power he felt right after waking up. He reaches a grim conclusion. I'm definitely connected to dragons or something just like them. It explains how I can freely absorb mana from other living beings. The system confirms it. Level up. Mana increased by 3. The theory is proving itself in real time. His soul collection skill begins to transform, though it'll take time. Singu feels the changes deep inside his core and knows he's reaching his limit. Absorbing raw god mana is putting an incredible strain on his physical body. He's been leveling up to ignore the drawbacks of his skills, but this divine mana brings a level of exhaustion that even a level up can't fix. Arin screams in pure terror. Singu, stop. You can't handle anymore. He ignores her, pulling something out. He has a crazy idea to fix this. He's holding the Dullahan Kana essence. Arin stumbles back, looking at it in fear. Singu glares at the item. Kana needs the power of a stronger god as a catalyst. What better power than the god of the living dead? Sethnok screams out in absolute denial. He grips the essence tight, pulling all the surrounding energy into it. I know what you're thinking, that thing is creepy. Arin's worried it might actually open its eyes. Sethnok just finds the whole situation hilarious. Trying to stuff my power into a Dullahan? You're insane. But Singu is actually doing it, and the divine shield begins to crack. Arin grips her staff, trying to buy time. Singu, I'm at my limit. He makes his move. Veins bulge as mana is forced beyond anything his body can take. Sethnok mocks him for multitasking. Singu just smirks through the pain. It's called being efficient. The god laughs coldly. A human with dragon power. I'll definitely remember you. Singu taunts him right back. Don't worry about remembering me. We'll be seeing each other again very soon. Only a chilling, ghostly laughter echoes back from the empty void. The system chimes in again. Level up. Mana increased by 1. The Dullahan Kana essence has finally evolved into a Death Knight core. A brilliant light erupts. Purple mana surges through him like lightning as the last of the energy is absorbed. He collapses, breathless. I actually did it. It's over. Arin is absolutely speechless. He actually managed to use Kana to drain every last drop of Sethnok's divine mana. Singu looks up, soaked in sweat. He wants to sleep. But trust me, you and I are going to want to see what that last task is. Alright, you and I are about to see Singu go full throttle as he stores the essence and summons his demonic motorcycle for what comes next. He leaps onto the seat with pure style, gripping the handles tight as he rockets into the sky, leaving a brilliant and burning trail of fire behind him. Marina and Seha jump at the sound of the engine, but Singu is focused, judging that Saria is still holding on. There stands Saria, alone and trapped within a heavy, silent void. Her face is twisted in agony as she fights something terrifying deep inside, while Marina desperately reports the situation, asking if there is anything at all he can do to save her. Singu proposes a plan with a serious tone, though even he is not sure if this will actually work. Having absorbed Senek's mana before, he thinks he can convert the god mana of Lewis into energy Saria can use. The technical talk is exhausting her, so she just tells him to stop talking and do it. As Singu moves past, Marina calls out to him, taking a deep breath before she speaks her mind. We have been rivals since our time back in Blue Heaven, and looking at her now, I still have zero intention of acknowledging a girl like her as my true rival. However, she cannot stand to see her end this way. Looking directly at Singu with a serious gaze, she asks him to save her life if possible, and Singu gives a confident thumbs up, promising to handle it. He approaches the floating Saria and grabs her hand, ignoring the bone-chilling cold radiating from her skin. He explains he will analyze her mana to transform the power of Lewis into something she can control. Seeing her intense agony, he realizes she cannot even hear a word he says, so he drops the act and decides it is finally time to just get started. Singu grips her hands as a brilliant golden aura completely surrounds them both. She grits her teeth in pure agony, but he encourages her to stay strong while he searches for a solution. He analyzes the situation, finding that identifying Saria's unique mana signature is actually quite easy. While human mana is mostly similar, the real problem is the overwhelming power of a god. He warns her he is converting the god's mana, sending her into a scream of agony. This reaction makes him worry. Saria is desperately fighting Lewis, and he is determined to help her overpower the god in their own world. An arrogant voice wonders how a mere human dares to interfere, but Singu just smirks at the challenge. Her eye rolls back as the magic flows, and he remains calm while tracking the surge of power. Now watch closely, because he is changing Lewis's mana but needs her to resist the god's will as well. He demands she rejects the god, but her trauma makes her reflexively refuse as horrific memories flash through her mind. Her head throbs as she mutters the name, Lewis, Finally, she screams that she rejects him and any other god. A massive blast of energy pushes Singu back, revealing her fully healed arm as the fragments fall away. "Great job," he praises her. A hateful voice vows this mortal will pay, and he will never forget this. Saria is furious, promising to kill the god next time they meet, while Singu confirms that every trace of Lewis is finally gone. "You saw that, right? We actually won," he announces. Marina and Seha rush over, amazed that Singu pulled off this miracle. Sinak's disciples are forced to stop their gruesome feast. One of them angrily calls her a fool for betraying Lord Lewis to side with mere humans. Another declares that after they finish with Sinak's slaves, the humans are next, making Saria look at them hesitantly. Singu realizes he completely forgot about them and summons his great wolf claw, charging toward the group on his demon bike while Saria desperately reaches out to stop him. Saria tries to stop him, confused why he would kill them now. He explains she was an exception, but these creatures no longer have a will of their own to save. They are monsters blindly following a god with no way back. He says they must pay for their actions, while she takes responsibility differently. She realizes arguing is totally hopeless. Singu gets annoyed, and a sudden chill makes Saria realize she needs to stay quiet. And that's where we leave it for now, trust me, you're going to want to see what's next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the chaos as Marina enters her combat stance. The Emperor's Guild is finally making their move mid-battle. Seha complains about not getting enough action yet, while Arin floats there, looking absolutely drained from the previous encounter. Bofo reports the shield is down, and Singu immediately checks on Arin to see if she is doing okay after everything. Her body is weak, but leveling up alongside him is the only thing keeping her standing right now as she pushes her limits. Arin chants a final blessing, wrapping herself in a holy light that quickly spreads to empower her entire team for the next round. Singu is ready to end this and rest, even though Marina points out that he looks completely exhausted despite his confident attitude right now on the field. No matter how often she sees it, she is still amazed. She has thought this since the Siorak incident. He is truly incredible. He is performing feats that she cannot even fathom, leaving her with nothing but pure admiration for his growth. As she watches his confident back, Marina realizes this is not just respect, and her cheeks suddenly turn a bright, suspicious red. Embarrassed, she shakes it off and focuses on the fight. What is she thinking? There is a war to win right now. She snaps back into focus, ready to kill, and Singu is more than happy to help her finish this. Arin notes their cheesy dialogue as the whole group charges toward the frantic cultists who are already starting to panic and lose ground. The enemies scream about their lord, calling the group mere bugs who dare to stand against a power they cannot understand. Marina slips through the gaps, pulling her trigger and ending enemies with lethal precision. Singu leaps off his bike, bisecting two enemies at once while Marina kicks another in the face and Singu shatters their ribs with a heavy blow. His body is instantly torn apart, shredded into meat in a split second. Now, pay attention here, because even though their bodies are gone, Marina finds a Falamana proving these things were once players, and only true monsters would end up like this. This realization hits Syria like an arrow to the heart. They really have turned into mindless, soul-warped monsters after all. The mark on Singu's hand suddenly glows, absorbing the souls of the Emperor's Guild members as he realizes what is happening. He realizes their souls have not fully transformed yet, which serves as dark proof of the humanity they recently left behind. He looks back at the terrified skeleton army, and realizes they are losing hope as they stare at his overwhelming power. The skeletons realize that this human touched the realm of their god for a moment, overcoming the mana of their master. Singu scratches his face, seeing them retreat, but his resolve stays firm. They cannot just let these monsters walk away freely. Without their leader, they will still spread death everywhere, so he gives the order to start the final cleanup of the area. Marina agrees, and an excited Seha joins in, ready to finish this for good. Singu bursts forward with incredible speed, gripping his twin claws as he closes the distance to his next target in seconds. He swings with devastating force, harvesting lives like wheat, while explosions rock the battlefield with every single strike he lands on them. Marina provides cover fire, sliding backward to create space just as a group of soldiers tries to surround her from all sides. A reticle flashes in her eyes as she activates her skill, locking onto every enemy. She spins in a lethal circle, unleashing a hail of bullets that leaves the enemies riddled with holes and falling like flies. Seha smashes through their defense with ease, while a Reaper raises its hands to summon a wave of dark, forbidden magic. He watches as it fires dark orbs that explode upon impact, killing both friend and foe in a desperate attempt to stop him. A figure bursts through the thick smoke, moving like lightning to slash through the Reaper before it can even react to him. Seha delivers the final blow, and as the Reaper dies, it mutters about finally finding peace before the heavy sound of falling metal echoes across the ground. Marina feels a sudden unease. You and I both see it, the armored monsters are back, and their numbers have tripled, catching even Seha off guard as Marina fires back. Singu spins his weapon, creating a shield that shreds anyone who dares to provoke him. Metal scraps rain down, and Marina realizes her inventory is already overflowing with too many armor fragments to carry anymore. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy clears the path, and Marina looks up in shock at the person who just saved them. It is Syria Wilson, her golden wings shining brightly as she awkwardly announces that she is finally ready to rejoin the battle. She touches down softly, and Marina gratefully accepts the help as they prepare to wipe out the remaining skeletons together as one. As the skeletons charge, Syria takes a serious aim, her barrel glowing with a massive amount of concentrated, lethal firepower. She pulls the trigger, releasing a devastating four-pointed star blast that wipes out every single enemy caught in its massive range. The remaining enemies collapse in terror, realizing they have just encountered a power that serves as their ultimate natural enemy on this field. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a power that is truly unique. Singu observes Syria Wilson and realizes that Lewis's mana must have mixed in during the transformation. Arin watches him with a worried face, asking if he feels okay after absorbing all that power from Sedna. He carries himself with total confidence, telling her he feels fine. She shares her thoughts, mentioning that she always thought staying the same was a good thing. Seha watches with pure admiration, saying he loves how strong and aggressive his mana has become. Alright, stick with me because we're about to see a massive upgrade. Soul Collection has evolved into Soul Domination, allowing him to summon and command every single soul he currently owns. These spirits will vanish after taking a certain amount of damage and cannot be summoned again for a set period of time. His abilities will only grow as the skill level increases, and right now, he has 106 souls ready for battle. Suddenly, the mark on the back of Singu's hand starts glowing with a blinding light. He falls into deep thought, realizing soul domination is a completely different beast compared to his old powers. As soon as he speaks, a dozen streaks of light fly out from the glowing mark. Check this out, a whole army of spirits lands on the ground, taking human form and gripping their swords. A massive, loyal force is now standing right in front of Singu. He gives them a sharp look, asking if they know their mission. They bow their heads in total respect, promising to wipe out every single enemy in their path. Arin stands there completely stunned by the sight, while Marina is just as shocked by the incredible power Singu is displaying. He raises his voice and gives the order to charge and crush their foes. Without a second of hesitation, the spirit army rushes forward. The two sides clash with incredible intensity. At first glance, it looks like the skeleton army might actually have the upper hand. However, a few powerful spirits start a fierce counterattack, and the entire battlefield quickly turns into a scene of absolute chaos. Singu calmly watches the fight, noting that while these spirits are weaker than when they were alive, they grow stronger by absorbing mana from the enemies they kill. He feels a surge of pride, realizing he can build an unstoppable army this way. Arin can't help but admit that this power is more terrifying than anything he has ever possessed before. His excitement only continues to grow, especially since commanding them costs 0 mana. You and I saw that too, right? This shady skill turned into something absolutely incredible. No wonder he wants to explore more dungeons. Singu charges into the fray himself, calling for the others to join in. Everyone coordinates perfectly, launching one massive, final assault. A short while later, only the spirit army remains standing on the battlefield. Eldrick has been backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. He refuses to accept defeat, cursing the heavens and calling them cowards. He simply cannot believe he was forced to retreat. He tries to act tough, claiming this is the end for them and that their bodies must be at their absolute limit. He calls upon Lord Sedna, begging for a divine judgment to be passed on those who dared to oppose him. Singu cuts him off by smashing his face in, coldly telling him he is the only one left. Eldrick's body goes limp and he collapses backward. The others burst into cheers, celebrating the fact that they finally wiped out every last enemy. Marina laughs and gives him a high five, telling him he did a great job. Singu smiles and returns the compliment. She is so excited, claiming they make a perfect team, while Arin watches them with a bit of frustration. Hearing that, Marina looks over at her with a mischievous grin. Thinking Arin is jealous, Marina hugs her tight and tells her she did a great job too. Arin just grimaces and tries to push her away. The sound of footsteps from behind catches Singu's attention. He sees Saria looking a bit lost and calls out her name. With a sad expression, she asks if the souls of her former guild members are among those he summoned. She asks if she can speak to them one last time. He waves his hand dismissively, telling her she can, even if they won't be able to hear her. The atmosphere turns silent as she opens her mouth to speak, wanting to say so much. But in the end, she stays quiet and accepts the reality of the situation. The spirits slowly turn into golden light and fade away. One by one, they return to the mark on his hand, leaving the area empty and quiet once again. Saria awkwardly scratches her cheek and thanks him for everything. He reminds her seriously not to forget the promise they made. She nods in agreement, promising to take full responsibility for her actions. And then, she expresses her sincere gratitude, promising not to tell anyone what she saw today. She knows he's no ordinary player, but he's the one who saved her life. Marina immediately grabs Singu's arm to mark her territory, telling Saria that nobody would care even if she did talk. She boldly claims that Saria would have to get through her and the rest of the team just to reach Singu. Singu looks confused, wondering when their fates became so tied together. Saria places a hand on her chest and officially introduces herself. She is the leader of the Empire Guild, Saria Winsing. He politely responds, introducing himself as Singu Dung. She asks curiously if he's Korean, mentioning she heard Marina had traveled there recently. A genuine smile finally appears on her face as she thanks Singu one more time. He just brushes it off, acknowledging her as Miss Winsing. Saria looks over at Marina and apologizes for everything that happened before she prepares to take her leave. Her voice turns serious as she warns the world about the terrifying power of the gods. Trust me, you and I will definitely be seeing her again very soon. Stick with me. Because Singu is about to find himself in some seriously high-stakes company after Marina agrees to help him. Saria turns to leave as everyone watches, tossing back a cryptic message that they will see each other again soon. Singu. She takes flight immediately, leaving Marina to realize something is off. Could Saria actually be targeting our main character? Marina tries to downplay Saria's intentions, questioning how someone could fall for a person they just met just because they were saved. Singu avoids the topic entirely, showing zero interest as he just wants to get back home and rest for a while. Marina points out the armor shards on the ground, but Singu's spatial storage is useless because their inventory is already stuffed to the brim. She sighs in frustration, realizing there is no other choice but to call her brother, Ethan, for some much-needed assistance. Soon, helicopters appear overhead with cargo containers in tow as Ethan looks down with excitement, happy to finally see Marie again. He runs over, relieved they are safe, while Singu hides his face, pretending he does not even know the guy. Singu wants to head back to Korea before their next encounter, and after everything is settled, they move to an elegant room. Ethan is full of praise, admitting he never expected Singu to handle the entire situation so perfectly without any major issues. Singu feels a bit awkward, humbly responding that the chairman is exaggerating his performance. Ethan makes a friendly request to call him Singu, hinting that they might even share the same last name very soon. Marina and Singu are left speechless, but Ethan's expression quickly turns serious as he offers a sincere apology for his actions. Now pay attention here. Ethan admits he had his subordinates tracking Singu and his team back at the Grand Canyon. Seha pokes his head out in total shock, while Aaron listens intently to every word of the conversation. Singu realizes he knew this was coming eventually, as they had not held back their strength, feeling lucky that only Ethan found out about them. He casually waves his hand, telling the others it is perfectly okay to come out of hiding now. Seha and Arisu reveal themselves, and while Ethan is unfamiliar with Seha, he is certainly not surprised to see a powerhouse like Arisu. He cannot help but marvel at her presence, noting that she was the greatest healer of her entire era. But he stops himself after mentioning her attempt at the level 32 dungeon, deciding not to ask any more painful questions. Ethan promises to stay silent if that is what Singu wants, and Singu asks him to keep it a secret for now. Ethan agrees but warns he cannot hide it forever, though Singu should not worry because they are fully on his side. V and I are completely backing him, but Marina snaps at Ethan, telling him she already handled the warning herself. She tells him not to try and act superior in front of her, and Ethan just laughs it off loudly. After plenty of praise, the group heads back to the V&I building through a portal as people pass by the massive tower. Singu looks at Marina with confusion, asking why she is still following them after all their business is done. Marina boredly explains that since the Grand Canyon crisis was solved in a day, her entire schedule is now completely empty. Singu suggests she goes to a dungeon, since the level 33 conquest will not start for quite some time. She quickly changes the subject, asking what they should have for their big dinner tonight instead. She suggests a steak and some wine to recover their energy, acting exactly like an old man finishing a long day at work. Singu points towards Seha, saying he is eating at home because he is not ready to reveal them to the public yet. Let's pause for a second, because Marina reveals her brother actually owns an entire restaurant, leaving Singu completely stunned. Marina immediately makes a call, identifying herself as Marie to the person on the other end of the line. After hanging up, she announces the place is closed tonight, so they can have the entire restaurant to themselves. Since everyone there works for her brother, Arin and the others do not have to worry about being seen by anyone. Aaron is overwhelmed by the world of the rich as Marina happily grabs Singu's arm to lead the way inside. Singu sighs in defeat while Aaron panics, feeling like her spot is being taken, as Seha teases her about their date. But Seha stops mid-sentence when Arin shoots him a look that is filled with pure death. He apologizes immediately, and the group walks together in a rare moment of peace and harmony. After dinner, the group returns to the resting area to shower and change into some comfortable clothes for the night. Drying her hair, Aaron asks if he plans to nap before heading right back down into the dungeon again. Singu explains that since his level and mana increased from absorbing Setna's power, he really needs to rest for a bit. Her eyes sparkle with relief, while Seha remains full of energy, ready to practice his brand new frost spear. Singu offers his congratulations, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here because Arin suddenly leans in, catching Singu off guard, as she asks what he really thinks of Marina. Singu flashes back to that intense scene on the fire from earlier. He figures she is worried about Marina knowing her secret with Seha, which is probably why she was annoyed during dinner. He honestly replies that Marina seems like the only trustworthy person around before she asks about Syria Wilson. Singu is confused by the interrogation but answers anyway. He says Syria knows her place, so she is fine. Arin hesitates before finally asking the big question, what about her? His face goes blank while her cheeks turn bright red, her heart racing from the sheer stress of the moment. Inside her head, it is total chaos. She tells herself there is no turning back now, she has to just go for it. Arin gathers her courage and repeats that she wants to know his opinion of her. Singu rubs his chin, thinking. He understands her mood and tries to reassure her. He tells her she does not need to worry about any of them. Then, with a confident smile, he tells her she is prettier than all of them. Her eyes widen as he looks puzzled. He asks why she is reacting like that, since it is what she wanted to hear. Arin turns away, totally exposed. That cute expression makes him laugh. He gives her a gentle head pat before lying down, telling her they both need rest. Arin wants to settle this now, shouting for Singu to wait. She needs a clear answer to decide her next move. But loud snoring fills the room. He is already fast asleep. She narrows her eyes, wondering if this is a trap. She decides he probably was not overthinking it if he fell asleep that fast. But his words about her beauty linger. She cannot help but smile as she gazes at him lovingly. She is satisfied for now. Elsewhere, Chi-Wen floats over ruins under a pitch-black sky. Now pay attention to this mystery. He looks at his hands, wondering why he turned into a dragon without a bell. Suddenly, he notices something small moving below. A lone cow is wandering around, and he gets excited for a final dinner, immediately diving down toward his target. He opens his mouth wide, baring sharp teeth to snatch up the prey. He focuses all his senses on the taste of the meat and blood filling his mouth. A notification pops up saying he gained the taste skill. Singu sits up in bed, looking completely dazed. He wonders if that steak was so good it followed him into his dreams as his status screen appears. He really gained the skill. Arin yawns, covering her mouth. She congratulates him, saying every chef would be jealous. He stretches, deciding to go check on Seha's training. She jumps up, offering to cook a nice breakfast. They have been too busy fighting for a proper meal, so she calls it a vacation treat. He is curious about her happy mood, wondering what happened. Regardless, he will never turn down her cooking. Seha greets him energetically, calling him boss. You and I can see Seha is struggling. He wants to break the sandbags, but they just won't budge. He is drenched in sweat, but these bags have an unbreakable setting. Singu observes them closely and touches a bag to test it. Childhood memories return of him learning martial arts to control his immense strength. He used to destroy tons of bags, but now he has perfected his self-control. He looks excited, realizing he does not have to hold back on these. He takes a deep breath and gets into a stance. He puts everything into a massive punch, leaving Seha speechless. The sandbag swings back, and he catches it casually. He is impressed it did not break. While Seha asks just how strong he is, he insists that leveling up stats cannot be the only reason for this. Singu explains that even with the same hardware, the software is what really matters. He tells him anyone could do this after 15 years of training their body control. So we leave Seha wishing for a time. Machine, trust me, you're going to want to see what's next. Alright, you and I are diving back into a world where leveling up is everything. Singu reflects on his body and mind as hardware and software, now feeling more through his mana-enhanced senses. The dragon in his dreams was forged from pure mana and pure matter, a perfect balance of power and substance. Singu theorizes that if the body is hardware, mana is the software with passive skills being hardware, and active skills being software. Finally, mana flows from every direction toward a single point. He realizes a profound truth eventually. All these forces will merge into one single entity. Seha is absolutely stunned by this revelation. The idea that the body, mana, and all skills could unite is almost too much to process. It is beyond anything he imagined. He is building a brand new theory right now, but to test it out, we need to be careful. Singu clenches his fist with a look of intense determination. He knows exactly what must be done to reach the next level. We need more mana and more time. For now, I can only do what is possible in the present moment. Now, pay attention here. This is where our main character decides to rewrite the rules of combat. He will turn his 5 senses into skills and maintain a permanent battle state. He confirms that by turning his 5 senses into skills, he can perfectly synchronize his physical body with all of his passive abilities. By staying in a constant combat state, he can sync with active skills. Singu holds up 3 fingers now. He just needs to master smell, hearing, and touch. Hearing this, Seha starts getting excited. He decides to try it himself. and begins taking a serious look at his own hidden potential. None of my senses are skills yet and I have no combat state. But I can still manage other active skills throughout my body. Singu looks at him with an encouraging gaze, certain that this new approach will help Seha significantly on his own journey. Just then, a voice calls out from the hallway. Arin opens the door and announces that a hot breakfast is finally ready for them. They walk out to find a table full of steaming, delicious food. Singu is impressed, telling her she really should have been a professional chef. Arin takes the compliment with pride, telling him to eat up as he slowly tries a spoonful of the hot soup. The moment it touches his tongue, his whole mouth wakes up from the rich flavor. Singu is left completely speechless by the incredible taste. It feels like the entire universe just opened up in his mind. Seeing his reaction, Arin asks worriedly if the taste is somehow strange. He quickly denies it, silently realizing he forgot his taste sense is now a skill. His perception of flavor is now amplified beyond human limits. His senses are so sharp, he can actually pinpoint the exact ratio of every single ingredient used in this specific soup. He offers her a sincere compliment, realizing he does not need to explain the technical details of why the food is so good. I could give you a 5-page report on why this is delicious. Arin huffs, asking why he could not just start with a simple praise. After speaking her mind, she relaxes and joins the two of them to enjoy the rest of the meal in peace. During the meal, Arin remembers something important. She notices they are almost out of food and need to restock their supplies soon. Singu agrees to go shopping after they finish eating. She immediately brightens up, thrilled by the idea of a quick trip out. Soon, Seha stands up with a look of determination. He is heading back to train and tells the two of them to shop without him. Singu slams his bowl down, jokingly asking if he is just dodging chores, while Arin agrees there is no need for everyone to go. Go ahead and train then. A few hours later, Singu is casually pushing a shopping cart through a massive, crowded supermarket. Suddenly, his hand starts glowing. You and I both know that look. Singu realizes the spirits inside him are desperate to break out and fight right now. Arin gets incredibly tense seeing this. Realizing the situation is getting urgent, Singu agrees they need to finish up and leave immediately. There is no time to waste. Singu drives away at full speed, getting them out of the mall area as fast as possible. After leaving the supermarket, Singu finds a secluded spot to avoid attention. Arin wonders why the spirits are acting so restless all of a sudden. Crossing his arms, he explains that he always wants to fight something, and that aggressive energy is now affecting all the spirits. He has not had a real battle since the Grand Canyon, and this pent-up mood is starting to leak into his soul collection. She sounds exhausted by his battle-hungry nature, while Singu rubs his chin, planning to just train for a bit. Wait, hold on. He thinks of the spirits individually they are weaker than him, but together, they are stronger than almost any player team, right? In the future, this means he could handle entire swarms of monsters using only these souls. Arin grimaces at the terrifying thought. Singu moves quickly to the side. He needs to summon them all right now, so he can give out his final orders. She notes that in this new era, people avoid dark alleys. Singu realizes civilians are not used to mana, making them easy targets for ambushes. Arin sighs deeply, wishing the gods would at least give everyone some kind of tutorial phase to help them survive. Singu finds that idea hilarious. For all humanity, imagine if someone got left behind. She admits that would be a horrifying situation. He stretches his arm out and activates soul domination. Instantly, powerful bursts of light erupt from his body, shaking the entire area. The soul army appears before him in a massive wave. Singu counts them in his head 100,006 spirits in total. He checks the levels above their heads. The highest is level 130, while the lowest is 10. So, what do you and I make of this? Absolute insanity. I will treat them just like a player guild with that level of power. Then, I will give them orders, go farm monsters for me, and focus on leveling up the new members first. He pulls a cloth bag out of thin air, and then, Siongu's tone turns serious. Bring me the mana crystals from high-level monsters in this bag. Do not return until the bag is completely full. He gives strict and thorough orders. You are not allowed to rest, you are not allowed to die, and you must never get caught. Keep these 3 rules in mind, always. One spirit takes the bag. Singu immediately pushes them. All right, go now. The moment he finishes speaking, every spirit scatters to begin their mission. Arin prays silently, just hoping they do not end up on the news. Meanwhile, he starts walking. Let us go, we have our own business to handle. Hours later, the busy streets are buzzing. Everyone is watching the news in 2 days. The South Korean player representative meeting will finally take place. The United Nations will gather the chosen players from this event to hold a global representative meeting. Hearing this, Singu comments. So they are forming a global player alliance? The existing unions definitely will not be happy about that. Arin speaks up from his pocket. But they are no longer strong enough to handle everything. Looking at the broadcast, it is clear some people are already making moves to grab power in this new alliance. Harry Han Kim makes a statement. As a world-famous Korean player, I will definitely be a great asset to the new global alliance. Singu repeats the name Harry Han Kim. A few minutes later, he quietly asks the Korean representative meeting, "Should I go?" Arin is worried, asking if he will be okay. Singu gives a bright smile. "It is time for everyone to fly free. I think I can finally reveal to the world that I am a hidden player." Check this out, he's filled with pure determination. Right now, he feels like he could take down anyone who has a problem with him. Just then, his phone rings. It is Marina calling. The moment the call connects, Marina speaks up immediately. "Singu, I am calling to talk about a few things before I head back to the United States." Without giving him a second to answer, she jumps straight into her serious plans. "The Western representative meeting is happening soon. If I get chosen there, it leads to the national meeting, and then finally the global one." He cannot hide his admiration. "Yeah, I am pretty jealous of how big your country is. So, you have to organize those representative meetings, huh?" She tosses on her coat while replying. "I have seen the list, but Syria is not on it. Is she with you?" Singu remembers Syria's smile and immediately denies it. "No, why?" Marina is totally confused. "She asked me for your number. Has she not called you yet?" Singu realizes she sold him out. "Are you just going around giving out my number?" Marina starts sweating, nervously stuttering to justify her actions. "Sorry, but she looked like she would flip the world upside down if I did not." It is weird she has not called yet though. Singu decides to stop worrying about the whole Syria situation. "I know what you're thinking, Singu is about to lose it." His voice sounds normal, but that warning is sharp. "Do not give my number to anyone else." Then he drops a bombshell on Marina. "I will see you at the global player meeting." She is stunned by his sudden decision. "Wait, you are coming too?" He looks out at the crowded street and quietly confirms it again. "Yeah, but I have to get elected here first." She realizes this is a perfect chance for them, her eyes lighting up. "If we both become representatives, we can finally go on dates in public." Unlike her, he has zero interest and his face stays blank. "You can go date the monsters in the dungeons for all I care. I am hanging up now." She tries to stop him, shouting, "Wait!" "Singu," but he hangs up without another word, leaving Marina staring helplessly at her disconnected screen. On the other side, he is proud of his choice, unaware he just rejected a potential wife. "I will not date anyone. I barely have enough time for my own training." Hearing this, Arin is completely speechless at his denseness. The phone rings again. "Singu, your phone is ringing again." He looks at the screen, feeling a wave of unease. Who is it now? The call connects, and Hazim's voice comes through with that classic, gentle, motherly tone. "My son, you are back in the country, right? I assume you have decided to finally go public?" Singu freezes right where he stands, silently amazed by how quickly she updates her information. It must be a mother's intuition because she seems to know everything. Not realizing what he is thinking, she just keeps talking. "Also, Sehai called me a few days ago. Are you planning on getting back together with her?" It was a simple question, but it hits Singu like a truck. He has no idea how to answer her and tries to dodge it. "The Korean representative meeting, if you want to attend, I can get your name on that list." Now that's a game changer. Singu is hooked and asks instantly, "How are you going to do that?" "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "Alright, you and I are jumping back in as she reveals his mother is involved in his father's secret past." "Alright, you and I are back with Singu, who is currently dealing with the scariest boss of all, his own mother." He is almost too afraid to ask about her connections. He confirms he is heading out, thanking her for the concern. Hazim is clearly proud to finally be able to help her son with something important. She reminds him that a mother's job is watching over her clumsy boy, but then she suddenly remembers someone else she needs to check on. She quickly asks if Arin is doing okay. Arin leans in, looking a bit nervous, and tells her that she is doing just fine. Mom is surprised she is there too. "Oh, so you two are still traveling together?" They end up chatting happily for ages, and Singu suddenly feels like a complete outsider who doesn't even belong in his own family anymore. They really get along well. 2 days pass, and the morning of the big meeting finally arrives. The Korean players have officially touched down, and everyone is busy double-checking every single detail of their gear and outfits. Singu is looking sharp in a crisp, white dress shirt without a single wrinkle to be seen. Arin stares at his handsome transformation with a bright red face and eyes like spotlights. She is busy daydreaming about being a perfect wife and carefully tying a tie for Singu. Her cheeks turn even redder from the intense embarrassment. She thinks he would look amazing in a tie, but her beautiful daydream is suddenly ruined when Seha appears out of nowhere. Seha calls her out for having cliché manga delusions, leaving Arin's heart shattered as she screams at him to just shut up. Arin really lets him have it, yelling loudly. Poor Seha sulks in a corner alone. Singu isn't into the tie idea either, but he can only take so much, claiming that ties are actually a twisted invention of the devil himself. It is just a normal accessory, but the way he says it makes the tie sound like a terrifying and dangerous item. He argues companies use ties to remind employees they are being choked every single minute. It sounds crazy, but Seha is totally convinced, looking horrified at a piece of clothing he always thought was normal. Seha wonders if that is actually true, but Arin just gives them both a look of judgment, telling them not to be so dramatic. She tells him it is time to leave and asks if he needs anything else. He quickly says no. Just to be safe, Singu opens his inventory window. He needs to do one last check on his equipment before they head out. Now pay attention, because what he finds inside his inventory window is a very interesting item that changes everything. He pulls out a long strand of purple hair. Arin is startled by the sudden move until the item is fully revealed. She is stunned by its new appearance. Kina looks so much more alive, and her skin looks healthier too. The system screen pops up to show the new information. Kina, the Death Knight. She is currently rank S- with 54% mana completion. To fully evolve a Death Knight, you are going to need many powerful enemy souls and massive amounts of mana. Massive amounts of mana crystals, plus powerful magic armor and a strong soul. Singu is shocked that this thing has leveled up so much while he wasn't even looking. He stares at the glowing screen with wide eyes. A rank S item? The others are just as shocked. There is definitely a minus sign right after it, but a rank S item like this is incredibly rare and hard to complete. He holds it up to examine the core, realizing that the edge of this soul still hasn't been finished yet. Once she becomes a full Death Knight, she will easily be rank S or even higher than that. Knowing what is missing, Singu reaches back into his storage. He is going to need a lot more mana crystals for this. He pulls one out and immediately uses a skill to help her absorb the energy much easier. You and I can see the potential here, but feeding her these crystals is just the start of the process. The system updates the progress to 58%. He watches the screen closely. It only went up 4%. At this rate, he will never hit 100%. It is moving way too slow. Singu rubs his chin, trying to brainstorm a better method to finish the job. Arin thinks hard for a moment until she suddenly remembers a place that might solve their mana problem, the Grand Great Rift. It contains fragments of Setnak, and there might even be a gate to Setnak's world there. It is a good effort, but Singu doesn't think now is the right time for that kind of mission. Kana became a Death Knight core after absorbing Setnak's mana. He thinks studying that connection is better than just feeding her random crystals. Singu looks confident. Now that they have rested, they finally have a solid plan for their next move. Time is running out. Arin rushes him, saying they need to get to the meeting right now before they end up late. Everything is checked and ready, so he has nothing left to worry about. Oh, alright then. And that's where we leave them walking through a ruined city toward a meeting that will change everything. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where power is the only currency that matters. Starting with Seha tucked away in a pocket. Jingu kills the mood and shuts down his innocent thoughts. That peace will shatter soon, unless we use magic to protect the citizens from the coming changes. Arin picks up where he left off, sensing the heavy weight behind every word he says. It is no wonder Jingu explains every detail to her. This player meeting is the ultimate turning point for everyone involved. Nations everywhere are hunting for top-tier players, and even South Korea's best are jumping ship for better offers abroad. His gaze is sharp and focused. This is the government's absolute last shot at keeping their elite players from leaving the country. If they cannot prove their new public system and benefits are worth the change, they will be finished right then and there. Arin is genuinely impressed by his insight. You are actually brilliant. Where did you even learn to say things like that? Just make sure you do not get played by the others. Jingu clearly spent forever researching every heavy hitter attending today. This is not just for players and officials. The room is going to be packed with high-level business moguls as well. Jingu knows every hidden detail from the street corners to the deepest secrets. B and I are special cases who can run their own private research. Most Korean companies are stuck working hand-in-hand with the government when it comes to managing their powerful players. Meanwhile, Seha's brain is like a low-quality budget processor on sale at 2 in the morning. Information overload just fried his system. My brain is melting here, Jingu. Can you please just keep it simple? He is genuinely curious about who will show up later, especially since top players are still the ones holding all the power right now. Let's pause for a second. You and I both know these meetings are usually just a trap, right? The heat is brutal, but the streets are packed. Jingu scans the area. Wow, the strongest players in the world are all here. Everything looks ready to go. Jingu gives a confident nod with a steady voice. All right then, let's head inside. Suddenly, Hyurion leads his group, literally flying through the air toward the entrance of the hall. A reporter points frantically. Look, the Cyclone Guild leader is arriving at the hall along with his elite guards. Near the crowd, a staff member stops a young man. Excuse me, sir, I need to see your identification before you enter. His voice is calm and steady as he states his name. I am Jung Jingu. The staff member freezes. The reporters nearby hear the name and instantly whip their heads around in shock. Wait, Jung Jingu? The crowd erupts. Is that really the guy who was just added to the list 2 days ago? Now watch closely. This is where the real power dynamic shifts as Kim Hyurion prepares to land. With flashy lighting and top-tier sound effects, Arin makes a grand entrance that looks absolutely divine. He smirks to himself. Go ahead and enjoy this rare view, peasants. It is not every day you get to see a top-tier player like me in person. He expects every eye on him, but the crowd is looking the other way. Hyeryon's ego takes a massive hit. He and his guards stand frozen as the crowd roars for someone else. It is the masked racer. The masked racer is actually here. Wait, what? The masked racer? Jingu is instantly swarmed by reporters pushing each other for an interview. Please, give us a statement. No one in the entire world even knows who you are. How did you get this strong on your own? Are you really the one who cleared the Gran Abyss incident? What is your connection to Marina Bissett? Jingu ignores them and turns to the staff. Can I go in now? The flustered staff member stutters. Oh yes, right this way please. Hyeyon suddenly calls his name. Young Jingu. Jingu stops and narrows his eyes at the intruder. Hyeyon flashes a perfect, polite smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Hyeyon, the leader of the Cyclone Guild. Jingu's response is ice cold. Yeah, sure. Same here. Then Jingu realizes something awkward. Wait, I am the only one in armor. I look like a total idiot next to these suits. He is visibly annoyed. Hyeyon keeps pushing. I have always wanted to meet you. I have so many questions for you. He won't stop talking, asking about Marina and his bike. He is totally invading Jingu's personal space. Jingu does not let him finish and cuts him off mid-sentence. Excuse me for a second, he asks coldly. Don't you think you are being a bit rude since we just met? Now move. Hyeryon's smile freezes. It takes a moment to sink in. Jingu's expression goes cold as he turns his back without another word. I am heading in first. Finally inside, a female staff member approaches him to guide him to his assigned seat. He follows her closely while carefully scanning the entire area. Looking at the rows, he counts 50 seats, but only 20 of them are actually reserved for players. There are not as many players here as I expected. Suddenly, a man appears from the shadows behind him to explain. And trust me, you and I are about to see what happens when 50 level 200 monsters gather in one room. Alright, stick with me. Wanguan explains they only allow a specific number of players from each guild to participate. Singu stares, wondering who this man in the suit is. He clearly is not a player, maybe government? Wanguan looks at him warmly, admitting he owes Singu's father a great debt. You are his son, right? Singu hesitates for a moment, then simply nods his head. Yes. The man bows politely, hoping to see him more in the future. Singu watches him leave with a heavy, pensive look. In the rows above, some people notice the conversation and begin to gossip amongst themselves. They wonder if he has government ties, fueling rumors that he might be their secret weapon. Arin looks on, annoyed. She quickly points out his fake personality. He talked to you just to make it look like you are on his side. She suddenly stops, realizing she might have spoken out of turn. Oh, I did not mean to criticize your family. Singu calmly reassures his companion. He honestly does not care about their politics or who they know in the government. He points to himself and asks proudly if she really thinks he worries about that kind of stuff. Arin finally relaxes after hearing that. A moment later, Singu finally reaches his assigned seat. The second he sits down, he spots a very familiar figure nearby. Seeing his ex-girlfriend, Sei, catches him off guard. She grew much stronger, likely jumping 20 levels in a short time. Now pay attention. Singu notices her name right next to his seat and realizes this entire arrangement was a setup. A dark thought strikes. He imagines his mother's devious face and clenches his fist, ready to throw a punch. Beside him, Arin is just as furious, nearly biting her nails off. How could she betray him like this? Sei walks over and greets Singu happily. He acts like a gentleman and pulls out her chair as she smiles. She cannot hide her joy, admitting she was worried he would not show up even after his mother told her. Arin glares at her with daggers in her eyes, muttering under her breath about what that girl is even thinking. Singu asks her like an old friend if she has been pushing herself too hard to get this strong. Sei calmly responds that this was the only way to gain power quickly. She has total confidence in herself, her eyes shining with determination. She knows exactly how to survive. She playfully flirts, asking if he would save her in danger, but he replies he will only help if he knows the location. After a short wait, a man finally steps up to the podium to speak. Wanguan loudly announces the start of the Korean player representative meeting. Let's see what they're actually hiding. Singu rests his chin on his hand, surprised. The man's voice echoes clearly through every corner of the hall. He assumes everyone knows, but this meeting is meant to discuss the revolutionary changes on Earth and how to handle them. He continues, explaining they will also elect a representative for the upcoming Global Player Summit. Wanguan lowers his tone, emphasizing that everyone must watch their words carefully, because the current situation is critical. The meeting proceeds with everyone discussing things intensely to reach a common agreement. The corporations are not fighting for personal gain this time. They all agree to share the profits fairly. Additionally, the government has agreed to provide full support. Essentially, It felt more like an announcement than a meeting. Singu listens closely to everything before making his own assessment of the situation. Both the government and private companies are bowing down. He guesses they have lost more players than anyone realized. Arin agrees, pointing out the missing famous guilds. She then asks if he brought the little girl in his pocket. Singu does not hide it and admits he plans to announce his status today. Wanguan finally finishes his presentation. They open the floor for questions. Immediately, Harian stands up and turns toward a certain someone. He smirks deviously, stating he has a question specifically for Singu. Harian coldly breaks the tension in the room. He brings up the motorcycle, calling it a legendary treasure. He demands to know everything about its functions. Singu crosses his arms and answers directly. He got it from a quest and knows nothing about how it works. This makes the others hesitate. They ask if they can take it and analyze the artifact thoroughly. Of course, Singu refuses. Instead, he offers to let them borrow the next thing he finds. That answer does not satisfy Harian at all. He demands to know exactly which quest Singu received it from. His cold gaze locks on Singu, asking if he is even a real player. Trust me, the real battle starts now. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character drop the biggest bombshell of the series. Singu stands up slowly, ready to finally reveal his true identity. Singu summons his chaotic wings, tendrils of dark magic creeping from behind. The terrifying sight leaves everyone in the room paralyzed with pure fear. As those dark wings sway with every word, he drops the truth he is not a regular player. Singu proudly introduces himself as a hidden player, someone who explores the anthill rather than the Sky City. The room explodes with questions. Everyone demands to know what this anthill is, and if it means he really is not a player from the Sky City. Facing their panicked stares, Singu remains icy calm. To him, the anthill and Sky City are two completely different worlds. He figures this all started when mana began leaking from the dungeons into the earth. He reaches into his pocket to signal his allies, offering to introduce a few people who can explain the anthill better. Pay attention here, this is where everyone's jaws hit the floor. Two figures grow to their original size. It is Arin and John Sihama. The council is in shock. These people were officially dead and gone, yet here they are, standing right in front of them. Harian gasps out Arin's name and tries to reach for her, but she immediately cowers behind Singu, avoiding him like the plague. Singu looks at them, wondering if they actually have some kind of history together. He asks if they were engaged, but Arin frantically denies it. They never even held hands, he just does not get it. That one sentence hits Harian like a bucket of ice water, making his face turn pale instantly. Singu feels like he is trapped in a messy soap opera drama where he is the bad guy. But Harian snaps back, clenching his fists and demanding an explanation. Then, he tries to reclaim his people. Harian claims Arin and Siha are his guild members, demanding they be returned to him right now. Singu just turns to his teammates and calmly asks for their opinion. Seha steps forward first, politely explaining that he already said his goodbyes since he left the dungeons long ago. He thanks the chairman for everything, but Harian can already sense a bad ending coming his way. Seha continues, explaining that Singu saved them when they were lost, and they have decided to follow him for eternity. He makes it clear they have not been part of Harian's guild for a very long time. Harian is stunned, accusing Singu of using some kind of mind control on them. Seha just laughs it off. Singu can't do that, he is a pure physical type player through and through. Harian tries to plead with Arin, but she tells him loudly that she is staying with Singu and to never come near her again. You and I saw that rejection. Absolutely brutal, like a lightning strike. Still obsessed, Harian asks what Singu really is. Singu just tells him to sit down so he can explain everything. The sheer arrogance in Singu's voice is infuriating, but Harian eventually backs down to discuss guild matters later. As he turns away in a huff, Arin and Seha shrink back down. Their roles in this drama finished. Now back in the spotlight, Singu prepares to explain why these survivors are still alive and what the anthill really is. He seriously recounts everything, from his first meeting with Arin to their many life or death battles. The story sounds like a myth. No one believes he could recruit a dead player when so many elite guilds have already tried and failed. Chaos erupts in the hall as people argue that countless players have tried this and failed miserably. Furthermore, they point out that Arin was not even a player anymore by the time Singu caught her. Singu is unfazed. He predicts that in the future, many more hidden players will emerge just like him. Then, with a terrifyingly confident smile, he drops his true rank. Everyone's faces turn pale in an instant. He calmly tells them he does not care if they believe him. His situation is completely unique. He explains that his missions and rewards are run by a totally different system, and that is all he is saying. Suddenly, Harian raises his hand like a student and asks about Singu's relationship with Marina Bisset. His handsome face is twisted with jealousy, looking like a total mess right now. Singu realizes Harian is also after Marina. To him, this guy is becoming the textbook definition of a petty villain. He plainly states that they are just friends. That single word seems to be enough to calm Harian down. Singu returns to the main topic. He offers them a final chance to ask questions, though he is not sure they will like the answers. The entire hall goes dead silent. Since no one has anything left to say, he decides he is done with the conversation too. Seha blushes, calling Singu cool, but Arin cuts in. Trust me, things are about to get even crazier. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character absolutely humiliate a top-tier jerk who just won't stop staring. After that intense opening, the meeting drags on for 30 more minutes, but nobody can focus because everyone is too busy staring at Singu. Even with the atmosphere completely off track, the official keeps things moving by announcing the election of 3 specific players. He pauses for emphasis, explaining that these 3 will represent South Korea at the upcoming international conference. The entire room is stunned by the requirement, wondering why they are only choosing 3 players for such a massive event. Singu barely reacts to the news, even though he and the association president are the ones being directly targeted here. Haryong grumbles under his breath, clearly annoyed that he is being ranked on the same level as Singu. As the official tries to suppress the noisy crowd, his secretary rushes in with an urgent update from the United Nations. A quick whisper in his ear is enough to leave the official frozen in place with wide-eyed shock. Now pay attention here, because he solemnly announces that the UN already knows Jung Singu is attending this meeting. They've created a special invitation just for Singu, meaning he is automatically in and doesn't count towards the 3-player slots allocated to the country. Silence falls over the hall as Haryong realizes that even he didn't get that kind of exclusive special treatment. He glares at Singu with pure hatred, making our main character realize the guy is now completely obsessed with him. Seeing the guy's unusual seriousness, Singu asks CI if she has any interest in joining the international team. She explains calmly that while she has leveled up a lot lately, she is still not quite at South Korea's top 3 level yet. The official's voice booms through the noisy room like a bell, cutting through all the background chatter. Every smile fades, and every expression shifts the very second the nomination process is officially declared open. People start trash-talking to suppress others while hyping themselves up, and the atmosphere in the room starts to reach a boiling point. But once Kim Haryong stands up and suggests 2 of his close allies for the roles, the selection is basically over. Singu is done with the boring presentations, so he stands up to leave, happy that he can finally head home. Arin praises his patience, noting that he really did have to endure a long and tedious afternoon in that hall. He turns to him with a smile, asking Singu if they should go grab lunch at a great place she knows nearby. But as they start to walk away, Haryong's voice calls out from behind, stopping Singu in his tracks. He tries to act tough and block their path, but Singu just looks at him with a deadpan expression and asks if he's sure about this. Haryong gets annoyed and starts throwing a tantrum, insisting that he still needs to talk to Arin. She shuts him down without any mercy, but he still has the nerve to reach out his hand toward her anyway. He asks how she could change so fast, causing Arin to flinch and take a step back in total disgust. Standing right there, Singu swats the man's hand away and tells him the cold truth without holding back. He tells him she hates his guts and to just stop, which makes Haryong snap and grab Singu's shirt in a rage. His eyes go wild as he screams, demanding to know what kind of mind control magic Singu used on Arin. He demands that Singu look him in the eye, claiming he's totally immune to any kind of magic or mental manipulation. Singu just points in the opposite direction to distract the idiot for a split second. You saw that too, right? This guy actually fell for it and started staring at the wall like a complete moron. Singu swings a godlike punch that basically resets the guy's life for 3 seconds, calling him a fly-infested piece of trash. The blow is so powerful, it snaps his body back like a dry branch in the middle of a storm. Fury flickers on Singu's face as he tells him that he brought this entire mess on himself for provoking him. The sudden attack leaves Arin and Sihi completely stunned at the same time. Other players panic and try to stop him. But Singu is moving so fast he's already unleashing his next strike. The massive impact sends the guild president flying through the air in a truly pathetic heap. Haryong spins through the air with a hazy mind, wondering how his defenses were shattered in a single second. Singu winds up his massive, long tail like he is about to strike with a heavy whip. The tail slams into Haryong, leaving him shocked that Singu even had a tail to begin with. Singu rushes forward before the guy can even land, delivering a punch that feels like it shatters his very soul. A quick follow-up strike sends the man spinning around like a broken toy without any mercy. And trust me, you're going to want to see how this absolute beatdown ends. Alright, you and I are about to watch one of the most savage beatdowns in this series. Singu unleashes a devastating kick with zero mercy, sending Harry-on flying. He slams into a thick wall with enough force to shake the entire room, leaving Seihai stunned by Singu's sheer brutality. Good grief. That was the Whirlwind Guild, President himself getting tossed around like a ragdoll. But Singu treats him like he is absolutely nothing. Even while crushed, Harry-on refuses to stay down and keep his mouth shut, calling Singu a bastard. He secretly touches his chest, trying to tap into some hidden power locked deep inside his body. Watch closely here, Singu sees exactly what this fraud is trying to pull. Is that divine power moving inside him? Singu just lets out a small, mocking smirk. Those cheap tricks only make his killing intent grow stronger. Bring it on now, I am actually starting to get serious. The crushing pressure of Singu's bloodlust freezes Harry on in place, as if his very soul is being twisted by an invisible hand. That cold, terrifying gaze locks onto him, making Harry On's entire body shake uncontrollably from pure fear. His morale shatters, causing his borrowed power to vanish instantly. He gnashes his teeth in total disbelief. It just cannot be happening. As the power fades, Singu's predator instincts sharpen. Yeah, that is a smart choice right there. This time, I will stick to the beat. Minutes later, Harry On emerges from the brief beatdown with a face so swollen he looks like he was stung by 1,000 bees. The loser lies flat on the ground in agonizing pain. That cruel bastard, he actually chose the most painful way to end this fight. The remaining players in the room are frozen in shock for 5 long seconds. Even the guards outside are too intimidated to even try stopping Singu. He walks past the door, dropping one cold command: take your president and get out. Then he turns back with a final warning. Furthermore, it would be best if you all stayed far away from my sight from now on. I cannot promise I will keep my cool if you keep hanging around me. That heroic vibe makes Aaron smile. He is just too cool. Singu looks at her and sighs, noting that her face and her words do not match at all. The group walks out into the fresh air. Seeing Seihai still following him, Singu feels a bit restless. Do you really have to follow me all this way? She claims she needs to keep a good relationship with the Whirlwind Guild, to keep raiding dungeons. Then she drops some news. She does not care, because she has to find a new guild anyway, and the new leader might surprise him. Do not worry, it is a woman. Hearing her tone, Singu immediately knows exactly who it is. So it is Marina then? She did not think he would figure it out that fast. Seihai is surprised by his sharp intuition. He just tells her that her face gave everything away. Still, he congratulates her. She will be safe if Marina is around. Ziha slowly walks up to him. Boss, I know what you are thinking. Is it too late for a peaceful ending? Her voice carries a heavy weight as she asks if it is too late for the guild president. That strange question confuses Aaron and annoys Singu. Ziha, why are you still obsessing over that weird guy? You mentioned the whirlwind president was blessed by the fire god, right? I realized it during our fight. But the truth is, he actually thinks that divine power belongs to him now. This shocking news leaves the ladies speechless as Singu recalls the scene. He predicts that the guy has been hiding it well until now, but his physical appearance is bound to transform soon once he starts using more of that power. He does not forget to warn his teammate. I am sorry, Ziha, but you should probably give up on him. Sorrow clouds her face, her lips trembling slightly. Everything changed the moment they met Syria Wyden. Unlike the gloomy mood, Singu remains firm. In the worst case, that guy might betray humanity entirely. If that happens, I will handle him myself. Ziha lets go of her sadness under the light of truth. I trust your decision. Singu's memory of that meal is just a heavy, suffocating atmosphere around the dinner table. The place Seihai took them to had great food, but that bitter feeling in their throats made it hard for anyone to eat. Seihai waves goodbye, but before she leaves, Singu calls her back. Wait, hold on. She turns around, confused. He closes his eyes, focusing his energy into his hand to summon the souls that belong to him. Maybe I can summon one right here. Suddenly, a warrior ghost appears right in the middle of the street. It is a total success, surprising even Singu. It worked. Meanwhile, Seihai is twice as shocked. What is this? Did you make this, Singu? He makes a simple request. Take him with you. Seihai hesitates, waving her hands to decline the offer. I am sorry, but I really do not need your help. Singu realizes she totally misunderstood his intention. It is not like that. If he stays with you, I will always know which dungeon you are in. I can come save you if things go wrong. Hearing this for the first time, Seihai's heart practically blooms. She quickly tries to hide her blushing face with a small bow. Thank you. I will not blame you even if you show up late. That gloomy comment annoys him. And trust me, you and I can see he is definitely not letting her go that easily. She leaves in the morning sun with a bright smile. Stick with me, because things are about to get very interesting. The trio watches her figure slowly disappear at the end of the road along with that mysterious shadow. Seeing how well it works, Singu gets a new idea. Maybe he should send a similar shadow to protect his parents too. Arin has been with him long enough to develop her own unique ideas. Now he just needs a skill to swap places with them. Singu immediately brushes the thought aside. No, there is no way that would actually work. Back at the resting area, Singu begins turning his 5 senses into passive skills, starting with a ball exercise. Slam it against the wall harder. His eyes stay locked on the erratic movement of the ball bouncing all over the room. This training is designed to turn sight and taste into passive skills, before applying it to the rest of his senses. His muscular frame moves with grace, dodging every single path of that tiny projectile. Now pay attention, because the balls start changing direction mid-air for no reason. Seha is completely frozen in shock. The ball slams into Seha because he failed to react in time. Seeing him collapse, Singu turns into a nightmare gym trainer. "Are you okay there? It looks like you definitely need way more training." Seha asks if Singu used mana to change the ball's direction. Singu doesn't deny it, simply telling him to stop making excuses now that he is caught. Realizing he has been exposed, Singu switches to threats. "No time for rest. I am adding even more balls to the mix." After a short break, the two comrades dive back into the brutal training they designed. Every 5 minutes, the number of balls and mana increases. They eventually stop at 8, unable to control any more than that. Seha is dripping with sweat, looking like he just stepped out of a hot sauna. Somehow, Singu misinterprets his expression. "Are you laughing because you think I am incompetent?" Seha is left totally speechless. "No, I am just relieved." But Singu is greedy for power and pushes the training limits even higher. "I am increasing it to 9 balls no matter what." Seha is terrified, literally begging for mercy. But this trainer is colder than a prison warden. 5 hours later, Seha is hilariously covered in bruises. In exchange for that agony, the system delivers good news. His enhancement skill has finally reached level 40. Singu is not satisfied. "Why did that level up instead of sight? Maybe I should just make the balls faster." Seha's eyebrows twitch at that heartless comment. "Are you trying to kill me?" Suddenly, Arin appears out of nowhere. She asks if he is finally ready to leave. Singu steps forward, ready to share the latest news with her. "Yeah, I ran into a small problem." Suddenly he turns bright red as the system announces sight has reached level 2. His sudden freeze catches everyone's attention. "Hey, what is wrong with you, Singu?" Arin approaches with a pouty voice. "That really hurts, you know? Ignoring me and just turning your head away like that." He turns away because he can't handle it, staring at the sky. "It is just, you are suddenly so beautiful." That unexpected compliment stops her in her tracks. Her heart starts pounding like it is going to explode. "Why so sudden?" "I know what you're thinking, is this a confession?" He might not mean anything, but his words were incredibly smooth. Singu, red-faced, makes a clumsy excuse to leave. "I need the bathroom." Arin is left stunned. "Wait, right now?" Singu is doing his best impression of the thinking man statue inside the bathroom stall. His face is burning. He can't believe his sight skill leveled up and gave him X-ray vision. Singu sits there, trying to calm his racing heart. Arin's angelic face slowly drifts through his mind, and he just can't shake the image. He already knew she had feelings for him. Honestly, she is pretty terrible at hiding her emotions. His mind is split. If he shows her the same affection, their relationship will instantly move to a brand new chapter. But is her feeling for him actually love, or just pure respect and admiration? Besides, he really does not have any time to be dating anyone right now. Yeah, this is not the time. If all I can do is see through clothes, it is useless for actual combat anyway. Suddenly, Singu sees the mana flow inside his body like a pulsing heart rate graph. It is shockingly clear. He is stunned by what he is seeing. He can actually track the flow of mana in his own body. If he can see an opponent's mana, he can predict exactly when they will use a skill. But he needs to master this focus first. To see mana during a real fight, he has to upgrade his vision. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts him. Arin stands outside, worried, asking if he's okay. "Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next." "Alright, you and I are jumping right back to our hero acting casual and scratching his head while trying to leave as if nothing happened." Singu thinks to himself that since he shut down his visual skills, he no longer has to deal with seeing through everything around him. He pushes the door open with a heavy heart, the world fading into the background as his eyes focus only on the girl waiting there. An entire month of silence passes before he finally speaks up with a soft apology to Arin, making her jump in sheer surprise. She is instinctively confused and asks what he could possibly be apologizing for. Not wanting to bring up that certain incident, Singu quickly shifts the conversation to getting something to eat, which just leaves Arin feeling even more muddled. The three of them eat their delicious meal in total silence, enjoying the food Arin prepared while the tension slowly begins to lift. Singu heads to the fridge to prep a fresh batch of experiments. Grinning with excitement, he exclaims that it is finally time to create a smell skill. Seha watches him closely, curious about what kind of insane plan he has cooked up for his training this time around. He is mixing healing potions with poison, and our resident mad scientist doesn't hesitate to share his wild idea. He thinks alternating between safe and toxic scents will finally force his body to adapt. He believes that by constantly switching between those two extremes, his sense of smell will eventually have to trigger as a skill. Arin watches in horror, thinking he is more likely to paralyze himself than get a skill. But the stubborn guy starts huffing those potions one after another, without a single second thought. Suddenly, the system pings exactly as he predicted. His permanent mana drops by 3 points. But Singu couldn't be happier with the notification. He is practically glowing with success. while Arin just stands there in shock, unable to believe her own eyes after witnessing his insane method. He is on fire now, determined to master every single sense. Only touch and hearing are left before he is completely optimized for the fight. Time to get started. Arin is genuinely worried he is pushing his limits too far. But for Singu, this grueling grind is the only way to survive the coming storm. We still have 10 days before the World Conference, so I want to transform all of my natural senses into high-tier skills before then. His phone starts vibrating on the table, but Singu pretends not to notice, muttering to himself about spending all his time upgrading his skills. Seeing him so lost in his own head, Arin has to practically drag him back to reality before he ignores the important call entirely. Singu finally looks at the screen while the rest of the group crowds around, wondering who could be calling after hearing his hesitant reaction. He hopes it is just a scam call, but Arin notices something immediately that is an international number displayed on the screen. The air grows heavy as a hesitant voice on the other end tries to confirm if they are finally speaking with the one and only Singu. The voice is melodious but carries a sharp, familiar chill that is absolutely impossible to mistake for anyone else in this world. It is Su Arin. She sounds genuinely relieved that he actually remembers who she is after all this time has passed. Singu doesn't do small talk. He heard Marina gave her his number and demands to know exactly what she is looking for. Her calm voice drifts through the line. She wants to talk in person, asking if he is okay with a face-to-face meeting. It turns out that she is already here in Hanoi right now. Thinking about how these top-tier players travel, Singu worries they will put airlines out of business by just flying themselves everywhere through the sky. You and I both know Singu forgot how famous he is when he picked a crowded public cafe for this meeting. People are already whispering his name, remembering his epic fight with Kim Harian and how satisfying it was to see that jerk get crushed. The local kids are having a field day gossiping about him, acting like they are watching a live movie right in front of them. They are convinced that even if the villains try to run away or get revenge, Singu will just hunt them down and finish the job. Arin peeks out from his pocket, amazed by the sheer amount of attention he is drawing just by standing in a coffee shop. Seha checks the news on her phone and realizes that Singu isn't just famous locally, he is currently breaking the entire internet. Suddenly, Saria walks through the door. She is tall, stunning, and immediately commands the attention of every single person in the room. The crowd goes wild with theories as she walks toward him. Everyone is convinced she is another high-level player here, specifically for Singu. First it was Marina, then Lai Sehai, and now a red-headed beauty. It looks like Singu is building a massive harem whether he likes it or not. As soon as she sits down, Singu asks who was dumb enough to suggest meeting here. She just looks at him and says, "You." He is hit with a wave of instant regret for choosing such a public spot. "My bad," he mutters, feeling like a total idiot. To make up for the embarrassment, he offers to pay for the drinks, and Saria isn't about to turn down a free coffee. She orders an Americano, and the two of them share a moment of quiet before diving into the real reason she is here. Singu appreciates her coming all this way, but he is a busy man. He asks her to keep things as brief as humanly possible. Luckily, Saria is on the same page. She promises that her request will be very short and very direct for both of them. Her mature, professional attitude actually suits him perfectly. He realizes he can finally have a normal conversation with her, unlike the chaos with Marina. And trust me, you and I were not ready for this bombshell. She wants to follow him and become his personal servant. Singu stands there completely frozen, his expression shifting from pure shock to total confusion. Since he hasn't said no yet, Saria continues her simple presentation, explaining she thought long and hard before making this choice. She tells him not to laugh, realizing that he's completely misunderstood what she's trying to do. "Alright, let's see how Singu tries to wiggle out of this," he stammers, trying to clarify that he doesn't even have a guild for her to join, plus she already has her own team. His logic is instantly shattered by her soft, calm response. "I've already disbanded the Emperor Guild," she says, "because I can't lead it without my core members." "You once said I'd have to pay the price," she admits. "And after thinking about it, I realized I can no longer trust my own judgment." Singu finally understands her trauma as he recalls those who turned into demons right before his eyes. Honestly, it feels like a fair outcome after everything that happened. Saria practically begs him, clinging to the only bit of hope she has left for her future. "You're the only person I can trust right now," she says, "so please let me follow you." That heavy responsibility makes him flatly refuse. He doesn't even fully trust himself, so why is she trying to force this burden onto him? Even Arin, hiding in his pocket, chimes in to say she's terrible and should just go back to the United States. Despite the blunt rejection, Saria sticks to her guns, insisting she's only doing what she wants to do. She tells him there's no pressure, just think of her as a butler he can order around whenever he likes. She trusts him, meaning she'll do whatever he commands. Now, pay attention to her eyes here. That determination is what starts to shake Singu's resolve. The conversation hits a dead end, leaving everyone silent. Suddenly, Seha speaks up to offer a different perspective, suggesting he shouldn't just reject her outright like that. After all, she was the leader of the Emperor Guild, and she's an incredibly powerful warrior in her own right. Plus, after the Grand Canyon incident, she's now an enemy to all the gods, not just Louis. Doesn't that make her reliable? Syria looks touched that someone finally understands her heart and her situation. Singu is still hesitant since he doesn't see the benefit yet. She can't even enter the tower as a supporter with him. On the other hand, Seha offers a new angle, noting it wouldn't be bad to have a top-tier player around for extra support. Seeing his friend so determined, Singu finally gives in with a shrug. If Seha is that insistent, then fine. He turns serious and makes it official. Syria Wilson, from now on, you're with me. Even if it's not all good news, Syria is clearly relieved. Her voice softens as she tells him he can just call her Syria. Seha, who worked so hard to defend her, can't hide the huge grin of happiness on his face. You and I both see what's happening here, right? Singu starts to wonder if his buddy has a crush on Syria. Seha excitedly promises to be his right-hand man in all this, but his brain completely misses the hidden meaning behind those words. He trusts her, but in his eyes, those words mean something totally different. Once the main business is settled though, Syria's expression immediately shifts. She formally addresses him as master, saying there's something they need to discuss before she heads out. He's totally caught off guard. Singu tries to point out how awkward this new dynamic feels. I just want you to talk to me normally, he says, making a faint smile appear on her lips. She laughs, calling him funny, but immediately goes back to the formal tone. She has something more important on her mind than her disbanded guild. He sighs to the two in his pocket, wondering if she's even listening to him. She smoothly transitions into a serious topic, how players should properly view the gods from now on. Singu leans in, eager to hear her next words. She explains how much of an impact this situation will have once it goes public. Most importantly, the world needs to realize the potential danger of putting their faith in these divine beings. It's not just the players anymore. Even ordinary people might start believing in them blindly. Realizing she's right, he suggests the only viable option, a global conference for player representatives. She nods, clarifying her role in the plan. Exactly. I'm planning to host it right here, she says with a confident look. But she won't be there as a United States representative. She'll be a special guest. After putting the pieces together, he finally realizes the truth. Wait, so the reason I was invited is, and she just gives him a light casual yes. You saved me, she explains, but traces of Louis's power still linger in my body. My very existence is proof of how twisted that divine strength really is. All you have to do is show up. Your presence alone will prove my point to the entire world. Knowing this is way bigger than he thought, he asks her how much time they have left. Having prepared everything, she tells him they have 5 days. Since he can't fly, she's already got a plane waiting. Trust me, you and I have to admit she's impressively thorough. Singu can't help but be amazed by her preparation. To repay the favor, let me suggest one more witness. Her name is Lycee, a person I know who can testify. Alright, you and I are about to see Syria's cool exterior crumble just from hearing that name, Lee Seha. I heard about her at the Korean Player Summit. She is one of the few players Marina actually respects. Please confirm the details carefully. I want her to be present at the upcoming international conference as well. On top of that, can you help her level up? Syria's formal request feels strangely out of place here. This is the first direct order you have given me. I will complete it no matter the cost, even if it means my life. The main character feels she is being too dramatic and tells her to relax. Realizing she overdid it, she covers her mouth and stammers. She has one small question she is dying to ask. Syria's face turns bright red as she asks if he and Marina are actually dating. He simply answers, no. She keeps assuming we are a couple, but in reality, we are nothing more than good friends. The pure relief makes her jump out of her seat immediately. I knew it. The main character is confused by her joy. Why is she so happy to hear her rival is still single? Before leaving, Syria whispers to herself. She knows a stubborn girl like Marina could never win his heart anyway. Understood. Now that I have your permission, I will go carry out the mission right away. He watches her walk away, already imagining the savage way she is going to tease Marina about this. Now, pay attention here. Singu returns to his quarters and begins hearing training immediately through quiet meditation. He centers all his focus on his ears, forcing his hearing to become more sensitive than ever before. Since his hearing was already sharp, he figures mastering this skill will be easier than his sense of smell. The simple method pays off fast. He loses 5 permanent mana points but unlocks the hearing passive skill. Singu starts showing off immediately. Can you hear the mana vibrating? It creates different melodies based on its movement. Arin stands nearby, trying to hide her jealousy. She feels like he is slowly drifting away from them. Meanwhile, Seha is losing it on the street. I can't hear it, boss. I want to listen to mana too. It happens so often that Arin does not even react. Seha, you are acting like a total cult fanatic. Task complete, but he does not waste a second. Only one sense left to master now. Touch. He is speeding through these senses with the hope of reaching a massive achievement very soon. You and I both knew it could not be this easy. Turning the sense of touch into a skill is a nightmare. Singu stares at his hands in disbelief. This is turning out to be way harder than he imagined. Aaron asks what is going wrong. Is it not the same thing he did with the other senses? He explains the problem. He has to cover too much area since touch involves his entire skin. This costs massive mana. Luckily, the souls brought him plenty of crystals. Arin suddenly wonders what level those souls have reached by now. Singu does not mind giving her a quick update on how the souls are progressing lately. They are all over level 100 now, though their growth rate is starting to slow down. But since they never get tired, he keeps them hunting. He pops a mana crystal into his mouth. The system alerts him that his mana increased by 1. He cannot use low-level crystals anymore. Annoyed, he tosses the remaining crystals into his inventory. Fine, he will just save them for later. He cannot absorb them anymore, so he will find another use. Singu takes a breath and refocuses on training. His brain will not stay quiet. 1,000 thoughts race through his mind, making it impossible to concentrate. Maybe this is too much for him. It is different from focusing on one body part, but he has an idea. In a flash, his body undergoes a rapid transformation. His skin becomes as hard as reinforced iron. He repeats the process, cycling pure mana from his heart and pumping it through his entire body. That weird training works. He loses 5 permanent mana points but finally unlocks the touch passive skill. Singu is ecstatic with the result, and even Seha cannot hide the pure joy on his face. You have turned every single sense into a skill, boss. Suddenly, Singu feels a violent surge of energy. His body is suddenly engulfed in crackling lightning, looking like he is being struck down by divine judgment. And that's where we leave it. Seha stops Arin from interfering because this is not an attack, it is an evolution. Alright, you and I are about to watch Singu reach a god-tier level as lightning strikes him relentlessly. His 5 senses are resonating. Is this the birth of a new skill combining with his ultimate intelligence? Massive power wraps around his body, and his 2 allies can't even look away from the sight. This energy is on a whole different level than anything they have ever felt before. Singu falls into his own world, feeling the power erupting from his core and manifesting across his entire frame. The sound fades as his 6 skills return to their original spots. Something is still missing. He needs to memorize this feeling for the next stage of his evolution. His next chance will come eventually. Soon enough, the day of the World Player Representative Conference finally arrives and brings everyone together. Our country trio is absolutely stunned by the high-class city life and the incredible luxury right in front of them. Saria, looking sharp in formal wear, bows by a luxury limo. Good morning, Master Singu. Please come this way for your ride. The door opens, and Sehi greets him with a huge smile. Singu just gives a cool, polite nod in return as he steps inside. Sensing a massive shift in her energy, Singu notes how much she has leveled up in such a short amount of time. She excitedly explains that she just returned from the Azure Abyss dungeon right before coming here to meet him. Marina, Saria, and Sehi just finished conquering a difficult rank 31 dungeon as a team. Singu catches her positive vibe and congratulates her, honestly glad that she made it back home safely. Sehi still doesn't get why Saria is being so formal. Singu just shrugs it off. It is a long story that he'll explain later. Their private jet cuts through the clouds while most of the big shots sleep. Singu is calm on the outside, but inside, he is still processing all this sudden luxury. First a limo, now a private plane? He has never experienced this kind of extreme wealth in his entire life. Suddenly, he freezes. He senses something dangerous moving outside the plane and calls out to Saria with a serious tone. Saria snaps to attention immediately at the sound of her name. Yes, master, I am ready. He also wakes up Sehi, who is still half asleep and looking a bit groggy from her deep nap. Now pay attention, this is the exact moment their luxury trip turns into a total nightmare. Singu senses an attack and orders Saria to deploy the shields immediately before things get ugly. Saria activates her skill, wrapping the entire massive plane in a thick, glowing protective barrier. Suddenly, a massive impact shatters the shield and knocks the plane off course. A flight attendant is thrown across the cabin like a leaf in the wind. She slams onto the floor. Saria is left in total shock by how fast their defenses were torn apart. The plane shakes violently. Singu looks at Sehi, and she knows exactly what she needs to do. She deploys an even larger, more powerful shield to stabilize the aircraft and keep it from falling out of the sky. But the jet barely moves forward before something locks onto them from high above, once again. A terrifying beam of energy tears through the barrier from a distance. The cabin trembles violently, and everyone inside starts losing their footing. You and I can see the panic on Singu's face. He is sweating and confused. How could someone attack at this altitude without even revealing where they are hiding? Saria and Sehi need time to recover their mana. They definitely cannot stop a third strike from hitting the plane. Suddenly, that blinding light flashes in the sky once again, signaling another incoming blast. With no shield left to protect them, That mysterious power slices the entire plane right in half instantly. The pressure drops in a heartbeat, sucking everyone out of the cabin and into the cold, thin air. As they fall, Singu hears the flight attendant scream and immediately locks onto her position in the sky. He shouts for Ziha to save the flight attendant immediately. Seihai jumps in to help as Ziha transforms into his warrior form and leaps out to catch her. Ziha accelerates through the air and grabs the falling crew members before they hit the terminal velocity. Seihai sets up a barrier around the staff. They report back that everyone, including the captain, has been saved. Singu finally feels his heart settle and lets out a breath of relief. Great work, everyone. He summons his demonic vehicle mid-air and glares at the enemy ahead with a face full of determination. Thousands of strange, glowing dots gather in the sky, forming a massive and eerie swarm right in front of them. Singu activates his vision skill. A swarm of giant, razor-toothed dragonflies is diving toward them, ready to tear everything apart. Saria flies up behind him, refusing to let him fight this massive battle on his own. He tries to brush her off, asking if it would be a disaster if the plane debris hits the ground. She calmly notes that they are over the open ocean, so the falling wreckage won't be an issue. Realizing she is not backing down, he smiles. Hey, do we happen to have any travel insurance for this? Saria answers him instantly, having memorized every single detail of their contract for this trip. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see Singu go absolute beast mode, especially since he's already feeling the thrill of this battle. Alright, you and I are about to see Singu unleash hell as he pulls out his lightning gun, eyes burning with rage at those insects. It is payback time. Earth energy surges into the barrel, lighting up the entire horizon with a blinding glow. He pulls the trigger, releasing a beam of light just like the one that trashed the plane earlier. The projectile tears through the dragonfly swarm, which has absolutely no way to block it. The insects cannot even dodge before they are completely vaporized by the blast. As the smoke clears from the first shot, Singu fires again, leaving a massive scorched trail hanging in the air. This raw, blinding energy continues to incinerate everything in its path without a shred of mercy. Arin watches from the side, sounding worried as she asks if he should really be wasting mana like that. But our hero obviously has a plan of his own. Since Earth's mana levels spiked, he has mastered absorbing it directly from the surrounding air to recover. He tries to reassure Arin, but hearing how crazy his recovery rate is only makes her panic more. This kind of power is just not normal. He is recovering way too fast, and Singu just gives his usual cocky look. Maybe he is just built different. However, he feels a surge of natural mana swirling around his entire body, because his 5 senses have literally evolved into high-level skills. Meanwhile, the swarm of dragonflies is closing in on the 3 of them, getting ready to launch a counterattack. Arin and Saria are tripping out because they have never seen giant dragonflies like these before. Saria mentions she never saw them in the Heavenly Citadel, suggesting they might have already been on Earth. Singu immediately shuts that theory down, saying that is not the truth. He grips a weapon in each hand, ready to teach these annoying bugs a lesson. Watch closely here as Singu gets his gear ready and shares a heavy thought. He senses a strange external power coming from them, and it feels exactly like the strength of a god. Saria voices the big question. Are they trying to block us? How could they even know we were coming? Analyzing their patterns, he realizes they have been tracking their every move and attacking based on that information. He is convinced there is a spy hiding among them. Facing the massive swarm of enemies, Singu keeps his voice low and asks Saria if she can step in and help handle this situation. She jumps at the chance to fight immediately, saying she is all in. It has been a while since Singu had a real fight, and he is pumped. Great. I will take point. Stay safe. His right hand grips the great wolf claw, shimmering in the sun, while his left holds the giant howl. The pressure he is giving off is insane. The giant bugs do not even feel the danger yet, just clicking their razor-sharp mandibles together. Singu sits steady on his demon motorcycle. He is ready to charge. But these flying pests are hard to kill all at once as they quickly swarm around him. He scans the area, calculating exactly how to handle them. Seeing the dragonflies forming a massive trap in the sky, he realizes they have completely surrounded him. They are calling for even more reinforcements. He decides to end this fast, no more playing around. He guns the engine and dives straight into the center. Both weapons erupt with swirling energy, blowing the giant dragonflies to bits. Using the bike's speed, he swings his weapons wildly. Every time he passes through, a bunch of insects get sent straight to the afterlife. He finally stops to check the results, as dragonfly corpses start raining down from the sky. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, Singu is confused why they did not defend themselves. Arin just sighs, telling him it is just because he is too overpowered. Over on the other side, Saria is facing her own wall of giant, buzzing dragonflies. She coldly raises her gun and activates her skill. Singu rushes over to help, but seeing her handle them so cleanly, he realizes she does not need him at all. He puts his weapons away and makes a quick call. That is the last of them, right? Now we just need to get to New York. Before anyone can answer, he charges ahead. Suddenly, a disgusting red cord wraps tightly around his arm, jerking him to a stop. The strange rope stretches out and disappears into the empty air. Arin flies higher, flapping her wings to get a better look. Finally, the big boss decides to show its face. It is a red-eyed demon bird with a massive tongue. Singu just laughs in annoyance. Stealth skills? Are you kidding me? Syria catches up and explains that it is a demon bird, meaning the dragonflies were likely its minions. Arin rubs her chin thoughtfully, saying she knew it. She saw one exactly like this in a difficulty level 32 dungeon. This info definitely gets Shingu's attention. Arin digs through her memories and explains that these creatures regenerate incredibly fast and their blood is actually highly toxic. She thought that was their only trick, but she had no clue they were actually part of the demon bird species. Now that he knows what he is dealing with, he yanks back on that gross tongue wrapped around his arm. Then, Singu slices the tongue right off, leaving the bird in total shock. It screams in agony, releasing ripples of golden sound waves. In an instant, a whole swarm of demon birds answer the call, filling the entire sky. Looking at the massive crowd, Singu just jokes that they prefer quantity over quality. Arin looks terrified and tries to warn him. Trust me, you and I are both wondering the same thing. Are all the other players heading to the conference getting ambushed like this too? Stick with me, we're diving into a high-speed monster slaughter. If the world had this many monsters, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Singu grips his whip, ready for blood. He utilizes the incredible elasticity of this toy, swinging it forward with earth-shattering force. Fighting fire with fire, two birds are snagged by their own teammate's tongue. He raises his great wolf claw. With one brutal swing, both birds meet their end. Singu looks up, complaining about the sheer numbers. Killing them isn't the problem. But with the sky turning black from feathers, he's worried about being late for New York. A voice comes out of nowhere, answering his thoughts. Better think again. Startled, he turns around to see Marina standing there, dual-wielding pistols like a total boss. Singu demands to know why she's here. She explains they've opened gates at the New York branches. If I'd known you were being targeted, I would have just sent you through the Soul Gate. Marina proudly brags about moving the crew to safety, telling him he doesn't need to hold back anymore. He raises a hand and smiles with sincere gratitude. I shouldn't rely on you this much, but thanks for everything. Seihai and Seiha rush into the fray, shouting that they want a piece of the action too. Pay attention here because this is where the real squad goals begin for Singu. This four-person team flips the script. The prey has officially become the hunters, and they mean business. Even with the extra help, it takes 4 long hours of non-stop combat to clear the sky. Every strike is a funeral for these birds. Shingu's weapons tear through them, turning the sky into a bloody mess. Right on cue, the system screen flashes a brand new notification. You saw that too, right? Our main character just leveled up his entire body. I still need more. I need an opponent strong enough to push all my senses to the absolute limit. Marina holsters her guns and walks over. Every time we meet, you've gained an unbelievable amount of power. He's honest with her. He's just turning his 5 senses into useful skills. She's completely stunned by the idea. 5 senses? I guess that explains how you created those specialized mana bullets. Singu just crosses his arms and lectures her. Anyone could do this if they actually put in the work. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm positive you're insulting me right now. Surya flies in from behind to politely interrupt. We've collected all the monster loot thanks to the branch's help. Marina suddenly cuts in, reminding everyone of the ticking clock. We don't have any more time to waste. Everyone is already waiting for us at the meeting. Despite Arin's earlier guesses, Singu still wants to confirm. Marina, was anyone else attacked on the way here? No. Sensing her bluntness, she adds that the Whirlwind Guild leader is a pain, but nothing unusual happened. But that's just a normal day. Arin scoffs at his face, calling him the most suspicious person there. Singu sits quietly in the car, analyzing the mountain of chaotic information he's just received. The power from those birds feels different from Maharian. It's possible several gods are working together. But the more he thinks, the more he wants to simplify things. He just needs to kick them out. His mind wanders to a land of jagged rocks. He might have to return to the Grand Canyon Abyss. That's where the Setnak fragment appeared. It likely holds a gate leading directly to Setnak's world. With his mind set, Singu prioritizes the meeting first, while Marina cheers him on from the back seat. We have to stop every possible tragedy. Arin chimes in, saying humans are foolish and history always repeats. She's so annoyed by the negativity that her pigtails are practically vibrating with rage. She grinds her teeth and screams at Arin not to ruin the mood as they fly through the clouds. They reach the Silicon Valley branch and jump to New York instantly. It's fast and prevents any ambushes. Trust me, you and I wouldn't survive that motion sickness. Singu is perfectly fine, turning to Marina to confirm that this gate tech is still a secret. Still dizzy. She says people will find out soon, but it doesn't really matter to them. When Marina heals everyone after a monster attack, the focus shifts to victory. Their goal? Gates everywhere on Earth. All right, you and I are touching down in the heart of Manhattan, New York, for a truly massive world-changing event. Worried about the city traffic, Singu and his group take the sky route as he rides his custom Acma motorcycle while admiring the incredible view below. New York is bustling, and Marina acts like a professional tour guide while explaining why this is currently the safest city on the whole planet. Aaron watches the streets from a pocket as 80 players who have reached level 210 or higher begin to gather. New policies are being established to protect government representatives and top business leaders from all around the world during this time. Their noisy discussion catches the attention of the crowd below, who look up in confusion at the strange motorcycle flying through the sky. The realization hits the crowd below, and a man points toward the sky to confirm that the rider is young Singu. As soon as he speaks, everyone on the street looks up in awe, and Singu attracts every single eye in New York. Marina calls out that they have finally arrived at the United Nations headquarters, the site for the World Player Conference. Singu stores his motorcycle away and drops down from the sky with the commanding presence of a powerful, world-class leader. But they are greeted by a massive skyscraper that is missing an entire side, covered in countless deep and jagged cracks. Singu asks if monsters attacked the building, and Marina dryly responds that the people here were simply very unlucky that day. Saria remembers the chaos and smoke, explaining that the devastation from the monster attacks was not just limited to this single building. Many critical sites were hit by monsters during the invasion, and both Marina and Saria were kept extremely busy at that time. Singu strokes his chin in deep thought, realizing these were not local monsters, but invaders coming from the spatial cracks. He gets more serious as he wonders why they would hold the conference in this damaged place, questioning if there is another hidden reason for it. He thinks back to the time Team Harrion fought the monsters, searching for the true logic behind this very suspicious global meeting. Hosting the conference at an attack site might be a way to show the world that humanity is no longer afraid of them. Now watch closely, because as Singu looks at the busy crowd entering the building, he starts to feel very alert as his senses pick up a strange amount of mana lingering in the air. Singu finally states his blunt conclusion: this is not just an attack site, it is a place where monsters appear. Marina looks at him seriously and agrees, worried that monsters might be hiding somewhere nearby right now, just waiting for their chance. She suddenly gets very emotional, stepping forward to face the group while gesturing with her hands in a very passionate manner. She argues that even with the risks, the summit must happen here for the sake of all humanity, not just for America. Seha clenches his fists and stands by her side, his eyes filled with hope for the future of their world. He believes that if monsters really do appear today, the elite players gathered here can all unite their strength to stop them. Singu considers their words while Marina points them toward the entrance, signaling that they should head inside since the meeting starts soon. They enter a massive hall with rows of seats arranged in a semicircle, where several other participants have already arrived. You and I both know when this many power players gather, things are bound to get messy, and Seihai whispers that if everyone here ends up on the front page tomorrow, it would not be a surprise. Marina says it makes perfect sense, since every person present in this room is a top elite representative from their own country. Singu just hopes that no one starts any more trouble or complains about his custom Acma motorcycle during this important event. Saria turns toward him and offers some very gentle words of reassurance to help him feel more at ease. She tells him that will not happen today, because he is not just a regular participant, but a special guest nominated by the United Nations who can say whatever he truly wants. After she finishes speaking, she steps forward to receive a stack of official papers from one of the security guards. Handing the documents over, she explains that this is his script, but he is free to add anything he likes to it. Saria shows her gratitude and says having him here is a huge honor that will speed everything up, while Marina watches the scene with a look of pure annoyance on her face. Marina mocks her, asking why she is being so polite to a familiar enemy when she usually acts much differently. Saria is not someone you can just push around, and she immediately fires back with a sharp and direct response. She tells Marina she wouldn't understand her sincerity because she doesn't have enough brain cells to process what is actually happening. Marina gets fired up and points at Saria, questioning if her feelings are actually sincere or if there is something else going on with Singu. She asks if Saria feels the same way, but Saria just dismisses her with a look of contempt, telling her to go away. Both women stand there glaring at each other as the tension between them begins to explode despite the formal setting. Singu ignores the drama and finds his seat with Seihai, placing his script on the table while taking a deep breath to calm himself down. He looks up at the room and can feel the incredibly heavy and unbearably tense atmosphere surrounding everyone. Right in front of him is Harrion, whose face is turning bright red as he keeps stealing angry glances back at him. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the calm before the storm. Stick around to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are back with Singu as things go from 0 to 100 real fast. I need to keep a close eye on anyone wielding the power of a god. The only issue is I can't distinguish who actually possesses the power, so I'll just keep an eye on everyone. Singu calls out to his soul group. Listen up. Everyone get over here and stay invisible. They gather before him like they're teleporting. Seeing their progress, Singu is pleased it is slow, but their levels are rising. I think I can still handle them even once they hit level 200. A bold idea hits him. If my skills level up, theirs should too. Singu doesn't hesitate to give orders. Now, each of you watch one player. If your target acts suspiciously, report back to me immediately. The souls bow in unison. Yes, master. They scatter across the conference room while Marina watches, totally confused. Now here's the part you and I should watch closely. Every player just got an invisible spy attached to them. An announcement blares over the speakers, silencing the crowd. Attention, honored guests. Arin reacts first, recognizing the voice. Sehai feels it too and shouts out in surprise. Wait, isn't that your mother? Singu just looks at the two of them, completely unbothered. Hey, pipe down. Arin flies over to whisper, while Sehai is totally confused by his calm reaction. Singu, that's your mother's voice. He lowers his voice to explain. Of course he knew she was involved in something big. He actually had a soul following her, though he didn't realize it involved the United Nations. Singu keeps talking, unaware someone is creeping up behind him. Guess his mother radar isn't working today. Jim delivers a massive blow to his head. I told you not to call me that, you brat. Looking at his powerful mother and her heavy hand, he immediately starts stuttering. Mom, please stop. Singu switches to flattery. Wow, Mom, you look just like a lady in her 20s. She snaps back. I am 50, you blockhead. Marina is still in total shock and can barely find the words to speak. Jim looks toward the voice and covers her mouth. She is staring at 4 beautiful girls, each with their own unique style. She leans in and whispers to her son. I know what you're thinking. Singu needs to settle this mess before blood is shed. It's not what you think, Mom. Enough gossip. Jim starts her lecture. Also, your father specifically said you should not be hitting any more Korean children. You hear me? Singu remembers the guy from earlier. Is this because I got into it with Kim Ha-ryong? I don't care about others, but I'll still mess with that guy. You'll just have to calculate Korea's strength without him. She sighs and accepts defeat. Fine, it's okay. I suppose that guy wouldn't have been much help anyway. Jim gives one last warning before leaving. This is a formal place, so don't play around too much. He grumbles back. Do you think I'm a baby? Marina just watches her leave, totally lost. Singu sighs. Do you really think my mother is going to just let things be? Arin agrees that he has a point. 5 minutes pass as everyone takes their seats, and the meeting finally gets underway. The moderator stands at the podium. Every item on the agenda for this World Player Conference is critical enough to impact the global order. With a grand introduction, he reveals the main issue, the formation of the World Player Conference. This organization is called the VCPC. It gathers representatives from every nation, aiming to recruit every player on Earth as a member. He explains the promising future. The United Nations will build an artificial island right next to the Celestial City. Civilians won't enter the city, but they can communicate with players through this new island. On top of that, we will build teleportation portals on the island with the cooperation of the BVI. Everyone can travel the world instantly using these. Singu stretches his arms behind his head. He looks forward seriously. Let's talk about what happened in Arizona this past August. Singu flinches and sits up straight. The big screen shows the rocky landscape of the Grand Canyon. The video features Syria looking confused as she stares at her own monstrous claws. The host warns that this is what happens when you accept power from the gods worshipped by dungeon monsters. The crowd instantly erupts. Trust me, you and I are about to see this meeting turn into a total war zone. Those claws look dangerous. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where power comes with a terrifying price. The host doesn't give a straight answer, knowing some players view this blessing as a glorious, mysterious gift. He warns of the hidden danger, but everyone already knows this power is both terrifying and otherworldly. Once you take it in, it slowly consumes your body until you're no longer even human. Seeing her chance, Syria walks forward through a sea of curious and judging eyes. She reaches the stage, and the crowd absolutely erupts, jumping to their feet in pure shock. That's the woman from the video. Is she still a monster? Who even let her in here? The host calms the chaos, explaining that Syria Wilson has actually returned to being a normal human. He steps aside, handing the microphone over so Syria can address the crowd. She gets straight to the point. The only reason she's human again is because of player Chujung Singu. All eyes land on Singu in the back. He stays calm while everyone whispers, wondering if this is a joke. Now watch this closely, because the real truth is about to be revealed on that screen. The footage shows Singu wielding dual hammers, tearing through enemies as if he's just dancing in a club. As he puts his weapons away, Syria begins her explanation of what everyone is seeing. He doesn't have a special gift. He's just mastered mana control. We see the moment they first met. He somehow shattered her monstrous claws, leaving the players watching the footage in total, frozen silence. Saria explains that after that moment, she and Singu realize the power of the gods is far too dangerous. They need to end this obsession with foreign faiths before more people start following them. Her voice turns sharp, warning everyone that if they don't act, humanity will be wiped out. One player shouts back, accusing them of faking the video just to keep the power for themselves. Saria doesn't flinch. "You can't fake the deaths of high-ranking members," she fires back. "Why would I kill my own teammates just for some mediocre level of personal power?" That logical counterhit leaves the man speechless, forced to rethink everything he thought he knew. Saria moves on, asking for their help to reject the gods. "We need your strength to protect mankind. We have to acknowledge the danger of these monster-leading gods and drive them off our planet." Many players nod in agreement, starting to share their own opinions right there on the spot. She's right. Maybe that's why the Emperor Association just suddenly vanished without a trace. But one fanatic screams out that he won't believe her, claiming the Emperor Association stole that power too. Saria realizes her word alone isn't enough proof. There's another case they need to see. Now, you and I are about to see this isn't just happening in one place. Meet Lee Se. Se steps up to the podium, quickly taking Saria's place to address the restless crowd. She calmly recounts her own nightmare while leading her guild on a hunt at Mount Tengu. The battle was brutal, and after finding traces of a god, her guild members transformed into monsters. The room explodes again as players argue that they never heard any reports about these traces. Se gives them the blunt truth. No reports exist because Singu destroyed all of them. The crowd goes wild at the mention of his name, acting like they've been shocked. "That guy again? Are you sure he isn't the one secretly pulling all the strings here?" Sensing the tension, the host invites Singu to the stage to clear the air. Without a hint of hesitation, Singu stands up and walks toward the podium with total confidence. Standing tall, he honestly tells them that these events aren't just happening around him. Divine power is showing up everywhere across the globe. They're just hiding in the shadows for now. His biggest fear is the monsters forming an alliance, based on reports from Heavenly City. Different monsters used to fight each other, but now they're teaming up to invade our world. Singu throws the question back at them. "I'm sure all of you have felt it coming too." And that's where we leave it, a room full of people finally facing the terrifying truth. Wild, right? Alright, let's dive into a scene where our main character wears a satisfied grin. His mission is finally complete. By planting these seeds of doubt, he's just stopped a total catastrophe from happening today. Suddenly, a sharp question cuts through the heavy silence. How can he be so sure that every god is evil? Singu's expression shifts, his gaze becoming sharp enough to draw blood. And of course, the one to ruin the moment is his rival, Kim Haryong. He's not pulling any punches, throwing out a direct challenge right in front of the entire assembly. Now, watch this closely. Haryong points out that even gods have their own wars. So why assume every single one of them hates humanity? Just like that, the players fall into a state of total confusion for the 100th time. Everyone starts whispering, looking around at each other, with deep uncertainty. Singu starts to answer honestly about the gods he's encountered so far, but Haryong rudely cuts him off mid-sentence. He claims that's just personal experience, and that Singu's evidence is way too thin to be taken seriously. Haryong keeps going, pushing his own perspective. Wouldn't it be more logical to assume some gods want to invade while others want to protect us? He gets so emotional that his fists are literally shaking. He claims to worship the fire god for giving him power, but insists he is still human at heart. His eyes are burning with the fire of his own intense devotion. Then, a sudden burst of golden energy explodes across the hall, making the surrounding players flinch from the pure pressure he's radiating. Fueled by burning passion, he shouts right at Singu's face. He's not holding back at all. "Singu, you are dead wrong. Even if some gods want us gone, it's wrong to generalize them all like this." Singu just listens calmly while his opponent vents all that bottled-up frustration. He keeps a smile on his face for the crowd, but internally, he's already cursing this guy's entire family tree. Kim Haryong, seriously, shut up. Singu scowls, looking at him with nothing but pure disgust. How does he dare act like some hero of justice right now? Finally, Singu lets out a dark, sinister smirk. He's kicking himself for not finishing this guy off when he had the chance in the past. As Haryong's flames burn even hotter, Singu takes a deep breath. He asks for clarification. "So you're saying there are actually kind gods on our side? Fine then. Let's just assume for a second that you are actually right." Haryong feels the mockery and snaps back, telling him to stop that smug smiling. He's tired of being manipulated, but Singu cuts him off with a single word. He looks his rival dead in the eye and asks, "How exactly are we supposed to distinguish the good gods from the evil ones?" Haryong clenches his teeth, trying to win over the crowd for this verbal battle. He shouts that every player should be able to decide that for themselves, but Singu remembers the victims who were distorted by divine power. There is a high chance these gods are just controlling the players they give strength to. Stick with me here. Even if you seem sane right now, you are basically carrying a ticking time bomb inside your body. Haryong loses his cool and screams. If you keep hiding behind your fear, humanity is really going to lose to those monsters. Singu grabs the microphone and fires back. Isn't that still better than our strongest players turning their backs on us and joining the monsters? The moderator suddenly steps in to kill the debate. That is enough. He looks down with a warning. Representative Kim Haryong, please sit down. And retract your power immediately. Haryong grinds his teeth so hard they might break. He swallows his rage and forces his golden energy back under control. The moderator signals for Singu to leave the stage. Mr. Singu, thank you for your speech. You may return to your seat now. Since he got exactly what he wanted, Singu happily agrees. He strolls back to his chair while Haryong glares at him with pure hatred. The moderator speaks with a serious tone. Regarding these mysterious beings calling themselves gods, we have no way to prove if they are actually good. Sehai listens closely as he continues. It is an undeniable fact that massive disasters have been triggered by their divine power. Even Marina looks serious now. The final conclusion is that we cannot recklessly accept their power. Haryong stands up to protest, but it is too late. The moderator patiently explains that a god's intention doesn't matter. This meeting is here to warn the world about the potential danger they pose. He delivers the final verdict. From this moment on, everything related to the gods of the other world is strictly prohibited. Any player who has interacted with them must report to the KPC and undergo constant surveillance. And that includes you, Mr. Kim. Haryong is completely stunned by the decision. Facing the absolute authority of the United Nations, he can only sink back into his seat, defeated. Singu actually feels a bit of regret now. He really should have found a way to make that guy just shut his mouth. He never expected the guy would be dumb enough to openly admit to absorbing a god's power right here. Sehai points out the growing issue. Now everyone knows how dangerous divine power is, but they also know how incredibly tempting it can be. Singu leans back with a tired, sarcastic look. By acting like that, the guy just ruined his own future. He surely knew that would happen. Even if he has. Arin chimes in with her own bold theory about what is really going on. Maybe the fire god has already taken over his mind, or some cult is using him as a puppet. Singu silently plans his next move against his countrymen. He is satisfied with exposing the truth about the gods. Now, he is just waiting for the perfect moment to kick Kim Haryong out for good. With that little drama out of the way, the conference continues. You and I both know the real chaos is just beginning. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the chaos as the world's leaders finally wrap up their long meeting. Most issues were handled quietly, but Singu is completely drained after the hours of debating. Arin flies over, sensing his exhaustion and telling him it is time to head home and rest up. Suddenly, a crowd of strangers gathers in the corner, catching his eye and making him tilt his head in suspicion. Kim Haryong is standing right in front of the reporters, trying his best to sound convincing to the world. He claims this power is normal and that the fire god is on their side. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto Singu's group passing by. Haryong immediately scowls, glaring daggers at them. Singu is not intimidated, noting that the guy looks like he is literally about to explode with rage. Singu scans the room one last time and realizes there are not any suspicious players left here. He has already recalled all his spying spirits. As for the ones acting weird today, they are getting special attention. He has left a little something behind for Kim Haryong, just in case he tries anything. A deep red sunset begins to wash over the United Nations building as the day comes to a close. Singu's group walks slowly down the street when Marina suddenly pipes up. She suggests they grab a bite now that the conference is over. She holds up a finger, recommending her favorite nearby restaurant. She even booked a table early, knowing the meeting would run late. Arin crosses her arms and asks why Marina is always trying to win him over with food. Marina just giggles like a fox who caught a chicken. She tells them she booked for everyone, so they should be thanking her. Surya gets annoyed instantly. She snaps back that they have no reason to thank her, and she would have taken Singu somewhere else anyway. Sehai is not as aggressive as the others. She just offers a soft thank you to Marina. Arin flies towards Singu to ask if it is really okay to leave without saying goodbye to his mother. He just waves her off, saying his family does not care about formal rituals at all. The group continues down the coastal road, enjoying a rare moment of peace under the setting sun. Singu suddenly freezes and spins around. A yacht on the water is rocking violently for no reason. He senses a surge of mana. Now pay attention, because the ground starts shaking so hard that even Singu loses his balance. The asphalt and water burst apart as a glowing sphere erupts from deep within the earth, blasting everything on the surface away. A massive explosion rocks the area right in front of them. Marina screams that it is near the headquarters as Singu grits his teeth. Constant booms echo through the air as the world tilts, making people fall over while cars slide wildly across the road. Rocks fly everywhere while people scream in terror, and finally, the giant monster behind it all reveals its true form. Out of nowhere, Kim Haryong rushes out and shouts, "Everyone, get back. You and I both know something is fishy here." Haryong is acting way too fast, almost like he knew this monster would appear. Was this planned? Singu mutters that he knew the guy was up to something, he just did not expect it this soon. Marina calls out as Singu charges forward. He pulls out his great wolf claw mid-run. Saria and the rest of the group do not hesitate to follow right behind him. Everyone pushes their speed to the absolute limit, racing straight toward the giant beast. The monster thrashes its head, trying to pull its massive body out of the ground. The United Nations building begins to shake violently. Cracks spread through the walls as heavy debris rains down, sending the panicked crowd into a desperate sprint for their lives. One player points forward and orders the group to protect the citizens, while his teammate suggests they focus on clearing out the surrounding monsters. Marina stares at the chaos and asks Singu what is going on. Singu does not hesitate for a second. He scoffs while watching Harian fight on the front lines. All of this is just a stage to make Harian look like a hero. The monster opens its massive maw and lets out a roar that shakes the very space around it, scattering rocks everywhere. Seihai flies up and offers to go find Singu's mother. He gives a quick thanks and stays focused on the threat ahead. Singu turns his head and tells Seihui to go with Seihai for protection. The young man gives a small nod, replying that he understands. Seihui immediately activates his Brave Charge skill to move out. As the team splits up, several groups of players near the building draw their weapons. They launch every attack they have at the beast, from long-range magic to heavy melee strikes. The air fills with a mix of colorful energy and smoke. The monster opens its eyes wide, silently watching as the smoke from the explosions slowly begins to clear. A player screams in shock. Its skin is way too tough. Is it using some kind of defensive skill? As the creature pulls more of its body from the earth, Marina draws her twin guns. She tells Saria they should attack together, but Saria just snaps back, telling her not to give any orders. Even though they do not get along, they are both professionals and coordinate their movements with perfect timing. Saria and Marina fly in from opposite sides to flank the monster. Marina fires 2 heavy rounds while Saria adds her own firepower. The impact hits like a cannon blast. A massive pillar of fire erupts instantly, completely swallowing the monster in flames. As the fire dies down, a charred head appears. But trust me, you and I are about to see if this is really over. Alright, stick with me. We are about to see what happens when the world's strongest heroes hit a total brick wall. The dust settles, but the monster is completely fine, grinning with sharp teeth. Marina bites her lip, frustrated. Standing nearby, Jingu realizes the truth. Not even combined attacks from Marina and Saria can pierce that hide. But just as despair sets in, a massive impact shakes the entire area, catching everyone off guard. Harian slams his mace down and commands everyone to fall back, confidently claiming he finally understands why he was blessed by the god of fire. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Harian grinds his teeth as golden energy explodes around him. He focuses the flames around his body, the heat so intense that nearby rocks begin to shatter. He reaches for his weapon, gripping the mace tight against his chest, his eyes burn with pure ambition. With a thunderous roar, Harian charges straight at the beast, swinging his weapon with everything he has got. The blade carves a burning arc through the air, slamming directly into the monster's head. It actually worked. The nearby players erupt in cheers as they realize the blow finally broke through that thick skin. Harian pulls back and looks at his handiwork, declaring that this is the true power of a god. The players behind him are stunned, forced to admit that the guy is actually terrifyingly strong. Hope spreads through the ranks if they can deal this much damage. Maybe they really can kill this thing. Harian glances back, a satisfied smirk on his face now that he has got everyone's attention. He rallies the crowd, telling them to stay calm and keep attacking to buy time for the civilians to escape. He shouts that he will lead the way, demanding support as the army marches forward with footsteps that sound like a challenge. From a distance, Jingu continues to watch as the players scatter and begin attacking the monster from every side. Annoyed by the constant stinging, the monster lets out a roar so powerful it shatters the massive seawall. Jingu shifts into a combat stance, realizing that this entire road is about to be wiped off the map. Aaron asks why he isn't helping, but Jingu just tightens his wolf claws, calling this whole fight a stage play. This is all just a show to make the world worship Harian's divine power. If Jingu steps in now, it is just adding fuel to the fire. She hesitates, clearly confused by his cold logic. But stay tuned, because Jingu has his own plans to steal the spotlight as he launches himself high into the sky. The players below freeze in shock, recognizing the figure holding the wolf claws mid-air. It is Jingu. Panic sets in as they realize he is flying straight toward them. They mistake him for a threat instead of an ally, screaming for everyone to be careful because he is coming right at them. Startled by the commotion, Harian turns around to see what is happening. He is met with the sight of Jingu swinging a massive hammer. Harian panics and dives out of the way. With Harian gone, it is just Jingu and the monster, staring each other down. The beast opens its mouth to breathe fire, but Jingu just tells the ugly thing to take this. His wolf claws slam down with incredible force, crushing the monster's jaw and smothering the flames before they can erupt. The players are left speechless, wondering how one person could possibly deal that much devastating damage all by himself. Jingu backs off and summons his devil cycle right in the middle of the air. You and I both know Jingu isn't finished. He hops on his bike and gives the monster a mocking grin. Mounted on his cycle, Jingu stares down the wounded beast while the other players cautiously surround them. Suddenly, the monster's eyes snap open, and it lets out a piercing, bone-chilling scream. The ground begins to tear apart, the cracks spreading so fast that everyone starts losing their footing. Buildings crumble and massive boulders fly everywhere, sending the players running like a disturbed nest of hornets. The headquarters is collapsing. As they struggle to defend themselves, they realize just how massive this thing really is. The monster's true form finally emerges, pulling out a flaming, razor-sharp claw that towers over everything. That giant hand lunges forward, aiming to crush Jingu where he stands. Sensing the shadow above him, he looks up with a curious hum. Jingu revs his engine and dodges just in time, leaving the monster to smash its fist into the dirt. The beast uses its massive arms to twist its body, preparing for another strike. And trust me, this is where it gets truly terrifying as the barrier breaks and black liquid spills into the sea. Alright, you and I are about to witness a total disaster as a player screams about poison entering the river while his friends panic in terror. Singu curses under his breath as the monster drags itself forward, water and sparks flying everywhere. Its massive body thrashes, triggering a literal earthquake. One player grips his sword tightly, screaming in pure terror. Another teammate charges forward without a single second of hesitation. He forms powerful magic seals, shouting to stop the destruction while the beast charges its energy. It grits its teeth and opens its palm to unleash a devastating ultimate move. Raw power becomes sharp fire arrows, raining down in every single direction across the battlefield. Countless players fall. Someone clenches their fist, asking what level this monster even is. His friend is more worried, saying it is planning to destroy the whole world. Harion screams in protest, but the monster just launches another deadly volley of arrows. Harion ignites his internal power and meets the attack head-on to block it. Everyone sees him as a savior, chanting his name. He yells back to calm them, saying the monster is definitely taking damage. Harion points to the open wound that Singu made on its mouth. Look, the monster is actually bleeding right now. Everyone agrees excitedly, realizing he is absolutely right. It is just like any monster they have faced before, and it can be beaten. They all charge in with their skills and weapons, shouting to support Harion as they launch an all-out attack. Harion smirks with total satisfaction, glad that all the attention is finally back on him. Now pay attention while Harion is lost in his ego. Singu leaps behind him as his great wolf claw ignites in flames for a strike. Singu slams his weapon down, and the monster takes the full, destructive force of it. Energy erupts in a burning circle as the ground cracks, sending shockwaves everywhere. Players struggle to stay upright amidst a sea of falling rocks and fire. They gasp, wondering about that power. Harion is furious, screaming at Singu. Singu lost both his sleeves from that blast, casually sitting back on his Akma bike like a boss. The monster barely emerged before being crushed back down, screaming in the flames. Singu laughs, joking that he is glad the monster seems to enjoy the hit. But the beast reaches out in a rage, firing red-hot arrows directly at Singu. Arin steps in just in time. Her energy forms a golden shield, blocking every arrow. Singu thanks her. Arin brags, saying he is not the only one who leveled up. His face burns with determination. Fine, let's go. There is no more time to waste. Singu leaps off the Akma bike, facing the massive monster once again. He rushes in with a war cry, swinging his hammer repeatedly at its head. You feel that too, right? Everyone gathers around Shingu's shadow, realizing that with him here, even a rank 5 monster is no match. A veteran player speaks up, saying he always thought he was special after 10 years. He watches with pure admiration, realizing this guy is on a completely different level. Marina flies in and snaps at them, asking why they aren't helping him. She doesn't even wait for an answer before diving straight into the fray. The monster is pummeled and screams in pain. The crowd gets hyped seeing its vulnerability. Marina takes a minute to explain why they couldn't hurt it until now. It was using mana to shield itself, but Shingu's attack broke its concentration. She urges everyone to move fast and finish it off before it can recover its senses. They all raise their weapons, agreeing they can't just leave him to fight alone. The duel becomes a massive brawl. They shout that they are the best in the world. Singu swings for one final brutal hit. As he pulls back, Marina and the girls keep firing. Every player attacks from every angle, trapping the monster in a perfect web of death. And that's it, you and I just watched a legend lead. Alright, you and I are about to watch a villain's plan fail. He curses under his breath. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He was meant to be the hero. Harion grits his teeth in regret, wishing he had brought an even stronger monster. He glares at the man dominating the field with great wolf claws, spitting out his name with pure hatred, young Singu. The monster suddenly freezes, throwing its hideous head back after taking a massive, relentless barrage of heavy fire from all sides. One player whispers in disbelief that it finally stopped, while his teammate standing right up front shouts out with pure, unbridled excitement. It is dead. We actually did it. Singu sits on his Akma bike and exhales, quickly stowing his great wolf claws. He managed to finish it just before his skills completely ran dry. System notifications start pinging non-stop in the air, with the first 2 messages confirming his massive and much-needed level-ups. Your level has increased by 9, your mana has grown by 6 stages, and your peerless strength has jumped up by 4 stages. The next 2 alerts cover his physical state. His power and stamina have increased by 4 stages, making his body significantly stronger than ever before. He now has better immunity to various diseases and physical ailments, while skill side effects are significantly reduced. His punishment skill has also reached level 40. Now, watch closely. Singu scans the alerts and immediately feels something strange and intense happening deep inside his own body. A pale blue light wraps around him as he clutches his head in agony. Arin rushes over, desperate to heal him as quickly as possible. Singu sighs as the rapid evolution finishes faster than expected. He smiles at her, relieved that the painful side effects have finally faded away. He hops off the Akma bike and lands perfectly on the ground. Singu stands there for a moment, silently observing the massive fruits of his brutal battle. He looks toward the horizon and sighs. The United Nations headquarters has been completely destroyed and reduced to a pile of rubble. Marina and Saria fly toward him. Marina cheers with a triumphant fist, calling it amazing, while Saria bows respectfully, praising his incredible and precise combat skills. He does not hesitate to praise them back, telling the whole team they all did a fantastic and brave job. Siha approaches and points toward the distance, reporting that his mother is safe and all civilians have been successfully evacuated to the shelters. Seha can't hide her admiration, telling him how cool he truly is. If it wasn't for him being here right now, nobody in this world would have been strong enough to take that invincible monster down for good. The other players loudly agree. He's right, victory only became possible because Singu shattered its mana shield. Without him, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Another player joins the praise, saying it is hard to lose hope with someone like him around. Everyone crowds Singu, clapping and cheering for the man who saved New York. You and I both know Singu is a legend, but he's still a bit awkward. He scratches his head, trying to explain he only did it to spite Kim Harian. Arin panics and screams, "Don't ever admit that to anyone else." Suddenly, another person walks up and interrupts them with a loud call, "Mr. Singu." Albino places a hand over his heart, introducing himself as the president of the Blue Rose Guild. He wants to discuss how they will divide the loot. Singu rubs his chin and looks aside, calmly agreeing that they should definitely split the rewards as fairly as possible. Groups of players begin discussing it enthusiastically. Since this is the first time something like this has happened, nobody is quite sure how to distribute the prizes. Seha hands the soulless spear to Singu. Ultimately, everyone agrees that Singu should take the monster's head since he contributed the most to the fight. But some aren't happy, grumbling that he already took the best part and the head won't even help that much. Harian seethes with jealousy, his fists trembling. Meanwhile, Singu widens his stance and prepares to swing the powerful soulless spear. With a sharp shout, he swings in a perfect arc, cleanly slicing through the monster's neck in one smooth, powerful motion. The hideous head flies into the air as blood sprays everywhere, and Singu reaches out his hand to catch his prize. He lifts the massive head with just one hand like it's a stuffed toy, ignoring the flood of blood pouring down onto his own head. The system praises him again. He survived the poison of the world-destroying evil dragon thanks to his level 10 poison resistance skill. Singu sighs and puts his weapon away, muttering that at least the blood helped him learn the monster's name and gain a level. He frowns as the blood starts to evaporate, complaining that this was only a small-sized monster after all. Arin asks if everything is all right. Singu shakes the blood off his arm and warns her that the blood is extremely toxic. He turns to warn the other players even though his resistance level is high enough to survive this poison. Anyone else who touched it needs to summon a high-level priest immediately. Saria brings out a new set of clothes, noting that his outfit is ruined. She explains her preparation. "I have prepared something suitable for you to wear." Singu happily accepts with a quick thank you, leaving Marina fuming because she was too slow. He quickly throws on the coat and says his goodbyes, saying things are settled and he is too tired to stay. Singu kickstarts his Akma bike and zooms into the air, looking back one last time to make a promise for later. "All right, I will see you all later." He guns the engine as Marina watches regretfully, having wanted to ask him to dinner. "And trust me, you and I need to see what's waiting at the Grand Canyon next. Let's go." "All right," you and I are diving back in as Aaron hides in the bag, terrified, asking Singu if he was actually tired or just lying to the others. He tells her they came all the way to America and shouldn't waste a second, admitting he just needed an excuse to ditch that crowd. Arin can only imagine the disappointed faces they left behind, feeling like Singu pulled a total fast one on them. She starts giggling to herself in delight, making both Singu and Seha turn their heads to see what is so funny. Singu asks what is with the constant chuckling, but Arin just brushes it off with a smile, saying it is nothing at all. Singu stops asking and locks his focus on the horizon, declaring that they have finally reached their target, the Grand Canyon. Suddenly, Seha panics and grips the bag tight, shouting about how the vehicle is suddenly moving way faster than it should be. He claims they are moving faster than a jet engine, while Singu explains with a grin that he is testing out his charge skill, but then he abruptly freezes, lets out a confused sound, and mutters that something feels completely off. Singu starts digging through his memories, realizing that up until this very moment, he had been doing things all wrong. He used to isolate his senses, using his ears for hearing, nose for smelling, and tongue for tasting, all as separate functions. He feels his body shifting, realizing that for true perfection, he needs to perceive the connection between everything at once. A new goal forms in his mind, knowing that to truly sharpen his senses, he needs more than just simple training. Stick with me here, because he decides he needs battles that push him to the absolute edge of life and death. Ahead, a desolate wasteland of jagged gray rocks and towering mountains begins to materialize out of the haze. Within seconds, Singu reaches the Grand Canyon and starts tearing through the earth like a man possessed, searching for something. Finally, he shouts in triumph, he found it, knowing deep down that this secret location was waiting for him all along. Beneath his feet lies a swirling purple portal to another world, and without a second thought, the three of them dive straight in. In a flash, he lands softly in a space filled with pitch-black darkness, standing perfectly still to let his eyes adjust. Arin whispers that they really made it to another world, but she cannot see a thing, while Singu just gives a silent grunt. The system screen pops up, announcing they have entered Setnak's 73rd fortress, even though it is considered one of his lowest ranks. The notification gets even more intense. Setnak knows you are here and he is prepared to give you a very bloody welcome. You have exactly 3 hours before the exit gate closes, so you better destroy Setnak's castle and get out before time runs out. Then comes the final, chilling warning: if the gate closes while you are still inside, you will be trapped in this world forever. Now, pay attention to Singu's reaction. He just stays calm, noting that while this is nothing new, the difficulty has definitely spiked. While Seha complains about the zero visibility, Arin realizes this is magical darkness, perfect for a god of death, but Singu quickly warns her. He tells her she should probably just close her eyes, and when she asks why, it is clear he is sensing something terrifying nearby. Echoing through the narrow, dark hallway, the sound of heavy footsteps begins to draw closer and closer to their position. Screams and commands from Lord Setnak fill the air as a massive horde of skeletons rushes in to surround them from both sides. Arin can feel the pure danger radiating from the darkness, but Singu just smirks, mocking the skeletons for such a warm welcome. You and I can see he is feeling the pressure, though this space is too small for his hammer and bare fists are too slow. Seha seems to read his mind and suggests using the souls, which makes Singu realize that is exactly what he needs to do. He flips his hand as it begins to glow, preparing to summon his army, everyone except for the parents and Kim Ha-ryan. Singu wastes no time, activating his soul domination skill and ordering his spectral warriors to charge and wipe out the skeleton horde. The souls erupt into action, using everything from stabs to slashes, in a relentless, coordinated assault on the bone-clanking monsters. Singu just stands back and watches the chaos until a skeleton tries to sneak up from behind, only to get its skull pulverized. He does not even bother looking back as the shattered remains of his enemy hit the floor with a heavy thud. Despite the easy kill, he keeps his voice low and warns the others that these monsters are far from ordinary. They are at least level 120, making Arin cover her eyes and pretend she is just walking through a dark garden. Singu falls into deep thought, realizing these skeletons are even stronger than the ones back at the Grand Canyon. He listens to the clashing of steel and realizes that while his soul army is leveling up, they are pushing back too slowly. He closes his eyes to focus with every fiber of his being, knowing he needs to find a different way through this mess. A mental map of the entire fortress begins to form in his mind, pinpointing the exact location of the exit gate. Suddenly, Singu's eyes snap open as he places his hand on the wall, timing his move perfectly with the approaching footsteps. And that is where we leave it, with one massive punch that shatters the wall and buries the skeleton army under tons of stone. Alright, stick with me, as Singu leaps through the gap he just made, with Arin and Seha right on his heels. The system pings floor 73 is far from being fully destroyed. He stares at the wide-open space ahead and smiles, glad it is finally getting a bit roomier. Singu grips his great wolf claw as the spirits howl in his hand. He shouts back toward the rear, ignoring the shadow monsters closing in. His ghost army responds in a single, thunderous voice. Hearing his command, they charge out with absolute fury. Those shadow monsters won't let their prey go easily, swarming right behind them. Singu decides to hurl the great wolf claw, which spins like a giant saw, slicing through the wall above. Finally, as the weapon returns to his hand, the entire wall collapses, burying the shadow monsters under a mountain of rubble. The system updates immediately. Arin asks how they will get back, but Singu calmly replies that it does not matter since they are destroying the whole city anyway. She can only praise him, noting that he definitely does not do things halfway. He switches into full combat mode, and Singu quickly clears out the entire first floor using his ghost army. Their speed hits another gear. The floor is 37% destroyed. The system countdown begins 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 25 seconds until the gate shuts. He leads the charge up to the second floor. Seha looks up, confused by the strange pillars hanging from the ceiling. Singu explains carefully that holy power and mana are flowing from the top floor to keep the whole place from collapsing. Arin grips her bag tightly and realizes they have no choice but to reach the very top. Singu stops and hesitates for a moment before slamming his great wolf claw into a pillar. The hammerhead erupts in a rippling wave of light. He realizes the situation is tough. Every higher floor has its own distinct mana, and he doesn't have enough power to break them one by one. He sighs and makes a decision they have to find another way starting from the fourth floor. As soon as he finishes, Singu swings his hammers twice and obliterates everything on the fourth floor. Once there is nothing left to break, he moves to the edge of the wall. Below them is a bottomless pit glowing with an eerie green light. Pay attention here because what they found is absolutely insane. Arin searches her memory while staring at the light. She wonders what that glowing gem could be or if it is something else entirely. He gently cuts her off and confirms it is a soul cluster. Arin screams in shock, praying she was wrong about that. The soul cluster begins to speak, warning the soul manipulator that he is forbidden from approaching the master. Singu tilts his head and asks why such unique beings are clumped together. It angrily snaps back, asking if he thinks souls have senses. It is just the seal of a dead man. He raises his voice and asks where all the dead people actually went. The soul cluster answers coldly that it doesn't know. The master only cares about death and shadow monsters. It glows brighter with excitement, claiming the master cannot even control what lies beyond death. Singu stands frozen, unable to find the words. He silently watches the soul cluster shimmering in the pitch-black darkness. He frowns, wondering if souls are just remnants of the dead. Does the system want him to realize the true weight of his power? But then, Singu begins to analyze the situation loudly. Every soul he has ever met had its own powerful will, which makes them worthy of being seen as independent beings. He gets more excited, arguing they keep their personalities even after he captures them. Singu suddenly stops as the back of his hand begins to glow. The system pops up with a notification his soul dominance skill has reached level 3. It explains that he can now merge or separate soul energy and even collect souls beyond normal understanding, but it requires extreme focus. He lifts his hand, staring at the mark. It is ironic that this happened right when he decided to respect souls as individuals. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Merging soul energy only becomes possible once he values their independence? It is pretty complicated. A deep, heavy voice rings out, pulling him from his thoughts. Senak speaks up, calling the situation very interesting. Exactly. To truly control and master souls, you must accept their existence and understand them completely. He laughs loudly, saying Singu is just like him in the past. He is curious to see what will happen to him when the final moment arrives. He softly repeats the words "the final moment." Senak does not explain, telling him to just go out and prove it. Singu watches in a daze as the being turns into green bubbles. Arin clutches her bag and screams for it to wait. Seha, standing on the other side, yells for the boss to get away from it. Senak expands and explodes, sending clouds of dust swirling everywhere. Singu stands his ground firmly, lowering his hand and letting out a long breath. Arin rushes over with a flushed face, remembering how cool her boss looked blocking the aftershock. He combined his ghost army to create a shield. Such quick thinking. Singu grits his teeth in frustration. The best way to fight a soul is with another soul, which is exactly what Senak wanted. He looks at the chaos sadly, realizing his entire army is gone. Well, not gone forever, but he won't be able to use them for a while. Arin spots purple bubbles moving behind him and warns that they are gathering again. Seha is just as terrified, thinking another explosion is coming. Singu just draws his evil slaying sword with a confident grin. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what this B++ rank blade can really do. A mass of soul soldiers fuse together into one terrifying weapon. Anyone unable to handle its weight will be devoured. Seha recognizes the blade, but Singu swings it with total confidence. Watch this, trust me. Arin points out it has no head, but Singu just slices the entire thing in two with one massive blow. The purple masses dissolve into thin trails of smoke as the attack lands. The system confirms a level up as Singu smiles. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. The surrounding structures immediately start to crumble and crack apart. Arin screams as the floors collapse, realizing the souls were the only thing holding this place together. He doesn't hesitate, jumping onto his demon motorcycle to make a break for it. With floors 1 through 4 gone, Singu knows the entire place is about to come down. System alerts show the tower's destruction reaching 73, then 46%. Watch this now. Singu revs the engine to the max, crashing right through the floorboards to escape. He maps out a path to the top, driving like a sharpened drill through every obstacle. The team reaches level 11 as they land safely amidst the falling debris. Singu calls it perfect, while Arin just stares at him in total disbelief. He yells at her to defend, but their barrier shatters into a million pieces. The enemy gives him some credit, calling him fast. A metallic clicking sound gets closer. Singu is surprised to hear a woman's voice. Singu pulls out his great wolf claw, ready to go all out this time. He identifies the opponent as a death knight before Beaches finally reveals herself. Arin is impressed, but we both know Singu is just warming up now. She asks if they are confident, then wonders how long that shield will actually last. She mocks his shield and drops into a low stance, ready to strike. She lunges forward with her sword, vanishing from sight as Singu tracks her. Singu activates his ultimate skill, slamming his wolf claw directly into Beaches. The impact sends her flying back, but Singu just taunts her, calling it a good start. She stands back up, and suddenly there is a massive object on her back. Singu realizes it's a coffin covered in magic, likely containing a powerful soul fragment. But then he gets a crazy idea, maybe the coffin itself is the fragment. Beaches just stands there silently as both sides prepare for the next exchange. Beaches screams for them to die, leaping so hard she leaves a crater behind. She closes the distance instantly, but Singu manages to block the heavy blow. The collision sends them both reeling, but Singu's weapon starts to show cracks. Beaches stabilizes herself and mocks him, asking what a mere human can do. Singu just grins, putting his weapon away and raising his hands to defend. In a split second, he manages to snag the strap of her coffin. He dodges her lethal swing and delivers a massive kick straight to her chest. She hits the wall hard, leaving the coffin floating right above his head. He catches it with one hand, but a wound on his stomach starts bleeding. Beaches stands back up as Arin rushes over to start the healing process. Singu complains about the cheap shot, while Arin struggles with the dark energy blocking her magic. Beaches is absolutely furious now, screaming at him to return her coffin. She charges at him like a storm, swearing to kill everyone in the room. You and I will see how this ends. Alright. You and I are about to watch Singu take on a legendary knight. He realizes she was desperately avoiding hits just to keep the casket from being destroyed. Driven by curiosity, he asks who exactly is inside the thing she is guarding. Being teased like this pushes Beaches over the edge as she snaps that she has had enough. A massive wave of blue energy erupts from her body. Beaches leaps high into the air once again, planning to use her superior speed for a lethal sneak attack. Singu looks genuinely surprised. She is definitely much faster now. However, even at this speed, he can still read every single one of her movements clearly. He swings the coffin to strike back, sending Beaches sliding hard across the floor. In that moment, Singu finally figures out exactly what his opponent is really after. She isn't really fighting him, her only priority is the safety of that coffin. Seha cheers him on, shouting for him to just finish her off. But he calmly explains the situation. I won this a long time ago. She might have more mana than me, but once I figured out her attack patterns, she can no longer land a single hit on me. But there's a deeper reason Singu isn't mentioning. Ending the fight now would be too boring, and he has a much bigger goal in mind for this encounter. He needs to make this battle even more intense to level up his 5 senses coordination and his intuitive mastery skills before the fight is over. He stands the coffin upright and leans against it, calculating. This thing is tougher than the knight herself, so she doesn't actually need to stop her attacks to protect it. Singu suddenly has a breakthrough and says it out loud. There is definitely something important inside this coffin. Beaches freezes and looks up in total shock. Now watch this part closely. You and I are about to see the mystery finally start to unravel. Is the body of Senat hidden in here? Beaches is so furious she can barely speak, grinding her teeth in rage. Singu just sighs and, without a single warning, tosses the massive coffin away like trash. Beaches is completely stunned by the move, staring in disbelief before charging forward with every ounce of strength she has left in her body. Singu isn't about to let this big fish get away, blocking her path with his great wolf claw. He doesn't even look back at the coffin, simply telling her he won't touch it. Now Beaches is truly confused. Singu just gives her a mocking smile, telling her to stop hiding her skills and start fighting with everything she has got. Arin mocks him, asking if he's lost his mind, but he just gives a dry, simple no in response to her question. Singu reveals his true plan. He intends to leave this castle with his 5 senses fully unified. Wait, that is not quite it. He wants to include his mastery of intelligence too. Beaches finally realizes the truth. She asks if he is a knight from another world entirely. Singu doesn't deny it, saying that's one way to put it. Suddenly, her attitude shifts. She bows and thanks him. But Singu senses something is very wrong with her behavior. Out of his sight, Beaches quietly sharpens her claws. Then, she raises her hand, summoning her sword back to her side in an instant. She grips the hilt tightly, and as she points the blade forward, a massive wave of dark energy begins to billow out from her armor. The force is so strong that Seha and Arin are blown backward by the sheer pressure of the dark energy. You saw that intensity, right? Well, trust me, the real battle is only just beginning as Singu smiles and Beaches slowly walks toward him, each step echoing through the silent castle hall. She crouches low, admitting quite honestly that she cannot actually use magic. But as she looks up with renewed fire in her eyes, she declares that magic is only one of many ways to become powerful. With just mana and raw physical strength, she can generate a terrifying level of power. She swings her blade and lunges toward him at supersonic speed. Beaches moves with incredible velocity, circling around Singu like a predator weaving a deadly web. Watching the mana threads form around him feels like discovering a whole new world. He didn't realize it was possible to project mana and then follow it. A memory of a dragon from his dreams flashes through his mind. He realizes that this moment right here is the key to unlocking his true vision. Suddenly, a direct attack cuts off his train of thought. Singu quickly ducks down, barely dodging a sharp blade that was aimed right for his head. He excitedly concludes that as long as he tracks the mana lines, he is fine. Beaches praises his vision but asks if he can handle what is coming next. She builds up speed and launches a lightning-fast kick, forcing Singu to desperately scramble backward to avoid the heavy blow. But she doesn't stop there. Her sword slams directly into his great wolf claw hammer with a deafening crash that shakes the room. Singu watches in horror as the handle snaps right in his hands. He quickly retreats to gain some distance, but Beaches releases a cloud of purple poison. Unable to dodge in time, Singu crosses his arms to shield himself from the toxic gas. Arin screams out his name in pure panic. Even surrounded by the toxic smoke, he manages to call back, letting them know that he is still okay. The system notification pops up, confirming he successfully resisted the deadly poison breath. His resistance skill has just reached level 7. Beaches is genuinely impressed, calling him a flawless knight who seems to have no weaknesses at all. She steps toward him with a mocking tone, asking what he plans to do now that his weapon is lying in pieces on the ground. Singu doesn't hesitate for a second, tossing the broken hammer behind him as the two pieces of his great wolf claw hit the floor. He rotates his arms to warm up and smiles, agreeing that she is right. Beaches is surprised, asking if he really intends to fight her barehanded. Before he can even answer, she vanishes. A split second later, her sword is at his throat, forcing him to duck instantly to save his life. Tired of her games, Singu delivers a powerful kick to the flat of her blade, sending Beaches flying backward with the sheer impact of the hit. The blade cracks instantly. Singu watches, and trust me, you and I won't believe what follows. Alright, you and I are about to see a clash that defies logic. Beaches isn't just holding that sword, his mana is literally fused with it. The aura he's giving off is pure confidence, worlds apart from some basic power-boosting skill. He acts humble, claiming he still has much to learn. But Beaches just drops into a stance, ending the lesson right here. His killing intent spikes as he finishes his sentence. This only ends one way with your death. They collide with savage force. Beaches slams into Singu, but he doesn't flinch, throwing a heavy counter as they trade blows. Both of them are now locked in a relentless exchange of strikes. Feeling the exhaustion of close-quarters combat, Beaches decides to create some distance. But Singu is one step ahead, sticking to him like a shadow. Beaches panics, realizing his opponent is actually catching up. Singu flashes a grin, claiming he finally found a way to end this. Beaches just mocks him, asking what he could possibly do. No more talk. Beaches tries to leap away, but Singu cuts him off and drives a fist straight into his sword arm. Beaches refuses to let go of his blade, forced to keep taking these brutal hits. He points at Singu, accusing him of only keeping up by forcing his body into insane, unnatural reflexes. Singu just cracks his knuckles and admits it. Since his mana control is still lacking, raw strength is all he needs. Beaches is completely baffled. How can a human with such low mana reserves even dream of matching his speed? Watch closely, because here's where the tables turn. Singu releases his power, mocking Beaches for being the one who's actually slow. Infuriated by the taunt, Beaches swings wildly. Singu just shifts his weight, letting the blade bury itself into the dirt. With the sword stuck, Singu delivers a massive punch to the steel. This time, Beaches' legendary blade finally shatters. Singu doesn't let up, following through with another heavy fist. No flashy tricks here, just a direct strike to the face. The impact sends Beaches soaring through the air. He tumbles across the ground, his broken weapon slipping from his grasp. After carving a deep trench into the earth, Beaches finally grinds to a halt. Singu beckons him over as Beaches staggers up, calling him a monster. Suddenly, a blue energy fire erupts around him. He claps his hands together, shaping that raw energy into two glowing, lethal blades. Crossing his arms, Beaches declares that he's far more than just the weapon he carries. He prepares to lunge, but Singu's golden energy suddenly circles him. Beaches can only gasp in confusion. Singu looks down from above and clarifies things. This isn't just some basic mana bullet, it's an enhanced strike. He unleashes a torrential rain of energy, shredding Beaches until he's nothing more than a riddled mess. Beaches screams in agony as Singu's overwhelming power forces him to retreat. At that same moment, a notification confirms that all his senses have finally merged and evolved into one singular ultimate skill. The sudden power surge makes his entire body lock up for a moment. This is it, the separate mana flows are finally becoming one. I know what you're thinking, he's basically a god now. He just gained Dragon Eye level 1 and Chaos Body level 4, unlocking a whole new path. Singu exhales, feeling the immense power. Beaches can barely whisper the question, "Are you a dragon?" Singu's response is firm and immediate. No, he's just a human. His eyes gleam with excitement. Since he's grown so much stronger, it's time to settle the score. He steps forward, but Beach's voice suddenly turns mournful. In the end, she couldn't protect him. Singu thinks she means Senok, but she denies it. It was the boy in the coffin, her brother. Before she can finish her story, Singu sends her straight to the afterlife. Arin stands there, completely stunned. She wonders Tarsao he didn't let her finish, but his logic is simple. He doesn't listen to enemies rambling. The system pings again. He's jumped 4 levels and gained the ability to absorb misunderstood souls. The option to take Death Knight Beach's level 262 soul pops up, and the sheer weight of those words leaves Singu completely speechless. Can he really harvest a soul from the living dead? A brilliant light suddenly pierces the sky. In an instant, Beach's essence is consumed. The soul domination skill has officially reached level 4. And then, Singu is fascinated by the results. He remembers his great wolf claw, which was totally outmatched by the Death Knight's blade. The claw is trashed, so he stows it for repairs. Now, it's time to look inside and see the truth. Sinok's voice echoes, calling it an interesting fight. It's a comment that clearly rubs Singu the wrong way. And trust me, we've only just scratched the surface. The danger is far from over. Alright, stick with me. We are diving into a world where everyone is turned into living corpses. Only Beaches and her brother survived. But Singu? He is just annoyed by these late-night ghost stories. Setsnak continues in that eerie voice, claiming Beaches knows her brother will soon become one of the undead. To save him, she pledged her soul to Setsnak, and in return, he transformed her into his Dark Knight. Singu finally bites. Did he save the kid? Setsnak replies that the boy is just sleeping. For now. But there is a catch. The moment that coffin opens, the world energy will swallow him and turn him. Now, Setsnak asks what Singu will do as the new master. Honestly, Singu is not bothered by the drama. It is simple. The seal on his hand starts glowing, grabbing his attention. Beaches is already reacting to it. He makes his choice. Arin, Seha, get over here. We are moving out. With unstoppable momentum, Singu grabs the coffin and takes off. Let's go. He leaps into the abyss without hesitation. Now, you and I need to watch this part very closely. Setsnak's voice echoes in confusion. Jumping into a hole? What exactly are you planning to do here? Singu doesn't answer the ghost. He just tells Beaches that she is going to owe him big time. Setsnak panics. Singu destroyed the lower floors, opening a gate at the very bottom of that pit. You are going back to Earth? Singu ignores him, focusing his mana to synchronize and shield the coffin. Energy explodes. Setsnak screams that his power is too much for Singu to control with just his own strength. But look at Shingu's eyes. That is the look of someone who has zero doubts about their plan. Too much work? Maybe. But with the Dragon 5 organs, he slips through the gate, like it is nothing. Setsnak is losing it. How did he steal my power and just leave? Then, the system chimes in. After losing its core, Setsnak Castle 73 has been completely wiped from existence. Setsnak influence on Earth dropped, but only by 2.1%? Singu is not impressed. Arin feels a chill. This means Setsnak is way stronger than Rina. Castle 73 was a nightmare. Singu moves on. Time to head back to the resting area. Everyone agrees they are done with this place. Back at safety, the three of them stare down at the mysterious coffin. Shingu's mana is thick around it, making it impossible to see what is actually happening inside. Beaches asks if her brother is okay, and Singu hears her. Let's see if he can actually pull this off. Singu gives the order. Arin, you are on guard duty. Protect the boy inside no matter what. She is nervous but determined. She summons her power and wraps it around the ancient stone box. Now, Singu summons the Kina essence. It is time to start the real work. Sweat pours down his face. He is manually purifying Setsnak dark mana and pulling it out. The air is thick with tension as Singu focuses every ounce of his strength on the task. Beaches remarks that he is making this look easy. Easy? Singu is gritting his teeth to stay standing. Notification. Kina Essence S rank is 100% complete. Singu finally lets out a breath. Perfect. The coffin dissolves into light, finally revealing young Beto lying there. The sudden change in atmosphere shocks the boy. Seeing him, Beaches rushes out in her human form. Beto! She is trembling with worry, barely able to speak his name. Singu watches, realizing she looks like a totally different person. Arin smiles. Family really is everything. The system starts blowing up. Requirements met. Village unlocked. Do you want to open it? It is free of charge. Singu and Arin are both confused. A village? What does that even mean? Singu pieces it together. Was saving the boy the hidden condition for this unlock? Or maybe it happened because they brought outsiders into their private sanctuary? Arin is stunned. She thought outsiders weren't allowed, but Singu figures it is because they aren't from Earth. No more thinking. Singu makes the call and hits unlock. Village unlocked. Just like the resting area, you can expand it using collected essence. A massive gate materializes right in front of them. They step forward to get a better look. Arin sees a door, but Singu knows the truth. Trust me, you and I are about to see a whole new world. Alright, you and I are about to see Sinhu take full control. He orders Betches to wake up Beto and get moving, reminding her exactly who the master is here. She better start listening. Arin is absolutely stunned by how submissive she is. Then, in a voice heavy with serious intent, Bekis speaks her truth. She desperately needs a real body, whether it is flesh or bone. Her only wish is for Beto to finally look upon her face. She begs for a new form, leaving Sinhu lost in deep thought for a long moment. Suddenly, he flashes a brilliant smile that lights up the area. The system confirms he has everything required. A healthy vessel, enchanted magic steel, and all the essential components. A noble soul, Kina essence, and some very special extra ingredients. The ritual begins as they place everything on the altar. Everyone waits in silence. Bekis is anxious, doubting if this can really create a legendary death knight. Sinhu just scoffs and tells her to have some faith. Remembering his past successes, a wave of absolute confidence washes over him. He stares at her with a heavy, serious look and gives one final warning before proceeding. Her face will be totally different. She won't be Betches anymore. To her, that is nothing compared to getting a body. Sinhu smirks and starts. He uses a young dragon body and rare steel from the valley monsters. He adds the noble soul of Beaches and the powerful essence of Kana. Now, watch closely as Sinhu focuses. The special ingredients ignite into a blinding flash of power. Arin is amazed, but she notices something off. There is barely any death mana present. He explains that this creation is his own masterpiece, not some puppet of the enemy. There is no way he would let his new ally become a tool for them. This is a death knight built his way, entirely from scratch. Arin stands there in shock, completely overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of his brilliant explanation. The brand new form for Bekis is finally complete. She hides her gaze as the magic steel wraps around her. A sleek, perfect helmet settles firmly onto her head. Sharp eyes shine through the visor. The new Death Knight takes a long breath as the group watches in awe. Beaches feels the raw power inside. She finally has a body of her own. But she realizes something. She is a hybrid, neither a true Death Knight nor a human. A powerful core of mana and blood circulates within her. She is not a creation of gods or men, but something entirely unique and new. With eyes shining like blades, she declares her new title, Kina C308, the Dragon Knight. Arin is confused by the strange name she chose. Even Sinhu is speechless. Bekis, now in her powerful new body, walks over to the sleeping Beto. The boy finally wakes up to find her face right next to his. She asks him if he remembers his sister. Without a word, Beto throws himself into her arms. She is filled with joy, even though she is no longer the person he once knew. Beto can only cry out her name, making Sinhu think the kid needs a better vocabulary. He tells the group to give them space while they go check out the village. You and I are seeing this too, right? They step through the door into a world full of houses. Sinhu steps forward, realizing this secret territory belongs to him and him alone. It is the perfect safe haven for people from other worlds, like Beto, keeping them far away from all the chaos and danger outside. Arin spots fresh fruit growing. She still can't wrap her head around how this place works. Sinhu notes the sunlight and fresh air. It has everything any living creature would ever need. Suddenly, Beakus calls out to her master, her face showing a rare expression. She is done talking with Beto. The boy bows deeply, thanking Sinhu for saving them. The system notifies him that he has gained a blacksmith inhabitant. He just needs to build a forge. Sinhu is intrigued. He asks the boy if he actually knows how to craft items. Beto explains his father was a master smith and his mother was a powerful mage. He learned from both, gaining the talent to imbue weapons with pure mana. A smith father, a mage mother, and a knight sister? He sounds like a main character. Sinhu tells the boy he is not his master. He promises to keep him safe, but asks for his help in return as they move forward. Beto is determined. He says he will handle whatever the master needs. And trust me, you and I are about to see this Dragon Knight on the front lines very soon. She responds instantly, thanking her master. Finally finished, Singu starts to relax. Stick with me. You and I are about to see this get crazy. Time for a break. Arin sighs in boredom. She is exhausted, having done nothing but fight since the United Nations meeting. Time passes, and for some reason, Zhang Singu finds himself wandering into a strange, unknown place. His dead fish eyes freeze up. Falling asleep for 3 seconds after entering the woods is great, but this feels different. Observing the familiar yet strange dragon before him, he wonders if he is dreaming again. Facing a massive dragon that fills the entire space, Zhang Singu can only stay silent and think. Is this another dream about a dragon? His 5 senses are sharp, and then the creature finally speaks. "You are me," it says. Singu can't believe it, wondering what kind of nonsense this is. It continues in a steady voice, asking if he has ever wondered why he resembles a dragon so much. Naturally, he disagrees. Isn't it just because of that artifact? Thanks to it, I keep having these dreams. Then, the dragon slowly explains the truth. That artifact was just a tool. In the right hands, it woke up the dragon soul that was sleeping deep inside his body. Zhang Singu's face turns serious. Was I a dragon in my past life? Watch closely, it is the moment you and I have been waiting for. The dragon narrows its eyes. You already know the truth. You are a dragon, and our kind knows no hesitation or fear. Everything you have belongs to you, and everything in the future will be yours as well. Singu responds with pure annoyance. Why should I care about some past life? With a sharp, determined gaze, he declares that he is himself and needs to prove nothing to anyone. He might have dragon power now, but he refuses to follow a different path. He will live exactly how he wants. You are right, I was a bit worried. But everyone feels that way sometimes. That is just the human experience. Zhang Singu's face radiates ultimate confidence as he dismisses everything. He only needs to know that he is the best. Who has time to care about what others say? Why should I change for a dragon I have only met twice? As soon as he speaks his mind, the dragon shouts loudly. Excellent. This is exactly why you are worthy of being a dragon. Suddenly, a system window pops up. You have obtained the level 1 skill, Overlord's Telepathy, which originated from your ego, letting you claim anything you want as your own. Next, a detailed status screen follows, showing Zhang Singu is now a level 128 Destruction class character. His resistance, passive, and active skills remain the same, but he has gained a brand new natural skill. The conversation ends, and he finally wakes up back in his bed. He reflects on it with a hint of anxiety. A natural skill means it is always active. This natural skill explains why I can steal divine power and level up outside dungeons. You and I are seeing just how broken his potential really is. Tension fills his eyes as he realizes this is why he is a hidden player. He throws himself back on the bed, clearly disliking the situation. Next, Zhang Singu starts training with Seha to test his new abilities. They train for a full week until the Great Wolf Boat is finally repaired. Seha looks like she just left a sauna while Singu is still full of energy. Good, he says. Right then, Beaches appears. Master, she calls out, causing him to turn his attention toward the house. She reports seriously that the arrangements for Beto are finished. He will have to endure being a bit lonely. Singu nods in satisfaction. Good. Suddenly, Arin runs over. Singu. She looks like she has something to say, but first asks if he is done training. He walks over and confirms. Anything new? She hands him a phone, telling him to take a look. Zhang Singu turns thoughtful. Syria, Marina, and Sehai. It looks like the three of them are working together. Arin gets excited, saying they are working hard and might have even surpassed him. She hopes they find their soulmates soon. He doesn't know what to say. Anything else? She tells him no, but mentions something else. Everyone is talking about that world dragon. News headlines shout about the world's strongest man, Zhang Singu, taking down monsters. He doesn't look proud at all. At least Harion's plan failed. Arin shrugs in agreement. Exactly. His plan to show off that divine power didn't work out at all. Beaches joins the conversation with a heavy tone. Those infant world dragons used to exist back in my world. Once they mature, they become dangerous threats at level 300 minimum. I once hunted one with my old teammates. They are weaker than they look and easily distracted during a fight. Zhang Singu agrees, calling them just big targets. This makes Arin feel a bit jealous of Beaches. Yeah. Then, Singu, bursting with new energy, says they should head to a dungeon. Arin asks him softly why the strongest man on Earth needs more power. Hearing this, he doesn't hesitate for a second. Seeking strength is a human instinct, he answers. Besides, the stronger I am, the easier everything becomes. The resting room door swings open with a system alert. Upgrade the door to level 4. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me as we see Singu face a massive choice for his gate. He runs the numbers. Higher tier dungeons mean faster essence farming, so he pulls the trigger on the upgrade. He's dying to see where this leads. Arin, though, she's not getting her hopes up just yet. The system confirms the gate is now level 4. A new feature allows him to merge similar dungeons he previously conquered for just a small amount of essence. This news completely catches Singu off guard. He looks to Beaches for advice, but she just shrugs, happy to follow his lead. Arin keeps it real. He's already a beast, so he should just do whatever he wants. The system suggests choosing an easy or very easy dungeon, but then, the actual results leave Arin absolutely terrified. There's nothing normal left? Singu stays cool. He'll just take them down one by one. The update hits. He picks very easy mode with 375 essence remaining. Now watch this. There are 377 dungeons available, and he decides to merge every single one of them. Arin knew he'd do something crazy. The system creates one massive normal grade dungeon. Time to go in? Singu is hyped. This is what he lives for. Arin can only call him insane. The squad heads into the ant-tier monster garden. Mission objective? Clear it within 5 months. The massive time limit shocks him. Arin chimes in, trying to make sense of it all. The scale finally clicks for her. Over 370,000 dungeons merged into one. Looking at the landscape, it's not just a dungeon, it's an entire mini-world. They find players gathered in total chaos. Singu steps up, ready to explain their new reality. He tells them about the hundreds of thousands of combined dungeons. They can help or stay out of his way. The other players are stunned. Who is this guy? You and I both know what's coming. He tells these deceased players that if they want to keep existing, they must surrender their souls to him. Someone speaks up. If they do that, he'll basically be their absolute master. He doesn't care. He walks away, telling them it's their choice and no one is being forced. Arin is confused why he's skipping their quests. Singu says direct communication is all they need now. He summons his demon bike. Seha takes human form while Beaches jumps on the back, annoying Arin. She bluntly states she's only helping until she gets her own ride. Singu doesn't waste another second. He guns it and heads out. The group flies down the open road. Seha's pumped, ready to carve a path through anything. Seconds later, he gets headshotted. Singu can't believe it. He's actually embarrassed for his teammate. Arin rushes to heal him. It's a long-range attack, and Seha is struggling to keep up. Are they being attacked with fruit? Singu just lets out a heavy sigh. He realized he only trained them for close combat. He warns everyone to watch for projectiles. The bike roars down the path. Surprise, this road is anything but peaceful. Singu isn't worried. He prepares to send every attack right back where it came from. He summons the Wolf King claws. With a few strikes, he shuts down the ambushers. Suddenly, he narrows his eyes. Something feels different. The attacks stop. They've cleared the half-immortals for now, stopping right on a steep slope. The view is beautiful, but something is wrong. Arin wonders why there are no monsters around. Does Singu sense anything? No. He strikes a tree, revealing a hidden monster. Seha can't believe a tree is alive. Beaches thinks the monsters fused with the environment during the massive dungeon merge. Singu agrees. The weak ones are now part of the landscape. This place is beyond weird. He gets that look. Time for work. Arin just sighs. She knew this part was coming sooner or later. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Singu lead the charge and smash everything in his way while the others follow to loot. Alright, you and I are back with Singu, and things are about to get absolutely chaotic. I will lend you a hellbike mount, can you ride? She flatly replies that if it has a saddle, she can master it. Finally, both Seha and Kana are ready. Singu activates his Great Wolf and Giant's Howl skills. It is time to explode. He summons his spirit army while monsters hiding as rocks, trees, and clouds are forced into his strike zone. One massive swing of his arm sweeps away the surrounding trash mobs like dust. Singu feels the rush of adrenaline. Now this is what a real hunt should feel like. Arin watches in absolute shock. This dungeon scale is massive, and Singu's method of clearing it is on an entirely different level. 1 week later, the team is still pushing through the endless horde. Suddenly, they face a beast they have never seen. Singu stares an ogre's body with a literal devil's head. Buchi steps up, explaining it is a hybrid monster, a twisted masterpiece created by the god Metamoa. The monsters cackle at her words. You know Metamoa? They seem amused that a mortal recognizes their creator. Betches clenches her teeth at the mention of that name, the god of chaos himself. Metamoa is the most loathsome deity. Infamous for his creations, he stitches unrelated parts together to birth something entirely new and horrific. This reminds Singu of a bad omen. Creating something new from scraps? He gets the picture now. Now pay attention, because you and I are about to hear a reveal that changes the entire game. Singu is losing his patience. What did you say? The monster just laughs, claiming the god wants to see him. Betches confirms the grim reality of the situation. They are not lying. Metamoa is known for extreme chaos. This dungeon's layout matches his twisted style perfectly. Singu asks if she has seen them before. He has fought hybrids, but was not sure they belonged here. Betches looks grim. One thing is certain, Metamoa interfered with the dungeon merge to spawn these freaks. Seha cannot help but comment from the sidelines. Master, it looks like your decision led us into a disaster. But Singu's logic is just different. He only merged the dungeons because it seemed like a profitable shortcut. The hybrid monsters grow impatient and hungry. They want that mark on his arm, they want to rip it off. One wants his legs too. Singu is not even flinching. He is just ready to turn this junk into scrap metal. Arin just stares at him in silence. Only Singu would look at these nightmares and call them junk. He realizes something important and pulls the Death Knight's sword from his inventory. Returning it to its rightful owner, he tells Kina to use it. Baekhy's instantly recognizes her old signature blade. In an instant, her mana floods the steel, transforming the weapon into a completely new form. Seha is baffled by the transformation, but Singu expected it since she is no longer a Death Knight. Her sword evolved. Baekhy bows deeply in respect. Thank you, master. Seha declares he will help too, even if just a little. Singu charges forward, ready for the slaughter. With one swift swing, his great wolf skill strikes the hybrid monster directly in its center. Its allies are stunned by the power, yet they still crave his arm. They truly do not know when to quit. You and I just saw that speed, right? Baekhy is harvesting their parts before they can even scream. Seha lets out a war cry, charging alongside the soul soldiers. Loot starts dropping like rain across the battlefield. Even the sleeping celestial monsters begin to stir, awakened by the sound of the absolute carnage. Singu asks if Metamoa is truly obsessed with chaos. As he wipes out the monsters, he bets the god will be thrilled to see this much destruction. For 2 weeks straight, Singu and his team fight the hybrid horde without a single moment of rest. Then, they run into an old face, the goblin merchant Ruta. She offers them drinks before they hit the boss room. Singu struggles to remember her name. Ruta? She is overjoyed that he actually recalled who she was. She explains that they should have met many times by now. But because Singu cleared every side quest so easily, she never actually had the chance to show up. Singu just nods. Got it. So you only show up when things are difficult? She stays mysterious, claiming she cannot reveal how the system works. However, thanks to the recent upgrades, she has reappeared to give him vital information. Singu immediately realizes the reason for her sudden visit. It is because of the guest lounge, right? Ruta's eyes light up instantly. He hit the bullseye. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. Things are about to get even wilder. Stick with me, we're about to see the main character unlock high-tech magic that normal dungeons lack, providing everything needed to expand and upgrade his living space. Just then, the merchant Luda offered to move into his world. If you accept her, you can trade for essential materials and dungeon mission items with her from now on. Singu now understood Luda's true purpose much more clearly. She didn't just want to visit, she wanted to move in permanently for obvious reasons. After all, having a resident merchant is the best way to support him. Before she could even finish her pitch, he cut her off. Fine, I accept your proposal. Luda was overjoyed by the good news. Thanks. I'll call you master from now on. But Singu immediately stopped her. No need. Now fully in merchant mode, she smiled. You're actually quite lucky, you know? Since you upgraded this space before entering the dungeon, I can sell you useful materials and crucial information. This is definitely worth celebrating. He knew nothing was free. What's the price for the info? She coolly replied. 500 essences from monsters under level 200 and 500 from hybrids over level 200. Singu quickly handed over the items he gathered. Alright, take them. Luda grinned widely. Thank you very much. Her face turned serious as she began sharing. So far, you've absorbed fragments of the Thunder God and the Living Corpse God quite cleverly. You used an item carrying the Thunder God's mark to absorb his legendary power. You also used essence from a living corpse to take the Corpse God's power, even upgrading the skills you already possessed. Singu's eyebrows furrowed in a tight frown. So what? Luda gave a vague answer. You're doing great, just keep going. He suddenly raised his great wolf claw sword, radiating a heavy, murderous aura. Now watch closely, he's not buying her vague talk. Is that all? He demanded. You can digest power from divine fragments, but those only increase your level and mana. Luda's eyes became even more serious as she mentioned the next part. You can get both just by hunting monsters. It's a total waste to ignore the unique attributes of a god's power, isn't it? This conversation finally caught Singu's attention. What attributes? Exactly. Every god has unique attributes in their power. The Thunder God is lightning, and the Corpse God is death and souls. He quickly grasped the core of the issue. Simple enough. You're saying when I absorb their power directly, the attributes vanish and turn into normal mana. Instead of absorbing it myself, I should imbue it into treasures or skills? Luda's pulse quickened. Exactly. Singu finished the rest of her thought. The same goes for Metamoamata's power at the end of this dungeon. You're telling me to save it, not absorb it. The perfect answer made her beam with joy. Exactly. But items aren't the only things you can apply divine attributes to. Dungeon power can process it differently. As she finished speaking, Luda pulled out a mysterious scroll. You and I both know rare loot is the best part. Did you know the merging altar's spawn rate is tiny? Singu had to confirm. The altar? The one that triggers system notifications for altar exchange or altar fusion? This info shocked him. You can even exchange items in an A-rank dungeon? Aaron, why didn't you tell me? She panicked. I didn't know either. Then Luda dropped a massive price tag. 7,500 low-level essences and 1,200 high-level hybrid ones. Singu gritted his teeth at the cost. That's insane. He sighed in frustration. But knowing the value of divine attributes, he couldn't pass. He finally pulled out the payment. Take it. She was ecstatic. Thank you so much. Then she excitedly urged him on. Come on, tear the scroll to activate it. It'll change the dungeon's space and guarantee a merging altar at the end. He checked the details one last time. So I should place Metamoa's power on the altar after clearing the A-rank dungeon? Luda immediately replied. Yes. With Metamoa's chaotic power, any combination will give incredible results. The divine power is just an extra bonus on top. Singu decided with total certainty. A system notification followed the dungeon's space had been successfully altered. His sharp gaze locked onto Luda. I'll do as you've suggested. If this fails, I'll tear you apart. She overflowed with energy, guaranteeing 100% success. You won't be disappointed, trust me. Well, my work here is done, so I'm heading back. She vanished as suddenly as she appeared. See you later, bye. Arin didn't even know how to react. What a character, Singu muttered, his head starting to ache. Regardless of her personality, she said the boss is close, meaning this dungeon is almost over. The group moved forward bit by bit until they stopped at a massive, unique door with deep indentations. And that's where we leave it. Someone already opened this door before us. Singu frowned. Alright, you and I are about to watch Singu face his deadliest challenge yet. Passive rules for 3G are gone, and Seha is panicking because this room is the ultimate junction where countless dungeons converge. These words only serve to fire up Singu even more. A monster beyond imagination is waiting inside, and the look in his eyes is just as serious. Arin, handle the defense. Seha, stay back and keep your distance. Suddenly, both Singu and Becky's are enveloped in a protective layer of Arin's mana. Singu steps back and orders Kana to get ready for battle, but only to strike when he gives the word. She simply nods and says she understands. He then playfully points at the door, signaling it is time to move. A single shot blasts the obstacle into pieces. Oron sits on his throne, completely unfazed as if he had been waiting. He even forces a welcoming smile while greeting the master of antiques. Singu just stares back with a cold, intense gaze that makes Oron hesitate. He asks what Singu is looking at. He answers with an incredibly calm voice, which only earns a mocking laugh. Oron claims he clearly misunderstands the true power of Metamoa. His tone shifts into something disturbingly holy. Metamoa is the god of chaos and the closest thing to a creator. Those failures outside don't even compare to what pure power can truly achieve. Singu freezes. Why does it feel like he has heard these exact words somewhere before? But he cannot stay distracted for long. Too bad for you, because I really hate picky eaters. This arrogance absolutely disgusts Oron. Who cares what you think? The only thing that matters here is the choice. Sharp blades begin to manifest with every word he speaks. You were chosen, and you proved it. Now, it is time to begin. Now pay attention, because the bloodlust in the entire room explodes as Oron declares the execution. In a flash, he vanishes, leaving Shingu's eyes wide with pure and utter shock. Before anyone can react, he realizes the great wolf weapon in his hand is not just for decoration. With the enemy only inches away, he swings it just in time to block, sending Oron flying across the room. Incredibly, the villain still manages to find his footing on the stone floor. The impact chips the great wolf, which really pisses Singu off. This is tough. He is using magic to teleport his body, just like Kina but much faster. Despite taking a heavy hit, Oron seems completely unharmed. He admits he didn't expect Singu to keep up, as he was planning to take an arm. Betchis begs to step in, but Singu refuses. No, I will handle this myself. To Oron, this scene is nothing more than a pathetic joke. He laughs, saying two of them won't change the outcome. Singu stays focused, realizing his hammer is simply too weak to fight this monster. He makes a split-second decision to bring out the heavy artillery. Thunder God gun, activate. This finally grabs Oron's attention. A gun? Before he can react, Singu pulls the trigger. Even with his insane speed, Oron is injured while trying to dodge. Thick smoke rises and covers the entire battlefield. Oron heals instantly, but the attack makes him furious. Now, he promises to take both of Shingu's arms. He channels all his energy and blurs across the ground. Singu watches closely, noticing the mana is being split into different directions. You saw that, right? He is trying to hide his attack pattern so I can't predict where he is coming from. The barrel glows hot as he makes his move. Concentrated fire. This requires absorbing all the nearby mana. Now his position stands out like a sore thumb. It is subtle, but if I focus my senses, he is right here. A perfect headshot slams right into Oron, forcing him to get very familiar with the cold floor. However, His flexibility and recovery speed are still incredibly high as he bounces back. Once he gets some distance, he growls in anger, only to see Singu smiling. Go ahead, call your little friends out. This invitation triggers a massive explosion of power from Oran. Light beams erupt from his body. Singu deflects the blades with ease, but it is hard to defend all four sides at once. Arin sees him get hurt and immediately panics. She triggers a healing spell, which gives Singu a much-needed moment of peace. It is hard to win without a few scars. His eyes turn cold. This guy is strong, but he is exactly the kind of wall I can climb over. Oran mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can wield the power of a god. Singu just calmly says yes. Oran bares his teeth, emphasizing every single word, but Singu shows zero fear. Are you just trying to tell me your life story? You have clearly been consumed by countless monsters. Do you even remember who you are? Oran just bursts into a maniacal laugh. Suddenly, a rift opens above his head like a dark abyss. A second mouth answers Shingu's question. No, I don't remember anymore. I lost myself the moment this dungeon opened and all these monsters merged. But I don't care what I am, because Metamoa blessed me, and trust me, you and I are about to see just how far he will go to obey his god's orders. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character can survive this absolute monster. Singu doesn't panic for a second. He's been waiting for this moment, focusing his power for the perfect strike. He fires, a direct hit right to the gut, but Oran just stands there, unbothered and laughing it off. Bechi screams out a warning. Something is wrong. He lost 30% of his body, but his energy is still full. Singu realizes she's right. His dragon sense should be tingling, but everything feels strangely normal to him. In just a few breaths, Oran's entire body has completely regenerated. It's like the damage never even happened. He crouches down, bracing himself like a cornered beast. With one explosive burst, he launches forward with terrifying force. His arms stretch out, forcing Singu to dodge. Then, Oran shifts midair. You'd expect a kick, but a gun barrel slides out. A sudden blast catches him off guard, sending him flying. The beam of light slams Singu straight into the wall. The impact leaves a massive hole in the stone. Shingu's eyes narrow as the tension in the air reaches a breaking point. The bullets are eating through everything they touch. One hit means game over. Now, both of Oran's legs have become rapid-fire cannons. Singu dodges and retaliates with a blast of lightning. But Oran's massive wings move like a shield, blocking the entire attack. Singu is starting to lose his patience. This guy just keeps shifting forms, making him harder to pin down. Watch this closely. Oran is about to turn himself into a literal human fortress, laughing all the while. Even Shingu's face goes pale as he grits his teeth. Oran screams in madness, declaring that this is the end. Row after row of black barrels aim right at him. Without another word, Oran focuses his power and opens fire. Singu stares down the wall of lead heading his way. There are too many bullets to dodge them all. He decides to meet force with force. After hardening his entire body, Singu charges straight into the storm of steel. The rain of bullets doesn't leave a single scratch. Before Oran can react, Singu closes the gap and slices him in two. Oran looks down in total shock. He can't believe a mere human just tore through his ultimate defense, but a creepy smile slowly spreads across his face as his body fuses back together. Singu realizes he can just keep regenerating. Oran swings a massive blade at his hand. Singu is forced to leap back to avoid being carved open. Shingu's face goes dark as he whispers something. He puts his weapon away, causing Bekis to cry out in total confusion. He explains that Oran's mana actually increases when he attacks or heals. Even for a hybrid, this makes no sense. Oran smiles, impressed by the analysis. It seems Singu is finally starting to figure out what's really happening. Now pay attention, because the truth about this boss is even crazier than we thought he is. The room itself. Singu slams his foot down to prove his point. This room is the boss. That's why he was so confident fighting alone. The moment they stepped inside, they walked into a trap. Singu notices Oran's legs have rooted deep into the floor. Oran congratulates them for figuring it out, but says it's too late. He already has everything he needs to win. His body stabs deep into the ground with a sickening crunch. He lets out a satisfied laugh as the transformation nears completion. He claims he grew stronger by fighting them and will now absorb them both. Tentacles suddenly erupt and grab Beaches. Singu stands his ground as the entire room becomes a living organ. He curses as the walls begin to close in. The space around them starts to pulse with a life of its own. It swells up, preparing to crush them into nothing. Despite the danger, Singu remains calm. He tells Oran that his desire to have everything is a perfect match for him. He crosses his arms as his shirt shreds apart. Glowing red patterns begin to burn across his skin with intense light. A blinding light erupts in the darkness, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The system confirms the dungeon is cleared in 3 weeks. The final report shows they wiped out 501 insect-type monsters and 384 swarms. They killed 31,519 hybrids and one apostle of Metamoa. Now, time to calculate the rewards. Singu grabs Betches and flies clear of the massive shockwave. Another explosion rocks the area behind them as they land. He turns to check on his teammates, asking if everyone is okay. Seha quickly responds that they managed to survive. Arin looks a bit annoyed, seeing Betches clinging to Singu. A soft breeze finally clears the dust from the destroyed room. Arin looks around in awe. Now that the hybrid controlling the area is dead, the true boss room is finally revealed. Singu doesn't see what the big deal is. To him, the room looks exactly the same as it did before. He casually explains that he just grabbed the center of the monster and ripped it apart. Betches says that explains nothing. And that's where we leave them, trust me. You and I are going to see things get even crazier next time. Alright. You and I are diving into a battle where the monster wasn't just reading moves, it was stalling until its disciples could trap every single one of us. Singu brags about his achievement, though he admits he needed time to figure out the trick to beating this thing. Without knowing if it has a brain or a heart, he had to keep fighting just to find a weak point. He raises his voice to emphasize that even after a long struggle, the monster's mana core was nowhere to be found. That is when he realized its true body wasn't just one spot, it was spread across the entire room. Seha adds that the monster seemed immune to damage because the impact was being distributed across the entire room the whole time. The two of them paint a vivid picture of the intense moment the beast finally revealed itself to absorb them all. But Singu found the right spot and is ready to tear it apart, simple as that. Seha laughs at how easy it all sounds, while Arin feels worried about Singu's hollow eyes as the system announces a brand new special achievement. Singu receives a new corrosion resistance skill that merges with his natural abilities, instantly reaching level 4. This result has Singu feeling absolutely hyped. Things are finally looking up. But wait, there are 2 rewards. Though Arin quickly kills the mood by saying these items are actually pretty common. Check this out, even the system has an ego, popping up with another special reward. After processing the Metamoa fragments and experience points, Singu levels up 7 times in an instant. His muscles cramp from the sudden power surge, but he explains it is just fatigue from using giant strength while leveling up at once. The rewards keep coming, as his courage skill hits level 10, significantly boosting his overall pain tolerance. Singu stretches his arms with a sigh of relief as the group gathers to inspect the items on the ground, though he is clearly disappointed by the loot. Arin doesn't seem very impressed. She notices some Metamoa power left in the essence to use at the altar, while Singu picks up a mysterious crystal. Arin explains that high-level dungeons often drop rare materials and crafting items instead of just plain old currency. The stone is an S+ rank lunar black wolf stone, forged from the combination of moonlight and burning volcanic lava. It is incredibly durable and acts as a mana source, making it perfect for crafting high-tier weapons. Singu isn't interested in raw materials at all, while Arin is confused because she usually only finds gold in these high-level dungeons. Seha comes up with an idea: why not use it at the altar? High-quality materials could yield insane results, a suggestion that feels very familiar to the way Singu usually handles his luck. Since there is no other choice, he begins summoning the fusion altar. He gathers the new items as the Metamoa fragment is wrapped in a thick black mist. The system reminds him that anything he puts in will return to him as a brand new item. Singu pulls out his weapons, including the Great Black Wolf and the Giant's Howl, and slowly offers them into the range of the altar. He adds the Lunar Black Wolf Stone, the Metamoa Essence, and the Spirit Sword. Finally, he offers the Thunder God Gun, ignoring Arin's panic as he tells her not to take it so seriously. She freezes in shock before screaming at him, but Singu just looks away and tries to dodge the question. He tells her they should trust Ruta, but Arin is furious that he listened and threw a treasure away. Now watch this. Singu remains calm, knowing it is all or nothing and they can always find more loot later. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the altar, grabbing everyone's attention in the room. Singu jokes that it feels like playing a slot machine as a brand new hammer flies out of the light. Seha thinks it looks like a sledgehammer, but Singu knows it was forged from his best previous weapons. He grabs the handle and the system reveals its name, the S++ rank Heavenly Punishment Hammer. Attack is 4,500 to 6,500 with a poison attribute. This masterpiece of divine and dungeon power can actually level up by absorbing divine energy from every single enemy that it strikes down. Everyone stands there in total silence, completely stunned by the stats of this new weapon. Arin and Seha cannot believe it is an S++ rank, while Singu celebrates his powerful new monster tool. He is ready to test out this god-tier weapon right now. His power level is now 135, with a strength stat of 485. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I just saw a power-up that makes him nearly unstoppable. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Singu checks his system for the new hunter skill reward. A message pops up. It is a level 1 splash damage effect for melee or close range attacks that hits nearby targets without using any mana. At level 1, It deals 10% of base damage to 2 targets within a 10-meter range. As the skill levels up, the damage, range, and number of targets will increase. Aaron looks surprised, wondering if this is a splash attack. He smiles and clenches his fist. He finally has splash damage. If he hits a wall, the shockwave will shake those nearby. She is confused, thinking that is just a direct hit. Suddenly, the dungeon begins to collapse. Beaches quickly shouts to the master that the dungeon has run out of mana and is about to crumble. Since he is done checking his skills, they need to leave. Suddenly, Singu remembers he has one more task. Thousands of floating ghosts approach the door. He tells the others to wait and let the spirits speak. One ghost takes human form and introduces himself as Zhang Xiao from the Golden Rain Guild, who died in a level 25 dungeon. Seha recognizes them as the second most famous guild. This person is clearly qualified to represent the spirits here. Singu nods, realizing this must be the most powerful ghost in the entire area. Seha explains that when dungeons merged together, most of the weaker souls were completely wiped out. Singu asks if they are the only ones left. The spirit smiles warmly and hands him a brilliant glow of light. They want to thank him on behalf of those who vanished. They have a special gift for him. He reaches out immediately. Stick with me, because these stat boosts are insane. Strength plus 26, agility plus 19, and endurance plus 31. Matsugu is totally lost. Singu cannot believe it. He knows that leveling up skills usually takes a massive amount of time. Usually, you finish one dungeon at a time, but clearing them all at once gave him multiple levels in a single go. The ghost looks serious and asks if they can join his journey. They cannot be players anymore, but they want a new life. The system notification pops up. A total of 3,185 ghosts want to follow you. Do you agree? Singu gives a small smirk and clenches his hand. Deal. He pulls all those spirits directly into his palm. Soul Dominion has reached level 5. After finishing the dungeon, Singu and his team head back to the rest area. He happily cleans his gear and says it is time to eat. He tells Aaron that since she always cooks, he will handle it today. A short while later, a spread of delicious-looking dishes is laid out on the table. Beto giggles that it is delicious, and Arin calls him a pro. Bishis just says earth food is great. Singu wants some personal praise. After the meal, he spends some time quickly washing all the dishes. While Aaron helps, he calls Seha over to check his stats after leveling up. They both sit down to meditate and train. Ruta calls out with an annoyed voice, asking how much longer she has to wait for them. You and I saw her before. But why did she get so huge? She screams that this is just her normal size, you guys. Aaron hears a girl's voice and runs out curiously. She asks Singu who the girl is. Seeing Ruta, she realizes it is the merchant and calls her name. Ruta hides shyly by the door. Singu tells her to wait. Ruta giggles and teases him, saying she could just come into the rest area if he lets her. But he coldly slams the door shut, telling her that he will find her when he is ready. Arin looks satisfied with his reaction. Suddenly, Beto comes running in with a look of pure urgency. Master! Singu is confused by the boy's behavior. Beto looks determined as he steps forward. He wants to help build the new location. Singu hesitates, wondering who told him about that. He realizes Ruta is smirking behind the door. There is nothing he can do, so he just sighs and agrees to the plan. Fine, let's go. Other things can wait. The girl and the boy cheer happily at the news. They all head out together, and Singu notices that the area looks much larger than it did before. Ruta happily explains that this is a large residential zone for players. Completing dungeons adds new plants and animals to the residential area. She smiles, saying there is a lot of mana here. He asks what ingredients she needs. Ruta pulls out a paper and shares the list with him. Singu takes the list and asks for the price. She wants 1% of the essence he has. He does the math. 1% of the hundreds of thousands of essence he just earned is a huge amount. And trust me, you and I can see he is not happy. She just grins, saying he is lucky she is having a sale. Stick with me, you're about to see our main character pull off some legendary bargaining. Those wooden planks she dropped clatter together, perfectly assembling themselves into a brand new building. A system alert appears. 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 40 seconds remain until the forge is complete. He's amazed it's automatic. Ruta smirks, calling it magic, then asks what he wants to build next. Arin's eyes sparkle with wonder while watching the materials fly and meticulously join together by themselves. It feels like a game. Singu jokes that he expects tiny soldiers to start marching out soon. Ruta explains that clearing special dungeons or destroying holy traces will unlock even more building types. She giggles, noting his residential area is so rich in mana that he can build 3 structures at once. He simply replies that he needs nothing right now. Then he turns back to ask Aaron if she needs her own private space to stay in. Aaron shyly declines, saying she is perfectly happy just staying in the shared lounge area. Ruta's eyes light up immediately as she begs him to build a small shop for her. Singu is cold. Are you dodging taxes? She pouts, telling him he is being extremely mean. He takes the chance to bargain, demanding a 5% discount. Ruta looks completely defeated and broken. Having no other choice, she finally gives in and accepts his harsh deal. Fine, it's a deal. She turns away and sobs, calling herself a total disgrace to goblin merchants for agreeing to such an impossible deal. Singu asks what she said, and she instantly acts honored to have him as her landlord. The house and shop are finally complete. Ruta smiles through her tears, reminding him he now gets a 5% discount on everything in stock. Singu realizes she must be incredibly frustrated since she keeps repeating that 5% discount. Now, pay attention here. This is where Ruta gives him a tool that's absolutely broken. She hands over a special scroll. This is a goblin merchant summoning paper for the dungeon. Use this to call me before a boss room if you ever need to buy anything. Singu isn't interested until she mentions it costs 0.1% of his essence. He shouts that it's way too expensive, yet he grips the paper tightly in his hand. He justifies it to himself, thinking a backup plan is good even if dungeons are easy. Singu turns to leave, but Ruta suddenly stops him, saying there is one more thing. Seriously, you saw his face too, right? He looks like he's stuck with a needy hamster. Back at the lounge, Singu smiles while spending time replying to his phone messages. A Tier 33 dungeon raid invite appears. Arin peeks over, recognizing the guild involved. She's skeptical because their chairman, Kim Harry, didn't meet the requirements to participate this time. Singu explains that people are starting to resent those who take advantage of holy power. Arin notes that Marina and Saria joined, but the chairman failed the level check. Singu is confident that since she's trying hard, she'll join the 34th raid soon. He flops onto the bed, telling everyone they need to rest before things get busy tomorrow. Arin teases him, saying he'll leave in 10 minutes. Siha laughs and wishes her good night. The next morning, Marina stands on a skyscraper roof, looking down at the streets below. An artificial island finished in a month. A man behind her credits the B&Y company. He introduces himself as Lee Jung-ho, a high-ranking manager for the Blue Dragon Group. Marina waves him off, annoyed by the way he keeps acting like they are close friends. Saria appears, warning her that the Blue Dragon chairman is actually setting a trap for her. Marina jumps in fright, asking when she arrived. You totally scared the life out of me. Saria stays serious, telling Marina they must enter the dungeon now as time is running out. Marina complains about not getting a call. We're not at Celestial Heaven anymore. Use your phone. Saria calmly admits she hates her voice on the phone. Marina then asks about the chairman. Saria names him as Lee Kang-ho. Marina is confused, thinking he was just a guild master. Trust me, you and I are both going to be shocked by this final twist. Alright, let's dive into a story where even our heroes can't believe the twists they're seeing. Saria analyzes the situation, calling it a coincidence, but for him, it feels more like destiny. That explains why he thinks he is the center of the world. Marina's guard is up. She hasn't even met Uthi yet, so why does just hearing about him make her feel so incredibly annoyed? Plus, he's just like that guy Kim Harry-on. Saria crosses her arms and drops a bombshell. Marina, that guy has already set his sights on you. To escape, she actually considers a fake marriage with Singu. That way, they'll stay away and I won't have to deal with those annoying games anymore. Suddenly, someone walks up. Oh, you two are still here? It's Seihai. She notices the mana in the air with a smile. Then, she remembers her mission. Hurry, everyone is looking for you two. Marina reluctantly agrees. She rushes into Seihai's arms, acting cute, saying she'll miss her so much. Now, pay attention here. Saria asks her to watch over Singu if he gets into any trouble. Besides, if something happened to him, we might never know because he almost never even replies to my text messages. Marina wonders if he's bad at texting. Seihai sighs, saying he was so sweet when they were dating. Those words sting Marina right in the heart, making her turn away to hide her growing frustration. Awkwardly, she tries to leave. See you later, Saria. It's time to move. With that, Marina immediately leaps into the air. Seeing her rush off, Saria sighs. She's gone. Then, she asks Seihai a sudden question. She really likes Singu, doesn't she? Saria frowns. How could she even suggest a fake marriage? So annoying. They shake hands. Saria looks determined, saying let's clear the next floor together. Seihai smiles, wishing them luck. Then Saria flies off. Elsewhere, the whole team has gathered. As Marina and Saria arrive, everyone points toward the sky. Look, they're finally here. The two land gracefully, looking absolutely stunning. One of the men speaks up. Everyone is finally here. Marina recognizes him immediately. That guy. He smiles and reaches out to greet her. Hello, Marina Lightning. She knows exactly who he is. Lee Kang-ho, the chairman of the Dragonheart Guild. Their first meeting has officially begun. Marina gives a friendly smile. Hello. Saria stays calm, greeting him while secretly thinking to herself that he is just a total fake. Kang-ho is briefly taken aback. Oh, he quickly regains his hospitality. You're Saria Wilson, right? People say you and Marina are the most beautiful players in the world. It looks like the rumors were actually right. You and I can feel the atmosphere turn heavy as she stays completely silent. Marina whispers that he's targeting her too. Saria snaps back, telling her to be quiet. But despite their worries, something else happens. Lee Kang-ho ignores them both once they enter the dungeon. Instead, he stays purely focused on the conquest ahead of them. After the battle ends, Marina sits on a rock, catching her breath. Kang-ho hands her water with praise. As expected of top-tier players, our guild has learned a lot from watching you two. Marina looks over, completely surprised by his attitude. Oh, thanks. He smiles, telling them to let him know if they ever get too tired. My goal is to clear this dungeon with 0 casualties. Marina notes he's nothing like Kim Harryon. He's actually calm and polite. With a man like him as a leader, this dungeon conquest might actually be pretty easy. But then, the unexpected happens. A group of dangerous monsters blocks their path. Someone recognizes them. Lightning snakes. The leader attacks before the team can even react. Someone yells a warning to watch out because these things use lightning. Marina is skeptical. Lightning? Snakes and lightning? She quickly asks Saria if this dungeon is under Ria's influence. Saria looks shocked. Did you say Ria? Saria's face turns serious. This is completely different from the scout reports. I thought they avoided all dungeons under the Holy God. Our plan was to only clear the easy ones. Marina frowns as she explains the situation. Their scanners can't reach the deepest parts of the dungeon, so encountering different monsters isn't that shocking. Suddenly, she feels something strange in the air. Wait a second. Marina immediately activates her vision, shifting her perspective into a thermal-like map. Saria is surprised. What, you can scan too? Marina admits she's just copying Singu, but it works. Marina examines the situation closely. On the path ahead and the nearby pass, can't you see that the mana is flickering? Saria is stunned. Flickering mana? Suddenly, someone yells at them to watch out. A teammate screams it is a high-level monster. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how dangerous God Ria's servants can be. You and I are watching Jinhoo declare that Marina Bezzet's time is finally up. The scene shifts to the living room where Jinhoo is watching the news. The host announces that a massive number of low-level dungeons in Sky City have suddenly vanished. Arin stands nearby looking tense. It seems even Sky City is running on a strict time limit now. Jinhoo steps inside and lets out a sigh. He immediately points at the screen and tells her to take a look at this. The television replays footage from inside the dungeons, reporting that monsters are no longer dropping gold. No one knows if high-level dungeons will follow the same pattern. He comes over, looking totally stunned. He figures player rankings are about to shift. Stroking his chin, he realizes this was bound to happen eventually. Money was used as the ultimate way to motivate players, providing the clearest possible path for them to grow. Most hunters likely joined just for the cash that fueled their strength. Jinhoo stares at his palm. Monsters are appearing outside Sky City now, forcing players to fight out of fear for their families rather than for profit. Arin finally gets it. Without the money, people have less reason to risk their lives. It actually makes a lot of sense. It is definitely going to be much harder for average players to make a living now. She guesses players will have to rely more on sponsors. He calmly replies that for the sake of the world, it might not be such a bad thing. Jinhoo turns to her and tells her, that is enough, let's just eat. Arin gives a gentle smile. Meanwhile, at the dungeon, a high-level monster is blasted by a massive swirling fireball. Now watch this. Smoke is still rising from Marina's gun, while Saria mocks her for being so brutal as to blow the creature's head off. The team members are stunned, wondering what kind of insane skill she just used. Marina just gives them a cold, sideways glance. She orders a formation change. Saria and Marina will handle the high-level threats while the others focus on defense. Kang-ho steps up to warn her. There are more elites than expected. He asks if she can really handle them all alone. She coldly replies that she has fought many of Thunder God Ria's minions. She is the only one who can do this. Kang-ho can only admit she is reliable. He turns to the rest of the team and asks for their attention. Up until this moment, they have always followed the guild's lead. But it seems the scout team completely misjudged the situation, and staying the course will only lead to a dead end for their safety. Considering Marina Bezzet's incredible resolve, he wants to hear what the others think before they decide whether to push forward or give up on this dangerous mission. With Marina and Saria taking the lead, the entire group decides to push deeper into the dungeon with renewed confidence. Nobody wants to retreat. They charge forward as a massive monster roars at the front line, only for Marina to instantly take its head. One shot from her gun sends it straight to hell. Another monster swings a lightning-charged blade, screaming at them not to mess around. But 2 guild members quickly raise their shields, blocking the electric strike with ease. One of them shouts for her to focus on the offense while they handle the defense. Marina smiles and thanks him. Saria dives in like a beast. Her guns fire a continuous stream of glowing bullets. Once every monster is dead, she gracefully touches back down on the ground. You and I can see Kang-ho is busy fighting, but he is also watching them with a very creepy look in his eyes. He flashes a twisted smile, thinking he wants both women for himself. In his mind, Jinhu does not deserve them at all. Some monsters hit by Marina's bullets keep cursing her even as their heads fall off, screaming for revenge. Marina is startled for a moment as she realizes something is very wrong here. She quickly tells Saria that these monsters were not here from the start. They were sent down specifically to target her, because the Thunder God is furious. She gave the divine gun to Jinhu. Saria quickly pieces the facts together in her head. She asks if the Thunder God himself brought them here. If that is true, then the situation is far more dangerous than they thought. Marina confidently says they can no longer trust the initial scout reports. After a long battle, the Azure Dragon Guild finally reaches the boss room. However, the scene waiting for them makes every member of the team start to panic. People shout in fear, wondering what happened and why the massive iron doors to the boss room are already locked from the inside. Marina is frustrated, thinking this must be some kind of sick joke. Saria stares intensely, sensing the presence of divine fragments nearby. Kang Ho steps forward and asks for Marina's thoughts on how they should proceed. Noticing his attitude, she senses divine magic behind the door. If she tells Kang Ho the truth, he will definitely try to steal it for himself. She cannot let that happen. With a fake smile, she suggests they just send in a few volunteers to check it out first. Marina raises her gun high, showing her fighting spirit. She says they cannot keep the monster behind the door waiting any longer. That day, the rank 33 dungeon was cleared by the Azure Dragon Guild from China. They lost 2 members, and Marina Bezet was named MVP. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss her reunion with Jinhu. Alright, you and I are diving back into the life of Singu, who is currently dealing with a very urgent situation. Marina says she has good and bad news, asking which one he wants first. Singu calmly chooses the bad news. It turns out Rhea has been causing chaos by sending her subordinates into a previously established dungeon. Singu is stunned. Rhea is the goddess he personally defeated and suppressed a long time ago. Marina gives a bingo sign, explaining she wiped them out to weaken the goddess even further. Saria notes it took a massive group effort to survive. Singu turns serious and points at the 2 of them. Hold on a second. If everyone fought a divine boss together, how would the loot be split? Marina reveals a glowing item, showing him the good news. She managed to seize Rhea's divine power all for herself as a special achievement reward. If it was shared loot, she would have had to split it with everyone. She asks if Singu can process it for her. Singu agrees, saying he will handle it just like he did with Luios's power for Saria. Marina cheers in celebration, but then he gives her a warning. He cannot fully convert this into her personal strength. Back then, Saria was on the brink of death and nearly became a slave to Louis. He refuses to take such a risk again. Instead of infusing her body, he offers to upgrade her equipment with the power. Since she gave him a gun before, he offers to do this for free. She immediately agrees and hands the power over. Singu focuses his divine energy, infusing the essence into the firearm. Saria tells the others to pay attention. She tells them to watch and learn, as this is the peak of mana craftsmanship. A bystander simply nods in agreement. As the process finishes, arcs of lightning begin surging from the weapon. He tosses it back to Marina. She catches it, shocked at how easy it was, seeing its rank jump to AAA+. She laughs with joy and thanks Singu, but he just waves it off. He then gives the group a serious warning. He tells everyone that if they find any divine fragments, they should bring them to him instead of wasting time. Marina waves her hand, asking how he can casually demand something so outrageous. However, Saria quickly nods, saying she would be more than happy to hand them over to him. Suddenly, all 4 of their phones buzz. Saria looks at her screen in shock, seeing a notice about a KPC treaty. Marina reads that players are being summoned to help nations that have lost control. Singu bangs the table, telling them to move out, but then he blankly asks where they are even going. She gives a simple answer: Germany. While on the move, she points toward a teleportation gate at the Berlin branch of BNY. That is their destination. He rushes over to his motorcycle, revving the engine and preparing to take off without even needing a special route. Now pay attention, because the sun is high over Gusbach, Germany, and something big is about to go down. Marina feels overwhelmed by the massive amount of mana, while Singu notes he cannot sense any divine presence at all. Monsters are usually rare here due to divine blessings, so this is strange. Suddenly, a massive golden bear appears, crushing nearby buildings. Singu is confused, wondering if it is a giant teddy bear or just a monster that looks like one. Something else catches his eye, a mass of mana that feels wrong. He wonders if it is a gate to another world. The energy coming from it is incredibly weak. As soon as the citizens spot them, they begin screaming for help. They shout that Marina Besot and Saria Wilson are here to save them. Sehi feels ignored, knowing she is not as famous yet, but she resolves to work harder from now on so she can become just as strong as they are. You and I saw him just a second ago, right? But now Marina is looking around, wondering where Singu vanished to. She gets visibly annoyed, huffing that he went off on his own once again. She wonders why he always acts like a lone wolf. Syria explains that it means he trusts them to handle this. Marina just scoffs, saying she appreciates the thought but she is still not very happy about it. Then, she excitedly summons her weapons. It is time to test those upgraded guns, finish this, and then find that guy. The system suddenly displays 2 notifications. It says, "Welcome to the world of Fox 4. The portal closes in 3 minutes. Use a rest area key to return to Earth, but only in non-divine zones." Singu rides his bike with pure joy. This is exactly why people need to try new things. He is puzzled by the glowing light ahead. Until now, they only used gates created by gods leading to temples. And trust me, you and I are about to find out just how dangerous this new world really is. You and I are diving into a world of endless gates where monsters cross over, and because these portals are short-term, no one knows when they might vanish. Singu watches closely, coming to his own conclusions like a top student. From now on, let's call these shrines temporary dungeons, while the spaces beyond the gates are field dungeons. Keeping things clear like this helps us stay organized on the road. A sudden spark of inspiration hits him. Wait, he could actually turn this exact spot into a portal. Miss Singu explains the mechanics while skillfully navigating through the floating system holographic interface. By upgrading the rest area, we unlock the ability to travel between points. Currently, there are 5 empty slots available for this world. Arin is stunned by the perks, realizing they can visit any time. Singu confirms it very firmly. See? This is what a field dungeon is all about. He moves forward, setting his sights on a brand new future goal. Since this gate connects directly to Earth, it must be vibrating with the power of the gods themselves. Hearing this, Seha, who had been quiet, gets incredibly hyped. Wow, we rarely ever got to explore before. This is a real adventure now. Singu revs the engine, blasting across the barren wasteland as dead. Colorless trees blur past them in a flash. Taking in the surroundings, he shares his thoughts. He didn't come for the view, but this place is insanely desolate. Arin can't help but wonder out loud. How does this world even connect to our Earth? Now pay attention, because he just felt a strange energy surge. He hits the gas, sensing something huge waiting just ahead. Let's go find out what it is. Up ahead, players are relentlessly attacking a massive golden bear. Singu hovers in the air, slowly closing the distance. He's shocked by what he sees. It's the same type of teddy bear monster that appeared in Germany. Singu wonders if Tommy and his team are local players as they struggle to take the beast down. The girl warns everyone that the situation is getting very bad. No matter how much damage they deal, it just splits into smaller versions. Seeing them struggle really gets him excited. Time to help them out, maybe? Without a second thought, Singu confidently raises his hands. A burst of brilliant magical light explodes outward. The beams zip past the confused players, tearing straight into the swarm of crawling monsters with lethal precision. Tommy is overwhelmed with relief, begging for help. He doesn't care where they came from, he just needs a hand. Singu agrees but demands the loot first. The golden bear glares back, sensing the aggression from this new challenger. He notices something off. A creature like this shouldn't just be wandering around here aimlessly. You and I can see the problem here. These players are weak and this world is clearly on the brink of collapse. Arin is impressed that the people haven't given up yet. Suddenly, Seha's eyes light up with determination to join the fray. He looks back at Singu, deciding to handle the smaller mobs himself for a change. Tiny golden bears swarm Tommy from all sides. He's trapped. But Seha is already charging in with his weapon. Seha lunges forward with insane speed. A streak of light cuts through the horde, shredding every monster in his path. Cotton and stuffing fall from the blue sky. Instead of disappearing, they keep multiplying. Singu realizes they aren't using mana, this is pure physical power. In other words, this is a different kind of threat. The answer is clear now. This thing is just a collection of countless tiny bears. He summons his weapon. Let's test some real power. Arin groans at the name choice. Please, stop giving everything such weird nicknames. He activates the growth skill. Instantly, the heavenly hammer expands, becoming massive in both length and width. Singu stares in shock as the hammer grows out of control. He only wanted it a little bigger. She just sighs in frustration. It's a weapon, not a food order you can customize, Singu. He ignores her and channels intense energy. Time to add some black lightning to the mix. The bear is distracted, only to look up and see him swinging down. A heavy blow crushes its skull. System alerts flash. Black lightning is causing a chain reaction. The bear is slammed into the ground, helpless and broken amidst the smoking ruins. The black-haired player is stunned. Where did that terrifying power come from? Is that even mana anymore? Tommy shouts a warning that it's not over yet. Still a few small ones. Everyone joins in to finish off the remaining monsters. As the mechanical voice rings out, trust me, you and I both love seeing that level up screen. Alright, stick with me as our hero wipes out the beasts and sighs with relief, though he really wanted to test his combo attacks in his giant form. He makes a bizarre comment about the giant bear being far too small. leaving Aaron completely baffled by his insane power standards. Ziha approaches with the loot, jokingly asking if he wanted the monster to be even bigger after such a one-sided slaughter. He explains that this item came from the teddy bear, noting that their small amounts of mana merged together when they formed that massive beast. It is simple, really they pooled all their energy into a single point, and that combined mana became the core of the giant plushie. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with a notification, confirming that he has successfully obtained the Golden Bear Mana Stone. Singu is intrigued by this new prize, finally learning its name while continuing his explanation about the strange creatures they just fought. External attacks might break them apart, but they are actually just hollow shells, leading him to form a serious theory about the current situation. If the monsters that appeared in Germany are the same type as this one, the people over there must be losing their minds. Jeha trusts his comrades and reassures him that Marina Besma is in Germany, so she likely figured out their secret and handled it. A sudden sound catches Singu's attention, and he sees Tommy kneeling down with deep sincerity, thanking them for saving their lives. Tommy stands up and begins to explain their origins, revealing that they are part of a group of survivors from the south. Before he can finish, Singu raises a hand to stop him, explaining that he is from another world and does not know the local history. Tommy finally connects the dots and realizes why they had never heard of someone as powerful as Singu before this moment. He notes that if Singu were a local, a massive group of followers would have certainly gathered around a man of his strength. Now pay attention, because this world lore is deeper than we thought, especially since the Nine Skies have collapsed and left everyone struggling to survive. Singu is confused by the mention of the Nine Skies, but Tommy explains that once the world's power ran dry, the collapse was inevitable. Our hero calculates his next move, realizing he needs to gather as much information as possible about this dying world from this man. He suggests they move to a safer location to talk, and Tommy immediately agrees to lead them back to their hidden shelter. The three locals take to the sky, flying ahead to guide Singu and his group toward their base. They arrive at a set of ruins built into a mountainside, where Tommy begins to explain the layout of their secret home. Their base is protected by a massive magic barrier designed to keep them hidden so that most monsters never even realize they are there. Singu is curious and asks how they manage to find enough food if they are essentially trapped inside this magical hideout. Looking at the weary residents, Tommy admits that they cannot produce enough food inside, so they must periodically venture outside the barrier to scavenge. Singu quietly observes the players at the base, evaluating their abilities and noticing there is another group beyond those who fought the bear. There are about 15 players total in the base, but every single one of them is currently under level 200. Realizing so few low-level players are protecting everyone, Singu honestly tells them that their situation looks incredibly grim. Tommy's eyes cloud with sadness as he admits he cannot deny the truth, since they have been pushed to their absolute limit for years. As he continues, his mood grows even darker, describing how people are starting to lose hope in this dying world. The worst part is that even with the barrier, they cannot stop the gods themselves from launching devastating attacks against them. Wait, you heard that too, right? Singu finally got him to mention the gods, confirming his suspicions that something divine was behind all this chaos. Finally, hearing the word he wanted, Singu asks Tommy to explain everything in more detail so he can understand the full story. Tommy does not hesitate to agree since Singu saved them, suggesting they head inside to continue their conversation in private. Sitting across from each other at a large table, Tommy recalls his childhood, born as a player with wings while the Nine Skies still stood. Back when he was young, the situation was not nearly as bad as it is now for the people of this world. The Five Orders, a group of elite high-level warriors, once protected their entire civilization against the influence of various divine forces. The story reaches a turning point as Tommy explains that everything began to fall apart once he reached level 150. One member of the Five Orders betrayed them to join the God of War, and that was the moment everything started going wrong. Clenching his fists at the memory, he reveals that the gods want their followers to take over the world and spread their divine influence. These deities want to erase all other gods and force the entire world to live solely under their specific power and control. Tommy explains that the only reason their world has not been completely destroyed yet is because the strongest god has not been decided. Currently, the God of War, the God of Fire, and the God of Prayer are the three remaining deities fighting for total dominance. Singu interrupts with a question, and Tommy explains that once the gods seized over half the world's power, the core finally shattered. That happened 5 years ago, and since then, no player has been able to level up while the god's followers only get stronger. So what do you and I think? Is he ready to find the Nine Skies and take on the gods waiting in the clouds? Is there anything in the underground world? Tommy clarifies that while outsiders occasionally cross over, he has never heard of a world beneath the surface. Trust me, you and I are about to see this mystery go even deeper. After hearing that, Sungwoo sinks into a quiet reflection. It seems there are no hidden players lurking in the shadows of this world. He decides to dig for more intel. He asks one more thing. Do you know the level of that traitor who joined the God of War? The image of the villain appears with a wicked grin and bloodthirsty eyes. Tommy says he only knew his rank before the collapse of the 9 layers of clouds. But now, levels are the last thing on that monster's mind. The god of war's power turned him into a literal demon. Tommy explains his terrifying abilities, noting that whenever people speak his name, their eyes fill with pure hatred. That man's name is Kanado. Even after leaving the base, Tommy's warning keeps ringing in Sungwoo's ears. He needs to avoid Kanado at all costs if he wants to survive. Suddenly, Arin senses something strange. She warns the group that she feels magic in the air. Sungwoo agrees immediately. Since arriving in this world, he has not let his guard down for even a single second. Seha spots something in the distance and shouts that there are traces of civilization ahead. Sungwoo's mind starts racing as he quickly analyzes the situation. He thinks it is a settlement. Excited like a kid, he asks if they should start here. Watch closely, because passing this up would be a total waste. Seha feels a bit hesitant and offers a word of caution. She reminds him that these people have nothing to do with them. Attacking them would just be unnecessary violence. Arin shares the concern. She says they should stay focused on their main mission of finding the stone god. Since they are both against it, Sungwoo gives in and turns the vehicle around. Secretly, he is just itching to test his strength against Kanado. He actually hopes the villain finds him first. Hearing those ominous words makes Arin shiver in fear. She thinks he is being reckless, but Seha has total faith in him. He believes Sungwoo will not lose, and that fighting as soon as possible is the best way to go. The three of them continue soaring through the endless, deep blue clouds. Suddenly, they spot a golden bear frolicking in the distance. Seha points it out, calling it a teddy bear, but Arin quickly corrects him that thing is a golden bear. She stares at the creature with a bright smile. It looks so small and adorable, does it not? Look, it is eating a snake alive. You and I are about to see its true power. Arin is shocked that such a cute creature could have such a terrifying origin. She asks if he is serious, so Sungwoo explains everything he has noticed. The bear is level 80, while the snake was level 90. Even though the snake served another god, the bear finished it without taking any damage. He notices external energy being supplied to the creature and asks if the others can see it. As the bear dashes forward, Sungwoo realizes it is heading for the main energy source. You saw that too, right? He gives the order to follow it immediately. The golden bear picks up speed, racing toward a glowing portal in front of them. It vanishes into the rift. Sungwoo does not hesitate for a second, driving his vehicle straight through the spatial gap. The moment they land, the bear realizes it is being followed, but before it can react, its head is completely blown apart. The loud explosion draws out other golden bears. Sungwoo's sharp instincts kick in as he begins to analyze his surroundings. It seems they reside in this separate dimension, serving the god of war far away from the reach of any human disciples. Seeing their comrade fallen, they roar in anger. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes, "You are finally here. I expected you to head straight for my temple instead of coming here." Sungwoo looks around, confused. He asks how the voice knows him. The entity replies that he is either the first or second person strong enough to resist them. He grits his teeth. "No more games. You and I know the truth. I have known about the first dragon for a long time now." The mysterious voice gasps in total shock at his words. He summons his weapon while deducing that if he can hear the voice, the enemy's energy must be lingering nearby. Looking powerful with his hammer in hand, he issues a final warning. "I am going to crush everything you have built." Unimpressed by his confidence, the voice sneers. "So, you are the successor of the dragon lineage. If you think I am as foolish as the god of thunder, you are dead wrong." As the bears charge like a storm, the voice warns he will pay for coming here. A massive monster, fused together from all the smaller bears, rises up to lead the army of disciples. His expression turns cold. Immediately, he activates the skill to transform his weapon into its giant form. The hammer expands instantly, creating a shockwave that blows the bears away. Sungwoo's voice cuts through the wind to reach his enemy. "Listen, god of war, I'm going to start by erasing your existence from this world." His eyes burn with a level of confidence that would terrify any god. He explains his choice. "Stick with me, it gets even crazier." "All right, you and I are about to see why our main character is different from any other hero." He stares intently at the gaping hole slowly closing on the golden bear's stomach, declaring that since he truly despises stuffed animals, absolutely nothing is going to hold him back now. Suddenly, a massive physical impact shatters the ground, sending jagged rocks flying everywhere. He pulls a crown from the crater and firmly places it on his head. The teddy bear king's eyes glow red like lasers, growling to turn everyone into their kind. In that moment, Singu realizes that anyone serving under the god of war is definitely not simple. He grips his weapon tight as the monster takes heavy steps, demanding he join their ranks. Amidst the roar of engines, he activates his gigantification skill and slams his massive hammer into the enemy's leg. The violent strike blasts the golden bears away as his vehicle accelerates even faster. Singu lets out a determined roar, instantly targeting the Teddy King's critical weak points. Every single strike glows with a brilliant purple light as the system announces his poison fire is incinerating the minions, while Singu's own deep wounds begin to heal up. Seha notices something wrong and shouts that the boss is swapping poisoned bears for fresh ones to recover. Arin screams Singu's name, her voice filled with pure terror. Now watch this. 2 more bears charge, but Singu forces them to collide before activating his massive growth skill. The Heaven Punishment Hammer suddenly expands hundreds of times its size. Singu puts his full weight into a massive swing that sends both enemies to heaven, and meanwhile, the Bear King is getting absolutely blasted by piles of purple fire. He looks frustrated because no matter what he tries, the fire just won't go out. As the houses burn and the golden bears flee in total panic, the king's pure hatred for Singu boils over as he watches his kingdom crumble around him. Singu mocks him, noting how much smaller he looks now that his poisoned guards are gone. Seha's face turns grim as he snarls that he will turn the hero into one of them. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes, warning that they must all be wiped out, or they will just keep multiplying until they overwhelm everything. The voice claims this world is already theirs, and an outsider like him can never win. He just smirks, declaring he needs to level up anyway as the small bears merge into one massive beast that keeps sticking back together to revive itself. If I let it get as big as possible, the hidden figure praises Singu, calling him a true human heir, and admitting that sending subordinates to Earth was a brilliant choice. The giant monster charges at full speed, while that same arrogant voice tells Singu to hurry up and start providing some real entertainment. You and I both know the loot is the best part, and after a 2-hour battle, Singu levels up twice and stores his gear. Arin cheers as she spots a mana stone in the crown, and Singu is just as thrilled. He ignores the voice, snapping his fingers and declaring he won't be following orders, especially since he has the skills to back it up. Sensing a new presence, he immediately turns around to see someone approaching. A group of fully equipped knights arrives, and one of them complains to his master about the location, shocked to find a place like this nearby. He mutters that Lord Do-Isin is blind for forcing his men to fight for power. Kanado scolds him, telling him not to question the plan to find the strongest leader. The subordinate bows in fear, begging for Lord Kanado's forgiveness. Singu remembers Tommy's warning about this dangerous man. That is Kanado, I must avoid him. He observes from the shadows, wondering if that is what a level 300 blessed player looks like. Arin is confused why he is using camouflage instead of fighting like usual. He explains that the war god clearly wants them to clash, but he refuses to be manipulated like a pawn. The stunned knight reports that every single thing has vanished, wondering if someone managed to reach the target before they arrived. Kanado suspects something else is going on. He believes Lord Do-Isin didn't lie, and suspects other gods are interfering, pointing at the ashes in the air, and claiming the fire god must have burned everything. Seeing Kanado's terrifying expression, the knight trembles as the order is given to retreat. Kanado grinds his teeth in rage. He vows that whoever did this will pay. Singu just waves a casual goodbye. Trust me, you and I will have to wait and see if this gamble pays off, especially since the war god's power is now weak enough for another deity to topple him. Alright, you and I are diving back in where our hero has a major bone to pick with a certain god. He can't just sit back and let a replacement god wreck Earth sooner or later. Singu has a wild idea, why not just conquer the god of fire too? Arin is absolutely floored, barely able to find the words to ask if he is actually trying to manipulate the heavens now. 1 week later, Singu makes his move, exactly like he promised he would. The battle is incredibly fierce, but in the end, victory goes to Feta, achieving his goal of draining the fire god power by taking down his strongest subordinates. Back on Earth, he has hit level 145, cruising past rolling green hills and quiet country homes on his massive motorcycle. He stops to reflect no more hiding the bike, since his magic is finally strong enough to back it up. He is keeping his cards close to his chest, and his teammates cannot even begin to guess what he is thinking. Now pay attention, because this next destination is legendary. His eyes are burning with passion as he announces the goal, Sky City. Marina slams the table, looking dead serious as she explains the current situation. Ever since that giant teddy bear fell, even bigger monsters have been popping up. People are calling it the start of the raid era. Singu uses his future knowledge to chime in. If we are talking about raids, it is all about teamwork. You mean a bunch of hunters grouping up to take down a massive boss, right? Then they must be forming official squads. Marina nods instantly. Exactly. It is the new standard for conquering high-level dungeons. Players now realize how insane the loot is, so some are just waiting for giant monsters instead of entering dungeons. Then Surya speaks up. Sure, these giant monsters are causing a global crisis, but we are managing. Marina just stares at Singu, her eyes filled with a sadness that he cannot help but notice. She starts venting about how he suddenly vanished before. Why did you not tell me? Singu just gives her a bright, confident smile. But deep down, he has got other things on his mind. He cannot bring them along to the dangerous zones yet, and telling them would only cause unnecessary worry. Marina keeps talking about the monsters. Everyone is prioritizing gear and buildings that can survive monster attacks now. So the stocks of companies building those artificial islands are shooting through the roof. Singu just nods along. I get it. Earth is evolving in its own way. He stands up to take his leave, glad to see everyone is safe, but it is time for him to go. This sudden exit catches Marina off guard, and she is visibly annoyed that he is leaving so fast. He tries to apologize, but Marina cuts him off, still trying to keep him there. She notes he has grown way stronger since they met Emma. Singu rubs his chin, thinking about more than just his own stats. Let us pause for a second. Singu knows that if he stays a solo player, Earth might end up ruined like the world of Fox 4. He is not some hero with a duty to sacrifice himself for humanity. But living all alone has no meaning, and he refuses to let people die right in front of him. Marina misses his inner turmoil and excitedly suggests they conquer Sky City together. Imagine the speed and the thrill of the hunt. He mumbles a response, his mind drifting back to his memories of the 9 clouds. Back then, Singu was revving his demon bike right at the city gates, feeling invincible. It seemed easy enough until he hopped off and a massive explosion sent him flying off the island. Right then, the system ping's access is only granted to those using their own raw power. He is stunned, even while falling through the sky, so the city has not officially accepted him yet. It was not a total rejection though. The city just did not like his flashy entrance. He laughs like a kid if that is the case. He will just come back once he is a qualified player. Back in reality, Singu clenches his fist with pure resolve. Marina watches him, thinking he is a total mystery. They finally say their goodbyes and head their separate ways. Once they are gone, he pulls out a glowing key. Time to upgrade the rest area. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. In an instant, the place transforms into a magnificent sanctuary filled with luxury furniture. System update, rest area is now level 7. The village has expanded, and outsiders are now permitted to enter. Singu strokes his chin. He finally got the feature he wanted. Maybe because he changed his mindset? Or maybe it is just luck. Suddenly, he is acting like an old man, rubbing his sore back. What is wrong with me? And that is where we leave it. Singu has been overthinking, and even Aaron is worried he is going a bit too far. Alright, you and I are about to see how a simple rest area becomes a total cheat code. It really is a paradise on Earth. His innocent reaction makes her tease him. You only just realized that? Suddenly, the Death Knight Kanya appears from nowhere and calls out to his master. He walks up to Singu. I see this place expanded. I was wondering why it got bigger. Welcome back safely. Kanya points behind him. Beto's first weapon is finished. You should see it. The scene cuts to a sunny outdoor space. The 3 follow him. Singu takes the chance to ask, how is Ruta doing lately? He gets an immediate answer. Every day she ruins our peaceful life. I think something is wrong with her head. Kanya's attitude amuses him. I don't want a common girl near my dear Beto. The knight continues to complain. Speaking of the devil, Beto appears right then with sweat dripping down his face. Master, Singu asks him about the new creation. The boy gets excited to show off his hard work. Yes, wait a moment. Beto pulls out a purple weapon with incredibly intricate patterns. Here it is, a magic tool. Singu picks it up and examines it. Is this a gun? It looks like a musket. Beto explains, I tried making a magic bullet gun since you lost yours. He asks nervously, how is it? It is a C++ rank musket with attack power from 1300 to 1500. Singu really likes it. This is wonderful. Contrary to Beto's fear, he stares at the gun with an impressed look and cannot let go. Now, pay attention here. Singu's next idea is going to change the entire world's balance. Missiles and tanks barely scratch great demons. But this is different. If we have this gun, anyone with mana could fight back against those great demons. Beto's eyes shine like stars. The joy in his heart rises even higher after hearing that. Depending on the magic bullet, you can kill stronger enemies. It is even better with mana stones. Singu mumbles while staring at the weapon. Mana has appeared on Earth, so people can feel it now. Arin checks her phone and speaks up. The internet is talking a lot about this lately. People feel it, their hands even turning blue. Singu looks at Beto with a serious expression. How long does it take to make this? The boy scratches his head. I am slow, maybe 1 per week. Sorry, master. Singu begins to calculate. No, that is fast enough. The rest area upgrade lets me copy treasures. If I use that, can you make something stronger? Replicas might be weaker than the original, so we need a powerful base. This way, even the copies will be strong enough to fight against the great demons. The boy gets insecure. I am not good enough yet, but with practice and better materials, I will be. Singu ignores the answer, lost in his own thoughts once again. This simple gun is great for those without magic bullets. I need a long-range weapon too. Trust me, you and I are about to see Singu's true master plan for his own personal gear. I already have magic bullet skills, so give me upgrades like rapid-fire capability for my version. Singu summons a pile of rare materials instantly. Here are the samples. Beto is overjoyed at the high-quality items while Singu walks away. I will keep this musket for myself. He calls Arin and gives her the weapon with a handsome smile. Use this. It will be useful in emergencies. Arin blushes like a young girl in love. Thank you. They walk back and run into Ruta. She is lying down, relaxing on a chair. She has snacks and drinks, but he walks right past her. Wait, do not go yet. She blocks his way with a nervous smile. I have something to tell you. Singu just looks annoyed. Ruta asks directly, why do you not bring people from the other world into your space? This sudden proposal from her finally gets his full attention. And that's our cliffhanger. Do you and I think he's right to call this a refugee camp? Alright, you and I are diving back in with Singu, and his attitude is as cold as ever. He refuses to let anyone else in, leaving Ruta completely speechless. He remembers Beto's bright face. The only reason he brought that kid here was because of his undeniable talent. In Fox 4, nobody matches his potential. Singu is not the type to work hard just to protect the weak. Ruta still tries to convince him, saying they need variety to upgrade the territory. Surely he knows that already, right? He just stays silent, not offering a single word in response. She calls out to her master. Suddenly, her eyes turn sharp, like a cold-blooded assassin. Pay attention here, she warns that people only shine when they get a real chance. Her words make Singu pause for a few seconds, but then, he just turns and walks away without saying a word. He finally agrees to her request. Cut to Marina, who is excitedly asking if the boy can really create mana weapons, but he stops her immediately. Hold on a second. Did you bring exactly what I asked for? She uses magic to summon a massive weapon, a heavy 6-barrel minigun. Marina hands it over, explaining its raw power. This is the strongest 6-barrel machine gun we have. Can your master blacksmith really transform this into a mana weapon? Singu confirms it without hesitation, picking it up to test. If I bring this to Beto, I am sure he can make it work. Her eyes start to sparkle as she acts all cute, clearly desperate to finally meet Beto. He cannot escape her puppy dog eyes and finally gives in. If you are that curious, just follow me. Marina gasps in pure excitement. Singu gives her a friendly smile, but behind that expression, his mind is already working on other plans. He is leveled up now, so everything should be fine. He invites Saria and Segi to join them for a tour. Marina raises an eyebrow, not quite understanding what he means by a tour. Before long, he leads all three back to the previous spot. The sheer size of the hall makes Marina gasp. The others are just as stunned, realizing it must take an incredible amount of mana to manage this place. Serena looks around in total awe. This truly is a completely different world. As they walk, they run into Ruta sunbathing. She sees the newcomers and lets out a grumpy, mocking laugh. I told you to bring people from another world, but you just brought more dead weight. Marina is stunned. Who exactly is this woman? She acts superior, crossing her arms. This is Ruta, a merchant who specializes in selling gear for dungeon conquests. Hearing that, Marina rushes over. Is that true? Can you sell something to me as well? But she is flatly rejected. I only sell to Singu. If you want to trade, find the merchants up on the Celestial Tower. Marina asks if there are actually merchants up there too. Ruta takes the chance to demand payment for the information. Marina pulls out a massive stack of cash, but Ruta just looks disgusted. I only trade for essence. Why even bring paper money here? They keep bickering back and forth. Marina snaps back, asking why on earth she would be carrying essence around. Are you stupid? This is not a dungeon. That is exactly why I refuse to trade with someone like you. Unable to win the argument, Marina turns to Singu and starts crying, claiming she is being bullied. Singu just pretends to ignore the drama and keeps moving. Meanwhile, Kana is already waiting for them in front of a nearby house. Another guest? Marina is shocked to see yet another girl. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, Shingu's group is getting pretty crowded. Singu steps forward to explain that she is a knight under his command. Originally, she was a terrifying death knight, but she ended up like this. She introduces herself as Kina, a dragon knight. Just then, Beto appears from behind a tree to join them. As soon as she sees the young boy, Marina cannot help herself. Look at him. He is so tiny and adorable. Suddenly, a blade flashes in front of Marina. Kina glares at her, threatening that she will have to go through her to touch Beto. Singu takes advantage of the chaos to pull the boy away. Just let them fight, and follow me for a second. The scene shifts to the inside of the house. He places the 6-barrel gun on the table for Beto to inspect. You do not have to copy human tech exactly, but use it as a blueprint. Beto is both excited and amazed. There is so much I can learn from this. It is amazing. I cannot believe humans created something so intricate just to fight off monsters. Singu stays quiet, but he thinks to himself that these weapons were actually created by humans to slaughter one another. Beto is too young to know such dark things. The boy clenches his fists with determination, and Singu encourages him, saying he is counting on him. A vision of the future unfolds. showing ordinary citizens with wings wiping out monsters just months after this brand new era began. People on Earth have finally started to adapt to this extraordinary life filled with monsters. Humanity has reclaimed 70% of their territory, and raids on level 33 dungeons are charging ahead. You and I just witnessed the rise of a new era. Alright, let's dive in as China's top guild finally conquers the first major hurdle. Following their lead, other guilds recruit top players to clear the 33rd floor, their banners fluttering high. But even after 2 months of trying, the Whirlwind Guild is still failing miserably. No one wants to help them, and honestly, nobody even cares about their struggle anymore. Word spreads on the INAD street, and soon Whirlwind members start quitting as the guild falls apart. We see a mysterious man from behind, while guild leader Kim Ha-riang has completely vanished. Turns out, this was all just Singu's private thoughts, and now we are waiting for the real action. He claims to be the Demon King, making a dramatic entrance months later until Arin snaps him out of his daydream. He ignores her, and keeps imagining he might jump to another world to fight a future rival. Arin shuts him down fast, saying it is too creepy because his weird predictions usually come true. Singu just laughs it off while looking strangely calm about the whole situation. Turns out, he sent a ghost to stalk the guy, making Arin annoyed that he is still teasing her when his phone rings. It is Marina on the other end, and she sounds like she is in a massive hurry. She asks if he knows the famous players are gathering, but he just brushes it off, making her practically scream into the phone. She tells him this is huge, while Singu just listens to her complain on the other end. Now, pay attention here, because they are finally returning to the sea routes they abandoned years ago due to terrifying monsters. Today, humanity crosses the Pacific once again, and the whole world is watching. Hearing this, Singu's mind drifts back to his old memories of the open sea. Ever since he became a player, every sea route on Earth has been blocked by incredibly powerful marine beasts. We see fishing boats being crushed by monsters as they expand their territory, making the oceans a total no-go zone for humans. Brave warriors tried to reclaim the waves, but they quickly realized that naval combat is a nightmare for those used to fighting on land. Back in the present, Marina keeps laying out the facts. Marina continues her explanation. The whole world is counting on this mission, so the VCC Guild has recruited massive numbers of players to carve out a blood path. Singu changes his mind instantly and grabs his black coat, realizing humanity is finally heading back to sea. He heads out looking like a total badass, telling her he will be there soon as the ships start moving. A path finally opens in the Pacific, and the world watches as the fleet sets sail, escorted by over 5,000 players. Syria points at the map and explains the plan's flaws. Crossing the Pacific is not as simple as just sailing in a straight line. They will start from California, loop around the Pacific, and hit Asia and Oceania along the way. She looks at the man beside her, noting that Korea was only included because of him, but Singu just denies doing anything at all. Suddenly, her eyes begin to sparkle. You and I can see the hope in her eyes as she looks at this legendary figure whose mere presence moves people to action. Singu just looks away, clearly feeling the pressure. Standing by the railing, he notices cruise ships nearby, and Marina explains why they are tagging along. Apparently, they are for people who enjoy watching others risk their lives. You could easily call them idiots. Syria adds that these people actually think humans can control every disaster on the planet. Singu guesses they were warned about the danger, because he knows for a fact that none of the players here are going to die just to save some random tourist. Everyone has their own goals, so the players' only real job is protecting the cargo ships. Basically, they are only here because the dungeons aren't paying well anymore, and they need that corporate paycheck. Right then, dark clouds roll in and a bolt of lightning strikes, giving him a bit of a shock. Singu puts on a serious face, acting like he can predict the future by sensing a massive storm approaching. Arin scolds him for being a jinx, but Singu just cracks his knuckles while thinking about the monsters below. He has got some unfinished business with these sea beasts, and cannot wait to settle the score. Arin calls him out again, knowing he just wants to smash them into tiny little pieces. Suddenly, Beakies appears at the railing, saying it's her first time on a boat, making Marina freak out. Singu calmly explains he does not need to hide her anymore, while Betches looks out at the sea with hope in her eyes. Her expression makes him glad he brought her along, seeing how much she is enjoying the view. Seihai calls out to him from above, and Singu waves back, asking how she is doing. She lands and gets straight to the point about the magic barriers she is placing on the ships. Seihai points to the trigger for the mana-absorbing shield, and trust me, it only works if a player keeps feeding it energy. Alright, you and I are about to see if Singu can handle this high-stakes mission. Seihai hands over the trigger and rushes off to warn the other players, wishing him luck while she delivers the news. The cargo ships continue their journey through the choppy waters, moving steadily under a heavy blanket of dark clouds. The trio stands in silence until Marina finally speaks up, complaining that standing around is boring since she is much more used to flying. She leans in and tells Singu her theory that if this trip succeeds, they will probably try the same thing in Europe. He agrees, but points out that it will not stop the fact that sea routes are becoming more dangerous and scarce every day. He gestures toward the neighboring ships, noting that hiring this many players for every single transport would be almost impossible for them. Seha does not seem too worried, figuring that humanity will eventually find at least a few usable paths through the chaos. They will just focus on clearing monsters from those specific routes to minimize the players needed. It might be the only way left. Singu's expression turns deadly serious as he listens to this grim reality. Because if even that plan fails, it will be the absolute end of the global commercial shipping industry. Seihai returns with new orders. Singu is assigned to the cruise ship, while Marina and Seha are put in charge of the cargo vessels. Singu gives the command to move out. Marina grits her teeth as they leave, clearly jealous of his assignment to the big ship. A massive white pilot ship leads the way with Singu standing on the deck, silently waiting for someone to arrive. A commander approaches and asks if he is Jung Siwon's son. Singu coldly confirms it, wondering to himself how this man knew his father. The man smiles warmly, saying he owes his father a great deal and is very grateful. Singu showed up to help today. He gives Singu a friendly pat on the shoulder, inviting him to the party currently happening on the main deck. Singu tries to avoid eye contact, not really wanting to go, but he cannot turn down that genuine look. Fine, I will eat a bit. Suddenly the boat shakes violently. Stick with me here, because things are about to get chaotic. What was that? Singu just smirks and presses the trigger. Looks like the party has officially started. The ship is instantly shielded, but Seihai rushes over in a total panic. Singu barely has a second to process the impact. She frantically presses the button, warning him that the monsters are attacking the core directly through the shields. It is not working anymore. They have to leave before the ship sinks. Singu steps onto the front railing, with Seihai following close behind him as they prepare. He stares down at the swarming black shadows below. The red eyes of the doomfish look ready to destroy everything in sight. They leap out of the water to tear into the cargo ships. Arin watches in terror, sensing their deadly and focused determination. Singu does not show a single hint of fear. He just grins. You and I can see he is loving this. It is like they are saying the ocean is forbidden. He immediately summons the heavenly punishment hammer and his phantom motorcycle, radiating an intense fighting spirit and readying for battle. His eyes are sharp and confident. He wonders how many more ships they will lose before finally reaching New Zealand. Arin tells him to stop jinxing them. She realizes he needs to fight from a distance, so his hammer strikes do not sink their ships. From above, Singu gives Bitus a firm order to protect everyone on the boats. She shifts into her combat form immediately. Understood, Master. Nothing will set foot on this deck while I am here. Seha heads out to provide cover on his own, and Arin jumps in too. Singu's reaction to her is totally different this time. She quickly pulls out her musket and gives Singu a reassuring smile to calm his nerves. Beta upgraded it to a B+ rank weapon, so it should be effective against most monsters. Singu is impressed. This is getting good. Arin and Seha quickly get into their combat positions to face the incoming swarm. Things are finally getting interesting. Singu lets out a massive roar, charging his bike across the waves at lightning speed to start the fight. He dives straight into the middle of the swarm, without a hint of hesitation or doubt. The sea monsters recognize him from afar. It is Singu, the human leader. He looks more determined than ever to win. Seha grips his weapon tight, lets out a loud shout, and charges forward into the fray. He stabs a beast right in the head, while Arin provides non-stop cover fire from her position. The sharp-toothed fish are wiped out as they swarm. Singu watches their perfect teamwork, and offers them some well-earned praise. Good, they are doing fine. He pulls out his hammer and commands it to activate his small-scale giantization. He delivers a crushing blow. The monsters see it coming but are far too slow to escape the devastating impact. The survivors are terrified, calling him a monster. They realize their only chance is to drag him down into the deep sea. Suddenly, shadows dash beneath the surface as mermaids emerge. You and I just witnessed a massive twist. What happens next? Alright, let's see if our main character falls for the classic siren trap. With enchanting voices, they call out to him, begging him to stop fighting and join them. Faced with their seduction, Singu doesn't flinch. Instead, blinding energy gathers on his Heaven's Judgment Hammer, making the merfolk suddenly hesitate. Singu lets out a roar, slamming his weapon down and sending massive shockwaves across the ocean's surface. The sheer force creates a massive water pillar that shoots upward, seemingly piercing through the very clouds. Seeing the perfect result, he smirks. His Midnight Mantle skill is a beast. It gathers and funnels all the surrounding mana for one ultimate, devastating charge. It's tough to use consecutively, but the power is undeniable. Plus, his Black Lightning attribute is a game-changer, cutting through the water to fry every monster below him. Analyzing the data, Singu feels the rush of battle. This is perfect. His experience points are skyrocketing. The merfolk begin to tremble in fear. In their desperation, they scream out to their deity, calling for the god HTA. HTA? This human isn't being slowed by the water. Hearing that strange name, Singu starts calculating his next move carefully. He wonders if HTA is the name of their god. There must be power fragments hidden beneath these waves. Now watch closely, because these merfolk just lost it. They bare their razor-sharp teeth and lunge straight for our leader to kill him. Singu just sneers at their pathetic attempt. He's going to crush them so hard they'll never dare attack a human again. Even at the center of the swarm, he doesn't back down. He just shouts, "A challenge, come and get me." In this moment of high tension, a boat suddenly cuts through the chaos. Su Arin appears, shouting criticisms and claiming this wasn't part of the deal at all. Seihai is confused but remains polite while firing back. She simply asks what on earth he is talking about. She calmly reminds him that their only job is protecting the cargo from monsters. They never promised to be civilian bodyguards. Singu is genuinely surprised to see Su Arin. Does that old guy actually know his father? What are they even fighting about? Realizing he's missing context, he calls for Seha, and she flies over instantly to explain the situation to him in detail. Apparently, some people refused to evacuate and got killed by shark monsters. Now, they're trying to pin all the blame on Seihai since she's handling too many things today. Singu nods, satisfied with the quick recap. That's a great summary. He finally understands the drama. Without a single worry, Singu leaps down from his vehicle to join the group below. Both Seihai and Su Arin are startled by his sudden and unannounced appearance. Seihai looks at him like he's her savior, while Su Arin can't stop pestering him with questions about where he's been. Facing their anxiety, he just shrugs it off. He was simply busy clearing out the monsters far away from the ships. He gives the old man a light pat on the shoulder, but Su Arin instantly loses his balance and falls to the ground. You and I both know he isn't playing around anymore. He starts radiating a terrifying pressure, telling them they never signed up to protect civilians. He warns them not to blame his team if they get themselves killed. They aren't here to be their personal nannies. A thick cloud of panic and confusion quickly spreads across the entire ship. Looking at Su Arin's pale face, Singu delivers one final warning. Either turn the ship around or stay quiet and stay out of his way. He glares at them coldly. If they want to go back, they can figure it out themselves. The cruise ship stays with the players. Attacks happen every few hours, but the party mood is officially dead, and all those people are just sulking now. Arin watches their expressions and teases Singu. It looks like everyone on the boat officially hates him now, but he doesn't care at all. He coldly replies that he has no time to worry about their feelings. They need to know who they're fighting. He asks Arin if she knows anything about a water god. She looks surprised. Information about gods only started appearing a few months ago, and she has never heard of a water deity before. Seeing Arin's confusion, Singu strokes his chin in thought. He decides he'll have to ask Syria or Marina instead, but even Marina is clueless. Even after conquering underwater dungeons, she has no idea who this god is. They only know one thing for sure: this god named HTA has already taken over a massive portion of the planet. Syria is getting nervous too. These monsters are smart, determined, and now they seem to know exactly where the group is going. The unease is clear on her face. They have too much to protect, and the enemy knows their weaknesses. Seeing her deep concern, Singu just smiles to reassure the group. Don't stress about the cargo ships, just focus on slaughtering every single monster that comes our way. That is exactly why we are here. His words fire Syria up, but Arin just sighs and facepalms. The main character's bad influence is clearly starting to rub off on everyone. On the journey from California to New Zealand, another massive wave of sea monsters and merfolk launches a brutal attack. Trust me, this war is just getting started. They scream that they won't let humans take their kingdom as the enemy army grows larger. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the most insane sea battles I've ever seen. Zehi is shocked by the sheer numbers, but Singu stays eerily calm despite the overwhelming power surrounding them. Especially that nightmare rising from the abyss, a gargantuan blue whale. Even Kana is trembling from the crushing pressure. This thing is way more dangerous than a full-grown dragon. Master, we need more hands to take this thing down. Singu suddenly hesitates. Well, about that. Right in the middle of the tension, Marina suddenly swoops in. Singu can't hide his relief. Oh, everyone made it. Listen up. I'm explaining the plan. After the breakdown, Arin yells out in pure panic. You want us to abandon the ships and just charge those monsters together? Even the calm Zehi speaks up, worried the enemies will target the defenseless ships instead. But Singu just keeps his cool, reassuring the whole team. It's fine. Besides, if we don't drop that massive whale, we've already lost the war. Let's move. He floors it into the lead, with his allies right on his heels. The crew pushes forward, and the roar of the engines immediately triggers the merfolk below. They scream out in rage, thinking the human leader is actually trying to run away. He's locked onto the target ahead. Suddenly, the merfolk start shouting, calling him a cowardly clown. Singu is genuinely surprised by the reaction. What are they even talking about? Don't they realize he's aiming for their leader? Arin is just as confused. Are they really trying to taunt him right now? Beaches, silent until now, finally speaks up. Or maybe. Now, pay attention to this, the moment everything shifts. They have no idea what monster we're actually targeting. Just as she finishes, a massive shadow begins to darken the water. In a flash, that titanic whale erupts from the surface, devouring every living thing in its path. Seeing the absolute carnage unfold, Singu is completely stunned. The once calm sea is now a churning mess of chaos. Singu finally gets what she meant. The sea monsters and the merfolk are definitely not on the same side. Selectia charges across the surface, sending out strange signals. The ocean is a complete disaster zone right now, covered in thick fog and whirlpools. The deep-sea beasts rise, roaring to wipe out the intruders and reclaim their territory. Arin is floored by the sight. What the hell? Marina finally realizes they aren't even working together. Singu is actually loving this. Turns out, humans aren't the only ones standing up to these self-proclaimed gods. That massive whale and the sea beasts are tearing into the merfolk. In other words, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Arin is still in shock, quickly arguing that it can't be that simple. Singu watches the clash and explains that while they aren't friends, they can definitely use this. Beaches turns to him. Curious, you see that? A temporary alliance in the middle of a literal war zone. A rare sight in a world the gods haven't conquered yet. Singu excitedly shares the plan. If we toss the strongest merfolk at that whale, they'll just wipe each other out for us. Beaches is immediately on board. Finally, someone on the same wavelength. If that's the plan, let's start with that one. Let's go. The engine screams louder. Their sudden acceleration catches the eyes of everyone fighting below. The other players watching the chaos are terrified. What is even happening over there? Wait, is Singu flying straight into that mess? A soldier speaks up in doubt. This storm and those whirlpools. Singu isn't doing all of this alone. Are the monsters fighting each other? Someone finally realizes the world's own beasts are attacking the invaders from Earth. He sees the opening and barks out an order. This is our chance. Attack the merfolk and forget about the sunken ships. We need to protect the remaining fleet. The other players let out a savage grin. Then let's do this. While others panic, one guy stares at the raging sea in total confusion. What on earth is Singu doing in the middle of that? Unlike the others, Singu is hyped up and shouting. It's dinner time, boys. He delivers a massive strike that sends the ocean flying. The merfolk are blasted straight toward the bottomless pit of Selectia's mouth. She doesn't miss the chance and snaps them up instantly. Good girl. Singu praises her, while Arin just sulks. Since when did you get so close? Beaches unsheathes her blade with a cold stare. We are not losing this. The sword shoots forward like it's motorized, tearing through anyone in its path. Once the job is done, it flies right back to her. Singu is wide-eyed with admiration. Is that some kind of magic bullet skill? Trust me, this is just the beginning of how broken their teamwork is about to get. It's a mana-linked weapon throw technique. Alright, you and I are about to see if Singu can master this insane long-range hammer technique on his first try. With his cheat-level talent, he nails it instantly, turning those merfolk into fresh sashimi with one devastating swing of his hammer. The weapon snaps back to his hand like a boomerang. Singu is hyped, but Arin just gives him the cold shoulder, acting completely unimpressed. While he is celebrating, absolute chaos breaks out below as monsters and merfolk tear each other apart in a bloody frenzy. Marina dives straight into the fray. She is dual-wielding pistols, raining down lead on anything that moves. She is not letting a single one of those fishmen escape alive. Syria and Seha join the slaughter, but these merfolk are relentless. Even as their ranks thin, they keep swarming in for more. Arin pulls out her shield to block the incoming wave. Singu watches, realizing she is fully committed to a high-tier defensive playstyle. Suddenly, she shifts gears. Instead of just killing merfolk, she decides to protect the monsters native to our Earth. A massive purple aura erupts, shielding the local beasts. Now buffed, the monsters fight back with even more savage intensity. Marina is shocked by the sudden shift. It looks like every sea monster on the planet is gravitating toward this specific spot. Now pay attention, because Singu loves this. He is literally feeding the enemy to his new allies to make them even stronger. The local monsters start calling out to each other. Look, the humans are actually helping us fight. One monster roars in triumph, telling the others to kick those invaders out. They won't follow the enemy god because they have their own. Singu is caught off guard. They already have a god? He thought they were still up for grabs. He pauses, lost in deep thought. But the battle isn't over. Singu and his team keep pushing, backing up the earth monsters as they crush the remaining invaders. The plan works perfectly. While they distract the enemy, the other players manage to lead the transport ship to safety. Back at the docks, Shukun is already being a snake. He tells his men to just leave the others behind. Those ungrateful cowards sail away, leaving Shingu's group alone. As the ship vanishes, the sounds of war finally fade into silence. Except for the massive whale, everything else is dead. Arin gasps as someone emerges from the wreckage of the battlefield. That was one brutal fight. Singu looks out at the quiet sea and confirms everything went exactly as planned. His eyes glow with pride. He is actually impressed with himself. The group stands together, surveying the total devastation they left behind. Singu looks down at Celestia. Every monster from the other world is gone. This whale is the only one left standing. As if answering him, the whale blasts a massive pillar of water into the sky. Boom! It is a celebration. Singu just stands there, completely soaked. Marina panics, rushing over to check on him as the water rains down. Suddenly, a warm healing light wraps around him. Marina's jaw drops. Is he actually being healed by a monster? Singu feels the surge of energy. He is back at full strength. Celestia lets out a happy cry, seeing his friend recovered. Singu smiles, truly grateful for the help. You and I know he usually just kills monsters, but fighting alongside one and getting healed by it? This is a first. Beaches adjusts her helmet to listen. Maybe there is a way for humans and monsters to coexist after all. She stays quiet for a moment. In her world, monsters were already serving a god the second they appeared. She watches Celestia dive back under the waves. It is the same situation for the creatures in this world too. They never know when a foreign god will take control and force these beasts to attack. Seeing them fight a different god today was a shock. Singu wonders if they follow an earth god instead of HTA. They definitely hate HTA. I heard them talking about their own god while they were fighting. Aaron's jaw hits the floor. You can actually understand them? Siha, on the other hand, is totally hyped. If that is true, their god belongs to Earth. Suddenly, Celestia dives deep, creating massive waves that grab everyone's full attention. The whale surfaces again, calling out to them. Everyone stares in confusion at the massive creature's strange behavior. Wait, is it telling us to follow it somewhere? Marina is hesitant. What if it is a trap to lure us into the deep? But Beaches thinks they should take the risk. She reminds Singu that he is basically immortal now. Whether in water or on land, nothing can kill him. He can use Skylock to escape from the bottom of the ocean. Singu nods, feeling pretty good about that logic. Seeing the plan change, Marina immediately volunteers. She wants to be the one to tame that giant whale. Syria joins in too. And trust me, you and I aren't going to miss what happens next. You and I are about to dive into an underwater adventure that is as epic as it is dangerous. As supporters, the team has no other choice, and Seha is actually hyped to join in. Count me in too, boss. But just as things are looking up, Sei interrupts the happy mood. She asks the one question no one thought of: how are they actually going to breathe down there? Everyone freezes, completely speechless. It turns out, yeah, they didn't really have a plan for that part. Seihai is totally done with these kids. She sighs, explaining she can use a barrier for underwater breathing. She is pretty proud of her skills, so she warns them not to even think about leaving her behind. Hearing that, Marina starts cheering at how impressive she is. The group lands on Seihi's back as she starts channeling her magic with total focus. Singu is ready, giving the order to Seihi, or as he calls her, Boo-Boo. She is not a fan of the random nickname, and Arin agrees, telling him to stop giving the poor thing weird names. Regardless, she wags her tail and plunges into the deep blue sea. Sei's magic is the real deal, allowing everyone to breathe as easily as if they were on land. Celestia swims faster and faster toward the dark ocean floor. Marina looks around in awe, noting that even though they've gone this deep, there isn't a single monster in sight. The current gets rough, making Arin grab Shingu's shoulder in fear. She mentions that while the rest of the world is a mystery, she's certain most monsters in the Pacific were wiped out today. Hearing that, he gets cocky. If it's like this in every ocean, then the entire sea belongs to them now. Marina can't believe this guy's narcissism, while Arin stays quiet, watching Shingu's expression. Seeing that confident grin, she's sure he's being serious and probably already calculating their next major battle. She brushes it aside and gives Singu a serious reminder. We will think about that after we find out where this whale is taking us. He simply nods and agrees. Now watch this part closely. We're heading into a place that shouldn't even exist as Celestia dives into a massive, pitch-black trench. This incredible natural wonder leaves everyone stunned. Is that a trench? Seihai can't believe her eyes, thinking it might be the Mariana Trench. Marina checks it out but disagrees. No, when the world changed, the Mariana Trench vanished. This must be a brand new one. The deeper Celestia swims, the more excited the whale becomes, letting out a loud cry. Singu flashes a knowing smile. You can probably guess what's coming next, right? He realizes they're entering the trench just as the massive whale suddenly nosedives, making the whole group scream in terror. Whoa, that is way too fast. It seems Celestia either doesn't understand them or just gets faster the more they yell. Bitcheese checks the surroundings, her expression turning dead serious. Stay sharp, I sense a massive amount of mana. It is on the same level as the castle I used to live in. Right then, a glowing light flickers from the bottom of the deep trench. Slowly, the seafloor reveals a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Marina's eyes go wide. The mana field here is exactly like a level 30 dungeon. Singu smiles, reaching out to feel the energy. But this is pure mana, and it feels incredible against his skin. You and I both saw it coming, right? After one final turn, a legendary city suddenly appears before them, and Singu can only whisper one word, Atlantis? Arin points ahead in shock. Look, the architecture is stunning, featuring a massive palace made of white pearls. Singu stares at it for a moment, taking it all in. Those round buildings, are they monster homes? They look man-made. Suddenly, the small fish in the city notice Celestia's arrival. They look closer, confused why Celestia is hanging out with humans instead of her own kind. To their surprise, Singu understands every word. He rubs his chin, thinking that Celestia is a pretty cool name. Arin swims closer, realizing the monsters aren't being hostile at all. What exactly are they? The group slowly lands on a nearby rock ledge. That's when Saruta appears, calling out to Celestia in shock. He looks at the group of strangers with deep suspicion. Singu doesn't miss a beat, crossing his arms and asking exactly who he is. The old man grips his staff tightly, identifying himself as Saruta, the priest of the temple. Singu is confused. What temple? He scoffs with contempt. Just as I thought, you can actually understand our language. Saruta looks at the happy whale behind them. The reason Celestia brought you here is because he sensed something special from you all. He continues with a mysterious tone, saying the fact that they can communicate is reason enough to enter the temple. He thinks he would approve, but Singu isn't just going to walk in. He asks for a proper explanation first. He holds out his hand, asking the most important question, just who is this person? Saruta's answer is vague. They don't really know, they just found themselves here. He recalls their desperate battle against the mermaids. Everything was prepared for them. They just had to follow his orders and fight those who tried to force other gods upon them. Saruta speaks with growing devotion. So what do you and I think? We feel him through the gifts he leaves behind, and Saruta is just the one watching over it all. Now, he turns the focus back to Celestia. Alright, you and I are diving into a sacred temple where Celestia, the strongest vessel of his will, has finally granted us permission to go inside. Singu is still a bit lost, but he figures he will just wing it as he goes. He says he does not get it, but okay. Lead the way then. The group follows Saruta forward while Marina tries to keep up, asking Singu if he is truly sure about this move. Before he can answer, the massive Celestia reaches the temple gates, suddenly separating Singu from the women and leaving them gasping in shock. Saruta watches in awe as it becomes clear Singu is the only one allowed inside. The women are left behind, completely dazed by the separation. Marina is turning blue with rage. She hates this feeling of being useless, wondering if she has just become a background character in this story. Syria throws a little salt in the wound, telling her she might as well get used to it. Talk about a harsh reality check. She gives Singu a casual salute, telling him to take his time. He flashes a confident smile, promising them he will be right back. Singu follows Saruta down the endless corridor. As he walks, he starts to notice the surrounding energy. Wait, this mana feels very familiar. Saruta gasps in confusion as Singu suddenly sprints ahead. The old man yells out a warning, asking if he even knows where he is going. Take a wrong turn here and you will be lost in a maze forever. But Singu keeps marching forward, throwing back a blunt reply. I do not care. Finally, his stubborn legs come to a halt. Singu stands there, completely overwhelmed by the wall of text before him. By the time Saruta manages to drag his old body over, Singu is already sensing it. This mana feels exactly like the resting area. Now pay attention, because the source of power is pulling him in. Right then, the system pops up with a massive announcement for him. Congratulations, you have entered the deep sea. Your status has been upgraded, and you can now travel here directly from the resting area whenever you want. And here is the best part. The power of the deep sea will now reveal everything currently hidden beneath the surface of the water. You can now enter underwater dungeons as a deep sea player. Even better, your total inventory capacity has just been doubled. He studies this fresh info, glad it is not another boring dragon story. He groups 3 locations together, realizing this place links to Sky City and the Ant Nest. Could that be the reason why the mana here feels so much like those other places? It is starting to make sense. He never expected a place like this to be hidden among monsters. Suddenly, Singu flinches as black claws begin sprouting from his own hands. The system explains that he has gained a new passive skill called Chaos Scales. His iron skin has merged with the Chaos skill, reaching level 3. He quietly feels out this cool new power. These are Chaos Scales, and they feel very similar to the Chaos Tail he had before. Excitedly, Singu starts testing out this high-tier skill. He can actually control the scales, summoning or retracting them whenever he wants. Saruta starts trembling in pure terror and screams out. He drops to his knees, convinced that Singu is the literal incarnation of their god. Singu awkwardly denies it. He helplessly scratches his head, trying to get his brain working so he can properly assess the situation. First off, this temple is actually the deep sea. Just like the Ant Nest and Sky City, it serves as a gateway to dungeons. Singu feels like Columbus discovering a new world. There are not many water dungeons in Sky City, meaning there are plenty left to find. That means there are tons of underwater dungeons that no player has ever touched. Am I really the first one with access to them? Singu touches the dense writing on the wall. Are these the rules? There is definitely a lot here that he needs to remember. A grim vision appears. The deep sea is actually a massive prison used to lock away sea monsters and even other powerful gods. You and I are seeing the truth now. Once those monsters escaped this prison, they did everything possible to make sure they never had to return. If the Ant Nest, Sky City, and Deep Sea all use the same system, it means they were all built to imprison monsters. The monsters near the temple were just a coincidence. Even as the first Deep Sea player, Earth is still far from being safe. He starts mapping out a plan to exploit this new free labor. If he can use them against monsters from other worlds instead, then there is no real reason to kick them out. He can just use them to hunt down the threats from other worlds. Singu settles the matter quickly. The group surfaces looking radiant, and he hops on Akmark, promising Celestia that he will be back soon. From the deck of a cargo ship sailing the ocean, the journey is surprisingly peaceful. The number of monsters has dropped a lot. There are no more massive battles. But for some strange reason, almost every ship they pass seems to have been smashed to pieces. They lost a lot of cargo and crew members along the way, but the final result was still better than anyone expected. Finally, the remaining ships dock at Busan, and Singu's group steps off. Marina waves brightly, saying she hopes they can travel together again. Seihai is much shyer, only offering a simple goodbye. Singu just smiles and gives them a few parting words of advice. Call me the moment there is an attack. Singu turns away and pulls up his system to check on the new Chaos Scales. Level 3, Chaos Scales allow you to move and breathe in any environment. The more mana you use, the stronger your resistance becomes. He pumps his fists in excitement, making Saruta jump. It is a bit different now, but he can finally move freely underwater. And that is where we leave it. Singu is already planning to share this power with the others. Trust me, it gets wilder. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where even entry is a challenge. They had to convince Bubu to let them pass, as Singu remembered how Marina's team got lost underwater and failed their mission. As he tried to understand the reason for this, Syria spoke up with a theory of her own. The deep-sea ant cave might be designed exclusively for him. Standing on the pier, looking at the vast ocean, he realized cleaning up this territory would finally bring some much-needed peace back to these waters. Singu suddenly broke into a grin, fueled by these grand ambitions. Pushing his worries aside, he suggested a meal. Have you ever tried spicy braised pork? Beaches looked intrigued, wondering if it tasted as good as it sounded. While they enjoyed their food, the entire world was already buzzing about this incredible new miracle. Politicians and merchants were at each other's throats. One side wanted to keep shipping goods, while the other side insisted the routes were still far too dangerous for travel. But these people were just fighting with words instead of seeing the reality outside. As the arguments dragged on, monster numbers surged, and the number of players rose right along with them. Singu's sister joined the fray, and within a month, Floor 34 was conquered. Zeha was recognized for her talent and allowed to join the elite expedition with Marina and Saria. Beto greeted him with sparkling eyes and blushing cheeks, happily calling out to his master. Beto's masterpiece was finally finished. Ruta bowed in admiration, admitting he really wanted to work alongside such a talent. The boy proudly introduced his creation. It was an upgraded machine gun, modified to consume far less ammunition and mana than usual. Now watch this. The system scans the weapon immediately. Beto's 6-barreled gun, grade A++, a true masterpiece. Crafted from rare mana stones, it can concentrate bullets and fire countless magic rounds at once. Singu pointed at the gun, confused why a weapon with only one barrel core could fire so many shots. Beto quickly explained that if you use 1 mana, it turns into 5. The boy fidgeted nervously, tapping his fingers together. He said it would take more mana to test, but he estimated it could fire at an incredible rate, exactly 3,000 rounds every minute. Singu gripped the weapon, completely satisfied, and showered the young boy with praise. Beto excitedly detailed each part of the 6-barreled gun. The first shot is always a real bullet, followed by a devastating rain of mana rounds. The boy spoke with the professionalism of an expert engineer, since every shot was controlled by a single stream of mana. From the 2nd to the 6th round, every single bullet hits the same target. Singu was impressed, but Beto suddenly hesitated. The boy analyzed the ammunition structure, explaining that a physical bullet was required to trigger the mana rounds. However, these real bullets could only be crafted using level 50 mana stones or higher, and he had only managed to make 100 so far. Singu did the math. Even with an army of ghosts hunting for him, they could only gather a few hundred mana stones each day. That meant he could only fire continuously for about 1 minute before running dry. Singu gave a mischievous grin, realizing his next move was already decided for him. It looked like he didn't have any other choice. He had to go to Fox 4 to slay monsters, and harvest more mana stones. Arin turned pale with fear as Singu set the six-barreled weapon down. He wondered if further upgrades could reduce the stone consumption. Beto let out a thoughtful hum in response to the question. The boy had a sudden realization. It was possible, but they would need to add more cores, making the entire gun much heavier. He pulled a crown out of his storage bag and handed it over to Beto. This was a legendary treasure of the war god from Wilson. Could they use this to make it work? The boy accepted it with both hands, realizing they wouldn't even need to change the gun's shape. He was shocked Singu had such a legendary item. With this, the rate of fire would be even more insane than before. Trust me, you and I are looking at a weapon that can now generate its own infinite mana bullets. Singu just gave a thumbs up. Aaron stood there, completely speechless. This level of craftsmanship had moved far beyond the boundaries of normal science. With the handover finished, he bid the boy goodbye. Stay focused on your work. We are heading to clear out Fox 4. Singu was practically vibrating with battle spirit. Using his sixth sense, he could feel a massive war already breaking out over there, and there was no way he would miss it. Ruta acted like a loyal subordinate, suggesting it would be great if Singu could bring back a few survivors to live in their territory. He grunted in agreement and set off. At the desolate and barren lands of Fox 4, Singu and Beaches were finally ready to get to work. He quickly drew a razor-sharp sword from its sheath. Beaches recognized it immediately. This was the custom longsword Beto had forged. Singu shouldered the blade as he prepared for the upcoming fight. He explained they needed to keep their identities secret this time. Beaches found the idea ridiculous, doubting that a different weapon would hide who they were. Aaron interrupted, noting that the divine energy was much stronger than before. They hadn't even reached the village, and she already found it hard to breathe. Zeha agreed, sensing the atmosphere of a war that definitely wasn't being fought between mere humans. Singu explained that the war between the fire god and war god was peaking, and they were busy wiping out other gods' influences. You and I can see it clearly, these gods just view our world as their personal playground. Alright, you and I are about to watch Shingu's next crazy plan. Singu doesn't hide his intentions. He still has the treasures from those two gods from before, though he is not sure if the monsters here have already absorbed their power yet. He strikes a pose with his sword looking pretty edgy, but his real job is to carefully extract those divine artifacts from this world before they are lost forever. Aaron keeps teasing him about acting like an assassin while holding that sword. Ignoring the embarrassment, Singu starts assigning roles, focusing first on his teammate Seha. He tells Kana and Seha to pose as soldiers for the god of fire and war. Their mission is to quietly eliminate the strongest warriors from both of those factions. Be careful with the timing. When I give the signal, I want you both to attack the strongest enemies you see on the battlefield. Seha is buzzing with battle spirit. Got it. I'll slip into the fire god's army and strike down their commander once you give the signal, right? He's grinning like a total villain now. Are you sure about that? What if I decide to change my mind halfway through? Singu cuts the talk as they split up and dash away. He summons his Acma motorcycle, and Arin shouts with excitement as they prepare to take off. Singu hops on and steadies his sword. With a roar of the engine, the Acma bike blasts into the sky and zooms toward the front lines. Memories of two brutal past battles flash through his mind. He felt the god of war's power against those bears, and the fire god's heat in New York. Using his dragon helmet, he maps out every single move for the battle. His ability to read the battlefield is insane. Arin joins the discussion, guessing the god of war must be weaker now that Singu wiped out those giant teddy bears earlier. Down on the ground, the sound of screaming and clashing metal is absolutely deafening. Singu calmly watches the bloodlust and chaos unfolding below him. Now pay attention, this is where he makes a cold choice. These people aren't human anymore, so we start with them. Arin is worried, asking if he's really okay with this, but Singu knows. The moment they joined this war, they threw their humanity away in exchange for divine power. They might look like people, but they are just like those crazed guild members back at Grand Valley, screaming the name of their god. She looks down, apologizing for making things more difficult for him emotionally during such a tense moment. Singu leaps off the bike, totally unfazed. Don't worry about it. It's better to think about these things while you still can. He lands silently, unnoticed by the brawling crowds. Teeth grit in determination. To flip this war, he needs to target the commanders. He begins his wave approach. He weaves through the crowd like a ghost, hunting for his next prey. Tracking the flow of mana, he can end a life in a heartbeat. One sharp swing, and another unlucky soul is sent to the grave. A clean strike takes the head right off. Blood erupts like a volcano. The soldiers panic, screaming that their captain has been killed. On the other side, chaos is erupting too. Their leader is down. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. Singu keeps moving at high speed. It looks simple, but he's constantly reading the system. Suddenly, 2 notifications pop up in his face. Dragon Helmet hits level 3, and Camouflage jumps to level 36. He's actually impressed with himself. If only all his other skills leveled up this fast. Aaron is just embarrassed for him. Meanwhile, the soldiers can't escape their own fear. Everyone, watch out! A monster from the god of war is here. Cold purple eyes flash in the dark. Cheese charges forward, wielding the Dead Knight's blade, plunging straight into the enemy ranks. Siha grips her spear tight. She can't use her wings without revealing she's a player, so she's slower than usual, but her strikes are twice as heavy to compensate. She becomes a human arrow, piercing through the opposition with pure, unadulterated force. Let's pause for a second. Singu is loving this. The war god's side is winning, and his team is clearly making moves. Arin is just suspicious though. Is he sure he's not the one behind all this chaos? Finally, it's his turn to join the fray. Alright, let's go give them a hand. Arin keeps the jokes coming, but a sudden voice nearby makes Singu freeze in his tracks. I caught you. Kanado, who was waiting in the shadows, swings a massive blow. Singu barely jumps away. He slides to a stop, recognizing a familiar face. Well, looks like we're meeting a lot sooner than I expected, Kanado. The giant, mountain-like man speaks slowly. The god Duzin told me all about you. Kanado's eyes are bloodshot with rage. You're the rat who stole what belongs to me. They clash with earth-shattering power. Singu stares into the monster's furious, twisted face. This guy is the real deal. As the god of war's top general, his magic is double Singu's, and their skill levels are likely neck and neck. But then, a confident smirk crosses Singu's face. That doesn't mean I can't win. He finds the weakness. The god of war's strength comes from his followers. If this war drags on and his soldiers die, his power will actually start to drain in reality. Kanado roars in pure anger, demanding his treasure back. Singu just holds out his empty hands. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see how he talks his way out of this. Alright, you and I are about to watch Singu's ultimate flex. He is literally mocking his enemy right now. Ah, that is right. You probably do not have a personal inventory, do you? You lost it along with your wings for your god. Kanado has heard enough. He admits Singu was brave to steal a god's treasure, but now he's going to pay the price. With a provocative smirk, Singu bets his entire life on the next move and hurls his blade directly at the target. Luckily, Kanado's reflexes are sharp. He swings his sword to intercept, causing a deafening screech of metal against metal. But by the time Kanado recovers, his opponent has vanished into a thick cloud of white smoke. Losing his mind, Kanado goes into a blind rage, smashing everything in sight while Singu watches calmly from the sidelines. Suddenly, the system alerts pop up with a massive upgrade notification for his current skill. His boomerang skill just hit rank C. Singu grins, feeling a surge of satisfaction from the successful gamble. He followed Keenan's advice, imagining his mana extending through the weapon, and it actually worked better than expected. Now here is where it gets clever. Pay attention to how he pulled this off. He activated the skill instantly. He used camouflage to hide the throw. He is so hyped he almost forgets the fight until Arin warns him to focus. She tells him she knows he loves himself, but he needs to focus on the enemies closing in fast. Singu summons another sword. He lost a blade to escape Kanado, but since these are mass-produced, he has plenty left. He streaks across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, looking for the perfect spot to strike again. Wherever he passes, enemy heads start rolling. They do not even have time to react before they hit the dirt. Singu unleashes his ultimate move, firing beams of pure energy that tear through the enemy ranks like paper. Even with the upper hand, he is still on edge. Everything is going to plan, but he is worried about the others. Arin pops up to clarify things, mentioning that the leader of the fire god's side is actually weaker than Kanado. That is a relief. Singu thinks it would be perfect to let them kill each other, but Arin warns of a solo fight. He shuts that down quickly. He is not alone since Keenan is with him, and he will focus on Kanado instead. Time passes as the war drags on. Humans are slowly transforming into monsters, fueled by pure bloodlust. They are slaughtering each other without mercy. Bodies from both sides are piling up in a cold, grim mountain of flesh. Seeing the numbers drop so fast makes Singu nervous. Fewer people mean fewer places to hide for an assassination. Wait, you and I need to look closer at this. Arin realizes these people attacking are still actually human. Singu is caught off guard. What? Are you sure about that? The angry crowd rushes forward, ready to crush anyone in their path. If this keeps up, the world is done for. The gods will truly take over everything. They have to destroy the divine treasures to finally find their freedom. After observing them, Singu realizes these people are the resistance. Every single one of them can use mana. He wonders why they did not wait for the sides to weaken first. Then, Arin pieces together the terrifying truth. Because Singu absorbs divine mana, he does not feel it, but Arin can feel the influence even under his protection. Her expression turns grim. She can sense the weight of their power, making her feel exhausted and hopeless. The voices of the gods in her head are getting louder and more demanding by the second. If she was not his supporter, she would not have lasted. Singu finally understands the gods' real scheme. These artifacts are not just power-ups. They are tools for manipulation to keep humans under their thumb. He starts connecting all the dots together. Since so many believers died in the war, the divine influence became too strong for survivors to resist the fighting. He looks at the players. These fighters are trying to destroy the relics before they lose their minds completely. It means they are even willing to kill their old friends. It is absolutely heartbreaking to watch. Singu knows what he has to do. He makes his choice, leaving Eren in total shock. He takes a deep breath and lets out a massive roar that echoes across the battlefield. Everyone, follow me. Everyone freezes. Even the arrogant Kanado is caught off guard by the sheer pressure of that shout. Singu lays it on the line. Anyone who wants to stay human, follow me. I will protect you. To prove his point, he powers up. Mana from every direction starts pouring into him like a violent waterfall. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a game changer. He unlocks a skill to drain all divine mana nearby. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. As Singu looks at his stats, a total mana drain? This insane skill is only possible thanks to his tyrant's mind. He slowly breaks into a satisfied smirk. Not bad at all. He finally has complete control over the mana surging all around him. Even Arin is stunned by this sheer display of power. To filter pure divine energy in a chaotic battlefield like this is unheard of. The other players watching are absolutely speechless. He is actually absorbing all that mana by himself. They do not know how long he can hold out, but they realize there is only one choice: follow his lead or die. The players immediately sprint toward him, shouting that this is their only chance. Kanado watches these ungrateful cowards and can only curse Singu under his breath. He stands there, observing his opponent. Seeing Singu's confidence reminds Kanado of his own past. Back then, he was not just a pawn for the god of war. He once fought on the front lines alongside others to protect their freedom, risking everything for a cause he believed in. But as he looks at who he has become today, he shows zero regret. Now, he is the most beloved and loyal servant of the gods, a title he should be incredibly proud of. Suddenly, Kanado's expression turns deadly serious. There is no way anyone can stand against the absolute power and authority of Doyusen. Now pay attention here. Kanado begins to evolve as the real battle starts. He roars a warning that Singu will not be escaping this time. Heavy, impenetrable armor begins to wrap around his entire body. His eyes burn red with pure hatred. He is about to show this kid the true greatness of Doyusen. After his evolution, Kanado is like a living fortress, radiating enough rage to shake the earth. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Wait." He stops and looks up at the sky to see Feiha. She steps slowly out of the raging flames, warning him that the boy belongs to her. Kanado gives her a sharp, piercing glare. "Feiha, you need to remember your place and the absolute power of our god. This is not the time for us to fight. We need to deal with that brat first." She agrees, claiming that Singu's very existence makes her sick. Without wasting another second, Kanado roars for them to charge. They attack together with overwhelming force, but a mysterious voice suddenly echoes, "You are not going anywhere." Feiha is caught completely off guard, her focus shattered for just a split second. You and I saw that coming, right? A masked swordsman appears from nowhere and strikes. Feiha blocks it, but the force sends her flying back as she screams in pain. She quickly recovers her footing, spinning away to keep a safe distance from this newcomer. They lock eyes, and the intruder is none other than Bishi's. Feiha narrows her eyes, demanding to know who she is. "Are you on that stranger's side?" Beatrice raises her weapon, her voice cold and dripping with killing intent. "Do not compare me to that monster. My master is actually quite a bit stronger than I am." Kanado watches them silently, his heart filled with murderous intent. He is not even disappointed she was blown back with one hit. With no more distractions in his way, he smiles. He was always meant to be the one to kill Singu. He lunges forward for the kill. Kanado strikes first, swinging his massive blade with everything he has. Singu counters by firing a high-pressure mana bullet. The bullet slams into the weapon, knocking it aside with a deafening metallic clang. Kanado grits his teeth, telling him to stop playing around. Singu looks at his opponent and continues to taunt him. "How stupid can you be to say that while walking straight into a trap?" Furious, the man charges again, bringing his blade down in a heavy vertical strike. Singu easily blocks it using his Heaven's Punishment Hammer. The impact creates a massive shockwave. As their weapons grind against each other, both fighters begin to exert their full strength. Kanado is stunned by what he sees. A vibration? Is this some kind of skill attached to the weapon? Singu takes advantage of the opening, letting out a roar as he swings hard enough to blow his opponent back. Kanado refuses to accept defeat. He realized Singu converted the impact into a vibration to repel him. What kind of sorcery is this? He prepares for a counterattack. "You call that a skill? I will show you what a real skill looks like." He charges once more. Singu activates his dragon sight, allowing him to see every movement in slow motion. Even though he can see it, his body is still a bit too slow to dodge the attack perfectly. But he finds a glimmer of hope to turn the tide's mana drain. Energy begins to spiral toward him. He cannot drain it directly from Kanado's body, but he can absorb the mana being emitted. If this works, he can take 30%. He focuses his sensory skill one more time. He will handle the rest himself. Kanado's previous attack causes a massive explosion that tears through the ground. He steps back to assess the damage. He smirks, thinking Singu must have lost an arm. But as the smoke clears, you and I see Singu standing tall, his arms now covered in indestructible dragon scales. Stick with me, we're about to witness an absolute masterclass in survival as Singu faces a literal god. Kanado is shaken to his core, those black scales. He knows. Which god do you serve? He wonders. Who is the deity behind that terrifying power? He stays calm. The man in front of him is lying. No human should possess strength like this. Singu gets bored of the guessing game and tells him to just shut up and fight. Singu gestures with his finger. Are you here to fight or just talk? Stop complaining and get over here. Insulted by the challenge, Kanado snaps. He flies into a blind rage, screaming a warning at the brat who dares to look down on him. He swings with everything he has, but it's useless. A flurry of wild strikes rains down on Singu, but he dodges every single one with zero effort. Still, he gives credit where it's due. Pure physical speed? Kanado is actually faster. He's exceptional in almost every way, but my reflexes are on a whole different level. I can strike the second he leaves an opening, as long as I keep dodging. The battle rages on, a dance of blades and near misses. Suddenly, the air itself seems to freeze, and the attacks stop mid-motion. Check this out, the moment things go from bad to worse. Even Singu is shocked to see the enemy's strike stall in mid-air. Suddenly, a hail of blood-red mana needles flies toward him. Singu tenses up. Those wild sword swings were just a distraction for this trap. Kanado clenches his fist, whispering a single chilling word, checkmate. But instead of falling, Singu just wears a smug grin. Those mana needles? They're being sucked right into his body. The absorption is relentless. A system notification pops up. Mana drain has reached level 4. Without this skill, he wouldn't have escaped without shedding some blood. Seeing Singu standing there completely unharmed, Kanado loses his mind. You little brat. In a total rage, he summons massive stone tentacles that begin to smash and tear through the entire area. Singu backs away, watching the chaos. The tentacles grab anyone in sight. Arin cries out in horror. He's literally consuming his own men. Singu is certain. No, that's not it. He's using the power of Duizan to hold them down. But one thing is clear, the God of War's power is all about fusing multiple strengths into one. Kanado crushes his own followers with those tentacles. The sight of it makes Singu go dead silent. The War God's ability to combine the strength of many makes sense now, especially looking at those minions. But look at Shingu's face, he's disgusted. You and I can see he's hit his limit with this sick freak who treats his soldiers like trash. Singu grips his black wolf claws, dropping into a combat stance. Across from him, the villain brags that this is the true, raw power of Lord Duizan. He isn't scared, he's just disappointed. I get it now, he mutters. Kanado confidently declares he'll show him the meaning of absolute divine power, before killing him as an offering to his god. Singu fires back with a sneer. If you can even catch me in that hideous form, that is. I'm not complaining though. More targets just means more fun for me. Kanado snatches up a blade, growling that the jokes are over. He wraps his tentacles around the sword, causing the weapon to grow to a massive, terrifying size. Bracing himself, Kanado takes his stance. The strike comes crashing down with divine force, and Singu is forced to block with his claws. The shockwave rattles the entire space. Watching him struggle, Arin panics. You can't take him head-on like this. Singu is stubborn, his eyes blazing with determination. He refuses to lose to a scumbag like this. He triggers a skill, Venomous Bloom. Suddenly, a faint purple light wraps around both of their weapons. Kanado stares at the flames on his arm in shock, but his arrogance returns instantly. He doubles down, putting every ounce of his weight into the press. The pressure is insane. Shingu's forearms start to bleed under the strain. Kanado goes for the kill, shattering the ground beneath them. Luckily, he jumps back just in time. Despite the heavy damage, Singu isn't quitting yet. Heal me, he commands. Arin knows she can't stop him, so she follows his lead. You're really going through with this, aren't you? The wounds vanish in an instant. He's back in the game. All right, round 2. Kanado lashes out with a barrage of tentacles. I'll crush you. Shingu's eyes flash with a sharp light, sixth sense activated. His body feels like it's entering a different dimension where every movement is crystal clear. I see it. That's the path. As he plans his move, the tentacles slam into the earth exactly where he stood. He glides forward, dodging every single strike perfectly. With a sharp crack, Singu kicks off the ground to build momentum. He's airborne now, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Trust me, you and I just saw the perfect opening. Singu winds up and slams a heavy blow right into Kanado's chest. All right, you and I are jumping right into a brutal counterattack. Kanado doesn't flinch, stabbing a tentacle straight into Singu. That single strike forces Singu to spit blood. He instantly activates his wolf claws to tear the tentacles apart before retreating, but the monstrous limbs just keep coming for him. The tentacles slam down as soon as he lands. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Poison resistance has reached level 7. Seeing Singu heavily wounded, Arin begins to panic. Singu locks his gaze forward, whispering to her to stay back and provide cover. She heals him immediately but can't help complaining. Don't be so reckless. Just because you have a healer doesn't mean you are immortal. Singu just smiles, telling her she is the best healer he could ask for. Arin blushes, calling him a total idiot. Kanado interrupts their moment, lamenting that he wanted to inject divine power directly into Singu instead. Singu isn't scared at all. Sorry, but that won't work on me. I am not a fool like you. That sets Kanado off. What did you say? He screams while lashing out with countless tentacles. Singu remains agile, dodging every single strike with ease. Now, pay attention. Singu is calculating. He needs to combine great strength and charge strike to win, but he needs time to set it up. The non-stop attacks make it nearly impossible. He mutters that things would have been easier if he fought the fire god's servant first. Arin looks at him, totally confused. If I had her fire and my hammer, he explains, I would have turned Kanado into ash already. Seeing Kana fighting with such passion makes Singu reconsider his next move. He doesn't want to interrupt her flow since she is so focused. He readies his stance, knowing he has a backup plan ready. Singu shouts out for Seiha to make a move. A streak of light zips through the tentacles. That light is actually Seiha joining the fray. He slices through the limbs as he flies. Kanado is stunned, wondering if the kid is invisible. Seiha charges in, but Kanado reacts instantly. He lands a heavy blow that sends the boy flying. Seiha takes massive damage, coughing up blood uncontrollably. You and I saw that coming, Kanado mocks them. But Singu smirks, having bought the time he needed. The wolf claws in his hand start radiating an intense power that shocks the villain. Singu declares that Seiha is the one who helped him finish this. Kanado is left wondering when Singu prepared this. Without wasting another second, Singu slams down his hammer using the charged strike skill. A massive divine impact shatters the earth. Kanado struggles to stay up, his eyes glowing red. He looks up and howls, begging the god Du-Izin for even more power. Singu grit his teeth and activates great strength. Another devastating strike lands, carrying enough force to level everything. System alerts chime in. Great strength, punishment, and poisoning skills have all leveled up significantly. A massive crater forms as purple flames erupt. Singu orders Arin to heal Seiha, while fragments of Du-Izin rise from Kanado. A glowing pink orb appears, carrying the final words of its master. Du-Izin admits his defeat. Singu puts his hammer away and listens closely to the message. He says that conquering such a low-level world feels completely meaningless to him now. Other gods will keep trying to invade, but Du-Izin claims he is not a fool like them. Singu freezes at the mention of a low-level world as Du-Izin continues to whisper. You have traveled through different worlds, right? You should know the mana levels here are incredibly low. Memories of the Via Temple and other strange worlds suddenly flood back into Singu's mind. He recalls the dark corridors in Naxao's fortress. Why bring this up now? He wonders, analyzing the situation. It's true that every other world I have been to had much denser mana than Ford. Is that how world development is measured? Earth appears as Du-Izin mentions how surprised he is by Earthlings. I have to admit, you are nothing short of a miracle. You are far beyond this world's limits. I bet no one else will ever reach your level of strength. A desolate wasteland is shown. This world was easily conquered as soon as it reached the crescent phase, in your terms. And trust me, you and I are in for a shock. This world is only rank 3 out of 100. Alright, you and I are about to see just how deep the rabbit hole goes for Singu. Du-Izin knows every battle and every world he has ever faced. The world Rhea took over is ranked level 5, while the place Zenat conquered is ranked as level 7. Of course, the enemies he fought before were considered the absolute weaklings of those specific worlds. The cold corpse of Kanado lying there is the ultimate proof. These people are weak, they cannot absorb the power I grant, and using it like this is all they can do. Du-Izin's twisted smile flickers as a final warning. However, there is a catch. The next worlds you face will not be as easy as you think. Singu calmly stares at the floating fragment before him. He reaches out to catch the gift. Think of it as a reward for today's performance. It was quite entertaining. Singu grips the fragment tightly, standing tall as the entity says its final words. I look forward to our next meeting. Little dragon boy, if you stay as reckless as you were today, you might just end up dead next time. Now pay attention, this is where everything shifts. As Kanado's body is sucked inside, Singu realizes his world is only level 3A. Instead of fear, he feels a surge of excitement. That means I still have 97 levels left to climb. Singu clenches his fist hard. In his mind, the decision is made he will win that final level no matter what. There is a long way to go to beat those arrogant gods. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts. pulling the surrounding debris into the sky. It is unbelievable. The structures that were completely destroyed are now automatically repairing themselves right before his eyes. Nearby, survivors watch in pure shock. The cloud layers are regenerating, piece by piece, restoring the world. This is it, the proof that the war god has fallen. Everyone is finally feeling their lost powers returning to them. Look, your wings are growing back. Even the monsters are changing, but the humans refuse to drop their guard. Everyone, stay calm. The fire god's minions are still crawling around. We need to crush them once and for all. Singu stands back and watches the chaos. It is obvious now that his side has the upper hand. Towering in the freezing snow, he realizes hope has returned. Without their god to serve, the monsters are no longer a threat. A warm, golden energy envelops Singu, healing his wounds and restoring his strength. Even after stopping his mana-draining skill, the divine influence on the people vanishes. He quickly heads toward his team. Seha, you okay? Arin reports that the healing is done. Seha ignores his injuries, only caring about the results. Did I do a good job, boss? You did great, Singu says with a thumb up. Your combat was perfect. Arin joins in, praising Seha's incredible hiding spot. Seha rubs his head, acting humble. It was your stealth skill, boss. I'm just glad I could stay accurate in that mess. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps cuts through their conversation. Master, I have returned. Beaches holds up Phase's head as a trophy. When backed into a corner, even he turned into this pathetic form. It has been a while since I leveled up. Honestly, that was the most satisfying fight I have had in ages. Singu grips the trophy, his face full of disbelief. Wait, can you actually level up too? I could when I was a Death Knight, and I still can now. Phase's head dissolves, condensing into a brilliant gold stone. Singu pulls his weapon from space, eyes gleaming. This is definitely a fragment of the fire god himself. I will merge it into the Night Veil. A system notification chimes the poison effect of his blade has reached rank A+. You feel that too, right? That rush of power. Singu swings his blade, testing the raw strength of his new upgrade. Arin stands up with a smirk, teasing him. I think your ego is growing even faster than your stats, boss. Singu holds the Night Veil tight. Alright, let's clean up this mess and go home. The battle rages on behind them. 2 hours later, the fire god's servants are wiped out. With Singu's protection, no god will ever invade Fox 4 again. Before long, the team makes their way back to their home base. Singu points to the new faces. Let me introduce the new villagers I brought back from Fox 4. First, Bon the herbalist. Next is a happy young couple, Simon the farmer and his wife, Mona. Ruta watches with arms crossed, looking confused. I thought you hated bringing people from other worlds back here. You really picked the most practical ones, didn't you? Singu thinks back to the emotional farewell he just had. Tommy and the others had tried to make him stay. Are you really going back? Won't you stay with us? I have to return to my own world. Things are stable now, and you all are strong enough to protect yourselves. Singu blinks, a sudden thought hitting him. He remembers Ruta asking why he doesn't bring people back. And trust me, you and I just saw a new side of Singu. Maybe bringing a few people along isn't so bad after all. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character can actually lead this motley crew of skilled experts right back home. So, who among you is ready to follow me back to my own world? He proudly shows off his new recruits, all proven experts. Ruta is just speechless at how wild he is. Shingu suddenly remembers the loot and turns to Beto. I brought back more of the fragments for you. Think we can upgrade this? The kid is practically vibrating with excitement for the news. Sure thing, I worked on it while you were gone. Beto presents the high-tech 6-gate firearm, though it's still unfinished. I still need more cores to power the magic circle. Shingu holds up the fragment. This is plenty. Now, watch this. This is where the real power-up begins as he places the core and waits for the result. Finished. Arin stands there impressed, joking that it looks like he is just microwaving some instant ramen. The screen pops up. S+ rank 6-gate firearm. Attack power 5,300 to 5,800 with 30,000 proficiency. Special feature. 1 bullet creates 49 clones. It also lists exactly what this brand new toy can do. Shingu crosses his arms, totally satisfied. Great. With this, our second S-rank weapon is finally ready. Beto gives a proud walkthrough. You only need 1 real bullet. The system handles the rest. Explaining the mechanics, the boy smiles. The moment you pull the trigger, 49 more bullets appear. 5 rounds can fire in a row. Once you are an expert, you can even fire 2 simultaneously. Shingu's confidence spikes. Massive power for less ammo and still room to grow. This thing is perfect. Beto starts to say more, but gets cut off. Oh, and one more thing. Shingu drops Kanato's body right in the middle of the room. He stares down at his prize. These are the remains of the war god's subordinate. Definitely not the god they are used to. This is the body of a divine power holder. Beto's thrilled. I can use this for ammo. It is compatible and can replace mana stones. Before heading out, he adds, I will be resting for now. Let me know when you and the ammo are ready. Beto's face flushes with pure loyalty. Yes, master. Singu stands before the people he saved. Go get some rest. I am looking forward to our future together. His expression turns serious, dripping with raw authority as he commands them. Everyone, dismissed. Aaron is confused. I really thought he would just grab the gun and sprint straight to the dungeon. Arin was not wrong. Singu evaluates his new skills before leaving, focusing on the great strongman power. She watches him warming up. Singu keeps moving, shifting his weight from side to side. Great strongman is basically his trump card. It is the one skill that always saves his skin. His whole body is on fire with passion, but that nasty penalty means he cannot spam it. To lower that penalty, he needs to level the skill up and boost his raw physical stats. With those determined eyes, he has made a choice. He is going to keep the skill active constantly. I know what you're thinking, this guy is absolutely losing it, right? Aaron's terrified. Wearing simple gear and swinging a hammer, he trains. Months pass as he grinds mana battle experience. Every day is a grind learning skills and mana patterns. He is totally focused on his energy output. Singu can feel his growth, and his resolve only hardens. This is just the beginning. If I can keep this combat state up and stack more skills, I will become truly unstoppable. A massive punch explodes forward. Seeing him covered in sweat, Arin can't hide her worry. You okay? Singu is exhausted, but his gaze never wavers. All he can do during the penalty is endure pain. Drenched in sweat, he repeats his goal. He wants to maintain the skill even during the penalty. You are insane. Singu barely rests for a few minutes before he is already pushing himself again. There's no time for rest. We have to keep going. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. Dragon 5 Senses is now level 4. The levels keep coming. Great Strongman reaches level 8, and all his physical stats jump by 15. The screen flashes. Courage level 12. Your physical power now increases based on the pain you feel. Aaron watches him gulp down water. You are way stronger than last week. Ready for the dungeon yet? Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a hunt that is going to change everything. Singu's voice turns cold as he postpones training, leaving Arin confused about the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The intense killing intent of the chairman flares up. The ghost Singu was using to track Kim Harion has vanished. Harion never even knew he was being followed, yet he suddenly attacked the ghost as if he received a secret message. Singu leans in, suspecting the fire god is involved while remembering Farah's smug, arrogant face from before. The subordinates they encountered at Fatfo were strong, and Seha hesitates while thinking back on their joint training. Kina won that fight, but Aaron knows it is only a matter of time before they return once their wounds heal. Singu finds their location and smiles with pure confidence. Luckily, they are still right here in South Korea. An image of a lush island surrounded by the deep ocean appears. Kim Harion is currently on Jeju Island. Aaron is shocked to hear the location, wondering why a player like him would not just fly to another country. Singu scoffs with pure contempt, explaining that it is simply because the man has already lost his wings. Until this moment, Singu never really cared what the guy did, because he was just too weak to matter. Now, pay attention, because with the fire god involved, you and I are looking at a much more dangerous Harion. Singu cannot hide his excitement, realizing that Harion killing his ghost means the villain is hiding something big. This is the perfect opportunity for our main character to finally clash with some truly powerful monsters. On the way out, a voice calls to him. It is Beto, carrying a massive and incredibly heavy-looking box. Beto is completely out of breath, with sweat dripping down his forehead after rushing to reach them in time. He has finished crafting 30 million rounds of ammunition, using the magic stones and materials Singu provided for the task. This specialized handgun can fire 3,000 rounds every single minute. That means 10 minutes of continuous fire, more than enough power to completely devastate an entire world. Singu stores the ammo in his void space and tells the group he will be back very soon. Kina decides to join the hunt, eager to test her strength against whatever powerful monsters are waiting for them. Beaches hesitates for a moment before asking if the master is truly maintaining his full strength right now. I know what you are thinking, but get this, Singu admits he is actually under a temporary power penalty. Beaches is absolutely stunned by the news, but Singu just grins and tells everyone it is time to move. He leads the way with total confidence, declaring that it is finally time to go finish off Kim Harion. Under a beautiful starlit sky, the system reveals a new notification. Singu has already reached level 67. As he drives, Singu enjoys how fast his basic skills are leveling up during this journey. He wonders if anything exists beyond level 100, while Arin peeks out from his pocket to look around. From what she knows, basic healing skills usually transform into high-tier abilities once they hit level 100. Singu turns to Kina to ask for her experience, and she takes a moment to think before answering him. It was the same for her. Almost all of her skills have already evolved into higher forms. Singu analyzes the situation, realizing there might be another way to trigger a skill evolution besides just leveling up. Arin's jaw drops in pure shock, as Singu uses his own unique abilities as a perfect example. For instance, his soul domination skill was forged and refined by the incredible power of the Setnak he absorbed earlier. He lists every awakened skill, noting that his dragon sense was created by merging all 5 of his senses together. Seha finally understands, realizing that basic skills lead to rare, then unique, and finally legendary tiers of power. Singu finds the terminology a bit annoying but agrees that it is a fair way to describe the progression. Their vehicle quickly arrives at the edge of a gloomy, dark forest, where Arin tries to scout the area. She wonders where Harryon is hiding, thinking he might be using invisibility to stay out of sight. But no trick can hide from Singu's godlike eyes. He is about to pinpoint exactly where the target is. Deep within the thick trees, a body engulfed in fierce flames appears, and Singu accelerates with a bloodthirsty grin. Arin was calm at first, but she immediately regrets it as the bike reaches a terrifying speed. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see the explosion when they hit the ground like meteors. Harryon senses the danger closing in, but he's way too slow. Before he can even prepare, Shingu's vehicle slams into him full force. A massive boom echoes as Harryon is sent flying. His small frame skids across the dirt, leaving a long trail behind. Harryon collapses into a desperate kneel. Behind him, Singu stands tall, casually stashing his ride back into his spatial inventory. Alright, you and I are about to see just how dangerous Shingu's aura has become. Harryon staggers to his feet, barely looking human anymore. There's a literal hole in Harryon's forehead. His hands are trembling with pure, unadulterated rage at Singu. He swings a massive blade of fire downward with everything he's got. Singu doesn't flinch, tightening his grip on his hammer. Standing his ground, Singu uses just one hand to swing his hammer and completely shut down the attack. Singu flashes a mocking smirk. Being looked down on like this? It's driving Harryon absolutely insane with fury. Singu glares, cutting straight to the point. The only reason you're still breathing is because I allowed it. You're Majini. Hearing that, Arin can't help but comment. Wow, you're really starting to sound like a total villain right now. Singu rests his hammer on his shoulder, asking how life is with a fragment of a god. Harryon just bursts into a mocking laugh. You think that's why I'm alive? He finds it absolutely hilarious. His eyes turn into twin lasers, but Arin quickly blocks the devastating blast with her luck shield. She warns him to stay sharp. He's going to attack from every part of his body, not just his eyes. Singu just stays calm and replies, I know. Harryon's resentment boils over as he points forward. Hey, what the hell did you do to Arin? Singu scoffs. You think I'm controlling her? You really believe this world revolves around your little desires? He lowers his hammer and walks toward Harryon with total confidence. I don't even need superpowers to deal with someone like you. Watch closely now. Singu vows to extinguish Harryon's flames and his very existence. With a massive explosion, he lunges forward. Die. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes. Like I'd ever let you do that. A colossal hand emerges from a rift in space. As the ground tremors, Singu quickly leaps back to gain some distance. He watches intently as the gate to Earth finally opens. A masked giant appears, declaring no one will stop Lord Fado. Singu repeats the name in surprise. Fado? So that's the name of the fire god? Harryon spreads his arms wide. Exactly. With his power, I've linked Earth to a world he's already conquered. He laughs like a maniac. From that rift, an endless tide of powerful monsters is about to swarm out. Singu dismisses the nonsense. I don't care. I'll just crush you along with every single one of them. His grip tightens. He activates his super strength skill. His muscles bulge and expand as he grips his hammer with absolute determination. He raises the massive hammer high into the air. The brute swings 2 massive fists with a roar. But Singu is faster, slamming his hammer directly into the Guardian. Harryon's eyes widen in horror as the giant's arms are torn away. How is this possible? Then, he hears something closing in. You and I both know what happens next. Singu swings his hammer like a pro, delivering a strike that rattles Harryon's soul. He rains down a barrage of brutal blows. Singu swings like he's playing golf, and Harryon is the ball getting smashed back and forth. Blood sprays everywhere. All you can hear from Harryon is a desperate, guttural gagging sound. Singu leaps high into the sky. This is your end. He brings the hammer down, flattening Harryon into the dirt. The system notifies him of a level up. Harryon's body slowly explodes and dissolves, leaving a fragment of Fado behind. Singu picks up the shard. Arin flies over, curious. It's the fragment Harryon had. Time to let the hammer absorb it. The system chimes again. The Night Punisher now possesses the poison A++ effect. Singu is thrilled with the result. Arin is stunned, constantly praising how easily he finished that guy off. Singu acts like it was nothing. Suddenly, Arin blushes. I guess I was just impressed because he seemed strong for a while. Singu isn't amused and moves on. Forget him. We have bigger problems than wasting brain power on a loser like that. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Master! Shingu quickly spins around. Beaches rushes over, pointing straight at the dark rift in the sky. It's not over yet. Shingu cracks his knuckles. Do they think Earth is a playground? I'll give them a very warm welcome. A leader from the portal speaks. The path is open. A new history begins. We will follow our master's orders. We must turn this island into the kingdom of the past. Shingu is fuming. Who do you think you're playing with? Why choose Jeju? Trust me, you and I are about to realize just how hard these monsters fought to enter our world. Alright, you and I are diving into a showdown where the stakes couldn't be higher. They are clearly planning to build a kingdom and a base here. Shingu analyzes the situation, guessing this is the one island. It is the only spot Kim Ha-rion could reach without wings. Man, that guy was truly incredible until the very end. Shingu flashes a sly smile. They had a plan, but the second they dragged me in, their project was ruined. The demon keeps breathing fire, boasting incredible power. But that mana consumption is insane, you won't be able to fight much longer. All the beasts have finally gathered in one place. Its voice echoes, claiming no doors will open now that that idiot is dead. But do you really think you can stop us? Ignoring the threats, Shingu stays focused on his calculations. There are plenty of high-rank monsters here. In his head, that just means more gems and loot to collect. Arin is worried, suggesting they call Zay for a barrier. Shingu just looks at her and says he already did. Wait, when? The fire demon finds the whole situation hilarious. You think you can trick me? We have already cut off every single form of communication from this island. Suddenly, a group appears shouting Shingu's name. Watch this, the backup he needs has finally arrived. Syria sounds rushed, apologizing for being late. Marina chimed in too. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Shingu pouts, thinking he only needed Z, but then again he remembers these three were out hanging out together. Z quickly explains. The ghost you left behind told me everything. It said you started a war with the fire god's minions on Jeju Island. The demon starts sweating, wondering how he even called them. But there's something even more confusing. Shingu still looks completely fine, radiating power and energy. How are you still stable after using Great Hercules for so long? Shingu just raises his hammer, ask that to the Grim Reaper. Marina joins the fray with her mana pistols. Without wasting a single word, she immediately opens fire on the crowd. The zealots are tearing through the monster ranks. Siha, Syria, and their cold spears dive headfirst into the chaotic battle. Elsewhere, the powerful slashes from beaches send monsters exploding into pieces everywhere. A massive, flaming bull demon tries to use its size to crush Shingu. Too bad for him, our main character is built different. With one swing of the heavenly hammer, the beast is instantly subdued. He even uses the bull to flatten the other monsters behind it. The remaining soldiers are terrified, we can't beat this guy. You and I both know what happens when villains try to run, and these guys are definitely trying to retreat. Don't even think about it. Z activates her ultimate skill. Her cold, detached voice rings out as she locks down the entire battlefield. Shingu tunes out the noise and focuses on the task at hand. Okay, the circle is complete. Time to go all out. He lets out a massive roar, diving back into the thick of it. That last swing triggered a system alert. Level up. His poison purge skill has reached level 7. One of the lead soldiers has a sudden realization. Could it be? Are you a disciple of Hector? Shingu answers with a headshot. He's never even heard of that god. As the dust settles, he and Beaches are perfectly fine. She looks around, noticing that was likely the last of them. No more monsters are sneaking through the gate. Arin points to the sky, the gate is disappearing. Shingu just clicks his tongue in annoyance. They're running away. I guess even gods aren't that stupid. As things quiet down, Marina finally asks the big question. What exactly did you do to get this strong? Actually, never mind. I don't even think I want to know. Syria steps forward with a serious look on her face to assess the situation. We thought gods couldn't control the gates, but now we know their disciples can. This changes everything. Her tone gets sharper. If we report this to the World Player Committee, we can set new rules for these blessed players. Shingu stays firm and fearless. This was a great experience. Now we understand how these gods plan to take over our world. We can finally figure out how to stop them. He clenches his fist, clearly excited by the progress. I realized today that all my training really paid off. I can finally use Great Hercules at will in a real fight. I am actually grateful to Phyto for the opportunity. Suddenly, Seihai interrupts the moment. A look of pure worry is written all over her face. So, what do you and I think? Are those monsters watching us just the beginning of something worse? Alright, stick with me. Shingu activates his divine sight, and in an instant, his vision pierces through the very fabric of reality. Those legs look thin, but don't be fooled, they're monsters from Earth. You're right, they definitely look different. There are a few here, and weirdly enough, they don't seem to be influenced by any gods at all. It reminds Singu of Zelexia, a monster that didn't want to hurt humans. Maybe we should try approaching them? Before anyone can even agree, he's gone. In a literal blink, he's standing right in front of the monsters. Unlike the aggressive ones, These creatures actually shrink back as Singu coldly demands to know who they are. You aren't Phyto's followers, are you? Do you actually plan to fight the beasts he sent here? A small creature steps forward. Phyto, so that's the name of the guy pulling the strings behind those monsters? Surat may be small, but he's got heart. He rants about those monsters being pests. Why should they trust a stranger? Quack. Singu notices something odd. Does the little guy really have to say quack after every single sentence? Surat insists he must. Quack. He explains they just want to live in peace, but those monsters keep forcing a new god on them. Quack. Now pay attention, they were terrified of being taken tonight, but Shingu's team wiped the floor with the invaders. Surat looks Singu in the eye, asking if they'll also be forced to worship a god they don't know. Quack. The answer is blunt. Singu only believes in himself, and he's not the type to force his will on others. That's enough for the little guy. It's a huge relief. Quack. Now, just let us go. Quack. Singu lifts him up by the scruff. Yeah, that's definitely not going to happen. He flashes his scariest friendly smile, asking Surat to tell him everything about their god. Quack. As night falls, Singu returns with his new prizes. These little guys are going to be our guides. Marina is thrilled, praising Singu for his negotiation skills. You really are amazing, Singu, she cheers. Arin knows better. Singu is way scarier than Phyto's goons. Seha senses the master has unlocked even more power. And so, the group follows Sarat's lead deeper into the unknown territory. Marina notices the mana levels spiking. Singu isn't surprised, this is exactly where Earth's monsters thrive. Surat starts explaining that they actually love mana quack and humans have it all wrong. They live off energy, not meat. Quack. So, they rarely ever eat humans. But Shingu's sharp ears catch one very specific word. Rarely. Surat panics, swearing he's never eaten a person before. The others chime in to defend themselves too. They claim humans are too tough to chew anyway. Singu just nods good. Let's keep it that way. Eventually, they arrive at a breathtaking view of nature at its most majestic. Alright, you and I are seeing this together. Singu senses something hidden deep behind that massive waterfall. It feels like the deep sea all over again, a perfect sanctuary for monsters to evolve. Marina thinks this place is different though. It is not just a safe zone. Singu frowns, realizing mana-rich areas are turning into dungeons, but that doesn't explain everything happening here. Surat sees him thinking and scoffs. What? Are you getting scared now? Quack. Since you aren't a monster hunter, maybe our master won't kill you. Arin is surprised by his sudden confidence. The little guy clearly trusts his master with his life. They pass through the waterfall without getting a single drop of water on them. Sarat points forward. This is it. Quack. Instead of a cave, they find a lush green forest. This place. It's incredible. Singu instantly spots multiple exits. Surat is shocked. How could a human sense all the hidden paths? Quack. None of these paths lead back to Jeju Island. Arin gasps, realizing what this means. So, it's basically a teleportation hub? Just like a magic gate? Not exactly. Mana pools formed these sacred places using a mysterious power right when the new era began. A voice rings out, you're right. Sharp claws appear first, followed by the massive frame of Elegoo. The pressure is insane. Singu is stunned. He didn't think there were any tigers left in this country. Trust me, you and I are witnessing history, the voice echoes as Elegoo welcomes the king of humanity. Alright, you and I are about to watch Elegoo's insane pressure shake the whole forest. Marina says he's on par with Boo Boo, and Singu has to agree. Saria watches grimly, disturbed by the thought of another monster as terrifyingly powerful as Boo Boo existing out here. Arin, however, is stuck on a different detail. Is everyone actually okay with a name like that? Meanwhile, Elegoo speaks with a majestic voice. King of humanity, I must thank you for not harming my subordinates. Singu doesn't seem bothered at all. I think there's a misunderstanding here, he replies. I'm not a king. The beast doesn't back down, I see. Then technically, I suppose you haven't become the king just yet. This only makes Singu more confused. Wait, why do you keep insisting that I'm some kind of king? Elegoo's glowing golden eyes lock onto Singu's. You must be looking down on us if you think we don't know exactly who you are. He shifts the conversation. I've always wanted to speak with you. Let's continue this inside, shall we? Singu agrees without a second thought. Suddenly remembering his team, Singu turns back. Oh right, you guys have no idea what's happening, do you? This massive tiger wants to talk inside. Marina is just thrilled, saying they'll be fine as long as Singu is with them. Saria remains stoic, comparing the tiger's presence to the deep sea. Sehai simply says, let's move. Out of nowhere, the trio pulls out a Singu as the best flag, leaving him completely speechless. They've totally lost it. They're relying on me 100%. Should I just leave them behind? Stick with me here. We're following their footprints across the vast desert until they reach a massive cave entrance. As they step into the darkness, Singu carefully scans the surroundings. This isn't a natural cave. It's being held together by pure mana. You're maintaining this whole place? That's seriously impressive. But Elegoo's tone turns heavy. This power isn't mine. I don't deserve any praise for this feat. Once they find a place to rest, Singu gets straight to the point. Is the god you worship the one controlling the sand? Elegoo answers slowly. I'm fairly certain that is the case. From the moment we were born, we monsters were drawn to a specific existence. I'd bet everything that they granted me this power. Singu's suspicion grows. Do you know the name of this deity? Have they given you anything else besides power? Elegoo's answer, however, is incomplete. This is all we've discovered. No one showed us the way. We had to find our own path to our god. I also know my strength fades when I'm not surrounded by sand. That's why I couldn't go out to fight today. I had to wait for my subordinates to lure those monsters here instead. Singu nods solemnly. I see, but I took them out before they arrived. Elegoo's voice tightens. Indeed. Those things came to transform both humans and monsters. They've attacked us multiple times before today, always coming back to threaten our existence. After fighting them, I realized their true goal. They want to destroy the one obstacle in their path, a human preventing the spread of their god's power. Now pay attention, Elegoo points a sharp claw directly at Singu. Just as they feared, you appeared today and crushed them. After observing you, I've come to a conclusion. I assumed you were the king of humans, so I decided I must become the king of my own kind to protect them. Elegoo finally makes his serious proposal. If our goals are the same, why don't we form an alliance? Singu's interest is piqued. Finally, Elegoo continues, I know that most humans absolutely despise our kind. Many out there can't tell the difference between us and the monsters that attacked us today. But honestly, I don't think now is the time to worry about what people might think of us. With your incredible strength, don't you think you could convince them? If we can somehow get both sides to work together, stopping those monsters will be much easier. Singu agrees immediately. In his mind, he's amazed. This monster is incredibly rational, far beyond anything he imagined. At this rate, we might actually save Earth from the fate that destroyed other worlds. But he voices his concern. Saying it is easy, but doing it is another story. Elegoo waits for him to explain. Now here's the problem. First off, like I told you, I am not the king of humanity. Even if I tell people not to attack you, they won't listen. Second, humans really can't tell the difference between your kind and the enemy. There's probably nobody else who can communicate with you like I can. So forming an alliance won't be easy at all. And that's where we leave it. Elegoo can't help but agree. You make a very fair point. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are watching Jinwoo drop a hard truth. Elegoo isn't technically the king of all monsters on Earth yet, so he can't act as their official representative. Elegoo actually admits his mistake, agreeing that Jinwoo is right. He only rules the territories connected to this specific dungeon, not the entire planet. Now, pay attention here, because even though they are discussing war with humans, Jinwoo interrupts and calls him Eli, and that casual nickname really gets on his nerves. Without over-explaining, the main character suggests that since they both want the same thing, they should find common ground. Even if they can't make everyone cooperate right now, they can start by forming an alliance between just the two of them. This proposal from Jinwoo actually makes sense to Elegoo. An alliance between them sounds pretty promising. His eyes light up with pure joy as he says he trusts Jinwoo, his face locked in an excited grin. If they team up, they can reduce unnecessary fighting between humans and monsters, and who knows, maybe one day they will actually be able to reach a real peace treaty. Even Elegoo starts to feel the hype as it finally clicks. He is ready to take it one step at a time. Jinwoo holds out his fist, so, is he in? This is how humans show friendship, and obviously, Elegoo isn't going to miss out on this. He is officially in. The deal is sealed. That is when Sarayat slowly chimes in, joking that his boss is basically being tamed right now. Elegoo is annoyed and snaps at him to shut up, telling him he will be taking orders from now on. Then comes a friendly exchange where Jinwoo starts teaching Elegoo how to act when he meets a human. A lot of time passes, and Arin is absolutely stunned using humans to suppress monsters from another world. What will people say? Jinwoo goes quiet while discussing the situation, noting that the most important thing right now is damage control. They need to ensure those monsters can't break through, even if they have to adjust the plan. There are bigger problems to solve. Jinwoo's gaze becomes sharp as a blade as he asks Elegoo, "Do you actually plan on becoming the king of all monsters?" The question hits Elegoo deep in his soul. His eyes glow with excitement as he asks if Jinwoo will help him. Jinwoo just raises an eyebrow with confidence. Looking into those eyes, he doesn't even need to hear an answer. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he can now access the desert heaven directly from the rest area. This honestly surprises him. He didn't expect this place to connect back to the rest area, but it saves him the flight every single time. All of Elegoo's sharp edge disappears, replaced by a gentle vibe as he tells Jinwoo he is always welcome, calling him Gugu. You and I are seeing the same thing, right? From a terrifying beast to being called Gugu, Marina just can't stop laughing at the name. Looking at Elegoo acting like a happy giant cat, Jinwoo has no idea how to react. Who knew he would get a nickname? But Jinwoo isn't even annoyed. He just never saw that coming. He gets serious again, asking Elegoo if the first step in stabilizing his territory includes Jeju Island. It is always important to clean your own house before you go out and try to do big things. Elegoo just laughs and says he understands the deep meaning he is already on it and can handle the situation. While he does that, Jinwoo promises to gather more intel on other monsters so Elegoo can eventually control them all. If they can unite every monster on Earth, they will finally have the power to stop the upcoming attacks. And once all monsters are unified, the humans won't be able to just ignore his existence anymore. They will realize that having him as an ally is much smarter than making an enemy. Elegoo nods in total agreement. Then, Jinwoo points directly at him with a determined look. Next, Elegoo needs to learn how to talk to humans to communicate better. Jinwoo could be his spokesman, but then humans might think he is just a puppet under the main character's control. Elegoo gives a sharp, toothy smirk, showing that he completely understands the situation. If Jinwoo is willing to teach him, he will do his best to learn. Then Jinwoo asks to see his other abilities. He immediately raises his razor-sharp claws, ready to show off. Elegoo slams his claws into the ground, and a massive explosion of power sends sharp pillars of sand flying forward instantly. Marina is completely blown away, realizing he is on a totally different level of power. She figures he is probably similar to Jinwoo, but the main character admits he can't do that with his mana. He realizes that while Elegoo thinks he can only use this power near sand, he is actually very wrong about his limits. He turns to Elegoo and tells him he can actually use these powers even when there isn't any sand around. Elegoo is confused. He was born in the sand. You and I must see what happens. Alright, you and I are about to see Jinwoo drop some serious wisdom on a literal god. He explains he can only control sand. Actually, it is more accurate to say he can use his power anywhere sand can be created. He slams his fist down. The ground shatters under Jinwoo's sheer force, crumbling into a million pieces instantly, just like this. If you can break stone into sand, then just think of rocks as giant sand grains. Aaron watches, amazed by his simple logic. Elihu feels like he has finally seen the light. I get it now. I never thought of it that way before. I see your point now. According to you, I can use my power anywhere on this entire planet. Jinwoo nods happily. Exactly. Even in cities, buildings are mostly stone. Just break them, and you have your sand. Elihu starts laughing with pure joy. You have truly opened up a whole new world for me. With the lesson over, Jinwoo gives Elihu a sincere wave goodbye. Take your time to process this and get stronger. Let us meet again as better versions of ourselves. Elihu agrees, looking forward to it. Jinwoo calmly reminds him that their alliance is meant to protect Earth from any future invaders. He turns to Marina's group, ready to leave. Work here is done. Marina cannot hide her excitement. She really wants some of those cookies. Jinwoo quickly agrees, and they start heading back to the village. Suddenly, Surette appears right behind him. Jinwoo loses his patience. What do you want now? The stranger identifies himself as Surette. Jinwoo just frowns. Fine. Then just go home, Surette. Surette explains his boss sent him to be a messenger in case Jinwoo needs to make contact. He is honored, supposedly. Aaron looks skeptical. Your face definitely does not match the respectful words coming out of your mouth. Jinwoo sighs in annoyance. Maybe we can just put this guy to work on the farm instead. Later at a house in the village, Simong is super hyped. You tamed a monster? That is incredible. Jinwoo just shrugs. You can use him for whatever help you need around here. I know what you are thinking, from elite messenger to farmhand. Surette realizes his boss made a mistake as he starts farming in tears. Beto brings a box over, and suddenly Jinwoo turns into a cookie-stealing monster targeting Ruta. He successfully swiped the treats. She chases him, screaming about him being a thief, but he calls it rent. The scene shifts to the rest area. Aaron flies behind him, asking if they are finally heading to the deep-sea dungeons. Not yet, Jinwoo replies. We only go there once. Everything here is fully taken care of. Bai Cheese turns and asks if the master plans on heading back into the combined dungeons. Jinwoo gives a cryptic answer. Before diving into the unknown, I should master everything I already know. We will use the combined dungeons as a training ground. Arin blushes. Shocked, he sees them as just a convenient gym. Marina sounds interested and wants to go too, but Jinwoo flat out tells her no. He needs her to stay and clean up the mess Harryon left in Jeju. He needs her specific help for this task. Since she is not allowed to go, she pouts. Fine. I guess I will see you later then. But you better call me the moment you start fighting any real monsters. Jinwoo smiles to comfort her. You are already part of the alliance. I will call even if you do not want me to. Saria bows respectfully until their next meeting, while others wave their goodbyes. Jinwoo watches the three of them leave before turning around and speeding off. Alright, let us move. The Jeju monsters were just too weak. A notification pops up. 44,106 easy ant dungeons remain. Now watch this. The system asks how many dungeons to combine at once, and Jinwoo just says all of them. The interface warns him it will use 0.05% of his power to create a dangerous dungeon. Enter? Jinwoo pauses for a moment. Man, I guess there are not enough dungeons to actually make this challenging. Arin is at a loss for words. Whoever created this system clearly did not expect someone like him. They never imagined a guy who could clear out entire ant nests in just 2 runs. He looks seriously at the gate ahead. Jinwoo hoped for more dungeons. Bai Cheese adjusts his helmet, ready for battle. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see him crush this final ant nest. Let us go. With that, they charge into the dungeon with overwhelming pressure. As night falls, the houses below grow silent. A creak sounds as the door begins to open. Jinwoo and his friends eagerly step inside the home. All right, you and I are diving back into the chaos as the dungeons start merging. Arin warns him about the scale, but he notices the dungeon is massive anyway. Jingu looks around, calling out to the spirits. One spirit looks worried, asking if he is actually talking to them. Another spirit pipes up, sensing they should probably listen to him. They have no idea what is happening. Time passes in silence until the roll call echoes through the air. 32,154. A young boy raises his hand, reporting he is the last one. Jingu spent that time counting every single soul present. 32,154? That is insane. Aaron is shocked this is 10 times more than the usual 40,000 souls gathered from over 370,000 merged dungeons. Seha eyes widen over 70% increase? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jingu frowns, wondering what exactly changed in this world. Did the average difficulty jump up just a little bit? Since he cleared the super easy dungeons, the remaining players must be getting stronger too. Stronger players mean their souls last longer. I guess the increase in Earth total mana is also playing a big part here. Now watch this. He is about to make them an offer they cannot possibly refuse. Aaron just sighs at his bold attitude. He is becoming more shameless by the day. Beaches chimes in, noting how useful and powerful a spirit army could actually be. She thinks back to the past, realizing how much he has improved. Arin cannot help but agree. Back to Jingu, he is hyped, telling the spirits to follow him if they want to save their existence. While they hesitate, Bishi's continues her side chat with Aaron in the corner. Never mind what I said. Watching the situation, she sighs, realizing he does not really need their help anyway. Minutes later, one ghost gives in. Suddenly, they all cheer. They are absolutely thrilled to follow him. Aaron is stunned. It actually worked. Beaches just gives a casual shrug. Seha is excited too, but then a small boy nervously speaks up, calling out to his master. He apologizes for not saying it sooner the moment the dungeons merged. Something happened. One of the spirits broke away from the crowd and flew deep into the dungeon. Jingu is shocked. Arin suggests they might be searching for a god fragment, a very real possibility given the merge. Jingu pulls up his control panel, wondering if the dungeon difficulty has spiked. And yeah, you and I both know only a madman would celebrate a difficulty spike like this. Seha defends him, saying it is still just a basic dungeon to someone like Jingu. Meanwhile, Jingu summons a vehicle from his inventory. Here, take the keys. She is confused, asking if he is really giving it to her. He smacks his forehead. Is she crazy? Strategy time. You lead and clear the path. I will follow and sweep, while Seha cleans up anything left behind. Bisha stays calm, ready to get this over with. Seha, make sure you keep up. He is pumped, saying that is exactly what his wings are for. She takes off, accidentally clipping Seha as she goes. Jingu is hyped, ordering the charge. The vehicle rockets forward like a missile right in front of the spirits. They watch in total confusion. They have never seen a crazy tactic like this before. A girl nearby smiles, glad she decided to follow him. Outside, the small house sits in total silence. Beakis crashes through a wall. Master, there are still a few enemies we have not dealt with yet. Jingu is right behind her. He sees them, grabbing his black wolf claws and rushing in. The monsters panic. One shouts, thinking they would just head for the altar. They ask if that woman is his teammate. Jingu scoffs, resting his weapon on his shoulder. She is my subordinate, and I told her to smash your altar. It roars in fury. How dare they insult their holy ground? Their god, Hecto, will never forgive this. He blinks, repeating the name out loud. Hecto? Arin reminds him, is not that the same god the monsters back at Jeju mentioned? They once asked if he followed Hecto. Now Jingu remembers. The monsters explode in rage, ready for blood. The beasts lunged forward with pure killing intent, and you and I are about to see this fight end. Let's dive in. You and I are about to see Singu face an army of level 250 monsters. He channels energy into his wolfclaw weapon, thinking this might actually be fun. Singu focuses his aim, unleashing a massive blow that strikes countless enemies. The force sends them flying backward, pinning their bodies straight into the stone walls. Now watch this. He is completely speechless and stunned. What the hell? He thought they would at least try to dodge. He recalls the fight, seeing them manifest shields around themselves right before his strike landed. But did they really think that was enough? He drops his weapon, guessing their brains are just made of muscle. He coldly apologizes, noting that his weapon is no rubber hammer, as an invisible force levels the beasts. The monsters admit defeat against his unbelievable strength. Singu just laughs, telling them not to worry at all. Nothing will stop him from crushing their meathead bodies. Arin sighs, watching him play the villain once again. He finishes them off just as Zeha arrives, screaming out for his boss. The kid rushes in ready for a fight, only to find everyone already dead and devoid of any life. He can only offer a forced, awkward smile. Zeha realizes there is nothing left for him to do. The entire castle trembles violently, and the stone floor cracks under the fury of this battle. Standing atop the pile of corpses, Singu finally understands why they call this the Cave of the Strong. He tells Arin that every single monster here is just a mindless slab of muscle. One monster struggles to stand, gasping that his power is simply beyond all reason. It claims their god, Hecht, sent them to find a disciple. Singu wonders who this Hecht person is. The beast let out a mocking laugh. How could someone like him not know? It begins to describe the supreme being it worships. Hecht is a god who reached divinity through pure strength alone. He proved his might through total destruction, achieving greatness as a deity who only grows stronger by shattering everything. Hearing this, Singu is genuinely intrigued. He thinks they might actually get along, but Arin hits him, telling him to shut up. Ignoring her, he asks if this Hecht is basically the god of physical power. The monster proudly clarifies that he is the god who unites everyone through absolute force. Singu repeats the words, confused by the concept of unity. Suddenly, he realizes this dungeon is perfectly unified, unlike the merged ones he saw before. Metamor made the last one strange, but it seems the strongest dungeon has consumed all the others here. Let's pause and think about this for a second. Singu has encountered many gods before, but never one who possesses this much influence, ruling through absolute power. He gazes down at his own hands. Tell me, have you ever actually met your god in person? The monster growls that they are unworthy, grateful for even the tiniest fragment of power granted. Singu grips his weapon and sighs, finally understanding. A massive explosion of dust follows. Items begin pouring out from beneath his wolf claw. He clears the remaining monsters for loot, knowing he must eventually face this god named Hecht. This deity might hold the answers to the secrets hidden deep inside him. Suddenly, Kina calls out to her master, claiming that she has become stuck. Singu confirms her situation and tells her to return to him immediately. Right then, massive shadows emerge from the cracks in the walls. An army of monsters rushes forward with chaotic screams, desperate to capture the intruders. Arin suggests they move out and clear the mobs that Beaches is luring toward them. He nods in agreement with her plan. They need to clear the trash before facing the real threat. Singu lunges forward at lightning speed. Leaping high into the air, he prepares to strike the iron apes from above. He gathers an immense amount of energy. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see the destruction he's about to unleash on these mobs. Alright, stick with me as Singu shows these weak monsters zero mercy, taunting them from above until they scream in absolute rage at his brutal mockery. He doesn't stop there, instantly activating a skill and letting out a thunderous roar. Mary had a little lamb. One of the creatures actually gets goosebumps just hearing it. What on earth is that supposed to be? That split second of distraction costs it a shattered jaw from a direct hit. The rest aren't any luckier, as Singu quickly sweeps the entire pack of monsters away. Right then, Beaches announces her arrival to her master. He simply gives a cool, one-word response. From the distance, a massive racket erupts from the huge gaps torn into the walls. The war vehicle tears through at full speed. The monsters shout to each other, desperate to catch them. The leader orders them to kill the intruders, ruining Hector's sacred sanctuary. Singu just stands there patiently, waiting for Beaches to pass him by. With a satisfied smirk, he slams his heavy hammer into the charging horde the moment they get close. Eat this! The remaining beasts watch their friends get launched into the air, and every single one of them is terrified. Now watch this. A flash of light cuts through the shadows as a giant silver axe flies toward Singu, but he parries it effortlessly. He doesn't hide his excitement, grinning widely. It's been a long time since things were this fun. An armored warrior steps out with confidence, claiming that only a true fighter can find joy when facing a strong opponent like him. Mugang appears, declaring that the strongest warrior is known by their decisive words. That is how you distinguish the greatest, by the way they silence their enemies with such authority. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the monsters cheer together, ready for revenge. Singu just gives them a mocking little smirk, completely unfazed. Usually, getting revenge is my job. The giant laughs with doubt, wondering if Singu has faced their kind before, or if he is just talking big. Singu tilts his head, eyes sharp. Yeah, but they were way weaker than you guys. The enemy readies his blade, looking sharper than ever. Singu turns to Beaches and asks how many of these guys she can personally take down. She gauges them, grips her weapon, and says she can take 4. Singu is legitimately surprised. I will take 5 then. They completely ignore Mugang, making him explode with rage at being treated like a joke by this pair. In a heartbeat, the giant lunges forward, leaving his position behind. The whole pack charges forward, screaming at the top of their lungs about the absolute power of Hector. But Beaches isn't waiting. She guns her demonic motorcycle and roars toward them like lightning. Her momentum is so fierce that nobody can stop her. With just a few swift strikes, she raises her deadly sword technique high. Seconds later, Mugang is pinned firmly to the wall. 1 down, now let us divide the other 4 enemies between us. Despite the fatal wound, he gasps out that he hasn't died yet. She just sighs. Still not dead? A moment later, she finishes him off before he can even think of resisting her. The other monsters freeze in place. Her strength is beyond anything they expected. Chiga is sweating with worry. It is clear now that when she said she could solo 4 of them, she was not bragging at all. You and I both know they forgot one thing, Singu and his massive hammer. Pay attention. He mocks them as his hammer begins to vibrate, as if something is moving deep inside it. Turns out, Hector's followers are still struggling under the weight of his previous strike. They try to push back with everything they have, flexing their power. Singu raises an eyebrow, realizing they are actually trying to work together. He pulls back his weapon, but a terrifying aura of killing intent begins to radiate from his entire body, ready to crush everything in sight. Before they can even catch their breath, his hammer of heaven targets them individually. Unlike the last hit, this one is a direct, explosive strike that shatters the monster and leaves the ground shaking. Nothing but dust remains. But honestly, Singu isn't even happy with how this ended. He wanted to study how Hector's power works, but the dungeon system makes bodies vanish the moment they die. Beaches reassures him that there is still enough essence left in the fragments to complete their research. She senses more monsters nearby. Hector must have granted them strength, and is now controlling them with his own power. Singu realizes why they seem strong, but he's still not impressed. A true warrior is someone who knows how to control their strength. This casual conversation just pisses the Chiga group off. Even with their friends dead, they will not back down. Do you really think we will let you leave here alive? And that's where we leave it with the enemy claiming Singu is just a regular, clueless human. Stick with me, you and I are about to see if these demons can actually back up their big talk. Singu just smiles. Finally, a challenge worth his time. Chiga swings his axe instantly. Die. A heavy blow follows. Of course, someone else tries to sneak in. Now, he tries to exploit Singu's opening, but faced with being outnumbered, Singu does not flinch. A group fight? Fine by me. Seha and Bekis appear right on cue. Sorry, Singu says, but I brought my own team along too. Seha shouts with a spirit that never backs down. I will give it everything I have got, boss. Singu gives a calm reminder. Do not overdo it, just hold him off. I will finish this one, then deal with yours. That comment snaps Chiga's fuse. Deal with me? You are way too arrogant for your own good, kid. Chiga counterattacks while mocking him. Cocky until the end, huh? His strikes never stop. Do not you dare underestimate the High Demon Tribe. As he prepares one final swing, Singu's Chaos Tail slams in, shutting him down completely. A massive blow lands right in his gut. Just one move sends him flying back like a shooting star. Singu stands there, completely unharmed except for a bit of dust. Is that all the power you have? You are getting impatient. Hey, I know you are alive. Get back up. He keeps pushing. Pay attention here. If Chiga has got a trump card, he better use it before it is too late. Chiga's eyes glow. Fine. I will show you. A terrifying aura erupts, the true power of a high demon. But to Singu, it is just a bit of wind in his face. Chiga swings his axe with a roar, but Singu's heavenly punishment block catches it easily. Their weapons clash and bounce back. Chiga is not so lucky though. He nearly collapses under the sheer pressure. The fight is becoming a total snooze fest. Singu lets out a bored sigh. I thought you would last at least a second. I guess you are just another one of Hector's failed experiments. From that experience, he realizes the truth. It seems the mana used to maintain that armor was sucked into the body to increase strength, but in the end, it just caused an overload. It is doing more harm than good. Chiga is stubborn, refusing to touch the ground. It is not over yet. Singu ignores him. Arin already knows how he is. He does not waste time on losers who cannot take a hint. I am not even surprised, Arin sighs. Singu replies, those gray guys were honestly way better. Betcha speaks up from the sidelines. We are not finished. There is still something big waiting for us further in. You and I both know Singu loves a challenge. This just got interesting. You are right, that hidden presence. He is buzzing with excitement now. If this is really a den for the strong, then someone worthy of that title is waiting for us. Seha rushes back to the group. Seeing Singu, he stops quickly to report. Boss, scouting is done. He looks completely panicked. There are still orcs everywhere, and apparently, the ones in armor are the elites. Singu just scoffs. You call those things elite monsters? Give me a break. Those things are supposed to be elite monsters? Seha looks just as exhausted. They get much stronger the deeper we go. Singu wonders. Is the final boss just another armored orc too? Seha lands and nods. Based on what I overheard, that seems very likely, boss. Things are getting tedious. He falls into thought. Whatever, let us just keep moving. Outside, the building is eerily silent. But inside, Beatrice is unleashing her full power, tearing through the enemy ranks. Nearby, Singu leaves the orcs in a daze. Seha is not falling behind either, crushing enemies at his feet. After a long fight, a lifeless body slams into the stone floor with a heavy thud. Ha! With that, we are finally done. I am okay, boss, Seha pants, struggling to speak. Singu looks at him, totally confused. I did not even ask yet. Arin watches her teammate collapse in exhaustion, feeling deeply worried. This dungeon is brutal for Seha. Even though he is leveling up fast, his body and mind are being pushed to the limit. Singu watches Betches with admiration. Seha is lucky. He is squeezing every drop of growth out of this place. Betches nods. Good for him. Leveling up is always easier when your life is on the line. Arin just stares, speechless at their logic. After a short break, Seha wakes up with a grin. All right, I am rested. Let us keep going. Singu admires the persistence. Great spirit. Let us move out. Watching the two men march forward, Arin mutters, why could not he just say he is tired? Is that just male pride? He has got potential. I like that. Beatrice's voice makes Erin roll her eyes. Muscle brain. Instead of getting mad, Beatrice actually likes it. Good nickname. I will take it. Deep inside, a massive orc threatens them. Die, I will kill you first. Then chop the rest of you into tiny pieces. Singu sees the overconfidence and ends him instantly. After sending the enemy to the afterlife, he checks on his team. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this ends. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a total rookie step up and become a beast. Seha is healed, but the pain is still written all over his face. Arin pauses her work to explain. That pain is just the sign that you are still alive, you know? You should be grateful before I take that hand back. This leaves Seha totally flustered. Haha, okay, thank you. After so many battles, Singu feels much lighter. I have really started to master the flow of mana and power, but I still do not get how healing works. All I can do is boost Arin's power to the next level. Arin responds in pure shock. To her, that is even crazier. He is the only one who can actually do that. After treatment, Seha is healed. He struggles to stand and looks at her. Thanks to you, I am alive and standing. Seeing his teammates' grit, he nods with praise. Good. I can see you growing with every step you take here. Your level won't go up until the dungeon ends, but you are getting much better at handling these orcs, kid. Motivated by his boss, Seha feels recharged, gripping his weapon tightly. I will give it my all. A new door opens. Now, pay attention here. This is where the real challenge shows up. Singu leads the group, scanning the dark. From the shadows, a deep voice echoes. Iroda appears in shining armor, axe grip tight, looking like a total powerhouse ready to kill. I am Iroda of the 15-hectare Legion. You will regret treating me like those other pathetic orcs you have faced. Before the boss can even finish, Singu turns to Seha. He is just like the others, Seha, just slightly stronger. Go get him. Iroda fumes at the clear disrespect shown to him. You arrogant little brat, how dare you? However, Singu is already focused on what is behind the boss. He points it out. That must be the boss room. Seha understands perfectly, confidently declaring he is on it. Wings out, he charges toward Iroda. They collide instantly, shaking the entire room. Iroda screams in rage, how can a weak human read my moves like this? Seeing the enemy panic, Singu can't hide his amusement. Look at that, things are getting good. He won't survive after talking that much trash. Arin just nervously reminds them both to stay focused on the fight. Seha flickers in and out of sight, leaving Iroda confused. After taking a series of heavy hits, the boss groans in pain. Seha's shadow darts back and forth, his eyes locked on his opponent, calculating every single move for the finish. I can see his patterns when I focus on his mana. Let's see what happens if I target the armor itself. Seeing this massive growth, Singu looks more satisfied than ever. Seha has definitely reached a new level today. Risking your life is truly the fastest way to get stronger. Beatrice stands nearby and nods in total agreement. I concur. A true warrior is born only when facing death itself. Erin just stands there with a blank face. She judges them both silently. You two sound like barbarians. She yells out that Seha needs a bit more motivation to win. Really? He shouts in surprise. Arin nods firmly, her sharpened senses telling her exactly what the battlefield looks like now. After all the battles with Singu, I can read the flow of combat. Right now, I see the perfect opening here. You feel that too, right? To protect her comrade, a brilliant light erupts from her small hands to tip the scales. She summons a massive, glowing warrior, shouting to Seiha, "I am creating a holy wall to push the enemy back." Moved by the support, he thanks her. Irota mocks them, "You call yourselves warriors?" Singu just looks at him with contempt. How can he talk like that after all the orcs we have already crushed? He is just another loud mouth. Arin, hovering nearby, agrees completely. To keep the momentum going, the boss uses some extreme psychological tactics on Seiha, you better not lose after getting that buff. If you do, it is nothing but rice and syrup for a month. Arin is stunned by this cheering. Honestly, at least add an egg to that. Seiha feels the weight of the expectations. Full of fighting spirit, Seiha shouts back, "Do not worry, I have got this." Between the two massive powers, an explosion rocks the room. Shingu's group watches calmly as debris flies everywhere around them. As the dust and smoke clear, a blurry figure slowly begins to emerge from the center of the crater. Seiha smiles with satisfaction, holding his loot high. Singu praises him, "Well done." Seiha is thrilled to finally be acknowledged. "All right, time to move." He steps toward the mysterious iron gate that appeared in the back. Singu turns serious as he looks at the massive door. It is shrouded in a pitch-black, mysterious aura that feels strange. This reminds Singu of Ruta. The merchant Ruta isn't here today, making Aaron wonder why they didn't call her along. He scans the room one last time and mutters under his breath, "It is fine, I think." And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what is behind that door. Dive in. All right, you and I are about to watch Singu pull the most ridiculous move yet. Aaron is just totally fed up with Shingu's sudden attitude change and looks completely helpless. She is worried about the monsters up ahead. Do you really think the final boss will be an armored orc? If so, why would they ever follow a guy like Hector? Thinking back to all those orcs they have already defeated in battle, Aaron just cannot stop wondering about one thing. They failed to merge Hector's power with their own armor and ended up self-destructing in the end. So why on earth would they still choose to stay loyal to him? As she breaks it all down, the gravity of the situation starts to sink in. She has a point. Beaches finally chimes in. But what if we look at this from the opposite perspective? Maybe they trust Hector exactly because they are armored orcs and they know how unstable their bodies are. They cannot use their own armor properly, so they probably think Hector is the only one who can help them finally master its power. Singu starts to agree with everyone. It sounds pretty convincing, but in the end, things did not exactly go the way those poor orcs were hoping for. But watch closely, Beaches is starting to wonder if the monster behind this door actually succeeded. Singu just smirks and suddenly yells out, "Rock, paper, scissors." Arin's instincts kick in immediately, and she plays along perfectly, even though she has no idea what is actually going on right now. Boom, scissors beats paper. Singu cannot stop laughing. "I won. If it is a boss, then I am the one taking him down." Beaches just sighs at the childish game. "You are seriously such a handful." Even Seiha is impressed from the sidelines. Sometimes, he acts like a cat with 9 lives. Arin just laughs it off while Singu continues to play along like nothing is wrong. "I only act like this because I have only got 1 life to live." Enough joking around for now. He places his heavy hand on the massive door and pushes with all his might. A thin sliver of light cuts through the darkness as it opens. As it swings open, Beaches gives a sharp warning. There might be 2 bosses in there. Instead of being scared, Singu gets more fired up than we have ever seen before. "Then I will just have to go all out to handle them both." Torches light up every single path as they move deeper into the dark. Footsteps echo as a massive shadow looms in the distance. Singu is stunned by Hector's imposing and aggressive figure. Is it really just one armored orc? He is the same size as me. Without any hesitation, Singu charges in to take the lead. He grips his hammer with absolute confidence and a wild look in his eyes. "I'm going to end this whole thing in the first 3 seconds while he cannot move." One massive strike comes crashing down right on the orc's head, but Hector blocks it using only one hand, only leaving a tiny crack in his armor. Shingu's confidence turns to pure shock in an instant. He actually blocked it? He shouldn't even be able to move at all. Is it because of that weird armor? Frustrated by the lack of damage, Singu doubles down on his attack. "This is straight up cheating, you bastard." A massive explosion rocks the entire room from the impact, but as the thick smoke finally clears, Hector just stands there with a sneer. "You pathetic little brat." Singu realizes his attacks are not doing a single thing. Now here's the pivot you and I were waiting for. Shingu's 3 seconds are up, and he is finally realizing he should have used his full power from the very start instead of holding back. Hector prepares his counterattack immediately. "Take this, you little brat." A massive wave of force slams directly into Singu before he can even react, sending him flying across the room. He is completely stunned by that level of power. I get it now. He actually pulled off the impossible. The others watch in horror as Singu is blown away by that single strike. "Master." Singu hits the ground hard but tells his team he is fine. "Stay back," he says. "This guy is a real opponent." Even Hector is impressed. Being able to block my strike like that, you are not half bad. But a true warrior never sneaks up on his enemies. You have already failed. He lunges forward with everything he has got, shattering the ground beneath them. Singu just laughs and mocks him back with a smirk. Ha! Then I guess all of your subordinates failed just as miserably as you are about to. Hector completely loses his cool at the insult. You fake warrior. Just shut up and die already. But Singu easily dodges the next massive incoming strike with a smirk. Beaches watches the fight and can't believe her eyes. Aerial combat? Is he really using his mana to pull off the impossible like that? This is getting insane. The battle rages on with intense force, and Hector is genuinely stunned by Singu's reckless and life-risking fighting style. You are just wasting all your mana. There is no class or style to the way you fight. It is just brutal and messy. Singu just shrugs it off with a grin. So what? Real warriors like you mostly fight with their big mouths anyway. He grips his hammer tight with a smirk. I really do not care what a monster like you thinks of me. Let's go. I will show you who I really am. His entire body erupts in a brilliant golden aura. Aaron just cannot handle the cringe and screams and frustration. This is so embarrassing for all of us. But Seha is all in, cheering him on with everything he has got. Go for it, boss. Hector is absolutely fuming at Singu's arrogance and starts screaming insults at him. You total bastard. He charges forward with his weapon drawn, screaming at the top of his lungs in pure rage. So, what do you and I think? Is this prideful orc about to get a reality check? Let's find out next time. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to see Singu stay chillingly calm against this beast. Sensing he is being read, Hector screams even louder, clashing again and again with enough force to shatter the earth. As the battle heats up, Beaches watches in awe, amazed that this orc is actually keeping up with their master. Even Singu feels the adrenaline pumping, thinking to himself that this is getting genuinely fun. The synchronization between the orc's body and armor is flawless, just as Kina predicted. Singu lets out a sharp, sly smile, realizing that calling this thing just an armored orc might be a bit rude. The great demon pauses as Singu lands a direct hit, mocking the enemy for being such a talented actor. With half his face in the shadows, Singu's grin widens as he whispers the name of the being before him, Hector. His three teammates are absolutely floored by this reveal, unable to believe they are facing the legendary Hector. Now pay attention, because once he is exposed, Hector stops playing dumb, while the dungeon level suddenly spikes way up. Hector laughs, praising Singu for being so sharp and demanding to see every ounce of the human's power. Since his identity is out, Hector notes that Singu must have experience fighting other gods. Singu doesn't deny it, simply stating that while Hector is strong, he has seen much worse. Deep down though, he's worried, remembering how Ria's situation was completely different from this one. Ria had possessed a weak monster, but this armored orc is on a whole different level of danger. Singu demands to know the truth. How did Hector manage to bypass the entire dungeon system? Hector looks satisfied as he explains he has known how these dungeons work for a very long time. They are built from the traces of players, and with Singu's sharp intuition, the pieces start falling into place. He realizes this dungeon was built around Hector because that creature is carrying a literal fragment of the god. Suddenly, the orc's entire body erupts with a strange, suffocating energy. Hector's voice turns cold, warning Singu that even without his original body, his concentrated soul is enough to crush him. A massive explosion of sound echoes through the chamber. As things get desperate, Beaches tells the others to get behind her while Singu charges forward. Facing the god's aura, Singu shows zero fear, mocking Hector for talking way too much. He stands like an unbreakable pillar against the storm, leaving Hector completely stunned. Hector can't understand how a mere human is still standing after facing a god's divine wrath. Singu tells him to quit playing around and get serious, delivering a blow that rings out like a bell. Seeing his opponent forced into a defensive position, Singu presses the attack, sneering at the god for being so pathetic. Hector can only desperately block the relentless assault as Singu mocks him, hoping this isn't his full power. I know what you're thinking, how is a human this strong? Hector is wondering the exact same thing. Earth is a world that just entered its new era, meaning there's a strict limit on the mana anyone can hold. Yet, Singu's overwhelming presence sends Hector into a total state of panic. He can't wrap his head around how such ridiculous power exists, right before Singu's final strike sends him flying. Realizing he's getting absolutely demolished, Hector recalls an old legend about a creature with an innate skill appearing on a weak world like Earth. He once thought it was impossible, but now he mumbles in realization. It finally clicks for Hector, and he screams that Singu's innate skill doesn't even use mana. Singu's power is pure physical force. He was born on Earth as a true candidate for godhood. Singu is losing his patience, telling the god that if he's done talking to himself, it's time to end this. He activates his great strength skill, causing his body to undergo a violent and powerful transformation. His movements become a blur of raw power, forcing a desperate Hector to reach for his wine. Hector tries to block a heaven-shattering strike, but Singu's grip is like iron as he stares him down. With one final, thunderous roar, Shingu's strike shatters Hector's weapon into pieces and crushes his spirit. And that's where we leave it. Shingu has mastered mana control while using his physical skills. Truly insane, right? You and I are about to see a brand new active skill unlock. With the repeat innate skill, you can now cast your active abilities a second time without consuming any extra mana. Shingu is absolutely thrilled about this epic advantage as he prepares for the next phase of the fight. He even tries to taunt his opponent, knowing that simple strikes won't be enough to finish him. Is it time to pull out your ultimate trump card? Or are you just going to give up right now? Even after taking a brutal beating, Hector still struggles to his feet once again. He laughs, admitting he truly underestimated Shingu and how weak this stolen body actually is. Hector keeps making excuses, claiming a shell is just a shell, no matter how good it looks. He insists the host he possessed from the very beginning was a failure, a weakling that could never hold his true power. Shingu just looks at him with pure disgust, telling him he looks pathetic. Hector suddenly agrees, admitting that as a mere armored shell, he has suffered a total and complete defeat. Arin sees this and starts to worry. She bets that he is about to do something absolutely crazy. Seha joins in too, noting that the villain is just spouting a bunch of empty, hollow words. Now watch this carefully. Hector raises one arm as his armor gets wrapped in a swirling vortex of energy. Everything nearby starts floating, pulled toward him by some terrifying, invisible force. Beaches senses the danger and tells the team to hide. Shingu starts to panic, wondering if those eyes are watching him with such intense, deadly focus. He realizes he will be sucked in if he lets his guard down even for a second. This monster is draining energy from everything around him. The Utna armor is restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. As Hector raises his weapon, it is easy to see that even his physical body is undergoing a terrifying transformation. After fully healing himself, the villain speaks with a satisfied tone. To be honest, he says, I am actually starting to like you. Even though his opponent has completely changed, Shingu keeps an optimistic smile. If you mean that we are similar, then I would. But suddenly, Hector cuts him off with a mocking laugh. He laughs at the way Shingu brags about knowing everything, claiming it is all just an act to try and stand at the very top. Even if you do not want to admit it, you are exactly the same as I am. Those arrogant words make Shingu dark with rage as he grinds his teeth together. Hector slowly lowers his weapon, looking confident. He acts like a superior being granting a blessing, saying that because Shingu surprised him today, he will show him a level of power that he cannot even begin to imagine. His entire body looks reborn from the dead, radiating a clear and deadly aura of strength. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Shingu grips his hammer tight to continue the challenge. Fine, let us do this. You dog god, I am going to crush you. He releases a massive burst of energy without a single trace of fear. Seeing this, Hector realizes he cannot take this kid lightly anymore. Just as he expected, you really are impressive. He summons a powerful wave of energy, his voice growing deep and heavy as he shouts that this still is not enough to stop his true might. Suddenly, Shingu sees his own exclusive skill being copied right before his eyes. You and I both saw that coming, right? Shingu looks completely stunned as his signature move is copied. The two massive axes collide, sending shockwaves through the entire area. Facing Hector's insane power, he can only struggle to hold his ground while letting out a pained groan. He gets kicked far away with ease. Seeing him retreat, the villain angrily asks if he is running away, because he can finally measure the massive gap in their strength. After taking the full force of that enemy attack, Shingu spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. He glares at Hector with eyes that want to crush him into dust. Hector's axe whistles through the air again and again as the battle continues. The villain continues to mock him, asking where all that big confidence from before has gone. Shingu is being crushed by this overwhelming momentum, barely holding on while making sounds of pure agony. Seeing him struggle, Hector points his axe toward him, claiming that was just a simple swing. I really hope you are not planning on giving up the fight already. With those words, Hector charges forward. Take this. He screams as he brings down a devastating strike right on top of Shingu. He coughs as he struggles against the enemy's overwhelming force. But standing against the power of a god, Shingu is sent flying right into the back wall. His teammates panic immediately, and Arin screams his name in total terror. After the smoke clears, his body is suddenly wrapped in a glowing red light. Even though the wall behind him is shattered, Shingu manages to sit back up. Thinking about what just happened, he feels a wave of internal shock. That hurt so much. If I had not activated my scale defense, I would be dead for sure. Hector walks toward him, acting like he actually cares, and asks him how he is feeling. He looks down at him like a pathetic creature, saying more cruel words. Are you worried because this is the first time you have completely lost control of a situation? Shingu looks at the enemy in front of him, trying his best to stand up even though he is exhausted. Witnessing this complete reversal, he cannot help but feel deeply worried. He is too strong. I really underestimated this dungeon. I should have thought about the consequences of merging all these dungeons together from the start. Looking at his terrified teammates, Singu feels a spark of true despair. It is not just his life on the line anymore. Using his sharp, demonic senses, Hector cheers with joy, saying he can smell the scent of fear. I bet this is the very first time you have ever felt that emotion. His hand reaches out slowly, his voice sounding almost soothing but carrying a deadly threat. Do not worry, and trust me, you and I are about to witness the true conqueror of power as he prepares to make everything his own. Alright, let's dive into a story where the villain thinks he's already won. He wants to turn our main character into his ultimate disciple because their compatibility is just that high. His hand reaches for Singu like a predator grabbing its prey. But hearing those twisted plans, Singu doesn't hesitate to call it complete and total nonsense. Hector swings his massive axe with pure contempt. He couldn't care less what a mere human thinks about his grand design. The monster pauses for a second before deciding to deliver the killing blow. All that matters is that he's decided to own Singu. Luckily, even though he's totally exhausted, Singu managed to dodge just in time. Seeing his prey slip away only makes Hector even more excited. He swings that heavy axe back and forth again. This time, the strike is aimed directly at him with lethal intent. Unable to evade in time, Singu coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. His body slams into the hard ground once more. Seeing Singu just taking the hits without fighting back, Hector gets bored. He demands the boy finally show off his hidden trump cards. If he doesn't have any, the villain pauses. His armor starts absorbing every bit of energy from the earth around them. Now pay attention here. Hector summons every bit of his hidden power, radiating a force so intense that he demands Singu finally bow down before his might. The enemy was already strong, but now he's terrifying. Singu watches as the monster starts draining all the surrounding mana into himself. Even if he hates admitting it, that skill looks exactly like his own mana drain technique. Wait, is it just similar? Singu has a sudden realization, and his eyes widen in pure shock at the truth. He struggles to his feet, feeling like he's finally grasped the truth. He drives his weapon, the dark shroud, into the earth and holds on tight, letting his entire body become more silent than ever before. Hector mocks his serious expression, asking if he's saying his final prayers. Soon, those prayers will be dedicated to him. Arin watches from the sidelines, confused by Singu's strange behavior. Singu, why aren't you moving? Seha wonders if he's simply taken too much damage to move. He's just standing there like a statue in the middle of a war zone. Beaches even draws her spirit sword, preparing herself to charge into the fray because things look too dangerous. But Singu's voice suddenly echoes clearly in her mind, telling her to stop. Through their mental link, he urgently warns his teammates to stay back. He has one final plan left to play. Singu clenches his teeth, trying to reassure Beaches through their connection. He just needs her to trust him one last time. Hector's patience is hitting its limit. He's waited for Singu to do something, but he won't stay here waiting all day. This is getting boring. He charges forward, summoning a terrifying power from beneath the earth that sends debris flying everywhere. He brings down a devastating strike meant to destroy the entire ruin. Instead of panicking, Singu stays focused on the timing. He realizes the moment is finally right. Suddenly, he's wide awake and ready to unleash everything. Right then, Overlord Sanctuary activates. The shockwave is so intense it blasts every inanimate object far away from the center. Hector's body is swallowed by a blinding light. He screams in agony, wondering how his power could possibly be broken like this. You and I saw that coming, right? The system confirms Overlord Sanctuary is level 2, meaning Singu successfully tried to steal his opponent's power. He admits it directly to his face. Singu didn't think he could actually pull off such a crazy move. Hector loses all control and charges in a blind rage. How dare a mere human mock him like this? Wasn't his natural skill supposed to be pure strength? Singu readies himself for the final clash, coldly declaring that he's wrong. A massive explosion of energy erupts from Singu's position. Arin's group struggles just to keep from being blown away by the blast. Faced with this absolute technique, Hector finally understands the truth. He's been completely outplayed by a human. Before being erased from existence, the warrior tries to get one last word out to his opponent. He says their dreams are aimed at the same place. As the enemy turns to dust, Singu finally relaxes and sighs. The familiar system notification pings. Hector's vessel is destroyed, and major damage has been dealt to his main body. Hector's influence on Earth has dropped 6.5%. Arin rushes over immediately, asking if Singu is okay. She flies close, her wings spreading wide as she offers to heal him. She tells him to deactivate his scales first. He tells her he's fine, and will recover soon. Beaches watches them from a distance, her eyes fixed on the pair. Removing her helmet, she can't hide her joy as she praises her master for surviving such a dangerous fight. Suddenly, something new appears. Huh? The system shows a detailed update of his progress through the trials he just completed. Wow, it's been forever since I leveled up this much. He looks at Arin, and they share a confused glance. Once the information sinks in, Singu lets out a sudden shout that nearly jump scares poor Arin. Ah, I completely forgot about this. Exhausted from the brutal battle, Singu collapses onto a nearby rock with a tired groan. So what do you and I take from all this? Dealing with a level up after fighting Hector is apparently just one big, exhausting headache. Arin just nods in agreement. He's absolutely right about that. Meanwhile, Siha is looking pretty rough. She's literally about to lose her lunch from all the stress. Suddenly, the system floods him with stats. He's so used to these endless notifications that he barely even notices the noise. He's officially hit level 172, and his power is climbing. But Baichis has other questions, asking if he actually secured Hector's fragment. Singu just stands there, totally stunned. He frantically searches his pockets, muttering about having it. Then, he pulls out an unexpected bonus reward instead. It's a fragment of Fruta. Singu is baffled because he's never even heard of this god before. But that's not all. He's holding a much darker stone in his other hand, looking completely lost. A black diamond? He killed Hector's vessel, so why is this happening? None of this makes sense right now. Now pay attention, because Baichis has a theory that might explain this whole mess. She guesses that since Hector absorbs power from others, he must have stolen another god's essence at some point. He was so afraid of losing his own soul today that he probably dropped this fragment while running away. Singu nods along. Given the situation, it's honestly the only logical explanation for why they have these items. It means Hector can steal power, but he can never truly make it his own. He's just a thief. Regardless, getting a different god's fragment is actually a win, since their abilities are so similar. He stares at the glowing piece, hoping it'll finally give them the edge they need. Baichis agrees. She's been waiting for this, because it'll help him master his own chaotic abilities much faster. Instead of celebrating, Singu just sighs and makes a face. He's annoyed because this fragment actually smells like that disgusting villain. He hates the stench, but he's still focused on the team. They'll figure out what to do with it later. He could feed it to his hammer or turn it into mana. The options are there. Baichis quickly suggests that he could turn it into a powerful new skill, just like he did with soul control. Singu loves that idea. Another powerful skill would be a lifesaver in a mess like this. He thinks back to how close they came to failing, and his resolve hardens. Without his Chaos Scale and Overlord Heart, he would have been dead, and more importantly, the others would have died with him. He closes his eyes, fighting the fear that this nightmare could easily happen again. Once he's calm, he gives the order. From now on, they have to play it safe. Arin shoots him a look. He said the exact same thing last time they were in trouble. But trust me, you and I can see he's dead serious this time. Hector's vessel was beyond insane. Singu is drowning in guilt. He keeps telling them it's his fault for merging too many dungeons together. He's sorry for dragging them into this. His words hit the three of them like a physical blow. Seha can't stand seeing him blame himself like this. She tells him to stop. Nobody was dragged anywhere. They're all here because they chose to be. Arin backs her up. There's zero reason to apologize. But Singu just won't let it go. He insists that the danger they faced today was real, and that won't ever change. He says he has to own his mistakes to move forward, leaving his teammates speechless. Seha is shocked. She never realized just how much he actually cared about their safety. Arin keeps trying to reassure him. From the moment he saved her life, she's belonged to him. So he shouldn't be apologizing like this. They believe in him. They want him to do whatever he wants. Those simple words bring a warmth to his heart. He softly whispers her name. Suddenly Arin turns away, acting all Sundar. She claims it's not like he ever listens to them anyway. She jokes that he's probably just saying this so he can cause even more trouble. Singu just smiles at her shy reaction, telling her she's actually pretty cute in this moment. Arin gives him a playful smile, reminding him that everything in this world, including all these dungeons, is deeply interconnected. Nothing is absolute. Just look at this place. The second Hector appeared, the difficulty spiked. And that's where we leave it, remember? In this world, no dungeon is ever truly safe. Alright, you and I are jumping into a story where every single breath is a life or death gamble. Stick with me, you are about to see Arin give Singu a serious reality check about staying focused. Do not get too discouraged over a small setback like this, okay? We are here because we chose to trust you. Hearing that absolute faith from his team, he finally smiles. Thanks. Singu stands tall and declares that everyone has officially agreed to follow him straight into hell itself. I am counting on you all. But hearing the next location is no joke. Seha completely freezes up. Hell? We will deal with that later. He quickly calms the nervous group, telling them to be ready. No backing out now, Seha. Singu shouts for everyone to move out and go claim their big reward. The team stands hyped in front of a massive iron door. He pushes it open, revealing a mysterious light. Arin cheers at the sight of an ivory altar, perfect for using all the essences they have collected. By the way, there is something specific you really need to pull this time. She flies over to remind him. Looking closely at him, she decides it is finally time for him to wear some actual armor. Singu looks thoughtful. Seeing him lost in his own head, Arin keeps nagging and reminding him not to ignore her. You cannot delay this anymore. He nods, finally agreeing to stop stalling, which actually catches her by surprise. You are right. He admits his weapons cannot really get any stronger than they already are right now. Besides, we have been talking about getting me a set of armor for a pretty long time anyway. Now pay attention here, because Singu is finally ready to listen to Arin and pull for some legendary gear. Witnessing this massive change in his attitude, she acts like a proud mother watching her kid grow up, which just makes Singu feel totally awkward. Suddenly, she suggests splitting the essences instead of dumping them all at once to increase their gacha luck. That actually sounds like a solid plan, so he immediately agrees to her logic. Right, we need a high-tier set, so let us divide these into 10 separate pulls. Looking at the piles of small bags, Arin happily calculates that they should definitely land an A-rank item. Hearing those predictions, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Fine, let us get straight to it then. It is time to test his luck as the treasure bags are emptied across the stone table, glowing brightly. The four of them watch intently until Arin spots something incredible and calls out Shingu's name. Her face turns to pure shock as she points a trembling finger toward the new loot. That is a rank A2 plus fire sword. Arin screams with excitement at the glowing blade before them, but Singu just looks disappointed. Why are you so hyped? This is not even what we were looking for. She cannot take her eyes off it, apologizing because the weapon is just too beautiful to ignore. He sighs and moves to the next bag. It was unlikely to get the target immediately, so let's retry. After searching through bag after bag, various rare weapons are now scattered all over the floor. You and I see super rare loot everywhere, but Shingu's face is just getting darker and darker. However, he is not a quitter. He grits his teeth and declares that he is not giving up yet. Arin starts getting nervous as Singu grabs the very last bag with every ounce of his soul. Treasure spills out again and Arin gasps. Wait, look, that is a high-tier Grand Devil essence over there. Singu hears her cheering but remains skeptical, letting out a low hum of doubt. Fine. I just hope this thing is actually worth something. A majestic light shines from the item as the system displays its impressive stats and hidden powers to him. Wow, this is the best item we have seen so far. We actually got lucky. Singu just facepalms. Everyone should just take whatever helps them. Arin looks confused by his reaction. Haha, thanks. With this new power, I can definitely make the whole team much stronger now. Even so, it is not enough to make Singu crack a single smile. Her eyes suddenly land on a dark stone on the floor. Is that the fragment Hecate dropped earlier? He picks up the piece of Frutani, wondering if they should check out its hidden information right now. And trust me, that S-rank fragment is the cliffhanger you and I have been waiting for. Alright. You and I are diving into the moment the team finds an S-rank core. Arin can't contain her excitement, shouting that she's never seen anything this rare in her entire life. Singu, on the other hand, is a bit skeptical. To him, it just looks like a black diamond, even though it's supposed to be a legendary black dragon core. Wait. Singu freezes as a realization hits him like a truck. If they called him one of his kind, then that could only mean one thing. Beaches catches on instantly, her eyes widening. She whispers in shock that the enemy was actually a dragon who had ascended to godhood. Singu can't help but joke, noting that she's surprisingly talkative today. Beakus keeps piecing it together. If he was a dragon, it explains his reckless nature and why he relied so heavily on pure physical strength. Since they both share dragon lineage, Singu tries to play it cool, but when he calls himself human, Becky's just gives him a look of total confusion. Realizing she doesn't get the hint, he quickly changes the subject. Honestly, they have way more important things to worry about right now. First, they need to finish this. Since this is a high-grade material, he wonders if Beta can use it to upgrade his Nightfall cloak. But Beckus jumps in to remind him that while Beta is a talented blacksmith, he is still just a kid. She believes it's way too early for a beginner to be handling materials of this insane rank. Seeing the pushback, Arin chimes in with a wild idea. What if they just toss it into the altar instead? Singu is definitely taken aback. Seeing his confused face, she explains that while it might not explicitly mention armor upgrades, there's no rule saying it won't work. If they combine it with other essences, the results could be epic. Singu likes her logic. Even if he's starting to feel completely exhausted, he tosses the gear like small sacks, the sound of gems clashing filling the hall. Singu even says a dramatic goodbye to his beautiful stones, as the group watches a dim light transform into a massive dark explosion. When the smoke clears, Singu isn't exactly impressed with what he sees. He mumbles that it looks like he just birthed something truly evil, making Arin beg him to stop being so creepy. Now, pay attention to what drops out of that purple glow. It's a legendary dragon gauntlet with some seriously dangerous hidden skills. Singu gasps in disbelief at the single gauntlet, while Arin starts geeking out over the insane stat window. It's an S-rank piece with an A-rank debuff attribute, meaning he finally has armor that doubles as a lethal offensive weapon. Before she can even ask if he wants to try it, Singu has already strapped the strange-looking gear onto his arm. He looks at his reflection and feels a bit awkward, admitting that the vibe is definitely a little weird. Siha laughs, pointing out that it looks odd because it's the only armor he's wearing. Arin thinks he looks like those max-level players, you know, the ones who run around half-naked just because they've reached the absolute peak. Singu is speechless at her weirdly specific imagination, but he figures having some protection is better than having nothing at all. Suddenly, the air changes, and Singu completely freezes in place. Panicked, Arin asks what's wrong, thinking a debuff might have triggered, but Singu's expression is filled with pure doubt. It's not a debuff. He stares at the gauntlet, realizing the item is actually trying to resonate with his own soul. Resonance? Arin is lost, but Singu closes his eyes and tells her to wait. He knows exactly how to handle this. A surge of power erupts from his core as he summons his chaos form right then and there. Watch closely as his natural abilities kick into overdrive, making his body transform and grow new dragon scales. Arin can only scream his name in terror as the dragon gauntlet finally synchronizes perfectly with his chaos scales. Singu is now encased in a specialized shell, boasting level 6 scales and a level 5 tail, making him faster and sharper than ever before. When he finally powers down, Seha rushes over to check on him, but Singu just grins, feeling the new power humming. Seha is floored by the transformation, telling him he looks absolutely incredible and that the power jump is unreal. He can't even imagine what would happen if Singu managed to collect the rest of the matching armor set. Singu isn't sure if it only works for the gauntlet, but he admits that the idea of a full legendary set sounds pretty tempting. Suddenly, another shift happens, sending him back into a state of pure shock as energy starts pouring out again. He panics, wondering if it's not over yet as his mana starts redlining and spiraling out of control. But he quickly regains his grip, realizing that his body is naturally absorbing one of these massive new energy sources. The other power source slots itself perfectly into his core before completely soaking through his skin and merging with him. Not only did his debuff resistance jump to level 15, but he's now also completely immune to acid damage. Seha and Arin are practically jumping with curiosity, and honestly, you and I are just as shocked by this massive power-up. Check this out. You and I are watching Singu unlock a massive power jump while checking this gauntlet. It is resonating with his soul, giving him more mana than he has ever felt before. This realization leaves her completely stunned as she tries to figure out his limits. How did he get all this from just one artifact? Singu retracts the scales, calmly explaining he is used to it now. His next goal is collecting even more armor. Right then, Arin looks totally drained and starts begging him for a break. Fine, let us head home first. I do not want to see another ant nest for a long time, and Singu is definitely on board with that idea. He agrees completely, but suddenly a loud shout cuts through the air. The spirits of the others are calling out for their master. Do not forget about us, master. The sudden voice gives him a serious heart attack. What? Beaches is quick to notice the change in their numbers. Those ghosts, why do I feel like there are way more of them now? Instead of worrying, Singu is grinning like he just hit the jackpot. They must have been moved by my incredible fighting skills. He stands before the ocean of spirits and makes a grand announcement. Fine then, follow me. I am taking all of you with me. Seeing his reckless attitude, Arin is in total shock. That is so bold. Even Ziha is left speechless and deep in thought. Now pay attention, because the system just updated. Those level 10 souls have made Singu's power truly terrifying to witness. He can even appoint a general now. After a grueling session of absorbing them all, Singu is exhausted but keeps pushing. 32,000 souls. Absorbing them all at once is way more exhausting than I ever imagined it being. Beaches nods along, noting that his army has grown once again. Looking at the glowing seal on his hand, he cannot help but agree with her. Yeah, even the shape of the seal has changed. Plus, I can designate a general, which will be incredibly useful. Singu looks at his 3 teammates and suggests they finally head back. It has been a long day for everyone. Arin is fully on board. As the heavy doors swing open, bright sunlight spills into the dark corridor. Arin flies out, cheering at the top of her lungs. There is truly no place like home. Singu looks relieved, praising the team for a job well done. Everyone, go rest. Then he turns to the person behind him. Kana, come with me. I need to go see Beto. She quickly accepts the order. You got it. Back in town, it is broad daylight. Beto is staring at a bullet in his hand with intense focus. Suddenly, Singu appears, breaking the quiet mood. We are back. The boy stops what he is doing and cheers happily. Master, big sister. Seeing his beloved sister finally home, Beto rushes into Beach's arms. She smiles, praising her little brother for his hard work. I am so happy to see you did well on your own. Even Singu thinks the moment is absolutely adorable. It is like he just returned from a war that lasted an entire year. The boy lets go and asks about the dungeon. Hey, how was the dungeon raid? Singu keeps it simple and honest. Everything went perfectly fine. I am actually here to ask you for some armor. I need something that can withstand a single fatal blow. Hearing the request, Beto looks deep in thought. Something to survive a fatal strike? That might be possible if it is a single-use item. Realizing the boy understood exactly what he wanted, Singu praises him. Just as expected. You really are a genius. But there is no rush. So go enjoy some time with your sister first. Okay? He pats Beto on the head, and the boy agrees. Yes, master. With his request placed, Singu turns to leave. I will be back later. He shuts the gate behind him and walks off. But the moment he is gone, Beaches pulls the door open to follow. You saw that too, right? Why is she following him instead of staying with her brother? However, he is met with total silence. Singu gives in and asks if she wants to take a walk around the village with him. Under the scorching sun, Serd is digging in the dirt and complaining. Why has my life turned into this miserable mess? Singu leads Beaches into the field and calls out to him. Hey, Serd. The exhausted man asks if he is finally back. He trudges over to report some news. There is a message from Master Elegoo. He says he is almost done with internal affairs. Singu is visibly surprised. Really? Serd continues the important update. He said he might need your help very soon, but he will try. That is incredible. I actually came here to show you something that might help him out. Serd looks on, curious. A mysterious blue light erupts from the seal. Within seconds, an entire legion of spirits begins to summon right there. Serd jumps back in pure shock, actually letting out a scream. Singu proudly introduces the massive group standing behind him. This immortal army is more than enough, and trust me, you and I are about to see him lead them into battle soon. He stares at the massive army in total disbelief. A force this huge? You are an absolute monster, Singu. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action as Simon and his wife walk out and stumble upon an insane sight. Nobody seems to notice Seret muttering to himself while swinging on a rope, calling Singu the real monster here. Seeing everyone finally gathered, Singu asks Simon about his family, noting that the baby seems to be growing well. Mona offers a warm, welcoming smile to the family's most important guest as they settle in. Singu happily replies, telling her not to worry since he didn't do much, and suggests she goes back to rest. He is really just here to see Seret, who wipes sweat from his brow and thanks Singu for the ghost army. It is a touching moment for a split second until things take a turn. As soon as Seret looks up, Singu orders the spirits to help out while Seret handles all the heavy farming. After giving out all his instructions, Singu leaves feeling satisfied that everything is finally taken care of. He notices Bichez still following right behind him and asks why, to which she hesitantly asks if he forgot something. Now pay attention, because this is the moment Singu realizes he forgot a major notification from the system. Oh, the general position? She suddenly looks shy, and seeing her cold expression melt into embarrassment makes Singu laugh. Good grief, you could have just told me. You are actually pretty cute, he says, while Beaches looks away. I did not want to because the choice was ultimately yours, she replies, as the seal on his hand begins to glow. He looks at the mark and tells her that despite not knowing her long, he knows exactly how loyal she is. Kana, I am giving you the rank of general. She solemnly accepts the responsibility, kneeling down to show her deep respect. His hand hovers just above her head as a surge of blue energy erupts, completely surrounding the body of Beaches. A glowing seal appears right in the middle of her forehead, looking exactly like the one on Shingu's hand. After granting her the power, he encourages her, knowing the pressure will only grow as the army expands. Beaches does not hesitate for a second, claiming she can handle it as a pillar of light shoots into the sky. She absorbs the power easily, and the system confirms her new role, allowing Singu to use his powers more freely. Singu looks absolutely satisfied with the result, feeling like everything is finally falling into place. The seal on the back of his hand glows once more, and the entire spirit army is summoned out. Standing before them all, he commandingly orders them to form groups of 100 and start patrolling the entire earth. Kill every monster you find and bring the mana stones back to me, he says, as they obey like machines. After dismissing them, he turns to Bichez, admitting his burden is lighter now that she is in charge of the global groups. This realization starts to make Beaches feel the true weight of her new position. I know what you are thinking, that is a lot of pressure to carry. Singu reaches toward the sky, noting that he cannot even imagine how powerful the 7 archangels really are. To defeat them, I have to be even stronger. He thrusts a fist into the air with burning determination. Beaches watches with admiration, thinking it is natural for a man who has already surpassed all other mortals to challenge gods. As they walk together, Singu continues to ramble, joking that he still technically cannot win against his own parents. His energetic storytelling is cut short by a phone call, and he is shocked to see his father's name on the screen. He picks up the phone, sounding incredibly cautious as he offers a simple hello. On the other end, a mysterious man asks Singu how he has been doing lately. He gazes off into the distance before making a blunt suggestion. Let's meet up, son. It was a beautiful day as a flight from South Korea traveled across the world toward Heathrow Airport in London, England. Relaxing in first class, Singu realizes he has not seen his father in ages, which leaves Arin feeling quite surprised. It has been nearly 10 years, he explains, noting his father left right after the first heavenly gate appeared. Hearing that, she cannot help but comment that 10 years is a very long time to be apart. Singu gazes out the window, remembering how he was at his most rebellious during that time because he never got his wings. He still feels the sting of his father leaving when he needed him most, making this upcoming reunion feel very awkward. Arin is still quite curious about the situation, so she flies closer to ask him even more questions. Has your father really lived in England all this time? Singu can only give her an uncertain answer. Everything my father does is a secret, so I guess you and I will find out together when we finally meet him. Stick with me, you and I are about to meet a man who runs the world. Arin is dying to meet Shingu's dad, betting he is a total legend. Singu isn't feeling the hype. He just brushes it off, calling his father a simple businessman. He tells his noisy friends to pipe down and sleep. It is a long flight, and he does not want them wasting those expensive first-class tickets. Arin clings to him with a grin, insisting she would much rather stay right here. It has been forever since they just hung out. She wants to relax and chat a bit more. Seha agrees, ready to join in. Suddenly, a cold, deep voice cuts through their conversation. A girl glares with a fake smile. There is definitely no room for 3 people in this spot. Seha backs off instantly. Time flies, and by the time they land, Arin looks incredibly tense and nervous. Singu notices her expression. Is she trying to intimidate his father before they even meet? She pouts, wanting to make a perfect first impression. He checks his phone and simply nods. He told his father they were coming, and someone is already on the way to pick them up. Seha wonders why the old man didn't come himself. Singu really doesn't seem to care. His father hates the spotlight that comes from being seen in public with his famous son. Now pay attention, the crowd recognizes him instantly. Someone points and yells, "Look, it is Deng Singu and his team." Fans erupt in a wave of cheers and excitement. Look at him, he is so powerful. He is absolutely peak and so cool. Used to the chaos, Singu just looks at Seha. See, this is why he stays away. Seha laughs, finally understanding. Even so, the crowd today isn't as bad as it usually gets. Singu stops in his tracks. A handsome, blonde man with silky hair is standing right there. He takes a very polite bow and introduces himself to the group. Singu asks if his father sent him. The name John sounds way too common for a player. Arin looks at him like he is crazy. This guy was at the Global Player Conference. He is as famous as Marina in America. Singu feels he has met him before. John laughs. It is an honor to be recognized, but John is actually just a stage name. He gestures toward the exit. Please, follow me to the waiting car. Singu wonders why such a famous player is acting as his father's personal driver. John smiles. They owe Mr. Deng a massive debt for everything he has done for them. Many players volunteered to be his bodyguards. Singu asks, "Who is this we?" You saw that too, right? Not a guild, the United States government. Arin and Seha are floored. Singu, what on earth does your father actually do? They reach the garage. John gestures forward and announces that they have finally arrived at the car. A luxury ride is waiting. Shingu's eyes go wide as the door slowly opens. A classy man steps out with a smile. Long time no see, son. They share a warm hug. Si-Huan turns to the others. You must be Arin and Seha. Thanks for coming all this way. They freeze up, completely intimidated. They manage a quick hello to the uncle. Driving through London, Singu cuts to the chase. So, is the situation actually serious? Si-Huan laughs at how impatient his son has become after all this time. Straight to business, huh? Singu explains that they didn't come all this way just for a chat. Why else would you call me here? Dad turns quiet. Are you still upset that I left? Singu stares out the window. It is fine. You were busy, and I was just a kid. Let us just enjoy our time in London. But first, we really need to talk business. His voice turns serious. I haven't told you this yet, but you need to listen closely. I am currently the head of the global monostone stock market. Seha and Arin are completely floored by this news. Singu stays calm. I figured it was something like that. He knew it involved the Blue Heaven Tower. Dad has been busy since it first appeared. Seha stammers in shock, asking if he really means the entire world. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a massive power reveal. Alright, stick with me, because we are about to uncover a massive secret behind the global mana economy. Si-Hoen begins his story, explaining how the original dollar collapsed, throwing the entire world into a massive economic crisis. His own contributions during that chaos eventually earned him the top spot in the brutal mana stone stock market. Singu finally connects the dots, realizing his father was the one keeping the world's economy from falling apart. Si-Hoen laughs heartily, clearly pleased that his son finally understands the weight of his responsibilities. Anyway, he points out that dungeons have stopped producing actual dollars for a long time now. Arin jumps in quickly, noting that mana stone prices skyrocketed because they are essentially replacing the old currency. He praises her intelligence, confirming that this shift is exactly why he had to come here today. Singu stays sharp, wondering why his father is choosing this specific moment to reveal all these heavy details. Now pay attention here, because Si-Hoan reveals the issue isn't with the market itself, but something much darker. He begins to explain the situation in grave detail. A strange imbalance has appeared in the mana stones, and he thinks Singu might know the reason behind it. He looks his son in the eye and asks if he has ever heard of a mana stone eater. Singu frowns in thought as Si-Hoan explains his role as the man overseeing the entire world's mana flow. His job is to analyze and ensure everything stays under control, but lately, things are sliding out of his grip. His eyes turn serious, filled with worry, noting that the world needs every single mana stone it can get. Singu is skeptical, asking if his father really thinks these mana stone eaters are the cause of the problem. Si-Hoan narrows his eyes, suspecting a certain group is hiding a secret project behind a wall of silence. Singu cuts him off, demanding to know the name of the company involved. After a heavy pause, he drops the name that turns the room cold, Qinglong. Arin recognizes the name immediately as the group led by China's most powerful guild leader, Long Ting. Si-Hoan nods, explaining that Qinglong has gone as far as manipulating stock data to hide their tracks. He continues his story, explaining how they tried to investigate why the group would go to such extremes. They found no illegal factories, which honestly would have been a much easier problem to deal with. You and I saw this coming, right? Singu interrupts, guessing exactly what his father stumbled upon. Si-Hoan confirms his son's suspicion, revealing that they found something much more disturbing instead. He pulls out a secret photo of two men, but Singu is still confused about what he is looking at. Si-Hoan explains that John helped them discover this has been a common habit for quite some time. John adds humbly that this strange behavior seems to be spreading everywhere. Singu asks if anything bad has happened yet, and his father softly confirms that for now, nothing has. He points out that there are currently no laws stopping people from simply eating mana stones. Si-Hoan taps his chair, knowing they must prepare for the inevitable consequences of these actions. That is why he is asking Singu, hoping his son's unique experiences might shed some light on the matter. Singu goes quiet, remembering how he used his Lightning Overlord ability to absorb mana stones and level up, but he is not sure how that process would even work for a normal, everyday player. Suddenly, he remembers a past conversation with Ruta, who had screamed in absolute shock. She could not believe he had been leveling up by literally consuming mana stones. Singu had been just as confused, admitting he stopped because it stopped working, but he was still curious. She hesitated before telling him that his case was extremely rare and shouldn't be possible. Ruta explained that if a normal player eats mana stones, they will slowly transform into a monster. She spoke with pride from her experience living across many different worlds. Having seen it happen before, she warned him, and Singu finally snaps back to the present moment. He declares that eating mana stones must be banned immediately, or they will all turn into monsters. John, overhearing while driving, realizes why mana stones always felt so dangerous to be around. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how the world reacts once the first person transforms. Alright, you and I are about to see if a god's blessing can actually save people from their own stubbornness. He answers bluntly, probably not. It might be better to let the KPC or NPC do the talking for us. This is where we need help, Dad. Si-Hoan immediately answers his son, alright, consider it done. A loud voice interrupts with a reminder sorry to cut in. But we have finally arrived. Si-Hoan opens the door and suggests talking more inside. The three others follow slowly, taking in the surroundings. His sharp senses pick up on something strange as they enter. There is powerful magic woven into the door itself. He directly asks if this is a secret passage. His father smiles cheerfully, you figured it out, welcome. Then he laughs and continues, amazing, right? Marina isn't the only one who can bring dungeon magic to reality. That name again. Jingu can't help but wonder about this mysterious woman named Marina. Si-Hoan explains they met for work, and she was thrilled to find out he was Jingu's father. He gives a knowing look. He implies he understands you, Sly Wolf. So, which one of them is the lucky girl? But he has it all wrong. Jingu tries to protest, but Si-Hoan just laughs and pulls him along. No need to be shy, kid. You are exactly like your father. Jingu is forced to follow, while Arin fuming. She silently vows not to let this go easily and to try her best. Not long after, the massive doors swing open. Now watch this part. Si-Hoan welcomes them into his massive secret hideout, a sun-drenched hall so incredible that it leaves even Jingu absolutely speechless. Wow, I have never seen anything like this. Seha looks around in total awe. It looks like a space station. His father begins operating some controls on a nearby screen. He suddenly frowns and mumbles. Curious about what made his father grimace, Jingu asks what is wrong. Si-Hoan looks at the data and reports that the total mana stones have dropped by 25%. Jingu just smiles. Oh, I expected something like this to happen. But 25% is actually less than I predicted. Shocked, his father asks what he means. 1/4 of the entire world's supply is a massive amount. Wait. Si-hwan looks at him with suspicion. Hold on, did you just say you predicted this would happen? How could you know? Jingu just gives a confident smirk. Don't blink, because you and I are about to witness the true scale of Jingu's secret power as he summons a terrifying, shadowy general right before his father's eyes. It is a ghostly general with a faint, shimmering form. His father shouts in terror, "A ghost!" The spirit bows respectfully and hands a package of mana stones to its master. Jingu gives orders, "Good job. Make sure to level up the new recruits after you finish." The figure vanishes into thin air, leaving Si-hwan stunned. You actually have an army of souls? I sent them to hunt monsters and collect stones worldwide. The army grew lately, so inflation was inevitable. His father rubs his forehead in exhaustion. Good grief. Are you still my little boy? When did you grow up so fast? Jingu quips back, that is exactly what you always say to me. With everything settled, Si-hwan waves it off. Forget the numbers, let's just go get a drink. Jingu fully agrees. Si-ha excitedly asks to join in, and Arin quickly jumps on board too. Si-hwan bursts out laughing, drinks are on me, let's go. In the middle of the bustling city, there stands a massive, heavily fortified skyscraper. Inside a luxurious room, Jingu leans back and asks what brought his father all the way to England. Adjusting his tie, he explains he's visiting stock exchanges. Next, he has to move on to France to keep things running. Jingu laughs and starts teasing him. So you are just traveling the world? I am jealous. His father argues it is not all fun, it is actually quite dangerous. They keep chatting away. I bet you're just sightseeing. How did you know? Arin walks in with 2 cups of hot coffee, noting how peaceful and harmonious they look together. Si-ha agrees. They were awkward at first, but I guess family is always family in the end. Si-hwan finishes getting ready. I have to go to work now. What about you? His father feels bad for taking up his time, but Jingu just smiles. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see his next big plan. All right. Stick with me because we're about to see how our main character breaks the world's power scales. Si-ha walks over and hands him a cup of coffee, and he happily accepts it with a quick thanks. Arin agrees with the plan, noting that since everyone cleared the new Sky City dungeons, the ant rows likely have new additions. Singu sets his cup down and adds that since he can merge cleared dungeons, it's best to clear new ones whenever possible. Hearing this, Si-hwan suddenly realizes something crucial about the way the current world system is actually shifting. It's an interesting conversation. It seems the ant system operates on a completely different level than Sky City. Singu nods in agreement, saying that while they both aim to protect Earth, their methods are definitely distinct. Based on his knowledge, he speculates that ant rows are for high tiers, seemingly built for one specific player. 10 years ago, when Sky City first appeared, those with superior physical abilities began to grow wings. However, you didn't, despite your freakish strength. Yet, years later, you finally became a player. Singu pauses for a beat and frowns, realizing this means he was chosen for the ant rows right from the very beginning. Si-hwan suggests another possibility, perhaps the ant row system was simply waiting for someone like him to arrive. But he has a different mindset, his voice firm as he says he hates the idea of following a predetermined path. Sky City, the ant rows, and even the gods, he'll surpass them all. Seeing his son's resolve, Si-hwan laughs proudly before heading off to work. He doesn't forget to make a promise, suggesting they all have dinner together later that evening. Singu says goodbye, wishing him a good day. As the door closes, he stretches and tells the team it's time to move. Seha walks over with an excited grin, saying he's starting to feel really impressed by all of this. But Arin kills the mood, asking if he's used to Shingu's speed yet. Soon, a dungeon is cleared in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. He pauses his hunt and sighs while looking at the essence scattered everywhere. This isn't fun at all, and pay attention, things are about to escalate. Singu starts letting his mind wander toward other possibilities as they move through the levels. He wonders if they'll get rewards for setting new time records. Arin just smiles, knowing he'd say something weird like that. Suddenly, another notification appears, suggesting he's very close to becoming a true speedrunner. Singu looks at her, confused, but she just responds with a silly little giggle. Shrugging it off, he clears his throat and shifts his focus, addressing the team for the next move. She asks if he wants her to set a record, but he smiles and says they're going to fight together this time. Inside the spider nest, all 4 of them charge. Singu grips his heavenly hammer and shouts for everyone to go. Some random guy is practically crying with joy that help arrived, but the team just blasts past him like a whirlwind without stopping. Every monster is wiped out in an instant. A notification pings Ant Row Area 76, the spider nest, is cleared. Clear time? 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Then, another dungeon falls swamp of the poison demon, cleared in under 3 minutes. Suddenly, a chicken wearing armor appears, looking absolutely terrified of the shadow looming right in front of it. You feel that too, right? He's clearing dungeons so fast the system itself is struggling to keep up. His battle skill can be updated now. With just one more achievement, he can. Singu reads the prompt and looks totally baffled. Arin sighs with relief after the long day, reminding him they need to head back for dinner as promised. He agrees they've done enough. Today was productive, and he thanks the team. Time skips forward to the evening. Singu opens the door and announces they're back, but he's suddenly interrupted by a very familiar, high-pitched voice. Singu shouts in surprise. It's none other than Marina, standing right there in front of him. She rushes over and grabs his hand, telling him how much she missed him, while Singu just stares at her, confused. Siwan walks over with a big laugh and explains that he sent John out to check on the local dungeons. Marina gives a victory sign and proudly declares she's here to look after his father in his place. She mentions earning some points, and he asks if she's really okay with admitting that out loud. Siwan finds it hilarious and laughs at how interesting she is, though Aaron starts feeling a sudden sense of romantic rivalry. Singu sighs, noting his father is a target because of those mana stones, but Marina firmly replies she's not playing. He starts to bring up dinner, but suddenly, his pupils tighten as a strange sensation washes over him. A vision flashes in his mind. A man with dark, bat-like wings is shaking hands with John as the scene becomes clear. Why would his army show him this? Trust me. You and I are about to uncover a massive betrayal. Alright, let's dive into the moment Jinwoo realizes something dark is hidden deep inside that man. Wait, that mana stone? Is he a Longting agent? Jinwoo's expression turns stone cold immediately. He suspects they approached John while his father was watching. Are they targeting his dad? Noticing his son looks off, the official approaches with concern. Is something wrong, Jinwoo? He looks up and reports the news. His shadow army contacted him. Longting hit John. Jinwoo walks toward the window with a grim, determined look on his face. He pauses for a beat before asking Marina which dungeon John headed to. Confused but honest, she replies that John is in the small dungeon on floor 34. Hearing that, he tells Marina to rush there immediately and take Siha and Sihai too. Longting is clearly planning something big, save John and find out what they're doing. She agrees instantly, but wonders about his father. Outside, the storm begins to rage violently. Siwon trusts his son, yet he can't help but feel a heavy sense of worry. Jinwoo reassures him. Don't worry, Dad. Through the rain, his resolve only becomes even stronger. If anyone dares to hurt my family, I'll crush them. The window bursts open to the storm. Marina takes flight, turning back one last time to tell them to leave it to her. The four of them stay silent, watching her disappear into the dark, rainy night sky. Why would Longting come after us? Dad wonders. It seems like such a risky move. Jinwoo explains they're using mana stones to get stronger. They're just using Dad to get more. He's stunned. Could something like that really be happening in this day and age? Suddenly, a bullet shatters the glass. Pay attention, because Jinwoo just caught it mid-air barehanded. It was inches from his father's head. The old man is left gasping in pure shock. Jinwoo looks at the lead bullet with a cold, mocking expression. Well, they're quite old-fashioned. But the danger isn't over. More bullets rain down as glass shatters everywhere in the night. He doesn't even flinch, his protagonist aura flaring as he catches every single one. They have no idea who they're messing with. He flicks the bullets back like a human railgun. The sniper on the rooftop doesn't stand a chance. The entire floor is absolutely obliterated. Dad is terrified. A sniper? Wait, did you just shoot back at them like that? Yes, he's likely dead. But trust me, there are definitely many more out there. He tries to call for backup, but they're one step ahead. They even broke his phone. Jinwoo just finds it interesting. He orders Seha to take his father and keep him safe. Seha is happy to help. Aaron appears, warning that the attack stopped. Something is wrong. Jinwoo agrees. Something smells fishy. He turns to Seha with a final command. Seha, let's move. Dad looks on in total confusion. Wait, what do you mean? Seha gets into position. Yes, boss, we're ready for whatever comes next. Glass shatters again as all four of them leap out. Screams echo through the night air. Back in the bedroom, a mysterious beeping sound grows faster and faster under the bed. Now watch this. The building explodes into a massive fireball, leaving Aaron and the others in shock. Jinwoo is furious. They'd involve civilians. Finally, the group lands safely on the ground. His eyes glow with a chilling blue light as he gives the order to assemble. In an instant, a massive army of Shadow Knights appears, ready for total war. Their commander steps forward, burning with intensity. Master, we have arrived as you commanded. He points to the enemy, and the entire army roars in unison. Yes, my lord. They vanish into the city to hunt. Soon, only the four of them are left. Jinwoo watches them go, knowing the world can't stay innocent for much longer. You and I know it's a world ruled by power now. And he's ready for it. His eyes burn with absolute hatred, determined to settle the score once and for all. These fools picked the wrong opponent. Trust me, they are about to pay a heavy price for their stupidity. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a group of scouts is busy tracking their target through binoculars. A man with slicked-back hair notices the lack of movement and speaks up. They are not budging. Do we have any other orders? Suddenly, a sharp sound rings out. He turns his head, eyes widening in pure terror as sweat beads down his face. Right in front of him stands the Phantom Knights. Blood sprays everywhere as the air fills with agonizing screams and carnage. His teammate is getting absolutely demolished, barely managing to choke out a few words. Where did these guys even come from? The big guy with the axe is struggling just as much. I cannot reach the other teams. Seeing the situation, he screams for a retreat. Aaron flies over to check on the situation. They have stopped attacking. Is everything all right? Jingu keeps his head down, eyes radiating pure bloodlust. Sihwan realizes things have spiraled out of control and quickly speaks up. This is all my fault. Do not overexert yourself. But then, his jaw drops in shock. I am just glad you are worried about me, Jingu says. Now, pay attention here. This is where the tables really turn. The knights have returned, successfully capturing every single mastermind behind the ambush. A knight quickly reports the status. They are all still alive, master. The rest of our forces will be here shortly. Jingu nods, satisfied. Good work. What happens next stays between them as the sounds of a brutal beatdown echo through the air. Stop, please. The mercenaries are left broken and battered, slumped on the ground in total exhaustion. Beaches approaches with a report. Master, these are all the attackers, but none of them actually belong to the Azure Dragon. A man named Rak looks up at Jingu, trembling. Oh my god, our target was Sihwan. We did not know anything else. We were just paid to do this job. Jingu looks down with pure contempt. Too bad the man you were paid to kill is my father. The sheer pressure from Jingu's aura forces Rak to crack. We will tell you everything about who hired us. Just please, spare our lives. Jingu does not say a word. He just slowly reaches out his hand to summon his weapon. No need. I will find the truth myself even if you stay silent. He raises his blade, ready to finish them. Nice meeting you. Rak barely gasps his last breath before a cold, heavy impact rings out across the silent heart of the city. Rain begins to fall over the ruins of the building. Jingu hands a small pouch over to his father. This belonged to them. He looks his father in the eye with absolute certainty. I am sure you will find evidence of the dragon crystal inside. Sihwan stares at his son before suggesting they look for more proof together. All right, you and I both know Jingu is not waiting around. He starts the engine. No, that is not necessary. The only person I need to convince is myself. I am heading out. He gives Seha a serious look. I am leaving my father in your hands. Seha steps up immediately. You can count on me, boss. Seeing his son's resolve, Sihwan wonders if he must go this far. Jingu sees his father's worry and beats his chest to reassure him. I know what you are worried about, Dad. I will move quietly and stay completely away from the public eye. Sihwan pats his shoulder, his voice softening. That is not what I am talking about, kid. With a father's true sincerity, he tells Jingu he is worried. Azure Dragon is a massive organization. The most important thing is that you do not get hurt. Understanding his father's love, Jingu nods in agreement. I will keep that in mind. He quickly guns the engine of his vehicle. The motor roars through the rain. Do not worry, Dad. I am going to show them what real power looks like. Like a bolt of lightning, the car shoots into the sky, leaving nothing but a white trail in the misty rain. But Sihwan's heart is still heavy. Sihan notices his expression and asks if he is still worried. His eyes stay fixed on the horizon. It is hard not to be. I just hope he is safe. By the way, that purple-haired woman. Kana, was it? How many daughter-in-law candidates does he have now? Siha is left totally speechless by the question. Oh, you do not need to worry about her. Meanwhile, in Beijing, China, warm sunlight bathes the entire city. Jingu's car streaks through the clouds, closing in on his destination at high speed. His face is tight with tension. I knew this day would come, the day where they would even dare to target my family. Aaron senses his stress and tries to calm him down. This was not your fault, Jingu. This was because of your father's work. Even the quiet beaches speaks up. Things like this are bound to happen. For now, let us focus on what we have to do. I think we have finally reached our destination. She looks down at the sprawling, prosperous city below them. A red glow emanates from Jingu's eyes as he uses his dragon senses. But his expression quickly turns to disappointment. Li Kang-ho is not here. Why would he abandon his base? Trust me, you and I are about to find out how deep this trap goes. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where Beatrice starts piecing together some seriously dark memories. She suspects he is in the same dungeon as Marina, surrounded by unknown players. Seeing her logic, he nods in agreement. You are right. Sending Marina there was probably for the best. But Arin wonders what they should do if Li Kang-ho is not there. Jinwoo falls into thought for a moment before declaring he has a plan for everyone. He uses the Scream of Nine Heavens, commanding everyone inside the building to evacuate immediately. Even Beaches winces at that piercing sound. This guy is growing so fast it is actually becoming terrifying to her. The doors fly open as panicked people rush out, shouting for everyone to run as fast as they can. A crowd soon appears on the street, fleeing in absolute terror while screams echo through the air. Satisfied with the result, Jinwoo checks his screen and notes that the building is finally empty. Aaron asks how he plans to start, worried that people will see him if he goes down there. Looking at the fragment he pulled from the system, Jinwoo says he does not even need to get close. She asks if he is joking, but his face is dead serious as he tells her he is not kidding. He raises the fragment high and shouts, "Now watch this." The fragment explodes on impact, and just like that, the entire building collapses into dust. Arin gasps at the destruction while Beaches realizes this is a loud and clear warning for them to stay away. But he is not satisfied. They attacked his father and dragged civilians into this, so they must pay the price. Aaron is confused, asking what else he can do. Jinwoo calmly declares he will destroy every building the enemy owns. He mentions his talk with Marina, explaining he only knows about this guy because of her. He looked into him because she kept complaining about the guy constantly hitting on her. Arin pouts, and Jinwoo sighs, realizing she is getting jealous just because he mentioned Marina. "Oh boy, are you jealous again?" He hits the gas, continuing his mission of absolute destruction. Anyway, he knows exactly where those buildings are. He will clear out the civilians first, just like before. The three of them soar through the sky as his vow to crush everything blends into the roar of the engine. As they fly across the city, Arin holds onto his shoulder while Jinwoo smiles wickedly, clutching another fragment. Another building is targeted and brought down, crumbling into a pile of rubble. Thunderous explosions ring out as structures fall, one even collapsing right in front of shocked tourists at the beach. A woman bathing in the sea watches in total horror. Soon, Jinwoo and his team reach the floating island. He smiles, telling his team the final building is on this artificial island in the sky. Aaron is totally impressed. Lee Kang-ho is going to be shocked by what he has done. Meanwhile, people on the island are scrambling for answers. A guy watches the crowd gather, wondering why everyone is making such a huge fuss. Let's pause. Do they really know he is the one behind the chaos? Beaches does not think so, but the tension is rising. In the crowd, a knight worriedly tells his companion that they cannot get in touch with Lee Kang-ho at all. Before the other can answer, he stops mid-sentence as someone catches Jinwoo's attention. As they lock eyes, the young man excitedly approaches, asking if he is indeed the famous Jinwoo. He asks if he is there to help, but Jinwoo just feels drained. This guy is from the Dragonheart Guild. He clearly has no idea what Jinwoo did, which actually makes him feel a little bad. The man explains that the difficulty level of Heaven's City has suddenly skyrocketed. He points to the tallest tower, explaining that monsters in the castle and on Earth are going wild for some reason. Jinwoo's expression darkens. Did this really have to happen right now? The man continues, his voice shaking. Because of the spike, most players, including Marina Bizet, are now trapped. This news hits him like a bolt of lightning. Jinwoo's fist clenches in rage. A lockdown and a difficulty increase? He furiously questions what the tower is thinking. Seeing his reaction, the young man gets nervous and breaks into a cold sweat. He thought Jinwoo would know the cause. Suddenly, Aaron speaks up as if she realized something crucial. And that's where we leave it with the shadow of the fire god looming. Trust me, it only gets wilder. Alright. You and I need to remember exactly what Pydo said before that Earth's level was far too low for him to use his divine power to interfere with anything directly. But, with just one tiny clue, Singu starts connecting the dots. It could actually be, the planet itself is evolving. He shouts out a theory that no one else has even dared to imagine. Beaches realizes it makes perfect sense. It is not just that the dungeons are getting harder. Instead, Earth is simply growing stronger, which allows the gods to interfere much more frequently. And naturally, that means mana levels and monster populations are about to skyrocket. The logic is undeniable. It finally explains why all these monsters have been waging total war lately. Singu sinks into his own thoughts. Could all this chaos be part of Ellie's massive army? But before he can think, the world starts screaming. An earthquake hits as a system notification flashes before Aaron. The screen glows with a terrifying warning. Earth is officially entering the crescent moon phase. Now pay attention. Because the situation just got fatal, dungeon management has failed, players cannot escape, and nobody can enter. It is an absolute disaster. Betches turns pale, calling out to Singu. They cannot even step inside the dungeons anymore. What happens to Marina now? Becca stares ahead, realizing her grim theory was spot on. A new storm is brewing. Singu can only mutter those strange words, the crescent phase. Arin suddenly notices the pattern. First the new moon and now the crescent. It is following the lunar cycle. The next stage must be the half moon. The rapid changes leave Becky stunned. This planet is evolving even faster than her own homeworld. Usually, progress depends on the life forms inhabiting the planet, but this speed is just impossible. Singu starts to worry. Could he be the cause? Did he level up too fast for the world to handle? Aaron immediately shakes her head. It would be crazy to blame him alone. and he quietly agrees. But time is running out. Marina is trapped in Sky City. His girlfriend is in danger, right? Singu just sighs in frustration. Since when did everyone start calling her my girlfriend? Arin practically turns into a human fireball. Wait, what did you just say? Singu looks toward the horizon, knowing Marina and her team only went there because of him. Now, he cannot even reach Sky City. He crushes his fist in pure frustration. What is the point of all this power if I cannot even save my own teammates when they need me? Arin sees the dark aura surrounding him. Singu, are you okay? She asks softly. She tries her best to soothe him, begging him to think of what they can still do, but then she gasps in pure shock as chaos scales start erupting across his skin. The scales wrap around him, fueled by a deep rage that is finally boiling over. He is sick of just standing by and watching while everything falls apart. The system ping's acid resistance has reached 50 out of 100. Next notification, his pentagonal heart has officially reached level 70. Chaos scales hit level 7 and chaos tail hits level 6. But to him, this feels like a joke. What good is leveling up his dragon powers if none of it gets him into Sky City? Let us pause for a second, because this is where the luck changes. Fruta's fragment begins to glow. As Shingu's crimson eyes narrow, he can feel something strange calling out to him. His scaled hand reaches into his inventory, drawn to something hidden inside. His enhanced senses pick up a powerful new energy source, calling out to him from the void. Could this actually be the spirit of the wind god, Fruta? The system flashes once more. Shingu's grim expression suddenly melts into a determined grin. He has figured it out. By combining the fragment with his combat array, he can finally fly like a true dragon. There is no time to waste. He revs the engine and prepares for takeoff. The demon tier bike roars into action as they blast off like a bullet. Arin clings on for dear life, screaming to ask if he actually has a plan. He smirks with total confidence. Yeah, I finally found a way to break into Sky City. The engine screams louder as he gives his answer. We are going to shatter the will of Sky City ourselves. His heart races. He always thought it was too early for a human player like him to conquer the skies. But then he remembers Hector. Hector could rewrite the rules of a dungeon with his sovereign will. Singu realizes he can do the same with enough mental power. His smile widens. He is not sure why Hector gave him this divine fragment, but it makes things a lot easier. He looks straight into the rising sun. It is time. I will crush the will of Sky City with my own hands. And that is where we leave it for now. Beatrice loves the spirit, but should we not actually be heading toward the sky? Alright, you and I are about to see if his crazy plan against the heavenly city actually works. That is why I am going to challenge them right from the very start. Singu charges forward with insane determination, while Arin panics in fear the world is spinning, and she screams that they are about to crash into the sea. But wait, he maneuvers the vehicle at the perfect moment, and the lightning bolt skims right across the water. The reckless journey continues as he asks if they are ready, but Arin is just dizzy and confused by his madness. He launches a freezing spell toward the ocean. Just wait for the show as the water instantly turns into a solid, frozen path for him to ride on. Baichis notices something immediately. Isn't that the holy fragment he took from Hector? He excitedly confirms it specifically. It is a piece of Fruta, the god of wind. She nods in understanding but wonders what he will do. Singu grabs it and simply says, "Watch this." Using the fragment as a center, air pressure shifts instantly into a massive vortex. Watch closely. This is where the power awakens. Facing the wind, he targets Moxitu, seeking the power that grants him ultimate freedom and speed. His memories flash back to the latest update, recalling a feature that is actually quite amazing. He can now attach elemental attributes to attacks, allowing him to merge the wind's power with his frost formation. Back in the present, a literal cyclone of energy begins to wrap around Singu's entire body. The pressure becomes absolutely overwhelming. As the system interface appears, his battle cry has been upgraded into the Wind War Cry, reaching level 5. Preparation is over. Now, it is time for some real action. He looks up with fierce eyes. Heavenly City, it is finally time for my revenge. Witnessing this miracle, Arin realizes Singu has just absorbed the power of Fruta. He calmly confirms it, and now it is time to use this power to wage war. Despite his confidence, she is worried they will not even be able to enter the dungeon. He laughs it off. If that was the case, why would we even bother going there? With the talk finished, Singu turns around and prepares to make his next big move. He launches himself into the air, shouting for them to follow his lead. Baichis quickly hops onto the vehicle and tells Arin to hurry so they do not lose him. Arin has no choice but to follow as Singu flies forward with absolute resolve. As he flies, he realizes it is still too early to fully merge with the wind. Singu notices that the closer he gets to the city, the heavier the mana pressure becomes. Even though his skill leveled up, the crushing pressure is starting to weaken his wind power. I know what you're thinking. Can he push through? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. He activates a rapid chain of natural skills, and the system reports that they have reached level 4 and level 6 respectively. Driven by this massive momentum, Singu accelerates like a lightning bolt, determined to show everyone his true dominance. Heavenly City is proving to be more dangerous than he first expected. A chaotic vortex begins to surround his entire body as the transformation spreads. But he pushes on with one goal: to save his comrades. An earth-shattering collision erupts as he decides he has no choice but to pierce right through. The system updates again. Overlord's Temple reached level 3, unlocking the second chain skill. Amidst the smoke and chaos, he finally gains the authority of a Heavenly City player. Singu begins to transform into a majestic dragon form, revealing sharp teeth as a legendary new covenant is established. Is this the start of a war, or just total destruction? He hears a mysterious voice speaking. An ancient voice echoes from the past, warning that this land is destined for ruin. He realizes he is still alive as the fate of humanity across every world begins to merge and change forever, under a brand new destiny. Do not look down on me. He carries the burden of life, death, the past, and the future on his shoulders. Cracking sounds echo as reality shatters into pieces around him. Glory will be mine, he screams as the pain threatens to consume him. Arin calls out his name in a panic. Singu, you and I just witnessed a miracle. He actually did it, and trust me, this is just the beginning. Alright, you and I are heading straight into Heaven City with Arin's big news. The system reveals a hidden skill called Chaos Wings. These mana-born wings grant him total access to Heaven City dungeons. They make his body lighter and grant flight. Level 5 stats that have Singu feeling absolutely untouchable. Suddenly, his shoulder blades begin to shift and transform. Both Baiches and Arin are completely stunned by it. Wings? How is this even possible? Singu just answers their shock with a smug, confident laugh. Singu looks like a warrior born from fire. He finally grabbed the power he came for, and his smile says it all. The balance of power shifts instantly now that he holds the authority to destroy within Heaven City. History and data from the entire city flood his mind. He nearly faints from the massive information overload. Baiches reflects quietly. Knowing about this is one thing, but seeing it live is a totally different story. She notes his new look. Dragon wings use mana to fly, boost circulation, and strengthen the entire body. Arin chimes in, guessing these wings were inspired by the ones used by regular players. Singu corrects her instantly. It's the opposite. Player wings were modeled after these legendary dragon wings. Baiches stays sharp. As far as she knows, dragons and gods have always been bitter enemies. This means Heaven City was built to fight gods. Dragons in this city are deeply connected. Singu hovers effortlessly in midair. He agrees with her, but they have more urgent work to do right now. He grabs his wolf fang weapon and shouts with determination. It is time to go save his friends. His wings burst open wide. Catch up if you can. He takes off before even finishing his sentence. Arin is left eating dust, shouting in surprise. He is even faster than he was before. She refuses to back down, though following him now feels harder than it has ever been. No time to waste. Singu blasts through the clear blue sky with incredible speed and power. He can't believe the rush. Mana from the wings is pushing his speed to absolutely terrifying levels. Suddenly, something in the distance catches his sharp gaze. Floating land ahead. System alert. Level 38 Garden Dungeon. 32 players inside. Entry currently closed. Baiches pulls up on her motorcycle, asking if this is it. It looks massive, doesn't it? Singu agrees. Earth getting stronger likely expanded this space into a giant dimension. Baiches thinks player levels might affect it too. Singu reaches out to touch the shimmering, transparent barrier. It is possible, but regardless of the size. Now pay attention. Singu thinks he can break this. But then, he stops. His eyes turn red. He senses something heavy. A strange, overwhelming power is radiating from deep inside this dungeon. Singu just laughs. Perfect timing. They look toward the level 38 dungeon together. This will be fun. The barrier stands no chance. Singu pries it open with his bare hands like it's nothing at all. Beyond the gate lies a vast, endless mountain range. He can't help but admire the majestic view. Are all Heaven City dungeons like this? Arin clarifies that no, this is extremely unusual and strange. Baiches stays on high alert. Master, I sense something far away. It sounds like a massive battle. Singu's dragon wings snap open again. I'm going ahead. You two stay back and take it easy. History repeats itself as he bolts, leaving Arin behind while Baiches calmly watches him go. It is great to see him mastering this new power. He enters the territory of the birdmen. The monsters are just patrolling and chatting. Suddenly, a blur of motion screams past them at high speed. You and I saw that too, right? Singu realizes his wings aren't just for travel, they can actually shred through enemies. He glances up toward the sky, focusing on what lies ahead. He's almost at the source. But wait, a massive swarm of monsters is charging directly at him. Even a veteran like Singu is caught off guard. Is that an entire army of monsters? He grips his weapon tight. Why is a battalion this large here? This isn't just some random gathering. His eyes glow red again as he scans the massive, growling crowd for any signs of trouble. At least 10 high-level beasts. That's half the dungeon's population. What on earth is going on here? Suddenly, an explosion wipes out the front line. That mana, it belongs to Marina. Trust me, things just got wild. Stick with me, you're about to see a rescue mission that defies logic. He jumps in without hesitation, knowing he has to save her. On his command, the black wolf claws in his hands grow massive. A nearby soldier shouts, desperate for a way out of this nightmare. But the monster feels something's off. Before it can even react, a devastating blow lands right on its face. The survivors are panicked. How can he use Lord Fruta's divine power? Singu's glowing red eyes follow them, and now he finally understands. The overwhelming pressure he felt before entering this place was definitely caused by Fruta's corruptive influence. Suddenly, one of them speaks up. Human, how dare you attack us and speak the Lord's holy name like that? Adloth towers over him, voice filled with rage. Blasphemy. I will erase you just like I did the others. But he's not afraid. Calmly, he stares back. Just one high ranker? Sorry, but I don't think you're even on my level. The enemy is stunned. Suddenly, the roar of a heavy engine echoes through the air. They've finally arrived. Beaches arrives on the scene, swinging her sword wildly. Master, we're here to join the fight. Now watch closely, this is where the tide turns. A giant force drops, wiping out everything. Adlos is literally split in half. The minions are in total shock. Their leader was just erased, but instead of backing down, they scream and charge all at once. The black wolf claws twitch once more. If that's how it is, Singu's Chaos March skill tears through the enemy ranks, hitting level 5 instantly. The system confirms this new fusion skill is performing absolutely flawlessly for him. Together, they successfully break through the deadly trap. He breathes a sigh of relief. Good, they can escape now. Suddenly, sparks fly from the area where the enemies were surrounding them. Marina fires her gun everywhere, shouting to encourage the group. Everyone, hang in there. The exit is right ahead. Suddenly, she sees him and freezes in shock. Singu? What are you doing here? Wait, am I dreaming? The battle was just too intense. Now that she sees her anchor, she starts to break down in tears. Marina throws herself at him, hugging him as if her life depends on it. We're saved, but Singu stays cold and calm. I'm glad you're okay, now get off me. Beside her, another voice calls out his name in disbelief. Singu. Say hi connects the dots. Did you clear the path for us? How did you get in? Saria is just as stunned. He gently pushes her away. I found some things and realized I couldn't just leave you all here to die. He wants to say more, but someone interrupts. Oh, Master Dung. Kang Ho, covered in wounds, forces a smile. It's an honor to meet the man who saved us all here. You and I both know that look on Singu's face, someone's about to have a very bad day. Lee Kang Ho, I see you're actually here too. He claims he just loves fighting with his team. That's why he hides his identity, but his long excuses are quickly cut short. That's enough. His aura explodes with pure killing intent, crushing the air around them. I'm not listening to another word of your pathetic lies. Shut your mouth right now. The guy plays innocent, asking if there's some kind of misunderstanding. He even tries to lecture Singu about morality. He acts like a hero, saying they must cooperate for the greater good. Singu isn't buying it. He refuses instantly and splashes him with powerful, burning acid. Kang Ho goes silent, staring at his corroded shoulder with a cold, calculating look. After the attack, Singu speaks calmly. You're right. I can't finish you off right this second. His face is terrifying as he gives a final warning. But soon. So try to behave until then. The enemy regains his composure. Master Dung. He's clearly reaching his limit, losing that fake polite act. How annoying. I didn't think you'd be this suspicious of me. But before he can finish his thought, someone else cuts him off, asking for forgiveness. The newcomer tries to play peacemaker. Look, I don't know what happened, but now isn't the time to fight. We're still surrounded by enemies. Sei-Hai quickly takes a stand. He's right. Let's settle this after we escape the dungeon. In this situation, Singu has to agree. Fine. A smirk flickers on the enemy's face. The right choice. He goes back to his usual act, claiming they can settle this small misunderstanding over a calm talk once they're out of here. Then, Kang Ho smiles and says they should help the others. His attitude is making Singu's blood boil. Knowing exactly what kind of snake he is, Singu asks the girls if he did anything strange to them. Syria says he only hurt them a little. But then she frowns. Actually, there is one thing that's been bothering me. He kept telling us to use mana stones, over and over. He claimed it's the only way to resist divine power and keep everything under control in this place. Trust me, you and I need to see this. Singu mocks him, asking. He said that? Alright, you and I are diving into a world where power has a price, and mana stone users are about to pay it. Syria completely agrees with the assessment. We both know those mana stones aren't exactly pure energy, and using them is a one-way ticket to trouble. Suddenly, he realizes something. By the way, where exactly did John Smith go? Speak of the devil. Singu hears a familiar voice as June, who is currently being healed by Aaron, calls out from the side. I have been looking for you this entire time. I wanted to thank you for sending your friends to help. Singu just nods. No need for that. I couldn't let my father's savior die. June smiles warmly. You really are just like your father, aren't you? Once the greetings are done, he gets serious. Besides that, I have something important to tell you. Singu looks confused. June looks back toward the past. He recalls a very strange event that happened during the dungeon shift. Someone from Lee Kang-ho's elite team simply vanished, without leaving a single trace of their existence behind. Singu's gaze turns cold instantly. His people? You mean those mana stone users, right? Yoon nods his head quickly. Yes, that is exactly what I mean. The truth is, I can no longer sense their presence with my current power level. They have become significantly stronger than me, which is honestly a terrifying thought. This info is actually pretty useful. Thanks for giving me the heads up. Singu's team is feeling the tension rising. I think something very unexpected is happening. Right then, the two girls launch themselves into a brand new battle. June and Arin join in, that is, until a vile demon launches a sudden attack. Luckily, Singu steps in just in time, swinging his hammer. Aaron gasps in relief. Thank you, my hero saving the day. Singu just laughs. Be careful. I know you are excited to be back in Sky City, but keep your head in the game. Aaron asks awkwardly. Was it really that obvious? Anyway, that mistake almost cost me, so I am glad you were there to help. He scans the battlefield, ready to react to the next threat. Now, pay attention, because just as Singu thinks it is over, he realizes all the high-level monsters are missing. Sanjot arrives on the scene, looking for blood. Are you the human who killed my brother, Adlos? I have been searching this entire place just for you. Honestly, Singu is just annoyed. Look, Adlos was trash. But since you are here, the timing is actually perfect. His scanning skill activates instantly, allowing him to judge the enemy. This guy, he actually looks like he is pretty strong. So, you are the high-rank guard for this floor, right? If you had just stayed at your post, you wouldn't be losing face like this in front of all your subordinates. Sanjot is absolutely furious. A guard? Stop talking nonsense. We are finished following those pathetic rules once and for all. Sanjot points his hand toward the sky as his sickle rises high. No ancient, rotting chains can ever hold us back again, Singu asks cautiously. So you are saying you will just ignore the dungeon's laws and do whatever you want now? Sanjot just bursts out laughing. Don't tell me you thought this fragile little cage would last forever. He shifts his stance. Besides, shouldn't you be worrying about something else? I am sure there are humans out there causing much more trouble than us right now. Singu frowns. Are you talking about those who used mana stones? Light erupts from the void as Sanjot glares. If you really want to know, then ask them yourself in hell. He charges forward with every bit of his strength. Singu isn't backing down. One swing of his hammer hits the enemy's head as he grabs him by the armor. Stick with me here. Singu lifts him up like he is nothing. Talk. I said you were strong, but I never said you were stronger than me. Sanjot stays stubborn. I will never talk. Singu doesn't hesitate, his grip tightening as his eyes glow a sharp red. Sanjot starts trembling as the pain becomes too much to bear. I am sorry. Stop. I will tell you everything I know. I promise. This dungeon and the entire Sky City, they were all built for humans. But if something other than a human enters, it overloads the entire system. Singu nods slowly. I see. He then finishes the demon off with one final, devastating strike. He looks at the body. I don't need to hear the rest of it. This dungeon was made specifically for players, but when someone enters with a monster's stone inside their body, the entire system simply can't handle the overload. Singu's patience is officially at its limit. Damn it. They aren't just hurting themselves, they are causing massive trouble for everyone else too. Marina approaches him with a smile. Singu, you've gotten stronger again. He just asks coldly. Are you done yet? She beams. Yes, thanks to you. It would have been so much harder without, suddenly, someone shouting cuts her off. Wait! Nearby players are whispering in a panic. Nicholas and Ling Ling are missing. They were right here before the fight started. And that's where we leave it for now. Where could they have gone? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this. John had no idea what was coming. Typical for an average player, right? He lets out a long, weary sigh. He just wants his wish to come true and to finally escape this massive mess. Suddenly, a hand reaches out as Singu drops a bombshell. Consuming mana stones is a deadly mistake that needs to be revealed. It is not just about personal damage. It threatens the entire Celestial City's safety. One warrior in the group is quick to express his doubt. Does absorbing mana stones really cause that many problems? We know you are skilled, but don't you think that is just ridiculous? The woman beside him speaks up, clearly not trusting him at all. He is right. We appreciate your help today, but still. Are you just concluding this because of your grudge against Lee Kang-ho? My friend also ate a mana stone, and he is doing perfectly fine right now. he did not have any issues. She narrows her eyes even further, adding a sharp jab about the idea of people turning into monsters. Every insult meant for the mana stones just shifted toward you. Shouldn't you realize that you're the abnormal one here? You are completely different from all of us. As he stays silent, Arin whispers that they are simply terrified of him. His skills and even his appearance are totally new to them. She looks at the group, certain that they will only realize the truth once they experience the nightmare for themselves. Her support eases Singu's mind. She is right. Why even bother? It is not his problem. Then, right as things get tense, someone shouts for everyone to stay calm. Kang-ho keeps that fake, comforting smile plastered on his face while addressing the panicked crowd. Trust me, you and I can see through him. He claims Singu had good intentions, but it is just trauma. He is successfully fueling the fire now, that bastard. He keeps playing the hero. But as we all know, escaping this dungeon is our priority. Let's discuss the rest of this later. It seems Kang-ho is viewing himself as the great moral pillar for everyone here. He seizes the moment to take control. Until we are safe and out of here, let me lead the way. He reaches out with confidence. It is scary how easily the human will can be manipulated by someone like him. The crowd starts worshipping him, shouting his praises. Follow him to freedom. Syria watches it all, disgusted by their sheer, pathetic stupidity. Singu just smirks at the sight. Let them go. They won't even last a single day like this. The level 38 dungeon looks just like it did before. Mist-covered mountains everywhere. Under Kang-ho's lead, the long line of people begins their march forward into the fog. As they walk, Betches remains skeptical, carefully overthinking the entire situation they are in. They aren't human anymore, just parasites on the celestial city. Killing them ourselves might be the best way. Singu hears this and starts thinking. Suddenly, a panicked shout cuts him off. Someone points into the distance. Look over there. Sweat beads on the man's face as he calls out. It is Nicholas and Lingling. What are they doing over there? You and I knew this was coming. Singu calmly remarks that it is finally time for them to take the stage. Should we just sit back and watch the show? She admits defeat, noting how he always hits the target. Over there, Kang-ho decides to investigate. Din quickly follows, eager to help his leader. He checks their pulses and breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they are still alive. The hero act continues. We need recovery potions. He doesn't notice the mutation starting. He just keeps acting, saying we need to save them before it's too late. Din is the first to get hit. A mana tentacle monster wraps around Nicholas, squeezing him so hard he can barely scream for help. His end is horrific. He mutters that he was a friend as the mutation takes over his body. The sudden chaos sends Kang-ho into a panic. His followers are terrified. Nicholas just ate someone. What is going on here? Is he turning into a monster right in front of us? These are elite players, though. They are sharp enough to notice his mana is spiking. He is absorbing all that power right now. Watching from the sidelines, Singu sighs. Did eating that stone really cause such a massive change? But Betches disagrees. No, that is not what I am worried about. She explains the truth to everyone. Earth has leveled up, and divine power is warping this dungeon. I suspect this entire event is just the consequence of many different system factors. Kang-ho grips his sword tight, whispering the name of his transformed comrade Nicholas. He tries to wake him up. Snap out of it. A high-level player like you shouldn't lose control like this. But Nicholas just moans one word, mana. He has completely lost his mind, screaming like a beast for more mana to eat. Seeing the group's reaction, Kang-ho prepares his skill immediately. You have left me with no other choice but this. A single, sharp blade strike cuts straight through Nicholas without any hesitation. Life fades away. Kang-ho flicks the blood off his sword to clean it, whispering with total sincerity for his friend to rest in peace. With that handled, he continues his hero act. We don't know what's happening, but you and I must push forward. You and I are jumping right into a mess where one hero falls and another stands in his place. As Lee Kang-ho prepares his next move, take a breath, because the enemy is already opening its massive jaws to feast. Everyone watches in horror as the beast snaps him up in one bite. They are paralyzed by disbelief, whispering that this simply cannot be happening. But wait, it seems he was ready for blood, you mindless, stupid creature. Even after that brutal hit, he raises a fist fueled by pure spirit. This is not enough to stop us. His majestic, divine presence successfully reignites the will of humanity, proving that he actually did it. They raise their hands and shout Lee Kang-ho's name in unison. Aaron can only marvel at his overwhelming main character energy. Finally, the group pushes forward again. You all did well to make it this far into the depths. Suddenly, Mina's voice rings out, introducing herself as a dungeon merchant. The players light up, rushing over to beg for items and snacks, thanking God for this miracle. Lee Kang-ho is no exception. Can I get some offensive potions? Give me the strongest ones you have. Surprisingly, she flat out refuses. Wagging her finger, she casually reveals a dark secret. None of you have any rights left to buy anything. Everyone is stunned, and Lee Kang-ho is just as confused as them. Now pay attention, because here is where the logic gets weird. He demands to know what she means by losing rights, losing his patience as he rests his hand on his sword. Lee Kang-ho is finished playing games, and his killing intent makes Mina break into a cold sweat. She rushes back and clings to Singu, pleading for her master to save her since she is just a tiny, cute fairy merchant. Singu is lost. What is even happening right now? Why exactly am I your master? She hides behind his back in fear, explaining that all dungeon merchants share the same inventory and total assets. That makes you my owner, so hurry up and stop him. Singu just folds his arms in disbelief. But Singu still turns to speak. Lee Kang-ho cannot believe what he is hearing. You are even protecting a fairy now? He is starving for a fight, and he really hates those who bully the weak. Singu adds that he has some business with this girl, so he cannot let anyone lay a finger on her. They face off with intense stares before Singu offers a friendly suggestion on how to move forward. Why do we not settle this like men? Every second that passes, Lee Kang-ho's rage just boils over at this bastard. The scary part is that despite being furious, he manages to suppress it and just lets out a heavy sigh. He scoffs, playing the victim, claiming he did not realize Singu was still this hostile toward him. Singu, playing the villain, points out they are near the boss room. Now is not the time for a civil war to break out. As if the scene is finished, Lee Kang-ho slowly turns away. Mina flutters her wings, praising her master for his strength. Singu tries to brush her off, but she suddenly makes a very strange, suspicious face. Oh, are you really sure about that? He frowns, wondering what that look is supposed to mean. She does not say another word, reaching into her bag to reward him for his help today. Mina proudly holds up a mirror, claiming it is something he will definitely need very soon. He is skeptical, turning the hand mirror over and over. I do not even know you. She suddenly leans in close. It is more than just a mirror. I know you have been feeling a bit frustrated lately. Let's pause for a second. Controlling humans and dealing with Earth's market is a headache, right? Singu senses she knows something deep. What are you trying to imply? Mina honestly answers that it is because he has become far too powerful. The gods are starting to fear you. They are even finding ways to seal the gates leading to other worlds. This explains why Singu has not seen any gates lately. It matches his suspicions perfectly. She pulls back, telling him he no longer has the ability to defeat those gods. At this rate, Earth will evolve, but the gods will lose all control of the situation. Her next words are even more terrifying. His destination is drifting away, leaving him trapped in a loop of his own actions. Singu is tense because she knows him better than he knows himself. She just wags her finger, telling him not to worry. Happily, she points him in the right direction. That item is the key to everything. Since you have met all the requirements, you can activate it whenever you want. Mina seems thrilled with her work, though she remains cryptic. You understand what I am saying, right? With that, she vanishes into thin air, claiming she is too busy to stay. Goodbye for now. Singu is left feeling helpless. She left without even waiting for his final answer. You and I have just seen a massive shift in the story. Singu stares at the gift, wondering what it all means and what this object truly is. Alright, you and I are diving back in as a mysterious power surges. The system reveals an S2+ rank mirror sword, a relic left behind by those who oppose the gods. By infusing it with divine energy, he can actually teleport to their world whenever he needs to reach a higher tier realm. Just hearing that information is enough to make him freeze in total shock. This is the real deal. Jinwoo carefully recalls how he needs to channel his power for an artifact of this level. Back then, he only had fragments, but now he realizes all his powers can merge. Even his Night Executioner blade carries the strength of Rhea and Fato. This means he can use the sword and mirror to reach their realm. A confident, winning smile spreads across his face. Perfect. He needs to stash this away and make the absolute most of it. Soon, the group reaches the sealed gate. Kang-ho takes the lead, barking orders as they arrive at the boss room while still mocking Jinwoo. Listen, kid, we are handling the boss this time. I am worried you will just mess up our team coordination. Jinwoo just picks his ear, completely unfazed. Fine, do whatever you want. The leader turns to his squad, telling them to burst all their damage in the first 3 seconds. Jinwoo senses something is wrong. Wait, what? He cannot just ignore the danger with so many lives on the line. Hold on. Now pay attention, because this dungeon is different. You really think the boss is just going to wait 3 seconds for you? But Kang-ho ignores him and kicks the door open. The moment it cracks open, a blinding light erupts. Anyone in range is instantly sent flying, tumbling backward through the air. Kang-ho, standing in a safe spot, is stunned by the sudden chaos. What on earth is happening? Even the strongest hunters are taking massive hits. Gah! He desperately tries to rally them, but his team is frozen like statues. Kang-ho is clueless, asking them what the hell they are doing. Suddenly, a mocking laugh cuts through the silence. Serafion is doubling over with laughter at the sheer absurdity. What was that? Total attack? These humans are hilarious. Kang Ho cannot stand being looked down on and starts cursing. You. But the enemy is literally crying from laughter. It has been so long since I have had a good laugh. Are you people actually stupid? Did you not notice the dungeon on the way here? What made you think I would follow the old rules and wait 3 seconds? Kang Ho snaps. Enough. Serafian looks excited. Oh? Are you going to show me something even funnier now? Kang Ho gets serious, promising to show his ultimate move. But before he can even start, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. The space around him is instantly warped by a devastating area attack. Even his sword shatters. His followers watch in horror as their leader transforms into a literal monster. Terrified, they start retreating. This is too much. Run. We cannot take on 2 monsters at once. Here is the moment you and I were waiting for. As the crowd panics, a calm voice rings out. He cannot just stand by and watch Earth players get slaughtered. Jinwoo steps forward casually, the great Wolf King hammer resting on his shoulder. Everyone, step back. Behind him, the monster that was once Kang Ho begins a mindless, mana-hungry rampage. Serafian watches the carnage with pure delight, laughing his head off. He claps like he is watching a masterpiece. This is so entertaining. What a show. While one laughs, Jinwoo stays silent, observing his prey. Aaron asks urgently, "What should we do first?" He gives her a quick answer. He wants to crush Kang Ho first, but he has a better plan. Jinwoo glares at the laughing boss. He needs to take this guy down first. He calmly assigns the tasks. Marina, can you and the others handle that monster Kang Ho? She agrees instantly. Leave it to me. The movement catches Serafian's eye. Haha, another one? He does not view players as a threat at all. But suddenly, Jinwoo lunges forward with incredible speed. You know something? Jinwoo triggers a high-level acid strike, combining it with his Knight Executioner hammer to blast off half of Serafian's wing. The boss stares in disbelief as the pain finally hits. My wing, my wing. For the first time, he is actually panicking. How can someone like you exist in such a weak world? But Jinwoo does not give him a chance to talk. The next blow is already coming. Serafian manages to dodge with his combat experience, but his other wing is not so lucky. He looks around frantically. Where did he go? Right on cue, Jinwoo's voice echoes from right behind the panicked boss. Turns out, he had been quietly waiting in the shadows the entire time. I am not a fan of sequels. Trust me, you and I are ending this right now. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a monster meets a real legend. Serafian can't believe his eyes. It's impossible. Even as he fades into nothingness, he's still searching for a reason why he couldn't do a single thing. Meanwhile, our hero is catching his breath after that massive burst of power. The system flashes its usual blue light, updating the records. Dungeon cleared in 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 51 seconds. New rewards unlocked. Wind resistance is now level 12, rank is SSS, and he snagged a Fruta fragment. Seeing the victory, Aaron flies over in a hurry. You finished him before I even got here, so why am I even talking? Singu looks a bit disappointed too. He didn't think the guy would be that weak, but at least the dungeon is done. Soon after, Singu mentions his main concern. He was worried the dungeon would actually classify Lai Kang Ho as a monster. In the distance, Marina is still firing off shots, frustrated. Great. Now that he's a monster, he's way stronger than before. She's holding the line with everything she has, but Singu tells her to wait. Suddenly, their target is swallowed by a deep, dark shadow. Monster Kang Ho, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, is now frozen and powerless. He gets slammed into a wall, kicking up dust. Watch closely now. Just as everyone thinks it's over, Singu gives a chilling command that stops them in their tracks. Everyone, get back. I'm not ready to kill him yet. The young man struggles against the beast and asks in total confusion, you already beat him, so why not just end Lai Kang Ho now? Singu just gives a mysterious smile. I need evidence. Under the bright blue sky and golden sun, a voice echoes across the entire island. Listen up, everyone. He points his finger to make a point. Singu is determined to use this mutated Kang Ho as a warning to all players about mana stones. The crowd immediately starts buzzing. Phones are out, camera flashes are going off everywhere as people record the scene. Oh my god, is that really Lai Kang Ho? He actually turned into a monster. What a traitor. Singu seizes the moment to drive the point home. Yes, he betrayed us. He lied to the world. This is the fate of those who betray humanity. Singu's face is cold, filled with pure killing intent. He's been waiting to let this rage out for a long time. Now, the punishment begins. The players watch like they're at a movie. It's unclear if Kang Ho is even conscious, but he lets out a perfectly timed roar. Not wanting to keep the crowd waiting, Singu winds up a punch. Grit your teeth and take it, you big bastard. The smile on his face grows brighter by the second. Now, you reap what you sowed. A massive uppercut connects directly with the monster's face. The players who survived can't help but feel relieved they never touched those mana stones. Soon, the news hits every channel. The news anchor delivers the report with a serious expression. The culprit behind the incident has been found. He's transformed into a hideous monster. The viral footage has shocked the world, showing the gruesome reality. Wow, that's disgusting. Look at him. And just like that, Singu continues with his business. I know what you're thinking, Singu is a total hero now, right? Well, watch this interview. It's attracting a massive amount of attention. The man himself is a bit caught off guard. An interview? But he quickly recovers and is ready to face anyone. With a dignified and serious tone, he points to the mess on the ground. Touch a single hair on my family, and this is your fate. Seeing how cool he looks on the screen, he can't help but whisper a little nice to himself. Singu stands tall with his hands on his hips, laughing. I bet nobody will dare to touch him on a stone now. Arin just gives a forced laugh. Sometimes violence is the only language people understand. Sehai is just happy it's all over. Once things are finally under control, he turns around. A lot has been settled. Suddenly, something knocks on the door. Knock, knock. Singu reaches for the handle, looking confused. Did I even call for anyone? The door swings open and Marina's group appears with a cake. It's just us. Singu is genuinely shocked to see them all here. She excitedly tells him the news. We're here to throw you a huge party because you saved my life back there. He's caught in the moment and asks, a party? Before he can react, she's already pushing inside. You need to celebrate and rest. Let's go. He stays back for a moment, whispering that she thought he already knew about the surprise. She adds that since everyone is here, he should just eat. They brought plenty of food, leaving him a bit overwhelmed. Is that so? Soon everyone is laughing and talking at once. Wait for me, there's wine. Singu is left standing alone in the room. Amidst the chaos of voices saying, watch the cake and be careful, the atmosphere is incredibly lively. You and I both know he earned this break. Singu finally relaxes and smiles as the celebration gets into full swing. By the way, Marina points out the reality of the situation. The Thonlong and Tinlong guilds are finished. Everyone is under watch. And as for us? We've learned one thing, don't mess with Singu's family. Sehi certainly won't forget the nightmare they caused. Sehi leans in immediately, asking the question on everyone's mind, is he actually interested in her or what? Saria swirls her glass, admitting she is relieved he is handled, but there is something else bothering her even more. She gazes out at the city's beautiful night skyline, noting that beyond their past troubles, the Earth is currently entering a strange new phase. Stick with me, because the way she describes how the heavenly city and the monsters have changed is absolutely chilling for their future. Yuhan quickly agrees with her, noting that her concerns are valid since history has a habit of repeating itself in this world. Suddenly, Marina chimes in with a bright idea, asking if Singu is finally able to enter the heavenly city now. Why do not you just join our party? She imagines him leading them like a god, accelerating their conquest to keep up with the world's rapid evolution like never before. It would speed everything up significantly, Marina adds with a wide and excited grin. It would be so much fun. Surprisingly, he actually considers the offer seriously before giving her a very firm rejection. He still has his own objectives to finish, requiring him to take a much more difficult and aggressive path now. A path of pure power. She pouts, asking if he is just avoiding them, but he quickly clarifies that is not it. Swirling the red wine in his glass, he begins to explain the grand plan he has already mapped out for himself. He has decided to head down into the water dungeons. Sehi lets out a disappointed sigh at the news. Now pay attention here. Yuhan suddenly breaks the silence, claiming that Singu is destined to do something great to save all of humanity. Looking at the girls, he tells Singu it is clear they are worried and frustrated that he cannot join their party. Marina shakes her head petulantly, trying to hide just how much she is actually worrying about him. He always saves them, but that does not stop her from worrying. Suddenly, her face turns a very bright and strange shade of red. She leans in and quickly kisses him, whispering softly that this is her way of saying thank you. The sudden move leaves everyone frozen in shock. Singu is the most stunned of all, completely unable to react. Her lips are flushing pink as she pulls away and beats a hasty retreat, telling him to take care of himself. The door slams shut behind her. Sehi is the first one to break the silence, still reeling from the surprise. But then, he notices a terrifying heat radiating from someone else in the room. It is Arisa, practically radiating flames of pure jealousy while her eyes turn icy cold and menacing. She laughs darkly as her firepower flares up, even crushing her wine glass in her bare hand out of pure rage. Her scream echoes through the room into the night sky. She has completely lost it, and everyone tries their best to quiet her down. In the blink of an eye, a familiar girl munching on a cookie suddenly chimes in with a greeting. Ruta waves enthusiastically, congratulating him on finally obtaining his wings. You saw that too, right? Singu is immediately annoyed, asking what this cookie-eating freeloader is even doing in his room. She adjusts her glasses with a friendly smile, claiming she deserves a warm welcome after giving him such a gift earlier. Ignoring his cold attitude, she cheerfully explains she is actually here to talk to him about something very important. Singu is genuinely confused now. Ruta gets serious, asking if he realizes he is only allowed to use divine artifacts for now. He realizes he is completely lacking in knowledge regarding how these divine powers actually work. Exactly. How can you use what you do not have? She explains that at certain levels, it becomes possible. Grabbing another cookie, she adds that there is something he must know before he even thinks about using the mirror. Did you know that not all gods share the same goal? They are actually locked in a massive war with each other. Singu does not seem surprised at all, noting that gods fighting among themselves is probably pretty common. She agrees, but then adds the kicker he has already harmed some of them, which could decide the war's outcome. He crosses his arms, realizing that the gods he weakened might end up losing to their rivals. Exactly, you are quick. Now, think about what happens if a god loses specifically because you made them weak. Her smile widens even more. Having one less god to deal with probably is not a bad thing, right? However, Singu is still worried. If the god he accidentally helps ends up winning, won't they become even stronger? Exactly. Their entire goal is to find the strongest, so every victory just grants them even more power. He asks what that means for him. She uses her cookie to illustrate, explaining that he essentially has two choices. And that is where we leave it. His first choice is to slowly weaken the power of every single god. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Sinwu weighs his options, hunt the gods one by one until their power is dry. He asks, just how many are we talking about? He needs the facts to decide, but Ruta is too busy stuffing her face with cookies to answer properly. She explains that if we keep searching places like Heaven City or the ant nests, we will find their remains. His eyes sharpen. I get it, but who are you people really? Why are you even telling me all of this secret information? Ruta tilts her head, hesitating. We are, well, it is a secret. She winks, he will never guess. The talk ends, and she disappears in a cloud of smoke, shouting, see you later. It is obvious she is just avoiding the topic, and Sinwu is furious, muttering that he should have known she would pull this again. Arin listens and reminds him they know more than before. It is clear they must directly confront those gods now. At the same time, Seha thinks back to the last question he asked her. Her theory is that those mysterious merchants from before might actually be closely linked to Sinwu in ways they do not even understand yet. They are only ever nice to you. He agrees, but the whole situation is giving him a massive headache. She smiles. Training is the best cure for a headache. Let us visit Boo Boo at the water dungeon. Sinwu cracks his knuckles with a confident grin. Now that is a great idea. Stick with me, he shouts with determination to stop wasting time and head for the deep sea. Far beneath the crashing waves, majestic and grand castles finally start to emerge from the darkness of the ocean floor. General Saruta is barking orders to his soldiers for war. Suddenly he stops. Sinwu and the team have finally arrived. Lord, he bows deeply. You are finally here. Sinwu just gives a simple, tired nod. Sinwu asks what is happening. Saruta lets out a heavy sigh. Since Earth evolved, monsters from other worlds are popping up everywhere. We are just trying to hold the line. Sinwu nods. I see. I am just here to clear out those underwater dungeons. If I take them out from the inside, it should help. Saruta looks incredibly relieved to hear that. But he pauses, confused. Wait, Celestia is on his way back. Why are you not with him? Sinwu looks away. Oh, he is busy fighting, right? He glances at his teammates. I can only bring those who have officially formed a contract with me. Saruta grins. Then just contract with Celestia. Sinwu sighs. You think it is that easy? A soldier yells out. Celestia is back. The warriors cheer as the legendary creature finally returns. He makes happy sounds, but suddenly stops, looking curious and innocent. Sinwu waves warmly. Celestia wags his tail like a puppy, and the sight makes everyone laugh. Saruta chuckles. He has been waiting for you since you left. He shrinks his body and swims over. Sinwu pets him gently. Wow, you can change your size too? Celestia chirps back as if he understands every word. Sinwu smiles kindly. So, you want to come with me? Now watch this part carefully. He rubs his head against Sinwu's hand to agree. Sinwu feels a rush of happiness, touched that the creature waited for him this whole time. Deciding to bring him along, he places his hand on Celestia's forehead to finally seal their official contract once and for all. He suddenly stops, his heart racing in shock. A blinding light surges into him. This massive power. System alert. Second skill unlocked. You learn training skill. Here are the details. Celestia lets out a roar that shakes the room. Sinwu asks, you feel this power? Want me to try it? Celestia responds with pure excitement. He touches his forehead again. Alright, here goes nothing. A massive pillar of light erupts as his voice echoes, telling everyone to witness the power. The onlookers are terrified by the intense skill, and Bishus exclaims that the master must have learned a brand new technique because the glow is just too blinding to look at. From the light, a new figure emerges. Seha gasps. Look, Celestia just transformed into a human boy. Arin screams. Oh my god. He is adorable. And that is where you and I leave it. Celestia looks at his new human body in shock, but Shinwoo notes he still cannot speak. Beaches is confused, since he clearly has a human form now. All right. You and I are back with Singu, as he explains how his training skill finally allowed Boo Boo to awaken her very own human form. Arin narrows her eyes in suspicion, but Singu just nods and continues with his explanation. He simply wanted her to get stronger, and her desire to obey him is what triggered the skill awakening. Arin finds the name a bit strange, but Singu ignores her and affectionately pats Celestia on the head. He thanks her for the extra power, and she lets out a soft sound to show her appreciation. Suddenly, Singu lets out a small gasp as if he has noticed something surprising. Celestia shifts back to her cute original form and bounces around, making Singu burst out laughing at the sight. Saruta watches the scene and smiles, noting it is finally time to take this power into the dungeon. Singu nods, confident everything is ready. He turns to Celestia. Are you ready for this, Boo Boo? She tenses up her little body to show she is good to go, earning a proud compliment from him. Watching them bond makes Bitchy feel a little left out as her spot as the main familiar under threat. Aaron thinks Celestia is absolutely adorable, while Seha just gives a nervous laugh to keep the mood light. A magic seal appears as the group prepares to teleport. The system then notifies them they are entering a water dungeon, specifically Area A18. Singu looks at the notification, confused about what Area A18 actually means in this place. Arin wonders if it is the dungeon's name as Singu closes his eyes to sense the scale of the area. A surge of crimson power immediately erupts, wrapping around his entire body as he concentrates. Watch his face here. As Singu opens his eyes, he looks like he has just witnessed something absolutely terrifying. Bitchy rushes over, but Singu can only let out a shaky breath as he looks around at the dungeon. This place is massive, like an entire world trying to swallow them whole. Seha can't believe his ears. Singu nods, his expression turning serious as the incredible reality of the situation finally sinks in. Since it is this huge, it wouldn't be wrong to call it the only true water dungeon on Earth. Aaron agrees, noting that is why it is split into smaller zones like the one they are in now. Singu pats her head, realizing this extreme scale is exactly why hunters on Earth have such a hard time. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Singu's plan is to clear at least half of this world-sized map. He summons his black wolf claw, ready to show everyone exactly what he is capable of. It is time to go all out. Singu charges forward, eyes filled with pure confidence as he attacks. He swings his arm, tearing through the air with a dark energy that sends several monsters flying. The sea anemones are furious, screaming about how just a few humans dare to stand against them. He looks at the last monster with a chilling glare, asking what it's doing when all its friends are dead. The creature trembles in pure terror. It knows its time is up, and a massive explosion rocks the area as Singu obliterates the beast. With the monsters cleared, Singu casually notes that Zone C is finished. Bitchy approaches with a serious thought. She senses the divine influence getting stronger the deeper they go, likely the power of the god, Hata. Singu agrees, noting the enemies are getting tougher, though they're still just small fry to him. A system notification pops up. Zone C is purified and the dungeon is shrinking. They can leave now. A portal appears, and Arin asks if he's actually going to use it, but Singu just declines. Arin explains that because the dungeon is divided into sectors, there are no physical loot drops, meaning all the experience points are added directly. Seha likes the fast pace, eager to see what kind of threats wait for them in the next zone. He's genuinely excited to find out what is coming next. Aaron says he's starting to sound just like Singu, and Seha just laughs, taking it as a compliment. Whirlpools suddenly appear and sweep the monsters away. They roar in anger, shocked that anyone could use water magic without the blessing of the god Hata. They all charge at once, but Celestia isn't even slightly intimidated by their numbers. She lets out a massive roar that leaves the monsters completely paralyzed with fear as they suddenly realize they have fallen into her giant mouth. She casually swallows the enemy's whole with the most innocent look on her face. And trust me, you and I wouldn't want to be those monsters. All right. You and I are about to watch the main character go absolutely berserk as he lunges at the demons. Arin watches him, completely stunned. Singu looks at Celicia with pure pride. He is definitely feeling the vibe. Suddenly, a dark portal tears open leading straight into a pitch-black abyss. He emerges with an overwhelming aura, finally reaching Section E. The Gate of Questioning dungeon is about to get a whole lot more intense. Beaches approaches him with a warning. Master, you probably felt it, but these monsters ahead are on a totally different level than before. Singu stares ahead, focused and calm. He simply mutters, In the distance, a dark entrance sits between jagged cliffs. Deep inside, countless glowing red eyes are staring out, hungry for their next kill. A massive sea devil bared its jagged teeth, growling a warning at Singu and his team. How dare you humans step foot in here? A swarm of monsters follows, ready for blood. Are you ready to die? Singu just smirks. You are right, taking them all out with Night Shroud might be a hassle. So he decides to switch things up. In that case, now pay attention here. He is pulling out the 6-gate firemouth. It is an S+ rank weapon with insane power and mastery stats. Time to bring them some democracy. Singu also unlocks a brand new trait for the weapon, along with some rare crafting information displayed on his system screen. Arin sees it and shouts in shock. Isn't that the massive machine gun Beto built the other day? The Sea Devils just laugh, mocking his choice of weapon. You really think you can defeat us with a single gun? They charge forward with murderous intent, their voices dripping with sarcasm as they prepare to tear the group apart. Singu just laughs and aims the barrel. A simple gun? Not even close. He sprays a hail of bullets, shredding the demons before they can even react. This is no ordinary weapon. The pure firepower of the 6-gate firemouth terrifies the Sea Devils. It is too strong. Everyone, scatter and find some cover now. Celestia rushes in, using her elemental powers to provide Singu with some heavy magical backup. Massive whirlpools trap the monsters, making them easy targets for the bullets. Singu is thrilled and gives her a big thumbs up. Great job. He watches the Sea Devils struggling desperately to escape the water traps while laughing. He feels totally satisfied. That is what you get for mocking Beto's masterpiece. He fires one last explosive round. Feel the wrath of the Kokonani. The system notification pings. He has successfully leveled up after that massive wipeout. Beaches praises him, calling him a true master who knows exactly which tools to use. Singu finally exhales, the threat finally gone. He looks at the demon corpses floating on the surface of the dark water. It feels a bit gross, but Singu regains his cool. That took way too much time. Suddenly, system alarms blare. Warning. Sections E, F, G, and H are merging. Singu remains completely unfazed. You and I both know a glitching dungeon is bad news. The system warns that the merge is temporary until the source of the wrath is finally dealt with. Singu falls into deep thought while Arin just stands there, looking completely lost and confused. What does it mean by wrath? Before he can explain, a booming, angry voice echoes through the entire dark cavern. Who dares trespass into the territory of the Great One? A grotesque entity slowly emerges from the shadows, making horrific sounds. Terrifying eyes pierce through the darkness. I am the one who serves the god HTA. A massive, terrifying 8-sea devil reveals itself, destroying everything in its path. Arin lets out a small gasp of pure terror. The group looks up in awe. They have never seen a monster this massive or powerful. It is not just big, it is an absolute beast. The monster wants them to know who kills them, so it calmly introduces itself. I am the 8-sea devil, priest of HTA. I have come to drown this world in his holy name. Singu realizes this is going to be a tough one. The legendary 8-sea devil, huh? He looks back for an opinion. Beaches, can we even hurt this thing? She does not want to admit it, but she looks worried. It is impossible. This thing is a massive cluster of mana. I cannot handle it alone. Celestia suddenly speaks up, determined. We might not be able to do much, but we are not backing down. Arin nods. Let's do our best together. Singu turns around, surprised. He appreciates the sentiment, but a vision of them dying right in front of him flashes in his mind. Singu firmly says, no. To their shock, he grits his teeth and gives a direct order. Everyone, get out of here. Retreat now. Arin screams back, refusing to leave. Singu tries to calm her down. Trust me, it is better this way. Just listen to me. Boo Boo is incredibly strong underwater, so he will be enough help. Beaches grabs the young girl, telling her that retreating is the best way to help. Arin finally understands and reluctantly agrees to pull back for now. But she is still worried. Promise me you will retreat if things go south. Singu gives a quick nod. And trust me, you and I are about to find out if he can survive this solo. Alright. Stick with me because you and I are about to see an epic underwater showdown. Bitches says goodbye, telling Singu not to take too long as she rushes off with Arin and Siha. Singu does not respond, silently watching their figures disappear into the dark depths of the ocean. He turns back, instantly entering a battle stance against the 8-sea devil. It looks peaceful, but the monster shakes its massive head, ready to fight. I only need to know that you are the one I must destroy. Once you die, those other little pests will follow soon enough. The 8-sea devil provokes the man and his mount, claiming even the most cunning humans would not dare face its might. Allowing you these final moments beside your comrade is simply my way of praising your foolish courage. Singu climbs onto Celestia's back, taking the insult as a compliment, basically saying he is stronger than everyone else. He calls out to his companion with determination. Both of them charge forward with a fierce roar, ready to teach this monster a lesson in respect. The 8-sea devil rubs its eye with a tentacle, finding this amusing. It strikes back with a heavy blow that makes Singu feel the crushing pressure. Celestia lets out a long cry, swerving her tail to dodge the deadly oncoming strike. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the fight turns absolutely brutal. Giant tentacles chase them relentlessly, slamming into the water to tear the deep sea apart. Frustrated by its constant misses, The devil growls about how Singu managed to evade its entire mana flow. Feeling its physical strikes are not enough, it summons a massive array of tridents, laughing with pure malice. As the monster launches its sharp weapons, Singu grits his teeth. Mana tridents, huh? He raises his hand, activating his mana drain skill to counter the beast. The tridents fly toward him, but they shatter and dissolve like rain falling into the vast ocean. Finally, feeling like it has found a worthy opponent, the devil admits Singu is strong. Singu grips his Knight Executioner blade, ready to return the favor. He focuses his energy into his hammer, triggering its growth skill to increase its size multiple times over. With a loud shout, he hurls the weapon. The massive Knight Executioner flies in a wide arc, smashing directly into the face of the 8C devil. The monster screeches in agonizing pain, shocked that a human could actually reach it. How dare a mere human wound me? Singu just grins and asks the beast how that strike felt. Without a word, the devil opens its mouth and sprays a thick cloud of ink. Singu struggles in the pitch-black water, realizing this is no ordinary ink. You and I both knew it would not be that easy, right? The ink burns his eyes as he shouts for Celestia to move, but a tentacle strikes before they can escape. Everything happens in a blur. Singu fails to dodge and takes a devastating hit, coughing up blood from the impact. As he falls from Celestia's back, the tentacle lunges again. Singu pales, realizing another direct hit could be his end. He immediately triggers his emergency escape skill, grabbing Celestia and fleeing for their lives as the danger looms behind them. He cannot believe it actually sprays ink like a real octopus. He looks down at his trembling, numb arm in worry. Curse it, I cannot move. How can I fight like this? I really should have had Arin stay behind to help. Celestia whimpers in pain. Singu looks at his battered friend, acknowledging that they are both in terrible shape. The 8C devil mocks them, impressed they escaped its first trap. It readies every single tentacle to create an inescapable cage of death. Singu grits his teeth, his mind racing for a solution. I cannot lose here. There has to be a way out. His thoughts accelerate to the limit. Think, Singu. Find a way to take this monster down for good. Shaking its tentacles provocatively, the beast declares that this is the end. It swings its massive limb to finish them off once and for all. Even with only one eye open, Celestia uses her last bit of strength to charge forward and save her master. Singu has never struggled this much. With his internal organs damaged, dodging is nearly impossible. He reaches into his storage for a recovery item. Finally, he pulls out a health potion and downs the entire bottle without a single second of hesitation. He drains it dry, but it is not enough. He wonders if that is really all the potion can do for him. His power level is so high that normal potions barely work anymore. But then, he feels a sudden surge of heat in his chest. What is happening? The mana in the bottle is reacting violently with his own internal energy, growing more powerful by the second. His senses sharpen immensely. It seems his previous awakenings have made him hypersensitive to the energy swirling around him. An idea flashes through his mind. If this is true, then this is his only chance to turn the tide. He tries to force the potion's mana to combine with his own. Hot and cold energies clash before a massive aura wraps around his entire body. His eyes snap open as he feels the result. It actually worked. Singu lets out a thunderous roar, releasing his built-up energy. A brilliant light explodes from him, illuminating the entire dark ocean. The system notifies him that he has awakened resistance and purification powers. His mana has now evolved into a powerful holy attribute, and trust me, you and I are about to see how broken this power is. Celestia heals instantly as Singu feels his new, godlike skill. Alright, you and I are diving back into a fight where the odds are stacked against our boy Singu. The 8C's demon, annoyed at being ignored, demands to know what the heck he just did. Singu just mocks him honestly. Even if he explained it, a monster like that would never understand. The demon launches a barrage of mana tridents, screaming for Singu to surrender to his god immediately. Singu is done being intimidated by these parlor tricks and calls out to his partner, Boo Boo. Man and beast charge head-on into the storm of attacks, determined to break through the demon's defense. But instead of dodging, Selectia carries Singu and accelerates even faster toward the center of the blast. Singu's hand erupts with energy like a guiding lantern before exploding into a massive pillar of light. The blinding flash hits the demon right in the face, and Singu swings his hammer with a grin. He slams his Knight Executioner weapon directly into the monster's eye to keep the momentum going strong. The heavy strike crushes through the demon's flesh, sending a scream of pure agony echoing through the air. Thrashing in pain, the demon vows to kill the one who dared wound a disciple of the god. He spreads his 8 massive tentacles, intending to swallow Singu whole in one bold, desperate move. The 8C's demon lets out an earth-shattering roar. Die! Now pay attention, because being trapped in this pitch-black tentacle prison is where things take a dark turn. Suddenly, the walls of the prison begin to vibrate like a high-speed meat grinder about to start. Singu realizes the horrifying truth: the monster is trying to grind them into dust from the inside. He He strikes a tentacle, but the demon just laughs through the blood, daring them to try and escape. It is a suicide trap. The demon knows he can tank the hits until Singu's strength finally runs out. Just as things look bleak, Selectia begins to glow with a strange, soothing blue mana. The creature pours its own life force into Singu, leaving him completely stunned by the selfless act. Singu looks at Selectia, reminding the little guy that being his master doesn't mean he has to sacrifice everything. Selectia just chirps back, making Singu realize that sharing power is simply what loyal partners do. Suddenly, a massive realization hits him. Wait, sharing power with the master? A huge smile breaks across Singu's face as he finally understands the missing piece of the puzzle. He gives his partner a big thumbs up thanks to Boo Boo. The true path is finally clear. His eyes ignite with a new light as he sends out a mental call to all his spirit brothers. Across the battlefield, the spirits stop what they are doing immediately, sensing their leader's urgent command. Trust me, you and I are about to watch the ultimate transformation as Singu shouts for them to unite. The spirits streak across the sky like falling stars, converging on Singu with incredible speed. Singu opens his eyes wide, feeling a power unlike anything he has ever experienced before. The energy surges through his veins, rewriting his very existence as the spirits merge into one. In a vision, he refuses to back down, claiming this path is the only one he was meant to walk. Kale mocks him, saying the world will laugh at a coward who retreats from the front lines. Singu doesn't care about the insults, call him a bug or a worm, it makes no difference to him. He reminds his enemy that even dragons start their journey deep beneath the dark earth. He dreams of the day they will finally rise, while Kale rages against his ridiculous logic. The villain threatens to cast them back down to rot and wither under the harsh surface sun. Singu spreads his wings in the vision, knowing that his true name doesn't need to be remembered yet. He clenches his claws with pure determination one day. They will all know exactly who he is. With a powerful beat of his wings, he vanishes into the starlight, leaving the old world behind. A silent promise hangs in the air: a new seed will always sprout from the ashes of destruction. Singu snaps back to reality, staring at his hands which have now transformed into lethal, razor-sharp claws. He feels the massive surge of power in his body, and confirms the unification was a total success. He towers over the terrified demon, explaining that he is simply borrowing the strength of his brothers to end this. Alright, stick with me as we see if he can actually pull this off. That burning energy in his chest calms his nerves, keeping him steady for the final strike. The Night Veil hammer now looks tiny in Singu's hands. The 8C Kraken tries to play it cool, but trust me, that won't work on him anymore. His hammer resonates with a golden glow, transforming right before our eyes into a dazzling and powerful new form. System alerts flood in. The Night Veil's rank has evolved all the way to S++. The Kraken stares in shock as Singu reaches a new level of power. He lunges forward, seizing the massive tentacles before the monster can even think about escaping. He lets out a roar and swings. Channeling all his power into the Night Veil, he lands a devastating, earth-shattering blow right onto the Kraken's head. Its head caves in instantly, and the monster's face twists in pure agony. What a pathetic sight. The Kraken glares at Singu with pure hatred, jumping up to face him. Does it think getting bigger means it will win? Now watch this. Singu swings the Night Veil once more, unleashing a massive lightning strike skill called Nature Combo that tears through the beast. With one final smash, the massive body of the beast crashes straight down to the bottom of the ocean. It is over. As its eyes begin to fade, it starts weeping and muttering. It begs for mercy while slowly sinking into the cold and dark depths. Singu just mocks it. Losers always find something to cry about in the end. The system immediately offers its congratulations. You have jumped 46 levels, and your ice resistance has been greatly increased. But the list of unlocked skills is what really stuns him. Dragon Breath level 8, Fear of the Dragon God level 13, and Chaos Wings. Chaos Scales level 9, Courage Strike level 15, and Soul Dominance level 15. Judgment level 83, Nature Combo level 10, and Chaos Training level 15. He can hardly believe his eyes. 46 levels from one fight? This Kraken was strong, but this is just insane. You and I can see the exact moment the truth hits him. He bursts out laughing with pure satisfaction, shouting in excitement. He looks down at the Kraken's remains and sighs. This is exactly why leveling up doesn't always feel satisfying. Suddenly, someone approaches Singu from behind. It is Beaches, who was luckily brought back by Celestia. She heard his call but didn't expect him to take on an entire army. That battle was absolutely brutal. He turns to explain that Kina and Boo Boo returned right after they were separated. She understands completely, noting his incredible level jump. Now, no one on the entire planet can even hope to stand on his level. Singu keeps his eyes on the ocean floor. It is too early to celebrate. Today was almost a total disaster for us. He stares at the Kraken's frozen body, wondering why it appeared here. Beaches reassures him that at least the outcome was good, despite the monster's strength. Singu starts planning ahead, That massive body will definitely be useful if we bring it back. Suddenly, a glowing object on the Kraken's head catches his eye, making him pause in confusion. A shining crystal pierces through the corpse and floats up. The system identifies it as a Hethea fragment. Singu is thrilled, feeling like he just hit the jackpot. Finally, he found one. He reaches out to grab it, promising to be gentle. Up close, the Hethea fragment is just as massive as the Kraken itself. But it doesn't come to him. Celestia is staring at the prize with hearts in her eyes, making excited little noises. She happily rushes toward the Hethea fragment. Then she starts rubbing her head against it while Singu just watches in total disbelief. Celestia opens her mouth wide, ignoring Singu's calls. Beaches realizes the fragment chose Boo Boo because they look so similar. Singu realizes she is probably right. Well, that is certainly strange. He looks into Celestia's sparkling eyes and decides to let her have it. But first, there is one thing he must do. He examines the fragment closely, sensing an incredible amount of divine energy radiating from it. He sits in front of Celestia and warns her to stay strong while he purifies the energy. He closes his eyes to focus. Deep in the dark ocean, a voice from the Hethea fragment calls out, telling the child of the sea to come closer. He chuckles, realizing the truth. So, it was trying to lure Boo Boo over to its side all along. He mocks the fragment, saying he is sorry to disappoint it, but Boo Boo likes him much better. Singu puts all his strength into his arm and blasts the fragment with massive energy, telling it to get lost. Celestia flinches in pain and cries out, thrashing her tail. Singu smiles with satisfaction as a powerful, masculine hand suddenly begins to manifest. A complete human form finally emerges, wearing a unique whale necklace. You and I won't want to miss what happens next. Success. Alright, stick with me for this journey. Zelexia is excited, watching Bisha's approach. He is much stronger now. I can feel it from here. Can I have some too? Singu looks at her, totally speechless. Finding divine fragments is not easy. I almost died getting this one, but if I find another, I will give it to you. Singu smiles, treating himself to a victory. Everyone did great today, but I almost died. So I am taking a break from fighting for a while. Beaches gives him a cold, blank stare. Master, it would be better if you did not stop mid-sentence. Singu pouts, admitting she is right. He scratches his head, realizing the journey is far from over. Suddenly, a messenger interrupts his relaxation. The soul places a hand on his chest. Forgive me, Master, but there is an urgent report. Singu immediately presses for answers. What happened? The soul hesitates. My fellow soldiers and I were assisting in a massive battle against a horde of monsters. A vision of the battle flashes back. They were right in the middle of a massive fight, but then they were suddenly summoned and forced to leave. Watch closely. Singu interrupts him, shocked. Wait a second. Fighting monsters? The soul stays blunt. Yes, sir. Specifically, they were fighting alongside Elegoo against monsters from another world. They are likely losing since my warriors vanished right in the middle of the fight. Singu facepalms hard, blaming himself. How could I be so stupid? I forgot that I needed to leave some soldiers with Elegoo. Bishis tries to reassure him. Elegoo is strong, he will be fine. But we must go now. Singu sighs as his vacation plans crumble. There is nothing else we can do. I really want to rest, but I cannot keep him waiting. He pats little Zelexia on the head. Babu, go home with the others and catch some sea monsters. You can have a feast. Babu shakes his head and keeps chirping repeatedly. Singu looks troubled. What? You want to come with me and leave the food for your friends? Once someone is that determined, there is no stopping them. Fine. You are just as stubborn as I am. Let's go. As Alexia laughs and shouts Boo Boo. In a clearing deep within the forest, the sounds of intense combat and rising dust fill the air. A massive claw strikes the earth. Elegoo roars and swings his legs wildly at the enemy. His terrifying power sends the monsters flying backward. He looks around at the battlefield and sighs. This is pure chaos. Saride runs over, clutching his trident. Master Elegoo, are you okay? Squeak! He snaps at Singu's memory. I knew that human was suspicious from the start. He totally betrayed us. Squeak! Elegoo remains calm and shuts down the rumor. That is not what happened. Singu would not betray us. He must have a personal reason. He leans close to Saride and gives a direct order. Instead of doubting him, you should focus on finding a way to turn this battle around. Saride breaks into a sweat and lets out a weak squeak. You and I can see the panic setting in, especially since the enemy is closing in fast. Gareth stares them down, trying to manipulate their minds. It is not too late. Follow the Earth God Hugo, and you will all be forgiven. Elegoo opens his mouth and roars. Never. I will never obey a god who is blinded by his own greed. Gareth's eyes glow with fire. He uses his power to lift heavy stones from the ground. Then I have no other choice. Countless rocks swirl around Gareth. He rears back and bellows. Accept your death under the glorious power of Lord Hugo. As soon as he speaks, a rain of stones flies toward the master and disciple like a barrage of bullets. Elegoo does not just sit there. He roars and lunges at his opponent. His jumping skill is incredible, using the flying rocks as perfect stepping stones. Elegoo dives at Gareth from midair, shouting in anger. "A few rocks are not enough to bring me down." Gareth stands tall, his massive body ready for a head-on collision. But it is far too early to celebrate. The impact creates an earth-shattering explosion, making the entire forest tremble. Sarai watches, trembling with fear. That attack was terrifying. Elegoo is still dazed from the massive shockwave. Suddenly, a sense of extreme danger forced his eyes wide open. He flips and lands on the ground, his claws digging in. Elegoo is confused. That was a direct hit, yet he is so strong. He should have been hurt. Gareth pulls back his front leg and speaks slowly, mocking him. "You are not weak. I will give you that much." His aura begins to surge like a violent storm rising from the ocean. "But is it enough to stop my entire army?" Elegoo looks wary, realizing Gareth is stronger than expected. "If I do not stop him now, we are in trouble." As Elegoo thinks, Gareth roars, snapping him out of it. "I can read your thoughts, so I will give you one final moment." Suddenly, a strange and mysterious light appears in the sky above. Both of them stop and look up at it, filled with curiosity and confusion. That beam of light slams directly into Gareth, caught completely off guard. He roars in pure rage, feeling absolutely humiliated by the sneak attack. "And trust me, you and I are not ready for who just arrived." "All right, you and I are diving back into the heat of battle as Singu charges forward like an absolute beast. He lands firmly, watching Gareth struggle against that intense light. Elegoo can't hide his excitement now that the backup has arrived. Singu turns to Elegoo, asking if this was the sudden army arrival that he had been waiting so long to see. Of course, Elegoo doesn't mind at all. Whatever the reason for the delay, he's just glad Singu made it in time. As they talk, a roaring engine catches Elegoo's attention. It's Betches, and she's got something to say as she pulls up. She's riding with Celestia on the back, teasing the main character about how boring this fight is going to be. "Master?" Elegoo stares at her in total shock. He can't believe he's looking at a legendary soul general right now. Meanwhile, Gareth is shredded by the light, twitching on the ground until his hand finally falls limp in the dirt. Once he kicks the bucket, a stone rolls out. The system announces that you have received a weak soul fragment. Singu picks up the stone, gripping it tightly with a satisfied grin. This is exactly what he needed. 2 fragments in one day. Not as strong as the last one, but it works. Now, no more time for talk. Taking down Gareth just isn't enough. The monsters are still fighting hard and show no signs of stopping. Singu shouts, "Let's end this battle right now." Elegoo is more than ready to clear the field. He agrees with Singu and prepares to charge straight into the mess. Now pay attention, because this is where Singu uses his hand seal to command his hidden army to finally appear. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo everywhere. Singu has summoned his army, shouting for his soldiers to sweep the entire area clean. Betches receives the order immediately. "Yes, Master." She swings her blade, commanding the Soul Army to end this quickly. The enemy monsters are caught completely off guard. Before they can even react, Singu's soldiers tear through them. The air is filled with nothing but the screams of monsters. Singu and his crew haven't even joined the fray yet. He looks around, ready to get his hands dirty. Celestia is buzzing with excitement, her fighting spirit exploding. Elegoo finally notices the strange kid and gets curious. Wait a second, who exactly is this little kid? Elegoo senses the energy and realizes it's a monster, but he's confused why it looks exactly like a human boy. Singu casually explains the kid just wants to look like him. "You and I saw that coming, right?" Before Elegoo can get a real answer, Celestia is already charging ahead into the thick of the fight. "Since the kid is just making noises," Singu translates, "he says to just focus on the fight for now. That's enough talk." Singu grabs his massive weapon and gives the signal to move out. He yells to show them the true power of Earth, as the 3 of them dive into the chaotic slaughter. Celestia and Elegoo aren't holding back either. Celestia starts swinging that heavy hammer like a complete wrecking ball. Elegoo goes back to basics, ripping into monster necks while the soul soldiers continue their merciless massacre nearby. Singu is a force of nature, carrying his giant hammer to crush every single monster that stands in his way. After a long struggle, he slams his hammer down. He looks at the last monster, standing with a cold, hungry gaze. With the battle finally over, Elegoo looks at Singu with genuine gratitude for the much-needed reinforcements. Now the monsters of Earth can finally unite in peace. Singu tells him he didn't even need to be asked. The surrounding monsters fall silent, their eyes filled with hope as they watch the man who saved them. Elegoo feels like a new era has begun, smiling brightly before waving his arm to gather his remaining warriors. His voice booms like a beast as he calls out to the brave soldiers of Earth who survived. "You protected this world with your blood. We've won, but the enemy still hasn't surrendered, so we stay ready." Elegoo follows Singu's lead perfectly. "We won't give them a single chance to ever stand back up again. Task complete." Betches watches as the monsters cheer loudly. already talking about building a brand new monster kingdom. Singu doesn't argue. Having such a powerful group of allies on his side doesn't sound like a bad idea. Eligu turns back to him, mentioning that he has one more thing to give as a reward. The monsters bring out Garrett's corpse. Use this body for humanity, Eligu says. I know you'll make something great. Singu thinks it over for a moment. This could definitely be used to craft some top-tier armor for the team. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are excited to see what new armor he crafts next. Alright, you and I are jumping back in right as Singu realizes he has totally forgotten his friends. Rushing to leave, Singu retracts his light while muttering a quick thank you to the old man. Eligu is stunned, trying to hold him back to celebrate their massive victory together. But Singu just flies off, promising to return soon while apologizing for the sudden exit. Eligu shouts after him from below, wanting to know about human transformations, just as Sarit steps out from the garden. She tells him to be honest with his feelings and just be straightforward with those he likes. Eligu blushes and grumpily orders her to go clean up instead of talking nonsense. The door slowly opens where Arin and Seha have clearly been waiting for a long time. They both spring up the moment they see Singu, who has finally changed back into his normal everyday clothes. They are both incredibly relieved that he is safe, while Singu humbly apologizes for being so late. Haha. He admits he is not even sure how he won, making Arin praise him as the best. Seha asks how he managed to defeat that terrifying HTA sea monster in the end. Singu sighs, explaining that a lot happened, leaving Seha in a state of deep, silent thought. Seha cannot even imagine a battle using such high-level combo skills, so Singu offers a quick apology. Looking around, Singu realizes he probably has no choice but to listen to Arin complain today. Now, pay attention to Arin here. The silence is always the scariest part of any argument. She looks cold and furious, and Singu can tell she is not happy with him at all. But then she smiles, telling him it is okay and that she understands why he did it. Her reaction completely catches him off guard, making him ask if she is actually being serious. He remains suspicious of her unusual attitude, thinking there is no way she is actually fine. Watching her smile, he feels like she has completely given up hope on him as a person. He awkwardly reaches out but cannot find the right words to say, just stuttering in total confusion. Arin reassures him it is normal for players to choose the most efficient path during an emergency. Singu knows he is doomed because her fake kindness means she is actually beyond furious right now. Suddenly, he has an idea and starts explaining his plan to make things better for everyone. He mentions they had to teleport separately before, which was actually a very dangerous way to travel. But since they have become one now, that kind of danger will never happen to them again. You saw that coming, right? Arin turns beet red, stuttering back about what becoming one means. In her sheer embarrassment, she punches Singu right in the face and wishes him goodnight before running away. Arin leaves Singu standing there with a completely dazed and confused look on his bruised face. He wonders what he did wrong, while Seha tries to cover for the awkward situation they are in. Seha claims Arin just does not understand the beauty of unity, calling it a strictly guy thing. Singu agrees that unity equals more power, while Seha sighs at how ridiculous their conversation has become. Bithis asks what he plans to do with the Jugon fragments, reminding Singu of his crafting project. He plans to make some high-quality armor for himself, Seha, and Arin using the giant remains. Seha is overjoyed to hear he gets gear too, even though he did not contribute much. Singu suggests they continue their talk while walking to escape the pressure of the cramped room. They all head outside to find Ruta relaxing with a coconut like she is at the beach. Singu walks up and teases her for enjoying her life a bit too much during a crisis. He asks what she is doing at Beto's house, and Ruta finally notices the group has arrived. She stands up in shock and rushes toward them, amazed that Singu actually made it back alive. She expresses how terrifying it is to think such a massive monster was hiding right beneath them. Singu is surprised she knows so much, but she ignores him and runs straight to Selexia instead. Using the power of HTA, she pieced everything together and thanks him for solving the huge problem. And that is where we leave them with a new legend, born and even bigger threats ahead. Alright, let's see how our hero Jinwoo handles the aftermath of that epic boss fight. Ruta stops messing with Celestia's hair and starts pinching her cheeks instead. She keeps rambling on. Apparently, the HTA is one of the strongest forces out there. Defeating the 8 Seas monster was no small feat. Jinwoo is still confused though. What is she getting at? Without being asked, Ruta explains that HTA is a group of gods. These deities are on a whole different level compared to the ones you have met. Think of them as a massive fusion of several powerful gods. Jinwoo looks at her, surprised. Is that like his current situation? Ruta flies closer and clarifies that it is not. The gods within the HTA still maintain their own essence. Jinwoo crosses his arms and asks if they are basically his opposite. Ruta patiently explains that they cannot fully merge into a single being, but that is also why they are so dangerous. That is exactly how they can easily birth terrors like the 8 Seas monster with such terrifying power. It was made by stitching together the raw divine energy of the gods inside the HTA. Hearing this, Jinwoo compares it to a puzzle or a model kit. Ruta finally confirms that he has got the right idea. That is exactly how it works. She continues, explaining that sending such a massive creature to Earth definitely weakened the HTA, but it caused massive damage to the planet too. Their voices echo outside Beto's house. Jinwoo wonders why the HTA would go so far as to hurt themselves just to attack. Ruta flies right behind him, providing the answers. Of course they had to do it. The reason is standing right in front of me. Now, watch this. Ruta reveals the shocking truth. They sent that monster because they realized Earth finally has a monster of its own. And that monster is you, Jinwoo. Surprised, Jinwoo asks how she even knows all of this secret information. Did she know the monster would appear? Ruta just shrugs it off. Of course not, she says. I am just naturally brilliant and figured it out. Then, she drops a personal question with a mysterious look. Why did you not just tame that beast? You have the power to do it. Don't you want to test your new skills? Jinwoo realizes she is talking about Ilagu and quickly starts to explain his choice. He tells her that being allies is more than enough. He simply wants to support Ilagu and watch her reach her goals on her own terms. Ruta stares at him intensely. Is it because he feels guilty about controlling something so suspicious? She is clearly trying to read him. She reminds him that he has been controlling and manipulating things from the very beginning. Jinwoo cannot help but judge her sharp attitude. This kid is way too smart for her own good. He decides to shut her down with a threat. It is none of your business. Unless, of course, you want me to tame you instead. That shuts her up. Even with his cold glare, Ruta stays totally shameless. She covers her face and jokes that she is not mentally ready for that yet. Jinwoo just stares, totally lost for words. Finally, he has had enough and kicks her out. Ruta happily runs off, laughing as she says goodbye. After she leaves, Jinwoo heads inside. He tells the group that they are officially done for the day. He changes the subject, noting that Beto's materials were top tier. The final product is bound to be amazing. Beaches immediately catches on. So you are saying we should thank Beto, right? He asks with a grin. Seeing that expression, Jinwoo awkwardly agrees. With everything settled, he lets out a sigh of relief. Time to finally relax. He tells everyone to get some rest. The group splits up, waving goodbye and promising to meet tomorrow. Jinwoo stands there with a polite, forced smile as they leave. Once they are gone, his expression softens and he looks around the empty space. Back in his room, his mind starts racing. He suspects that Arin is probably still very angry with him. He lets out a long, frustrated sigh. He finally realizes that being the leader of this group is definitely not an easy job. The next morning, sunlight pours into the room, waking him up. But as he sits up, he freezes. You and I both know that feeling when something is just off. It turns out to be Celestia. She is sleeping so deeply that she is actually drooling on him. Jinwoo gently pats her head. She is incredibly clingy, even though he gave her her own room. Suddenly, there is a hesitant knock at the door. Before he can react, Arin walks right in. Time for breakfast, she announces. Jinwoo turns around, startled. Seeing her gentle smile, he realizes she seems much calmer than yesterday. He cannot help but let something slip out. He asks her a question that makes her jump. She gets incredibly flustered, asking what he is even talking about. She claims she slept in her own room last night. Jinwoo is completely baffled, his mind filled with questions. He awkwardly rubs his head and admits that he has no idea what is going on anymore. He apologizes for his poor choice of words the night before. Arin looks uncomfortable and starts stuttering in response. Finally, she clears her throat to break the tension. She says things are fine, and if anything, she should apologize for punching him in the face. Jinwoo feels relieved. Thank goodness, he says. But then he asks what she was talking about earlier. Embarrassed, Arin makes an excuse to leave. Breakfast is ready, so she rushes out. You and I just witnessed a classic awkward morning. Trust me, it only gets weirder. Just waking up and already dealing with this chaos has Singu completely dazed. What on earth is going on? You and I are jumping into a rare moment of peace as the table overflows with steaming, delicious food Arin prepared herself. Arin pulls out a chair and explains that this meal is a reward for their long journey. Seha grabs his chopsticks to begin eating and remarks that the last few weeks have been completely insane, so having nothing to do now feels really strange. Singu reflects on their recent journey, realizing they truly have accomplished an incredible amount of things together. He excitedly shares his next move. After this short break, he plans on traveling to another world. Beaches is curious, asking if there's a reason since he promised the Elugu tribe he would return to them soon. Singu gets serious, admitting that while it's great for humans and monsters to cooperate, there is one major problem. Humans will naturally be hostile because monsters are different, which is why he wants to teach the Elugu how to speak English. Singu turns to Celestia, who is currently stuffing her face, telling her that she needs to learn too. One day, she will have to speak with humans, as the representative for all the aquatic monster tribes. Watch his expression here. Siha asks if he intends to strengthen the monster faction's position, but Singu shakes his head as his eyes turn cold. There is something far more important than just power or politics that they need to handle. This serious look leaves Seha feeling completely unsettled. What could be more important than that? Singu stands up and pulls out a blue sphere, announcing they need to test the new counter spirit ball. The system announces the infinite counter spirit ball, rank A, with a massive attack power of 503. It drains mana, has high elasticity, and hardens instantly upon impact to absorb the target's blood and magic power. Seeing those stats, Seha's eyes go wide. Isn't that attack power a little too high for just one ball? Singu explains, asking if he remembers those high-level demons they fought back in that London dungeon. He used them to upgrade this sphere, and since they were all over level 250, this power jump makes sense. He holds the ball high to grab their attention, asking if everyone is excited for the return of counter spirit ball training. Arin is busy eating cookies, while Celestia just stares. Suddenly, Seha's eyes light up with a new sense of pure determination. You and I see it too. Seha dodges perfectly. The system confirms he just unlocked a brand new skill called Vision. Singu claps his hands together, shouting out a well-deserved compliment. Singu catches the ball and cheers that Seha finally unlocked his Vision skill, before excitedly turning his attention toward Beachies. At the same time, Kina has managed to unlock both her time and sensory skills. The room is filled with floating training spheres. Seha modestly admits that he still hasn't reached Shingu's level yet. Singu laughs and accepts the praise, noting that Seha has also leveled up his Pentagon and Battlefield Scream skills. Suddenly, the door is thrown open and Sarai rushes in, announcing that there's a major emergency with the humans. Singu stays calm and asks what's wrong, but Sarai is sweating bullets, looking absolutely worried out of his mind. He finally blabs it out. A woman is giving birth right now, which sends everyone into a total state of shock. Is it Mona? The group wastes no time and rushes toward the inner room, with Singu leading the way. He finds Simon and hurriedly asks for an update. Simon is stunned to see him, gasping out, "Master, you're here." Singu says of course he came, leaving Simon feeling deeply moved and incredibly thankful for his presence. Simon reports that Neo and the merchant are currently inside helping out. Arin steps forward, deciding she should go in as well. Bun stands nearby and reassures everyone that the medicine for the mother has already been prepared. He also taught them every single thing he knows. As the village chief, he thanks him on behalf of the family, and he is certain that the little baby will be born strong and healthy. But suddenly, Singu senses something very strange and tells everyone to wait a second. He focuses all his senses and tells them he can feel a new life coming from inside that house. A worried Simon asks if he can really feel it. Singu tries to comfort him, but then his face turns dead serious. Wait a minute. There's something very strange about this energy signature. There isn't just one, and the power is way too strong for a normal baby. Beaches wonders if the world's influence caused this. Sarai is uneasy, admitting that since Shingu's powers are beyond his understanding, nothing would really surprise him at this point. As a father-to-be, Simon is terrified by their words and begs them to just go inside already. He hurriedly flings the door open and shouts out Mona's name before even stepping into the room. Simon's eyes go wide as he sees the scene. It turns out Mona is holding two crying babies in her arms. Twins? Simon is stunned. And trust me, you and I are just as shocked as Singu as he rushes to check on Mona. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the life of our overpowered main character, as things get surprisingly wholesome. Seha and his group enter, reporting the kids are safe. Mona looks at her two little ones with soft eyes and whispers to herself, "My two daughters." Arin speaks up with a serious face. "Singu, you probably felt it too, but the mana in these babies is absolutely insane. If you had awakened as a child, it would have felt like this." Singu realized this was exactly what was bothering him. How were they born with such massive mana? Standing behind them, Beaches decides to offer her own perspective on the situation. "I have a theory," she says, as Singu signals her to continue. Betches looks sharp as she suggests it might be due to the environment. She breaks it down, noting that while this village seems quiet and peaceful, it is also a place where the sun's influence is at its peak. Her calm explanation stirs worry in the young parents. Even if the parents are just normal humans, the surroundings change everything. There is a high chance kids born here will have supernatural abilities. She continues her prediction, imagining what would happen if Singu and Arin had their own. Arin realizes where this is going and shuts her up with a heavy palm to the back, sending Betches tumbling forward. "Stop talking nonsense," she screams in embarrassment. Seha, however, actually agrees with the logic Betches was using. "Haha, I bet most of that power would come from you." He tries to calm Arin down while Singu hides his awkwardness. Then Mona makes a request. "My lord, if it is all right with you, could I ask you to grant them a blessing?" This leaves him a bit confused. My blessing? He soon realizes it is a village tradition to accept children as residents, and Singu finally understands. He is not exactly confident in himself, but he agrees anyway, feeling just a little bit shy about the whole thing. Now watch closely, because Singu is about to reveal a power that shouldn't even be possible. As he starts, a pale light radiates from him, leaving everyone speechless. Su Arin is just as shocked, staring at the level of the blessing. You have already reached this stage? Singu touches their heads, and miraculously, the babies stop crying. A divine light flows from his palm, signaling that the blessing has officially taken effect. Right then, a system notification rings out. You have blessed the infants using holy power. Singu has formed a bond, and Mona can feel the change most clearly. Is this really happening? She asks. They feel so warm. Singu awkwardly explains the situation. I shared a bit of my holy power with them. It has become part of their skill tree, making them immune to both physical and magical damage. Mona is so moved, she bursts into tears and grabs his hand. Oh, thank you so much, she sobs. I cannot believe you would go that far for us. Singu, overwhelmed by the gratitude, quickly waves it off. Do not worry about it, he says, while thinking to himself that this is his first time really acting like a village lord. He is not sure how to react to all the praise. He tells the couple they should head out now since Mona needs her rest. Both of them bow deeply to show their eternal gratitude to their master. Thank you again, Lord Singu. Please come visit us whenever you like. He promises to stop by again soon. Having finished a good deed, the group starts heading back. Singu sits down and lets out a long sigh of relief. That was unexpected. He shares his feelings with Arin, admitting that even though they are not his kids, it felt really good to help. You saw that coming, right? Arin did too, but she has a question. By the way, what power was that? It looked familiar. Singu does not hide a thing and tells her straight. I think it was holy power. She nods, as that was exactly what she suspected. This makes Arin feel a bit down. Now that he can control holy power too, her own reason for being by his side feels like it is fading. He immediately shuts down that nonsense. What are you talking about? This is completely different from your strength. Singu explains his is meant to oppose the gods, so it is not suited for healing at all. He looks at Arin intensely and says, that is why I still need you. This makes her heart skip a beat as her head starts steaming. Is that true? She asks, shyly avoiding his gaze because she cannot look him in the eye. If you say so, then I will stay with you. Su Arin watches the two of them and sighs. Humans are so complicated. Why beat around the bush? If you like each other, just get together already. Seha gives him some friendly advice. Did you not see what happened to Kina earlier? You might want to take that back. Singu finally notices Su Arin standing there. Hey, what are you doing here? The little guy gets serious and says he has a message from Lord Elegoo. A message? Su Arin confirms it. Their lord wants to learn the human language. This is the second bit of good news today. Singu realizes they are actually thinking the same thing. He stands up, feeling refreshed. Perfect. I just finished my training anyway. They look toward the horizon with big plans. Let us go, and trust me. You and I need to see what is in that cave. It is even bigger than before. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how Elegoo has grown stronger while Earth's monsters gather. Singu finally understands the whole situation. Right after that, footsteps echo from ahead as Elegoo proudly waits to welcome them. He waves a hand, casually asking how things have been lately. He answers honestly that he is fine, but notices Singu didn't come alone. That sixth sense makes Arin suddenly flare up with rage. Wait, is this a female tiger? I smell something dangerous. Singu can't read minds, so he just introduces everyone to each other. I realized I should probably make use of every available resource I have right now. But before he finishes, Elegoo gives in, admitting he has no choice. This completely triggers Arin, her voice dripping with pure bloodlust. I really hate that fat cat's face right now. Zeha forced a smile, trying to calm her down before she actually explodes. Luckily, no fight breaks out, and they all sit down to get through some serious teaching. Celestia even hops onto Lu's back, ignoring Sarah's protests. Over the next few days, Zeha plays teacher while everyone works incredibly hard. The result? A few days later, Lu can finally stammer out the words, I am a wolf. It is a bit rough, but understandable. Looking at that white fur, Singu thinks for a long moment about what to say. Then he judges. The pronunciation is weird, but you have improved. Elegoo sighs in relief, finding human language way harder than expected. Elegoo looks to Singu for some agreement on the matter. Now pay attention to Singu here. You and I can see he is hesitating. Do you think a human form actually makes speaking easier? He tries to persuade him, but if I had a human form like Boo Boo, this really makes Singu stop and think deeply. But then, Singu remembers the words that Ruta once told him. So it wasn't just a weird feeling about controlling something suspicious. Don't forget, you have been controlling others from the very beginning. He suddenly turns to stare at Elegoo. The intense gaze makes the monster awkward, asking if there is something on his face. Singu finds it too complicated to explain, so he just shakes his head. No, I was just thinking about a few things. He decides to push the difficult thoughts aside for now. Anyway, let's get back to the main point of our visit. Even though he is totally confused, the monster follows along. Fine. Lu stands in front of the shop, sadly sighing that it's time to go. He still hasn't found a way to become human. He starts getting worried when he notices Lu's negative emotions and heavy heart. But then he comforts himself, thinking if this is a monster's fate, it's fine. Elegoo takes a long moment to accept it. Suddenly, Celestia stands up with hands on hips in protest. Boo-boo! The sudden shout startles Elegoo as Celestia gets very serious. Wait, did you see that look? Even a monster king like Elegoo gets spooked by a bold idea from Celestia. Wait, what do you mean? Won't that just make everything worse? The little guy just keeps nodding his head in agreement. Then Celestia gives a thumbs up, showing the deal is done. Boo-boo. Elegoo thinks it over and decides to be brave. Fine. He is determined to follow through until the end. If you say so, I will give it a try. Just as they finish talking, Singu walks out of the shop. He comes over with his companions to say his final goodbyes. Even though he prepared for this, Elegoo can't help feeling sad. Are you leaving us already? Singu answers calmly. Yeah, you have learned enough language for now. He doesn't want to face the truth. Get ready to go. Singu explains the next part of his plan. I intend to visit another world next. Keep an eye on Earth while I am gone. Elegoo cuts him off. Next time you come see me, I will have built a grand kingdom for all the monsters. The idea sounds new, but since he is determined, Singu supports him. Huh? Alright, that actually sounds quite promising. Elegoo asserts his future power, certain that Singu will also get stronger. Singu isn't sure but hopes so. Yes, of course. He hesitates for a small moment before continuing his thought. If that is the case, Elegoo gathers his courage and shouts. Next time we meet, I will challenge you. Singu is completely stunned. A battle? He anxiously claws deep marks into the ground. You must already know this, but I value strength above all else in this world. Elegoo explains that Singu is the strongest entity he knows. While I respect you, I also truly want to surpass you. Singu thinks for a few seconds. So that is the conclusion you have reached. He turns away, blue spiritual energy flaring up to show his resolve. Yes, and when that time finally comes, the loser will have to hand everything over to the winner. Singu agrees. Fine, if you are truly serious about this. And that's the setup for a legendary clash. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, let's jump back in as Singu challenges Elegoo to stay strong until their fated rematch. As they leave, Elegoo is left alone, screaming in pure embarrassment about losing everything to the winner. Lord Elegoo. He sighs in shame while Surette watches her king, amazed he could say those words to such a monster. Now watch closely, because Elegoo actually has a secret reason for acting this way. He remembers Celexia's words, why not challenge him, and if you lose, you simply become his. Celexia even mentioned he gained a human form after becoming Singu's younger brother. She encouraged him that this was the best path forward, prompting Elegoo to make his move. He realizes that by serving a man he respects, he can finally obtain a true human identity. Elegoo shouts to boost his spirit, deciding that a little shame is a small price to pay. Meanwhile, Singu's group finally returns, relieved to have a moment of peace after the chaos. Arin is still annoyed by Elegoo's challenge, convinced that Tiger had a hidden agenda all along. Still, she admits that their little dates lately haven't been half bad for a change of pace. Seha is full of energy, asking if they should head straight to the next world right now. Singu agrees, noting they spent enough time teaching Ellie English, so it's time to pack up. He then tells Celestia to head back to the ocean, ignoring the little one's cute, innocent face. Singu pats her head firmly that look won't work twice, reminding her that the sea monsters are her responsibility. He has already mapped out their path, and for their future, Celestia must return to the deep. The faster she conquers the ocean, the longer they can stay here, making her eyes light up. Suddenly, Beaches enters to welcome her master back, though Singu looks a bit suspicious. She has been waiting for this exact moment for a very long time. They want him to see the new armor, and Singu excitedly asks to check out Beto's hard work. You and I know that new gear means a massive power-up, so check out this box. He promises not to forget Beto's help as he opens the lid, his eyes widening at the contents. The system reveals it as the original Cry CS Triple Plus armor with 7200 defense. It carries an A double plus Earth attribute, ensuring the wearer never falls while on the ground. Made from incredible materials, this armor makes the wearer an immovable force against any land-based creature. Singu is stunned by how much it looks like his regular clothes and asks how he did it. Beto explains he simply incorporated Singu's personal style into the magical design of the gear. The boy also made items for Arin and Seha, making both of them incredibly happy. He presents a new set of wings and a skirt. Arin is amazed by how soft the material feels. Seha is equally hyped, noticing her gear has the same amazing properties as the boss's set. She can't wait another second and suggests they all try on their new outfits immediately. Moments later, they suit up, and Singu is speechless at how incredible the new gear looks. He offers a sincere thank you, but Beto just rubs his nose bashfully and tells them not to mention it. Singu pulls out the tracking mirror, deciding it's finally time to put their new equipment to use. Ruta flies in with compliments, but Singu is wary, wondering what she's trying to pull this time. Ruta joyfully explains she prepared a special parting gift since she heard they were leaving soon. Singu is curious as she reaches into her pocket, claiming he will be more than just grateful. She mysteriously places the gift in his hand, and he stares down in complete shock. It's a hecto shard, a small crystal fragment that holds the immense power of a literal god. A system notification pops up, confirming this tiny item contains massive, concentrated strength. Ruta points at the shard with pride, asking if he likes the incredible gift she found. Singu knows her too well to think it was free, so he immediately starts shaking his head. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this deal goes down. Jingu grips the fragment of Hector, absorbing its core. He is going to use this stolen power for everything it is worth. The system message rings out. Mana has increased, and now he can fully copy the devastating power of Hector. Everything is moving according to plan. He smirks, exactly as he expected from the very beginning. You are moving fast, friend. Heading to Hector's world next? No, sorry. He has a different destination in mind today. The image of the stunning thunder god keeps pulling him toward a specific, dangerous set of coordinates. Instead, they are heading straight for the world of goddess Rhea. His teammates are locked, loaded, and ready to go. Jingu grips the mirror of war tightly. It is time. The portal opens, and he confidently steps through the gate. Purple clouds swirl with a demonic glow as thousands of lightning bolts scream across the shattered sky. A massive rift tears through the atmosphere, and the team emerges. Majestic wings erupt from Jingu's back immediately. He hovers in the air, scanning the horizon. This world is wrong. He can feel it is nothing like the others. Now pay attention here, look at those purple clouds. They are literally wrapped in pure, lethal lightning. Beaches pushes up his hat to get a better look at this strange place. He knows it changed under Rhea. Aaron agrees. This world is in a waning phase, just like Earth, but the atmosphere here feels completely alien. Jingu closes his eyes, focusing his internal mana to analyze the strange flow of energy around them. There is no solid ground. Yet he can sense the structure of this world through the power in the air. If they can just destroy these nodes, her overall power will definitely start to crumble. Suddenly, Rina's massive face looms in the sky, looking down as a swarm of monsters surrounds the entire group. How dare you intruders set foot here? Do you actually want to be torn into tiny pieces by my hand? Jingu scowls. He wanted to keep this quiet, but that plan just went right out the window in her territory. Rina waves her hand, and the monsters charge. Soldiers, tear them apart and end their lives right now. Seha is terrified as they are quickly surrounded. We should have prepared for this, he stammers, while Rina's voice echoes. Jingu looks up, his confidence returning in a flash. Arin, it is time for your part. He pulls back and assigns the roles. Can you build us a defense? Aaron nods nervously, gripping her weapon. Her staff erupts in a blinding, holy light. Aaron raises it high, letting the powerful energy wash over the area. In an instant, a massive and solid shield is erected around them to block the incoming swarm. Rina sneers down at them like they are mere ants. How long do you really think that shield will protect you? Her wyverns are armed with lightning-infused weapons. Don't you dare underestimate the power of my Grand Legion. The monsters slam their weapons into the barrier. Warriors, keep striking until that shield is nothing but dust. Arin grits her teeth against the pressure. There are too many of them. I can't hold this forever. You and I saw that coming, right? But then Jingu does something totally unexpected by touching Arin's head. A surge of emerald energy wraps around them both. He is transferring his own mana to fortify her defense. He even injects Hector's elemental attribute. Aaron blushes, a little disappointed it was not something more romantic. She shakes off the embarrassment and focuses. Fine, I will give it my all with the power you gave me. Outside, the monsters are still frantically pounding on the barrier. Then, the closest one notices something shifting inside. Suddenly, the shield explodes with power, blasting the entire monster swarm backward into the sky. They stare in confusion, as a massive whirlpool of energy begins to swallow the entire target. The monsters tighten their grip, refusing to back down. They think their goddess makes them invincible against any enemy. They charge forward again, but Siha can't help but smile at the scene unfolding outside. He is actually using their own elemental power against them. Jingu stands tall, looking pretty proud of himself right about now. Beaches points out they can't stay on defense forever. We need to move. Jingu already has a plan. Emerald light flares from his hand as he prepares to test out a brand new, high-level skill. Mana burns like a wild green fire. Behold the spirit arm. And trust me, you and I are about to see this giant spirit hand grab the entire shield. Alright, You and I are watching beaches get paralyzed by the terrifying force right before him. Master, what is this? This is my absolute greatest pride. Exactly, I am skipping the process and jumping straight to the result. Alright, stick with me because Singu is about to take this massive energy and drive it straight into his target. Inside the protective shield, Zeha can't even react to the sudden change. At this insane speed, they're dead for sure. High above, Rina watches the situation in total shock. That barrier is charging straight for her shrine, and she's completely powerless. Shingu's hair flies wildly in the wind, looking totally hyped up. What, is there some kind of problem here? The sphere smashes through the shrine as his voice echoes through the air. Don't you know me well enough by now? That powerful impact causes the entire shrine to explode instantly. Shingu's group, safe inside the sphere, flies out of the wreckage. He looks at his destructive work with a satisfied grin. Next, stop that rift in the sky. Let's move to the next world. A massive trail remains visible between the shattered clouds. Shingu's team has officially broken through and left Rina's world behind. He looks around at the familiar yet strange landscape. Is this really the second world under Rina's control? Arin grips her weapon tight to guard the area. It looks exactly like the first one, probably due to the shared divine gear. Singu examines the stone in his hand and makes a quick judgment. That means we just have to do the same thing. Destroy her shrine and steal the shard. Betches revs her motorcycle, asking if they should hunt high-level monsters here too. Singu snaps back to his senses. Right, we can't forget about the monsters guarding her shards. We need every piece. Zeha remains quiet, lost in his thoughts. After a while, he still can't wrap his head around this whole situation. Now pay attention here, because Zeha asks the exact question you and I were probably thinking as he recalls those confusing memories. Wouldn't splitting her power like this just make it weaker? Singu has clearly thought about this, but he has no real answer. He clenches his hand and speaks his boldest theory yet. Maybe they do it simply because it actually makes them much stronger in the end. Zeha looks at the clouds, confused. How does splitting power make you stronger? That sounds wrong. But looking at Singu, it's true. Singu looks at his loyal allies. Isn't it because I'm stronger when we're together and everyone puts their trust in me? Arin turns bright red at those sentimental words and tells him to stop being so embarrassing immediately. Bekis, with her usual deadpan expression, finally understands exactly what the main character is trying to say. It makes sense. You shared your power with us, and we boost yours. You really are like a deity in that way. Singu bows his head slightly, carefully analyzing the thought. Maybe that is really the case. He looks at his hands, thinking of the journey. To be like a god. He's seen glimpses of it within the lightning. This time, Rina has officially been pushed way past her limit and is now completely furious. How dare these pests invade my world twice? She clenches her fist as a deadly aura fills the space. Enough is enough. The system notification pops up with a helpful warning about the current situation. Rina is descending in 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Most life here will be wiped out. You better move fast. Singu just looks up, completely unbothered by the threat. Oh, so she's finally getting mad now, is she? Arin teases him, saying he sounds like he's just watching a spoiled child throw a tantrum. Betches observes the situation carefully. Master, what's the plan? Singu just smirks without any fear. I should actually thank her for making my life much easier. You and I both know Singu isn't the type to turn down a free power-up. His fist clenches as something begins to glow. But it'll be a massive mess if her descent is too powerful. The light in Shingu's hand begins to spread rapidly. We need to act. Betches, take the troops, wipe out every high-level monster, and crush that shrine right now. Bekis grips the throttle. He's making sure Rina has no strong vessels left to inhabit once she finally decides to descend. She speeds off immediately. I will get it done in 3 minutes. Singu looks on, very satisfied with his progress. Great. A razor-sharp blade is raised, signaling the start of this next battle. Bekis and her army are fully prepared. Her soldiers launch a full-scale assault on the monster-infested shrine immediately. The massive structures crumble under the intense attack. Explosions rock the area, signaling a total victory for the team. Singu smiles from a distance, looking very pleased. Beautiful. All that training is finally starting to pay off. Arin is totally speechless. When exactly did you ever bother training any of them? The system clock ticks down to the final moment. Zeha is starting to panic, but he has no idea what to do. Time is almost up. But Singu remains calm, like everything is going exactly according to his own master plan. Now, let's see what form this goddess takes today. Trust me, you and I are in for one hell of a show. Stick with me high above the clouds. A tiny creature is about to wake up and change everything. It is just a baby dinosaur, but suddenly, massive lightning bolts start hammering into its hidden cave. Singu senses it immediately. Zeha watches his boss's face grow dark with worry and asks what is wrong. Did she possess something insanely strong? Singu grits his teeth like a major disaster is about to drop. He sees the baby, fire, dinosaur, and fumes. She is in something that weak? Singu looks pale from frustration. There goes my chance to level up and loot. I prepared way too much. Ziha is worried. I do not know whether to laugh or cry. Arin is used to Singu and sighs, accepting the choice. He looks into the distance and tells the team to go attack her, even if she is weak. Somewhere else, two mysterious figures are talking. What? Did Rhea actually withdraw from the battle? Ravandan explains it calmly. She lost to the third world. To lose like that, she must have been exhausted earlier. The man across from him slowly swirls his drink. Pay attention here, it seems someone is acting beyond us. Interesting, but we have bigger problems to solve first. Fruta suddenly remembers something. How is the Hero Task Alliance doing lately? Ravandan looks bored. She is still not herself. She is the heart of the Alliance, yet she is nowhere now. Fruta looks serious. I see, but nothing should happen to her. From now on, keep an eye on Hecto. The conversation continues. Do you think he attacked the Hero Task Alliance? Definitely. He is the most aggressive. Go check on her. If she is hurt, our entire alliance is in danger. Ravandan finally understands the plan. Fine. After all, this is a critical time for our alliance of true gods. He says it with sarcasm. Later, in the desert of the Third World, the sound of a brutal battle echoes through the god's domain. A hammer glowing with mana slams down. Singu strikes the monster's head. This is the end for you. It cannot fight back and collapses. Please forgive me, great Yugon. Singu grips his weapon and smirks. You should apologize for getting in my way, not him. Notifications keep popping up. You gained 2 levels. Hammer and Punishment reached level 99. New mana method found, resources missing. His teammates rush over. Arin asks if he is okay, looking totally worried about Singu. Singu taps the screen and looks back. Couldn't be better. I leveled up and my stuck skills finally hit level 99. You see that? Arin is shocked. Level 99? Singu is radiating power. Skills will evolve since the cap is 99. Suddenly, his pocket starts ringing. Singu pulls out a large phone. Ziha is curious. It is the radio Fruta gave me a while ago. Bishis watches them stare at the device. Did something happen? Singu holds his head in frustration. There is trouble on Earth. Humans and monsters are fighting. They are on the brink of war. Beaches looks serious, while Aaron finally remembers something important. We forgot Earth. Singu looks serious. I feel bad leaving it to Ellie, but I did not think it would get this bad. And that is where we leave it. Time to go back.